Jiang Chen, burdened by student loans, finally managed to acquire a lord's heart. However, what he awakened was an F-rank entertainment talent, green waters and lush mountains, practically the worst among all lord talents. Its effect was also heartbreakingly simple. Increases the territory's environment by 10%. Others awakened talents can strengthen armies, increase resources, or even directly enhance hero combat power. But his talent can make the air a little fresher. That's fine too. At least if I die in my territory in the future, the environment should be pretty good. Jiang Chen said with a self-deprecating laugh. But no one knew. This seemingly insignificant F-rank rookie possessed something whose rank even he himself was unaware of. And today, it was finally about to awaken. Blue Star, Dragon Kingdom, central square of Donghai City. At this moment, tens of thousands of new lords stand beneath the golden altar, and I am among them, for today will truly determine the fate of all of us. There is only one most important identity in this world, a lord. As long as one possesses the heart of a lord, one can enter the battlefield of all races, obtain one's own territory, and from then on determine how far one can go in the future. Lords' hearts are divided into multiple qualities, from common to legendary, and there's even a legendary mythical grade. Those signs of top families have high-level lords' hearts prepared for them from birth, while I have nothing. My name is Jiang Chen. I transmigrated to this world 18 years ago and became an orphan at birth. I had no family, no background, and no powerful figures to pave the way for me. I could only try my best to earn the qualification to become a lord. I also tried using my past life knowledge to make money, but all the resources here revolve around the lord. After a whole year of struggling, I didn't even earn as much as my scholarship money, and in the end, I could only afford to take out a loan to buy the lowest level lord's heart. The price I paid was that I awakened an F-rank talent, green waters and lush mountains, which only improves the territory's environment by 10%. Although it's useless, I don't regret it, because even the weakest lord is better than never being able to enter the battlefield of all races. Just then, the golden altar in the sky suddenly burst forth with radiant light. The 666th district of the 7th heaven officially opened, and 10,000 golden rays descended instantly. I only felt a white light before my eyes, and when I opened them again, I was already in the battlefield of 10,000 races. My initial territory was only 1,000 square meters, consisting of a dilapidated lord's mansion, a few houses, and 10 farmers. To make matters worse, the newbie protection period only lasted 2 hours. To survive, I had to develop my territory as quickly as possible. But just as the 10 farmers knelt down to pay their respects to me, I suddenly felt a burning sensation between my brows. A mysterious stone that had been dormant for 18 years finally flew out of my sea of consciousness and hovered in front of me. I was able to travel to this world because of it. But for 18 years, it remained unresponsive until today, when it entered the battlefield of all races. It finally awoke and revealed its true name, Creation Godstone. Its ability is ridiculously simple. It can enhance any item simply by consuming spirit stones. Even more outrageous is that after the first activation, I also directly received 3 enhancement opportunities without any cost, meaning the first 3 enhancements were completely free. I immediately opened my backpack, which contained only 1 ordinary hero token and 1 ordinary soldier token. But now a plus sign appeared next to both items, and I didn't hesitate to open the Hero Tokens enhancement interface. From fine, rare, and excellent, the highest tier eventually reached the legendary Hero Token, worth 10 million Spirit Stones. Normally, I couldn't afford it, but now the enhancement cost was practically 0. I immediately used the first free enhancement. The next second, the gray-white Hero Token burst into a soaring golden light, and a terrifying pressure swept across the entire territory. When the light dissipated, it had transformed into a true golden legendary hero token. To summon legendary heroes, I'm missing a tavern, and building a tavern requires upgrading the Lord's Manor to level 1. Upgrading requires fine wood and fine stone, but the newbie's warehouse only has the most basic resources. Normally, a lord must first recruit soldiers and then risk leaving the safe zone to find resources. Even for those geniuses from powerful families, it would take several hours. But suddenly I looked at the warehouse, and then at the creation stone in my hand. Since hero tokens can enhance materials, what about ordinary wood and stone? Thinking of this, a smile slowly crept onto my face, and the next second, I walked straight towards the warehouse. I placed my hand on an ordinary stone, and a plus sign immediately appeared behind it. After clicking on it, all kinds of stones, from fine stones to legendary ascension stones, appeared, dazzling me. However, all I needed right now was high-quality stone, so I directly used spirit stones to enhance it. 10 minutes later, all 150 spirit stones were used up, and I finally gathered all the resources needed for the first upgrade of the Lord's Mansion. Without delay, I immediately chose to upgrade the Lord's Mansion. With a loud boom, the entire building was enveloped in light. A 10-minute countdown appeared above, and there was an option to complete the upgrade instantly for 100 spirit stones. This method of instantly completing a building is typically used by rich players in Wales. I don't have many spirit stones left, but I'm confident I can be the first to upgrade my base, so I can easily wait these 10 minutes. Suddenly, a communication request popped up in the lower right corner. I was a little surprised when I saw the name. After answering, a beautiful girl appeared on the screen, with a female hero, a sharpshooter, and a heavily armored wolf rider standing behind her. Her name isn't Xuxia. She was my classmate for all 3 years of high school, a well-known second-generation rich kid in Donghai City. She comes from a prominent family and is beautiful, while I am just an ordinary orphan, so I always deliberately kept my distance from her. And Xuxia told me with a smile that her mother had prepared rare heroes and 2 powerful troop types for her. If anyone dared to bully me, I could just tell her, and she would stand up for me. Looking at the impressive lineup behind her, I could only nod. I couldn't very well tell her now that I already had a legendary hero token and only needed to build the tavern to summon the legendary hero. She also reminded me that the top 100 players in the beginner town who upgrade a single skill book will receive a heavenly Dow reward. Based on the pace of previous years, as long as the upgrade is completed within a day, there's a good chance of entering the top 100. And Xuxia confidently said that she was going out to find resources and try to get into a top-tier university within 2 hours, aiming for first place. But just as I was about to tell her that I only had a few minutes left, she hung up. I glanced helplessly at the countdown timer at the Lord's Mansion, then opened a regional chat. When it comes to vying for town mayor in the future, everyone in the same newbie zone will be a competitor, so I naturally need to find out who they are first. The channel was now buzzing with excitement. Lieutenant Mu Qing of the Jiangnan Provincial Military Region was recruiting lords for the military, while Lin Mo of the Lin family in Shina City was also openly recruiting vassals. As soon as Xuxia appeared, she attracted many people trying to get close to her. Then Yin Man from Longzhou province appeared, and everyone immediately guessed that she might be from the Ying family of Xianqin. Following that, Tu Shan Ye from the Heavenly Fox clan also appeared, offering a high price to buy the relocation token. A group of important figures landed in the newbie town of 10,086 at the same time, and soon people in the channel started discussing who could become the town mayor. Lin Mo reminded everyone that they needed to be at least level 3 to be eligible to compete, and the most important thing now was to grab the first reward. As soon as he finished speaking, a heavenly announcement suddenly popped up in front of everyone's eyes. The first lord to reach level 1 would be rewarded with a rare treasure chest. The second to 10th would be rewarded with a fine treasure chest, and the top 100 would all receive rewards. I was also a little surprised when I saw the announcement, because in previous years the first place winner usually only received a fine treasure chest, but this time it was directly upgraded to a rare quality chest, which is obviously more generous than in the past. In the world of lords, items, heroes, and units are divided into multiple qualities, with the rare tier being quite valuable for newcomers. As for the even higher mythic tier, it hasn't truly appeared since the Immortal Qin dynasty. Everyone in the channel started guessing who would be in first place, while I just silently looked up at the green countdown above the Lord's Mansion. There were only 5 minutes and 32 seconds left until the upgrade was complete. Meanwhile, the entire regional chat channel was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing the rewards for this new server, because the rare treasure chest for first place was a whole level higher in quality than the rewards from previous years. Some dreamed of instantly obtaining a rare hero token, giving them a head start over all the newcomers, while others simply wanted to break into the top 100 and grab a regular treasure chest. Even the privileged kids were clearly getting restless. Mu Qingxuang even lamented that the highest level equipment she brought from the military was only rare unit types. And Chuxia reminded everyone that everyone should rely on their own abilities, but the battlefield of all races was not a game. People would really die. Li Muse immediately jumped in to agree, but in Inmon's comment, "There are so many simps," silenced him completely. I almost burst out laughing when I saw this, because this guy had caused me a lot of trouble before. Li Muse has been pursuing in Chuxia. Because I'm on good terms with her, he's often targeted me in the past. Now that I see him losing face in front of the entire region, I naturally feel no sympathy whatsoever. Just as everyone was rubbing their hands together, ready to grab the rewards, a blood-red announcement suddenly flashed across the screen. Lord Wang Jianming had been killed by the stone quarry demon. I immediately opened the Lord list and, sure enough, saw that his avatar had turned black and white. Wang Jianming was my classmate, and like me, he came from a humble background and only managed to buy the Lord's heart through student loans. He died less than half an hour after entering the battlefield of 10,000 races. I felt a heaviness in my heart, because only at this moment did many people truly realize that the price of failure here was death. Panic quickly gripped the channel. Some cried for a return to Earth, while others felt Wang Jianming was too eager to claim the reward. And Chuxia reiterated to everyone that no matter how fierce the competition, there was no need to gamble with one's life. To ease the tension, someone quickly steered the conversation back to the rankings. At that moment, my Lord's Manor countdown had less than a minute left, but nobody in the channel was even thinking about me. Everyone thought the first place would be among Chuxia, Lin Mo, Mu Qingxuang, and the winner. In particular, someone leaked that the Yin family had prepared 3 rare military tokens in advance, giving them an astonishing early advantage. Seeing that no one mentioned him, Li Muse finally couldn't help but show off, saying that he had already seized an ordinary stone mine and spent spirit stones to instantly build a quarry, and was now working hard to collect upgrade materials. As soon as he said this, many people began to praise him. Some even asserted that the hardest part of upgrading a skill book is finding resources, and that as long as he found the stone mine first, Li Muse would likely be number 1. Lin Mo simply opened a betting platform on the exchange, letting everyone place bets on who would be the first to reach the first tier. Looking at my own countdown, I felt a little regretful, because it was too late to place a bet now. If I had known earlier that someone was offering odds, I would have definitely bet my entire fortune on it. After all, the odds for an F-rank Commoner Lord are probably so high that they would make anyone question the meaning of life. The next second, the countdown reached 0. A golden announcement instantly appeared before everyone's eyes. I have become the first person in 10086 Newbie Town to upgrade to a level 1 Lord's Mansion. The Heavenly Tao directly rewarded me with a rare treasure chest and 10 reputation points. At the same time, a golden beam of light descended from the sky, and a blue treasure chest landed steadily in my hands. The Lord's Manor was also upgraded amidst the roar, and the territory expanded directly to 4,000 square meters. The fog of war receded, and I also unlocked the smelter, blacksmith shop, and the most needed tavern all at once. The regional chat was silent for a full 10 seconds before it exploded. Everyone was asking me who I was, because it would normally take a newbie at least several hours just to find mining areas, fight monsters, and gather resources. Some even speculated that I might be the heir of some hidden family, entering the battlefield with an exceptional Lord's heart and top-tier troops. Otherwise, there's no way to explain this leveling speed. Just when everyone was treating me like a mysterious big shot, Li Muse suddenly broke down. He called out my name directly in the channel and told everyone that I was just an ordinary civilian. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "I only used the lowest level Lord's heart, and I only awakened the F-level talent Green Waters and Green Mountains. I'm not a big shot at all." Before entering the battlefield of all races, all information about the Lord's hearts will be registered with the Ministry of Education. Li Muse had already investigated my background because he was jealous of my appearance and had always regarded me as a hypothetical rival in love. Now that he has publicly revealed my identity, the regional channel is even more shocked. A commoner with no background, possessing only a regular lord's heart and an F-rank talent, has actually managed to advance to the first rank before all the second-generation lords. Some people say I was born a genius from Donghai number 3 middle school and even participated in the national lord deduction competition. But others quickly countered that no matter how talented a genius is, it's hard to compare resources with whales like Lin Mo and Enchuxia. After much speculation, everyone concluded that I must have filled the initial space with recruitment orders and happened to land near a resource point, relying on dozens of farmers frantically gathering resources to create this upgrade speed. Meanwhile, Enchuxia was leading her troops to clear the second resource point. She had originally planned to take first place and impress me, but when she saw my name appear on the heavenly announcement, she was completely stunned. No one knows my situation better than her. I have the heart of an ordinary lord, an F-rank green waters and lush mountains. She even secretly offered me resources, but I refused, preferring to take on student loans myself. She quickly guessed that I must have brought a large number of recruitment tokens. But then her expression changed, because if I used all the initial space to store farmers, there would be no room for me to carry advanced troop tokens and hero tokens. The second-generation leaders in the channel also thought of this. Mu Qingshuang judged that I had brought at least 90 recruitment orders, and Tu Shanya even thought that I had almost given up all equipment and troop types, just to gamble on a speed upgrade. As I watched them analyze the situation for me with such seriousness, I almost burst out laughing. This was actually for the best. I didn't have to explain anything, and they had already concocted a perfectly reasonable answer for me. But Lin Mo suddenly reminded everyone that every time the Lord's mansion was upgraded, a monster horde would arrive. The channel instantly fell silent because everyone realized that in their rush to be number one, I might have driven myself into a dead end. Without high-level heroes and powerful units, and with the newbie protection disappearing as you level up, many people started to think I was too impatient. They felt I'd secured first place, but then I might not even be able to save my life. Li Muse was gloating, waiting to see me wiped out by the monster horde. And Enchuxia immediately told him to shut up and then frantically sent me private messages, asking me to give her the coordinates so she could send troops to support me. The reason I didn't see it was because so many people were trying to contact me after the upgrade, so I'd already muted communication notifications. At this moment, the heavenly warning has also appeared. The newbie protection has officially ended, and the monster horde will attack my territory in half an hour. Seeing that the channel speculations were getting increasingly absurd, I finally replied, reassuring them that I had already opened the rare treasure chest, and the rewards were pretty good. Since everyone had misunderstood, I decided to let the misunderstanding continue. And Enchuxia was still worried, reminding me that it was too late to recruit troops now. I only replied with 2 words, "Don't worry." Li Muse, however, was still being sarcastic, saying that we'd see if I could still be so calm when the monster tide arrived. I immediately turned off the regional channel. There was still half an hour until the monster tide. The barracks materials were all ready, but the tavern was still short of fine wood and fine stone, which was not a problem for me at all. A few minutes later, I used the creation stone again, spending 100 spirit stones to enhance the tavern materials, then built the barracks, instantly completing the task by directly consuming 100 spirit stones. Immediately afterward, I ordered the construction of a tavern. What should have been a 20-minute project was completed in a flash with just 200 spirit stones. After finishing all that, I finally had time to check the rewards I had received. My biggest gains from this upgrade, besides the 10 valuable reputation points, were that rare treasure chest. Reputation will unlock quests and maps, and can even be used to redeem high-level rewards in the Hall of Reputation. I noticed a plus sign next to the treasure chest, but after seeing the required spirit stones for enhancement, I immediately gave up. The treasure chest rewards are entirely based on luck, and I had 2 free enhancement attempts left. I couldn't afford to waste them on something like this. I washed my hands and immediately opened the rare treasure chest. Fortunately, instead of common resources, I got a rare special building blueprint, the Mysterious Hut, a special item that refreshes daily and can be purchased. The Mysterious Hut requires rare wood, rare stone, refined iron, and 2,000 energy to build. I currently lack both spirit stones and iron ore, so I can only put the blueprint into my backpack for now. Soon, the tavern barracks were completed. I finally took out the enhanced legendary hero token and directly selected to summon. The token instantly turned into golden light, condensing into a huge portal in the tavern. The next second, a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in the splendor of the Tang dynasty slowly walked out. Her appearance was cold and beautiful, her temperament was strong, and she carried the majesty of someone who had long held a high position, which surprised me for a moment. After receiving the information from the heavenly Tao, she quickly understood the rules of the battlefield of myriad races. Her original world had reached the limit of its power, but here, one could continuously grow stronger through slaughter and even pursue immortality and eternal life. I immediately opened her attribute panel, and her identity was simply described in 2 words: Empress. She was a legendary 1-star character, only level 1, yet her raw combat power had already reached 26 stars. She possesses skills such as Heavenly Sound 9 kills, 9 swords technique, and spirit explosion, and also comes with her own troop building, Heavenly Sound Pavilion, which can recruit 9 legendary troops, the 9 Heavens Holy Maidens, as well as an unlimited number of outstanding Heavenly Sound Pavilion disciples. Even more impressively, she also possesses a level command, which can directly boost the base attributes of her troops by 40%. Seeing these stats, I finally confirmed that my first free upgrade was definitely not a waste. Looking at myself, I'm only level 1, with a combat power of just 6 stars, and my cultivation technique is still the F level 9 set of broadcast gymnastics. I don't even have a single skill. Compared to the Empress in front of me, the difference is simply appalling. But I soon discovered a problem. There was no Empress in the list of human heroes, and she had never heard of the battlefield of 10,000 races, so she was very likely from some strange world. With her current strength, she should be more than capable of handling the monster horde that will arrive in half an hour. But just when I thought this level was in the bag, she suddenly looked me up and down and then bluntly said that I, as the Lord, was too weak. The system notification appeared instantly. She had lowered her favorability rating by 10 points because she thought my strength was too weak. Then she thought the territory environment was nice and added 1 point back, leaving her with only 61 points. I immediately realized that this Empress was clearly the type of hero who admired strength. So I didn't back down. Instead, I looked her straight in the eye and calmly asked, "Can I take that you are questioning my qualifications as a lord?" She clearly hadn't expected me to be so assertive, and her momentum faltered for a moment. The system then notified her that although I was weak, I possessed a strong masculine spirit, and her favorability rating increased by 2 points. However, I know very well that someone like her, who has held a high position for so long, could never truly submit with just a few words. Fortunately, from the moment she appeared, this seemingly dangerous confrontation has remained under my control. I continued calmly. "Then do you know why someone as weak as me can summon you, a legendary hero?" Upon hearing this, the Empress's eyes showed a clear, thoughtful expression for the first time. I didn't explain, but simply took out the last ordinary military token and waved it in front of her. The Empress glanced at it, her tone still contemptuous. "An ordinary military token. What's so special about it?" The next second, I activated the creation stone. A blinding golden light instantly swept across the entire territory, and a terrifying legendary pressure descended, even causing the Empress to subconsciously take a half step back. I had already decided that of the 3 free upgrades, I would save 1 for heroes, 1 for troops, and the last one for later when I acquire special buildings that are truly worth upgrading. The reason I'm strengthening the military talisman now is to let this powerful Empress witness my abilities firsthand. The golden light faded, and the originally ordinary military talisman had transformed into a legendary gold quality talisman. The Empress was completely stunned. A system notification appeared immediately afterward. Because she was shocked by my ability, her favorability towards me increased by 20 points, soaring from 63 to 83 points, and her attitude completely changed. I looked at her and calmly asked, "Now am I qualified?" The Empress immediately dropped her previous contempt, bowed to me, and apologized for questioning me earlier. I told her that as long as she worked diligently for me in the future, I would give her enough respect and help her continue to grow stronger until she became a god or a saint, and even obtain the immortal life she truly desired. This statement clearly hit the nail on the head, further increasing my favorability towards her. The Empress also formally expressed her willingness to pledge allegiance, and only then did I tell her that the monster tide that would arrive in half an hour would only consist of level 1 monsters. Then, I immediately threw out the legendary unit token that I had just upgraded. As the recruit button fell, a huge portal of light appeared in mid-air, and I immediately realized that I had actually drawn a flying unit this time. Soon, a giant black dragon flew out of the portal. It was 4 meters long and had a wingspan of nearly 8 meters. Its roar shook the entire territory, causing a fierce wind to rise. Then, a second one appeared in quick succession. A moment later, all 12 black dragons descended. They lay prostrate before me in submission, and the 10 farmers were once again forced to kneel by the dragon's might, but their eyes were filled with only excitement. Even the Empress's expression turned serious. She knew very well that if these 12 dragons attacked simultaneously, she would have a hard time surviving even with her current strength, and her favorability towards me increased once again. I casually examined one of the black dragons. It was a legendary 1-star dragon, possessing 14-star combat power at level 1, and also mastering 3 powerful skills: Dark Breath, Magic Dragon Scales, and Heart of Berserk. Ordinary Tier 1 units typically only have 1 or 2 stars of combat power, while the Black Dragon's base attributes already provide an absolute advantage. Even a black dragon before reaching adulthood possesses the strength to sweep away large numbers of ordinary monsters head-on. To make management easier, I simply arranged the dragons from 1 to 12 and made the dragon with the highest attribute, 9, the captain. Only after hearing its clear voice did I realize that there was actually a female dragon among these 12 black dragons. I simply told it that there is no gender distinction in my territory, and everything is determined by strength. Long Jiu visibly breathed a sigh of relief and immediately vowed to defend my territory to the death. But just then, the Empress suddenly turned to look at the fog of war outside her territory. Almost simultaneously, a new Heavenly Tao notification popped up before my eyes. The monster tide has begun. Please prepare. I looked up beyond the territory, where large shadowy figures had already appeared in the fog of war. Accompanied by a piercing hiss, a group of lizard men wielding dilapidated weapons were rapidly approaching the fence. Directly ahead were dozens of level 2 lizardman warriors, followed by a level 3 elite centurion. The other 3 directions were similar. The territory was completely surrounded by monsters. If it were an ordinary new lord facing such a monster horde, they would have to rely on the fence to defend carefully, because any casualties would affect the final evaluation. But after seeing the strength of the enemy, I was too lazy to even make any tactical arrangements. I simply raised my hand and calmly uttered a single word: kill. The Empress immediately rushed forward, her body instantly bursting through the fence and stopping 10 meters away from the lizard man. The next second, more than a dozen spirit explosions were unleashed in succession. The violent explosions instantly engulfed the entire horde of monsters, and dozens of lizard men, along with the level 3 centurions, were blasted to the ground almost simultaneously. Although Spirit Explosion was only an E-rank skill, the Empress had already mastered it to near perfection. Coupled with the terrifying attribute difference between the two sides, these low-level monsters had absolutely no ability to resist her. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, the Empress simply said, "Too weak." My combat notifications started refreshing like crazy, and I even got a rare treasure chest dropped from an elite monster. The other 3 directions also ended extremely quickly. With a single tail whip, Long Jiu sent several lizard men flying, and the centurion who tried to escape was instantly burned to a crisp by Long Yi's dark breath. The black dragons even started complaining to each other about fighting over monsters because there were too few enemies. But before they could finish their sentences, a battle in notification popped up in front of me. The whole process only lasted 6 seconds. This monster horde killed 146 lizardman warriors and 4 centurions, with 0 casualties on our side. The battle lasted 6 seconds, and we ultimately received an A-level campaign rating. The basic reward is only 100 spirit stones and 1,000 energy, but an A-level rating will directly add 1,000 spirit stones, 10,000 energy, and 3 excellent treasure chests, making the reward 10 times greater. I immediately collected all the spoils. Now I have over 1,000 spirit stones, over 10,000 energy for excellent treasure chests and 11 ordinary treasure chests, instantly making my early game resources plentiful. There was no point in leaving the energy idle, so I immediately upgraded the Empress and all 12 black dragons. 13 beams of light descended simultaneously, almost instantly consuming the more than 10,000 units of energy I had just acquired. The effects were equally terrifying. After the Empress reached level 2, her combat power directly reached 49 stars, while the black dragons were all upgraded to 28 stars, which was enough to crush ordinary monsters far exceeding their current level. I immediately instructed Long Jiao to divide the 12 black dragons into 4 teams of 3, each heading in one of the 4 cardinal directions to explore the fog of war. They were to mark resource points they found and eliminate any enemies they encountered. If we encounter any edible monsters, I also have them bring the corpses back. Long Jiao had only flown into the mist a short, while when he killed a swamp giant lizard and dumped the carcass directly back into his territory. The newly recruited farmers immediately began processing the meat, quickly obtaining 10 portions of giant lizard meat and 1 giant lizard hide. Watching the black dragon hunt everywhere, the Empress finally couldn't sit still any longer. Her eyes clearly showed eagerness as she walked up to me and asked, "My lord, they all have missions, what about me?" I simply smiled and said to the Empress, "You stay in the territory and protect my safety." Although those people on the regional channel like to make wild guesses, they are right about one thing. The most important thing for a lord is to be stable. Wang Jiaming just died at the hands of the stone quarry demon, so of course I won't make the same mistake. Now that the newbie protection has ended, no matter how tempting the resources outside are, I must retain enough strength to protect myself. The Empress remained silent for a moment, then could only ask me for a few spirit stones to cultivate. Her strength had plummeted after arriving at the battlefield of 10,000 races. Even the heavenly sound technique, which she had cultivated to the transcendent realm, had fallen back to the proficient realm. I was about to hand her a low-grade spirit stone when I suddenly noticed a plus sign appearing after it. Ordinary spirit stones can be upgraded to mid-grade, high-grade, and even transformed into spirit stones with special attributes. I casually enhanced a mid-grade spirit stone. The Empress was visibly stunned upon seeing it, and the system notified her again. She was even more shocked by my methods, and her favorability towards me increased directly to 87 points. The spiritual energy contained in mid-grade spirit stones is pure, and they were also very precious in her original world. I told her to go and cultivate first, and as for the heavenly sound technique, I would find a stronger cultivation method for her later. After I finished speaking, I casually patted her shoulder. The Empress visibly stiffened for a moment, but she didn't get angry. She just thanked me in a low voice and then quickly left, which made me want to laugh a little. Next, I started to inventory the treasure chests from the monster horde. The 4 excellent treasure chests yielded military daggers, spirit stones, fine wood, and arrow tower blueprints, while the 11 ordinary treasure chests mostly contained only basic resources. The only noteworthy item is the Tier 2 Excellent Equipment Deadly Dagger, but after getting used to legendary heroes of dragons, this kind of early-game minor gem has lost its appeal to me. The Empress has no use for it, so I simply put it on the exchange for a fixed price of 2,000 spirit stones. It was bought by Ing Man from the immortal Qin Ing family within a second of being listed. I can only marvel at how incredibly wealthy these top-tier, second-generation rich kids are. Level 2 equipment depreciates extremely quickly. Selling it for 2,000 spirit stones now is a huge profit for me. What's even more interesting is that this transaction record was directly pushed to the regional channel. People who were just convinced I would die in a monster horde fell silent the moment they saw that I had started selling high-quality equipment. They finally realized that if I couldn't even stop a monster horde, how could I possibly be in the mood to sell equipment? And Chuxia immediately jumped in, letting those who were waiting to see me make a fool of myself continue talking. Li Muse immediately feigned death, while Lin Mo guessed that I might have opened some kind of one-time magic scroll. Mu Qingxuang also thought that I might have triggered an extremely low probability reward for players of a higher level. I didn't explain, I just told him in the channel that I had indeed wiped out the monster tide. Wei Ming also changed his way of addressing me from calling me by my name to Brother Jiang. Then Yi Man suddenly asked me what my assessment of the monster tide battle was. I felt there was no need to hide it, so I simply replied with a letter A. The channel fell silent again, and I simply smiled as I looked at Yi Man's avatar. My intuition told me that this young woman from the Ying family of Xianqin was likely to become my biggest rival in the struggle for town mayor. I had just said my campaign rating was a win. The entire regional channel went silent. But the next second, a chorus of doubt erupted because no one had received an A rating in decades. Some people mocked me for not being able to brag properly, saying that even a C-level rating would be more believable, and others asked me to provide screenshots as proof. Seeing this, and Xuxia could only step in to smooth things over, saying that I was just joking. I couldn't be bothered with these people. I just wanted to see Yi Man's reaction. She only replied with, "Jiang Chen is so funny," clearly not believing me at all. I was somewhat disappointed, but it didn't really matter. Just then, the heavenly announcement sounded again, and Yi Man became the second lord to upgrade a level, receiving a fine treasure chest and 5 points of reputation. Immediately after, and Xuxia also completed her upgrade, becoming third place. Seeing this, I realized that if I hadn't suddenly appeared, first place would most likely have gone to Yi Man. But no one expected that a new announcement from heaven would follow immediately. Because the overall strength of the heroes in 10086 town was too high, a hero power ranking was temporarily activated. The top-ranked player will receive an excellent treasure chest, while players ranked 2nd through 10th will receive rare treasure chests. All 100 players will receive rewards. The results will be announced tomorrow at noon. My eyes lit up the moment I saw the excellent treasure chest. Upgrading an excellent treasure chest requires tens of thousands of spirit stones, but now heaven has delivered it right to my door. Of course, I'm not going to let anyone else have this first place. With the Empress's current attributes and growth rate, I practically have the top spot in my grasp. But then Lin Mo opened a betting pool, betting solely on who would take the number 1 spot on the hero ranking. In just a few minutes, thousands of spirit stones poured into the gambling pool, with nearly half of them betting on Lin Mo. Clearly, this guy was hiding something, and many people had already noticed. But as I watched the gambling pool rise higher and higher, I felt an extraordinary sense of warmth and familiarity with those spirit stones. To others, it was gambling, but to me, it felt like waiting for them to hand me the spirit stones. 200 kilometers away, Yi Man also had her sights set on the top spot. The woman beside her, named Meng Tian, was actually a top-tier hero who had voluntarily downgraded to epic quality. Meng Tian was proficient in yin-yang qi observation technique and had already secretly surveyed all the powerful individuals in the town. She told Yi Man that unless my hero reached epic level or even higher, it would be impossible for him to escape her detection. In their eyes, I was just an ordinary commoner, with no chance of ever possessing an epic hero. Therefore, Yi Man was completely reassured, convinced that the top spot on the hero rankings was already hers. On the other side, I had just spent 1,000 spirit stones to upgrade the ordinary arrow tower blueprint into a chain arrow tower when Long Zhio flew back from outside and told me that an ordinary iron mine had been discovered 2 kilometers to the west. I immediately sent Long Zhio with 10 farmers to build a smelter. Others need to search for refined iron but I don't need to at all, because as long as I have ordinary iron, I can directly enhance it into refined iron. With a stable iron or mine, I can upgrade to Tier 2 and build the mysterious hut in the chain arrow tower. After the smelter is built, I spent 200 spirit stones to instantly shorten the construction time. Just then, the Empress finished her cultivation and came over. She had used up a mid-grade spirit stone in just 1 hour, so she had to ask me for resources again. Although I was somewhat speechless, I still used a few more mid-grade spirit stones to enhance her cultivation. But as soon as she took the spirit stones, her expression suddenly changed. She looked at me and whispered, "Lord, when I was cultivating just now, I kept feeling like some unknown entity was trying to spy on me." An unknown entity? My gaze sharpened. For the Empress to issue a warning, it meant that the other party was no ordinary being. My first thought was that some powerful monster had appeared near my territory. The Empress shook her head, saying she couldn't be sure either, only sensing that the other party possessed the strength of a level 3 or 4 epic hero. But to try and probe her, that level of ability was far from sufficient. After hearing this, I became even more cautious and immediately told the Empress to stay close to me as much as possible in the future. The territory has lost its newbie protection, and I will never gamble with my own safety. 2 hours later, the arrow towers, the mysterious hut, and the blacksmith shop were all completed. The Dragon Squad also explored hundreds of square kilometers in the vicinity, finding 6 rare resource points and 18 ordinary resource points. I first checked out the rapid-fire arrow tower. Its power, rate of fire, and range far surpass those of ordinary arrow towers, but its upgrade costs are equally staggering. Resources can be bought with spirit stones, but energy can only be obtained by killing monsters. I immediately opened the mysterious hut, and 3 items appeared on the shelf. One of them was called Dark Bait, which could actively attract dark monsters and trigger a monster wave corresponding to the territory level. This is exactly what I need. I immediately bought Dark Bait and basic health potions, planning to lure in a wave of higher-level monsters to farm energy once my territory is upgraded to Tier 2. Then the blacksmith brought me my first longsword, which was just a level 5 plain weapon. I saw the enhancement mark on it and immediately spent 200 spirit stones to enhance it into a level 5 excellent weapon, the refined iron sword. The enhanced fine iron sword is significantly sharper and more durable, and also gains an additional 6 attribute points. This kind of equipment is absolutely in high demand at the current stage, so I immediately ordered the blacksmith to start mass producing longswords. I then listed the fine iron sword on the exchange, and within 10 minutes, the price jumped to 5,000 spirit stones in a single bid. Only after finishing that did I realize it was already lunchtime. In the battlefield of all races, whether the people eat well or not directly affects their morale. I simply announced that the meat brought back by the dragon could be eaten freely, and more than 20 farmers cheered immediately. I took out the ordinary fast food I had prepared in advance, but unexpectedly discovered that even food could be enhanced. I spent spirit stones to enhance it into 3 servings of basic spiritual food, 1 for myself, 1 for the Empress, and a last one to sell in the exchange for 200 spirit stones. The spirit food was sold out in less than a second after it was listed. The regional chat channel exploded instantly, with everyone speculating whether a spirit rice resource point had been discovered near my territory. Wei Ming even asked me if I was planning to take the farming lord route. I replied while eating that I was just an entertainment lord and didn't need these things for the time being, so it would be more worthwhile to exchange them for spirit stones. This was clearly the truth, but the people in the channel were completely taken aback. They said they didn't need the superior equipment and spiritual food. In their eyes, my statement was the epitome of Versailles. Just then, the fine iron sword priced at 5,000 spirit stones was instantly bought by someone. I initially thought it was Ing Man again, but when I saw the buyer's name, my face immediately darkened. And Chuxia. After seeing the buyer's name for the fine iron sword, I immediately dialed her number and frowned, asking her what she meant by spending 5,000 spirit stones to buy the sword in a flash. And Chuxia quickly explained that she didn't mean to help me, but that she had genuinely run into trouble. She then sent me a screenshot, and my eyes lit up at just one glance a level 10 epic monster. The monster was only 3 kilometers away from her territory, and it had killed 2 rangers. More importantly, it was guarding a large iron mine, and she had to take it down if she wanted to upgrade to Tier 2. I was a little envious after hearing that. Once you kill a level 10 epic monster, you get 100,000 energy, enough for the Empress to level up continuously. But I wouldn't stoop to stealing my friend's monster. Since she lacked equipment, I simply offered to sell her 22 more fine iron swords, each for 2,500 spirit stones. And Chu Xiao was stunned upon hearing this. She wasn't surprised by the price, but rather by where I got so many high-quality weapons. 2 hours later, 22 fine iron swords were sold to Enchuxia through the exchange. The moment the transaction notification appeared, the entire regional chat exploded. everyone began to question their existence. Of course, it's impossible to obtain all 22 identical, high-quality weapons solely through monster drops. Soon, people guessed that I already own a blacksmith shop and even controlled a mine that could reliably produce refined iron. As soon as the news broke, all the second-generation rich kids couldn't sit still. Refined iron is a key resource for upgrading to the second tier. Whoever gathers it first might win the second heavenly ranking reward. Yi Man was the first to contact me privately, and Mu Qing Shuang even invited me to join the military, offering me the rank of Sergeant First Class. Lin Mo was even more straightforward, offering me 10,000 spirit stones per month to become his personal guinea pig. The so-called sheep order refers to using a punitive order to attack other lords and plunder their building resources that cannot be traded normally. Many commoner lords will actively cooperate with these second-generation lords in order to obtain spirit stones. But I had absolutely no interest. When I refused, Lin Mo put on an air of seniority, saying that commoners entered the battlefield of 10,000 races just to make money, and Li Muse even directly threatened me from the side. And Chu Xiao immediately retorted on my behalf. Yi Man was even more direct. She was willing to pay 200,000 spirit stones, just to have me cooperate in a few raids to gather enough refined iron for her to upgrade to the second level. 200,000 spirit stones did tempt me for a moment, but since the refined iron sword could continuously make me money, I naturally wouldn't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs, so I still refused her offer. Seeing that gentle persuasion wasn't working, Lin Mo immediately issued a public order to buy me out at a high price, and Li Muse echoed the call, telling me to fend for myself. The two of them were working together as if they had me cornered. The channel erupted into chaos, and Chu Xia and Mu Qing Shuang were both trying to dissuade me, and Tu Shanyi even pleaded for me in desperation. But I quickly put up 2 more fine iron swords and continued the auction. Mu Qing Shuang was getting a headache from me and told me to keep a low profile at times like this. I only replied with, "Thank you everyone for your concern, but I'm too poor," and then immediately closed the channel. After selling this batch of equipment, my spirit stone balance reached 55,013. Looking at this number, I was in a great mood, feeling for the first time that I was truly wealthy in the battlefield of all races. I was pondering whether to upgrade my equipment, troop type, or blueprints next when a notification suddenly popped up in front of me. Your troop type, Dragon 1, is injured. I was startled at first, but then a look of surprise appeared on my face. The more powerful the monster, the greater the reward. When I saw the notification that Long Yi was injured, my first thought was whether a high-level monster had appeared near the territory. I immediately contacted Long Yi, who quickly reported that a giant centaur nest had been discovered 10 kilometers south of the territory, with monsters ranging from level 6 to 9 and numbering nearly 1,000. I was somewhat surprised. Ordinary centaurs couldn't hurt a dragon at all. Long Yi then explained, somewhat annoyed, that one of the monsters was a hero in command and had been injured by the concentrated fire of the enemy. I immediately became interested. Centaur Lair is a field unit building. Once captured, it can continuously recruit centaur warriors who are good at both melee and range combat. With more and more resource points available, it's a waste to always have dragons guarding the mines. I immediately summoned the idle dragons, and the Empress also finished her training and followed me to the centaur's lair. Before setting off, I leveled up 4 times in a row, reaching level 5 directly. Then I took out an ordinary longsword and spent 20,000 spirit stones to enhance it into the superior weapon Crimson Holy Word. The ordinary longsword instantly transformed into a crimson sword, its attributes greatly enhanced, and it even gained 2 skills. I casually tossed it to the Empress, instructing her to protect me from now on. Half an hour later, I arrived at our destination with the Empress and the 8-headed dragon. Nearly 1,000 centaurs were patrolling ahead, almost half of them being level 8 elite monsters. If this lineup were replaced by a second-generation leader like in Xuxia, they would have no choice but to avoid it. Long Jiao, however, felt that sneaking over was too shameful and wanted to fly over directly to engage in battle. I raised my hand and tapped it. Why rush in when you can ambush us? I feel bad for even losing a legendary dragon, let alone the nearly 1,000 ranged units on the other side. After observing the centaur formation, I had the 8 dragons line up in a row, quickly fly to the designated position, and then simultaneously use Dark Breath to sweep across the entire camp from the side. The order was given, and the 8 dragons instantly took to the air. The centaur camp quickly noticed the anomaly, but when they saw that there were 8 dragons in the sky, their arrogant shouts instantly turned into alarms. 10 seconds later, 8 jet black dragon breaths descended simultaneously, carving a vast expanse of death across the camp. Ordinary centaurs fell instantly, and even elite monsters couldn't withstand the onslaught for long. Kill notifications started refreshing rapidly, and energy, spirit stones, and treasure chests kept arriving in my account. Soon, a troop's soul even dropped, which could directly upgrade the troop's quality and star rating. The Empress looked at the battlefield and couldn't help but praise my military prowess. I, however, felt that these were just basic tactics. She smiled and asked when I could take her to see my world. I told her that according to the rules, once her favorability rating reached 100, she could return to Earth with me. She chuckled and told me to work harder and make her truly submit as soon as possible. As they spoke, the 8 giant dragons had already stormed the main camp. Just as a burly centaur hero charged out, 8 dragon breaths struck simultaneously, instantly turning him into charred remains within 3 seconds. Immediately afterwards, a notification appeared. The centaur chieftain had died, and I had gained 20,000 energy, over 200 spirit stones, a rare wind spirit bow, and an extremely valuable beat order. When I saw the punitive order, an idea immediately popped into my head. I could have used it to attack Lin Mo or Li Muse, but it would be a waste to use the first punitive order myself. Since someone wants to attack me, why don't I sell this thing at a high price and let others come to attack my territory? That way, I can earn both spirit stones and energy. The only problem was how to sell it without arousing suspicion. After thinking about the exchange's rules, I looked at the warrant in my hand and quickly came up with a plan. My dragons are only level 4 right now, and their continuous breath attacks over the past 10 seconds have already consumed most of their spiritual power. I let them recover in the air, and then I casually opened the Town Lord list. Soon, I found Tu Shanyi's profile picture and discovered that she had already sent me a bunch of messages. From self-introductions to asking to add me as a friend, she even asked if I needed any help. I contacted her directly and asked her to help me sell the newly released attack warrant, promising her a 10% commission. She immediately agreed and even jokingly asked if I was deliberately trying to get others to attack me. I didn't explain much, but simply transferred the punitive order to her through a secret transaction. In less than a minute, she told me that the item had been sold to Li Muse, and 45,000 spirit stones were deposited directly into my account. I was somewhat surprised because a normal bounty order costs 10,000 spirit stones, which is already an astronomical price. Yeye reminded me, however, that the first person to obtain the bounty order would have the opportunity to be the first to steal the refined iron from me. I then realized that I had underestimated the value of refined iron. It was related to who could be the first to upgrade to the second tier and obtain the new Heavenly Dow reward. No wonder Li Muse was willing to pay such a high price. The next second, the regional announcement appeared as expected. Li Muse had issued a punitive order against me, and the war would officially begin in 1 hour. The entire channel exploded instantly, and everyone started discussing the punitive operation. And Chusha directly warned Li Muse not to hurt her, but he arrogantly told her to prepare refined iron and threatened to destroy her territory if she dared to resist, or even make her stay here forever. Mu Qingxuang also offered to save my life if I joined the military now. But I didn't respond, because from the very beginning, I was the one who personally delivered the punitive order to Li Muse. After the channel was shut down, the dragon's spiritual power had mostly recovered. The Centaur tribe also regrouped for battle, and I immediately ordered the use of dragon breath again, sweeping across the entire camp from the air. Without their hero's command, the Centaur's fighting strength plummeted. 8 dragons swooped down, their black breath tearing through the battle formation, and over 200 more centaurs fell instantly. Immediately afterwards, all the dragons landed and activated Heart of Berserk for close-range slaughter. Level 4 black dragons already possess over 50 stars of combat power, making them virtually invincible against level 7 or 8 elite monsters. Most of the centaur's arrows couldn't even penetrate dragon scales, and even skill arrows that hit only left minor wounds. Standing on the hill overlooking the battlefield, I already knew that this battle was a foregone conclusion. The Empress stood guard beside me, casually slaying a few fleeing centaurs, and then asked if I wanted to keep prisoners. I refused outright, because these soldiers who had been driven to surrender had too low a loyalty level and were not worth training. Soon, the entire centaur tribe collapsed completely. Long Jiao, leading the dragons, continued to hunt down the remaining enemies, while I arrived at the enormous centaur lair. The system immediately notified me that I had discovered a field troop building, and I could choose to ignore it, destroy it, or capture it. Without any hesitation, I chose to capture it. As the light enveloped the entire lair, the unit building that originally belonged to the centaurs officially became mine. The next second, its complete attribute panel finally appeared before my eyes. I opened the centaur nest panel and found that it can produce one centaur every 4 hours, and there is also a small chance to recruit rare leaders or even excellent centaur leaders. There were exactly 12 centaur warriors in the stockpile, and without hesitation, I used up all the food and energy to recruit them. Soon, the 12 elite level 1 centaurs emerged from the lair in unison. These guys are physically strong, and they also possess rapid fire arrows and charge skills, making them highly mobile range cavalry. I nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to name them directly from Horse 1 to Horse 12. The Empress finally couldn't help but complain, saying that she could handle things like naming her son. But I solemnly told her that it was an honor bestowed upon his subordinates by the Lord, and she fell silent after hearing that. At this moment, Long Jiao returned with the giant dragon, and the remaining centaur soldiers had been completely annihilated. I immediately collected the spoils of war. Over 70,000 energy, over 3,000 spirit stones, hundreds of treasure chests, and a large amount of equipment materials. Among them were 54 elite unit souls, and an extremely rare book on physique. I originally intended to use the attribute enhancement book, but upon seeing its price, I immediately abandoned the idea and decided to use it myself. As the book of physique merged into my body, my physique improved to 22 points. Having tasted the benefits, I immediately instructed Long Jiao to expand the search area, specifically targeting large monster tribes. Half an hour later, I returned to the territory with the Empress and 12 centaurs. Now that resource points are increasing, 12 dragons are no longer enough, so these centaurs must be trained as soon as possible. The biggest fear in training troops in the battlefield of 10,000 races is death, because the higher the level, the more energy is invested, and once they die in battle, it's all for nothing. So my principle is simple: quality over quantity when it comes to troops. I took out the elite troop soul to check the enhancement path and found that it only required 1,000 spirit stones to enhance it into a rare troop soul. Since I now have enough spirit stones, I naturally decided to directly upgrade the troop quality. The first rare unit soul merged into Ma Yi's body, and it immediately advanced from elite to rare. I didn't stop, continuing to strengthen the unit soul, pushing it all the way to excellent 1-star. After its advancement, Ma Yi became an outstanding centaur leader with a combat power of 6 stars, and also gained a savage stomp skill. It even confidently stated that it could now easily defeat dozens of its former self. The other centaurs watched with envy, but they soon realized they had a chance too. I spent 48,000 spirit stones to upgrade all 12 centaurs to excellent quality. Just then, Enchuxia's video request started flashing wildly. As soon as I answered, she anxiously told me to check the regional channel immediately, saying that the punitive expedition was about to begin in just 2 minutes. I then remembered Li Mu's punitive order, but I just replied with a casual "oh." The Empress is already level 4, with a combat power approaching 100 stars, so I didn't take this punitive order seriously at all. And Chuxia told me that Li Muse had already started a live stream on the regional channel, clearly intending to humiliate me in front of everyone. When I heard the word live stream, I only frowned and uttered, "What a spendthrift." Seeing that I remained calm, and Chuxia finally couldn't help but ask me if I was planning to give up. She even advised me to admit defeat for the time being, saying that at most I would lose some resources and buildings. She told me that once she reached the third tier of university, became the town mayor, and gained access to the town's anywhere door, no one would dare bully me anymore. Seeing how worried she was, I felt a warmth in my heart. I decided to be blunt. I have legendary heroes and legendary units here. Li Muse is nothing to me. And Chu Xiao rolled her eyes at me, clearly not believing a word I said. I could only turn the camera behind me, so she could see the 12 centaurs. Her eyes lit up instantly, thinking I'd opened a rare military token from a treasure chest, but I didn't bother to explain. After hanging up the communication, I immediately used energy to upgrade all 12 centaurs to level 6. Their size increased dramatically again, and their combat power reached 30 stars, which was more than enough to deal with Li Muse. Soon, I entered Li Muse's live stream. At that moment, he was wearing silver armor, with orc heroes, archers, and trolls behind him, and more than 800 lords were watching the show. Li Muse even declared to the camera that he would definitely destroy me today, and that everyone should remember to tip him if they enjoyed the show. I casually sent him a spirit stone, but he thought I was begging for mercy. The next second, the punitive teleportation activated. Li Muse and his troops appeared directly 100 meters away from my territory. Seeing that I hadn't even upgraded the fence, he immediately started mocking me in front of everyone. But no sooner had he finished speaking than 2 crossbow bolts suddenly shot through the air. A rare archer didn't even have time to react before being pinned to the ground by the arrows. Li Muse was completely stunned. But before he could react, a second volley of crossbow bolts was fired, and another archer was instantly killed. Terrified, he immediately hid behind the troll. The live stream chat exploded. A normal arrow tower only has a range of 80 meters, while mine has an attack range exceeding 100 meters and can fire 2 arrows at once. Soon, people recognized it as the rapid-fire arrow tower. And Chu Xia immediately advised Li Muse to stop, as continuing the fight would only result in mutual destruction. He had already regretted it, but the 50,000 spirit stones for the expedition order and the second-tier reward made him unwilling to retreat. Finally, like a gambler who had lost everything, this guy ordered the trolls to cover the archers as they stormed the fence, preparing to rush in my territory and destroy the arrow towers. There was no need for him to rush in. The next second, I opened the territory gate myself, and 12 level 6 excellent centaurs rushed out from inside. Seeing this, Li Muse laughed, thinking I was courting death by voluntarily leaving the city. I simply watched the approaching enemy troops and calmly gave the order, rapid fire, 4 against 1. Focus fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 12 centaurs simultaneously drew their bows, and a rain of arrows fell instantly. Although the 3-headed trolls were thick-skinned and tough, they were still riddled with arrows and fell to the ground one after another. Everyone in the live stream was stunned. Those who had just been certain that Li Muse would win were now changing their minds, because the combat power displayed by my centaurs far exceeded that of ordinary rare units. Li Muse finally panicked and asked in a trembling voice what quality my centaur was. The next second, the centaur led the charge with a war stomp. The earth shook, and all enemy heroes and units were stunned. Wei Ming immediately recognized that this was a skill only an exceptional level centaur leader could possess. The news caused a complete uproar in the live stream. Everyone thought I had opened an exceptional military token from a rare treasure chest. The outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. 12 centaurs drew their great swords and charged into the enemy ranks, beginning a frenzied slaughter. Seeing himself becoming increasingly humiliated, Li Muse simply shut down the live stream. But when I heard that someone was willing to spend spirit stones to watch the sequel, I immediately started my own live stream and asked, where are the brothers who said they wanted to give me a reward? Soon, spirit stones were deposited into my account. Li Muse was so angry he almost vomited blood and had no choice but to order a retreat. But when he turned around, he found that 4 centaurs had already blocked the teleportation portal. If he wanted to leave today, he had to get my permission first. Seeing his troops being slaughtered one after another, Li Muse finally backed down, telling me to stop and promising not to hold me responsible this time. I walked out of the territory under the Empress's protection, only replying, "You can talk about it after you've survived." I raised my hand, and Ma Yi immediately swung his knife, severing Li Mu's arm. He fell to the ground screaming in agony, his arrogance vanishing instantly. He immediately started calling me Brother Jiang Chen, begging me to spare his life. The entire live stream fell into a deathly silence. No one expected that I, a commoner, would actually dare to challenge a second-generation leader, and even the scions of those families dared not speak casually anymore. Man, on the contrary, directly rewarded him with 10,000 spirit stones. I ignored everyone else, and only told Li Mu to kneel down before he could talk. He was completely terrified now, and could only obediently kneel on the ground, offering to use spirit stones to redeem his own and his remaining subordinates' lives. I asked him to show his balance first. The Lord's interface revealed that this guy actually had 328,710 spirit stones. Seeing that number, I instantly understood what a true tycoon was. However, I remained calm on the surface and only told him, "These spirit stones are only enough to buy your life." Then Ma-E continued to attack, killing all the remaining orc heroes and archers. Li Mu was heartbroken and his face turned pale, but he dared not resist and could only transfer all 320,000 spirit stones to me. After receiving the spirit stones, I kept my promise and told him to go back to his territory. Seeing this, Lin Mo continued to make sarcastic remarks about me in the channel, saying that I ultimately didn't dare to kill Li Mu. I laughed and admitted that I was just a commoner, then reminded him that if he also wanted to come to my territory, he had better prepare enough ransom money in advance. After the live stream ended, the Empress was somewhat dissatisfied, asking why she wasn't allowed to intervene when others were practically at her doorstep. I could only tell her that if she revealed her strength now, who would dare to send me spirit stones in the future? As for whether Li Mu released a tiger back in the mountains, I didn't care at all, because in my eyes he doesn't even qualify as a tiger. Tomorrow, when the hero power rankings are finalized, that's when the Empress should truly make her appearance. Overnight, my spirit stones increased by more than 300,000. I was in a great mood, so I casually took out an ordinary spirit stone and opened the enhancement interface, again advanced spirit stone. Enhancement requires 1,000 spirit stones. A few seconds later, the Empress looked at the high-grade spirit stone in my hand, which radiated terrifying spiritual power, her eyes filled with undisguised longing. She told me that such a spirit stone was a once-in-a-century find in her original world. I casually tossed her the spirit stone, telling her to cultivate as soon as possible and restore the heavenly sound technique to its current state. The Empress was clearly stunned by my gesture, and her favorability towards her immediately rose to 90 points. After our relationship became intimate, she even started referring to herself as this humble servant. I chuckled inwardly. It seemed this aloof Empress's attitude towards me had indeed completely changed. Meanwhile, Man was leading epic troops to clear out a large goblin camp. After learning that I possessed exceptional centaurs, she finally realized that I, a commoner lord, was hiding much more than she had imagined. She even considered taking me as a vassal, but the epic hero Meng Tian beside her immediately poured cold water on the idea. The immortal Qin royal family has no shortage of top geniuses with epic level units, starting from the beginning if they want to become vassals. Meng Tian saw right through her, saying directly that what she really liked wasn't my ability, but my face. Man, caught off guard, naturally refused to admit it. However, she quickly refocused her attention on development. As long as she could secure the iron or mine in front of her, she could aim for a second-tier university, and with Meng Tian by her side, she was determined to become #1 on the leaderboard. At this point, I had already begun upgrading my lord's mansion to level 2. Upgrading requires a large amount of fine wood, stone, and iron, but after clearing out the Centaur tribe, I had more than enough resources. The only problem is that strengthening a large number of resources also takes time. I'm becoming increasingly clear that while the creation stone is incredibly powerful, I can't rely on it to slowly strengthen basic materials forever. To ensure I was the first to reach Tier 2, I ultimately spent 1,200 spirit stones to instantly skip the upgrade time. The next second, my Tier 2 Lord's Mansion was officially completed, and my territory expanded to 10,000 square meters. The firing range and crystal mine were unlocked, and the population cap was raised to 350. However, the problem of upgrading too quickly immediately arose. My basic buildings clearly couldn't keep up, and my food reserves began to run out. I directly spent 5,000 spirit stones to buy 10,000 units of food at the exchange, and then prioritized upgrading all residential buildings. When resources are insufficient, expanding the population first, and then recruiting more farmers to gather resources will truly improve efficiency. As darkness fell, I finally began dealing with the treasure chests dropped by the Centaur tribe. There were 58 excellent treasure chests and 208 ordinary treasure chests piled up in front of me. Regular treasure chests rarely yield good items, so I simply spent over 20,000 spirit stones to upgrade them all to excellent quality, hoping to get more important blueprints all at once. I opened 30 in a row, and the best one was just ordinary resources. One even spewed my asthma. I was silent for a few seconds, then decisively summoned the Empress, who was cultivating. She casually opened one chest and got an arrow tower blueprint. The second one yielded a rare fine steel armor, and the third one gave her a farmland blueprint. Looking at her, then at my own 30 treasure chests, I was utterly speechless. The Empress asked me doubtfully if it was all right. I suppressed my inner resentment and said calmly, "I am very busy with affairs of state. From now on, I will leave such trivial matters as opening treasure chests to you." The Empress casually opened a treasure chest and miraculously stumbled upon a high-quality reward with a 1 in 10,000 chance. Looking at her, then at the treasure chests scattered all over the ground, I began to wonder if legendary heroes were simply blessed with good fortune. The Empress looked at me with a half-smile. "Lord, you wouldn't be so ruthless as to call me here as a tool, would you?" I glared at her, but she laughed even harder. As my favorability towards her grew, she completely relaxed in my presence. While she remained the aloof Empress in front of outsiders, she occasionally revealed a completely different side of herself in private. Before long, all 300 excellent treasure chests were opened. Dozens of excellent equipment, 25 troop souls, and one extremely rare excellent hero soul were all obtained. Hero souls can improve a hero's quality and star rating. Unfortunately, I don't have enough spirit stones to spare right now. Otherwise, I could directly upgrade to legendary quality, and the Empress could immediately continue to advance. In addition, I also received an E-level skill book called Torrent Palm and 7 building blueprints, including 4 for arrow towers, 2 for farmland, and 1 for a kitchen that can improve public morale. These things are all very useful, but I don't have the mind to develop farming and construction right now, because since the beginning of the day, I've been preparing for a real large-scale battle. I immediately took out the arrow tower blueprints and spent 20,000 spirit stones to upgrade it into the Tower of Heavenly Wrath. Over the next 4 hours, I spent another 140,000 spirit stones to upgrade all 4 towers of Heavenly Wrath to level 2. The level 2 Heavenly Wrath Tower is 10 meters tall, covered with red runes, and has a huge energy ball floating on top. Its combat power reaches 72 stars, and its attack power alone surpasses that of legendary units of the same level. Even when Long Jiu got close, I could clearly feel the threat of death. I patted its head, and it proudly told me that the Dragon Squad had recovered and had even started training its breath endurance. As night fell, I immediately recalled all the black dragons to their territory, even temporarily abandoning the defenses of the resource points outside. What I had to do tonight was far more important than a few resource points. The Empress also came to my side. By this time, she had mastered the heavenly sound technique again, and her combat power had directly broken through the 100 stars from the 4th level, which gave me more confidence in tonight's battle. Without further delay, I took out the dark bait I had bought during the day. This item can actively trigger a horde of monsters of the current level, and its effect is doubled when used at night. But ordinary monster tides were no longer enough for me. I spent another 100,000 spirit stones to upgrade the dark bait to high quality. The intense, evil aura instantly made even the Empress frown. I threw the decoy directly into the air. Use. The next second, pitch-black lightning suddenly descended from 1,000 meters in the sky, and numerous spatial rifts began to appear at the edge of the fog of war. Pairs of scarlet eyes lit up from behind the crack. 6-eyed Black Raven, Dark Ranger, Eerie Mage, Great Ghost, and Evil Eye emerged one after another, all of them surprisingly of rare quality. When the figure riding a nightmare slowly appeared at the very back of the Dark Legion, I finally got serious, an epic level Terror Duke, and a 5-star epic at that. For many new lords, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Dozens of kilometers away, many were awakened by a tremendous commotion in the distance, as black lightning continued to strike down from the fog of war. Upon witnessing this scene, Wei Ming's first reaction was that it was the descent of a divine abomination, the emergence of a treasure, or an invasion of darkness. Either way, it was definitely not good news for a newcomer just entering the battlefield of myriad races. On the other side, Ng Man also noticed the commotion. Meng Tian's expression turned solemn after she finished casting her Qi casting spell, because the dark aura was ridiculously strong, something that shouldn't exist in a beginner's town at all. But the real source is right outside my territory. I looked at the monster riding the nightmare out of the rift and finally saw its stats level 10, epic 5-star, combat power 128 stars. This guy is just 1 star away from becoming a legendary monster. Even I didn't expect that the advanced dark lure, with its doubled effect when used at night, would directly attract a monster of this level. Fortunately, I had built 4 towers of Heaven's Wrath beforehand. The Dread Duke had just stepped out of the Dark Legion, still talking about instilling fear in humanity, when I interrupted him. Wrath of the Heavens, focus fire. The 4 towers of Wrath of the Heavens lit up with red light at the same time, and 4 blazing flames instantly crossed 100 meters, engulfing the Dread Duke and more than a dozen dark monsters nearby. The Empress was immediately displeased because she had just said she would deal with this guy herself. I simply told her not to worry, an epic 5-star wasn't that easy to kill, and that she could handle the rest. As expected, after the flames subsided, the Dread Duke, though seriously injured, was still alive. Enraged, he immediately ordered the Dark Legion to attack my territory, and I simultaneously ordered a full-scale attack. 12 black dragons soared into the sky, sweeping across the battlefield with their breath, while 12 centaur leaders guarded the outer perimeter of their territory. The Tower of Wrath continuously fired explosive arrows, killing ordinary rare monsters with almost a single touch. The Empress then faced off against the Duke of Terror. I didn't rush out with him, but retreated directly back to the Lord's Manor, because such a dark legion might harbor units capable of stealth assassination. I'm a lord now. Staying alive is more important than playing the hero. As long as the Lord's Manor's durability doesn't reach 0, the interior is an absolute safe zone, and there's no need to risk my life. Upon seeing the Black Dragon, the Duke of Terror's eyes flashed with greed. He even wanted to capture one as a mount. The next second, 9 sword energies slashed in from different directions, instantly suppressing it once more. The Empress scoffed coldly, then unleashed a near-perfect level 9 kills of heavenly sound. The terrifying Duke sustained numerous wounds. Despite his considerable strength, he had been relentlessly pressured by her from the very beginning of the fight. In other directions, the situation was even more one-sided. Although the dark monsters were generally level 7 to 10, most of them had a combat power of less than 50 stars, and they had little ability to resist a level 4 black dragon. Notifications kept popping up, and energy, spirit stones, and treasure chests were pouring into my account like crazy. In just a short while, I had gained more than 80,000 energy, almost as much as I had during the day when I wiped out the entire Centaur tribe. I could have upgraded the Empress immediately, but seeing how excited she was playing, I didn't interrupt. Since the battlefield situation was already completely under control, I decided to let her play a little longer. A minute later, the Dread Duke suddenly roared, saying that we forced it to do this. The Empress thought it was finally going to fight to the death, but instead, the guy turned around and ran straight into the spatial rift. But I had anticipated this move. Long Jiu had already blocked our retreat with 3 black dragons. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the Duke of Terror actually started to provoke the black dragons, saying that as a dark race, they shouldn't be loyal to humans. Long Jiu was furious on the spot, retorting that he wasn't a dark race at all, just had slightly darker skin, which he called wheat-colored. I almost burst out laughing, then pointed directly at the Empress. 2 beams of light descended from the sky in an instant. The Empress broke through continuously, directly reaching level 6. Her combat power, which had already suppressed the Duke of Terror, also broke through 150 stars at this moment. The sudden surge of power into the Empress's body startled her slightly, but she immediately understood my meaning. The Duke of Terror, sensing the dramatic increase in her aura, finally panicked completely. It roared and questioned, what kind of dignity does it have to temporarily level up during battle? The Empress didn't bother to answer. With a flick of her crimson holy word, she unleashed 9 kills of heavenly sound once more. The Empress had already reached level 6, while the Duke of Terror was already covered in wounds. 9 sword energies instantly pierced through the battlefield, completely shredding him and the nightmare beneath him. The next second, notifications from heaven popped up like crazy. 180,000 energy, 20,000 spirit stones, an epic treasure chest, epic equipment, and an extremely rare epic military token all dropped. When I saw the epic soldier token, my spirits immediately lifted. Upgrading an epic treasure chest only requires 100,000 spirit stones, but obtaining an epic soldier token through upgrading alone would cost a full million. But the battle wasn't over yet. With the Duke of Terror dead, the remaining dark monsters immediately began to flee. I immediately ordered, Empress, don't let a single one escape. These monsters are at least of rare quality, and in the wild, they're almost all mini-bosses. The Empress waved her crimson holy word, and streaks of blood-red sword energy swept out, beginning a frenzied harvest. The level 6 Empress utterly slaughtered these monsters with less than 50 stars of combat power. Even Long Jiao and the others looked at her with a noticeable increase in fear. A dozen minutes later, the entire battlefield finally quieted down. The Empress returned to report to me, and I tidied her messy long hair and rewarded her with 10 high-grade spirit stones. She told me not to touch her, but she had already taken all the spirit stones. Seeing this, Long Jiao also leaned in for a reward, but I only gave a pat on the head in the end. The battle results came out quickly. This time, more than 300 rare monsters, 24 excellent monsters, and 1 epic boss were eliminated, and our side still maintained 0 casualties. Although I only received AB grade rating in the end, the total gains were still astonishing. After extracting the resources with 1 click, I gained over 530,000 energy and over 60,000 spirit stones, and my resources skyrocketed. The ghost armor dropped by the Duke of Terror is an extremely rare epic item. It not only greatly increases attributes, but also has 3 skills: control, defense, and stealth. I decided to use it myself immediately. That intermediate level book on physique wasn't wasted either. I immediately implanted it into my body, permanently increasing my physique by 10 points. As for the other monsters, they also contributed a large number of treasure chests, equipment, and troop souls. After finishing all that, it was already midnight. I didn't rush to open the treasure chest, but instead took out the epic military token that I was most looking forward to, ready to see the final surprise of the night. As the military talisman transformed into golden light, a massive gate of light slowly appeared within the territory. I, the Empress, and the 12 black dragons simultaneously looked up, awaiting the epic units that were about to emerge from within. Soon, a tall, golden figure emerged from the portal. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a squad of female soldiers, each equipped with golden armor and a thunderous short spear. 12 female warriors quickly stood before me. The red-haired woman at the head of the group bowed and introduced herself as Cynthia, the leader of the goddess warriors. To my surprise, they all had their own names. Cynthia told me that the goddess warriors are an immortal race, existing for tens of thousands of years. This time, they voluntarily gave up their original power and long lifespan, answering the call, only to find an opportunity for the continuation of their race. I originally wanted to use my naming talent to rename them Female Lead and Female Lead 2, but the Empress directly undermined me from the side, even using Dragon 1 and Dragon 2 as examples. Cynthia immediately declined my offer after hearing this. I could only regretfully open her attributes. Cynthia is an epic 3-star unit, possessing 22 points of constitution at level 1, and also mastering Thunder Body, Gun Mastery, and Thunder Projectile. Her development path is extremely clear, focusing almost all her abilities on melee combat. While the other goddess warriors are slightly weaker, they're all epic 2-star, so this is truly a lucky find. I directly used energy to level up all 12 goddess warriors to level 5, and also leveled up the 12 black dragons to level 5. The remaining energy will be reserved for tomorrow, to be allocated based on the situation. After finishing all that, I told everyone to rest. But Cynthia felt she hadn't accomplished anything, but had received so much energy for nothing. So she led her sisters out to hunt monsters that very night. After returning to the Lord's Manor, I put nearly 100 pieces of equipment that I didn't need on the exchange, and also posted requests to buy seeds, monster bait, and building blueprints before finally getting ready to sleep. I had barely lain down when the system notified me that Cynthia had already begun killing monsters. I wasn't worried. With their current strength, even if they encountered the Dread Duke again, they were perfectly capable of surrounding and killing him. Just then, the Empress suddenly stood at the door and asked me where she would sleep that night. I initially wanted her to go to a commoner's house, but remembering my promise to respect the strong, I could only let her sleep in my room for the time being. I moved further into the bed so she could make do for the night. The Empress rolled her eyes at me, then decided to sleep on the floor herself. So we slept like that, one on the bed and one on the floor. What I didn't know was that the regional channel had completely exploded because of me late at night. Wei Ming first posted a photo of a black thunderbolt in the distance, which scared the nearby lords so much that they didn't dare to let their guard down all night. Immediately afterwards, the chat was flooded with notifications that I had consigned 126 pieces of refined iron equipment at once. Everyone was stunned, and some even began to wonder if I'd secretly upgraded to level 2. My purchase requests were subsequently seen by everyone. Buying seeds for 1,000 spirit stones, monster bait for 10,000 spirit stones, and consistently offering high prices for blueprints. I didn't seem like an ordinary commoner lord at all. However, I knew nothing about any of these things. The next day, I slept until I naturally woke up, and, as usual, I turned on the regional channel to see what had happened the night before. I had only scrolled through a few messages when I saw that Chuxia was publicly appealing for help. The epic boss near her territory had encountered an accident, and she needed the help of nearby lords, with rewards distributed according to contribution. Of course I remember, she bought 22 fine iron swords yesterday to deal with that monster. Since she's now actively seeking help, it means her original plan has completely failed. I felt inexplicably happy, yet also felt it was a bit unfair. But since she couldn't beat it herself, my going over there now shouldn't be considered stealing the monster. It could only be considered helping. But before I could actually make a move, I needed to figure out exactly what had happened. With that in mind, I clicked on Chuxia's profile picture and made a video call to her. The video call connected quickly, but Chuxia looked noticeably more haggard this time. I asked her directly what had happened, because with her talent and 3 teams of rare troops, she shouldn't have been unable to defeat a level 10 epic monster. And Chuxia told me helplessly that the black striped tiger demon possessed disguise, and almost all the information she had seen before was false. Although it was only level 10, it was not an ordinary epic monster, but an epic hero. What's more troublesome is that it can also control a squad of excellent level cougars, possessing at least B-level command, which can boost troop attributes by 30%. Hearing this, I actually envied her luck a little. A level 10 epic hero is just 3 kilometers away from my territory. Killing it will give me at least 200,000 energy. It's also guarding a large iron mine. I don't think I'll ever encounter a resource point like this. And Chuxia was nearly driven mad by it. After last night's failed attack, she lost a lot of troops. If she couldn't defeat the black striped tiger demon, she wouldn't even have the refined iron she needed to upgrade to tier 2. I immediately offered to come and help. But when she heard that my territory was more than 100 kilometers away from her, she immediately refused, worried that the terrain was complicated and that she might encounter high-level monsters along the way. I thought about it, and it made sense. Although my legendary unit was strong, its level was far from being able to sweep through the entire newbie zone, so I didn't try to be brave and just told her that I would find a way. After hanging up the call, I opened the territory panel and found that the energy had increased to over 220,000. Last night, there was only 170,000 left, so Cynthia and the others had obviously been hunting all night. I immediately summoned Long Jiao back to my territory and poured all 150,000 plus energy into her. A continuous wave of upgrade light descended, and she jumped directly from level 5 to level 10, her size increasing dramatically to a wingspan of 20 meters. After reaching level 10, Long Jio's combat power reached 180 stars, and he also unlocked a new skill, Man Flight. Seeing this, I finally knew how to get to Enchuxia. Long Jio thought I was suddenly showing favoritism, and the Empress was also curious why I only upgraded her. I smiled and patted Long Jio, only telling her, "Little Jio, don't be afraid, I just want to ride you." With a level 10 dragon, I can ignore most terrain. 100 kilometers or so is not far at all. When facing monsters like epic heroes, I feel most at ease being there in person. Meanwhile, Enchuxia's public appeal for help had caused a complete uproar in the regional chat. Epic monsters meant massive amounts of energy and high-level loot, and many nearby lords wanted to get a piece of the pie. Even Lin Mo offered his precious one-time use anywhere door, volunteering to join the encirclement. Enchuxia didn't act impulsively and ultimately agreed to let him join, setting the meeting time at 11:30 a.m. I glanced at the time. The hero power rankings were settling at exactly 12 o'clock. Riding my level 10 Dragon 9, I'd have plenty of time to make it there, so I closed the channel and decided to finish opening the remaining treasure chests from last night before having breakfast and setting off. Soon, I laid out all the treasure chests from last night on the ground, including the epic chest. As for the minor task of opening chests, I naturally left that to the Empress, who has incredible luck. The Empress smiled and rolled her eyes at me, but still started opening the chests. The epic chest yielded 100 dragon tooth rice, and the superior chest contained a rare one-time use item, the Anywhere Door. My spirits lifted immediately. Dragon tooth rice is an epic-level spiritual item. Long-term consumption can improve attributes and constitution, and there's even a chance to directly upgrade troops of legendary quality or lower. Each strand of dragon tooth rice is over 3 feet long and weighs over 100 kilograms. 100 strands together would weigh a full 10 tons. I immediately decided to cook porridge with it for breakfast today. Long Jio, while complaining that the divine dragon and the giant dragon were not from the same system, turned around and stared at the dragon tooth rice, drooling uncontrollably. I deliberately said I wouldn't give it any, and it immediately admitted defeat and smiled apologetically. Before long, the dragon tooth rice porridge was served, its rich spiritual energy even condensing into a miniature dragon shadow on the surface. After drinking a bowl, my physique increased by 2 points, and my spiritual power also increased by 1 point. I immediately ordered another bowl and summoned all the goddess warriors who had been out hunting all night. Cynthia and the others, upon seeing this epic artifact, felt unworthy of it. These goddess warriors are simple-minded and always repay kindness. I didn't waste any words with them, just told them to eat without worry, because we would need their help in the upcoming battle against the epic tiger demon. After breakfast, I took the Empress, Cynthia, and Giselle and boarded the back of Dragon 9, flying directly towards Enchuxia's territory. More than 100 kilometers is nothing to a level 10 dragon. At the same time, Yiman also learned of the encirclement. She and Meng Tian prepared to rush there with the epic level Iron Eagle warriors, and even made plans to steal the monsters at the last minute. Meng Tian believed that the battlefield of all races was a place where the strong were respected. Given Yiman's status, even if she did steal the monster, it would be enough to compensate the other lords with some spirit stones afterward. Meanwhile, Wei Ming was so frightened by the black lightning last night that he couldn't sleep all night. After dawn, he finally led his troops to the nearby goblin camp, preparing to seize the fine iron ore there. When they arrived, the entire camp had been completely wiped out, with goblin corpses everywhere and obvious dark energy remaining at the scene. There had been almost no effective resistance. Wei Ming immediately recalled the dark invasion the previous night and was so frightened that he immediately ordered the entire army to be on alert. He also sent photos of the scene to the regional channel to warn nearby lords to be extremely careful. At that moment, I was sitting on Long Jio's back, browsing the channel. After seeing the photos Wei Ming posted, the more I looked at them, the more familiar they seemed, and I quickly remembered that we had just passed by that place. Seeing that there was still time before the assembly, I casually had Long Jiu descend and breathe a few breaths of dragon breath at the goblin camp. After all, in my eyes, those guys were all just energy and spirit stones. But now, watching a group of people in the channel nervously discussing the dark race invasion, I fell silent. How did I suddenly become a dark race? Wei Ming's photograph terrified the nearby lords. Meanwhile, I, the true instigator, was leisurely riding on Long Jiu's back, heading towards Chuxia's territory. Long Jiu was too fast, and a constant gust of wind lashed at me. My strength was limited, so I could only hold the Empress's waist from behind to steady myself. And, in the meantime, I upgraded hundreds of fast food meals into spiritual food and put them on the exchange. I encountered no trouble along the way. 2 hours later, I finally reached level 10 and immediately donned the epic grade ghost armor, which significantly boosted my attributes and survivability. Around 11 a.m., following the location provided by Chuxia, I quickly found a black striped tiger demon. It was nearly 8 meters long and was coiled up in the middle of the canyon. I checked the attributes again and found that this guy was actually a level 11 epic hero with a B-level cougar command and a combat power of 115 stars, which was even stronger than the data that Chuxia had previously found. Long Jiu quickly found Chuxia, saying she was just 2 kilometers to the west, surrounded by nearly 1,000 soldiers. I didn't go, though, because the hero power rankings were about to be finalized. I don't want to reveal my true strength to those lords before the list is released. Now that I've found my target, I'll just take care of him and leave quietly. Cynthia and Giselle volunteered to fight the tiger demon together. Although I was worried about the level difference, I eventually agreed, giving them only 10 minutes. If they couldn't defeat the Empress, she would take over. The two instantly activated their Thunder Battle body, their bodies enveloped in lightning, and charged towards the tiger demon like cannonballs. The black striped tiger demon immediately released 12 superior level cougars to block their path. Cynthia was the first to collide with a giant whale-like creature, and lightning instantly blasted it into black mist. The creature tried to reform, but was completely suppressed by the lightning and quickly dissipated. The black striped tiger demon finally realized something was wrong and turned to flee. Giselle, however, gave chase, and the two collided violently, both flying dozens of meters backward. Although she was only level 5, her physique was over 100 points, and she didn't flinch at all when facing an epic tiger demon head-on. Her spear thrusts were so powerful that I couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of violence. However, the level difference was undeniable, and Giselle quickly began to fall into a disadvantageous position. Fortunately, Cynthia had already eliminated all the foes and immediately turned to join her in attacking the tiger demon. A few minutes later, Giselle finished off the tiger demon with a single shot. 220,000 energy and 30,000 spirit stones instantly appeared in my account. To my even greater surprise, this tiger demon actually dropped an epic hero token. The value of a hero token far exceeds that of a regular treasure chest, because even if you open 1,000 treasure chests of the same quality, you might not get a single hero token of the same tier. This is definitely a huge drop. Including the drops from the cougar, this battle gave me a total of 320,000 energy and nearly 40,000 spirit stones. After collecting the tiger demon's corpse, I immediately had Long Jiu turn around and return to the territory. The whole process, from arrival to departure, took less than 10 minutes. Long Jiu asked me if I wanted to tell Chuxia, but I only replied that I didn't need to, because today I was going to be an anonymous Good Samaritan for the first time. Before leaving, I opened the exchange, preparing to place another bet of spirit stones on myself before the hero power rankings were announced, and also to check how much the gambling pool had risen to. Half an hour later, Yin Man and Meng Tian arrived at the canyon on their iron eagles, only to find the ground littered with signs of battle. After examining the area for a moment, Meng Tian's expression immediately changed. Someone had dealt with the tiger demon even before they had. Immediately afterward, Chuxia, Lin Mo, and dozens of other lords arrived with over 1,000 troops. Upon seeing the scene, Lin Mo's first thought was that Yin Man had preemptively stolen the epic monster. His face instantly darkened, and he said coldly, "As expected of the winner of Immortal Qin, we painstakingly gathered so many people, but in the end you still beat us to it. The scene before her left Ng Man utterly speechless. She had indeed considered stealing the monster, but the problem was, by the time she arrived at the canyon, the epic tiger demon was already gone. Lin Mo didn't believe it at all. He had even used the precious anywhere door for this siege, and now that the monster was gone, he naturally vented all his anger on Ng Man. Ng Man was too lazy to indulge him and directly stated that she hadn't taken it. Seeing the atmosphere getting increasingly tense, and Chuxia could only quickly step in to smooth things over and tell everyone to stop arguing. Just then, a second-generation leader suddenly mocked Ng Man for daring to do something but not admitting it, and even mentioned Qin Shi Huang in the process. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone's expression changed. Meng Tian's eyes turned icy cold instantly. She only said, "Anyone who dares to disrespect His Majesty shall be executed," before charging directly into the thousands of people on the other side. With a casual palm strike, dozens of soldiers, along with an elite hero, were blasted away. Had Ng Man not intervened in time, the Lord would likely have been killed on the spot. Even so, Meng Tian still swung her hand and severed his arms, leaving only the words, "Yesterday Jiang Chen severed one of my arms. Today, I will sever both of yours." This scene completely stunned everyone. A single hero could easily defeat dozens of soldiers, and everyone realized that the woman beside Ng Man was definitely not an ordinary hero. Just as everyone was in shock, Lin Mo suddenly screamed. He then remembered that he had placed 200,000 spirit stones on the betting pool to be number 1 in the hero power ranking. With only a few minutes left before the betting pool closes, everyone is convinced that Ng Man is the undisputed number 1 on the hero rankings, based on Meng Tian's performance just now. The next second, dozens of lords on the scene began placing bets frantically. Some bet 40,000, some bet 80,000, and even the guy whose arms had just been severed endured the pain and bet his spirit stones. In their view, this isn't gambling at all. Even if they only win 20% or 30% in the end, it's no different from sure win. Anyone who doesn't bet on Ng Man now is a real fool. Lin Mo panicked completely. He had originally saved 300,000 for a final bet, but now he had no choice but to borrow money from all over the place and put all the remaining spirit stones on Ng Man. A few minutes later, the betting market was officially locked. Ng Man's odds remained a high 28%, and everyone wore smiles, as if the spirit stones were already in their pockets. But soon, someone discovered that there was still a bet on me in the gambling table, amounting to 10,100 spirit stones. The room erupted in laughter. They all thought I was just being stubborn, feeling that my superior units were already very strong. Lin Mo even revealed that his heroes were also of superior quality, but he still didn't dare to compete with Meng Tian for the top spot. Meanwhile, I was sitting on Long Jio's back, looking at the locked gambling table, so excited that I almost fell off the dragon's back because the spirit stones in the prize pool had piled up to a terrifying number. To prevent anyone from betting on me against myself, I added another 10,000 spirit stones in the last few seconds. This proved necessary, as someone did secretly bet 100 spirit stones on me. But looking at the extra 100 spirit stones, I felt a little strange. In the entire town of 10,086, besides myself, who else would believe that I could take first place on the hero ranking? Just as I was wondering, a notification sound suddenly went off in my friends list. Someone had sent me a new message. The person who messaged me was indeed Chuxia. She first asked if I had placed the 10,000 spirit stones in the betting pool myself, and I didn't hide it and directly admitted that it was me. But she sighed, saying that the spirit stones would probably be wasted, because the truly terrifying one wasn't Lin Mo, who possessed exceptional heroes, but Ng Man from the immortal Qin family. And Chuxia told me that the hero next to Ng Man had just sent dozens of soldiers, flying with a single move, and even severed the arms of a lord. His strength was at least outstanding, and might even have reached the epic level. What left me speechless was that Chuxia herself had also bet on Ng Man, and had placed a bet of 500,000 spirit stones in one go. Based on the current odds, she felt that she had essentially gotten 140,000 spirit stones for free. I laughed after hearing that. It turned out that the millions of spirit stones that suddenly flooded into the gambling pool in the last few minutes were all donated by these people after witnessing Ng Man's heroic performance. However, Epic heroes should not be underestimated. I immediately reminded Xiao that after returning to Blue Star on the third day, she could help me investigate Iman's true identity and also go home to get some spirit stones. After hanging up the call, I became cautious. I couldn't afford to lose the millions of spirit stones in the gambling pool due to carelessness. So I patted the Empress's waist and said only 2 words, level up. The Empress tensed instantly, thinking I was taking advantage of her again. But the next second, golden upgrade halos rained down, and she went straight from level 6 to level 10. 270,000 units of energy evaporated instantly, and the Empress's combat power officially broke through 200 stars. Looking at this number, I was finally completely relieved. This time, I was determined to be number 1 on the hero ranking. The Empress then realized she had misunderstood me, and blushed as she explained that she had thought I was trying to touch her. I solemnly told her that this was just a prelude to the upgrade, and that she shouldn't think such things in the future. Just then, Tushanya sent me another message. It turned out that the extra 100 spirit stones in the betting pool were actually bets she secretly placed on me. She even asked herself if she had bet too little. I felt a pang of heartache when I heard that, because those 100 spirit stones would take away 1% of my winnings, so I told her not to bet recklessly in the future. As a result, the little fox became even more certain that she had bet too little, saying she felt like she had missed out on a fortune. Then, she saw a message on the regional channel and began to regret it again, saying that an E-man seemed to possess an epic hero. The entire regional channel was in an uproar. Those who had witnessed Meng Tian's move were boasting wildly, while those who missed it were filled with regret. Everyone was convinced that an E-man had already secured the top spot. Lin Mo was even questioned by Wei Ming on the spot for borrowing spirit stones to pawn E-man. But Wei Ming owed him money, so in the end he could only obediently call him Brother Lin. The bet involving millions of spirit stones drove the entire town into a frenzy. 20 minutes passed quickly, and some people even started a countdown on the regional channel. 10, 9, 8. Even I felt a little tense from the atmosphere. The next second, the Heavenly Tao notification finally lit up simultaneously before all the lords. The hero power rankings are now released. Unlike the previous rankings based on leveling up, this time the hero power rankings are being released all at once. Above the fog of war, lines of enormous golden text slowly emerged, visible throughout the entire newbie town. The rankings were still being published starting from 100th place. After Wang Jia, who ranked 100th, received a fine treasure chest and some reputation, he was so excited that he almost jumped up on the spot, and the regional channel instantly became lively. The heavenly path only reveals the Lord's name, the hero's name, and the reward. It does not disclose specific attributes or quality. After all, the hero is a Lord's most important trump card, and if everything were revealed, it would be easy for enemies to target them. In less than 2 minutes, the rankings from 11th to 100th were all announced. Soon, the 10th place was revealed Wei Ming, hero Eva, whose reward was a rare treasure chest and 20 reputation points. Although Wei Ming felt some regret, he was also quite satisfied. There were simply too many top-tier families here. A rare hero could compete for first place in an ordinary town, but in 10086 town, he could only barely squeeze into the top 10. Next, the 9th person appeared, and it was Tu Shan Ye. I was also a little surprised to see the little fox's name. She usually looks silly, but she also has a rare hero hidden in her possession. 8th place went to Xia. The next few spots were also mostly occupied by the second-generation leaders of various families. Until the 3rd place appeared, the atmosphere in the channel suddenly became strange. 3rd place, Lord Lin Mo, Hero Garcia. Lin Mo was stunned when he saw the result. He clearly possessed an outstanding hero, yet he could only rank 3rd, which meant there were 2 even more terrifying individuals ahead of him. The entire channel exploded instantly. It's considered extraordinary for a normal newbie town to have even 1 outstanding hero, but we have at least 3 here. Everyone started guessing who the hidden master in 2nd place was. Tu Shanya suddenly wondered if it might be me, but Lin Mo immediately thought she was joking. Even Yin Man believed that there was probably a descendant of a top-tier lord's family hiding in Jiangnan province this time. Finally, the golden text of the 2nd place slowly lit up. But when everyone saw the name clearly, The entire regional channel was silent. For a full 10 seconds, the second place was actually Ying Man. Lord Ying Man, Hero Meng Tian, reward. 1 rare treasure chest, 100 reputation. This time, the first to collapse were not Ying Man, but those who had bet their entire fortunes on her. Lin Mo was almost driven mad. He had bet some of his spirit stones on himself, and then switched most of them to Ying Man, leaving him with hundreds of thousands in debt. Now, no matter who came in first, he had already lost everything. Everyone's attention instantly focused on the top spot. Even someone like Ying Man, who seemed to possess an epic hero, could only rank second. What kind of monster was hiding in the first place? Some people began frantically searching through the Lord list, speculating whether there were still royal descendants hiding in the town. Some even noticed the name Meng Tian, suspecting that she was related to the Meng family of Xianqin. However, the top spot on the list was not announced for a long time, and everyone was getting anxious and scratching their heads. Ying Man, on the other hand, remained calm and simply asked everyone to be quiet, because the more intense the discussion, the slower the heavenly Tao seemed to announce the results. Sure enough, as the regional channel gradually quieted down, the golden text belonging to Ying Man slowly dissipated. The next second, an even more dazzling line of golden characters reappeared in the sky. Hero Power ranking the top spot appears. Ranked first on the Hero Power ranking, Lord Jiang Chen, Hero Empress, reward. 1 excellent treasure chest, 200 reputation. The golden top of the ranking hung high in the sky, and the entire area instantly fell silent. Everyone doubted their own eyes. No one expected that the mysterious top spot, surpassing Ying Man and Lin Mo, would be held by me, a commoner lord with no background and only F-level talent. What shocked them even more was that my hero's name was Empress. Some guessed she was just high level, while others suspected I was backed by a top-tier family, but no one could find a reasonable answer. Ying Man was equally stunned when she saw the list. Meng Tian's combat power already far exceeded that of ordinary outstanding heroes, but now she could only rank second, which meant that my hero was even more terrifying than her. And Xu Xia felt a pang of regret for the 500,000 spirit stones she had staked out. But remembering how she had been refused when she tried to give me resources before, she could only console herself by thinking of this as giving me money. The worst off was Lin Mo. He had bet on himself and borrowed money to bet on Ying Man, but now he had lost everything. Yesterday, he had wanted me to be his scapegoat, but now his face was extremely pale. Soon, those lords who had lost big began to shift the blame onto me. Some even demanded that I return their bets and profits, or they would band together to cause me trouble. And Xu Xia immediately stepped forward, telling them to accept their loss. Ying Man was even more direct, coldly reminding these people that since her hero could defeat Meng Tian, what gave them the right to seek revenge against her? One sentence silenced the entire scene. Although the group was unwilling, none of them dared to actually make a move. After all, the rankings had proven that I was no longer the ordinary civilian they had described. After everyone dispersed, Ying Man casually acknowledged Xu Xia as her younger sister and even transferred 1 million spirit stones to her as pocket money, leaving Xu Xia stunned. On the way out, Ying Man finally admitted that she had underestimated me. Meng Tian's combat power had reached over 100 stars after being equipped, but she was still firmly suppressed by the Empress. They judged that the heroes I had were either of epic quality or had been artificially boosted to an extremely high level. Either way, it meant I was qualified to compete for the mayoral position. At that moment, I had no time to care what people outside were speculating. The heavenly reward had already arrived. An excellent treasure chest had entered the Lord's space, and a full 200 points of precious reputation had been credited to my account. Then, the notification that truly made my heart race finally appeared. The leaderboard betting results were settled, and I had bet on the top spot, accounting for 99.01% of the winnings. The next second, over 4.75 million spirit stones were deposited directly into my account. Adding the income from selling equipment and spirit food last night, the number of spirit stones in my hand officially exceeded 5 million. But I quickly calmed down. Equipment, skill books, epic troops, farmland, kitchen, and the Empress's own heavenly sound pavilion are all major consumers of spirit stones. 5 million seems like a lot, but it probably won't be enough when you actually spend it. The Empress stood close to me and quickly noticed my unusual mood, so she asked me why I was so agitated. I smiled and simply told her, because I'm preparing to build the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. The Heavenly Sound Pavilion is her own epic troop building, which can summon 9 legendary troops, the 9 Heavenly Saints, and can continuously recruit Heavenly Sound Pavilion disciples. I finally decided to spend money to build it. The Empress was visibly delighted to hear that I wanted to rebuild her former sect, and her favorability rating rose to 91 points. I, however, felt a pang of regret. Millions of spirit stones had been spent, and the rating had only increased by a single point. I casually contacted Inchusha to ask if she had lost everything, and offered to lend her money. She immediately sent me a screenshot showing that she still had a full 1,000,000 spirit stones in her account. I asked her where it came from, and she told me it was a gift from her newly adopted older sister, Ingi Man. I was silent for a few seconds, then could only ask her seriously, "Could you ask her if she needs a younger brother?" On my way back to my territory, I stopped by the centaur nest and recruited all 6 newly spawned centaurs. I then used unit souls to upgrade them to excellent quality, making them perfect for guarding resource points. 10 minutes later, I finally returned to my territory. Longjio and Cynthia continued to go out and fight monsters, while the Empress went to cultivate. The biggest advantage of high-level troops is that I don't need to keep an eye on them at all. I then threw the epic tiger demon's corpse into the center of the square. An ordinary farmer was about to approach and begin to dissect it, but I immediately stopped him because it would be too wasteful for ordinary people to handle a corpse of this caliber. I took out an ordinary recruitment token and immediately spent 500,000 spirit stones to upgrade it to legendary quality. After the golden light dissipated, a simple and steady-looking middle-aged farmer walked out of the portal. He didn't have a name, so I named him Nong-i on the spot. What surprised me even more was that he actually possessed 2 powerful traits, Shinong and Model Worker, making him completely unlike an ordinary farmer. Shinong can increase the efficiency of gathering, decomposing, and mining by 10 times, increase the yield by 5 times, and has a chance to directly upgrade the quality of materials by 1 level. Model Worker can improve the work efficiency of all farmers. I immediately instructed Nong-i to dispose of the tiger demon's corpse. He waved his hand, unleashing a burst of azure light, and the corpse, weighing over 10 tons, was completely decomposed in less than a minute, with system notifications flooding the screen. In the end, I obtained a large amount of epic tiger meat, tiger bones, tiger skin, and other materials, some of which were directly upgraded to legendary quality. The value of these ingredients alone was enough to recoup the cost of strengthening the recruitment order. Even more outrageous is that the tiger penis has actually advanced to legendary quality. Although the description is exaggerated, such a rare material would definitely fetch a high price on the exchange. After dealing with the corpse, I reopened the Empress's panel. Having reached level 10, her combat power had reached 234 stars, and my gaze quickly fell on the most important hero building, Tianyin Pavilion, which allows you to recruit 9 Heaven's Holy Maidens and Tianyin Pavilion disciples. But when I saw the construction requirements, my smile instantly froze. 2,000 Tianyin wood, 1,000 Xianin stones, and 1,000 star gold, all of which are epic materials. Both Heavenly Sound wood and Profound Yin stone can be enhanced with ordinary wood and stone, but star gold clearly cannot. After thinking about it, since ordinary iron ore is not enough, the most likely solution is to start with gold ore. So I opened a regional channel directly, looking to buy a gold mine with specific coordinates for 10,000 spirit stones. Payment will be made after confirmation. First come, first served. The newbie town is so big, I don't believe there isn't a single gold mine. The moment I popped up, the entire channel exploded. Some people were asking what I got from the excellent treasure chest. Others were guessing I got advanced building blueprints, and one female lord even offered herself as a bed warmer. Wei Ming quickly guessed that I was searching for gold mines to build some kind of special building. I didn't hide it and simply admitted that it was true, but they would never guess that I was going to build the epic unit building, the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. Wei Ming then reminded me that knowing the coordinates was meaningless if the gold mine was too far away. I only replied with 3 words, "Anywhere door." As soon as I sent that message, Man immediately appeared. She immediately offered 1 million spirit stones, asking if I would sell the Anywhere door. I was almost stunned by the price, since the Anywhere door's normal value on Earth is at most around 100,000. However, I really needed it this time, so I had to politely decline. Man didn't mind at all, and even told me to sell her any high-level equipment I didn't need, promising a price that would definitely satisfy me. I happened to have a lot of rare and excellent equipment, so I added her as a friend. Wei Ming also requested to add me, and since I thought he seemed like a decent person, I accepted both requests. My friend list quickly grew to 4 people, in Chuxia, Tushanya, Man, and Wei Ming. Other lords were envious and all asked to add me as a friend, some even calling me daddy. Just then, a lord named He Chi suddenly said that he had discovered a gold mine and could go there now to confirm its location. My eyes lit up, and I told him to take some photos and then message me privately. But as soon as I left the channel, and Chuxia called, she reminded me with a serious expression that no matter what He Chi said, I absolutely must not go near his territory. When I asked her why, she told me that the group of lords who participated in the siege of the epic Tiger Demon today lost a lot of spirit stones in the hero ranking betting game, and now some people are holding a grudge against me. He Chi was one of them. The so-called gold mine was likely a trap. They wanted to lure me there and then use dozens of heroes and thousands of troops to surround and kill me. My eyes lit up when I heard that. So, I can save that 10,000 spirit stones? And Chu Xiao was speechless for a moment and quickly reminded me that it involved dozens of lords working together. It was no joke. She reiterated that the most important thing for a lord is to be cautious. I could only tell her seriously that I would never act rashly without absolute certainty, which reassured her somewhat. But as soon as the video call ended, I looked up at the sky and earnestly prayed, "May God protect us. This can't possibly be a trap. 10,000 spirit stones are just small change to me. What I really want is energy. Dozens of lords, dozens of heroes, plus thousands of troops if they all came to me at once. How much energy would that be worth?" Meanwhile, on the other side, He Chi was also gathering everyone. He had already chosen a valley with only 2 exits, preparing to lure me into a trap and trap me completely. Some people worried that my hero was too strong, but He Chi interrupted them directly. So what if he's an epic hero? With thousands of units focusing their fire, even a legendary hero would have to kneel. He Chi's words immediately ignited the crowd's emotions. Some cursed Jiang Chen for being too arrogant, saying even the heavens couldn't stand it. Others calculated that after selling equipment and spirit food, he would have at least 5 million spirit stones on him. Upon hearing this number, everyone became excited, with some even suggesting a blood oath to stand together through thick and thin. The group of teenagers grew increasingly passionate, shouting things like unifying the newbie town, overthrowing the Qing dynasty, and conquering all races in the stars. Seeing that the atmosphere was right, He Chi nodded in satisfaction, then said in a cold voice that once Jiang Chen was captured, they would use the same method he used to deal with Li Muse. First, cut off one of his arms, force him to hand over all his assets, and then finally get rid of him. After speaking, he looked at Lin Mo, who had remained silent, and asked him for his opinion. Lin Mo's expression kept changing, his fists clenched and unclenched, and after 10 seconds of silence, he stood up and said that he really couldn't bring himself to kill and rob, and could only wish everyone a successful operation. He Chi felt a sense of relief. If Lin Mo had really gotten involved, he might not have been able to hold on to his position as leader. After Lin Mo led his troops away, He Chi sneered, thinking that his claim of not wanting to kill and rob was nothing but cowardice. He then immediately led a team of over 1,000 people to the gold mine, lest they linger too long and arouse Jiang Chen's suspicion. 2 hours later, the group finally arrived at their destination, by which time it was already dark. He Chi arranged for the various lords and troops to be scattered and laid in ambush, and also took photos of the gold mine from a distance. The next crucial step was to lure Jiang Chen over. To convince Jiang Chen, he mustered his courage and made a video call. The call connected almost instantly. Jiang Chen spoke with some displeasure, asking why it had taken so long. He Chi quickly explained in a low voice that the distance was too far, causing a 2-hour delay, and asked for the boss's forgiveness. Jiang Chen didn't pursue the matter further, only asking if the gold mine had been found. He quickly sent over the photos. Jiang Chen frowned after looking at them, saying they looked like a gold mine, but the photos were taken from too far away. He explained using his prepared explanation. It was too dark, and there were level 12 Earth Ghost archers guarding the vicinity of the gold mine, so he could only take photos from a distance. Jiang Chen seemed to accept this reason, calmly stating that he would personally go to inspect the goods and pay the spirit stones only after confirming everything was correct. He was so excited he almost jumped up, immediately sending the coordinates so Jiang Chen could open the portal directly there. To his surprise, Jiang Chen seemed even happier than he was. However, He didn't think much of it, assuming that the gold mine was extremely important to Jiang Chen. After hanging up the call, he punched his fist hard and whispered, "It's done." Soon, a portal opened beside He. Cynthia and Giselle stepped out first, and after confirming there was no danger, they waved to the back of the portal. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen emerged, escorted by the Empress and 10 goddess warriors. Behind them were Nong, Yi, and a dozen or so farmers. He looked at the stunningly beautiful Empress and the 12 perfectly proportioned female warriors and subconsciously swallowed, feeling both jealous and fortunate. He was jealous of the impressive entourage Jiang Chen had, yet also relieved that Jiang Chen had been too arrogant and hadn't brought his elite centaur leader. So he immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, pointing to the distant valley and saying that the gold mine was just a few hundred meters away. Jiang Chen patted him on the shoulder, praising him for doing a good job, and invited him to come and inspect the goods. He quickly forced a smile, saying that unlike Jiang Chen, who was well-equipped, entering the level 12 monster area was too risky. He dared not follow. The woman in palace attire beside Jiang Chen was likely the Empress, ranked number 1 on the hero power ranking. If a battle broke out, he, as the Lord, might be instantly killed. Jiang Chen didn't press the matter. He simply said that he had originally intended to transfer the spirit stones to him in person after confirming that the gold mine was safe, but since the man was unwilling, then so be it. After saying that, Jiang Chen led the Empress and the goddess warrior into the valley. Watching Jiang Chen walk away, Hichi's voice trembled slightly. He felt that everything was going incredibly smoothly, as if even God wanted Jiang Chen to be a stepping stone on his path to rise, or even as if Jiang Chen was cooperating on his own initiative. On the other side, the Empress walked side by side with Jiang Chen, whispering a reminder that there were about 1,000 low-level soldiers lying in ambush a few hundred meters away, most of whom had a combat strength between 10 and 30 stars, and asked him if he wanted to make a move. Jiang Chen remained calm, saying there was no rush. The people were too scattered and far apart, making a cleanup difficult. More importantly, he didn't want to kill a large number of lords without a reason, turning himself into a public enemy. He then instructed Cynthia to make the battle with the gold mine guardians appear as intense as possible before He made his move. Cynthia was taken aback, feeling that this was rather difficult for the sisters. Jiang Chen knew the demands were high, so he could only let them do their best. The Empress chuckled and said that what the Lord was doing was entrapment. Jiang Chen glared at her and corrected her, saying that he was the victim and was only forced to defend himself. Just then, the Empress's expression suddenly hardened, and she whispered a reminder that someone was controlling the falcon above her. Jiang Chen was taken aback, then understood, and sneered, "The mantis stalks the cicada," unaware of the oriole behind. He wanted to see who was the cicada in spring and who was the oriole in the night. In a dense forest 3 kilometers away, Lin Mo was inquiring about the situation of his hero, Garcia. Garcia was an exceptional quality hero, a jungle guardian, and was currently observing the movements around the gold mine through the shared vision of his pet falcon. Garcia reported that Jiang Chen had entered the ambush area. However, this time he didn't bring centaurs, but a team of female soldiers he had never seen before. Lin Mo frowned upon hearing this, realizing he might have overestimated Jiang Chen. One of Jiang Chen's trump cards, the leader of the elite centaur team, hadn't shown up. Did he really think that by taking the top spot on the hero power ranking, no one in the town would dare oppose him? Garcia was somewhat puzzled. If that was the case, wouldn't it be better to kill Jiang Chen easily? Lin Mo shook his head. What he wanted was not for Jiang Chen to be killed easily, but for both sides to suffer heavy losses. In his plan, even if Jiang Chen died, the Centaur team would severely damage the group of lords. Then he could step in to clean up the mess and reap the benefits. But Jiang Chen's arrogance has disappointed him. Just then, Garcia suddenly sped up his speech and whispered a reminder to Lin Mo that the battle at the gold mine had already begun. Chapter 32: The Power of a Single Sword. Unleashing combat strength. Inside the valley where the gold mine is located, the goddess warriors are still fighting against the gold mine's guardians. Abigail couldn't help but complain that she had never fought such a difficult battle. Olivia also asked when they could go all out. Amanda felt even more aggrieved, having accidentally killed another one. They performed carefully while fighting back and forth with the guardians, occasionally taking a hit from an arrow to leave a white spot on their thunder armor, proving that the battle was indeed intense. Cynthia sighed, urging her sisters to hold on. Giselle also reminded Amanda that she had already killed 3 monsters, and the situation was becoming less tense. Jiang Chen stared blankly at the group of goddess warriors' clumsy acting. The Empress beside him was barely holding back her laughter. Fortunately, this ordeal didn't last too long. Soon, a burst of wild laughter echoed from outside the valley. Simultaneously, a dense mass of people poured out from both entrances, including humans, demons, elves, dwarves, and even a rare number of insectoid hydralisks. The lords and their troops surged in, finally stopping 50 meters away from Jiang Chen. Qi, hiding behind the crowd, spoke with a smug look on his face, saying that Jiang Chen definitely didn't expect this day to come. Jiang Chen sighed, indicating that he truly hadn't expected this. Just as Qi was about to gloat, Jiang Chen added, "I never thought he'd be so stupid." Qi was furious and scolded him for being stubborn even when he was about to die. Jiang Chen, however, smiled and reminded him that before taking action, he should at least get back the 10,000 Spirit Stones commission. Yesterday, after Li Muse used the punitive order against him, Jiang Chen said that anyone who tries to harm him again should prepare Spirit Stones as ransom. Now, he asked Qi if he was ready. Qi's breath hitched. The calmer Jiang Chen remained, the more uneasy Qi felt. Just then, Cynthia suddenly shouted, "If we keep fighting like this, the sisters really won't be able to hold on." Qi burst into laughter after hearing this, mocking Jiang Chen's women's army for being unable to even withstand wild monsters, yet daring to bluff here. He then roared, demanding that Jiang Chen hand over all his spirit stones and items, in exchange for a quick death. Behind him, a second-generation leader's eyes lit up, and he even wanted Jiang Chen to hand over the group of female warriors. Looking at these lords blinded by greed, Jiang Chen's last shred of compassion vanished. He sighed softly. The night was dark and windy, a perfect night for murder. Then he looked at Cynthia and said that since she couldn't hold on, she could do whatever she wanted. Cynthia took a deep breath and shouted, "Sisters, unleash our fighting power." The next moment, the goddess warrior's aura changed drastically, and their long-suppressed power erupted completely. The power of thunder swept across the valley, illuminating an area of several thousand meters in radius, interspersed with the screams of the earth demon archers before their deaths. The Empress watched with admiration, thinking that it was indeed an extreme type of soldier. If the level was the same, its combat power would be no weaker than that of a legendary soldier. Jiang Chen was also very satisfied. The goddess warrior comes with her own thunder set, and the equipment attributes will increase with level. Taking Cynthia as an example, she can now gain 26 points of physique for every level she gains, and her growth is even comparable to that of a legendary dragon. He had just exhausted the territory's energy to level them all up to level 7. Now, Cynthia's physique had reached 186 points. If we have the money in the future, we can train all the goddess warriors into legendary units, and they can even slaughter dragons. On the other side, Qi was speechless. The lightning illuminated his distorted face, and he could only mutter, "What kind of soldier is this?" The other lords were even worse off. The second-generation lord who had just been eyeing the goddess warrior was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, his crotch soaked. Just as the hundreds of demon archers were about to be wiped out, Qi finally came to his senses. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "If Jiang Chen doesn't die today, They will definitely be defeated one by one in the future. Now, it was a matter of life or death for Jiang Chen. So he ordered everyone to charge, even if it meant using sheer numbers, to overwhelm Jiang Chen. The other lords thought it made sense. Since they were already enemies, there was no turning back. So they all commanded their heroes and troops to charge forward, while they themselves tacitly took a few steps back. Jiang Chen watched this scene with a sense of regret. They had some brains and tactical skills, but their actual strength was far too poor. He spoke calmly. Empress. The Empress stepped forward in response, facing the hundreds of soldiers charging towards her, and whispered, "Crimson Arclight." He drew his sword, thrust it out, and sheathed it all in one fluid motion. A crimson sword aura, tens of meters long, swept out. When the Empress was at level 6, this move could instantly kill level 10 superior troops. Now that she was level 10, dealing with these troops and heroes was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. The hundreds of soldiers at the forefront, whether ordinary militia or rare hydralisks, were all cut in half at the waist with a single sword strike. The Empress is clearly a melee hero, yet her sword's range exceeds that of most ranged units. Many ranged units didn't even enter her attack range before being killed by her sword without even realizing it. Only a few arrows flew, but Jiang Chen, clad in epic armor, posed no threat whatsoever. A small number of dwarven soldiers narrowly escaped, but stood frozen in place, bewildered. Red, green, and yellow blood splattered across the ground. Severed limbs twitched incessantly, and screams echoed everywhere. The entire battlefield instantly transformed into a scene of carnage. The Empress retreated to Jiang Chen's side, shaking her head and saying only, "Too weak." The battlefield seemed to be paused, except for the goddess warriors who were still clearing out the remaining fire archers. All the lords were frozen in place. Although they were still alive, their minds were ringing as if they had been struck hard by a gong. A sword aura with a range even greater than that of an archer, how can we possibly fight that? Hichi muttered the words, "Empress," in a daze, unable to understand how an epic hero could be so powerful. Just then, the goddess warrior finished clearing out the gold mine guardians and silently returned to Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen waved his hand, his killing intent palpable, and gave the order. "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." Unlikely muse, these people were now penniless and had no value to exploit. For the sake of energy, Jiang Chen couldn't find a reason to keep them alive. As the leader of the goddess warriors, Cynthia may not understand strategy, but her tactics are absolutely masterful. She didn't need Jiang Chen to say anything more. She only glanced at the enemy's dense formation and softly commanded, "Thunderbolt." Chapter 33, All Slaughtered. The chat channel fell silent. Yes, the goddess warriors responded in unison, and their two short spears instantly merged into a 2-meter-long spear. Their movements were synchronized. They retreated, bent over, and lightning crackled and exploded around the spear. Projection. Boom, boom, boom. The 12 thunder spears did not pierce the air like arrows, but rather like bolts of lightning, transforming into 12 raging dragons of thunder, fiercely piercing through the Lord Alliance army. Any creatures blocking the way, regardless of troop type, hero, or lord, whether common, elite, or rare, were all blasted into a bloody mist by the terrifying kinetic energy. The lightning spear pierced through the entire army, flying over 100 meters before finally embedding itself in the ground. 12 trenches of death were left in the army, the ground littered with blood, flesh, and mangled limbs. This violent scene stirred Lin Xian's emotions, and he couldn't help but shout, "Relief! This is truly stress-relieving." Even the Empress looked grave. If Cynthia and her 12 men simultaneously launch lightning spears to block the area, I only have a 30% chance of escaping. Ichi didn't know whether to call it good luck or bad luck. He was standing at the very back of the army, and the power of the thunder spear was less than 30%, but it still pierced through his chest and took away all his internal organs. He managed to utter only the word, "I," before his upper body broke off, and he collapsed to the ground, completely dead, barely managing to leave behind a whole body. The surviving lords were completely devastated. Some cried out and fled for their lives. Some knelt and begged for mercy. and some invoked their family's power to threaten them, saying that if Lin Xian, a commoner, dared to kill them, their families would never let him off. Some quick-witted individuals immediately remembered Lin Xian's penchant for extorting money from people's lives and hastily offered a hand over all their spirit stones. Others, claiming to be from the Zhang family of Baihe City, offered to have their families pay the ransom and even provide bedwarmer service. Lin Xian's eyes remained cold. He knew very well that if he fell into the hands of these people, he would surely die, because in the eyes of these privileged young masters, ordinary people were not worth worrying about at all. What's more, they're already out of money. Therefore, the best option is to leave none behind. Cynthia understood Lin Xian's meaning without receiving any new orders. She reached out and made a grasping motion, and the lightning spear hundreds of meters away vanished instantly, reappearing in her palm. This scene filled Lin Xian with envy. The natal divine weapon actually possessed its own spatial array. The more he looked at the goddess warrior class, the more he liked it. The other goddess warriors also recalled their weapons and immediately charged towards the remaining lords. Just then, a private message notification sounded. It was from Enchuxia. She anxiously asked Lin Xian where he was and if he was in danger, and also told him not to be reckless if he couldn't beat them, as there were too many of them. Lin Xian was taken aback, then remembered that an announcement would be made directly in the regional channel when a lord died. Since the enemy hadn't been eliminated yet, he didn't reply for the time being. Meanwhile, the regional channels were already in an uproar. After nightfall, most lords ate their meals while chatting in the chat channel. With visibility limited at night, many chose to rest or simply level up in low-level monster areas. The crowd was still discussing the hero power rankings from earlier in the day, marveling at the hidden talents in the town and speculating about who would become the town mayor. Some supported Lin Xian, while others felt that Ng Man had a deeper foundation. The atmosphere in the channel was relaxed until an announcement suddenly popped up. Announcement: Lord He Chi has been killed by Lord Lin Xian. Before anyone could react, a second and third announcement appeared in quick succession. Announcement: Lord Wang Can has been killed by Lord Lin Xian. Announcement: Lord Wang Meng has been killed by Lord Lin Xian. After 12 death announcements flashed by, the entire regional channel fell silent instantly. For a full minute, no lord uttered another word. The battlefield of all races is a real world. Once you die, you're dead. There are no resurrection points. Resurrection methods may exist, but they have never appeared in human history. Finally, someone broke the silence, wondering if it was April Fool's Day. Someone counted and discovered that 18 lords had perished in a short period of time. The town had only been open for a day, and before that, only 8 lords had died in total. Now, 18 of them had died all at once, which shocked everyone. What shocked them even more was that although He Chi and Wang Can were not as powerful as the Yin and Lin families, they were still from lord-like families. Just how much hatred did Lin Xian harbor that he was willing to turn against so many families? Someone in the channel muttered, "The world is about to change." And Chu Xiao also got anxious and declared in the channel that she would fight to the death with anyone who dared to lay a finger on Lin Xian. Someone immediately reminded her that it seemed Lin Xian was the one killing someone. And Chu Xiao simply replied, "I don't care." Someone offered the most plausible guess. Perhaps it was a landmine planted by Lin Xian, which they accidentally stepped on. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a new announcement popped up. Announcement: Lord Kong Guang has been killed by Lord Lin Xian. The channel was instantly filled with silence. Not long after, another announcement appeared. Announcement: Lord Zhang Meng has been killed by Lord Lin Xian. Some exclaimed in shock, "They even kill girls." Others chuckled dryly and said, "Maybe they weren't good-looking." Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the town of 10,086, the group of lords were continuously killed by Lin Xian at a rate of 1 every few seconds. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and left the chat. Someone else said in a trembling voice, "This isn't a battle anymore, it's a massacre. Has Lin Xian gone mad?" Then, an even more terrifying speculation emerged. Could it be that Lin Xian intends to take the path of a bloodthirsty lord? It is said that the Blood Lord hates attachments the most, and Lin Xian, with his parents dead, no sister and no house, seems like the chosen one. Upon hearing the words, "Bloody Lord," The entire channel fell completely silent. Chapter 34, Leading the Mainstream. Legendary Spirit and Flesh. In the battlefield of all races, the main lords can be roughly divided into three paths. Entertainment lords develop industries such as film and television, tourism, and catering. Farming lords focus on resources and defensive towers. And warlords cultivate heroes, troop types, and their own combat power, and fight in national wars, clan wars, and even extraterritorial battlefields all year round. All three paths, if pursued to their fullest potential, lead to limitless prospects. Besides these, there are also niche schools such as the Blood Lord, Bounty Lord, and Deduction Lord. Among them, the most infamous is the Blood Lord. These lords have no moral compass, rapidly leveling up by slaughtering other lords, committing countless atrocities including rape and plunder, and are practically public enemies. Once they appear, the Dragon Kingdom's government will immediately recruit bounty hunters to suppress them, and if necessary, will even personally dispatch powerful figures to take action. So when someone speculated that Jiang Chen was the Blood Lord, the regional channel was immediately thrown into panic, fearing that he would attack their territory at any moment. Fortunately, Enchuxia immediately explained that He Qi was holding a grudge because he'd been ruined by the hero power ranking, which was why he organized people to retaliate against Jiang Chen, and that Jiang Chen was only acting in self-defense. Tu Shan also stood up, saying that brother Jiang Chen was very gentle and would never follow the bloodthirsty path. Yin Man said that if things were really as Enchuxia said, those people deserved to die, but if Jiang Chen really became the Blood Lord, she would personally wipe him out without any leniency. Wei Ming and the others also expressed their opinions. The bloodthirsty lord should be killed by everyone, but innocent people should not be wronged. Then everyone remembered that He Qi had previously mentioned a gold mine in the territory, clearly intending to lure Jiang Chen there. Someone suddenly realized, if those lords had stayed obediently in their own territories, how could they have been wiped out in one fell swoop? Jiang Chen doesn't have the ability to be in two places at once. Li Muse was even more terrified, trembling, and hurriedly thanked Jiang Chen for sparing his life yesterday, feeling fortunate that he still had some use at the time. A few minutes later, the killing finally stopped. A count revealed that 41 lords had perished, and Enchuxia breathed a sigh of relief, saying it was fortunate Jiang Chen was unharmed. Some teased her for being biased, but she retorted confidently that while the lords were dead, Jiang Chen had been traumatized. Jiang Chen's motive for killing was clear, but new questions arose. How could he single-handedly kill dozens of lords? Even epic heroes might not be able to do that. Was it a scheme, the terrain, or a one-time use item? The battlefield was now littered with corpses. Looking at his spoils, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. He had actually gained 460,000 energy points in this battle. No wonder everyone knew the Bloodlord's path was a path of no return, yet some still risked it. In particular, the energy gained from killing lords was several thousand to nearly 10,000 points per person, comparable to that of an excellent level boss. The majority of this 460,000 energy points came from the contributions of those lords. After tallying the spoils, Jiang Chen immediately built a smelting plant and instantly upgraded it to level 2. He then replied to Enchuxia, saying that the situation here had been resolved. Enchuxia quickly asked him if he was injured and if the battle had been fierce. Jiang Chen glanced at the corpses scattered everywhere and replied, "The battlefield is littered with corpses. It was extremely gruesome." Enchuxia immediately tensed up and pressed for details about the casualties. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, then replied that there had been no deaths, only a farmer who had been shot in the arm, but would likely recover by tomorrow. He added that there had been some casualties, but they were still within acceptable limits. Enchuxia breathed a sigh of relief, but then reminded him that those lord families would never let the matter rest. Jiang Chen, however, didn't care. He had no ties on Blue Star, and if those families in the battle of 10,000 races dared to retaliate, they would be delivering themselves to his doorstep. Enchuxia reminded him that he couldn't stay on the battlefield of 10,000 races forever. Blue Star was the foundation for the continuation of life. Jiang Chen naturally understood, but given his rate of development, in the future, only those few families would be afraid. as long as he possessed the combat power of 10,000 stars, not to mention small families. Even the in-family and elite family would have to treat him with respect. After closing the chat, Jiang Chen asked the Empress if she could pinpoint the location of the Falcon's owner. The Empress shook her head. Jiang Chen didn't press the matter and instead instructed Cynthia to take action. He was too lazy to waste time chasing after a falcon that had slipped through the net, and besides, he guessed that the other party was most likely Lin Mo. With a deafening boom, the lightning spear was launched once more, instantly turning the falcon 100 meters in the air into a bloody mist. Jiang Chen then opened the regional channel and sent only one message, a slight punishment, but no more. Everyone assumed this was a summary of the carnage, but only Lin Mo understood that these words were directed at him. On the other side, Garcia screamed in pain, clutching her eyes, which startled Lin Mo. She quickly warned her to escape before their location was exposed. Although Lin Mo had already seen the outcome of the battle, she still couldn't believe Jiang Chen was so strong, suspecting he had used one-time use items like scrolls, talismans, or bombs. Garcia paused for a moment, then uttered 8 words with difficulty. Epic hero, epic unit. Lin Mo's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and then, seeing Jiang Chen's warning, his expression became uncertain. Legend has it that when Farmer Nong Yi was around, the first unit of gold was quickly mined. Jiang Chen looked at the long list of enhancements behind the gold and finally smiled. One of the options was star gold, which cost 1,000 spirit stones. Now, all the materials were finally gathered. Jiang Chen ordered Nong Yi to stay and focus on mining gold, and also had Cynthia lead half of the goddess warriors to guard the area. The basic anywhere door could only last for an hour. He couldn't stay here indefinitely. The lords near the gold mine had been mostly eliminated, so only one of the 6 goddess warriors needed to stay and guard the mine. The others could still farm monsters without anyone competing for the resources. After making the arrangements, Jiang Chen led the rest of the group back into the portal and returned to their territory. As soon as they returned, the Empress clutched her stomach and cried out that she was hungry. Jiang Chen then realized that he had been traveling all day and hadn't eaten anything since breakfast. Half an hour later, the Empress, and the goddess warriors sat around a simple dining table in the center of the territory. A bowl of porridge and a large plate of roasted meat sat before Jiang Chen. The porridge was made from the epic grade spirit rice, dragon tooth rice, and the meat was roasted from the meat of a legendary grade demon beast. He sighed and casually said, "Just have a simple bite." He already knew the effects of dragon tooth rice. Now he was more curious about what effects the legendary monster meat would bring. The reward for Chapter 35 2 books has begun. The reward for 2 books has ended. Hint: you have consumed the flesh of a legendary monster. Your physique +8, spiritual power +4, and divine soul +4. Upon seeing the Heavenly Tao's notification, Lin Xian was stunned. A single bite of meat directly increased his attributes by 16 points. This was the effect of a legendary spiritual item. He clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within him. He immediately thought that this was just ordinary barbecue. If it were cooked with the care of a high-quality kitchen, the effect would be even more exaggerated. The Empress was also very satisfied, saying that this legendary ingredient had actually increased her physique by 1 point. Giselle rarely showed a smile, reporting that she had increased her physique by 2 points. Lin Xian was in a good mood after hearing everyone's feedback and urged them to continue eating. Everyone immediately began to eat heartily, but looking at the spiritual meat on the table, he couldn't help but start making plans. There are only 150 units of legendary quality spirit meat in total, and this meal consumed 10 units. If one could kill another legendary monster, the profits would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Lin Xian subconsciously looked at Long Jiu, who was staring expectantly to the side. Long Jiu asked foolishly if he could eat meat. A wave of guilt washed over Lin Xian. Long Jiu had always been loyal, and he had actually entertained the thought of eating the dragon. Even if it was just a subconscious impulse, it was utterly wrong. So he picked up a large piece of spiritual flesh and tossed it into the air for Long Jiu to catch. Long Jiu opened his blood-red maw and swallowed it in one gulp. Lin Xian asked if it was delicious. Long Jiu smacked his lips a few times and said he swallowed it too fast and didn't taste it, and wanted another piece. Lin Xian couldn't help but slam his hand on the table and ask why it wasn't chewing. Long Jiu explained, feeling wronged, that such a small amount of meat would get stuck in its teeth if it didn't swallow it quickly. Looking at Long Jiu's head, which was as big as a house, Lin Xian could only sigh. The Empress smiled and comforted it, saying that dragons could transform into human form once they reached level 20. Long Jiu's eyes lit up, but he was also a little nervous. He said he didn't know what he would look like after he transformed, and he would be content if he could be half as beautiful as the Empress. Having fought side by side for some time, the Empress and the dragons had developed a very harmonious relationship. As they ate meat and chatted, the atmosphere was perfect when a notification from heaven suddenly sounded. Lin Xian immediately opened the regional channel. The Heavenly Dao announcement announced the ranking reward system for the next stage. The first-place Lord who upgrades to Tier 2 will be rewarded with an excellent treasure chest. The 2nd to 10th place Lords will be rewarded with a rare treasure chest, and the 11th to 100th place Lords will be rewarded with a superior treasure chest. Lin Xian smiled. The 2 reward books had finally arrived, and he had already upgraded 2 books yesterday, so first place should be a sure thing. The excellent treasure chest no longer holds much appeal for him, but the reputation reward is very important. Both national lords and domain lords would always want more of it. The announcement immediately caused a stir in the regional chat channel. Everyone was discussing why the rewards were so good and guessing who would be at the top of the leaderboard. This time, most of the lords actually sided with Lin Xian. After all, he had already secured the refined iron mine yesterday and even started selling refined iron equipment in bulk. His advantage was too obvious. Seeing this, Wei Ming wanted to take the opportunity to start another betting game, betting only on the top scorer. Mu Qingxuang teased him, asking if he was also confident about the top scorer in the second-tier university entrance exam. In fact, Wei Ming was quite confident. When Lin Xian passed by in the morning, he casually wiped out the goblin tribe that occupied the iron mine, and Wei Ming also mined iron for a day, just in time to gather enough resources before the rankings were announced, and instantly upgraded to level 2. Tu Shanye immediately declared that from now on, no matter what the ranking was, she would bet on brother Lin Xian to win. Lin Xian was a little annoyed by this and asked her if she had tasted success. Tu Shanye excitedly said that she had earned more than 40,000 spirit stones in one go today. Wei Ming was just about to go to the exchange to open a betting platform, but heaven did not give him the chance. Announcement: Lord Lin Xian, who ranked first, has upgraded his Lord's Mansion to level 2 and will be rewarded with an excellent treasure chest. Announcement: Lord Lin Xian, who ranked first, has upgraded his Lord's Mansion to level 2 and will be rewarded with 100 reputation points. Wei Ming fell silent. He wasn't in first place. Thankfully, the betting hadn't started yet. Immediately following, a second announcement appeared. Ying Yiman, who came in second place, upgraded her Lord's Mansion to level 2, receiving a rare treasure chest and 50 reputation points. Wei Ming nearly collapsed. He wasn't even in second place. He only breathed a sigh of relief when the third announcement came on. Announcement: Lord Wei Ming ranked third and upgraded his Lord's Mansion to level 2, receiving a rare treasure chest as a reward. Announcement: Lord Wei Ming ranked third and his Lord's Mansion was upgraded to level 2, rewarding him with 30 reputation points. The regional chat channel completely exploded. Tu Shanye lamented that she had missed out on another fortune. Other lords also complained, saying that the rankings for the second tier had just begun and were already over. Some people exclaimed that normally, reaching level 2 within 3 days would be considered a high achievement, considering the need to clear the iron or guardian monsters. But now, only a day and a half has passed, and 3 people have already reached level 2. Many people were glad they hadn't gambled, while others said they had originally planned to bet on the underdog to win against E-Man. E-Man immediately chimed in, asking, "Am I the underdog?" The man quickly corrected himself, saying it was just a slip of the tongue and asking the boss not to take offense. Lin Xian ignored the teasing in the channel and even temporarily put aside the excellent treasure chest. His attention was completely drawn to the new Heavenly Dao prompt. Note: your reputation has exceeded 300 points, and you're already somewhat well known in the county. Hint: a caravan, having heard of your fame, has set off for your territory. Perhaps you should prepare enough spirit stones. Lin Xian's eyes flickered slightly. Reaching the minor fame reputation level had actually triggered a special event. Could it be because he was the first to reach this reputation stage? Chapter 36. Damn it. He got away with it again. Troop combat power ranking. This is the benefit of having a high reputation. Jiang Chen knew very well that good items often appeared in the caravan's cargo, and with a stroke of luck, even epic items might appear. Of course, the caravan wasn't cheap either. He couldn't help but think to himself that if Ying Man were to run into them, she could probably buy out the entire caravan. However, what Jiang Chen was really looking forward to was not epic items, but rather obscure low-level items, such as practical resources like seeds, blueprints, cultivation techniques, and skill books. Just then, the heavenly announcement sounded again, much to everyone's surprise. Announcement. Given that the troop strength of Town 10086 is generally higher than that of other towns, the troop combat strength ranking has been triggered. Ranked 1 in troop strength. The lord who receives this rank will be awarded an epic chest. The lords ranked 2nd to 10th in troop strength will receive an excellent treasure chest as a reward. The lords ranked 11th 100th in troop strength will receive a rare treasure chest as a reward. Calculation rule. The sum of the combat power of all troop types under the lord's command, based on their attribute panels. Settlement time. 12 o'clock noon the day after tomorrow. After a brief silence, the regional chat exploded. An epic treasure chest had appeared in a newbie town, something that seemed unprecedented to everyone. Soon, someone realized the key. The ranking wasn't based on the strongest unit type, but rather the sum of the combat power of all unit types. In other words, as long as you build houses to increase the population and then mass-produce troops, you could get on the list. The ordinary lords were immediately excited. Even if they couldn't get the epic treasure chest, as long as they had a rare treasure chest, they might be able to defy fate like Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was equally tempted. He wasn't as concerned about the excellent treasure chest anymore, but the epic treasure chest was different. The last epic treasure chest yielded 10 tons of dragon tooth rice. However, the rules also made him wary. If someone were to use thousands of low-tier troops to artificially inflate their combat power, he might not be able to dominate the entire field. But Jiang Chen quickly regained his confidence. Mass-producing troops? Anyone can do that. Others mass-produce ordinary troops, but with a heavenly sound pavilion, he can mass-produce superior troops. Let's see who can stack up the highest. With this in mind, he immediately ordered all the farmers in the gold mining area to work overtime until they had mined 1,000 units of gold before they could rest. Nong immediately responded, "Rest assured, my lord, we will complete the mission with our lives." On the other side, Ying Man looked at the second reward book and gritted her teeth in anger. Damn it, he tricked me again. She discovered the fine iron ore yesterday and sent 10 epic peasants to mine it at full speed. In just 2 hours, she upgraded her manor to Tier 2. Talent, money, and luck all combined to achieve Tier 2 on the first day. Even so, she still couldn't outrun Jiang Chen. Meng Tian couldn't understand how Jiang Chen could mine such an astonishingly fast iron ore, even if he discovered it earlier. Frustrated, Ying Man maliciously speculated that Jiang Chen might actually be a favored descendant of some royal family who had been separated from the royal family. Meng Tian also felt it wasn't impossible, so she reminded her that when she returned to Blue Star the day after tomorrow, she could send someone to investigate. Ying Man had just nodded when she suddenly burst into laughter. This was because the Heavenly Tao had triggered its first ever troop strength ranking, and the top reward was an epic treasure chest. She was beaming with excitement, convinced that such a high reward must be due to the strength of her troops. Meng Tian also sighed, noting that they possessed several epic troop formations, and this time, Her Highness finally had a chance to take the top spot. Ying Man was not careless. Jiang Chen was too strange. To be on the safe side, she decided to also build up her combat strength by deploying low-level troops. Meng Tian frowned and advised, "Food can be bought, but wasting energy to farm low-level troops for an epic treasure chest is not worth it." Ying Man, however, invoked the first emperor's name. "I have lost the top spot 3 times in a row. If I am second again this time, it will not only be a disgrace to me, but also to my father." Meng Tian was speechless. Even the first emperor had been invoked. How could she possibly object? After thanking him, Man remembered that Jiang Chen had said he would sell her equipment that night, but it was already this late, and he still hadn't made a move. After saying that, she directly dialed Jiang Chen's video call. Meng Tian frowned slightly upon seeing this. His Highness is only 18 years old, and seems to have let himself go somewhat since entering the battlefield of 10,000 races. Should she report this to His Majesty the First Emperor? Your friend has requested a video call. Jiang Chen had assumed it was in Chuxia, but it turned out to be Man. After answering, he politely asked, "Did you need something, boss Man?" Jiang Chen would treat any client of this caliber, regardless of gender, with seriousness. Although he was after her money, a hint of amazement still flashed in his eyes when he saw her holographic image. In terms of appearance alone, Chuxia is gentle and beautiful, while Man is heroic and spirited. Each has her own merits. However, Man's innate noble temperament is indeed something that Chuxia cannot match. Man's expression was unfriendly. "Have you forgotten? Who said they were going to sell me something tonight?" Jiang Chen had indeed forgotten, but immediately said, "How could I forget? The things are almost ready. I'll send you the illustrated guide right away." Man interrupted him, bringing up the matter at hand with a serious expression. Jiang Chen had killed dozens of lords. Although Chuxia had already explained for him, and she believed in Chuxia, it still involved human lives, and she needed to confirm that Jiang Chen was not a bloodthirsty lord. Jiang Chen's eyes revealed admiration. The immortal Qin winner truly lived up to his reputation as a descendant of the first emperor. He certainly showed responsibility in this bloody lordship matter. He didn't argue, but instead sent a video showing He Qi arrogantly shouting after surrounding him. There was no need to create a misunderstanding with Man. It could be explained in a few words. After reading it, Man breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. Although you were entrapping them, they were blinded by greed and deserved to die. Then she held out her hand. "What are you selling? Let me see." Chapter 37. The First Epic Building. Powerful Attributes. Lin Xian smiled and asked Man to wait a moment. Then he sent her a catalog of dozens of unused rare equipment pieces, along with several excellent equipment pieces. Man was immediately astonished upon seeing it. There were actually 7 excellent pieces of equipment inside, all between level 8 and 10, with quite good attributes. She couldn't help but ask Lin Xian, "Are you sure you don't want such good stuff?" Lin Xian was also helpless. His troops simply couldn't wear these equipment. The dragon's body had 0 capacity. The goddess warriors came with their own divine armor, and the centaur leader only needed a long sword and a bow. Upon hearing this, Man immediately dropped the preamble and made a direct offer. 36 pieces of equipment, 7 of which were excellent and 29 were rare, for a flat price of 2 million spirit stones. Lin Xian almost thought he had misheard. These items, at market price, were only around 1 million, and even with a markup, they were unlikely to exceed 1.5 million. Man's spending was truly extravagant. The transaction was completed quickly, and both parties were satisfied. Before hanging up, Man gave a spiel, saying that if they ever came across anything like epic-level tiger demon meat, they should contact her. The price was negotiable. After the video ended, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. Based on his achievements and various rankings over the past 2 days, it wasn't surprising that Man guessed that he had killed the epic tiger demon. It was just that this girl didn't say things directly and insisted on beating around the bush. This transaction brought in another 2 million spirit stones, greatly boosting Lin Xian's confidence. After strengthening the legendary recruitment order, he still had 4.5 million spirit stones left, and building the Heavenly Sound Pavilion required 4,000 units of epic materials, with the strengthening cost being 4 million. He had been hesitant to spend money recklessly, but now that he suddenly had 2 million, his mind started racing again. After much deliberation, he took out the kitchen blueprint, spent a long time filtering through the upgrade list, and finally chose a direction. Consuming 1 million spirit stones, upgrade direction 83, epic building, drunken immortal pavilion. Eating dragon tooth rice and demon beast meat directly would be somewhat wasteful. The materials needed for the drunken immortal pavilion weren't cheap either. Azure stone, golden sandalwood, and gluttonous stone together cost 800,000 spirit stones. Including the blueprint enhancements, this epic restaurant cost a total of 1.8 million spirit stones, and the money they had just earned was almost gone in the blink of an eye. However, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion occupies another 500 square meters. Lin Xian frowned as he looked at his territory. A level 2 territory is only 10,000 square meters, and the Heavenly Sound Pavilion will take another 1,000 square meters, and these are all level 0 buildings. It seems we must find a crystal mine as soon as possible to upgrade our territory to level 3. That way, not only will our territory expand, but we can also recruit a second hero. Next, Lin Xian began the tedious process of strengthening the materials. Finally, just before midnight, he had gathered all the materials. He immediately chose to construct the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, and the outline of a 20-meter-tall building appeared in the designated location. With 8 hours left in the construction countdown, immediate completion would require 4,800 spirit stones. Since it would be finished by tomorrow morning anyway, Lin Xian saw no need to waste spirit stones on an instant build, so he yawned and went back to rest. Just like last night, Lin Xian was on top, and the Empress was below, and nothing was said throughout the night. The next morning, when Lin Xian woke up, the Empress was gone. He stretched and walked out of the Lord's mansion, just in time to see the Empress finishing her cultivation. After exchanging greetings, the other citizens also put down their work and bowed respectfully. Lin Xian responded to their greetings all the way and soon arrived in front of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. By this time, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion was completed. The entire building featured flying eaves and glazed tiles, a golden roof and jade walls, towering dragon pillars, and a corridor surrounding each floor. Enveloped in spiritual mist, it was magnificent and clearly not an ordinary building. Lin Xian opened the attribute panel. Drunken Immortal Pavilion, epic quality of food and beverage building. It comes with 1 manager, 1 epic chef, 1 epic brewer, and 30 waiters. The restaurant has an interior area of 4,000 square meters with 1 sky private room, 5 earth private rooms, 20 human private rooms, and 100 tables. It can accommodate 700 people when fully booked. Its specialty is called Immortal's Drink, an epic spirit wine that, when consumed, can unleash potential, increasing all attributes by 50% for 10 minutes. In addition, it possesses 3 other unique characteristics: a delicacy from across the land, the blessing of the god of food, and a spirit-gathering array. The world's delicacies record the recipes of several major races from the battlefield of 10,000 races. The blessing of the god of food can enhance the flavor of dishes prepared in the Drunken Immortal Pavilion by 50% and increase additional attributes by 20%. The spirit-gathering array significantly increases the spiritual energy concentration in different areas, with the highest level private rooms seeing an increase of up to 5 times. After reviewing the attributes, Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh. It truly lived up to its epic building reputation, and this was only at level 0. With just this restaurant, even if he became an entertainment lord in the future, he could still have a constant stream of guests and live a life of wealth and luxury. Especially the Immortal's Drink, which increases all attributes by 50%, even if it only lasts for 10 minutes, is enough to turn the tide of battle at crucial moments. However, when he saw the energy and materials required to upgrade the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, his lips twitched again. Upgrading to level 1 alone would require 30,000 energy, not even counting the materials. Epic buildings, indeed, are not something ordinary low-level lords can afford. At this moment, the manager of Zuixinlu came out to greet him, introducing himself as Wang Kai, and respectfully paid his respects to the lord. Lin Xian praised the name, then retrieved a batch of ingredients from the warehouse, instructing the kitchen to prepare breakfast for 5 people, and opened the VIP room. Wang Sai's eyes flashed with shock when he saw that the ingredients were at least of epic quality, and he quickly went to make arrangements. A system notification then sounded. Wang Sai's loyalty had increased by 15 points, now at 80. Half an hour later, Lin Xian led the Empress and 2 goddess warriors on rest into the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, smiling as he said that the territory finally had a canteen starting today. The Empress gazed at the magnificent building before her and couldn't help but marvel at how grand the dining hall was. As soon as she stepped into the restaurant, a strange light flashed in her eyes. She had clearly sensed the change in the concentration of spiritual energy here. Lin Xian smiled slightly and led the women directly to the top floor. The so-called heavenly class private room was the entire top floor of Zuixinlu, covering several hundred square meters, surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a panoramic view of the entire territory. The Empress took a deep breath, her expression one of shock. The density of spiritual energy here was simply terrifying. Soon, the waiters brought out breakfast. The dragon-tooth rice and tiger demon meat, cooked by the epic chef, not only tasted 100 times better, but also received a stronger attribute boost. The side dishes, though made from ordinary ingredients, also possessed additional effects. Such a luxurious breakfast left not only the Empress and the others feeling incredibly satisfied, but even Lin Xian felt utterly content. A system notification sounded, indicating that after consuming the heavenly fragrance spiritual flesh, his physique, spiritual power, and divine soul had surged once more. Looking at the increased attributes, Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh. This is what life is all about. Amanda, her mouth full of food, mumbled that it was so delicious. Compared to this, Giselle's cooking was simply inedible. Just as Lin Xian finished eating, Long Jiu's head suddenly appeared outside the window, reporting that they had discovered other lords while exploring the map. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened, but he wasn't surprised. The dragon and the goddess warrior were too powerful. Their exploration range had already expanded to dozens of kilometers in the past 2 days. The starting town map was only so big. Sooner or later, it would border other lords. He pondered for a moment, then instructed that no conflict should occur and that the specific situation should be explained first. Long Jiu whispered, "Lord, it's too late. Giselle has already captured him, and he's outside the territory now." Lin Xian fell silent on the spot. Chapter 38, Are You Crazy? Using elite troops as supervisors? Not long ago, when Wei Ming and Hero Eva were exploring the maps separately, Eva suddenly sent a message saying that she had discovered a second iron or mine. Before Wei Ming could even feel happy, Eva added, "That iron mine has already been occupied." Wei Ming quickly arrived at the scene and was immediately furious. The mine was less than 10 kilometers from his territory, which, according to the unspoken rules of the battlefield of all races, was practically equivalent to mining on his doorstep. What was even more outrageous was that the other side had only sent a centaur to guard it. Wei Ming felt this was a blatant provocation and immediately ordered Eva to attack. Eva led the rare human gladiators to surround and kill them. But the battle had barely begun when a gladiator was instantly killed by a centaur's sword. Wei Ming's expression changed drastically. This combat power was at least that of a level 10 outstanding unit. He instantly realized something and shouted in horror. An exceptional level centaur? Could it be that freak? Stop right now. Unfortunately, it was too late. With a thunderous whooshing sound, a golden figure burst out from the fog of war. In the blink of an eye, his prized rare troops were slaughtered one after another, utterly powerless to resist. Wei Ming reacted quickly, immediately shouting, "Misunderstanding. Lord Jiang Chen and I are friends." The golden figure finally stopped. It was a blonde female warrior with a voluptuous figure and stunning beauty. Wei Ming was stunned, even feeling that his hero Eva paled in comparison. A thought suddenly struck him, and he tentatively asked, "You're so strong. Could you be Jiang Chen's hero, the Empress?" Giselle didn't answer, but simply grabbed Wei Ming by the neck and disappeared into the mist with him. Since this person had attacked the resource point and claimed to be a friend of the Lord, she couldn't be bothered to judge and simply took him back to Jiang Chen for disposal. Seeing Wei Ming being brought back, Jiang Chen chuckled. "Isn't this Brother Wei? I heard you attacked my resource point." Wei Ming forced a smile, but his legs were trembling. He quickly explained, "It's definitely a misunderstanding. My hero gave the order without my knowledge. I had no idea about it." Jiang Chen frowned and remained silent, and the air instantly fell silent. Wei Ming's forehead was covered in sweat. He knew very well that Jiang Chen was no pushover. He was a ruthless man who would kill dozens of lords without a second thought. Unable to bear the pressure, Wei Ming could only bite the bullet and start a conversation. This must be the Empress, right? The number one on the hero power ranking. She's truly terrifying. Jiang Chen glanced at Giselle, but before he could speak, Amanda ran out from behind, grabbed Giselle's arm, and said that the Lord had prepared a lot of delicious food again this morning. Hearing Amanda call her sister, and seeing the two wearing identical armor, Wei Ming felt dizzy. She wasn't an empress, or even a hero. She was just a unit. If a single unit could wipe out his entire army, how many units were there? No wonder the exceptional centaur leader could only work as a mine security guard. At this moment, Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Since it's a misunderstanding, that iron mine." Wei Ming immediately patted his chest and assured him, "Boss Jiang Chen, go ahead and mine. The mine is close to me, and I will definitely send troops to help you guard it." Jiang Chen sighed inwardly, thinking that this path had finally become wider. He then hinted that if Wei Ming encountered any monsters he couldn't handle, he could contact him. Wei Ming immediately understood. "If we discover a high-level boss, I will definitely notify Boss Jiang first." Jiang Chen continued, saying that if a crystal mine were discovered, he would be willing to buy it at a high price. Crystals are an essential resource for upgrading to level 3. Wei Ming quickly retorted, "Brother Jiang Chen, you're being too polite by mentioning money. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is still yours." Seeing how cooperative he was, Jiang Chen felt a little embarrassed and traded him some local specialties as a way to calm his nerves. Wei Ming gasped after reading the attributes. After consuming it, his spiritual affinity would increase by 50% within 3 hours, a treasure to him. But for Jiang Chen, this was just a dish made by the epic chef using ordinary ingredients. He could make as much as he wanted. Wei Ming was so grateful that he repeatedly praised Jiang Chen for his generosity. After seeing Wei Ming off, Jiang Chen's expression suddenly turned serious. He realized he'd been too bloodthirsty lately and had almost killed Wei Ming to exchange for energy. Could it be because his strength had increased too quickly? Meanwhile, 27 kilometers east of Jiang Chen's territory, 6 golden figures were moving through the primeval forest. Giselle shattered the head of a jungle predator with a single shot, leaving the surrounding area littered with corpses and filled with the stench of blood. Meanwhile, Amanda was single-handedly suppressing an 18th-level exceptional boss, the Jungle Slayer. The monster was a full 20 meters long, covered in scales, and its combat power was even higher than Amanda's. But now it was covered in wounds, and its movements were getting slower and slower. Less than a minute later, Amanda unleashed a powerful shot that slammed into the python's chin, the sound of bones cracking echoing through the air. The massive snake was propelled several meters by the force before crashing to the ground with a deafening roar. Giselle then received Jiang Chen's order and told Amanda that this crystal mine was very important to the territory, and that the surrounding area was full of monsters of level 15 or above, which the centaurs could not defend, so she had to guard temporarily. Amanda's face fell, but she still agreed. Afterwards, Giselle instructed Abigail to take the body of the jungle killer back to the territory and hand it over to Jiang Chen for disposal. Soon, Jiang Chen received a notification that he had captured the crystal mine. New resource point information also appeared in the resource interface. After checking the yield, he immediately began constructing a crystal mine. Not long after Wei Ming's brief incident, his subordinates reported the discovery of a crystal mine. Because the monsters guarding the mine were level 15-18 jungle predators, and the primeval forest was unsuitable for dragons, Jiang Chen dispatched all his goddess warriors. With the crystal mine, he can upgrade to level 3 tomorrow and recruit a second hero. However, the legendary hero token requires 10 million spirit stones to upgrade, making him feel short of money again. He did have an epic hero token, which the tiger demon dropped yesterday. But now, epic heroes weren't really appealing to him anymore. Having no other choice, he had to risk selling the epic hero token. Soon after, Abigail dragged the corpse of the level 18 jungle slayer back to her territory. Jiang Chen felt that directly dismantling it would be too wasteful. So he took out 500,000 spirit stones from his remaining 700,000 spirit stones and used them to enhance another legendary recruitment token. The second legendary farmer, named Farmer 2, also possesses the Shen Nong passive skill. After the decomposition begins, the snake meat yield increases fivefold. The quality improves by one tier, becoming epic snake meat. And snake gallbladders, snake skin, and other materials are continuously added to the drunken immortal pavilion. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered seeing a dish on the menu of Zuixinlu that morning, so he instructed Wang Kai to make a dragon and tiger fight for lunch. Wang Kai immediately obeyed respectfully. Next, Jiang Chen continued to enhance the star gold while waiting for the gold mine to be mined. Around noon, Nong Yi finally mined 1,000 units of gold ore. 10 seconds later, the last unit of star gold was also fully enhanced. Jiang Chen did not hesitate and immediately gave the order. Build the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. Chapter 39. Creating Units, Global Announcement. A building even taller than the drunken immortal pavilion rose from the ground. Jiang Chen glanced at the construction time and realized that the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, as a military building, would take a full 3 days to complete. He had no time to wait and immediately chose to complete it. With 43,200 spirit stones consumed, the Heavenly Sound Pavilion was instantly built, and notifications popped up one after another. The Empress's favorability has increased to 95 points, and she has also obtained the epic title Heavenly Sound Saint Lord, which increases all her attributes by 30% and allows her to learn the new skill preaching and teaching. Jiang Chen was stunned. A level 10 hero's combat power breaking through 300 stars, if this were to be told, probably no one would believe it. The Empress was naturally the happiest when the Tianyin Pavilion was completed, but looking at the building in front of her, she quickly looked puzzled. My lord, it looks a bit small. Jiang Chen smiled and said that bigger isn't necessarily better. Performance is key. He then opened the Tianyin Pavilion panel to check. The Tianyin Pavilion is of epic quality and belongs to the barracks. It covers an area of 8,000 square meters and can have various troop types, such as Holy Lord, Nine Heavens Holy Maiden, Tianyin True Disciple, and Tianyin Disciple. In addition, the sect also has cultivation techniques and skills, as well as special facilities such as enlightenment rooms, spirit gathering rooms, energy gathering rooms, and training towers. Ordinary troop buildings can usually only recruit soldiers, but Tianyin Pavilion is completely different, especially the Trial Tower, where ordinary Tianyin disciples can actually be promoted to epic-level Tianyin True Disciples through trials. The only thing Jiang Chen found regrettable was that the Tianyin Pavilion's current cultivation techniques and skills were at a relatively low level, and their overall potential had not yet been fully realized. But just then, he remembered the passing on knowledge and instruction skill that the Empress had just mastered. The effect of this skill was that all the techniques and skills the Empress had mastered could be automatically transformed into sect techniques and skills, allowing the disciples of Tianyin Pavilion to master them simultaneously. Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath. This was simply a divine skill. In other words, as long as he obtained an S-rank cultivation technique for the Empress to learn, all the soldiers recruited by the Heavenly Sound Pavilion would simultaneously master this technique. For this reason alone, the Empress's value far exceeds that of most legendary heroes he knows. Jiang Chen couldn't help but wonder why the Empress was so powerful. Was it simply because she wasn't a native of the battle of myriad races, but rather summoned from all the myriad worlds based on his memories from his previous life? Before he could think it through, a prompt from the Heavenly Tao suddenly appeared. He had created the superior troop type, Heavenly Sound Disciple, and gained the privilege of making announcements in the 7th Heaven, District 666, and Blue Star Domain. Did you want to make an announcement? If you choose to announce it, you will be rewarded with 10,000 reputation points and 100 legendary points. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned. This was a global announcement. Once released, all the new billionaire lords of this generation on Blue Star would see it, and even the 2 world altars in the main world would exhibit unusual phenomena. According to historical records, when Zhu Yuanzhang created the Jinyui, an epic military unit, hundreds of years ago, all the altars of the 2 realms on Earth resounded for 3 days to celebrate. Jiang Chen hadn't expected this to happen to him so quickly. It took him a while to calm down and figure out why. The Empress and the Heavenly Sound Pavilion were not part of the battlefield of 10,000 races, and Heavenly Sound Disciples had never appeared before, so it was reasonable for them to be considered as a self-created unit. As for the 9 Heavens Holy Maidens, their limit was only 9, and they were not yet a fully developed unit, so no announcement was triggered. After thinking it through, Jiang Chen quickly made a decision. The announcement definitely had to be issued, even if it attracted the attention of powerful forces or even led to retaliation. He had to secure those 10,000 reputation points and 100 legendary points. However, the announcement cannot be made now. He decided to set the date after the troop strength rankings are finalized tomorrow. If he were to reveal his ability to mass-produce superior units now, most lords might back down, but Ng Yi-man would definitely go on a rampage, even disbanding her peasants, just to compete with him for the epic chest. That would be a drain on both him and Ng Yi-man. The best outcome would be for him to come in first and for Ng Yi-man to come in second, so that both of them could benefit. After putting aside the global announcement, Jiang Chen opened the recruitment options for the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. The Nine Heavens Holy Maiden is a legendary unit, requiring 5,000 units of food and 10,000 units of energy. The Heavenly Sound Disciple is an excellent unit, requiring 800 units of food and 2,000 units of energy. Fortunately, he hadn't touched the energy he gained from slaughtering the Lord yesterday. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen directly recruited the legendary unit, Nine Heavens Saints. The Heavenly Sound Pavilion shone brightly, and 10 minutes later, a stunningly beautiful woman emerged from the pavilion. She was about 30 years old, dressed in palace attire like the Empress, and exuded captivating charm. The beautiful woman had clearly received the information from the Heavenly Tao and knew her situation, so she knelt down and bowed to Jiang Chen. "Your subordinate, Fan Yin Tian, greets your lordship." Jiang Chen raised his hand in a gesture of support, saying there was no need for such formalities, and then immediately looked at Fan Yin Tian's attributes. Chapter 40. Frenzied Troop Production. Terrifying Attributes. The caravan arrives. Brahma's Sound Heaven. Race, human. Level 1. Quality, Golden Legend. Attributes, Physique 20, Spiritual Power 18, Divine Soul 12, Capacity 14. Combat Power, 28 star. Technique, Evendi Sound Technique Bugine. Skill, Heavenly Sound 9 kills minor success. Looking at the panel, Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh. 28 stars of combat power, it was simply terrifying. Keep in mind that the Empress's initial combat power was only 26 stars, and the dragon's was only 18. Of course, Fan Yintian's combat power is due not only to the minor completion level of the Heavenly Sound technique, but also to the 40% attribute boost from the Empress's A-level command. Just as Lin Xian was marveling, Fan Yintian suddenly appeared before the Empress and excitedly bowed, saying, "Greetings, Your Majesty. It has been 2 years, and I have finally found you." The Empress was equally excited to see her former subordinates, but she froze when she heard 2 years. She had only been on the battlefield of 10,000 races for 2 days, so how could it be that, according to Fan Yintian, she had been missing for 2 years? The Empress looked at Lin Xian and asked for the reason. Lin Xian was already confused by the fact that the two knew each other, but he still pretended to be calm and said, "The battlefield of myriad races is the source of all the heavens and myriad worlds, so the flow of time is naturally different." The Empress suddenly realized something and asked if they could return to their original world. Lin Xian was speechless and sighed, but nodded with a weary expression and said that of course they could, but it would be a thorny path. The Empress's eyes flickered, and she respectfully thanked her. Fortunately, the second Nine Heavens Saintess appeared in time, allowing Lin Xian to escape the awkward situation. Soon, all 9 Saintess recruits were completed. They are respectively from the heaven of Brahma Sound, the heaven of freedom, the heaven of wonderful accomplishment, the heaven of profound purity, the heaven of abundant hearing, the heaven of wide vision, the heaven of blazing sunshine, the heaven of Vaishravana, and the heaven of Yama. Each of the 9 has a unique charm and is of different ages, yet all are exquisitely beautiful. Lin Xian was quite satisfied and waved his hand. "Upgrade everyone." Golden light shone down, and all 9 holy maidens were upgraded to level 5, consuming a total of 279,000 energy. Adding to the 90,000 energy spent on recruitment, the territory's accumulated energy for a day was instantly reduced by more than half. However, the level 5 Saintess's combat power had already exceeded 100 stars, even surpassing that of a level 7 goddess warrior. Lin Xian immediately ordered the 9 Heaven Saints to go to a location 20 kilometers outside the territory and freely hunt monsters of level 15 and above. The 9 of them accepted the order in unison and turned to leave. Next, Lin Xian officially began his massive troop buildup. He simultaneously constructed residences to increase the population cap and recruited Tianyin disciples with all his might. Every decision a lord makes in the early stages will be magnified infinitely later. Now that the territory is growing larger, many things can no longer be done based solely on intuition. Fortunately, Lin Xian is a top student. He simply picked up a twig and wrote down formulas on the ground. He factored in the costs of recruiting a Tianyin disciple, the energy required for upgrading the current 240,000 energy, the acquisition rate of 9,200 energy per hour, and the cost of residential buildings. The Empress, curious, asked him what he was doing. Lin Xian, without turning his head, replied that being a lord wasn't so easy. This was called territory mathematics, a prerequisite for territory deduction. The results came out quickly. Looking at the final calculated numbers, Lin Xian immediately ordered the newly recruited Tianyin disciples. Upgrade them all to level 3. A moment later, the territory was filled with beautiful women. Lin Xian raised them all to level 3 and arranged for them to go out in pairs to hunt monsters, but they were not allowed to leave the territory within 10 kilometers. The Empress watched Lin Xian strategize with remarkable skill, her eyes gleaming with admiration. A notification sounded, indicating her admiration for Lin Xian had increased again, raising her favorability rating by 1 point to a current level of 96. Lin Xian was secretly delighted. He was only 4 points away from maxing out the Empress's favorability. He couldn't help but look forward to what would happen then. As night fell, Lin Xian had already recruited 80 Tianyin disciples in one go. Just after having dinner in a private room at Zuixinlu, a Tianyin disciple rushed in to report that a merchant caravan claiming to be from the county town was outside their territory. The caravan finally arrived. Lin Xian's spirits lifted. This was a special event triggered after his reputation reached somewhat famous, something he had been waiting for a long time. He went to the window and looked out from the top floor of Zuixinlu. He saw that the caravan consisted of dozens of carriages and nearly 100 guards, which was quite large. Not long after, in a private room at Zuixinlu restaurant, Lin Xian met the caravan manager. The man introduced himself as Tian Ding, the manager of the Tian Family Merchant Guild, who had come specifically to pay his respects to the Lord. As soon as Tian Ding entered the restaurant, he was stunned by the luxury of Zuixinlu. He mentioned that he had heard that Lin Xian had repeatedly won the top spot on the ranking list of the novice town in Qingyang County. Now that he saw it, he found that the reputation was indeed well-deserved. Lin Xian silently noted down the information about Qingyang County. It turned out that the county where the 10086 newbie town was located was called Qingyang County. After exchanging pleasantries, he directly inquired about the goods from the Chamber of Commerce. Tian Ding didn't hesitate, waving his hand to display a goods list. It contained hundreds of items, ranging from fine iron swords to rare cold blades. Everything imaginable. Lin Xian continued reading, and soon his eyes lit up. There were 3 E-grade territory advancement talismans on the list, which could upgrade an F-grade Lord's Talent to E-grade, and each one was priced at 10,000 spirit stones. Without hesitation, he bought all 3. Continuing to scroll down, he saw the cultivation techniques and skill books he had been eyeing for a long time. Tongbei Fist, Fireball Technique, Breathing Technique, Iron Cross Skill, a total of 23 low-level martial arts and skill books. Lin Xian waved his hand and took them all again. Although Tian Ding was pleased, he still reminded Lin Xian that trying to learn too many techniques at once would be counterproductive, and it would be best to choose one high-quality technique to focus on. Lin Xian smiled and thanked him, but clearly didn't take it to heart, so Tian Ding didn't try to persuade him any further. Next came the blueprints. Lin Xian bought 5 farmland blueprints, 5 arrow tower blueprints, and 5 pasture blueprints in one go, and then asked if they had any plant seeds, even ordinary ones would do. Tian Ding was taken aback, only saying that low-level seeds were worthless and that high-level seeds were indeed unavailable. Lin Xian was somewhat helpless, What he wanted were precisely low-level seeds. Continuing to the bottom of the list, most of the remaining items were equipment, which Lin Xian wasn't particularly interested in. But when he saw the last item, his expression instantly hardened. That was actually an epic hero token priced at 10 million spirit stones. Tian Ding said with a hint of pride that for a new lord, this was an absolutely unattainable treasure, and then asked Lin Xian with a smile if he could afford it. Lin Xian chuckled. If he were to enhance the epic hero token, the cost would only be 1 million spirit stones, not to mention that he already had one. If he weren't afraid of attracting too much attention, he would have sold that epic hero token long ago. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to pull off a switcheroo? Using the caravan manifest, he could easily sell the hero's token he possessed. 10 million spirit stones would be just enough for him to enhance his second legendary hero. Thinking of this, Lin Xian immediately took a screenshot of the list. The first buyer was naturally Yin Man, the nouveau riche. Lin Xian sent a message directly. Picture, bro. Need a proxy buyer? Chapter 41, An Unexpected Surprise. Selling food. Mass enhancement. He received a reply very quickly. Yin Man. Epic hero token? You triggered the caravan event. Jiang Chen. I'll sell it to you at a low price for 10 million spirit stones, and I won't make a single penny. Yin Man seemed to be in a good mood. Great. You even think of your sister when there's such a good thing. But my drawer is already full of epic hero tokens. Jiang Chen almost choked. What else can I say? Jiang Chen, awesome boss. After thinking about it, it seemed that no one was more suitable than Xu among the other people. Jiang Chen. Image, early summer. Need a proxy buyer? And Xu reaction was even greater than Yin Man's. My god, it's an epic hero token? The caravan actually got an epic hero token? Your luck is too good. Jiang Chen. I'll help you get it for 10 million spirit stones at a reasonable price. And Xu was clearly anxious. But I don't have that much money. Jiang Chen encouraged. Use your name as the little princess of the Yin family to raise funds. If all else fails, just borrow money from your sister Ing. And Xu. That still won't raise 10 million spirit stones. Jiang Chen panicked. I'll lower the price. I'll sell it to you for 9 million spirit stones. And Xu was stunned. 9 million? This is the first time I've ever seen a personal shopper lose money. Jiang Chen slapped his forehead. You're too impatient. Jiang Chen. I'll try to bargain with the caravan to see if we can get a discount. And Xu. But 9 million is too much. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, How about this? After you return to Blue Star tomorrow, tell the city lord about this. I'm sure the city lord won't give up an epic hero token. And Xu. The caravan stay wouldn't exceed 3 hours, right? I remember this question was on the Huanggong's secret strategy. Jiang Chen immediately assured him, Don't worry, I guarantee I'll help you get the epic hero token. At worst, I'll have to pay a price. And Xu was touched. Jiang Chen, you're so good to me, I really don't know how to thank you. How about this? I just got an item that I was planning to use myself, but I'll give it to you now. Note, Lord and Xu has mailed you a deep-sea lure via the exchange. Please check your mail. Deep-sea bait. A deep-sea decoy that could trigger a horde of deep-sea monsters? Jiang Chen was overjoyed. This item would be nothing more than an ordinary beast tied in the hands of an ordinary lord. But in Jiang Chen's hands, its value is 10 times higher than that of an epic treasure chest. Jiang Chen still remembered the huge gains from the last time he used the dark bait. However, he later tried to acquire the product at a high price through regional channels, but after several days, he still came up empty-handed. Unexpectedly, this unintentional act has yielded unexpected results. After closing the chat window, Jiang Chen said to Tian Ding with satisfaction, Manager Tian, I don't need anything else. Tian Ding was taken aback, then pursed his lips. I thought he was a big client, who knew I only bought a bunch of low-level items. Jiang Chen was in a great mood at the moment, so he was unusually generous. Manager Tian has come from afar. Why don't you have a simple meal before you leave? Half an hour later, Tian Ding looked at the simple meal in front of him, and his expression finally became serious. The food is of exceptional quality. Your lordship is indeed a hidden talent. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Perhaps Jiang Chen had demonstrated sufficient value, for before leaving, Tian Ding hesitated for a moment and asked, "Although, Lord, you come from beyond the realm, you seem to be a member of the Chinese people, right?" "Oh, in your realm, it should be called the Dragon Kingdom." Jiang Chen nodded. "Of course." Tian Ding suddenly reminded him solemnly, "Lord, be prepared. Life for the Hua people in Qingyang County is not as easy as you imagine." Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" Tian Ding said, "I cannot say more now. Once your town has completed the breakthrough, the Lord will naturally know. Farewell." Watching the caravan's retreating figures, Jiang Chen extended his middle finger. "Damn riddle teller." Tian Ding's words did not have much impact on Jiang Chen. With his current strength, he can kill anyone who stands in his way. What's more, there's Ng Yin Man, a descendant of the first Empress with an overflowing sense of justice, standing up for them. After seeing the caravan off, Jiang Chen lay comfortably on a wrought-tan chair in the territory square, continuing to recruit new Tianyin disciples. But a very real problem has arisen again. He's out of money again. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was prepared. Although Zuixinlu is not open for business, it can still offer some takeout services. Open the exchange. Consignment: 1,000 spirit snake soup, 2,000 spirit stones per serving. Snake soup is a delicacy made with the finest snake meat. With the blessing of Zuixinlu, its quality was directly upgraded by one level, reaching the rare quality. It's thanks to Jiang Chen having an epic chef that he was able to cook so many delicious dishes in a single day. Boost. Lord Ng Yin Man bought 50 servings of the spirit serpent soup you consigned. You have received 100,000 spirit stones. Hint: the snake soup you consigned has been seized by Tu Shan. The moment the consignment was put on hold, a series of purchase notifications came through. With nothing to do, Jiang Chen opened a regional channel to spy on the screen. A rare delicacy? Holy crap, 1,000 servings. It seems Boss Jiang Chen has already built a catering building, and it's not low grade at all. I'm still eating fast food, while Boss Jiang Chen has already started selling rare delicacies. It's infuriating to compare yourself to others. Be content. I've been eating the black bread from the territory for 3 days. I'm about to throw up. Some lords who couldn't afford it were envious. 2,000 spirit stones per share, what a swindler. I think 500 spirit stones per serving is a reasonable price. I hope that Brother Jiang Chen will give it serious consideration. Support. Jiang Chen, please lower the price quickly. Don't let the brothers feel disheartened over such a small amount of spirit stones. However, these people were quickly and thoroughly criticized. Hey upstairs, use your brain before you speak. Permanently increasing a troop's physique by 1 point is already equivalent to a low-level physique book. Rare delicacies rarely provide permanent attribute boosts, and this top-quality item is really affordable at 2,000 spirit stones. I'll take 10 servings. If you don't have money, then stop embarrassing yourself in public. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with the market feedback on the snake soup. The serpent soup can indeed increase troop attributes, provided that the quality is below rare and only the first serving is effective. Even so, it became a hot commodity. The snake soup sold out in just 10 minutes. Gone so quickly. I was out fighting monsters when I heard about the rare food, and came right away, but I was still too late. Brother Jiang Chen, could you please put a few more copies on the shelves? I'm late. Jiang Chen replied, sorry everyone, production is limited. We'll continue selling at the same time tomorrow. This production volume has indeed reached the upper limit of Zuixinlu. After all, Zuixinlu not only does takeout, but is also the territory's canteen. Once you've made money, you naturally need to convert it into real strength as quickly as possible. Jiang Chen now has 4 options. 1. Strengthen the territory advancement rune to advance the Lord's talent. 2. Strengthen the cultivation techniques and skill books. 2. Enhance the deep sea lure and unleash the beast tide tonight. 3. Strengthen equipment and enhance the combat effectiveness of troops. I thought about it. First, his lordly talent is more entertainment-oriented and cannot directly enhance his strength. Secondly, the strengthening techniques take too long to take effect, so there's no need to rush. Third, the crystal mine is already in operation, and the territory can be upgraded to level 3 tomorrow. The benefits of a level 3 beast tide will far exceed those of a level 2 beast tide. Therefore, Jiang Chen ultimately chose the next option. He flipped his hand and took out an ordinary longsword. Consume 20,000 spirit stones. Select Enhancement Direction 3-6, Crimson Holy Word. Crimson Holy Word is the king of cost-effectiveness in the enhancement list and the best among excellent weapons. It not only has high attributes and a good appearance, but its 2 skills are also very practical. Crimson Arc is a powerful area of effect skill that the Empress has used many times. Holy Word is a burst skill. Even the current Empress still cherishes the Crimson Holy Word. This time, Jiang Chen upgraded 100 weapons in one go. Every disciple of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, including the 9 Heavens Holy Maiden, received one. The disciples of Tianyin are naturally skilled with swords. After equipping the Crimson Holy Word, combat power skyrockets, and monster-killing efficiency increases dramatically. Of course, the price was that Jiang Chen was broke again. The next day, Jiang Chen got up very early, which was unusual for him. The first thing to do after getting up is to check the number and status of troops. After all, in just a few hours, the troop strength rankings will be released. Overnight, the number of Tianyin disciples has reached 230. The number of personnel is expected to reach 300 before the military strength rankings are released. Jiang Chen sighed. Under the Empress's command, the total combat power of these 300 Tianyin disciples alone exceeds 6,000 points. Taking the top spot was as easy as taking candy from a baby. Chapter 42, The Madman, Ing Man. The word powerful is itself an appealing term when applied to a unit, and it can also bring a sense of security to the Lord. Jiang Chen admired it for a while. Only then did I open the battle log. There are a total of 21,210 unread entries in the battle log. There really is strength in numbers. Under Jiang Chen's high-pressure policies, the disciples of Tianyin Pavilion worked in 3 shifts. Within a 10-kilometer radius of the territory, people and monsters never cease their antics. Over 21,000 monsters were killed overnight. That's more than the total number of monsters killed in the past 3 days combined. Moreover, the territory continues to maintain a record of 0 casualties. A strong troop composition makes things so much easier. Jiang Chen was too lazy to read so many logs. One-click extraction. You have gained 261,200 energy. You have obtained 31,800 spirit stones. You have obtained 26 treasure chests, fine. You have obtained a treasure chest, normal. The biggest gain of the night was undoubtedly 260,000 energy. As for the other items, Jiang Chen stuffed them all into the warehouse, intending to deal with them later. The morning passed quickly. Jiang Chen's territory is developing steadily. The town was also calm and peaceful. Time, 11:40 a.m. There are 20 minutes left until the unit combat power rankings are released. At this moment, Jiang Chen was sitting by the window in the Tianzi private room of Zuixinlu. Enjoy a delicious lunch while getting a massage at Zizishan. Zizishan is the youngest among the 9 heavenly saints. Her E-level skill massage has reached perfection and is just one step away from reaching the transcendent realm. She was originally the Empress's personal massage therapist. That feels good. A little lower. Zizai Dishan tentatively reached down with both hands. My lord, is this the place? Yes, that's it. Jiang Chen almost groaned from the pleasure. I quickly turned on the regional channel to divert my attention. The unit combat power rankings will be released in half an hour. I'm so excited. Jiang Chen recognized the speaker. He was a second-generation leader of a small family named Huang Xian. Wei Ming, It seems Brother Huang Xian is well prepared. Brother Huang. Since it's Brother Wei who asked, I'll lay my cards on the table. I've built 3 new barracks and 100 houses, and I've been mass-producing troops like crazy for a whole day. Wei Ming. Holy crap. There must have been over 1,000 militiamen involved. Huang Xian. It's over 1,400. Brother Wei, you don't know, I'm still a level 1 territory, only 4,000 square meters in area. It's packed with people right now, and I reckon if this drags on for a few more hours, there'll be a mutiny. Wei Ming. Brother, your all-or-nothing gamble is admirable. Your combat power has already surpassed 3,000, making a top 10 finish a sure thing. Huang Xian. Thank you for your kind words, Brother Wei. All our resources have been put into massing troops this time, which has delayed the development of our territory by at least 1 day. If we can't get a good ranking, we'll really lose everything. Wei Ming sighed. Indeed. Tu Shan Ye. Why isn't anyone opening betting odds this time? Ye wants to bet on Brother Jiang Chen to make money. Mu Qing Shuang. Haha. My little sister is so cute. A complete newbie suddenly asked. I still don't understand why we need to produce so many troops. Doesn't upgrading troops also increase combat power? This question stirred up a hornet's nest and immediately drew unanimous contempt from all the straight men in the town. Girl, you should go back to Earth. The battlefield of all races isn't for you. Did you buy your elementary school diploma? You haven't even memorized the upgrade energy mantra? Being silly and cute go hand in hand. Maybe girls think that being a little silly makes them seem cuter. The big shots upstairs are handsome and have nice voices. Wei Ming couldn't hold back any longer. Let me explain. It takes 5,500 energy points to upgrade a militia member from level 10 to level 11, which increases combat power by 2 points, while recruiting a new militia member only takes 100 energy points, which also increases combat power by 2 points. Do you understand now? The explanation was easy to understand, and the girl seemed to realize that her question was a bit silly, so she immediately fell silent. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. That's insane. The 1,400 low-quality soldiers recruited by Huang Xian are neither worth training nor capable of being trained. After the unit combat power ranking ends, the only result is that they are sent out as cannon fodder. That's equivalent to wasting tens of thousands of energy points. But he also understood Huang Xian's actions. With a bit of luck, an excellent treasure chest could truly change one's fate. Not to mention the reputation rewards. If Jiang Chen weren't overpowered, he might have given it a shot. Beep, beep, beep. A video call request from friend went off. Jiang Chen glanced at it. It was sent by Chu Xia. After the connection was established, and Chu Xia got straight to the point. Jiang Chen, did you mass-produce troops today? Since the power rankings would be released soon, and Chu Xia had no qualms about asking questions. Jiang Chen told the truth. It only broke 300. Less than 300? And Chu Xia frowned slightly. With this number, there's no hope for the top 10. You're just trying to secure a place in the top 100, aren't you? And Chu Xia thought they were 300 militiamen, but they were actually 300 elite soldiers. Jiang Chen didn't explain, but asked with a smile, And you? I didn't. Even if I mass-produced troops, I still couldn't get first place. And Chu Xia shook her head. If it's just for an excellent treasure chest, it's not worth wasting a day of my territory's development time. A rational choice. Jiang Chen gave a thumbs up, then asked curiously, But why are you so sure you can't get first place? And Chu Xia looked helpless, because Sistering also master troops. Ying Man has also mass-produced troops? Jiang Chen was surprised. Is she just one epic chest away? Jiang Chen still remembered Ying Man's boast last night that there's a whole drawer full of epic hero orders at home. And Chu Xia seemed to have thought of something funny and covered her mouth with a laugh. Isn't it because you provoked me? You've taken the top spot on the Heavenly Tao ranking 3 times in a row. This time, I'm determined to make sure it's absolutely perfect. I see. Jiang Chen quickly asked, Do you know how many soldiers she massacred? If Ying Man goes berserk, she can still pose a threat to him. Are you trying to find out more about sistering? And Shuxia asked a question in return, then giggled. Actually, sistering also asked me to check on you. You two are really something at this point. If you want to know, just ask each other directly. Immediately afterwards, Shuxia said directly, Sister Ing has summoned 2,000 militiamen. And Shuxia revealed a terrifying number. With Sister Ying's several high-level troops added, her combat power is probably approaching 6,000 points, making it as easy as taking the top spot. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Now that you say that, I'm relieved. Even without considering the dragon, the 9 heavens saintess, and the goddess warrior, his combat power has already exceeded 6,000 points. And Shuxia said with relief, Sistering must be very happy to know that you care about her so much. Immediately afterwards, and Shuxia changed the subject. Jiang Chen, do you still remember that epic tiger demon outside my territory 2 days ago? Jiang Chen's heart stirred. Of course I remember. He was the one who killed that tiger demon. How could he not remember? However, apart from E-Man having some guesses, no one else knew about this. I'm so incredibly unlucky. And Shuxia began to complain. I thought that after defeating the epic tiger demon, I could explore that mountain range, but who knew I'd run into another tough opponent? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. You didn't run into another epic monster, did you? No, not at all. And Shuxia said, looking dejected. But it's not much better, is it? Chapter 43, Mountain Guardians. The rankings descend, and Shuxia looked sullen. I encountered a level 14 Mountain Guardian, and it was a whole squad of them. After one skirmish, I lost another 3 wolf riders. My melee units are almost wiped out. We absolutely have to make up for lost time and energy when we get back to Earth today. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Mountain Guardians? Just a small squad. The Mountain Guardian is one of the dwarf race's powerful units, ranking as an excellent quality unit. The value of 12 Mountain Guardians is definitely no less than that of an epic monster. Jiang Chen said with genuine envy. They all said Tina, the goddess of fortune, ended up in my bed, but now it seems she ended up in yours. And Shuxia rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen. I'm so frustrated. And you're making sarcastic remarks? Fortunately, Sister Ing has promised me that after we return from Blue Star this time, she will send a large army to help me clear the monsters. If you weren't so far away, I would have invited you to come along. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen murmured, so there's still time. The Blue Star channel will also open at noon. It would take them at least several hours to return to Earth. Jiang Chen decided to set off immediately, confident that he could arrive before them. And Shuxia, unaware of Jiang Chen's plans, nodded and said, there's definitely enough time. After hanging up the video call, Jiang Chen immediately frowned. Why is it always Shuxia who encounters high-level monsters? Does this girl really have some special constitution? The server has been open for 3 days. He explored the territory for nearly 100 kilometers and only encountered one superior-level monster, the jungle killer that guarded the crystal mine. Besides, Mountain Guardians, as an outstanding unit, would be the ultimate boss even in a large dwarf tribe. Now a whole squad has suddenly appeared. Could it be that there's a dwarven troop building in that mountain range? If that's the case, then the monsters deep within that mountain range are definitely not limited to just this one group of mountain guards. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement and immediately issued an order through the Lord's heart. Dragon 9, Dragon 1, Dragon 5, Dragon 6, return to your territory immediately. All goddess warriors in the territory, except Amanda, who is stationed at the crystal mine, shall immediately return to the territory. All 9 heavenly saintesses, return to your territory immediately. As a heroine, the Empress's authority in the territory was second only to the Lord, so she naturally received Jiang Chen's order. She hesitated for a moment and asked, My lord, are we about to embark on another expedition? Jiang Chen asked curiously, How did you guess that? The Empress laughed and said, The 9 heavens holy maidens, the 5 goddess warriors, plus you and me, make a total of 16 people, and the 4 giant dragons can just carry 16 people. Ha ha! Jiang Chen burst into laughter. My Empress is getting smarter and smarter. What do you mean by more and more? The Empress rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen and retorted, he's always been this smart. However, she did not refute the phrase, my Empress. Soon, all of the territory's top combat forces have gathered together under Jiang Chen's summons. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Upgrade. Consuming 23,800 energy, your unit Dragon 1 has leveled up to level 7. Consumed 30400 energy. Golden halos emerge from beneath the feet of Dragon 1, Dragon 5, and Dragon 6, dazzling in their brilliance. The three-headed dragon instantly leveled up from level 6 to level 10, and its size expanded rapidly until it grew into a behemoth with a wingspan of 20 meters. The four giant dragons pushed and shoved each other, crowding together and instantly filling the small square in the center of the territory. Jiang Chen looked somewhat worried. Looks like I need to upgrade to Tier 3 quickly, otherwise I won't be able to fit any more buildings or troops. This upgrade consumed a total of 414,000 energy. I gained 260,000 energy last night, and with what I've accumulated this morning, it's just about enough. Time, 11 hours, 57 minutes, and 28 seconds. There are 3 minutes left before the list is released. Jiang Chen said, get ready. We'll trigger it immediately after the troop's strength ranking ends. Including the Empress, everyone said in unison. Yes, my lord. Yinjiamin's territory. Ha. Jiang Chen only scored 300 points. It seems his goal is just to stay in the top 100. Yi Man looked delighted. This time, the top spot is finally mine. Meng Tian said helplessly, Your Highness, you've added Jiang Chen as a friend, haven't you? Why can't you ask him yourself? Why do you have to go through Miss Chu Xia? As in Chu Xia and Yi Man grew closer, Meng Tian showed more respect for Chu Xia in her words. That won't do. Yi Man quickly shook her head. I need to act like I don't care at all about this ranking, like I just casually took the top spot and remained completely calm. Do you understand this feeling, Sister Meng? I get it, Meng Tian complained. It's the same feeling Jiang Chen gave off during the previous Heavenly Dao rankings. Yi Man, suddenly, a brilliant golden light shone from the sky above the fog of war. Unit combat power rankings, let's begin. All the lords of the entire town of 10,086 eagerly awaited their arrival. It's starting. I'm so excited. The Blue Star channel has opened too. Let's wait until the list is released before returning to Earth. It'll only take a few minutes anyway. That makes sense. Soon, lists began to appear one after another. Ranked 100th in troop strength ranking, Lord Qi Yuan, reward, rare treasure chest 1, reputation 2. Ranked 99th in troop strength, Lord Jiang Chen. The list is still being published from back to front, and it is being released rapidly at a rate of 1 person per second. Those who made the list immediately cheered with joy. Haha, I made it onto the list. I finally made it onto the list. I'm on the list too. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't even have any elite troops, let alone elite heroes. I took a desperate gamble this time, and heaven took pity on me. Haha, a rare treasure chest. If I can get an excellent unit from it, then I'll be the next Jiang Chen. Some people also asked the key questions. Brothers who made the list, what is your approximate troop strength? Qi Yuan, I'm around 530 points. Jiang Chen, it got 550. Upon hearing this, some people immediately broke down. My total combat power is 520, just 10 points short. I thought I could get into the top 100. I should have recruited a few more militiamen. My condolences to the brother upstairs. Therefore, the worst thing you can do when trying to climb the rankings is to be indecisive. If you're going to do it, then go all out. The list is released extremely quickly. Ranked 89th in troop strength ranking, Lord Tushanye, reward, rare treasure chest 1, reputation 4. Tushanye, yay perfect. It's obvious that Little Fox has also massed its troops, but its goal is only to finish in the top 100. This way, you can get the treasure chest without significantly impacting your territory. After all, the 11th and 100th place chests are rare treasure chests. Mu Qing Shuang. Little Sister Yi's calculations are so accurate. I admire you. Tu Shan Yi. Sister Mu, you flatter me. Ranked 72nd in troop strength ranking. Lord Lin Mo. Reward. Rare treasure chest 1. Reputation 10. Mu Qing Shuang. The combat power of the 75th is 1,000. According to this calculation, Lin Mo should have generated 300 militiamen. It seems that he went a bit too far. Lin Mo, since being badly frightened by Jiang Chen last time, Lin Mo has kept a much lower profile. Ranked 10th in troop strength ranking, Lord Huang Xian. Reward. Excellent treasure chest 1. Reputation 20. It was Huang Xian who had just amassed 1,400 militiamen. Wei Ming sincerely said, "Congratulations, brother Huang Xian, on achieving your wish." Huang Xian, haha, as expected, heaven will help every dream. Thank you for heaven's favor. Thank you for the family's nurturing, and finally, thank you everyone for your support. Huang Xian was so excited that he was almost incoherent. Wei Ming, if we can unlock new unit types, or even heroes, brother Huang will truly soar to new heights. Huang Xian, haha, thanks for Wei Ji's good wishes. The Heavenly Tao will continue to be announced. Ranked 9th in troop strength, Lord Sun Gang. Surprisingly, the 4th to 10th places were all second-generation leaders of small families, and there was even one commoner, until the 3rd place appeared. Chapter 44, the top spot appears. A rank skill, Great Sumeru Sword Style. Ranked 3rd in troop combat strength, Lord Mu Qing Shuang. Reward. Excellent treasure chest 1. Reputation 100. The 3rd place was actually Mu Qing Shuang, a lieutenant from the Jiangnan military region. And Chu Xia. Sister Mu has also raised her army? Mu Qing Shuang. I'm sorry to have made you laugh, Chu Xia. As you know, the military region's budget is always tight, so I have to rely on myself. Immediately afterwards, Mu Qing Shuang seemed somewhat regretful. Unfortunately, even though I gave it my all and my combat power reached 4,200 points, I still only got 3rd place. After a moment of silence, Wei Ming, the top 2, could it be Jiang Chen and Ying Yiman again? Ying Yiman, why not? Jiang Chen, yeah, why wouldn't you? And Chu Xia, Jiang Chen, you've already got 300 soldiers. What are you doing here? Wei Ming, hee, don't underestimate me. Boss Jiang Chen, he's awesome. The reason Wei Ming said this was because a question suddenly occurred to him. If Jiang Chen really had 300 different troop types, plus the goddess warrior, he shouldn't have failed the rankings. But since there are no players ranked 3-100, the only remaining possibility is among the top 2. And Chu Xia and Ying Yiman were so caught up in the situation that they overlooked this point. Just then, the 2nd place has been announced. Ranked 2nd in troop strength ranking, Lord Ying Yiman. Reward. Excellent treasure chest 1. Reputation 200. After a period of calm and quiet, everyone perked up. Ha! Ying Yiman is 2nd again. 1st tier ranking, 2nd tier hero power ranking. This is the 4th time already. Always 2nd place. How dare you talk to boss Ying Yiman like that? You want to die? No, what I mean is, it's not easy to maintain such consistent results. And Chu Xia was also stunned. How is this possible? With Sister Ying's high combat power, how could she be 2nd place? She knew Ying Yiman's overall combat strength. Ying Yiman, it must be Jiang Chen again. And Chu Xia quickly explained, Sister Ying, Jiang Chen never lies. If he said he would produce 300 soldiers, he would definitely only produce 300 soldiers. Ying Yiman, are you sure, Chu Xia? And Chu Xia, absolutely, definitely, and without a doubt. Ugh, I'm so angry. These bastards dare to call me the eternal runner-up? Ying Yiman exuded a majestic and imposing aura, her smooth black hair moving without wind. Shockingly, her eyes gradually turned yellowish-brown, and a pair of vertical pupils slowly emerged deep within them. Meng Tian was both surprised and delighted. His Highness was so angry that his bloodline evolved. I've never seen anything like it. Notification. Your spiritual fluctuations have exceeded the limit, triggering bloodline evolution. The concentration of ancestral dragon bloodline, SS grade, has reached 0.04%. Hint, your soul. The sudden divine guidance caused Inman's vertical pupils to fade, and her eyes gradually regained their clarity. My bloodline has evolved? Meng Tian shouted. Your Highness, don't stop. Keep getting angry. Maybe you can even evolve. Inman rolled her eyes at Meng Tian. Seeing that the evolution had stopped, Meng Tian said regretfully, Your Highness, you have no idea how precious such an opportunity is. Is it valuable? Inman scratched her hair, feeling frustrated. I feel like if I'd stayed in 10,086 town, I would have had many more opportunities like this. That's great, Meng Tian exclaimed excitedly. This kind of evolution is something that even 100 epic treasure chests couldn't buy. Okay. Inman was speechless, then said dejectedly, Since Chuxia is so certain that Jiang Chen only boosted 300 soldiers, then who will be number one? The words had barely left his mouth. In the sky, the light that belonged to Inman dissipated. The top spot has finally been revealed. Upon seeing the large golden characters at the top of the list, Inman almost had her bloodline evolve from anger again. She gritted her teeth and spat out 2 words. Jiang Chen. That liar. Rank number 1 in troop strength. Lord Jiang Chen. Reward. Epic chest 1. Reputation 300. Huff. Inman took a few deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down, and then said to Meng Tian, Sister Meng, is it possible that Jiang Chen's 300 troops are all high-level troops? Meng Tian immediately shook her head. Impossible. The only way to obtain a large number of high-level troops at this stage is through troop tokens. But the server has only been open for 3 days. Where would he get so many high-level troop tokens? At this point, Meng Tian suddenly said, No, there's another possibility. What's possible? Create your own high-tier unit. Sister Meng, are you kidding me? Inman rolled her eyes at Meng Tian. Blue Star has been around for over 100 years. I've never heard of a lord creating a high-level troop type. Meng Tian shrugged. I'm just stating one possibility. So this guy really did deceive Chuxia. Inman said indignantly for Chuxia. And Chuxia trusted him so much. The troop strength rankings have come to a successful conclusion, at least that's what Jiang Chen thinks. He opened the list of town lords and glanced at it. It has been discovered that some lords' portraits have turned black and white, which is a sign that they have left the battlefield of all races and returned to Earth. Once there are fewer lords, we will issue a global announcement about creating our own unit. By choosing this time, the impact of this matter can be reduced to at least 1/10. Now, let's set off to explore that mountain range as soon as possible, lest something unexpected happen. There was no other way. Both energy and spirit stones were things Jiang Chen was currently extremely lacking. Beep. Just as Jiang Chen was about to embark on his expedition, he received a video call request from Inman. Is this girl still not convinced after losing? However, since Inman was the biggest benefactor, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't neglect her. Boss Inman. Jiang Chen had barely opened his mouth when Inman launched into a barrage of questions. Jiang Chen, you liar. You lied to me, fine, but Chu Xiao was so good to you, and you still lied to her. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Jiang Chen, you said you only produced 300 unit types? I think you're omitting a 0, aren't you? Jiang Chen. Besides, when Chu Xia asked you, there were only 20 minutes left. Did you lie just to fool us? Is that kind of twisted humor interesting? Jiang Chen, your territory is now completely overrun by militia, isn't it? Do you want me to introduce you to an undead lord and help you turn them all into skeleton soldiers? Beep. Looking at the video call that had ended, Jiang Chen was about to call back. Even if you don't retaliate with insults, you should at least explain things clearly. But after thinking about it, Jiang Chen gave up. Forget it, I don't have time to argue with a little girl. Besides, I'm about to release a global announcement. We'll see what kind of expression this girl makes then. Jiang Chen suddenly burst out laughing. I just realized this girl is quite good at roasting people. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen greeted the Empress, the Nine Heavens Holy Maiden, and the Goddess Warrior. Set off. A group of 16 people climbed onto the back of the dragon, and Jiang Chen patted Long Jiao on the shoulder. Drive, Long Jiao complained. Xiao Jiao is a dragon, not a horse. All right, it's not a horse. Jiang Chen laughed. Little Jiao knows the way, doesn't she? Long Jiao flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Of course. Jiang Chen rode a horse together with the Empress, Zizai and Giselle. As was customary, he put one arm around the Empress's slender waist. With his other hand, he took out the epic treasure chest he had just acquired. Empress, it's time to get to work. The Empress had already gotten used to Jiang Chen's intimate gestures, and her eyes lit up when she saw the treasure chest. I must say, I've become quite addicted to opening treasure chests, especially epic chests. Jiang Chen was startled. No, I can't afford this addiction. The Empress chuckled and then opened the treasure chest. Good fortune is on your side. You have opened an epic treasure chest and obtained the A-grade skill book, Great Sumeru Sword Style. Chapter 45 Global Announcement. The world is in an uproar because of me. Great fortune is coming your way. A great skill book. Jiang Chen couldn't resist and kissed the Empress hard on the cheek. My goodness, you're such a lucky star. B rank corresponds to epic. Rank A corresponds to a legend. When it comes to opening treasure chests, the Empress has never disappointed. I've never missed a single epic chest. Today, there's an even more incredible chance, a 1 in 10,000 chance to get an item of a higher tier. Jiang Chen immediately looked at the description of the skill book. Great Sumeru Sword Style. Rank A, the strongest defensive sword style of the Sumeru Immortal Sect. It can draw upon the power of the void to form a barrier. When mastered to the highest level, it can create a domain with a single sword strike. A level skill doesn't sound very impressive, but you should know that. The Empress's strongest skill at present, Heavenly Sound 9 kills, is only a C rank skill. The renowned Mountains and Rivers Under the Bright Moon skill in the Ming domain is only a B level skill. Grade A skill books can no longer be enhanced. Jiang Chen handed it over to the Empress without hesitation. Empress, come and learn. He wanted to see the effects of the Empress's newly acquired divine skill, preaching and instructing. The Empress was not pretentious. Yes, my lord. Your heroine has successfully mastered the Great Sumeru Sword Style, beginner level. With the teaching and instructing effect activated, Tianyin Pavilion gains the sex skill, Great Sumeru Sword Style, which can be learned by all Tianyin Pavilion troop types without any cost. Good. Jiang Chen clapped his hands, extremely satisfied. Most importantly, it is entirely up to him who can and cannot learn this skill. Normally speaking, a qualified lord must use both kindness and severity. Skills that reach rank are already considered treasures of a sect, and only true disciples or ordinary disciples who have made great contributions can learn them. But Jiang Chen thought about it. The territory is developing rapidly right now and needs manpower, so there's no need to resort to this kind of stunt. Learn everything. Anyway, the disciples of Tianyin Pavilion are working hard to grind monsters over time. So consider this a bonus. Your unit, Brahma Heaven, has successfully mastered the Great Sumeru Sword Style, beginner level. Your unit is free to roam. Moment. Whether it was the Nine Heavens Holy Maiden or the hundreds of Tianyin disciples, they all learned this level skill. Even knowing the outcome, Jiang Chen still sighed. Empress, this skill of yours is absolutely monstrous. It's like turning one skill book into countless skill books. After sensing for a moment, Zizai exclaimed in delight. Such powerful swordsmanship. Although it consists of only one move, it can be interpreted in countless ways. As he spoke, Zizai couldn't help but draw out the crimson holy word and softly uttered. Sumeru. Although it was only at the beginner level, visible ripples appeared in the void, firmly entangling the heavenly king within them. Giselle, who was standing nearby, sensed it for a moment and exclaimed in amazement, "Such strong defense! Even my thunder projection couldn't break through it in one hit. No wonder it's an A-rank skill." Suddenly, Long Zhou's voice came. "You can practice for a while, Zizaishan. Practicing swordsmanship on someone's back is so disrespectful to a dragon." Zizaishan then came to his senses, squatted down, and touched Long Zhou's scales. "I'm sorry, Xiaojiu. You flew so steadily that I forgot I was in the sky." "That's more like it." Long Zhou seemed quite pleased, shaking her head and saying, "And Xiao Zizai, I arrived before you, so you should call her ninth sister." An hour and a half later, for dragons carrying 16 people landed once again at the valley entrance where the tiger demon had been killed last time. The Empress gazed at the rolling mountains before her and sighed. No wonder Lord Nchuxia is so determined to conquer this mountain range. It probably occupies 3/4 of her territory. If she doesn't develop this mountain range, she won't be able to develop at all, Jiang Chen said righteously. Otherwise, why would I have traveled hundreds of miles to help her clear out the boss of this mountain range? Only Jiang Chen could make stealing monsters sound so noble. The Empress rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen and said, "Then, Lord, shall we begin now?" "Wait a moment." Amidst everyone's doubts, Jiang Chen opened the list of town lords again. Upon discovering that the vast majority of lord portraits had been turned black and white, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. "I'll issue a global announcement first. Major events triggered by individuals like Jiang Chen are different from the Heavenly Tao ranking reward rules. Will an announcement be made? When will it be made? It is entirely up to the Lord to decide. You get a reputation reward if you make an announcement, but you don't get one if you don't. There is no option to issue an announcement or hide one's name. So even knowing that issuing this announcement would bring unpredictable changes, for the sake of those massive amounts of reputation points and legend points, Jiang Chen still had to grit his teeth and go for it. Then, the seventh heaven of the battlefield of Myriad Races District 666 Blue Star Domain. The third day after the server opened. Time, 13 hours, 47 minutes, and 18 seconds. A simple announcement shocked the entire Blue Star region. Announcement: Jiang Chen, the Lord of Town 10086 in District 666 of the 7th Heaven, Blue Star Domain, has created a unique troop type, Heavenly Sound Disciple. At the same time, Jiang Chen also received a message from the Heavenly Tao. Hint: you have gained 10,000 reputation and 100 legendary points. Hint: your reputation has reached world-renowned. Hint: a distinguished elven hero has come seeking you and will soon appear in your tavern. The effect is immediate. Jiang Chen sighed. Having just become famous throughout the land, the tavern has already sponged up outstanding heroes. That's the benefit of reputation. Although Jiang Chen looks down on an outstanding hero, it doesn't mean that outstanding heroes are commonplace. It should be noted that Nchuxia, the daughter of the city lord, was only a rare hero at the start. Moreover, this is just the beginning. Now Chuxia and Ingjia's girls should know that I didn't lie to them. I said 300 types of troops, and I meant 300 types of troops. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Surprisingly, some friends haven't returned to Earth yet. Tushan Yiya. Brother Jiang Chen, please tell Yiya that Yiya didn't see wrong. Jiang Chen said irritably, "You've got it wrong. Tushan YYU. Ah? A god who created his own unique troop type is from the same town as Yiya. And he's even Yiya's brother. How lucky I am. Please take me in." The little fox is clearly very excited. It's probably jumping around in its territory. Upon hearing about being kept as a sugar daddy, Jiang Chen immediately perked up, but considering the little fox's age, he complained, "That's real torture." Tushanya instantly understood. They are from the Celestial Fox clan. Although they are only 10 years old, they are equivalent to 18 years old in your human age. Jiang Chen naturally knew that the little fox was joking. He asked curiously, "Yeah, you don't have a sister named Tushan Susu, do you?" Tushan Yiya. How did brother Jiang Chen know? That's my sister, Jiang Chen. Tushan, yeah. Brother Jiang Chen, look at the regional channel. It's in an uproar. Jiang Chen. It's just another one of those empty compliments that have no substance to me. It's so unoriginal. I'm already tired of it. Tushan, YQ. After quickly dismissing the little fox, Jiang Chen said with high spirits, "All troops, advance towards the mountains." Yes. After posting the announcement, Jiang Chen happily went off to level up by fighting monsters. But at this moment, the world was abuzz with excitement because of him. Chapter 46. A sensation shakes the blue star. The city lord shock. Even though Jiang Chen deliberately chose the moment when the Blue Star channel opened to release the announcement, there were still hundreds of millions of new lords in the battlefield of myriad races at this moment. This announcement appeared simultaneously in the center of the view of all lords. In an instant, not just the lords of the Dragon Kingdom, the lords of the Lighthouse Nation, the Northern Bear Nation, the Cherry Blossom Nation, and the Southern South Nation were all instantly petrified, their eyes filled with disbelief. It was as if the whole world had been put on pause. A moment later, they looked frantic and roared. 3 days after the server opened, custom-created units? I must be seeing things. It's one thing to create your own unit, but to create an exceptional unit. How many years has it been since we in the Blue Star region heard of any self-created superior military units? 80 years or 100 years? Oh God, a superior military force entirely of its own. If Jiang Chen hadn't fallen, they could have absolutely dominated a province. That's great. Jiang Chen. This senior sounds like he's from China. Baka. It can't be a Chinese. The Chinese are indeed very strong in the first 6 heavens, but the Qing dynasty in the 7th heaven has declined. How could there be such a genius? It won't be long before our great Sakura Empire launches a racial war to exterminate all the lords of the Dragon Kingdom in the 7th heaven. The name Jiang Chen sounds like it's from South Korea, right? This is just the tip of the iceberg. On the main world, Earth, the altars of the 2 realms and all the cities emitted bursts of humming sounds. Such an unusual phenomenon greatly alarmed the city lords, who immediately went to investigate. The reason why city lords hold such high positions and wield such power is because they are administrators selected from the battlefield of 10,000 races, and their authority far exceeds that of ordinary people. When they saw the Heavenly Tao announcement using their administrator privileges, their eyes widened in surprise. To become a city lord is to be a powerful figure, whose knowledge far surpasses that of ordinary new lords. An exceptional unit. This means that it won't be long before he can mass-produce the military tokens for this type of soldier. It's not just military tokens. Those who can create their own troops can usually deduce the blueprints for those troops buildings. If we can establish a good relationship with this big shot, perhaps in a few decades, our City of the Covenant will have countless outstanding military units. The Dragon Kingdom doesn't deserve such talent. We must find out Jiang Chen's identity. Money, women, status, whatever he wants, we, with our free will give him. All forces are curious about who Jiang Chen really is. Apart from Luoshi, the Lord of Donghai City. In the spacious and bright office, and Chu Xiao recounted to her mother in detail what had happened over the past 3 days. And Luoshi and Chu Xiao look 90% alike. Furthermore, since a heavenly realm expert can live for up to 200 years, the 2 of them together are more like sisters. Jiang Chen, that commoner, actually topped the Heavenly Tao ranking 4 times. And Luoshi looked surprised. She was also a renowned warlord in the Dragon Kingdom, but this was the first time she had ever heard of such a thing. Also, you said a caravan appeared in his territory, offering to buy epic hero tokens for you? That kid's luck is incredible. And Chu Xiao nodded quickly, then said in a coquettish tone, "Mom, can you buy me that epic hero token that Jiang Chen bought for me?" And Luoshi said, "Epic hero tokens are extremely rare, but 10 million spirit stones are definitely worth it." And Chu Xiao was overjoyed. "So, Mom, you agree?" But Luoshi changed the subject. However, How can you guarantee that after Jiang Chen buys the epic hero token, he will hand it over to you instead of embezzling it? And Chuxia quickly replied, I've known Jiang Chen for so many years, and he never lies. Never lies. And Luoshi sneered. He just said he only produced 300 units? How can 300 units take the top spot on a unit combat power ranking? You should at least have excellent units. And Chuxia used her charm to say, Jiang Chen was just joking. At least it proves that Jiang Chen is not a reliable person. And Luoshi said earnestly, he already has 2 books. He can recruit a second hero once he has 3. Under these circumstances, how could a commoner like him remain unmoved by the temptation of an epic hero's token? That's an epic hero. And Chuxia said pitifully, Please, Mom, I've already promised Jiang Chen. How am I supposed to explain this to him without 10 million spirit stones? She somewhat regretted telling her mother about the 300 types of soldiers. And Luoshi was furious. Girls are like that. Once they grow up, they're gone. Did your mother get her spirit stones from the wind? Just then, buzzing. A buzzing sound came from behind. And Luoshi's expression changed, and she stood up abruptly. Does this voice represent an announcement from the blue star domain? Could something major have happened on the battlefield of all races again? After saying that, she took to the air and flew towards the 2 realms altar not far away. Once a combat power reaches 1 million stars, one can manipulate the Earth's magnetic field and fly through the air, hence the title Heavenly Rank Powerhouse. And Chuxia shouted, Mom, wait for me. When Chuxia arrived, many citizens had already gathered outside the square. Heavens! The strange phenomenon at the altar of 2 realms. Could something major have happened on the battlefield of 10,000 races? The buzzing sound is crisp and pleasant. Perhaps it's a good thing. Sigh. Even if it's a good thing, Blue Star is so big. It has nothing to do with my East Sea City. Given in Chuxia's status, the guards naturally dared not stop her, and she easily arrived at the foot of the altar. And here, besides in Luoshi, 2 elders from Donghai City were also present. Although Chuxia stayed obediently to the side, her ears had already perked up. An elder surnamed Huang said in a deep voice, Lord City Lord, what has happened? Now, and Luoshi's eyes were filled with horror. The Heavenly Tao has issued an announcement. There's a lord named Jiang Chen in the new server, who has created an exceptional troop type. When Jiang Chen's name was mentioned, a strange look flashed across in Luoshi's eyes. But Jiang Chen from Longwa has at least 800,000 to 1 million, so he naturally wouldn't associate him with his daughter's classmate. What? Elder Huang exclaimed in shock. You mean a self-created unit, or an exceptional unit? After repeatedly confirming, Elder Li's eyes were filled with reverence. A new server doesn't necessarily mean a newcomer. To be able to create an excellent unit just 3 days after the server opened, the senior Jiang Chen must be a powerful figure who transferred to another server to start over. The elder surnamed Huang said, No mistake. I remember that 10 years ago, a senior was dissatisfied with his start and resolutely gave up his old territory, which had been cultivating for over 100 years, and entered the new territory at the age of 130 to start afresh. And Luoshi nodded in agreement. Elder Li asked, Lord, did the announcement mention which newbie town this senior is in? Let me see. It's a newbie on 10,086. And Luoshi's eyes suddenly widened. Wait, isn't this the town where Chuxia lives? Jiang Chen? And Luoshi turned her head and saw her daughter right behind her. She quickly confirmed it. Early summer. If I remember correctly, the starting town you're in is numbered 10086, right? And Chuxia heard the gist of it and nodded excitedly. And Mei-chen. And Luoshi's voice trembled slightly. How many people named Jiang Chen are there in your small town? And Chuxia shouted, There are 4 people with the surname Jiang, but only one named Jiang Chen. I'm absolutely certain. Heavens will cannot be wrong. Heavens will cannot be wrong. And Luoshi swayed, muttering to herself, Could it really be him? But how could this be? And Chuxia shouted, How is that impossible? I've said it before, Jiang Chen never lies. Now everything makes sense. He really only had 300 unit types, and they were all self-created superior unit types. Now, and Chu Xia felt shocked, happy, proud, and a little guilty. I actually doubted Jiang Chen just now. That was so wrong of me. The two elders roughly understood as well. Elderly trembled as he asked, could it be that Chu Xia knows this senior Jiang Chen, who created this outstanding military unit? Based on past experience, once a unit is created, its building blueprints can usually be derived within a century. Those are blueprints for superior unit buildings. Let alone unit building blueprints, even low production field unit buildings, as long as they reach excellent quality, can cause a bloodbath. If Donghai City could establish a connection with such a powerful figure, it would be able to rise to a higher level. Of course I know him, and Chu Xia said proudly. Grandpa Li, your senior Jiang Chen is my classmate. Even with the facts laid bare before them, and Luoshi and the two elders still felt a sense of unreality. But at that moment, and Luoshi's body trembled. A divine message that only the Lord of the East Sea City could see finally made her completely believe it. She murmured, it's actually true. Chapter 47, The Dwarf Palace. King of the Hills. Note, the administrator and Luoshi has been promoted to level 3 privileges for her meritorious service in nurturing new members at the Two Realms altar in Donghai City. Seeing this prompt, and Luoshi finally gave in. I've agreed to the Epic Hero token for early summer. And Chu Xia said loudly, thank you, Mom. And Luoshi continued, after we've raised the funds, I'll go with you to your territory. And Chu Xia was taken aback. Okay. Huh? Mom, what did you say? Coming with me? The battlefield of all races has its own rules. My mother is the warlord of District 642. How can she go to her own territory? Old Huang, who knew more, exclaimed in shock. Lorden, you've been promoted to level 3 administrator. It's a level 3 administrator privilege. Just now, I received the Heavenly Tao's reward. And Luoshi nodded, then smiled wryly. I never imagined that I would be able to reach level 3 access so quickly. It was all thanks to my daughter's classmate. They really are mountain guardians. Mountain guardians. Race, dwarf. Level, 14. Quality, excellent, star. Combat power, 69 star. Skill. The group had only traveled 2 kilometers into the mountains when they saw a whole squad of mountain guards in front of them. Jiang Chen's mood instantly became exceptionally beautiful. They made no attempt to conceal their presence, and were quickly discovered by the mountain guards on the opposite side. Intruders, you have disturbed the peace of the Dwarven Kingdom. You deserve to die. After saying that, the mountain guardian, who was originally only the height of an ordinary dwarf, rapidly expanded and became a dwarf giant 3 meters tall in 1 second. Certainly, in terms of body proportions, he is still a standard short, stocky, and stout person. Dwarven Berserker skill, Battle Stance. Battle Stance transforms into a dwarf giant, increasing physique by 50% for 10 minutes. Jiang Chen recognized the skill at a glance and shouted, Empress. The Empress licked her lips, eager to try, and said, yes. You protect me. As for the rest, kill them all. Empress. The 9 heavenly saintess plus 5 goddess warriors make a total of 14 people. So, there are still 2 monsters missing. Giselle, being experienced, successfully captured a mountain guardian. Boom! The divine spear and the dwarven war hammer collided violently, the immense force compressing the air and even creating a circular shockwave. Immediately afterwards, the mountain guard looked on incredulously, staggering back more than 10 steps before finally coming to a stop. Human, how could you possibly possess such immense power? Giselle shook her head. Too weak. Although she is only level 7 with a combat power of 78 stars, her physique has reached a terrifying 188 points. The mountain guards, seemingly insulted, roared in anger. What good is brute force alone? Warriors need skill. This doesn't sound like something a dwarf would say to a human. It's more like the other way around. Giselle, spear in hand, charged forward. A dwarf talking to me about technique? Are you trying to make me laugh? As she spoke, Giselle joined the two short guns together to form a long gun. All along, the goddess warriors have never encountered any formidable opponents. So much so that everyone overlooked the fact that they also had a passive skill called Gunmaster. The two clashed again, and Giselle lightly tapped the dwarven warhammer, causing the mountain warrior to lose his balance. Before he could adjust his posture, a cold glint rapidly magnified in his terrified eyes. Puff! The lightning spear pierced the mountain guard's mouth, with a foot-long spearhead protruding from the back of his head. Your unit, Giselle, has slain a mountain guardian, excellent star, and you have gained 14,000 energy, 2,200 spirit stones, and 1 excellent treasure chest. A great start, an exceptional treasure chest. Jiang Chen expressed his satisfaction. Compared to the violence of the goddess warriors, the Nine Heavens Saintess's fighting style is much more refined and agile, but her speed in killing enemies is by no means slow. Your unit, the Skywalker, slays the mountain guardians. The notification sound kept ringing. Less than 30 seconds. The mountain guards who nearly wiped out in Chuxia were easily eliminated by Jiang Chen. A total of 168,000 energy, spirit stones, and items. Those 30 seconds are equivalent to half a day's worth of territory gains. Jiang Chen sighed. He didn't rush to use the energy to upgrade, but said softly, "Let's go deeper." The group continued on their journey, clearing out monsters along the way. As Jiang Chen ventured deeper, he discovered that the terrain ahead was becoming increasingly open. Moreover, the types of military branches have become more complex and diverse. Half an hour later, they encountered another squad of elite units, heavy goat cavalry. Jiang Chen finally confirmed his guess. There really is a military building in this mountain range, and it's not a low-level one. Another half hour passed. Jiang Chen gasped as he looked at the dwarf city built against the mountainside. It's the dwarf royal palace? And Chuxia's luck is too good. There's actually an epic unit building within her territory. Although Jiang Chen guessed that there was a military building here, he never expected that it would be of epic quality. The guardian boss of a dwarven palace, could it be? Wah! Just then, suddenly, a desolate bugle call sounded. From a dwarven palace, squads of soldiers of various kinds filed out. Common unit, dwarf miner. Elite units, dwarven musketeer and long-bearded warrior. Exceptional unit, heavy goat cavalry. As one of the most famous races in the battlefield of 10,000 races, Jiang Chen naturally knew his troops like the back of his hand. At last, when Jiang Chen saw the imposing figure emerging from the palace, escorted by a group of mountain guards, he took a deep breath. Legendary hero, King of the Hills. Chapter 48, The Deal, the second legendary hero. Now, Jiang Chen stopped a kilometer away from the Dwarf King's palace. Several giant dragons lined up in the air, providing Jiang Chen with a good view so that he could see the enemy on the other side. Arthas, the Mountain King, and Stormwind. Race, Dwarf. Level, 18. Quality, Golden Legend, Star. Combat Power, 420 Star. Hero Commanders, Dwarf Miner, Rank A. Dwarf Musketeer, Rank A. Longbeard Warrior, Rank B. Mountain Guardian, Rank B. Heavy Goat Rider, Rank B. Mountain Guardian, Rank B. Skill. The King of the Hill wears bronze armor and wields a storm hammer. He is 3 meters tall and 3 meters wide, but he is not a sphere. On the contrary, his bronze-colored muscles bulged out, which was extremely frightening. The King of the Hills is necessarily the King of the Dwarves, but the King of the Dwarves is not necessarily the King of the Hills. Therefore, among the dwarves, the Hill King holds a higher status than the ordinary Dwarf King, although it's impossible to see the Mountain King's skills. However, Jiang Chen's reputation as a top student is well-deserved. From the Storm Clan, one of the 10 great dwarven clans, is the skill battle stance already advanced to the A-rank skill Divine Descent. Besides that, He must have already mastered the C-rank magic weapon skill Storm Hammer. A level command increases attributes by 40%, and B-level command increases all attributes by 30%. Under the command of the Mountain King, an excellent unit is equivalent to at least a 2-star upgrade. This is a bit tricky. This is the first time Jiang Chen has complained that the monsters are too strong since the server opened. The Empress looked at the King of the Hills and said with eager anticipation, "My lord, please give the order. This Mountain King is to be handed over to me." The goddess warriors gripped their thunder spears tightly, their fighting spirit soaring to the heavens. Jiang Chen said softly, "Etc. If there's only one Mountain King, that's fine. Besides the Mountain King, there are dozens of high-level units and nearly 1,000 mid to low-level units. If war breaks out now, defeat is impossible, but casualties are inevitable. The most important thing is, only the Empress can confront the King of the Hill head-on. Who will protect me then?" Sudden, the King of the Hills, perched high above, stepped forward. He first looked up at the 4 giant dragons circling in the sky, then at the Empress beside Jiang Chen, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. "Young human lord, my dwarves and your humans have always had a harmonious relationship. Why do you attack my territory? If you retreat now, I can forgive your previous offense. They can swallow their anger, even when they're beaten to their doorstep. Who says dwarves have a fiery temper?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but complain in his heart. However, this was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted to do. The dwarf palace was impenetrable. Even with Jiang Chen's tactical mastery, he couldn't find any loopholes. Jiang Chen said with a sincere expression, "This is a misunderstanding. Beep, beep, beep." Suddenly, a friend sent me a video call request. Jiang Chen was taken aback. "And Chu Xia?" She returned from Earth so quickly. But thinking about it, the sun had already set, and 4 or 5 hours had passed since Chu Xia left the battlefield of 10,000 races. It wasn't a good time for video chatting, so Jiang Chen declined. "Jiang Chen, I'm a bit busy right now." And Chu Xia quickly sent a message. "You created your own superior unit. Jiang Chen, you're amazing. Now everyone outside thinks you're some kind of senior expert. Since you're busy, I'll get straight to the point. I've raised 10 million spirit stones. Once you're done, don't forget to help me purchase that epic hero token." Jiang Chen, "Okay, we'll talk about it later." Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up after he had just typed a few words and hadn't even sent them yet. He quickly opened the territory panel and found the resources section. Crystal 1068. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. His territory is just 1 crystal away from upgrading to Tier 3. After a day of all-out mining, we finally have enough crystals. Just then, Chu Xia delivered 10 million spirit stones, allowing him to upgrade to level 3 and immediately recruit a second legendary hero. Jiang Chen immediately changed his tune. "Jiang Chen, I'm not busy anymore. Give me 10 million spirits, and I'll buy it for you right now." "Why are you no longer busy when you hear about spirit stones?" And Chu Xia first sent a speechless emoji, then continued. "It seems my mom's guess was right. Everyone's method of creating their own unit is a closely guarded secret, and your method of creating your own unit is to spend money." Despite her complaints, Chu Xia still transferred the spirit stones. "Your friend, Lord Chu Xia, has transferred 10 million spirit stones to you through the exchange." Jiang Chen waited for 10 seconds. He traded the hero token dropped by the epic tiger demon to Chu Xia. "Jiang Chen, all done. I wish you a successful recruitment and all the best." And Chu Xia's words were filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Jiang Chen. This 3 million spirit stones is your payment for the purchase. Please accept it. Your friend, Lord Chu Xia, has transferred 3 million spirit stones to you through the exchange." Jiang Chen was taken aback, then chuckled softly. "Hee hee, is this a gesture of goodwill?" However, Chu Xia wouldn't be so worldly wise. It seems most likely that it was instructed by City Lord Enluashi. Jiang Chen, "Okay, then I'll accept it." And Chu Xia, "Okay, go ahead and get busy. With the epic hero, I'll soon be able to get revenge on those dwarves in the mountains. Jiang Chen, you probably won't have a chance. In Ancuxia's territory, I told you, Jiang Chen is definitely a man of his word. And Chu Xiao waved the hero's token in her hand, her face full of excitement. And Luoshi also frankly stated, I was judging others by my own petty standards before. The fact that Jiang Chen traded this epic hero token to you so quickly shows that he didn't hesitate at all after purchasing it. Born of commoner origin, yet able to resist such a powerful temptation, such willpower is far beyond that of ordinary people. He truly deserves to be called a genius lord who can create his own outstanding troops. And Luoshi's current state is somewhat strange. A faint white light, like a bubble, covered her body. Looking at the epic hero token, and Luoshi was also somewhat excited. All right, early summer. Hurry up and recruit your own epic hero. You know, I didn't get my own epic hero until I reached level 25. And Chu Xiao was taken aback. I don't even have 3 books yet. I only have 1 hero slot. And Luoshi said calmly, then dismiss the original heroes. And Chu Xiao was taken aback. Dismissed? And Luoshi patted in Chu Xiao's head and said, as a qualified lord, life and death are commonplace, let alone dismissing a hero. Besides, the sooner you recruit an epic hero, the more early advantage you'll have. Final. And Chu Xiao finally compromised. Good. Recruit epic heroes as soon as possible so we can get revenge on those damn dwarves. I really hate dwarves now. Soon, a beam of light formed in front of Chu Xiao. Upon seeing the enormous figure emerging from the portal, Chu Xiao went berserk. Oh God, just kill me. My lord, King Greeny Stormwind the dwarves reports to you. The dwarf king stroked his shiny head and chuckled. Although your territory looks rather shabby, I still wish to ask, do you have any wine? Jiang Chen sighed. After cutting off communication, he immediately issued orders. Territory upgrade. Complete immediately. Jiang Chen was unusually extravagant, buying the building in a flash without even checking the cost. Note, you have upgraded your lord's manor to level 3, unlocking the building's teleportation portal and stable, and increasing your territory size to 30,000 square meters. You have also unlocked a new hero slot, bringing your current hero count to 1/2. Jiang Chen ignored the changes after the territory was upgraded and immediately took out a blank hero token. Although the drop rate for hero tokens is extremely low, Jiang Chen still managed to get some low-quality hero tokens after farming for so long. Consume 10 million spirit stones. Select Enhancement Direction 6, Legendary Hero Token. On the battlefield between the 2 armies, a vast golden light shot into the sky. As the light faded, a golden hero token appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. Recruit. Chapter 49, The Powerful Angel Yin, Dark Dimension Imprint. Such a powerful commotion naturally alerted the enemy. The thunderous roar of the King of the Hills echoed. Human Lord, what do you want to do? Jiang Chen ignored it completely and stared intently at the figure that was gradually becoming clearer in the portal. Whether or not we need to make another trip depends on whether this second legendary hero is up to par. He killed nearly 1,000 monsters that afternoon, most of which were high-level monsters, and gained a total of 620,000 energy. Including the harvest from the territory, the energy now exceeds 800,000. Enough to instantly cultivate a finished legendary hero. As Jiang Chen pondered, the figure of the second legendary hero finally stepped out of the portal. The figure was dressed in silver armor, wore a golden crown, and had a pair of huge, pure white wings folded at both sides of its body. She is tall and has a curvaceous figure. Just standing there, an aura of majesty and holiness emanates from you. When Jiang Chen saw that exquisite face like something out of a comic book, he instinctively said, "North of the Milky Way." The appearance of this hero finally confirmed Jiang Chen's suspicions. I'm really summoning the heavens. At this moment, the hero finally opened his eyes and murmured to himself, Battlefield of myriad races, struggle for supremacy among myriad races. A completely new world, a completely new power system. Could this be the unknown universe we have been searching for? I have just condensed my divine body. Perhaps only when I depart can Annie Sid rightfully become the new angel queen and carry on the righteous order of our King Keisha. This is the best place for me to belong. At this point, the angelic hero raised his long sword, bowed slightly to Jiang Chen, and spoke in a deep, magnetic voice. My lord, Angel Yin is willing to serve you. Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that this Angel Yin would act like the Empress, throwing a tantrum as soon as she arrived. Jiang Chen immediately looked at Angel Yin's attributes. Yin Legend Star. Level 1. Favorability, 70. Attributes, Physique 38, plus 100, plus 5. Spiritual Power 33, plus 100, plus 5. Divine Soul 15, plus 100. Capacity 15, plus 100. Equipment, Thunder Sword, Silver Blade Armor. Cultivation Technique, Divine Body Beginner Level. Rank A. Skills, Heavenly Blade Strike Great Perfection. Rank A. Thunder Power Great Perfection. Rank A. Wormhole Defense Barrier Minor Perfection. Rank A. Sacred Knowledge Treasury. Rank A. Angelic Combat Technique Transcendental. Rank C. Unit Command, Angel B. Combat Power, 128 star. That's incredible. The renowned Divine Body was actually classified as an A-level technique by the Heavenly Tao. Although it's only the beginner level, it comes with a terrifying effect of adding 100 points to all attributes. Certainly, as a hero's level increases, the attribute contribution from cultivation techniques will decrease unless one can break through to a higher level. Besides, Angel Yin also comes with 4 A-level skills, as well as the Angel Combat Technique, which has reached the pinnacle. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. This is a hero of military merit. The so-called martial heroes are hero units whose abilities are more focused on individual combat, also known as advanced soldiers. This is not a derogatory term. Although Angel Yin doesn't come with her own troop buildings like the Empress, and her hero command is only B-level. However, with her individual combat prowess, she could easily annihilate a dragon squad of the same level. Jiang Chen was extremely satisfied with this recruitment. Jiang Chen said, Yin, that mountain king over there will be your enemy soon. Angel Yin could share Jiang Chen's field of vision. She glanced at the king of the hills a kilometer away, shook her head, and said, My lord, my strength has been weakened by the battlefield of all races, and I am no match for it now. But if you insist, I am willing to die for honor. Don't worry, I'm not sending you to your death. As he spoke, Jiang Chen waved his hand, showering down a golden light. Upgrade. Consuming 2,000 energy points. Your hero Yin has leveled up to level 2. Consumed 5,600 energy points. Having consumed 374,000 energy, Angel Yin instantly leveled up to level 10. Consuming 18,000 energy points, your unit, Brahma Heaven, has leveled up to level 6. Consumed 23,800 energy points. Consuming 376,200 energy, all 9 Heavens Saintess leveled up to level 7. The energy I gained that afternoon was depleted again. After the upgrade, Angel Yan's combat power instantly reached 380 stars, and her physique reached 530 points. Jiang Chen asked, And now? Angel Yan sensed for a moment and said, We are ready to fight. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, the heavenly Tao notification sounded again. Your hero Yin has unlocked the A-level skill, Dark Dimension Imprint. Another A-level skill? Jiang Chen quickly looked at the skill description. Dark Dimension Imprint imprints the unit's current health status into Yan's Dark Dimension. When the imprinted unit suffers a fatal injury, Angel Yin instantly consumes 100 points of spiritual power to return it to its pre-imprint health status. Note, currently at the beginner level, you can imprint a maximum of 10 units, and revive a maximum of 1 unit per day. If Angel Yan's spiritual power is insufficient, this skill will not take effect. Isn't this just a resurrection spell? Jiang Chen thought for a moment. Yan brand the Nine Heavens Saint Princess. Although the Nine Heavens Saintess is a legendary unit and has the Empress's command bonus, she doesn't actually have the same tankiness as the Goddess Warrior. Yin nodded and waved his hand, scattering 9 streams of dark energy that enveloped the 9 holy maidens. All right, Jiang Chen nodded, then loudly outlined the tactics. The Dwarven Musketeers will definitely focus their fire on us, and may even use the headshot skill. So, Nine Heavens Saintess, use the Great Sumeru sword style to connect the void barriers and protect our units. Goddess Warriors, Long Jiao, you lead. Begin the attack. As expected, the Empress didn't hear her name called. My lord, shall I still protect you? Jiang Chen said seriously. Your mission is the most important. Empress, all right. Unlike in the territory, where you can hide in the absolutely safe Lord's Manor. Soon, under Angel Yan's leadership, the territory's army charged directly at an enemy force that outnumbered them by dozens of times. A major battle is imminent. Jiang Chen's eyes were full of anticipation. Slaying a level 18 legendary hero yields a staggering 1,000,000 units of energy, not to mention the items that were looted and the Dwarven Palace. Chapter 50 Legendary Showdown. Heavenly Blade Strike. Terrifying rewards. When the two sides were 300 meters apart, the 9 holy maidens simultaneously drew a sword mark. The visible threads instantly connected, forming a void barrier that enveloped everyone on their side, except for Angel Yan. And almost simultaneously, bang, 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 hundreds of bowl-sized bumps appeared on the void barrier. The Empress exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this. That Dwarven Musketeer has a great range, and his firepower is pretty good too, Jiang Chen explained. Although the Dwarven Musketeers are only an elite unit, almost all of their attributes are focused on divine soul and spiritual power. A level 12 Dwarven Musketeer can achieve 50 stars of power with a single normal shot. If a headshot is used, it can reach 2.2 times the power of a normal bullet. The Empress sincerely said, My lord, you are so knowledgeable and insightful. I admire you greatly. I'm just a good student. Jiang Chen waved his hand and began to speak eloquently. If hundreds of musketeers were to concentrate their fire, it would pose a deadly threat even to a dragon of the same level. However, their weakness is also obvious. The reload time for their spirit energy bullets is too long. It was as if they were verifying Jiang Chen's words. While the Dwarven Musketeers were reloading their ammunition, Long Jiao swooped down with his 3-headed dragon. The dragon is coming. Quickly focus fire on one of the dragons. Oh no, I haven't finished reloading my bullets. Thrower, help us drive these dragons away. The Dwarven Musketeers immediately erupted in panicked cries. But it was already too late. The 4 giant dragons were only tens of meters above the ground. They slightly raised their long necks, and then a terrifying burst of black flames erupted from them. Boom! The squadron of over 100 Dwarven Musketeers was instantly engulfed by dragon fire. Hint: your unit, Long Jiao, killed an elite dwarf musketeer, gaining 130 energy and 18 spirit stones. Hint: your unit type, Dwarven Musketeers are typically high in attack, but low in defense. Even though they are several levels higher than dragons, they cannot withstand the dark breath. Yeah, damn dragons, stay here. The Dwarven Musketeers were wiped out instantly, enraging the Mountain King. A blue hammer shadow, several meters in size, spanned 100 meters of void, arriving before Long Jiao. Storm Hammer. Even if it's just a C-level skill, when used by a level 18 legendary hero, it's enough to severely injure or even kill Long Jiao. Fortunately, Yan's figure suddenly appeared in front of Long Jiao. Clang! The hammer, formed from the power of the storm, collided squarely with the thunder sword in Yan's hand, producing a metallic clang. However, The hammer quickly reached its limit and collapsed, unleashing a storm of power that swept in all directions. Yin stepped out of the storm unharmed. King of the Hills, I am your opponent. Although Long Jiao survived the ordeal, he refused to back down. Newcomer, although I'm not afraid of him, thank you anyway. After saying that, he fled in panic. The King of the Hill, having failed in his attack, didn't waste any words. He soared into the sky, and the enormous recoil caused the dwarf palace to shake violently. A god has descended to earth. The endless power of the storm entered his body, and the King of the Hill's body rapidly expanded, quickly becoming a behemoth with a height of 8 meters. Immediately afterwards, he accelerated a second time in midair, crashing down on Angel Yin with tremendous force. Angel Yin was also filled with fighting spirit. The terrifying fluctuations caused even the goddess warriors, who also possessed the same lightning attribute, to turn their heads in surprise. 1 second later, storm and thunder, two energies, collided violently in the air. Boom! The clash of two legendary heroes, A-level skills, created a terrifying energy surge that swept across 100 meters of the void. Sensing the intensity of their battle, the Empress sighed, "If my great Sumeru sword style were at its minor perfection, I might be able to entangle with the King of the Hills and even wear him down. But now, I am indeed no match for him." Jiang Chen quickly reassured him. "As a bodyguard, your abilities are more than sufficient." The Empress was so angry, she almost went crazy. Jiang Chen just used a little trick to wipe out the dwarf musketeers without them achieving anything. The rest is melee combat. Thunderbolt. At a distance of tens of meters, the 5 goddess warriors took the initiative and instantly killed the 5 heavily armored goat knights. Thunder battle body. Then I unleashed my ultimate skill and charged in. Before the great Sumeru sword style dissipated, the 9 heavens saintess began unleashing a series of skills. Holy Word. A crimson arc of light. 9 kills of heavenly sound. After circling once in the air, the 4 giant dragons immediately entered berserk mode and crashed into the enemy ranks. Your unit Giselle has defeated a heavy goat knight, excellent star, gaining 18,000 energy and 2,000 spirit stones. Your unit, the heavenly warrior, has killed the long, bearded warrior. Although the dwarf royal palace has higher unit levels, the unit grades are vastly different. Below the King of the Hill are the elite units, but there isn't even an epic level Storm Guardian. The battle instantly turned into a one-sided affair. The pleasant battle reports kept popping up in Jiang Chen's ears. In just over 10 minutes, the dwarf troops were completely wiped out. On Jiang Chen's side, only 4 giant dragons suffered minor external injuries due to their enormous size, and Yan's resurrection spell was not even used. Now, the battle between only 2 legendary heroes continues. If Jiang Chen's idea were followed, the group would naturally gang up on each other to end the fight as quickly as possible. Ku Yin, however, requested, "My lord, as a warrior, could you allow me to fight independently?" Article 5 of the Lord's Guide to Managing Subordinates, People's Education Edition. If possible, give heroes and units enough freedom and respect. Perhaps they will reap greater rewards. The current situation is completely under control. Furthermore, considering that the characters in this kind of shonen manga are somewhat shinibu, a Japanese term for someone with delusions of grandeur, Jiang Chen did not refuse, and instead replied with equal fervor, "Go and enjoy your battle, Yin." The Empress, standing nearby, got goosebumps. Hint: Yin has felt your respect. Favorability +5. Current favorability 75 points. The King of the Hill knew that all was lost, but he did not choose to run away. Storm dwarves, we swear we will never surrender. This can be considered as preserving the clan's last shred of dignity. After another 10 minutes or so, the King of the Hills exhausted his spiritual power and withdrew from his divine descent state, looking listless. I lost in a one-on-one duel. This is a side effect of a god descending to earth. Angel Yin also took a deep breath, then said solemnly, My wormhole defense barrier is about to collapse. If the divine intervention continues for a few more minutes, then you will be the victor. You are a formidable opponent, therefore. Yan's eyes turned completely white as he slowly raised the thunder sword, as if the sword in his hand weighed 1,000 pounds. What's shocking is, energy swirled in the void, and a giant energy sword, several meters wide and tens of meters long, simultaneously condensed above the king of the hills. I will give you the dignity of the strong. As Angel Yin swung her sword down, the giant energy sword also slashed down simultaneously. A rank skill, Skyblade Strike. Sizzle. The king of the hills' massive body was cleaved in two by a single sword strike. Your hero Yin has slain the Mountain King, legendary hero star, gaining 3.6 million energy, 500,000 spirit stones, 1 legendary hero token, and 1 advanced book of physique. Looking at the battle log, Jiang Chen excitedly clenched his fist. Another legendary hero token. I remember the Storm Clan's advertising slogan in the City of Myriad Realms was "Storm products are always top-notch," and now it seems that it wasn't an exaggeration. The town mayoral competition will begin in just a few days, and the most important territory bonus after becoming the town mayor is Hero Slot +1. Furthermore, there's also a book on advanced physical cultivation. Advanced Book of Physique. Bound increases physique by 100 points upon use. Each unit, lord, hero, troop type, can use a maximum of 100 books per year. Jiang Chen chose to use it himself. However, the basic rewards of 3.6 million energy and 500,000 spirit stones, although terrifying in amount, were already within Jiang Chen's expectations. This is also what makes high-level bosses rare and precious. Keep in mind that it only takes 2.3 million energy to level up the Empress from level 10 to level 20. At this moment, Angel Yin descended from the sky and landed in front of Jiang Chen. My lord, I have not failed you. Well done. Jiang Chen was generous with his praise. Come on, come with me to the Dwarf King's palace. Yes, Angel Yin responded and then stood guard on either side of Jiang Chen, one on each side of the Empress. The moment I stepped into the Dwarf King's palace, a divine notification sounded. Hint: Wild building unit Dwarf Palace spotted. Ignore, destroy, occupy? Jiang Chen said softly. Occupied. Chapter 51, Recruiting the Mountain King. Obtaining another ultimate unit. A flash of light. Jiang Chen became the new master of this Dwarf Palace. He immediately opened the panel of the Dwarf Palace. The Dwarf Palace. Production. Mountain King, 1 per 30 days. Storm Guardian, 1 per 3 days. Heavy Goat Rider, 1 per day. Mountain Guardian, 1 per day. Dwarven Musketeer, 10 per day. Inventory. Mountain King 1, Storm Guardian 2, Dwarven Musketeer 20. Description. This is a Dwarven palace built by the Storm Clan. Storm Clan products are always of the highest quality. As expected of an epic level building, it is almost every dwarf unit that Jiang Chen can name. Before the occupation, Jiang Chen had some expectations for this dwarf palace, but not many. But unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. This Dwarven palace can actually mass-produce Hill Kings? Of course, the King of the Hill here is just a unit, not a hero. Normally, a Dwarven palace can recruit epic units, but legendary units depend on luck. Moreover, the yield is not low. If you accumulate them for 10 years, you will have 120 Mountain Kings. 10 years may be a long time for a new lord, but for a veteran lord who has existed for more than 100 years, it is only the time to participate in a few major battles. If information about this dwarf palace is exposed, it will definitely cause a bloodbath. After thinking it over, Jiang Chen began recruiting. Recruiting 1 Mountain King. Recruitment successful. You have lost 5,000 food and 10,000 energy. Recruiting 2 Storm Guardians. Recruitment successful. You have lost 3,200 food and 4,000 energy. Recruit 20 Dwarven Musketeers. Recruitment successful. You have lost 4,000 food and 10,000 energy. The King of the Hills needs no introduction, and legend has it that the more types of troops one has, the better. As for the epic unit Storm Guardian, to be honest, Jiang Chen was somewhat disgusted. The reason is simple. Although his Tianyin disciples are currently only of the excellent type, they can advance to the Tianyin true disciple level as long as they pass the Tianyin Pavilion Trial Tower. With the A-rank skill Great Sumeru Sword Style, coupled with Jiang Chen's enhancement abilities, this is no longer a pipe dream. Under the Empress's rule, the combat power of the Heavenly Sound True Disciples will far surpass that of the Storm Guardians. But, now that we've encountered this situation, recruiting both of them as guards isn't a bad idea, since they're big and suitable for taking the fall. Jiang Chen looked down on the superior and rare units below that and gave up on them directly. Actually, Jiang Chen originally had only one goal: the Dwarf Musketeers. Although the Dwarf Musketeer is not of high quality, it has rare extreme attributes, just like the Goddess Warrior, and is recognized as the king of cost-effectiveness. Furthermore, the advanced units of the Dwarven Musketeers are quite interesting. Soon, a Mountain King, 2 Storm Guardians, and 20 Dwarven Musketeers appeared before Jiang Chen. They knelt on one knee and said, "Greetings, your lordship." Jiang Chen nodded. "Rise. There's no need for such grand gestures from now on." The Mountain King comes with its own equipment and possesses 3 powerful skills: Avatar, Stormhammer, and Thunderstrike. The effect of Avatar far surpasses that of the Dragon's Heart of Fury. Its overall combat strength is slightly stronger than that of a dragon of the same level, making it a high-value unit. As for the Storm Guardian, apart from the 2 decent skills, Charged Heavy Strike and Stormhammer, its attributes are relatively mediocre. At the same level, the Goddess Warrior can at least take on 2 opponents at once. As for the Dwarven Musketeers, Jiang Chen flipped his hand and took out 2 Soldier Souls. Strengthen, a soul that has been enhanced into a rare unit. A soul that has been enhanced into an outstanding unit. Next, we'll advance the Dwarf Musketeer. Hint, your unit, Dwarf Musketeer, has been upgraded to the rare unit Dwarf Sniper, using a rare unit soul. Hint, your unit Dwarf Sniper has been upgraded to the superior unit Dwarf Rocketeer, using the excellent unit soul. In the Lord's Forum, the Dwarf Rocketeer is also called Dwarf RPG. This unit is very interesting. They're not native to the dwarves and are not even recognized by the major dwarven clans, because they can only be enhanced from the soul of a unit, supposedly the work of a meddlesome lord thousands of years ago. However, the drop rate for high-quality unit souls is extremely low. Therefore, dwarf rocket pilots are extremely rare. Dwarf Rocketeer. Race, Dwarf. Level 1. Quality, Excellent Star. Attributes, Physique 2, Spiritual Power 10, Divine Soul 7, Capacity 2. Combat Strength, 5 stars. Skills, Rocket Launcher, Psychic Guidance, Overload. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Chen was extremely satisfied with the Dwarf Rocket Launcher's extreme attributes and continued to enhance the unit's soul. Soon, after consuming 220,000 Spirit Stones and 40 excellent unit souls, all 20 Musketeers were finally upgraded to RPG. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, then waved his hand. Upgrade. Upgrade everything to level 10. Having just acquired 3.6 million energy points, Jiang Chen was now incredibly wealthy. All dwarf units, including the Mountain King, were upgraded to level 10, consuming a total of 768,000 energy. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen said to the 20 dwarf rocket pilots, "Rocket barrage, target the ground 300 meters directly in front." "Yes, my lord." The dwarven rocket launcher began to channel his spiritual energy to load the cannonballs. It took a full half-minute for the rocket to fully take shape. The rocket is about 1.2 meters long. Although it is entirely made of spiritual energy, it is as if it were solid, with exquisite and intricate runes appearing and disappearing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 20 rockets, trailing long trails of spiritual energy, roared out. Jiang Chen suddenly shouted, "Change the target to the hill, 300 meters to the left." Jiang Chen is testing the flexibility of mental force guidance. He was very satisfied with the result. 20 rockets drew a 90-degree arc in the air. Then it accurately plunges deep into the target mountain. 1 second later, boom, 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 a deafening explosion rang out. The dust and debris shot up hundreds of meters into the sky. Once the dust and mist had cleared, the hill, which was tens of meters high, had been completely erased. Everyone except Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. The same applies to Yin, the angel who was just born into this world. Long Jiao was so frightened that she tried to hide behind Jiang Chen. Lord, you call this an outstanding unit? If a few of these hit, I'll be gone. Empress, this power is probably even stronger than the goddess warrior's thunder projection, right? And its range is hundreds of meters. It can actually penetrate armor and inflict area damage at the same time. Angel Yin muttered to herself, then asked the most crucial question. My lord, how many of these rockets can they condense? Jiang Chen gave Yin an admiring look. 2 shots. If we use the overload condensed super rocket, then there's only 1. Then exhaust your spiritual power and be at their mercy, sacrificing physical strength, sacrificing mobility, even sacrificing normal attack ability, in exchange for 2 attacks far exceeding their own rank. That's the charm of the ultimate unit. Angel Yin sighed. This is a powerful weapon for both defending the city and attacking fortified positions. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Each unit has its own role. Dwarf RPGs have great strategic value, but don't count on them for leveling up. The terrifying image of a rocket killing a level 1 goblin flashed through everyone's minds. Night has fallen. With this matter settled, Jiang Chen decided to return home. Giselle, you and the goddess warrior, along with the newly recruited dwarven warriors, will travel by land and return to the territory tonight. The rest of you will return on the dragon. Everyone answered in unison, yes. Jiang Chen continued. Empress, Brahma heaven, free heaven, Long Jiao, come with me. Empress, where are you going? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, let's do a big deal. Chapter 52, The Dragon Descends. The Rules of the World. And Chu Xiao looked at the dwarf king, Greeny Storm, who was drinking heavily while hugging a barrel of wine, and felt depressed. Using hero tokens is an entropy-increasing process that is irreversible. Therefore, Chu Xiao can only accept the situation as it is. In early summer, based on your description, there is very likely a dwarven troop building in that mountain range. And Luoshi smiled and comforted him. If we can capture it, it will be a perfect match for this dwarf king. Yes. And Chu Xiao could only nod. Sister Ying and I think so too. We've made plans to explore the mountains tomorrow. When Yin Man was mentioned, and Luoshi's expression became slightly solemn. The winner of the immortal Qin family seems to be a direct descendant. He wonders if it's a blessing or a curse that his daughter has made such a friend. Has Jiang Chen not replied to you yet? No. And Chu Xia said, he's probably really busy. All right. Although Luoshi really wanted to talk to Jiang Chen, he was too busy to do so. Sudden, wah! A piercing alarm sounded from the watchtower. And Chu Xiao stood up. What happened? A ranger appeared quickly, panicking. My lord, the watchtower has detected a giant flying monster rapidly approaching our territory. It seems to be. At this point, the ranger swallowed hard. And Chu Xiao said sternly, what is it? Speak. It's a dragon. The ranger's eyes widened in fear. Judging by its size, it's a level 10 dragon. A legendary creature. A giant dragon. And Chu Xiao's voice instantly rose 8 octaves. A few days ago it was epic, and this time it's legendary. I'm so unlucky. The disheveled dwarf king, standing to the side, put down his wine barrel and gaped, exclaiming, I'm the unlucky one. I've only been here for half a day. Even so, the dwarf king picked up his warhammer and stood beside Chu Xia. And Chu Xia shouted, everyone, be on high alert. At this moment, everyone could see the enormous creature with their naked eyes. The dwarf king said, my lord, I didn't sense any malice. Perhaps they were just passing by. That would be best. and Chu Xia said quickly. But we can't let our guard down. Sudden, a familiar voice came from the sky. Huh, it's been a long time, Chu Xia. I'll come to drop by. Holy crap, Jiang Chen. And Chu Xia's face was filled with shock, followed by excitement. Dragon Knight. You become a Dragon Knight. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen was also shocked. Am I seeing things? Is that the city lord next to you? The warning is lifted. Long Jiao quickly landed in the center of the territory, and the powerful pressure made all the units in the territory tremble. Jiang Chen jumped off the dragon's back and looked at Enluashi. It really is Lorden? How is that possible? To Jiang Chen's surprise, he easily saw Enluashi's attributes. Enluashi, level 0, attributes, physique 1, spiritual power 1, divine soul 1, capacity 1. Status, invincible. Level 0, invincible. Could it be a GM? What is GM? Although Enluashi didn't understand, she could roughly guess what Jiang Chen meant from his expression. Don't worry, Jiang Chen. This is just one of the city lord's powers. Right now, I don't have any power. I can only look at the scenery and chat. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. I see. If a heavenly rank expert with 1,000,000-star combat power could freely enter and exit the new server, he wouldn't need to play anymore. Enluashi looked at Long Jiao, her eyes still filled with shock. This is a legendary unit. Even though she is a powerful warlord who has fought for more than 20 years, she has no more than 100 legendary troops under her command. Enluashi quickly guessed the truth of the matter and exclaimed, I never expected that Jiang Chen would become famous so quickly after gaining 10,000 reputation points at noon, attracting the attention of the Dragon Clan. It seems that Jiang Chen not only has great talent, but also great fortune. My trip was definitely worthwhile. Jiang Chen was genuinely impressed by Enluashi's imagination. Your Excellency, the city lord, has truly discerning eyes. Perhaps this really is fate. Looking at Long Jiao, Enluashi finally made up her mind. Jiang Chen, if you don't mind, I would like to have a private talk with you. Jiang Chen readily agreed. Good. Originally, I wanted to do business with Chu Xia, but now that the big boss has arrived, it couldn't be better. As he spoke, Jiang Chen looked at the Dwarf King beside him and praised him. So this is Chu Xia's new hero? He's quite the spirited young man. Dwarf King. Soon, only Jiang Chen and Enluashi remained. What I'm about to tell you is my biggest secret, and also Chu Xia's biggest secret. I hope you can keep it a secret. Enluashi's opening remarks set such a heavy tone that Jiang Chen was somewhat at a loss. Since it's a secret, I'd better not listen. He wasn't that curious. He was just here to make a big deal. Jiang Chen currently has 3 million spirit stones, but that's not enough for his upcoming plans. Enluashi ignored him completely and said with a weary look in his eyes, Do you know who Chu Xia's father is? Holy crap. She started by talking about her ex-husband. Was the aunt hinting at something? Enluashi, of course, was unaware of Jiang Chen's thoughts and dropped another bombshell. Actually, I don't know either. This is a huge amount of information. Jiang Chen could only try his best to comfort him. God forgives the mistakes of young people. I completely understand you. Enluashi was taken aback, then said angrily, What are you thinking about? Jiang Chen was also taken aback. Didn't you say that? Well, Enluashi sighed, then suddenly asked an unrelated question. Jiang Chen, you should know why the gods and Buddhas of the first heaven, who are already immortal, still cannot give up the main world. Blue Star? Of course I know, Jiang Chen said solemnly. The first is the propagation of life. The second is the inheritance of power. That's right. Enluashi nodded. We foreign lords are unable to reproduce in the battlefield of all races. But as the territory is upgraded, the distance between the lord's trips to and from Earth becomes longer and longer. Take the first emperor as an example. He could only travel to and from Earth once every 100 years. The last time he returned to Earth was 19 years ago. Wait a minute. A thought flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. You mean the first emperor last returned to Earth 19 years ago? Enluashi said with relief. Although this kind of thing is not a top secret, it is not publicized. It's not surprising that you don't know about it. Jiang Chen's heart pounded. He finally understood why the name Ing Man sounded familiar. Fortunately, he had previously thought he had seen it at the National Lore Tournament. Looking back now, it's clear I must have glanced at it on some social media account in a past life. Zheng Ge is amazing. He can still reproduce at thousands of years old. Jiang Chen quickly composed himself and asked curiously, "What does telling me all this have to do with Chu Xia's father?" And Luoshi said seriously, "Perhaps I am ignorant, but Chu Xia is indeed the only human individual I know of who has reproduced in the battlefield of 10,000 races." At this point, and Luoshi, as if possessed, added, "It's still asexual reproduction." Jiang Chen was shocked. "So, Chu Xia is a child without a father," and Luoshi's eyes were filled with memories. "I remember that early summer. I got a mythical item called Mother and Child Source Liquid, but the item description was only one sentence. Drink it, and there will be an unexpected surprise. I was so excited at the time that I didn't think about anything else. But after I drank it, I realized that unexpected surprise is short for happy. It's all because this world doesn't have Journey to the West." Jiang Chen muttered a complaint under his breath, then asked curiously, "But why are you telling me all this?" Chapter 53, 20 Million Spirit Stones. Legendary set. Faced with Jiang Chen's question, and Luoshi replied with a solemn expression, "Did you know? In just 3 days since the server opened, Chu Xia has already encountered 51 rare monsters, 14 excellent monsters, and 2 epic monsters. And that doesn't even include that small squad of mountain guardians. Fortunately, among the epic monsters, 1 tiger demon was killed by Ing Man, and the other did not launch an attack rashly. Otherwise, Chu Xia would have been in danger." Jiang Chen was speechless. "You mean, because Chu Xia has an extraordinary background, she possesses a special constitution that attracts powerful beings?" He was complaining about this morning, and I never expected it to become a reality so quickly. What Luoshi didn't know was that he had just killed a legendary monster more than 10 kilometers away. Jiang Chen also understood why Luoshi had confided in him. "This is just my guess, but it's pretty close to the truth." As expected, Luoshi rose and performed a lordly greeting. "After completing the 3 books, you can build a teleportation array. If Chu Xia encounters a crisis, I hope you can lend a helping hand. In return, I will take over your grudges with those lord families. If you wish, you can return to Earth now." Jiang Chen didn't care about those few lord families, but how could he refuse a boss who came to his door? Although he was pleasantly surprised, Jiang Chen still asked curiously, "You trust me that much?" And Luoshi said frankly, "First, I just retrieved your file. Those things you've been working on, like Alipay and Pinduoduo, may be laughable, but at least they prove that you have a broad and unconventional way of thinking. Secondly, perhaps it is precisely because of this boundless imagination that you can become the creator of outstanding military units. Thirdly, the matter of purchasing epic hero tokens on behalf of others just now shows that Jiang Chen is a man of his word and sincere in his dealings with others. After all, not everyone can resist the temptation of an epic hero. What finally made me decide was your dragon. Although on Lockheed's analysis was entirely wrong, it was still logical and convincing. Lord of the city, I agree." Jiang Chen also stood up and returned the greeting, then got to the point. "I originally came here to do a big deal with Chu Xia, but since I've met the city lord, that's even better. A big deal." And Luoshi was taken aback, then exclaimed in shock, "Could it be that the troop type you created can already reverse engineer the military token?" Jiang Chen immediately shook his head. "Joke. He created his own unit type entirely because the Empress brought her own unit type buildings. Heaven knows how he managed to reverse the troop token. Please take a look, Lord City Lord." Jiang Chen waved his hand, and a picture of the Dwarf King's Palace attribute interface popped up. This is... Even within Luoshi's seasoned composure and ability to weather countless storms, she couldn't help but gasp softly. The Dwarven Palace? The Dwarven Palace that can produce a Mountain King. Her reaction was remarkably quick. She said in a deep voice, "Could this dwarven palace be located in the mountains east of the early summer territory?" Jiang Chen said frankly, "That's right." And Luoshi calmly looked at Jiang Chen. "So, you're using the troop buildings within Chuxia's territory to negotiate with Chuxia?" Jiang Chen refused to budge an inch. "But now, this dwarven palace is under my name. Most importantly, do you think that with Chuxia's current military strength, he can take over a dwarf royal palace? And if the Xianqining family gets involved, will Chuxia still have a place in this dwarf palace?" And Luoshi fell into deep thought. I have to admit, Jiang Chen made a lot of sense. And Luoshi turned her head to look at Long Zhio's wounds, her mind racing. Jiang Chen possessed at least 300 elite soldiers. With such formidable combat power, he still had to send a precious giant dragon into battle, which even resulted in the dragon being injured. This shows just how fierce the battle was. Thinking about it this way, and Luoshi immediately felt at peace. "What are your conditions?" Jiang Chen said. "A flat price of 20 million spirit stones. Chuxia will gain the right to recruit all troop types in this dwarven palace except for the Mountain King. If Chuxia wants to recruit the King of the Hills, that's fine too, but the price will be calculated separately at 5 million spirit stones per unit." By exchanging a type of troop he completely disregarded for a whopping 20 million, Jiang Chen had truly squeezed the value of this dwarf palace to its limit. And Luoshi was somewhat surprised, because in her opinion, the price was really not expensive. Seemingly seeing through in Luoshi's thoughts, Jiang Chen gave an elegant bow. "As you said, this dwarven palace is, after all, within the territory of early summer. Now," and Luoshi had both face and substance saved, and a smile returned to her face. "I agree, but you've almost drained my territory's cash flow. I can only pay 10 million up front, and the rest will be paid when the interdimensional passage reopens. And you also have to provide after-sales service." Jiang Chen was taken aback. "What after-sales service?" And Luoshi, "A dwarf palace can't be kept secret anytime sooner or later. It will inevitably attract the attention of other powerful forces. I hope you can help Chuxia protect it together." Jiang Chen immediately said, "Don't worry about Chuxia. Leave this to me." Having already tasted the sweetness of slaughtering other lords, how could he let go of such a fair and square opportunity? "The deal is done." Jiang Chen received another 10 million spirit stones, with another 10 million spirit stones still pending payment. And Chuxia brought out the best food in the territory, hoping to persuade Jiang Chen to stay for dinner. But Jiang Chen glanced at it and couldn't help but laugh out loud. It turns out to be the spirit snake soup that Jiang Chen sold yesterday. Considering the pleasant cooperation this time, and the possibility of future cooperation, Jiang Chen waved his hand. A table full of delicious food appeared on the dining table in an instant. Apart from the 2 epic quality dragon tiger fight dishes, all the others are excellent quality delicacies. These delicacies are all specialties of my territory. Lorden and Chuxia are welcome to try them, but I really have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." After saying that, ignoring the shocked looks of the mother and daughter, he stepped onto the dragon's back. "We're home, Xiaojio." "Yes, sir." It wasn't until the dragon soared into the sky that Chuxia reacted, waving her little fists and shouting, "Jiang Chen, now that I have an epic hero and commandable troops, I definitely won't lose to you in the town mayor battle." Jiang Chen didn't turn around. He just waved his hand. "Stop dreaming." Finally back in territory. Just as Jiang Chen jumped off the dragon's back, he saw Angel Yin rubbing her stomach, walking out of the drunken immortal pavilion with a satisfied look on her face. Jiang Chen chuckled. "Yin, how's the food at the territory's canteen?" The angels of the heavenly court of Merlot are all warriors, and they have no knowledge of fine food. Yin was immediately captivated, but she stubbornly replied, "It must be admitted that the Lord is a man who knows how to enjoy life, but gluttony can only lead to depravity." Seeing Yan's stubbornness, Jiang Chen laughed loudly. then said to the Empress and the others, "Let's go eat first." Angel Yin was left standing there, bewildered. Hey, why is he laughing like that? Has my persona collapsed? Inside the private room with the highest tier, Jiang Chen didn't rush to eat. Instead, he opened the regional channel and posted a purchase request. Jiang Chen, brothers, looking to buy a set of armor around level 10, preferably ranger style. High price offered. Please include a note in your private message. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Wah! Half a day has passed, and the expert has finally reappeared. Everyone come out and see God. Brother Jiang Chen, if you just let me sleep here for one night, I'll offer you 10,000 spirit stones with both hands. Created their own superior military unit, breaking a century-old record on Earth? That can't be true. Hey bro, we've been talking about this all afternoon, and you still don't believe me? Show me the screenshots, and I'll believe you. Are you an idiot? This isn't a message from a regional channel. How can you take a screenshot? Wei Ming. All right, everyone, ignore that idiot. Anyone who has my boss Jiang Chen set, please stop hiding it. Huang Xian. Brother Wei, your sycophantic behavior is a bit beneath you. Brother Wei is right. If anyone has anything that Jiang Chen wants, hurry up and bring it out. With the town mobilized, Jiang Chen soon received private messages from several lords. Jiang Chen is now very wealthy and powerful, so he'll take them all. He casually picked up a high-quality courage boots and opened the enhancement list. Then a smile appeared on his face, as if he had said something trivial. Just as I expected, the set is still a set, even after being enhanced. Jiang Chen began to check the enhancement lists of several sets of equipment one by one, and found the equipment that suited the Tianyin disciples. Jiang Chen dared not be hasty when it involved spending tens of millions of spirit stones. After comparing them for a full 10 minutes, Jiang Chen finally found a satisfactory one. This is it. Consume 3 million spirit stones. Select Enhancement Direction 3-8, Flowing Cloud, Immortal Armor. Consume 2 million spirit stones. Select Enhancement Direction 3-8, Flowing Cloud, Immortal Shoes. Consumption. The Flowing Cloud set consists of 4 pieces: armor, helmet, shoes, and weapon. Legend has it that he was born for golden beams shot into the sky, startling everyone when the light fades. 4 legendary pieces of equipment, radiating powerful spiritual energy, floated 3 feet above the ground. Looking at the powerful attributes of the Flowing Cloud set, Jiang Chen felt excited. With the Flowing Cloud set, he can finally mass-produce epic units. Chapter 54, A Decisive Strike. The Xianyang Imperial Palace. Flowing Cloud Immortal Armor. Legend. Level 10. Durability 150. Attributes: Physique plus 45, Spiritual Power plus 15, Divine Soul plus 15, Capacity 15. Skill: Cloud Ring. The Flowing Cloud Immortal Sword. Legend. Level 10. Sharpness 145. Durability 100. Attributes: Physique plus 35, Spiritual Power plus 15, Divine Soul plus 10, Capacity 12. Skill: Cloud Sword. Flowing Cloud Fairy Shoes. Flowing Cloud Immortal Helmet. Set bonus: all attributes except for carrying capacity are increased by 40. Additional passive effect: Flowing Cloud Body. Speed is increased by 50%. The Flowing Cloud set is a typical physical attack set. With the set bonus, it increases a single elemental spirit by 165 points, and the required capacity is not high, so a level 10 Tianyin disciple can wear it. The effects of the 4 skills, Cloud Sword Cloud, Ring Cloud, Shadow Cloud Clear, are all equivalent to a fully mastered level skill. Moreover, it possesses all the necessary attributes: attack, defense, movement, and resistance, with no weaknesses. Looking at the stats of this equipment, the Empress was even happier than Jiang Chen. My lord, with such a powerful set of armor, you won't need me as your bodyguard next time you go out to fight monsters, will you? Jiang Chen shook his head. The Flowing Cloud set isn't for me. The Empress exclaimed in disbelief. Could this be for me to wear? No, not at all. Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously. These are for the disciples of Tianyin. The Empress suddenly realized. You want to? Swoosh. Suddenly, Angel Yan's figure shot in through the window, shouting, My lord, I just sensed a huge energy fluctuation. Is there an enemy? Immediately afterwards, she gasped. Such powerful equipment. And it seems that the four pieces of equipment can resonate with each other in some way. Are you all full? If you're full, come with me to Tianyin Pavilion. Jiang Chen stood up and said to Angel Yan, Hiko, come along too. Although it was already night, disciples were still coming and going from Tianyin Pavilion. After all, Tianyin Pavilion has special cultivation places such as the Enlightenment Room and the Spirit Gathering Room, which make cultivation twice as effective with half the effort. Jiang Chen watched for a while and then grabbed a disciple with a high level of skill proficiency. May I have your name? This disciple was petite with delicate features. Upon seeing the Lord and the Holy Lord arrive, she quickly said, My lord, my name is Li Yin. The name is not bad. Jiang Chen waved his hand, scattering a golden light. Energy consumed, 1760. Your unit Li Yan's level has increased to level 4. Consuming 35,000 energy points. Li Yin instantly leveled up to level 10. Only after reaching level 10 can a Tianyin disciple begin their training journey. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen waved his hand again, and the flowing cloud set appeared in front of Li Yin. Put them on and head into the training tower. A series of unexpected events stunned Li Yin. This is legendary equipment? The Empress had been holding back for a long time, and finally said weakly, My lord, the purpose of the training tower is to hone their willpower and skills. Is this kind of opportunistic approach really appropriate? Jiang Chen countered. What is the purpose of honing one's will? The Empress replied, Naturally, it's to become stronger. So what am I doing now? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. If you can be born in Rome, why bother traveling all the way there? Are you looking for trouble? The Empress was speechless. The Empress's words do have some merit, but they are not applicable to the battlefield of all races. As a qualified lord, Jiang Chen's goal is to maximize profits. As they were talking, Li Yin had already put on the flowing clouds outfit. Under the Empress's rule, the basic attributes are as follows. Li Yin, level 10. Attributes: Physique 288, Spiritual Power 182, Divine Soul 128, Capacity 3. Skill: Great Sumeru Sword Style. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. This is not the stats panel for a level 10 superior unit. Li Yan's physique has surpassed that of a level 10 legendary dragon, and with her 5 powerful skills, she could probably solo kill Long Jiao. Jiang Chen encouraged loudly, Go girl, become the first true disciple of the Heavenly Sound sect in the territory. Li Yin shouted loudly, Thank you for your kindness, my lord. After saying that, excitedly, I entered the training tower. Your unit, Li Yin, has applied for a trial. Do you approve? Activating the training tower consumes 36,640 energy points. Approved. The energy required to upgrade an epic unit to level 10 is approximately 2 to 2.5 times that of an excellent unit. If activating the trial tower does not require energy, then we can wait until the Tianyin disciples reach a higher level before advancing. Unfortunately, Heaven did not give Jiang Chen a chance to exploit any loopholes. The first floor of the trial tower lit up, immediately attracting much attention and discussion from the disciples of Tianyin. Upon seeing this, the Empress said, My lord, the trial tower has 9 levels. It may take me several hours to complete it. I will stay here and guard the tower. You should go and rest. A few hours? Jiang Chen laughed. That's an insult to a legendary set. As soon as he finished speaking, the second level of the trial tower lit up. The Empress was speechless. It only lasted about 10 seconds. During the waiting period, Jiang Chen listed the 1,000 servings of spirit snake soup produced by Zuixinlu each day on the exchange, with the unit price still at 2,000. Although sellout notifications kept ringing, the sales weren't as brisk as they were yesterday. Jiang Chen was mentally prepared for this. After all, there are only so many second-generation rich kids with purchasing power in the starting town. Half an hour later. Hint. Your unit Li Yan has passed the trial and advanced to Heavenly Sound True Disciple, Epic Star. Almost simultaneously, a beam of light shone down from the top of the trial tower, enveloping Li Yan's figure. Li Yan exclaimed excitedly, "Lord, I did it! I'm a true disciple now." Jiang Chen immediately asked, "How do you feel? Is it difficult?" Li Yan thought for a moment and said, "Completely crushing. Good." Jiang Chen was extremely satisfied. He opened Li Yan's interface, confirmed that the Heavenly Sound True Inheritance was also under the Empress's control, and then said to the surrounding Heavenly Sound disciples, "Who's next?" The disciples of Tianyin actively signed up, and their loyalty also increased significantly, generally reaching over 90 points. Brahma was very perceptive and took the initiative to step forward to maintain order. One at a time, everyone stand in a line, 1 meter apart. Looking at her disciples' reactions, the Empress sighed. "It seems I was truly wrong." Angel Yin smiled and said, "In our Merlot heavenly court, 90% of the angel warrior's combat power comes from the dark dimension of the main god of civilization. So I agree with the Lord's approach." It was late at night. Although there were still things to do, Jiang Chen was quite tired after a busy day. Jiang Chen yawned. He first raised all the Tianyin disciples who were about to be promoted to level 10, and then set the trial tower to automatic operation mode. Then, the 9 Heavens Holy Maidens took turns organizing the Heavenly Sound disciples to participate in the training. After doing all this, Jiang Chen returned to his bedroom in the Lord's mansion. To Jiang Chen's surprise, the area of the Lord's mansion, which had been upgraded to level 3, had more than doubled. Not only is the master bedroom much more luxurious, but there are also 2 additional guest bedrooms. "Sister Yin, you've come at just the right time," the Empress said enviously. "You have no idea. I've been sleeping on the floor for days." Angel Yin hesitated for a moment, then said, "I am already 7,000 years old." Empress. At the same time, Blue Star Dragon City, Xianyang Imperial Palace. Yiman also yawned, but she had just woken up. At noon, she was so angry that her bloodline underwent an evolution, resulting in a huge depletion of her bodily functions. After returning to Earth, he gave a few instructions and then fell asleep, causing chaos in the palace. At this moment, seeing that Yiman had woken up, a middle-aged female official appeared silently. "Your Highness, the military token and heroes token you requested have been prepared. Also, Your Highness must be hungry. Why not have dinner before returning to the battlefield of 10,000 races?" Yiman touched her shrunken belly. "I'm actually quite hungry." A sumptuous late-night snack was quickly laid out on the table. Yiman ate while casually remarking, "Bai Yun, has anything major happened on the battlefield of the myriad races recently?" Chapter 55, A 100 Million Spirit Stone Gamble. Lord's Talent Advancement. It was just a casual question, but the lady-in-waiting's words surprised her. A lord in the new district has created an exceptional unit and issued a Blue Star domain announcement. Yiman's gaze sharpened, and she took a big bite of the dragon steak, saying, "Created a unique and superior unit? Could it be that some master has entered the new server and started over?" "No." A hint of confusion flashed in the female official's eyes. "It's a young man named Jiang Chen from Donghai City, Jiangnan Province. I know this is a bit unbelievable, but this news has been confirmed through multiple channels." Yiman was taken aback. "Say it again. What's your name?" "Jiang Chen." "No way." Yiman quickly asked, "Which newbie town is Jiang Chen from?" 10,086. Snap. Yiman dropped the pork chop from her hand onto the dining table, muttering, "It really is him. So, the 300 troop types are really real." Thinking back to how she had left Jiang Chen speechless before returning to Blue Star at noon, Yiman's cheeks instantly flushed. The more satisfying it was to criticize back then, the more embarrassing it is now. But this guy is quite gentlemanly. He didn't retaliate. At this point, the female official continued. We suspect that Jiang Chen is the reincarnation of a celestial being, and that the mystery of his birth has been solved, but this speculation is still under investigation. Impossible. Ying Man immediately retorted. How could a leopard whose eyes light up at the sight of 2 million spirit stones possibly be a reincarnation of an immortal? I'm not eating anymore. I'm going back to the battlefield of all races right now. The Xianyang Imperial Palace naturally possessed its own altar for both realms. A flash of light. Ying Man appeared in the territory. Your Highness, you're back. As a hero, Meng Tian is not qualified to receive the heavenly announcement. Upon hearing this news from Ying Man, he was instantly stunned and incredulous. Ying Man, disregarding the late hour, immediately dialed Enchuxia's video call. Enchuxia was about to go to sleep, but seeing her friends immediately woke her up. Sister Ying, you're finally back. I told you, Jiang Chen never lies. And now I'm a big shot with an epic hero. Okay, Jiang Chen is all right. Ying Man said perfunctorily, but she was genuinely happy for Enchuxia. Then she looked on with anticipation and said, What time should we meet tomorrow? This time I brought back 6 epic military tokens, including 3 teams of Iron Eagle warriors. A troop binding token? That's outrageously extravagant. Enchuxia sighed, then said somewhat shyly, But no need, sister. Jiang Chen has already cleared that mountain range today. This matter couldn't be kept secret sooner or later, so Enchuxia simply spilled the beans. And in that mountain range, there's a dwarf royal palace. The epic unit building, Dwarf Palace? Ying Man was startled, then gritted her teeth. He beat me to it again. Enchuxia, why add the word again? The next day, Jiang Chen had just gotten up when he learned that the dwarf troops, led by Giselle, had returned to their territory overnight. Out of curiosity, Jiang Chen had Li Yin fight a Storm Guardian. The result was as expected. Li Yin won decisively. After a night of promotion, the Heavenly Sound True Transmission has reached 16th place. However, the energy consumption of over 1.7 million was truly painful for Jiang Chen. Including the Dwarf Warrior's upgrade, most of the 3.6 million energy gained from killing the Mountain King yesterday has been used up. After breakfast, Jiang Chen quickly checked the current status of the territory. Heroes, Empress Yin. Unit types, Black Dragon 12, Goddess Warrior 12, 9 Heaven Sanus 9, Heavenly Sound True Disciple 16, Heavenly Sound Disciple 284, Mountain King 1, Storm Guardian 2, Dwarf Rocketeer 20, Centaur, Chieftain 16. Farmers, 552 farmers, 2 legendary farmers. Resource points, Woodmine 41, Quarry 35, Iron or 25, Refined Iron or 4, Crystal or 1, Gold or 1. The army is strong and well-equipped, and the supplies are plentiful. Jiang Chen boasted a little, then, as usual, opened Mysterious Hut to check today's items. Anywhere door. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. What a great start. I wonder if Ying Man will continue to pursue this opportunity. The Mysterious Hut doesn't always drop anything. Aside from the dark bait that appeared on the first day, the spawns over the past few days have mostly been materials and equipment. I finally found something good again today, and it only cost 20,000 spirit stones. Jiang Chen accepted without hesitation. Then immediately connect with Ying Man's video. The call was connected quickly. Ying Man seemed somewhat surprised. I'm truly flattered that the renowned Jiang Chen, a god whose name is known throughout the world, actually took the initiative to contact me. Jiang Chen laughed and said, Big brother, you're joking. I've obtained another anywhere door. Do you want it? Ying Man, yes. After reaching level 3, you can build a portal in your territory, which greatly reduces the practical value of the Anywhere portal. But Ying Man didn't even blink, making Jiang Chen realize once again the importance of having a good father. The transaction was completed, and Jiang Chen received another 1 million spirit stones. Ying Man continued, Jiang Chen, I was just looking for you. Jiang Chen smiled and asked, "Is there anything I can help you with, sir?" Ing Man said solemnly, "Now, I, Ing Man, a descendant of the first Empress, formally invite you to become my vassal lord." Jiang Chen was stunned. Vassal lord? You must be kidding me. Who invites someone to be a vassal lord first thing in the morning? However, considering Ing Man's true identity, it's not surprising that she did such a thing. Ing Man grew anxious. "My identity is special, so I can't tell you right now. But believe me, you definitely won't regret becoming my vassal lord. How about I sponsor you 50 million spirit stones as startup capital?" Jiang Chen remained silent. To be honest, rich women are really appealing. However, being a vassal lord is not just a matter of words. Under the witness of heaven, one must enjoy rights and fulfill obligations. Seeing that Jiang Chen remained silent, Ing Man continued to raise the price. "How about 100 million? Jiang Chen was afraid that if things continued like this, he would really have to give in. If I remember correctly, only after becoming the town mayor can one obtain the position of vassal lord. It's just the mayoralty, right? Ing Man curled her lip. At the current rate of development, the mayoralty competition will probably start in 2 days. Jiang Chen said, "But what if you don't become the town mayor?" "No way." Ing Man finally understood and exclaimed in surprise. "Are you going to compete with me for the position of town mayor?" Jiang Chen laughed and said, "Want to make a bet?" Ing Man said confidently, "Fine. If you can snatch the position of town mayor from me, I'll become your vassal lord." "Become my vassal lord?" Jiang Chen was somewhat tempted. It would be impressive to take in the daughter of the first emperor. However, after thinking it over again, Jiang Chen still refused. "I also like those 100 million spirit stones." He was truly afraid that if the first emperor became enraged, he would send down a massive army directly from the third heaven. Although the cost was enormous, it was not without precedent. "I think you're obsessed with money." Jiang Chen's choice offended Ing Man. "Fine, if I lose, I'll give you 100 million spirit stones. If you lose, you'll become my vassal lord." Jiang Chen was overjoyed. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Ing Man was equally happy. "Jiang Chen, do you think you can compete with me for the position of town mayor with just an epic hero and a large number of outstanding troops?" In the battle for town mayor, the key is not the quantity of troops, but their quality. Besides, the tests in any official system are not just about fighting. They also involve construction, gathering, planting, and so on. Do you have high-quality farmers? Go wash up and get ready to be my vassal lord. Ha ha. Beep, beep, beep. After delivering her victory declaration, Ing Man immediately hung up the video call. Jiang Chen said helplessly, still so energetic. However, there was a hint of anticipation in Jiang Chen's eyes. "I wonder what form this battle for lordship will take. Secret realm? Tower defense? Level challenge? Arena? Or free-for-all?" However, no matter the method, Jiang Chen could not find a reason for his defeat. Due to the limitations of the laws of nature, the highest quality of items that can be brought into the main world from the new server is epic. No matter how powerful Zhengge is, he can't possibly be more powerful than the Way of Heaven. Therefore, he was destined to win this bet. Thinking about the 100 million spirit stones that would be in his account in a few days, Jiang Chen hummed a little tune happily as he took out an exquisite talisman. E-rank territory advancement rune. Plus, after use, it can advance the F-rank lord's talent to E-rank. There were 3 in the caravan at the time, and he took them all. If I remember correctly, the upgrade of green waters and lush mountains to E-level should be picturesque scenery. Apart from increasing the happiness of the citizens a little, it's pretty useless. But what about higher levels? The value of a territory advancement token is no less than that of a lord's heart of the same quality. So no one ever uses a high-level territory advancement token on the green waters and lush mountains entertainment-oriented lord talent. After all, if you have that kind of money, it's more cost-effective to just buy a finished product. But I'm different. I have the ability, but I don't have the choice. With this in mind, Jiang Chen immediately took action. Consume 100,000 spirit stones. Select Enhancement Direction 2, D-Grade Territory Advancement Scroll. Consume 1,000,000 spirit stones. Select Enhancement Direction 3, C-Grade Territory Advancement Scroll. After completing the enhancement, Jiang Chen gently tossed the 3 Territory Advancement Talismans in his hand. Territory Advancement, directly advancing to C-level Lord Talent. Chapter 56 enveloped in spiritual mist. The top spot delivered to our doorstep. The 3 Territory Advancement runes transformed into specks of energy and were deposited into the Lord's Manor. Note: you have used an E-grade Territory Advancement Scroll. Your Lord's talent has been upgraded to Picturesque. Note: the effects of the original talent are retained after advancement. Note: you have used a Grade D Territory Advancement Scroll. Your Lord's talent has been upgraded to Springtime all year round. The effect was immediate. Jiang Chen has spent so much money on attribute books that he's now considered a minor expert with keen senses. He felt the surrounding environment instantly adjust to his most comfortable level, and after taking a deep breath, he felt refreshed. Moreover, according to the talent description, this effect seems to vary from person to person. For example, if Jiang Chen recruits a Flame Lord, then that Flame Lord will experience the environment most suitable for him. Hint: you have used a C-grade Territory Advancement Scroll. Your Lord's talent has been upgraded to Spirit Mist Enveloping. Click! It sounded like an eggshell cracking. Wisps of spiritual energy were emanating from the void at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, within the 30,000 square meters of the territory, spiritual energy is abundant, and occasionally wisps of misty spiritual energy can even be seen. Wow, this concentration of spiritual energy is probably even higher than before. 10 times. The Empress appeared beside Jiang Chen at some unknown time. The concentration of spiritual energy in the top-tier private room of Zuixinlu is only 5 times higher. At this concentration of spiritual energy, not only will the speed of cultivation techniques increase, but the speed of spiritual energy recovery will also increase. In this way, Tianyin disciples can use their skills more often, and the great Sumru sword style can quickly be advanced to proficiency and even mastery. Jiang Chen looked over. As expected, the Tianyin disciples who were resting in their territory cheered, and their loyalty increased once again. Jiang Chen nodded and said, "The stronger the cultivation techniques and skills, the better, but we must not put the cart before the horse. The foundation of the battlefield of 10,000 races is still level. After the territory is upgraded, Jiang Chen no longer had any major tasks on his hands, and he could finally relax. He does have one more deep-sea bait. However, Jiang Chen planned to use this bait for something much bigger. Therefore, Jiang Chen plans to use the Heavenly Sound True Inheritance after accumulating a larger quantity, as stability is the most important thing. Since I'm just sitting around doing nothing, I might as well clear out the inventory from the last few days." The term inventory primarily refers to low-tier treasure chests. Excellent treasure chest, 845. Common treasure chest, 4623. Beep, beep, beep. At that very moment, a notification sound suddenly rang out. Another announcement from the regional channel? Jiang Chen opened it and took a look. Announcement: given that the development of Town 10086 far exceeds the average level, the resource collection leaderboard has been triggered. The Lord who ranks first in points will be rewarded with an epic treasure chest. Lords ranked 2nd to 10th in points will receive 1 excellent treasure chest. Lords ranked 11th 100th in points will be rewarded with a rare treasure chest. Calculation rules. During the ranking period, 1 point is awarded for each unit of common resource acquired, 10 points for superior resources, and so on. The resource points leaderboard is updated in real time. Settlement time: 12 o'clock noon tomorrow. Resource gathering? Interesting. Jiang Chen clicked on the list below. 1 Wei Ming, 11. 2 Winning E-Man, 9. 3 Huang Xian, 8. 4 Touchant YYU, 7. 5. The scores on the leaderboard are updated in real time. Perhaps Wei Ming just happened to produce one unit of excellent resources, which is why he directly climbed to first place. But just 5 seconds later, Man overtook him. Looking at the list, Jiang Chen silently took out one unit of crystal. Consumes 100 spirit stones. Enhancement direction 21. Empty crystal stone. Void crystal is a rare resource that is a byproduct of ordinary crystal and is an essential resource for building portals. The other lords in the town probably don't even have a few level 3 items, so Jiang Chen isn't in a hurry to build a teleportation portal. The moment the void crystal is enhanced, Jiang Chen instantly gained 100 points, climbing to the top of the leaderboard. As expected, the enhanced resources are also considered part of the territory's resource collection. Meanwhile, the regional channels were already bustling with activity. Resource gathering, this is probably the only fair ranking list since the server opened, right? The big shots start with high-quality farmers, and their output is several times higher than usual. Do you think that's fair? Holy crap! How did Jiang Chen, the great god, instantly gain 100 points? Brother upstairs, do you remember the bloodshed caused by that gold mine? Gold is a rare resource, worth 100 points per unit. Soon, another batch of dark horses emerged, and Chuxia quickly and steadily rose to first place. How is Goddess and so amazing? Holy crap, she's number 1. And Chuxia, most of the areas around my territory are high-quality resource points, which means I don't even have enough regular resources. Such a Versailles immediately aroused a wave of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Only Jiang Chen knew what was going on. It seems that in Chuxia's physique not only attracts powerful beings, but also high-quality resources. How enviable. Man, Chuxia's luck is incredible. Jianman, who possesses a large number of epic peasants, also made it to second place. And Chuxia, if sistering needs anything, she can come to my place to mine. Man quickly replied, No need, no need. You have high-level resource points, and I have epic peasants. Let sisters compete for first place based on our own abilities and create a legendary story. And Chu Xiao exclaimed with great enthusiasm, Great! Really? In less than 10 minutes. The two women then distanced themselves from Jiang Chen, since there were only 2 legendary farmers associated with him. Wei Ming, epic peasant. It seems that this time, the first place will be decided between the 2 goddesses. Huang Xian. Does this break the curse of Jiang Chen being number 1? Suddenly, someone exclaimed excitedly. As expected, the resources from the treasure chest count too. I should have saved them up from the previous treasure chests. I've saved up dozens of treasure chests without opening them. I was so afraid of getting resources from them before, but now I really hope they're all resources. Dozens of treasure chests? I'm so envious. Seeing this, Jiang Chen glanced at the thousands of treasure chests piled up in his warehouse, his expression somewhat doubtful. This is practically a free pass to the top of the list. Do I have some kind of special physique? Shaking his head to dispel the strange thoughts in his mind, Jiang Chen shouted, Empress, open the treasure chest. Upon hearing about the treasure chest, the Empress appeared beside Jiang Chen in a flash, looking expectant. Are there any epic chests? No. Could you use your abilities to create some? Is it really addictive? Jiang Chen said irritably. No, let's get to work first, and if we work hard, we'll have something to do tomorrow. Of course, ordinary treasure chests are not very useful, and Jiang Chen still plans to upgrade them all into the most cost-effective fine treasure chests. Since a fine treasure chest can at least yield blueprints, and 100 spirit stones isn't expensive anyway. That's all. Jiang Chen and the Empress worked together, one strengthening and the other activating, with a clear division of labor, and were very busy. You have opened a fine treasure chest and obtained a slaughtering knife. Fine one. You opened a fine treasure chest and obtained 70 fine wood. You have activated. However, the lords who had been keeping a close eye on the leaderboard were not calm. Just 1 minute later, the Empress then offered thousands of units of high-quality resources and tens of thousands of points, allowing Jiang Chen to easily climb to the top of the leaderboard. Wei Ming, is Boss Jiang opening a treasure chest? Man, how many resources can you get from the treasure chest? It's just a temporary surge to the top of the leaderboard. It's meaningless. Tu Shan Yia, sistering, how about we start a betting pool and place a bet? Man, yeah, are you still betting on Jiang Chen win? Tu Shan Yia, yes. Yia wants to make money. Man, haha, yeah, you're so adorably silly. And Chuxia, yeah, listen to your sister. Jiang Chen's rise to the top of the rankings by opening treasure chests is only temporary. He'll run out of treasure chests, and then he won't be able to keep up since there's still more than a day before the results are announced. This analysis made perfect sense, and Tu Shan Yia hesitated. Because of this hesitation, the betting pool never opened. The art of speaking. Jiang Chen's points have already reached 20,000. Wei Ming, Jiang Chen is awesome. He must have opened over 100 excellent treasure chests. Man, what's the use? He could open 100 or even 1,000. I've finished chapter 57. You guys can compete for second place. Another 10 minutes or so passed. Jiang Chen's points have exceeded 100,000. Tu Shan Yia, sister-in, is it too late for Yaya to start a betting pool now? And Chu Xiao was also stunned and began to evade the question. It seems that the situation is very tense now. Most of the lords stopped what they were doing and stared at the rapidly and steadily changing numbers at the top of the leaderboard. In less than an hour, Jiang Chen's points have finally broken through the 500,000 mark. Man finally couldn't hold back any longer. This cheater, Tu Shan Yia, wah, Yia missed out on another billion. And Chu Xia, everyone went crazy. Jiang Chen must have opened at least 1,000 excellent treasure chests by now. What kind of drop rate is this? Could it be that the green waters and lush mountains talent really has a hidden lucky attribute? Maybe it really is. You don't know, but just yesterday, the Lord's heart with the added green water and lush mountains talent in Donghai City was sold out. No matter how crazy or jealous they were, they couldn't stop Jiang Chen's points from increasing rapidly. Noon. Resource points ranking. 1 Jiang Chen, 156, 3250. 2 Than Chuxia, 4, 8250. 3 Winning Man, 46672. 4 Tu Shan YQ 12365. 5 Wei Ming, 11082. 6 Jiang Chen, I'm done. Although I've climbed to the top of the leaderboard, just like what Bossing Man said, it's only temporary. After all, there's still a day left, right? Good luck, everyone. Man, with over 1 million points, even if you combine Man and Chuxia, they couldn't possibly surpass Jiang Chen's total in a single day. Moreover, Jiang Chen's output was already quite high. In other words, with only 1 day left before the rankings are announced, Jiang Chen has already secured the victory. It's as if it's saying, you guys compete for second place. And Chu Xiao rarely complained. Yeah, how about we bet on who comes in second place? Tu Shan Yia. But I only want to bet on brother Jiang Chen to win. After a long while, someone asked timidly, can any top student analyze how Jiang Chen did it? That must have required at least 2,000 or 3,000 rare treasure chests. Everyone chimed in with their own opinions, but they couldn't come to a decent conclusion. Everyone came to the same conclusion. Jiang Chen is a cheat code. Jiang Chen silently watched the screen. He was curious to see who could be the first to guess the answer. At this moment, Tu Shan Yia suddenly said, I know. Hall of Reputation. It's Hall of Reputation, right? Jiang Chen chuckled softly upon seeing this. The little fox is quite quick-witted. And Chu Xia suddenly realized, Yia is so smart. How come I didn't think of that? Many people still have doubts. Wei Ming explained. It seems that Boss Jiang just happened to find a Hall of Reputation and used all 10,000 reputation points from the self-created troop reward to exchange for a superior treasure chest. Awesome. I'm completely in awe. The Hall of Reputation is a randomly appearing building in the wild, with an uncertain existence time, unpredictable exchange items, and uncertain inventory. Man. Ah, I feel like even the heavens are on his side. Wei Ming, I'm sorry, Boss Jiang. I shouldn't have questioned your ability to take the top spot. From now on, I will definitely learn from Yeye and blindly support you, boss. Tu Shan Yeye, are you saying I'm brainless? Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen chuckled softly. Looking at Wei Ming, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that he still had a half-abandoned centaur nest. Based on the principle that even a small mosquito bite is still meat, Jiang Chen dialed Wei Ming's video call request. The call connected instantly, but from the other side came shouts and the sounds of weapons clashing. Jiang Chen said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Brother Wei. I saw you were chatting in the group just now, and I thought you were free, but I didn't expect you to be fighting. Shall I contact you again later?" Before Jiang Chen could hang up, Wei Ming appeared in the frame, all smiles. "It's just a small goblin tribe. It's nothing. Boss Jiang Chen, just let me know if you need anything." You could feel Wei Ming's excitement even through the screen. Jiang Chen smiled after confirming that Wei Ming was not in danger. "Here's the thing. There's a centaur lair between our territories that can produce centaur warriors, centaur chieftains, and centaur leaders. It's no longer of any use to me, but I wonder if Brother Wei would be interested. Elite troops are trash to Jiang Chen, but the more the merrier for ordinary lords." Wei Ming's eyes lit up with joy. He was very perceptive. "Thank you for your kindness, boss. I'll transfer the 100,000 spirit stones to you right away." "It's not worth that much." Jiang Chen was satisfied with Wei Ming's understanding, but still said, "Let's just go with the market price, 30,000 spirit stones." Wei Ming didn't insist. "All right, boss. If there's anything I can do for you in the future, just let me know." After hanging up the call, Jiang Chen chuckled. "This guy is good character and knows how to seize opportunities. I might give him a helping hand if the chance arises." After unexpectedly picking up an epic treasure chest, Jiang Chen began to categorize the treasure chest contents. 150,000 units of high-quality resources are enough for Jiang Chen to use for 4 books. Then there were more than 2,000 pieces of fine equipment. Jiang Chen instructed Fanning Tian to distribute the equipment to the Tianyin Pavilion disciples who needed it. Although it was only high-quality equipment, it was better than nothing. The rest will be put on the exchange for an auction lasting 1 hour. Jiang Chen's actions instantly disrupted the town's supply and demand balance. Some people on the regional channel were complaining, while others were overjoyed. "Wow, my territory's economy relies entirely on an elite blacksmith. With the boss doing this, I'm going to go bankrupt. Brother Jiang Chen is awesome. This time, I brought back a superb military token for Blue Star. I just happened to be short of equipment." Besides resources and equipment, what Jiang Chen valued most were the blueprints. Farmland Blueprints 11, Pasture Blueprints 4, Arrow Tower Blueprints 8, Watchtower Blueprints 2, Spring Blueprints 1, Beehive Blueprints 1. The gains were enormous. Finally, a watchtower. Jiang Chen was quite envious when he saw the watchtower in Enchuxia's territory yesterday. Jiang Chen smiled after opening the watchtower's enhancement list. As expected, there is a watchtower, an anti-stealth structure. However, with ample funds at present, Jiang Chen was naturally not content with merely building a watchtower. After thinking it over, Jiang Chen chose the one with the best cost performance. Consume 200,000 spirit stones. Select Enhancement Direction 5, Lighthouse. The lighthouse was built quickly. Jiang Chen directly upgraded it to Level 3. Lighthouse, Level 3. Skill 1. Illuminates the fog of war within 1,300 meters. Skill 2. Marks an enemy unit that is invisible, lasting for 5 minutes. Skill 3. Under the light of the lighthouse, negative status effects on friendly units can be dispelled to a certain extent. The effect depends on the level of the lighthouse and the strength of both sides. Skill 4. Night lighting, brightness adjustable. Not bad, not bad. The first 3 functions, needless to say, are all very practical combat skills. The 4th function is that it can be used as a street light at night to improve the happiness index and loyalty of the people. After setting the lighthouse's lighting time and brightness, Jiang Chen took out the blueprint for the spring, a rare look of struggle on his face. Spring eyes a relatively uncommon architectural blueprint. Many buildings on the enhancement list are quite good, such as the various grades of spirit springs, which are very effective for both drinking and irrigation. What troubled Jiang Chen the most was the enhancement direction at the very bottom of the list. Strengthening Direction 7-6. Fountain of Life, Legendary, consumes 100 million spirit stones. Although the Fountain of Life cannot directly enhance Jiang Chen's combat power, its effects are nothing short of miraculous. Should we choose the Fountain of Life directly, or wait for a suitable legendary unit building? Chapter 58 Energy, or Top of Both Rankings. The Battle to Break Through Domains. Jiang Chen has one more chance to enhance his character without consuming any resources. The reason I decided to reserve it for legendary unit buildings was not only because troop buildings are the most expensive, but also because a legendary troop building can absolutely double Jiang Chen's strength. And the Fountain of Life. Rapidly healing injuries and restoring spiritual power are only secondary functions. The most terrifying thing is that the Fountain of Life can revive units and heroes, consuming only a small amount of energy in a short amount of time. With the Fountain of Life, Jiang Chen will possess terrifying endurance ability. As long as he is not spawn-camped, he will be invincible. It's such a difficult choice. Jiang Chen finally let out a soft breath. Even the materials needed to build the Fountain of Life will require tens of millions of spirit stones to enhance. Let's wait until we get Iman's 100 million spirit stones. If we still don't have suitable troop buildings by then, we'll build the Fountain of Life first. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen first put away the spring blueprint. Also put away was the honeycomb blueprint. After all, Jiang Chen only has a little over 6 million spirit stones at hand. With a major battle imminent, this money needs to be reserved for contingencies. The time that follows. The territory developed steadily, and the town was peaceful and tranquil. Just as Jiang Chen was about to fall asleep late at night, he suddenly received a prompt from the Heavenly Tao. Your hero, Yin, has captured an energy stone mine. Energy stone, or? Jiang Chen suddenly sat up in bed. This is the farming lord's favorite. In the battlefield of all races, besides the main method of fighting monsters, there are naturally other ways to obtain energy. For example, the energy gathering room in Tianyin Pavilion. For example, the energy stone mine that Angel Yin has discovered can provide farmers with a continuous source of energy for their territory as long as they mine it. Although the quantity is not large, it is stable and safe. Jiang Chen immediately built a quarry and then had several Tianyin disciples escort the farmers there. But Yin is too disciplined, isn't he? Still jungling in the middle of the night. Jiang Chen didn't even see Yin's shadow all day. Yin was not slacking off. He contributed 1,428 battle logs in one day. After a brief incident, Jiang Chen fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, when Jiang Chen walked out of the Lord's mansion, Cynthia had been waiting for him with 5 goddess warriors for a long time. Greetings, Lord. The goddess warrior has escorted Nong Yi back to the team. Jiang Chen looked at the 6 weary goddess warriors and smiled. It's good to be back. You must have had a long and tiring journey traveling all night. You can rest in the territory this morning, but there will be a major battle this afternoon. In order to build the Tianyin Pavilion, Jiang Chen left 6 goddess warriors, led by Cynthia, at the gold mine. Jiang Chen had almost wiped out all the lords near the gold mine, and since the monster resources were plentiful, he simply let them stay there to level up. Now, with several major battles imminent, Jiang Chen summoned them back. The goddess warriors' eyes gleamed with anticipation upon hearing of the great battle. Yes, my lord. 12 noon. The resource collection leaderboard has been finalized as scheduled. First place in resource collection, Lord Jiang Chen. Reward: Epic Treasure Chest 1. Reputation 300. Jiang Chen unsurprisingly reclaimed the top spot and obtained another epic treasure chest. Empress, there's an epic treasure chest. Jiang Chen had just shouted when heaven issued another announcement. Announcement. The ranking reward system for the next phase has been announced. The Lord who ranks first and upgrades to level 3 will be rewarded with an excellent chest. Lords ranked 2nd to 10th, who upgrade to Tier 3, will be rewarded with a rare treasure chest. Lords ranked 11th to 100th who upgrade to Tier 3 will be rewarded with a fine treasure chest. Someone on the regional channel said timidly, "Someone should have already upgraded to level 3 by now." I think there's no need to guess anymore. Besides Jiang Chen, I really can't think of anyone else at the top. Theoretically speaking, Goddess Ing is surrounded by high-level resource points, while Goddess Ing has epic peasants, both of whom are popular choices. Of course, as I said, that's just theoretical. Tushan Yia. They've all become so cunning. Yia won't be able to earn any money in the future. Ing Man and Chuxia, Wei Ming, Mu Qing and others did not chime in. At this moment, the Empress appeared beside Jiang Chen. "My lord is indeed a trustworthy person. Where is the treasure chest?" Jiang Chen glanced at the Empress and said, "Let's wait a little longer. There might be another excellent treasure chest. Let's go together." "Really?" Announcement. Lord Jiang Chen has achieved first place in upgrading to level 3, rewarded with 1 excellent item and 100 reputation. And Cuxia's territory. She looked at the announcement and muttered to herself. After seeing Jiang Chen off that day, I led the Dwarf King to clear the crystal mine overnight. To buy 3 books as quickly as possible, I got up at 4 a.m. yesterday. God knows how painful that was. I didn't expect to be a step behind Jiang Chen again. Soon, and Chu Xiao's face regained its expectant look. I wonder if I can beat Sistering this time and get 2nd place? It was him again. Brush. A flash of vertical pupils appeared in Ingman's eyes, and a terrifying sword aura shot out, cleaving the level 10 mountain demon leader in front of her in 2. Huff, huff. Then, she took deep breaths and gently patted her chest. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Luckily, I didn't chime in, or I would have been embarrassed again. Meng Tian was standing not far away, protecting Ing Man, a hint of anxiety flashing in her eyes. Why has your highness calmed down? Ing Man's eyes widened. Sister, can I not be angry? Meng Tian quickly smiled and said, all right, but your highness's basic attributes increased by almost 30% after the last bloodline evolution. Although we are here and will never allow your highness to be harmed. Strength is something that is always better the stronger you are. Although Ing Man understood this principle, she still said, you can only make me angry if Jiang Chen can beat me in the mayoral election. Meng Tian said helplessly, His Highness possesses the B rank Lord Talent Golden Horse and Iron Cavalry, and with General Baizong's command, the attributes of the 100 Battles Armored Army and the Iron Eagle Elite Army are already comparable to ordinary epic 4-star units. Although Jiang Chen is a genius, what he created is merely an outstanding quality. How can it compare to His Highness? Ing Man's second hero, Baizong, was a burly, stern-faced middle-aged general. He came from a military background, and his command of the 100 Battle Armored Army and the Iron Eagle Elite Army was at the B level. If it weren't for Meng Tian's yin-yang magic that allowed her to foresee danger, Baizong would probably have been Ing Man's #1 hero. Upon hearing this, Baizong stepped forward. If I cannot help your highness obtain the position of town mayor, I am willing to offer my head in return. Ing Man quickly said, General Bai is a nephew of Wu Jun, and by all accounts, he is my elder. You are really exaggerating. Just then, the second place has been announced. Announcement. Lord Chu Xia, who ranked second, has upgraded to level 3. Reward. 1 rare treasure chest and 50 reputation. It's already early summer. Ing Man was stunned for a moment, then said with relief, Finally, we're not always second place anymore. The lists are being released gradually. As expected, Ing Man came in 3rd place. 4th place, Wei Ming. 5th place, Mu Qing. Ing Man nodded. This Lieutenant Mu Qing is quite good. Meng Tian smiled and said, Your Highness's help was not in vain. Yi Man, unusually serious, said, soldiers who protect their country deserve respect. Lieutenant Mu's territory is near mine, so I'll lend a hand if I can. The list was quickly updated to number 10. Announcement: Tu Shanya, ranked 10th, has upgraded to level 3. Reward: 1 rare treasure chest and 5 reputation. Wow, that's fast. 10 lords have already reached level 3. Yi Man had barely finished speaking. A golden announcement suddenly appeared and was then pinned to the top. Announcement: the rules for the Battle of the Realms in the 10086 newbie town are as follows. Lords, please prepare accordingly. Immediately afterwards, a series of golden announcements appeared. Chapter 59, This is a Sure Thing. The deep sea is descending. When the number of level 3 lords in a town reaches 100, the town's protective barrier will dissipate. Lords who reach level 3 will be teleported along with their territories to the border of the town to defend against alien invasions. In addition to the normal acquisition of energy and items, defeating alien races will earn you points. Click to view the points rules. If the total score reaches 1 million, the town will successfully break through the domain, and all lords participating in the domain-breaking battle will receive a plus 10 bonus to all attributes. If the domain breaking fails, all lord will be downgraded to tier 2, and all attributes will decrease by 10 points. In the Battle of the Realm, the player with the highest score becomes the town mayor. The town mayor receives an additional 10 points to all attributes and unlocks town mayor privileges. Click to view. Haha, Yi Man laughed loudly. Great, it's tower defense. This is a sure thing. I'm determined to have Jiang Chen, this vassal lord. There are only a dozen or so patterns in the battle for town mayor, which have long been thoroughly studied by our predecessors and written into textbooks. Yi Man was happy. This is because there is no element of luck in tower defense mode. It relies entirely on skill. So, Jiang Chen was equally happy. This is a sure thing. 10 lords have already reached level 3, and we expect to enter a period of rapid growth soon. As early as tonight, or as late as tomorrow, there will be 100 level 3 lords. Certainly, based on past experience, the way of heaven is still humane. The battle to break through the domain may last for several hours or longer. If the conditions are met after 9 p.m., the start time of the battle will generally be postponed to the next morning. I still have at least half a day to prepare, including that deep-sea decoy. Meanwhile, a heated discussion broke out on the regional channel. Holy crap, so many experts already have level 3? I haven't even found a crystal mine yet. I just acquired a crystal mine and expect to be able to upgrade to level 3 by tomorrow morning. I wonder if I can make it in time. If I can't participate in the battle of breaking the domains this time, then I'll have to leave the server and fight again in server 667 next year. The monsters in the crystal mine are too strong. I was afraid of losing too many troops and hadn't cleared them out. Now it seems I have no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. Only 100 lords can participate in the war of breaking the domain. Therefore, this is not just a simple reward for the top 100 players to upgrade to level 3, but also the first time that the difference in lord attributes has become so significant. All the lords went crazy for those top 100 spots. Of course, there are also those who are clear-headed. Mu Qing Shuang. The battle of breaking the domains requires everyone's joint efforts. Each person needs to obtain an average of 10,000 points. Don't just have the level of a tier 3 character without the combat power of one. This is not an exaggeration. There have been many negative examples in the past, where most people are greedy for small gains, occupying the quota without contributing, resulting in failure to break through the domain. Someone immediately objected. Sir, you're joking. Yi Man should have epic units, and Jiang Chen has all excellent units. With so many powerful players, my points won't make a difference. I'm also planning to go in, grab a reward, and then quit. Huang Xian. We can't all think like that. If we rely on just a few big shots, we're bound to fail this time, and that will affect all of us. Yi Man also said, even if I can get 500,000 points by myself, The remaining 500,000 points will still depend on everyone. Wei Ming. Brothers, don't forget in tower defense mode you can see how many waves of monsters each person defends. It's not good to slack off too much. Using a combination of persuasion and coercion, the group of lords dared not mention the matter of getting free rewards again. Of course, no one knows what they were really thinking. Perhaps the only one who isn't worried is Jiang Chen. Yin Man was unaware of Jiang Chen's strength, but Jiang Chen had a general idea of Yin Man's background. Jiang Chen felt that the two of them alone could easily earn 1 million points if they put in a lot of effort. Over the past 2 days, Jiang Chen used most of the energy he obtained to advance to the Heavenly Sound True Disciple level. It wasn't that Jiang Chen favored the Heavenly Sound True Disciple, but rather that only those who reached level 10 in the Heavenly Sound True Disciple could participate in the trials. Soon, aside from leaving centaurs and some Tianyin disciples to guard resource points, all of Jiang Chen's top-tier combat forces were recalled to his territory, including the Empress and Angel Yan, 10 level 8 goddess warriors, 9 level 8 heavenly saintess. There are 4 level 10 dragons and 8 level 8 dragons, 1 level 10 mountain king, 2 level 10 storm guardians, and 20 level 10 dwarf rocketeer. 35 disciples of the 10th level of the Heavenly Sound sect. There are 235 level 5 Tianyin disciples. We're still lacking energy, but this lineup should be enough. Jiang Chen took out the deep sea bait from a Chuxia and said softly, "Consume 3 million spirit stones. Select enhancement direction for ultimate deep sea decoy." The reinforcement was completed quickly. Ultimate dark bait. It has a strong attraction to the Deep Sea Clan and can trigger an ultimate beast tie to the Deep Sea Clan at the current territory level. At this moment, the Empress and Angel Yin arrived together on either side of Jiang Chen. Yin stared intently at the deep sea bait. Such terrifying water elemental power. This is a deep sea lure that can summon a large wave of seafood creatures, among which there may be legendary powerhouses, which is why you were summoned back. Yin was taken aback. Seafood clan? Jiang Chen, however, had already turned to the Empress. All the treasure chests have been opened. I've been focusing on the regional channel lately, so I didn't notice the Empress's notification about opening treasure chests. It's over, the Empress sighed. It's equipment, and a long spear at that. A spear? The territory has no units or heroes that use spears. Of course, getting a weapon from an epic chest is definitely not a bad deal. It's just not as good as the Empress's previous record. That's not bad. Jiang Chen comforted her, then said, "Put on the flowing cloud set and get ready for battle." The Empress replied solemnly, "Yes." Once everyone was ready, Jiang Chen gently tossed the deep sea bait into the water. Under the light of the lighthouse, everyone could clearly see that the void hundreds of meters away from the territory began to fluctuate with the naked eye and gradually transformed into a deep blue barrier. The entire territory seemed to be enveloped in the underwater world of an aquarium, and the deep blue barrier was that thin layer of glass. It's worrying that these billions of tons of seawater might suddenly pour down and engulf the territory. Figures, some agile, some enormous, roamed behind the barrier. Puff! Finally, a menacing figure suddenly burst through the barrier. When I landed, I was still soaking wet. Yin exclaimed in surprise, "They really are seafood people." The Empress added, "It looks quite appetizing." Chapter 60, The Deep Sea Realm. The Ghost Leviathan. King Squid. Race, Deep Sea Clan. Level, 17. Quality, Rare. Combat Strength, 62 star. Skills, Death Coil Poison Arrow. Excellent, a rare squid. Jiang Chen also gave it full affirmation. Of course, this is from the perspective of ingredients. If we hand it over to Nong E for collection, this size could probably produce hundreds of units of superior grade ingredients. With an ever-growing number of mouths to feed in the territory, high-end ingredients are becoming increasingly scarce. Bang bang. Soon, over 100 baby squid landed on the ground, each standing upright at a height of 7 or 8 meters, creating a terrifying sight. Immediately afterwards, snap! A 10-meter-long tiger shark monster burst out of the barrier and landed on the ground just like it had done. Snap, snap, snap. Unfortunately, although the tiger shark monster had a fierce expression, it didn't have tentacles like the octopus monster, so it could only thrash around aimlessly on the ground. The people in the territory looked at each other in bewilderment, and the tense atmosphere before the battle was instantly destroyed. Could it be, Angel Yin said in disbelief, that they really came to deliver food? Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. The way of heaven is not a takeout delivery. Since a beast-shaped tiger shark monster has appeared instead of tiger shark warrior, there's only one possibility. Look, what's that? The youngest member, Zizaishan, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Everyone who looked at it felt a chill run down their spine. A dark shadow appeared behind the barrier and rapidly expanded. Everyone knows that this is a visual effect created by the shadowy figure rapidly approaching. This is a huge creature. Puff! A pale, white face suddenly emerged from the deep sea. The face was 10 meters in diameter, and its length was unknown. It was connected directly to the scale-covered body and looked extremely terrifying. It looked down at its territory from its high vantage point, its expression full of greed and vigilance. Immediately afterwards, a strange fluctuation instantly covered the territory, and everyone felt the air around them become viscous. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said, "It really is the deep sea region." Note, due to the influence of the deep sea area, the speed of all friendly units will decrease by 5%, 30%. The deep sea clan, on the other hand, is the exact opposite. The tiger shark monster, which was thrashing about on the ground just a second ago, suddenly became as nimble as a fish in water, freely darting through the air. Buzzing. Almost simultaneously, the lighthouse suddenly shone brightly, casting a radiant glow over all of our own people. Tip. Under the illumination of the lighthouse, the negative impact of the deep sea on friendly units is reduced. The effect of this lighthouse is immediate. Jiang Chen expressed satisfaction, then frowned and said, "However, it's actually the Ghost Leviathan. This is a bit troublesome." Ghost Leviathan. Race, Deep Sea Clan. Level, 20. Quality, Golden Legend, Star. Combat Power, 410 star. Skill. My lord, this guy's combat strength isn't that great. I can handle him myself. The Empress, clad in the flowing clouds, said, instantly reached a combat power of 450 stars, naturally brimming with confidence. What's troublesome about it isn't its fighting power, but its habits. Although this guy is powerful, he's cautious by nature. Once he senses any danger, he might flee back to the deep sea in an instant. That's also where the name Ghost comes from, Jiang Chen explained in a low voice, then quickly made arrangements after thinking for a moment. Empress and Yen, do not make a move yet. See if you can lure it into the territory. Fandar, wait for my command before unleashing your ultimate. Then use Storm Hammer. Fandral Storm, King of the Hills, said in a deep voice. Yes, my lord. The art of speaking. Hordes of deep-sea monsters broke through the deep-sea barrier and charged menacingly toward their territory. There were even 2 epic sea monsters, each 20 meters long. The appearance of the spectral Leviathan seemed to be the clarion call for attack. The 2 races, each viewing the other as prey, engaged in battle without any further exchange. A crimson arc of light. Chief Disciple Li Yin unleashed a sword strike, cleaving a small king squid in 2. Your unit Li Yin killed the little king squid, gaining 1,700 energy and 180 spirit stones. Great Sumeru sword style. Formation. Meanwhile, the Tianyin disciples, who were only at level 5, formed a large virtual sword formation in groups of 12 to fight off the enemy together. Storm Hammer. The Storm Guardian is more violent. With a single swing of its hammer, the brains of an 18th level tiger shark monster instantly splatter. The powerful figures in each territory displayed their unique abilities. The 4 towers of wrath steadily unleashed fireballs, creating bursts of flame among the deep sea clan. As for the 2 sea serpents, They were entangled by Long Jiao and Long Yi, and were locked in a fierce battle in the sky. Jiang Chen had already retreated to the private room of Zuixinlu, standing on the terrace overlooking the battlefield. Within minutes of the battle beginning, the opposing side had already demonstrated an absolute advantage. Every now and then, a deep-sea creature would fall from the sky. Moreover, the dwarf rocket launcher hasn't even made a move yet. Logically speaking, Jiang Chen prefers this kind of overwhelming battle. But at this moment, his brows were furrowed. Because from beginning to end, the ghost Leviathan only had half its body above the surface of the deep sea, watching helplessly as its minions were slaughtered. What a coward! Even more cowardly than me. Jiang Chen cursed under his breath, then immediately issued an order through the Lord's heart. Shrink the defensive perimeter, the Empress warned. My lord, if we tighten our defenses, the buildings in our territory will likely be damaged. It's all right, Jiang Chen nodded. If we can lure the snake out of its hole, this loss is nothing. The group fought and retreated simultaneously. Minutes later, the city wall fell. Boom! A house on the outskirts was smashed to pieces by several benthic demon fish, but Jiang Chen remained unmoved. Just then, the deep-sea creatures that had invaded the territory suddenly slowed their attack and began greedily absorbing the energy within the territory. Jiang Chen sneered. Let's see if you can still hold back. Really? The ghostly Leviathan watched as its minions began to scramble for its delicious aroma, and silently emitted a wave of energy from its mouth. But faced with the allure of the ultimate deep-sea decoy, these underlings were no longer something it could control. The ghost Leviathan finally panicked. Its massive body slowly emerged from the deep sea. If you ignore that pale human face, the ghost Leviathan looks like a barracuda magnified countless times. It was nearly 50 meters long, covered in ferocious bone spurs, and emitted a ghostly blue light as it slowly approached the territory. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen smiled. But just 200 meters from its territory, the ghostly Leviathan suddenly stopped, turned around, and swam rapidly back towards the deep sea it had come from. A cunning fellow, Jiang Chen shouted. Let's do it. There are two possibilities for this situation. The first possibility is that the ghost Leviathan does possess a special ability to detect deadly threats within its territory. The second possibility is that this is a test. If there is indeed an ambush within the territory, and it tries to stop the creature from escaping, they will definitely try to do so. Jiang Chen guessed the second possibility, but he couldn't afford to gamble. Upon hearing the command, the Empress, Angel Yin, and Fandral simultaneously soared into the sky. Led by Cynthia, the 12 goddess warriors prepared to unleash their thunderous power. Just to be on the safe side, Jiang Chen waved his hand. Upgrade. Empress, Angel Yin, and Fandral all reached level 12, and the 600,000 energy they had just acquired was completely used up. A god has descended to Earth. As the first mover, Fandral took a deep breath, and the power of the endless storm entered his body, transforming him into a 6-meter-tall giant in mid-air. Storm Hammer. Boom! The Storm Hammer, several meters in diameter, instantly took shape, slicing through hundreds of meters of void before landing precisely on the head of the spectral Leviathan. Chapter 61, The Empress Unleashes Her Power. Everyone levels up. A single storm hammer strike wouldn't be fatal, but it does have a stun effect. The ghostly Leviathan paused, its speed decreasing drastically. This isn't over yet. Thunderbolt. 12 lightning dragons followed closely behind. The ghostly Leviathan's abdomen exploded instantly, leaving 12 horrific holes. Hiss! The ghostly Leviathan let out a painful hiss, and its speed decreased further. It's safe. Jiang Chen let out a soft breath. Empress, block it. Yin, prepare the heavenly blade strike. Cloud Shadow. The Empress had already activated the Cloud Shadow skill. With the help of Cloud Shadow and the passive effect of Flowing Cloud technique, the Empress's speed doubled, successfully blocking the path of the ghost Leviathan 50 meters away from the deep sea barrier. Facing the Empress, Leviathan's eyes revealed disdain, as if mocking her for trying to stop a chariot with her bare hands. Its entire body glowed with a ghostly blue light, and it accelerated directly toward the Empress. Once he crushes the humans in front of him, he will be like a dragon entering the sea, and no one will be able to do anything to him. The Empress's gaze was indifferent, showing no intention of flinching, as if the creature before her was not a colossal being 10,000 times her size. Cloud ring. Centered on the Empress, clouds condensed into a 10-meter tall, gaseous, humanoid figure, resembling a low-budget version of the heaven and earth manifestation. Boom! The two collided head-on and were pushed back dozens of meters. The ghostly Leviathan was dizzy and disoriented, but the Empress grew stronger with each battle, pointing her flowing cloud, immortal sword through the air. Cloud sword. One after another, enormous sword energies materialized out of thin air and pierced towards the ghostly Leviathan. Leviathan was finally afraid. The human in front of me is only level 12, so why does he have such terrifying combat power? Unfortunately, it suffers from multiple negative status effects. So how can it dodge the Empress's direct attacks? Puff, puff, puff. Dozens of sword energies accurately pierce that pale, giant face. Burst! This is what makes the Cloud Sword so terrifying. The Empress can freely control the timing of the sword energy explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The head of the ghost Leviathan instantly turned to smithereens. Its body twisted wildly, but to no avail. In the end, the lifeless, enormous corpse fell to the ground like a meteorite, causing the territory hundreds of meters away to tremble. It's a long story. In reality, only a few seconds passed between the Empress intercepting and killing the ghost Leviathan. Yin looked at his heavenly blade, which was about to take shape, and said helplessly, "What about my heavenly blade strike?" Every hero and troop under Jiang Chen's command possesses Skyblade Strike as their most powerful skill, bar none. The downside is that the pre-animation time is also longer. The Empress smiled and gestured with her lips. "Don't waste them. There's still 2 sea monsters over there." Yin thought it made sense, so he immediately activated the heavenly blade, found the right direction, and slashed down with force. Sizzle, sizzle. The 50-meter-long sky blade easily sliced the 2 level 20 Sea King serpents in two. Long Jiu was startled by the giant sword that slashed down right past his nose. "The new guy's here. You almost cut me in half." Your heroine slays the ghost Leviathan, legendary star, and you have gained 2,150,000 energy, 280,000 spirit stones, the Dark Dock, legendary, and 1 advanced book of spirit power. Your hero Yan has slain the Sea King Serpent, Epic Star, and you have obtained architectural blueprints, or legendary blueprints. The divine guidance brought Jiang Chen immense joy. However, when Jiang Chen saw the description of the blueprints, he felt a little disappointed. It's a shipyard blueprint. It's definitely top quality. Whether in the main world or the battlefield of all races, the abundance of resources in the ocean is beyond doubt. If he were to strengthen it, this blueprint would likely cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of spirit stones. However, the town hasn't even started breaking through the barrier yet, so we don't know what the environment is like in the county seat. This drawing can only be stored in the warehouse for now. Next up was the attribute book, which, without a doubt, was for his own use. A flash of light appeared, and Jiang Chen's spiritual power increased by 100 points again. Feeling the surge of spiritual energy within his body, Jiang Chen exclaimed, "My current base stats are already better than those of other elite units of the same level." Thump! The drunken immortal pavilion was shaken. It looks like something fell on a roof. Jiang Chen quickly looked out the window. Just then, they saw a manta ray desperately flapping its wings. But even so, it could only slow down its descent. In the end, it still couldn't escape the fate of being stabbed to death by Cynthia. After losing the support of the deep-sea realm, the deep-sea creatures all lost the ability to travel through the sky. The territory was suddenly showered with seafood. At that moment, Empress Kazuhiko landed on the terrace. The Empress suggested, "With so much seafood, shouldn't we keep it alive first? After all, it won't be fresh if it dies." Jiang Chen Yin rarely expressed his agreement. "I once went on a business trip to a civilization called Earth, and many seafood restaurants there do the same thing." Upon hearing the long-forgotten name, Earth, Jiang Chen was taken aback. However, he quickly composed himself and asked the Empress curiously, "How was it? Getting crushed with your gear, wasn't it?" The Empress blushed but still said, "So good, so good." Not long ago, she even opposed Jiang Chen using external forces to help Tianyin disciples advance in their careers. "But after putting on the legendary gear today, I realized how amazing it is." 5 minutes later, all invading enemies were annihilated. In the final battle of Heavenly Tao, Jiang Chen still emerged victorious. Of course, compared to the loot from monsters, the battle rewards are negligible. Perhaps the Ghost Leviathan dropped the legendary blueprint, while the 2 epic-level Sea Serpents only dropped 1 epic item. Sea King's Boots. Level 20. Durability 120. Attributes: Physique plus 30, Spiritual Power plus 25, Divine Soul plus 28, Capacity 15. Skills: Walking on water without leaving a footprint like a fish in water. Sea King's Boots. Jiang Chen repeated the name of the equipment, then looked at the countless women filling the territory and wondered, could it be that the will of heaven is hinting at something to me? Jiang Chen shook his head, banishing the strange thoughts from his mind, and then said, "One-click extraction. You have gained 3,224,200 energy. You have obtained 485,200 spirit stones. You have obtained a treasure chest. Excellent. Gain another 3.2 million energy." As for the various seafood, it took more than an hour to clean them. Jiang Chen reinforced the recruitment orders for the 2 legendary farmers again, recruiting Farmer 3 and Farmer 4. Seafood of all qualities, from rare to legendary, filled the warehouse. This instantly boosted the loyalty of the legendary chef at Zuixinlu to 95 points. Finally finished, Jiang Chen opened a regional channel and scrolled up. The number of lords discovered is just 33. There's still plenty of time. Next, this involves repairing buildings and upgrading units. After a quick calculation, Jiang Chen began a comprehensive upgrade of his troops. Consuming 700,000 energy, all goddess warriors have reached level 10. Consuming 1.04 million energy, all 9 heavenly saintesses have been upgraded to level 10. Consuming 1.1 million energy, all remaining 8 dragons have reached level 10. Consuming 720,000 energy, all Tianyin disciples have leveled up to level 6. The energy was completely depleted again. Dinner time. The legendary chef of Zuixinli used all his skills to create a dish that was famous even in the second heaven. Neza conquers the Dragon King. While everyone enjoyed the delicious food, their attributes also surged by several to dozens of points. Next comes the waiting. 9 p.m. Number of lords, 79. The lords in the regional channels all seemed to breathe a sigh of relief at the same time. It seems the battle to break through the realms will begin tomorrow. All right, the battle to break through the domain will last for several hours. Even if the troops don't rest, I need to rest too. Damn, tomorrow's the day the Blue Star Channel opens again. Perfect timing after the Battle of the Realm is over. We can go back to Earth and have some fun. 11:42 p.m. The heavenly announcement finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Announcement. The number of players holding the 3 lordships in the town has reached 100. The Battle of Breaking the Realm will begin tomorrow at 9 a.m. The lords participating in the Battle of the Realms are Jiang Chen and Chu Xia, Ing Man. Please prepare yourselves. Jiang Chen yawned. Then a notification was sent to all members through Lord's Heart. Everyone, rest up tonight. The real battle begins tomorrow at 9 a.m. He not only wants to win the position of town mayor, we should also take this opportunity to boost our energy levels. It would be even better if we could take down a few legendary bosses. Chapter 62. I haven't even started, and Jiang Chen, the great god, has already finished. The next morning, all 3 lords selected for the Battle of the Realms are ready to go. The entire 1008-6 newbie town seemed to be filled with a somber atmosphere. 9 o'clock sharp. Announcement. The battle to break through boundaries has begun. In an instant, hundreds of golden beams of light rose into the sky, reaching the heavens and the earth, a phenomenon of territory teleportation. After the pillar of light dissipated, hundreds of lords and their territories disappeared from the town map. You have arrived at Canyon 88 in the Riftwind Mountains, on the outskirts of the town. You have entered the battlefield channel. The first wave of alien races will arrive on the battlefield in 10 minutes. Your battle to conquer the realm will end if any of the following occurs. 1. The Lord dies, or the Lord's manor is destroyed. 2. More than 100 alien races have crossed your territory. 3. Voluntary withdrawal requires eliminating the currently invading alien race. The battlefield is a real-world environment. After the Battle of the Realm ends, casualties among hero units and damage to buildings will not be restored. The golden light dissipated. Jiang Chen had already appeared in the canyon. The canyon is nearly 200 meters wide and is completely blocked by Jiang Chen's territory, with towering rock walls on both sides. Canyon 88, that's a good omen. Jiang Chen climbed the city wall and looked out. As far as he could see, the fog of war swirled. Fortunately, Jiang Chen possessed a lighthouse, providing a 1,300-meter field of vision within his territory, giving him ample time to prepare. After spending a few minutes familiarizing himself with the terrain, Jiang Chen gave the instructions. Empress, organize the disciples of Tianyin Pavilion to deploy defenses in sections. Rest assured, my lord, the Empress said solemnly. Please proceed to the safe area, my lord. Jiang Chen nodded, then opened the battlefield channel. There are only 100 people in the battlefield channel. Damn it, I'm Canyon number 1. Does that mean the earlier the number, the stronger the enemy? Brother, you're overthinking it. It's all random. I suffered heavy losses while trying to upgrade to Town Hall 3 and take over the crystal mine. This battle depends on you guys. Wei Ming, damn, bro. Is this some kind of preemptive warning? At the very least, we have to get through the first 5 waves. The first few waves are basically free points. Brother Wei, what you're saying is true. If you have the strength, who wouldn't want to support a few more waves? Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. But the reason why selflessness is so precious is precisely because selfishness is human nature. There's nothing strange about it. Mu Qingxuang suddenly said, Everyone, get ready for battle. The first wave of monsters will attack in 1 minute. Alien attack countdown. 58 seconds. Jiang Chen said to Angel Yin. Yin, why don't you come back to Zuichenlu with me for a while? Yin nodded. Soon, Jiang Chen led Yin and Zizishan back to the Tianzi private room at Zuichenlu and moved a chair onto the terrace. This is a safe and comfortable location, offering a panoramic view of the battlefield, making it the ideal position for a commander. I just sat down when I saw the fog of war rolling in the distance. Immediately afterwards, dozens of monsters burst out of the mist and charged madly toward the territory. Little Devil, the most common low-tier unit in the Abyss. Jiang Chen immediately recognized the monster. Little Devil. Race, Demon. Level, 7. Quality, Average. Combat Strength, 22 star. Skill, Sharp Fangs and Claws. The Little Devil was entirely black, about 1.5 meters long, with a gaping maw that stretched all the way to its ears, somewhat resembling a ghoul from the undead race. Following the hundreds of lesser demons were 10 slender demons, each about 2 meters tall. They spread their arms out, with deep red flames swirling around their fingertips. Flame Geller. Jiang Chen showed a satisfied expression. This enemy is not bad. Although the demons are powerful, they are simple-minded and not as cunning as the devils. Jelimo. Race, Demon. Level, 8. Quality, Elite. Combat Strength, 30 star. Skill, Fireball. Sudden, Jiang Chen sensed Yan's unusual behavior and said calmly, Yan, relax. There are only a few hundred low-level demons in front of you. You don't need to take action. Angel, Yin released the sword hilt and said apologetically, I'm sorry, my lord. This was just my instinctive reaction. Understand, Jiang Chen laughed. You've been influenced by Queen Keisha's justice and order for thousands of years, so it's not surprising that you react this way when you see evil creatures. Yin asked in shock, My lord, also know Queen Keisha? Jiang Chen used the same methods he used against the Empress, launching into a verbal battle. I have heard of Holy Keisha's lifelong battles, breaking monopolies and slaying evil gods. Hint, because of your recognition of Holy Keisha, Yan's favorability has increased by 5 points, currently at 90 points. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yan hesitated to speak. Jiang Chen, however, seemed to see through everything. You want to know if Keisha can be resurrected? Angel Yan immediately said, Please give your instructions, Lord. Jiang Chen didn't turn his head and said softly, Holy Keisha is immortal and indestructible. There are countless unknown universes like the battlefield of myriad races in this world. Perhaps there exists someone who can help her rebuild her body as soon as possible. Angel Yin thought for a moment, then said seriously, Understand. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. Tip. Yan's favorability is +5, and his current favorability is 95 points. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. Good that you understand. Anyway, I don't understand anything. It seems that if I want to quickly increase my favorability, I have to use unconventional methods and address the root cause. Now, hundreds of low-level demons have already approached within 300 meters of the territory. It was exactly within the range of the Tower of Wrath. The Wrath of the Heavens. 10 dark red fireballs, each 2 meters in diameter, hurtled down and landed in the area where the lesser demons were most concentrated. Boom, boom. 10 small mushroom clouds rose, and most of the demons turned to ashes. A barrage of battle reports instantly appeared in the battle log in the lower left corner. Your Tower of Wrath has killed a lesser imp, normal, gaining 11 energy and 1 battle point. Your Tower of Wrath has slain a Jelma, elite, granting you 120 energy, 2 battle points, and 1 war drum. Next came the regular fireball attack. The Tower of Wrath is the most cost-effective defensive building. Jiang Chen built 6 more Towers of Wrath last night, bringing the total to 10, and upgraded them all to level 3. Under the relentless bombardment of the 10 Towers of Wrath, hundreds of low-level demons were blasted to pieces before they could even get within 100 meters of the city walls. The disciples of Tianyin on the city wall looked at each other in bewilderment. That's way too easy. Although the Empress was speechless, she still shouted, The monsters will get stronger and stronger, so we must not let our guard down. Yes, its momentum was like a rainbow, echoing throughout the canyon. You have successfully repelled the first wave of attacks. The second wave will arrive in 10 minutes. These 10 minutes are for the lords to rest and recuperate. But Jiang Chen didn't need it. He calmly took out the prop that had just exploded. War drums. After use, the next wave of alien attacks will be shortened by 5 minutes. Beat the war drums and declare war on the aliens. This item isn't valuable. 5 of them dropped in just 1 battle. It's a battlefield-specific item. Use 2 war drums. Thump, 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 thump. After 2 drum beats, the enemy seemed to be enraged, and hundreds of lesser demons mixed with Gelmare broke through the fog once again. The second wave of attacks not only increased the number of demons by about 20%, but also raised their average level by 1-2 levels. At the same time, announcements were also posted on the Battlefield channel. Announcement. Lord Jiang Chen has successfully repelled the first wave of alien invasion. As Wei Ming just said, the first few waves of alien races were easy points. The lords who can seize the qualification for the Battle of the Realm must have 1 or 2 elite troop units, so it's still relatively easy for them at the moment. The announcement immediately caused a stir in the Battlefield channel. Besides, Jiang Chen is so fast at everything. I love him. Hey girl upstairs, don't be so absolute. Are you crazy? I haven't even started, and Jiang Chen has already finished. The alien race is 100 meters away from my territory. Wei Ming first sent a crying emoji, then said, 100 meters is a good distance. The crocodile turtles of the demon race that I'm facing have just crawled out of the mist. Chapter 63. Far ahead. Breakthrough success. After the initial amazement, everyone began to speculate about how Jiang Chen had managed to do it. Perhaps it's a defensive structure. Don't forget the string of arrows tower that Li Muzha encountered when he was fighting against the great god Jiang Chen. Li Muz. Ahem, let's just let this matter pass. Besides, where can you find a chain arrow tower with such high monster-killing efficiency? Could it be that Jiang Chen's self-created unit, the Heavenly Sound Disciple, is a ranged unit, which is why he can shoot enemies hundreds of meters away? Tushan, yeah. I bet brother Jiang Chen went straight out of the city and trapped the alien race in the fog. Jiang Chen, I feel like you're not praising me. When the person in question appeared, the Lord showered him with praise once again. Announcement. Lord Yinjiamen has successfully repelled the first wave of alien invasion. Wei Ming exclaimed, I have to go now. My alligator-snapping turtle has finally crawled to the city walls. Could it be that the disciples of Tianyin are really ranged units? Ying Yiman frowned as she directed the farmers to repair the city wall. Your Highness need not worry, Meng Tian said with a smile. The selection of the town mayor is based on who has the most points, not on speed. Ying Yiman nodded, then said confidently, then let him take the lead first. Before she could say anything, another announcement came through the battlefield channel. Announcement. Lord Jiang Chen has successfully repelled the second wave of alien invasion. This guy actually used war drums? Ying Yiman's eyes widened. That's way too arrogant. Could it be that he knew he was no match for me? So he gave up and abandoned the race to become mayor? Meng Tian thought for a moment. If your Highness wishes to use the war drums, the first few waves of monsters won't be too much of a problem. Ying Yiman immediately shook her head and said, no rush. Let's repair the city wall first. I'm not interested in such meaningless fame. Meng Tian and Bai Tsong exchanged a glance, both seeing the relief in each other's eyes. Although your Highness can be impulsive at times, but he remained calm and composed during this crucial moment in the mayoral election. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Jiang Chen closed Tushan Yi's chat window, his face full of helplessness. After easily wiping out the second wave of attacking demons, and Chuxia, Little Fox, and even Mu Qingxuang all sent messages. The meaning was simply a tactful advice to Jiang Chen to be more cautious. Even in the battlefield channel, the message, please be steady, Jiang Chen, has become a chain message. Jiang Chen knew that his performance had been somewhat eye-catching. Generally speaking, even if the previous wave of monsters did not cause any damage, the Lord will take a break for a while. After all, the troops will be somewhat exhausted in terms of both mental and physical strength, and the city walls may also be damaged. But the problem is, the Tower of Wrath doesn't need rest either. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen continued. Use the war drums. Thump, 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 thump. The third wave of demonic monsters has appeared, and the minimum level has been raised to 10. Boom, boom, boom. The damage output of the Tower of Wrath is already excessive. Therefore, this wave of demons turned to ashes while still 100 meters away from the territory. Announcement. Lord Jiang Chen has successfully repelled the third wave of alien invasion. Continue. Use the war drums. Announcement. Lord Jiang Chen. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen easily wiped out the 10th wave of demons with the help of the Tower of Wrath, and the territory troops watched the spectacle for half an hour. His points also reached 20,000, far exceeding the average level. In the battlefield channel, all the lords were dumbfounded. Brothers, Jiang Chen is about to launch 11 attacks soon. I remember our high school record was only 13. Don't the elite troops need rest? It's confirmed. The Tianyin disciples are definitely ranged units. The building resources required for defensive towers like the Tower of Wrath are simply not something that a small town can produce, so no one would even consider that possibility. Wei Ming, the gap between me and Boss Jiang is just too big. By the 10th wave of aliens, they'll probably be level 20. Mu Qingxuang, I'm afraid I won't even make it to the 10th wave. I can only do my best. Suddenly someone said, damn it, ranged units are powerful, but what if they get close to the alien monsters? The other lords were also taken aback. If Jiang Chen fails, then they will lose a powerful figure to back them up. Just then, a lord said, guys, I really can't hold on any longer. I'm backing down. Wei Ming, damn, you only withstood 3 waves? Are you kidding me? Huang Xian, 3 waves of monsters only give you 2,000 points. If you quit, someone else has to carry 8,000 points for you. Wah, we suffered heavy losses yesterday, trying to take the crystal mine. We barely survived the 3rd wave of monsters. If another wave comes, we'll be done for. As he spoke, the Lord sent several photos. Sure enough, his territory was ravaged by the deaths of militiamen, and half of the city wall collapsed. Although everyone was furious, they couldn't just send someone to their death. Wei Ming, Jiang Chen is a ranged unit. If a few more waves come, he'll definitely get close and probably won't be able to withstand many more. So we need all of us to work together. Jiang Chen was somewhat impressed by these guys' ability to fill in the blanks. Jiang Chen, don't worry, I can hold out for another dozen or so waves without any problem. But brothers, keep up the good work. After all, the monster's energy and item rewards are quite substantial. Ng Man retorted, a dozen waves is no problem. Why don't you just fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? As they were talking, Jiang Chen was on his side. The 11th wave of demons has also arrived. This wave of little devils has reached a minimum level of 22. Most importantly, finally, a 3-headed, decent-looking boss appeared among this wave of monsters. Hellfire. Race, demon. Level, 26. Quality, rare, star. Combat power, 112 star. Skills, Hellfist fire resistance. Whether it's troops, heroes, or monsters, level 20 is a watershed moment. Take ordinary militia members as an example. Before level 20, the militia gains 2 combat points per level, while from level 20 to 30, they gain 4 combat points per level. The level cap for heroes and troops in 3 territories is exactly 20. In addition, 3 books can break through the domain and leave the newbie town. So levels below 20 are also called the newbie level. The level 22 Little Devil has already reached a combat power of 55 stars. So this attack finally put some pressure on Jiang Chen. Thanks to its fire resistance, the 3-headed Hellfire withstood the attacks of the Tower of Wrath and finally reached the city walls of the territory. Jiang Chen did not want the city wall to be damaged, so he issued an order through the Lord's heart. Heavenly Sound, true disciple, engage in battle. At a command, nearly 40 disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect leaped down from the city wall and began fighting. Of course, it was more of a massacre than a fight. Less than 5 minutes, the enemies, including the 3 Hellfires, were all slaughtered. You have successfully repelled the 11th wave of attacks. The 12th wave will arrive in 10 minutes. Jiang Chen stopped using the war drums and began to fight steadily and cautiously. 10 minutes later, the 12th wave of monsters is approaching the city. Goddess Warrior, Mountain King, Storm Guardian charge into battle. The 13th wave of monsters is approaching the city. Dragon, prepare for battle. The 14th wave of monsters is approaching the city. 9 Heaven's Holy Maiden, advance into battle. Jiang Chen advanced with unstoppable momentum. Each time a wave was repelled, cheers would erupt in the battlefield channel. Not just the battlefield channel. Lords who were unable to participate in the battle to break through the domains also followed the progress of the battle in the regional channels. Wei Ming would occasionally post screenshots of his battlefield points in the regional channel. This allowed everyone in the town to witness Jiang Chen's ferocity. Certainly, as time went on, more and more lords chose to withdraw from the battlefield. Most lords only survived 5 or 6 waves, which is below average. Sizzle. The Empress personally took action and easily killed the next level 30 Berserker demon. Excellent star. You have successfully repelled the 20th wave of attacks. The 21st wave will arrive in 10 minutes. A few hours. Countless demons have fallen before Jiang Chen's territory, and his personal points have exceeded 150,000. Based on experience, the next wave will feature epic-level monsters. Jiang Chen opened the battlefield channel and first checked the total score. Points, 991,523. At this moment, only 19 lords remained on the battlefield. And Xuxia. Less than 10,000 points left, this round is almost over. It should be a sure thing. With the help of epic heroes, and Xuxia has already reached wave 11 and seems to have energy left. Tu Shan Yaya. Yaya is leading the last monster of the 9th wave in circles. If we rest a little longer, we can fight the 10th wave. Wow, there are bugs to exploit. Huang Xian. Our town broke through the domain too quickly, and the troop level didn't keep up. Otherwise, the process wouldn't have been so difficult. Wei Ming smiled wryly. It's all because those big shots rushed in too fast. Otherwise, how could we have broken through the domain so quickly? And Xuxia. Thankfully, we finally succeeded. Announcement. Lord and Xuxia has successfully repelled the 12th wave of alien invasion. Almost simultaneously. Announcement. Lord Yinjiamin has successfully repelled the 15th wave of alien invasion. The points surged again, instantly surpassing the million-point threshold. Breakthrough successful. At the same time, golden announcements appeared simultaneously in both the battlefield channel and the town area channel. Chapter 64, The First Town. I'm a reasonable person. Town 10086 has successfully broken through the domain. All lords who participated in the domain-breaking battle will receive a +10 bonus to all attributes. As the first newbie town in Qingyang County to break through the domain, the rewards are doubled, and all attributes are increased by 20. Unlock the county-level channel. Each person can send 10 messages per day, with no limit for town mayors. Unlock the county town portal. Requires territory portal to reach level 3. At the same time, in the chat box, in addition to the town channel and the battlefield channel, there is now a county channel. After a moment of silence, the whole town erupted in jubilation. First, each county has about 1,000 newbie towns, and we're the first to break through. The reward is doubled. A total of 80 attribute points, equivalent to 8 intermediate attribute books. Jiang Chen is awesome. Yi Man is awesome. The Blue Star passage has just opened. I'm going to have a blast this time. I'm back on Blue Star. Not only ordinary lords, but all the second-generation lords, including Yi Man, were overjoyed. After all, extra attributes are one of the few things that cannot be purchased with spirit stones. Yi Man suddenly said, however, Jiang Chen's ability to withstand 20 waves is truly impressive. It seems I underestimated you before. Everyone was taken aback. Only then did they realize that although they had successfully broken through the domain, the war was not over yet. Because the position of town mayor has not yet been decided. Although Jiang Chen has already reached wave 20 of monsters, Yi Man is playing steadily and surely, so the outcome is still uncertain. At this point, someone raised a question that everyone had. That's strange. I don't remember the textbook ever mentioning that the reward for the first town to break through the domain would be doubled. Does anyone know what's going on this time? Before anyone could answer, the answer was immediately revealed. Another golden announcement suddenly popped up in the center of everyone's field of vision. County announcement. Town 10086 has successfully broken through the domain, triggering the Qingyang County Town Ranking Tournament. The rules are as follows. Match summary. Total points earned in the town breakthrough battle. First place. Mayor receives +50 to all attributes. Town's luck increases by 5. Second place. Mayor receives +30 to all attributes. Town's luck increases by 3. Third place. Mayor receives +20 to all attributes. town's luck increases by 2. Rank 4th 10th, mayor receives plus 10 to all attributes, town luck plus 1. Settlement time. 100 towns in Xinjiang County have completed the regional expansion. This is a county-wide announcement that all lords in the county can receive. Everyone was stunned. Immediately following was an uproar. We actually triggered a town ranking match. No wonder the rewards were doubled. While plus 50 to all attributes is tempting, there's only one mayor after all. Therefore, most people are still concerned about the luck of the small town. My God, this is a luck value that can affect the production and quality of resources in the town. And it's 5 points at once. It's not just resources. Even the appearance of advanced wilderness buildings is closely related to luck value. It's said that once the luck value reaches 100 points, an epic wilderness building may appear. And there are monster resources, the chance of triggering unexpected events, and so on. The group started discussing the benefits of good fortune, one after another. But soon, someone noticed something was wrong. Huang Xian, damn it, this reward has nothing to do with us. We've already broken through the domain and barely reached 1 million points. Heaven just announced the rankings. Isn't that unfair to our small town? Wei Ming laughed and said, what impact will the result have? Even if it's announced in advance, do you think you'll have the strength to launch a few more attacks? Huang Xian, no, not at all. But right now, everyone's heroes and units are only around level 10. Huang Xian continued. If we had known about the town ranking competition earlier, we could have planned in a unified manner, suppressed the territory level, and waited until most of the warlord's hero units reached level 20 before triggering the realm-breaking war. At that time, getting 2 million points would have been a piece of cake. It has to be said that Huang Xian makes some sense, and Chu Xia. But if we do that, we won't be able to get the doubled reward. Mu Qing Shuang. It's obvious that this ranking competition can only be triggered in the first town. Heaven won't give all the benefits to a single town. Huang Xian sighed helplessly. Well, okay. Wei Ming, all right. The sooner we break through the domain, the sooner we can explore the map outside the town and expand our lead. It was foreseeable. Many small towns will, as Huang Xian just mentioned, be organized by powerful figures to compete in the town ranking competition. After all, it involves the town's fortune value, so all lords will give their full support. Missing out on the town ranking rewards somewhat diminish the joy of gaining 20 points to all attributes. Except for Jiang Chen. The mayor gets 50 points to all attributes for first place. 5 points of town luck remain. Comparing the total points of the town's breakthrough battle. Jiang Chen looked at the spring water blueprint that he had put away. He was still debating whether to build the Fountain of Life first or wait for the legendary unit building. Now, the choice has been made for me by Heaven. If Heaven bestows something and you don't take it, you'll suffer the consequences. Since that's the case. But the building materials needed to enhance the Fountain of Life are also a huge expense. Jiang Chen naturally set his sights on Yin Man. At this moment, Huang Xian said, since there's no hope for the ranking competition in the left and right towns, I'll withdraw. Hint, Huang Xian has left the battlefield. Mu Qing Shuang, I'm retreating too. Although the gains from resisting the alien race were good, it was too costly. Hint, Mu Qing Shuang has left the battlefield. Tushan Yiya. The monster Yiya was committed suicide. The 10th wave of monsters has started, and Yiya is quitting too. More than a dozen lords withdrew from the battlefield. Only Jiang Chen, Yin Man, and Enchusha remain on the battlefield. Since they were all acquaintances, Enchusha didn't need to hold back. I haven't even used the Dwarf King's skills yet. I feel like I can still fight 2 more rounds. Sigh. I thought that with an epic hero, I could compete with you guys for the position of town mayor. But now it seems that I was really too naive. Yin Man, Sister Chuxia, if you can fight, then fight, but you should act within your limits. And Chuxia, you are the ones who should act within your capabilities. Don't let the pursuit of the mayor's position lead to a lose-lose situation. Jiang Chen, Don't worry, it definitely won't happen. Jiang Chen can guarantee that. With his strength, who can achieve a mutually destructive outcome with him? I had a quick lunch. Jiang Chen's 21st wave of alien races began their attack. He handed the battlefield over to the Empress. Then I dialed Ng Iman's video call. The video call connected quickly. Ng Iman asked with some surprise. Jiang Chen, coming to see me now doesn't seem like you. Jiang Chen was also taken aback, because he saw that besides Meng Tian, there was another middle-aged general behind Ng Iman. Jiang Chen already knew Ng Iman's identity. It's easy to guess that this hero Meng Tian is probably the younger sister of Meng Tian, the demigod lord of the immortal Qin, who is enshrined in the Hall of Immortals. The middle-aged general is probably no ordinary person either. Out of respect, Jiang Chen nodded slightly to the two ancient sages of the human race before saying, "Let's make a deal. Could you advance me 50 million of the 100 million spirit stones I bet on?" Advance payment? Ng Iman was taken aback, then flew into a rage and said, "You think you've got the win lined up after wave 20? You're incredibly arrogant. Let me tell you, I'm just playing it safe and don't want to compete with you in speed." "You've misunderstood, sir. I'm a reasonable person," Jiang Chen said seriously. "Think about it. If I win, do you have to give me 100 million spirit stones?" Ng Iman said angrily, "You haven't won yet." Jiang Chen continued, "What if I lose, I mean? What if I become your vassal lord? Didn't you promise to give me 100 million spirit stones for expenses?" Ng Iman's eyes widened. She already knew what Jiang Chen was going to say. "Really?" Jiang Chen spread his hands. "See? Win or lose, it's all the same. So it doesn't matter if you give it first or later." "You..." Ng Iman was stunned by Jiang Chen's shamelessness. Sudden, his black hair flew wildly, and vertical pupils appeared deep within his eyes. Such a strange phenomenon naturally startled Jiang Chen. But considering Ng Iman's identity, he naturally thought of something legendary, bloodline, or the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Standing behind Ng Iman, Meng Tian suddenly showed a look of surprise and waved her fist at Jiang Chen, signaling him to put in more effort. The middle-aged general also clasped his hands in a salute to Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with gratitude. This left Jiang Chen completely bewildered. "You don't think about it." Ng Iman gritted her teeth and said, "Even if we're going to give it, we should wait until the results are in." After saying that, Ng Iman hung up the video call immediately. "Was what I just said unreasonable?" Jiang Chen muttered something. "You girl surnamed Ng, since you are so unreasonable, I will have no choice but to let you experience what despair is." Chapter 65, 100 million spirit stones. Town Mayor's Authority. An hour later. Announcement. Lord Yinjiaman has successfully repelled the 17th wave of alien invasion. Announcement. Lord Jiang Chen has successfully thwarted the 23rd wave of alien invasion. Announcement. Lord Xia has successfully repelled the 14th wave of alien invasion. After wave 21, the number, level, and quality of monsters increased significantly, and an epic monster of level 20 or higher, the Flame Demon, appeared. But Jiang Chen's speed did not slow down at all. And Xia, Jiang Chen, Sister Ng, wave 14 is my limit. I'm retreating first. Please don't both get hurt. Ng Iman, Xia, don't try to persuade me. Persuade him instead. Jiang Chen, same as above. And Xia looked helpless. The Blue Star Passage is open. Hurry up. I'm waiting to return a blue star. I wonder if Mom managed to get her hands on a high-level dwarf military token. Each time you travel to and from Earth, you can carry 10 slots of items in your Lord space. For any second-generation leader, this is an opportunity to significantly increase their strength. Note, Lord Xia has left the battlefield. Only Jiang Chen and Ng Iman remained on the battlefield. The two remained silent. Ng Iman was angered by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was too lazy to explain. 2 more hours passed. Announcement. Lord Jiang Chen has successfully repelled the 28th wave of alien invasion. Looking at the announcement, Man clenched her fists, her eyes filled with disbelief. How'd he do that? She just dealt with the 25th wave of intrusion, which means she is caught up somewhat. However, starting from wave 23 of the invasion, his troops were forced to use skills. Moreover, just now, if Meng Tian hadn't used the Yin-Yang Harmony hand seal at the crucial moment, the 100 Battles Armored Army would have suffered casualties. Meng Tian said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, we don't have many potions left to restore spiritual power. If we fight with all our might, we should be able to hold off 3 more waves of invasion. But our warriors will likely suffer heavy casualties." As a protector, she was simply stating the facts and believing that Man would make the right choice. If only the war of breaking the realm started tomorrow, then I could return to Blue Star and retrieve another batch of military tokens, equipment, and potions. Man sighed, then suddenly said calmly, "Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs." Meng Tian exclaimed, "Jiang Chen not only has ability, but also great fortune. The terrifying water source power I sensed yesterday through the Qi observation technique is probably also related to Jiang Chen. Opportunity is also part of strength, so this time I accept my defeat wholeheartedly." At this point, Man burst into laughter. Interesting. I thought that with my resources, I would be hard-pressed to find an opponent once I entered the battlefield of all races. I never expected to encounter such an interesting fellow in the beginner town. Man's smile contained 3 parts composure, 3 parts unrestrainedness, and 3 parts arrogance. If Jiang Chen were here, he would surely exclaim in surprise, "Holy crap, a sector chart. General Baizong, relay my order. Unleash the full power of the 26th wave of monsters." Baizong respectfully said, "Yes, Your Highness." Soon, Meng Tian, Baizong, the 100 Battle Armored Army, and the Iron Eagle warriors unleashed their skills, easily wiping out the 26th wave of alien races. Naturally, their spiritual energy was exhausted, and they could no longer withstand the next wave of attacks. Lord Man has sent you 110 million spirit stones. Jiang Chen was taken aback, then chuckled. This girl is quite straightforward. However, why is there an extra 10 million spirit stones? Beep, beep, beep. Man's video request followed immediately. After Jiang Chen connected the video call, he didn't embarrass Man. The victor of the immortal Qin dynasty, a descendant of the first Empress, truly lives up to his word. He is worthy of admiration. Man showed no sign of frustration, but instead smiled and said, "It's just a matter of accepting the consequences of a bet. There's nothing to praise about it." Jiang Chen appreciated this even more. If it were him, he would be heartbroken to lose 100 million spirit stones. Of course, they might genuinely be rich. Man went straight to the point. "I want to know where I went wrong." Jiang Chen finally understood why there was an extra 10 million spirit stones. It turns out it was an information fee. It's a fool not to make money when you can. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, then turned on the rear camera with the video function and pointed it at the sky. "Is this explanation sufficient?" Man gasped as she looked at the 12 colossal beasts soaring through the sky. A legendary dragon? And a whole squad of them. Jiang Chen smiled, but offered no explanation. There are 2 reasons why the giant dragon was used to appease Man. First, the dragon has been exposed to Xia and her daughter. Secondly, in his territory, the dragons are almost reduced to mere transport soldiers. At the same level, Angel Yin alone could kill the entire dragon squad. After the Empress donned the legendary armor set, her strength surpassed that of Yin. With the Empress's command bonus and the great Sumeru sword style, the 9-Heaven Saintess can fight against 2 giant dragons by herself. Even the epic level unit, the Goddess Warrior, has potential far exceeding that of the dragon due to its extreme attributes. Moreover, exposing the weakest dragon team now will saving Man from overthinking. You actually managed to get a legendary military token from an epic treasure chest. You really are blessed with great luck. Yi Man understood again, and then smiled. I have a suggestion. What suggestion? I'll give you another 10 million spirit stones. You don't have to become a vassal lord. You just have to call me Sister Ing from now on. How about that? Jiang Chen's expression was strange. According to the information obtained from Lord Amluoxi, this girl is at most 18 years old. Why is she so willing to be the older sister? Keep in mind that Chuxia is already 19 years old. Jiang Chen didn't want to interfere too much with his sugar daddy's quirks, and simply said apologetically, if the boss has nothing else to do, my 29th wave of alien invasion is about to begin. Yi Man was taken aback. I've already admitted defeat. Do you still want to continue? Jiang Chen said. These kinds of opportunities to farm energy are rare. I'll do a few more rounds. No matter how wildly imaginative Ren Yinjianmen was, she couldn't fathom that Jiang Chen would single-handedly challenge for first place in the town's ranking competition. Then be careful. Legendary units are rare and hard to come by. I'll feel bad for you if you lose one. Yi Man offered a few simple words of advice, then smiled and said, please reconsider my suggestion. Once you've made up your mind, contact me. We can discuss the price. After saying that, the video call was abruptly ended. You rich bastard, so what if you have a little bit of money? Jiang Chen cursed under his breath, then looked excitedly at the spirit stones in his lord's account. 9 figures worth of spirit stones. I've never seen so much RMB in my past life. Hint, Yi Man has left the battlefield. Jiang Chen was the only one left on the battlefield. He glanced at the score. 1,526,320. Yi Man contributed nearly 300,000 points. If this girl puts in some effort, perhaps the previously mentioned 500,000 points was a bit of an exaggeration, but 400,000 is definitely achievable. Immediately afterwards, hint, you achieved the highest score in the 10086 town breakthrough battle and became the town mayor. Note, you have been granted the following town mayoral privileges. Ein hero slot plus 2 vassal lord +1. 3 construction speed +10%. 4 resource gathering speed +10%. 5 obtain the mayor's exclusive building anywhere door. Requires spirit stones to use. 6 appointment and removal of officials within the town. 7 set rules for lords moving in and out within the town area. 8 naming the town. Although he already knew about the town mayor's bonus, Jiang Chen was still overjoyed. But what's a good name for the town? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen posted a message on the town's channel. We've started crowdfunding for a town name. Brothers, if you have any good ideas, feel free to comment below this sentence. At the same time, all the lords in the town also received news of the town mayor's birth. These two are amazing. They've probably lasted this long, past wave 25 or more. Yi Man is awesome, but Jiang Chen is even more awesome. Wow, if I had known these two big shots were this awesome, I wouldn't have risked my life. From now on, if anyone tells me that you can't get rewards in the realm-breaking battle, I'll fight them. Wei Ming, Boss Jiang, I beg for an official position. Huang Xian, the squeaky will get the grease, and my brother Wei is just so uninhibited. There are quite a few people online. Perhaps everyone is waiting for the town mayor to be elected. Wave 29 monsters started quickly. Jiang Chen instructed, try to stall the next few waves of monsters for as long as possible. Although she didn't understand the intention, the Empress still said in a deep voice, yes. Yin volunteered. My lord, do you need me to join the battle? Wait a little longer, Jiang Chen replied, then took out the blueprint for the spring. Use 1 free enhancement opportunity. Select Enhancement Direction 7-6. Fountain of Life. Chapter 66, The Fountain of Life. Undercurrents are stirring. A dazzling golden light rose, surpassing any previous item enhancement. Yin opened her mouth in surprise. Within the territory, everyone instinctively turned their heads to look at the drunken, immortal pavilion, which was shrouded in golden light. As the golden light faded, Jiang Chen played with the blueprint for the Fountain of Life. The Fountain of Life requires resources to build. Energy, 400,000. 2,000 life stones can be obtained by strengthening with ordinary stones. Each unit costs 10,000 spirit stones. 1,000 lightning struck, what can be obtained by strengthening ordinary wood. Each unit costs 10,000 spirit stones. Origin gold, 1,000, which can be obtained by strengthening with gold. Each unit costs 15,000 spirit stones. That adds up to 45 million spirit stones. For a legendary building, it's naturally very cheap. Certainly, upgrading the Fountain of Life also requires a considerable amount of resources and energy. Before we begin strengthening resources, Jiang Chen waved his hand. Upgrade. Countless upgrade halos rose up. More than 6 million units of energy disappeared, and all 200-plus Tianyin disciples were promoted to level 9. The energy obtained from the first 28 waves of alien races was completely used up. The strong are certainly important. However, as the number of monsters increased, the nearly 200-meter-long defensive line still had to rely mainly on the disciples of Tianyin for defense. After all, more than 100 alien races breaking through the territory means the defense has failed. Jiang Chen was leisurely racking up points. This county-level announcement finally spread thanks to the opening of the Blue Star Channel. Centered on Xinjiang County, undercurrents are quietly surging both on the battlefield of all races and in the main world. Town 10,010. Boom! The young man in black armor threw a punch. The white fist-shaped mark, the size of a water tank, caused a rumbling sound in the void, and a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. Within that fist imprint, one could vaguely see vast rivers and mountains, and a bright moon hanging high in the sky. If a knowledgeable person were present, they would immediately recognize that this is the secret technique of the Ming Dynasty royal family: mountains and rivers bright moon. The level 18 elite orc blocking the young man's path was instantly torn to pieces. What a great town ranking match! 50 points in all attributes, and 5 points in luck. The young man chuckled softly. Hee hee, I didn't expect that just a few days after the server opened, heaven would send me, Zhu Yeqing, such a great gift. No, we should thank 10,086 town. Jiang Chen, who was able to break through the domain in 6 days, is indeed extraordinary. It's a pity that I got the advantage. Thinking of this, Zhu Yeqing immediately posted a message on the town's channel. Dear brothers and sisters of the Dragon Kingdom, you should all have received the county's announcement by now. Let me formally introduce myself. I am a descendant of the Ming Dynasty, the 28th generation great-grandson of the Prince of Yin. I wish to lead town 10010 to win first place in the town ranking competition. From then on, we will be blessed with good fortune and soar to new heights. What is your opinion, June? After a moment of silence, a cheer erupted on the town's radio channel. Zhu Yeqing was very satisfied. All right, I will select 100 warlords. 10,222 town. There's a heated discussion about it on the regional channel. The town of 10,086 is actually in the same county as us, and it has already broken through the domain. Jiang Chen, who created the outstanding military unit, is from town 10086. Yuichi Kamaya. I have some good news to share. Sinead is back. What good news do you have? Please let me know. Yuichi Shinichi. After the county's announcement, I immediately launched an investigation, and the result is that there are now more than 500 confirmed cherry blossom towns in Xinjiang County. These words immediately drew cheers. Excellent. This way, our great Sakura Empire will have an absolute advantage in the county town. We will dominate Xinjiang County. Ha! Town 10086 broke through the domain so early and has already been eliminated in the town ranking competition. This time, our great Sakura Empire will sweep the top 10 places in the entire town ranking competition. Shinpachi is a descendant of the divine warrior emperor. He will surely lead us to victory. According to the rules of the battlefield of all races, the starting town numbers within a county may or may not be consecutive. Therefore, even if lords knew their town's number, they couldn't determine which county they belonged to. But things are different now. Jiang Chen completed his breakthrough, and the Heavenly Tao issued a county-level announcement. If you receive an announcement, you're definitely in Qingyang County. Blue Star, East Sea City. After hearing her mother's investigation results, and Chuxia frowned and said, in other words, the Lord of the Sakura Kingdom holds the advantage in the county where our town is located. And Luoshi nodded and said, the location of the starting town in the battlefield of all races is generally distributed normally according to its location in the main world. If you're lucky, you might be randomly transported to the heart of China. If you're unlucky, you might end up surrounded by lords from the Western Hemisphere. My Donghai city is adjacent to Japan and South Korea. Your town is just located a little to the east. It's not surprising at all. In the battlefield of all races, fighting between lords of two nations is permitted and will not be considered bloodthirsty. Of course, the methods cannot be too cruel. After all, countries need to maintain the fig leaf of humanitarianism. Therefore, it is foreseeable that Qingyang town will not have a peaceful future. And Chuxia, however, was full of confidence. Our town has Jiang Chen and Sister Ing, and now I also have an epic hero, so why should I be afraid of them? Seeing that Chuxia was determined, and Luoshi did not force her, but handed her a token with the character Qing, Qian, engraved on it. And Chuxia was startled. A city relocation order? And Luoshi nodded. As far as I know, many well-informed lords in your county have already prepared the order to relocate the city. Of course, the Dwarven Royal Palace cannot be easily abandoned. This relocation order is only for unforeseen circumstances. Jiang Chen finally finished strengthening the materials. Build the Fountain of Life. Complete immediately. The Fountain of Life has been upgraded to level 3. Jiang Chen upgraded the Fountain of Life to level 3 in one go. A total of 78 million spirit stones and 1.3 million energy were consumed. The level 3 Spring of Life is 10 meters in diameter, and the outer wall of the pool is surrounded by pure white stones of life. The spring water is pale green, exuding a terrifying vitality. Even within a 10-meter radius, a dense aura permeated the area. The Fountain of Life Legend. Effect 1. Units within 10 meters of the Fountain of Life can quickly recover from injuries, replenish spiritual power, and repair their souls. Effect 2. Any unit except the Lord can be resurrected through the Fountain of Life after death. The cost of resurrection depends on the strength of the resurrected unit, the integrity of the corpse. If there is no corpse, a full resurrection will be performed, and the level of the Fountain of Life. At level 3 Fountain of Life, each unit can be resurrected 4 times per day. Effect 3. Without damaging the foundation of the Fountain of Life, it can produce 1 bottle of life essence and 10 bottles of life water every day. Life essence contains powerful life-giving energy. When consumed by lords, it improves their aptitude. When consumed by heroes and troops, it improves their quality. No additional energy required. Water of Life. Drinking it has the same effect as being within the range of the Fountain of Life for 100 seconds. You can revive 4 times a day. That's amazing. This is only a level 3 Fountain of Life. Jiang Chen exclaimed in admiration. It was worth spending so many spirit stones and energy. Moreover, there's also life essence. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Chen produced a small bottle of emerald green liquid, which resembled imperial jade, sparkling and dazzling. It is the very essence of life. Without hesitation, he opened the bottle and drank it all in one gulp. Chapter 67. Attributes comparable to a dragon. Terrifying effects. RPG whitewashing. A cool sensation instantly flowed from my abdomen into my limbs and bones, quickly turning into warmth. Sweat instantly beaded on Jiang Chen's forehead, and upon closer inspection, one could see that the sweat contained a lot of black filth. This is a process of cleansing the marrow and purifying the body. Jiang Chen felt incredibly comfortable all over, unlike the pain depicted in movies and TV shows. At this moment, a notification sounded from the heavenly Tao. Note: your aptitude has been upgraded to C grade. The compensation attributes are as follows: physique plus 24, spiritual power plus 24, divine soul plus 31, capacity plus 25. If aptitude is applied to heroes and troop types, it becomes quality. Aptitude determines the attribute points a lord can gain with each level up, as well as the speed at which they can cultivate techniques and skills. Most people are born with an F-level aptitude. Jiang Chen was originally probably above E-level, but not quite D-level, making him a top genius in Donghai No. 3 middle school. Now, after consuming a bottle of life essence, he has directly reached grade C, with initial attributes comparable to those of an outstanding hero. The attributes just added are to compensate for the difference in aptitude between level 1 and 10 when upgrading attributes. Jiang Chen, level 10. Attributes: physique 248 plus 6, spiritual power 188, divine soul 102, capacity 121 plus 6. Exercise method: set 9 of broadcast gymnastics minor success, level F. Skills: none. Equipment: ghost armor. Combat power rating: 165 star. Jiang Chen looked at his attributes and couldn't help but sigh. It's practically a humanoid dragon. Jiang Chen consumed no fewer than 10 attribute books, along with an unlimited supply of high-quality food, plus the rewards from this battle to break through the domain. It's not surprising that it possesses such terrifying attributes. Certainly, no matter how strong he was, Jiang Chen had no intention of fighting himself. At this moment, you have successfully repelled Wave 32. Wave 33 will arrive in 10 minutes. The territory successfully annihilated 33 waves of invading alien races. My lord, 5 more Tianyin disciples have been injured. The Empress reported through the Lord's heart, her tone somewhat somber. One of them had an arm torn off by a level 28 lesser demon, and he probably can't fight anymore. Even a level 9 Tianyin disciple, conserving spiritual energy, would find it somewhat difficult to deal with an ordinary demon of nearly level 30. Understood. Jiang Chen nodded. Repair the city wall immediately, then bring the injured disciples over. If there is no fountain of life, Jiang Chen could only do what Ng Yin Man did, rely on his skills to fight 2 more waves before leaving the battlefield, unless he doesn't care about the lives of his soldiers. But things are different now. Soon, the injured Tianyin disciples were brought over by the Empress. At Jiang Chen's signal, they cautiously stepped into the area where the fountain of life was effective. Immediately afterwards, everyone's faces showed disbelief. Oh my God, my wound has healed. It's itchy, it feels so good. Not only my injuries, but my spiritual energy that I just used up has been almost instantly restored to full. I feel all my fatigue has vanished. The one-armed Tianyin disciple, seeing his snow-white arm slowly growing from his shoulder, was shocked and then burst into tears of joy. She picked up the sword and swung it, finding that she felt surprisingly comfortable with it. The Empress also looked incredulous and said with awe, "My lord, you are truly unfathomable." Hint: Empress's favorability +1, currently 97. Jiang Chen was extremely satisfied. There are only 3 points left to reach the maximum favorability rating of 100 points for the Empress. Of course, it becomes increasingly difficult to increase favorability as time goes on. The Tianyin disciples who had just received treatment all had loyalty scores of 95 or higher. Generally speaking, once a troop's loyalty reaches 90 points or higher, they will rarely betray you, unless the Lord undergoes a drastic personality change and does something that incurs public wrath. With the Fountain of Life, I can finally unleash my skills to my heart's content. Everyone was in high spirits, waiting for the 33rd wave of alien races to arrive so they could show off their skills. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Upgrade the Dwarf Rocketeers to level 20. For 0.5 million units of energy evaporated instantly. All 20 Dwarf rocket launchers have been upgraded to level 20, which is also the current maximum level for Tier 3. Soon, the 33rd wave of demons broke through the fog. The level 30 or so little devils are already over 2 meters tall, with thick limbs, claws, and teeth that gleam coldly, and there are thousands of them. Besides, there were also hundreds of flame gellers, dozens of hellfires, and 6 armed serpent demons, several berserker demons, and a level 34 Baylor flame demon. Even a fully fledged Ing-Yi man would be defeated by this lineup. Angel Yin, itching to fight, pleaded again, "My lord, please let me go into battle. With the support of the Fountain of Life, there's no need to worry about my spiritual energy depletion. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut?" Jiang Chen smiled. Dwarf Rocketeer, use Overload, Condense Super Rocket. 30 seconds later, 20 rockets, each 8 meters long and 2 meters thick, shot into the sky, trailing long plumes of spiritual energy. Although the demon army had never seen a rocket before, they knew at a glance that this thick and long thing was not to be trifled with. They all looked terrified and tried to hide. Unfortunately, the canyon is only this wide. Boom, boom, boom. 500 meters away from the territory. 20 mushroom clouds, each over 10 meters in diameter, rose into the sky. Even the little devil, which was on the verge of exploding, was swept up by the terrifying blast wave and slammed into the canyon cliff, turning into a lump of minced meat. Your unit, the Dwarf Rocket Trooper, has killed a lesser imp. You have gained 28 energy, 10 points, and 6 spirit stones. Your unit type. Thousands of messages instantly appeared in the battle log. 3 seconds later, the shockwave from the explosion had barely reached the area when it caused everyone's clothes to flutter wildly. Such power left everyone speechless. Even Angel Yin slightly opened her mouth. "That's terrifying," Jiang Chen explained. "If you knew that this attack gathered 200 points of the Dwarf Rocket Launcher's entire spiritual power, you wouldn't be surprised." 200 spiritual power? Yin nodded in sudden realization. Her heavenly blade strike only consumed 150 points of spiritual power. Of course, unless it hits directly, rockets pose a limited threat to high-level monsters. Just as Jiang Chen had said, as the smoke and dust cleared from the battlefield, the severed limbs of the little devils were scattered everywhere. Thousands of little demons, but by appearances there are less than 1,000. However, mid-level demons, such as the 6-armed serpent demon and the berserker demon, were merely somewhat disheveled. The level 34 Baylor flame demon roared. The remaining thousands of demons regrouped and charged toward the city walls. Pity. Before it stood the Empress, who no longer needed to worry about consuming spiritual energy. With her skills unleashed at full power, the Empress's explosive power was several times greater than before. Cloud Shadow, Cloud Ring, Cloud Sword. In just 5 seconds, the Balrog was cut into pieces by the Empress. Jiang Chen's lips curled up. Yin, with her keen senses, asked curiously, "What are you laughing at, my lord? Have you noticed?" Jiang Chen pointed to the Empress standing in mid-air after getting the flowing cloud set. The Empress doesn't even need to use her own sex skills anymore. Yin also smiled and said, "If I remember correctly, this is called the True Fragrance Law." After defeating 34 waves of monsters, the Empress and the troops that had just fought off immediately went to the Fountain of Life to recover. Jiang Chen glanced at his total score, 1,952,300. Winning first place in the town rankings is far from enough. Next, Wave 35, Wave 36. Each wave started with the Dwarven RPGs clearing the area, followed by the Tower of Wrath bombarding everything. In the end, less than 30% of the demons were overwhelmed by the cascading attacks. Jiang Chen's one trick worked surprisingly well. The only thing that annoyed Jiang Chen was the monsters are getting higher and higher level, yet the legendary monster never appeared. Certainly, this is enough to prove the preciousness of legendary monsters. You have successfully repelled Wave 44. Wave 45 will arrive in 10 minutes. Warning, Your fierce resistance has thoroughly enraged the demon High Lord Abisto. Jiang Chen was jolted awake. The legendary monster is finally about to appear. Chapter 68, The Third Hero. The Sword of No Life. The legendary demon. The way of heaven is quite humane. It actually gave me a warning. Swoosh. Sudden. A figure swiftly traversed the territory, rushing towards the fountain of life. Jiang Chen looked closely and saw that it was indeed the heaven of Brahma sounds. She was holding a mutilated corpse in her hands. That was an ordinary disciple of Tianyin. After 44 waves of monsters, Jiang Chen's territory finally suffered casualties. Note, body integrity 82%. Resurrection requires 9,000 energy and takes 1 minute. Since the territory is populated by mid to high tier troops, Jiang Chen set up automatic respawn. Upon entering the area of the Fountain of Life, the Tianyin disciple's body began to repair itself at a visible speed. 1 minute later, she opened her eyes again, looking confused. "I am alive." A cheer immediately erupted from the territory. After all, the shock of hearing the Lord's description is quite different from the shock of seeing it with one's own eyes. Even the goddess warriors were all showing excitement in their eyes. With the Fountain of Life, as long as their territory is not destroyed, they will be immortal. Almost instantly, all units have a loyalty level of 95 or higher. Beep, beep, beep. And Xuxia suddenly sent a video call request. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and then chose to answer the call. And Xuxia smiled and said, "Respected Mayor, is your teleportation portal finished yet? Would you like to come and visit my territory? It just so happens that Sister Ing is here too. We have something we'd like to discuss with you." Ing Man also poked her head out and waved at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Tomorrow then, I don't even know what time it will be after I finish this wave of monsters." And Xuxia was stunned for a moment, then said in disbelief, "It's been a whole day, and you still haven't finished playing?" Ing Man also gave a thumbs up. Even if you used Yi's method of pulling monsters and stalling for time, you could probably have survived at least 30 waves. "I'm not as good as you." Jiang Chen spoke frankly. "The energy and item rewards are pretty good, so let's do as many rounds as we can." And Xuxia nodded. Then her expression suddenly became serious. "In that case, I'll get straight to the point. The location of our town might not be very optimistic in a land of cherry blossoms." As Jiang Chen listened to Xuxia's description, he gradually frowned. This reminded him of the warning Tian Ding, the caravan manager, had given him a few days earlier before his departure. The lives of the Hua people in Qingyang County may not be as good as you imagine. It seems that not only the Earth's lords, but also the natives, are like this. Perhaps, after this battle is over, I should go to the county town to find out what's going on. 1 minute later, Jiang Chen calmly said, "I understand. In the main world, Donghai City and Sakura Country are separated by the sea, so Jiang Chen was not surprised by this. I even felt a little excited. These are all experienced players. You're so calm." And Xuxia said helplessly, "The town's communication channels are in a state of panic right now. Many lords, seeing the situation as dire, are trying to use the relocation order to flee. If they all move away, you, the mayor, will be left with no one to command." Ing Man also complained, "The ones who are most enthusiastic about organizing this are those who are trying to get the rewards. They're all scrambling to take advantage of the situation, but now that there's even the slightest sign of trouble, they're running away faster than rabbits." Jiang Chen, however, remained unperturbed and said calmly, "Everyone has their own ambitions, and I have fully opened up the relocation authority for the town. Those who wish to stay are naturally welcome. I have no right to demand that those who want to escape stay in Qingyang County and fight against the Sakura Kingdom. Leave? Of course, we won't use moral blackmail. Just make sure you don't regret it when the town's transportation system comes online. Well, my battle is about to begin. Talk to you later." After hanging up the video call, Jiang Chen first glanced at his points. 3,523,540. After Wave 30, the points provided by each wave of alien races increased significantly. 3.5 million points should be enough to take the top spot in the town rankings. But legendary monsters are rare and hard to come by. Now that we have the Fountain of Life, we naturally have to give it another shot. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen took out the legendary hero token that the King of the Hill had dropped. Recruit. The mayor's first bonus is +1 hero slot. Jiang Chen wasn't lacking in the combat power of this one hero anyway, since he hadn't even made a move. But now that he's about to face a legendary hero of level 30 or higher, Jiang Chen must be fully prepared. Hopefully he'll be a powerful hero. Soon, a figure dressed in a blue robe walked out of the summoning portal and appeared in front of Jiang Chen. The figure wore a silver mask and a straw hat, and held a gleaming sword upside down in his right hand. Although you can't see her face clearly, anyone who isn't blind can tell at a glance that she is a woman disguised as a man. I have mastered swordsmanship and was just about to go to Qingcheng to ask about swordsmanship. How did I suddenly end up here? Battlefield of myriad races. Lord. Level. Attributes. I never imagined there was such a wondrous place in the world. In this world, perhaps I can glimpse the realm of Sword Dao. The woman looked at Jiang Chen and tried to speak in a low voice. Are you the Lord? Li Hani, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly, then looked at Li Hani's attributes. Li Hani, Legendista. Level. Level 1. Favorability, 80. Attributes. Physique 24, +32. Spiritual power 28, +32. Divine Soul 18, +32. Capacity 18. Equipment. Listening to the Rain Sword. Technique. Swarta Technique Mastery, Hongxi. Skills. Swordsmanship will Mastery. Rank A. Moonlit Evening and Blooming Morning Minor Perfection. Rank C. Paper Falling Clouds and Smoke Minor Perfection. Rank C. Still Water Sword Technique Minor Perfection. Rank C. Sword Chi Transcendental. Rank D. Basic Swordsmanship Transcendental. Rank F. Heroic Command. Sword Type Unit. A. Combat Strength. 45 star. In terms of overall combat capabilities, Li Hani is not as well-rounded as Yen. Like the Empress, she was originally from a low-level world, and her cultivation technique was only C level. What surprised Jiang Chen was Li Hani's A-level skill, Sword Will. Swordsmanship Will. Passive skill. When using any swordsmanship skill, it can unleash 2.4 times the power. With the support of Swordsmanship Will, even a regular D-rank skill like Sword Chi can probably unleash the power of a B-rank skill without consuming any extra spiritual power. This is only the initial stage. What if one reaches the final stage, or even the ultimate stage? Valiant is simply unimaginable. If Li Hani possessed an A-level offensive sword technique, she would instantly become Jiang Chen's #1 killer. According to the movie plot, Jiang Chen should suddenly remove Li Hani's mask and then say, in a cheesy way, "You must be a fairy." But with a formidable enemy at hand, Jiang Chen decided to give up. On E. Prepare for battle. Are there any strong enemies? Li Hani, also a warmonger, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Could you give me, a few levels up? Not too high, just 10 levels will do." Huh? Jiang Chen laughed loudly. Level 10 is not enough. Jiang Chen used war to sustain war, and had long ago calculated his energy reserves. Upgrade everything. 7.8 million units of energy vanished instantly. The 3 legendary heroes were surrounded by upgrade halos, and all of them leveled up to level 20. The Empress's combat power reaches 701 points due to the bonuses from the Heavenly Sound Saint Lord and the Flowing Cloud set. Angel Yin possesses the Divine Body and her signature equipment, and her combat power has reached 628 points. Only Li Hani's 450 combat power is the standard for a regular level 20 legendary hero. I thought about it. Jiang Chen took out an iron sword and quickly flipped through the enhancement list. That's it. Jiang Chen, now wealthy and powerful, quickly found the most suitable weapon for Li Hani at the moment. Consume 6 million spirit stones. Select Enhancement Direction 9-2. Sword of No Life. The Sword of No Life is a level 20 legendary equipment. It's yours. Li Hani was still immersed in the joy of her sudden increase in strength when she subconsciously took the whooshing sword and instantly gasped. What a sword! It's far more powerful than Mother's Heart Sword. I can't accept this reward without merit. How can I do this? Jiang Chen laughed and said, No one here is more suitable for this Sword of No Life than you. The Lifeless Sword not only boasts explosive attributes, but can also unleash the Lifeless Sword Chi, comparable to an A-rank skill. With the enhancement of Li Hani's swordsmanship and willpower, the Lifeless Sword Chi was simply unstoppable, killing gods and demons alike. Li Hani naturally understood this as well, and became so fond of the whooshing sword that she no longer appreciated the original Tingyu sword. And there was an unexpected bonus. Li Hani's favorability rating instantly increased by 8 points, reaching 88. Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel at how he could actually use money. Li Hani excels at killing, but other equipment is not cost-effective. Therefore, Jiang Chen did not continue to strengthen it. Soon, the Heavenly Tao issued another notification. Update. Wave 45 of Monster Invasion begins. Jiang Chen looked up. At the end of the canyon, mist swirls and billows. Immediately afterwards, a demonic creature over 10 meters tall burst out of the mist. Its body was covered with menacing bone spikes, and its thick tail swayed freely, emitting a buzzing sound as it cut through the air. Following closely behind were 8 epic-level fire demons. The lineup is absolutely luxurious. Abisto, race, demon, level, 35. Quality, Golden Legend, star. Combat power, 1125 star. Heroic command. Skill, level 35, legendary hero. Jiang Chen subconsciously leaned forward slightly. However, after confirming the demon species, he breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it's just a big, dumb bastard like the Balrog. If it were a greater demon with spatial abilities and the Death Scythe, that would be a real problem. The Flame Demon has a mediocre attribute. It is strong in both magic and physical strength, but neither is particularly outstanding. Empress Yin, you two hold it off. Hani, you quickly eliminate the other enemies. After saying that, Jiang Chen took out 10 bottles of the Water of Life and distributed them to the 3 people. This is the entire share produced by the Fountain of Life today. The 3 men's eyes lit up, and they said confidently, Please rest assured, Lord. At this moment, Abisto stepped forward, his voice echoing throughout the canyon. A mere new lord has actually forced me to take action. You are truly the first person in the Blue Star domain in 10,000 years. As a sign of respect for the strong, I, Abisto, will do everything in my power to grant you a glorious end. After a while of blah blah blah, Abisto pointed to the sky. The clouds above instantly turned deep red. A suffocating sense of oppression permeated the canyon. Chapter 69, Slaying. Meteor Hell. A rank territory advancement scroll. This is the legendary magic Meteor Hell. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted, and he suddenly stood up and shouted, Protect the territory. The words had barely left his mouth. Hundreds of meteorites roared down from the clouds, trailing 10-meter-long black flames as they crashed into Jiang Chen's territory. Judging by its power, if it were to actually land on the territory, everything in the territory would probably be destroyed except for a few epic buildings. The powerful figures in the territory reacted swiftly. Angel Yin activated the wormhole defense barrier and soared into the sky. The Empress activated the cloud ring, enlarging the cloud giant to its maximum size of 40 meters, and then flicked her hand to send meteorites flying. Li Hani softly uttered, Moonlit evening and flowery morning, and the boundless sea of spiritual energy transformed into a net, protecting the territory above. The dragon, the goddess warrior, and the 9 heaven saintess each displayed their unique abilities. Boom, boom, boom. A small portion of the meteorites were shattered, while the majority were deflected and landed outside the territory. Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Pay attention. Meteor Hell is a composite magic system combining fire, earth, and summoning elements. Really, the meteorites that fell to the ground transformed into 5-meter-high hellfires. Only, hundreds of superior-level monsters are no longer a threat to the territory. The rumbling sound of abitos came from behind. That's interesting. Black and red flames suddenly erupted from its body, and the giant sword pointed forward. At the command of the demon lord, countless demon armies surged out of the mist like a black wave, heading towards the territory 1,000 meters away. Under Abitos' command, the demon army's strength increased dramatically. Taking the superior-level Berserker demon as an example, its combat power increases by at least 2 stars. So much so that after the dwarven rocket launchers unleashed a barrage of RPG attacks, the demon army suffered only 1,000 casualties. 1 minute later, the demon army was at the city gates. Destroyed. Abisto wielded a giant sword engulfed in intense flames and slashed it down towards the territory. The power of thunder. Wormhole defense barrier. Angel Yin unleashed her full power and collided violently with Abisto. Boom! Yan's face turned pale, and he was sent flying dozens of meters before he could barely regain his balance. Abisto merely stumbled and exclaimed in surprise. An angel? Angels who can wield the power of thunder are rare indeed. But the only reason you were able to withstand my attack is because of your powerful defensive skills, right? Take advantage of this opportunity. The Empress commanded the cloud giant, which had been refined to its ultimate form, and thrust her sword toward Abisto's chest. But Abisto didn't try to avoid it. Sizzle. The cloud sword, comparable to an A-level skill, only left a 1-inch deep wound on it, which then healed rapidly under the scorching heat of hellfire. The Empress exclaimed, "This guy is too muscular." Yin spoke rapidly. "I'm afraid only my heavenly blade strike and Han Yi's lifeless sword can hurt him. Let's hold him off for now." Haha, what a joke. You must have used up a lot of spiritual energy to use such powerful defensive skills. So how can you hold me back? Abisto was completely at ease. Its demonic fire consumes very little spiritual energy. How could it possibly fail to outlast 2 level 20 heroes? And his demon army also held an absolute advantage. It simply couldn't see any possibility of its own defeat. But a few minutes later, just as Yan's wormhole defense barrier was about to collapse, she suddenly took out a bottle of water of life and drank it down. Then the momentum rose again. Abisto was stunned. Immediately afterwards, the Empress followed suit, drinking a bottle of the water of life, which greatly increased her power. Abisto finally couldn't hold back any longer and roared, "Shameless! You're cheating!" Pity. His strongest skill, Meteor Hell, is an area of effect attack, which is not very effective against a powerful opponent like the Empress. The 3-way battle reached a stalemate. "It's safe." Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the other battlefields. Silent sword energy. An extremely sharp gray sword aura swept across the void. A level 35 epic fire demon suddenly froze in place. Then the entire massive body split in 2 from the middle, falling to both sides, revealing Lihani's figure behind it. Immediately afterwards, Lihani swung her sword and unleashed more than 10 ordinary sword energies, each of which accurately beheaded a 6-armed snake demon. Jiang Chen exclaimed in admiration. To be able to control sword energy to such a level, you truly deserve the title of Sword Immortal. Under Abisto's command, this wave of demons is far more powerful than the previous one. There are 8 epic demons alone. As soon as the war began, the territory was at a complete disadvantage. Fortunately, there was the powerful Lihani who came to put out the fires everywhere. With the resurrection ability of the Fountain of Life, they finally managed to hold on. Even so, Tianyin disciples continued to die in battle. Even Cynthia, the leader of the goddess warriors, had to choose to perish together with an epic demon when besieging it. At this point, Jiang Chen had no time to retrieve the soldiers' bodies. Full payment restored. 100,000 units of energy disappeared. Cynthia's figure quickly emerged from beside the fountain of life, while her original corpse turned into specks of light and disappeared. She bowed deeply towards the direction of Zuixinlu, then threw herself back into the battle. The more demons are fought, the fewer there are. The number of troops in a territory remains unchanged. The scales of victory finally tipped in favor of the territory. 10 minutes later, Li Hani defeated the last epic demon. She drank the last bottle of the Fountain of Life and then charged toward Abydos. Abisto finally realized something. The Fountain of Life. That must be the legendary Fountain of Life that nourishes the world tree. How could a new lord who just arrived from Earth possibly build a legendary structure like the Fountain of Life? But he realized it too late. Sword Chi of No Life. Puff. An unremarkable gray sword aura tore a terrifying, deep wound across Abisto's waist, exposing the bone. The demon's blood, like lava, spilled onto the ground, sizzling as it fell. Abisto looked on in disbelief. How could you, a level 20 human, possibly hurt me? A faint gray mist clung to the wound, desperately hindering its healing. What made it most desperate was the hellfire on its body began to fade. Abisto's spiritual power has finally run out. 2 minutes later, Skyblade strike. I'm not reconciled. The battered and bruised Orbeus let out his usual roar before finally being finished off by Yan's heavenly blade. The Empress blinked. Does this count as stealing kills? Yan, likewise. Your heroine, the Empress, has slain the demon Lord Abisto, legendary hero star. You have gained 7 million energy, 1 million spirit stones, 1 advanced book of capacity, 1 skill book, meteor hell, and 1 A-rank territory advancement scroll. Seeing the heavenly Tao's prompt, Jiang Chen was stunned, then burst into laughter. It's actually an A-grade territory advancement scroll, a level talent corresponding to the legendary Lord's heart. If he were to strengthen it, it would require 100 million spirit stones, limited by the rules of heaven. The highest quality Lord's heart that can be brought into and out of the battlefield of all races is of epic quality. This is why, despite her impressive background, Ying Man could only possess a B-rank Lord talent. When his green waters and lush mountains advanced to grade C, it was already surrounded by spiritual mist, and the concentration of spiritual energy increased tenfold. What if we improve 2 more qualities and advance to grade A? Chapter 70 Blessed Land. Inventory and Delivery. Certainly, that wave of monsters was already a bit risky. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Chen decided to stop there. We need to return to the town first before we can advance our talents. Wave 45 monsters contributed nearly 1 million points. The total score of the Battle of Breaking the Boundary in 10086 town reached 4.4 million, and Jiang Chen himself earned more than 3 million. This score is enough to secure first place in the Qingyang County Town ranking tournament. Within minutes, Jiang Chen had collected all the high-quality demon corpses into his territory. He said softly, "Withdraw from the battlefield." After the golden light dissipated, the territory has returned to its original location on the town map. Simple arrangements were made for repairing buildings and reviving units. Jiang Chen then took out the Grade A Territory Advancement Talisman. Territory advancement cannot skip levels. However, Jiang Chen is now wealthy and powerful and easily acquired an E-grade Territory Advancement Talisman by spending 50,000 Spirit Stones. Then consume 10 million Spirit Stones to upgrade to Grade B. Lord's talent has advanced to Grade B. Note, you have used a Grade B Territory Advancement Scroll. Your Lord's talent has been upgraded to Paradise on Earth. Boom! Jiang Chen felt a jolt in the space. The spiritual energy overflowing from the void instantly multiplied several times. Immediately afterwards, under Jiang Chen's shocked gaze, all the spiritual mist rapidly condensed. Antlers, lion's mane, eagle's claws, a miniature dragon several meters long gradually took shape. The little dragon circled around Jiang Chen for a moment, then affectionately rubbed against Jiang Chen's cheek before plunging headfirst into the ground. A dragon vein. This is a dragon vein. Jiang Chen immediately checked the attributes of the dragon vein. Low-grade dragon vein. Effect 1. Gathers spiritual energy, producing 10,000 spirit stones daily. Effect 2. High-quality resources are more likely to appear near your territory. Effect 3. The land is blessed with outstanding people, making it easier for you to recruit high-quality farmers and soldiers. Although they cannot directly increase combat power, each one can accelerate the development of the territory, especially the second one. In comparison, the least noticeable one is the first one that produces spirit stones. After calming himself down, Jiang Chen threw out the 8-grade territory advancement talisman that had just been obtained. Continue, advance to a level talent. Note, you have used an A-grade territory advancement scroll, advancing your lord's talent to blessed land. No unusual phenomena occurred. However, Jiang Chen, as the lord, could sense a faint spatial energy enveloping his territory. He immediately checked the attributes. Blessed land. Effect 1. Allows the creation of deep spaces within the territory, with the total area of the deep spaces not exceeding the current territory area. Effect 2. While keeping the total amount of spiritual energy in the territory constant, the proportion of spiritual energy in each space can be adjusted appropriately. Effect 3. Burns a large number of spirit stones, altering the flow of time in a portion of the space. Deep space? That's equivalent to doubling the size of your territory, and you can still hide in it. Moreover, it can even alter the flow of time. Jiang Chen felt his breathing become somewhat heavy. After a long while, Jiang Chen let out a soft breath and sighed. Picturesque scenery, misty atmosphere, multiple layers of space, and accelerated time. This is truly a blessed land. He waved his hand casually. Deep space. A spatial ripple spread around Tianyin Pavilion, and the entire building vanished into thin air. From Jiang Chen's perspective, the Tianyin Pavilion stood perfectly intact in the seemingly real yet illusory deep space. Everyone was taken aback by what they saw. Where is Tianyin Pavilion? The Empress searched the original location of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion and found that it was indeed gone. It was an illusion after all. The Empress exclaimed in amazement. I can vaguely sense the existence of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, but I can't pinpoint its location. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, and several cyan light spots shot out, entering the foreheads of the people. This is the key to enter the deeper space where Tianyin Pavilion is located. The Empress took a step, her figure disappeared, and reappeared a moment later. After several repetitions, the Empress sincerely said, The Lord's methods are truly indescribable. Jiang Chen smiled and said, You could spend one night cultivating in the number 1 enlightenment chamber of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, and I guarantee you'll be even more surprised. Oh, hearing Jiang Chen say this, the Empress was immediately tempted. Okay, I'll give it a try. Then he said to Li Hani, Hani, the Lord's manor only has 2 guest rooms. I'm going out all night, so you can sleep in my room. Liani nudda sumawat bewilderat. The Empress suddenly seemed to remember something. She glanced at Yin first, then cautiously asked Li Hani, You're not thousands of years old either, are you? After confirming that she was 2 years older, the Empress entered the Heavenly Sound Pavilion with satisfaction. Looking at the Empress's retreating figure, Yin asked curiously, Could it be that the increased concentration of spiritual energy has enhanced the effectiveness of the Enlightenment Chamber? It has indeed increased. Jiang Chen nodded first, then added, But it's not because of the concentration of spiritual energy. You can ask the Empress yourself later. Wait a minute. Yin was taken aback. Didn't you tell the Empress to cultivate for one night? Jiang Chen smiled slightly, offered no explanation, and began sorting through his spoils. Jiang Chen still used the Advanced Book of Bearing, as well as the 4 intermediate attribute books dropped by other epic demons, on himself. The attributes increased dramatically again. 3 epic chests, 5 epic equipment pieces, and an epic level space seal scroll. Next, it's that legendary skill book, Meteor Hell. Jiang Chen had already witnessed the power of this magic, and its casting range was extremely long, making it a formidable weapon for siege warfare. Looking at the conditions for using Meteor Hell, Jiang Chen could only sigh inwardly. 500 points of spiritual power, 500 points of divine soul. Jiang Chen did some calculations. The Empress with the strongest attributes would probably require at least level 30 to barely use. Moreover, the Empress's primary attribute is physical strength. These pure magic-based skills are even more effective when used by magic-based heroes. Jiang Chen could only temporarily store it in the warehouse. At last, these were the corpses of demons piled up all over the territory square. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and then spent another 4 million spirit stones to strengthen 8 legendary recruitment orders. The legend of the territory is that the farmers have just reached a squad of 12 people. Decompose to obtain Demon Blood Essence, legendary. Shenong's effects are activated, increasing production by 5 times and obtaining 5 Demon Blood Essence, legendary. Disassembling yields Demon Remains, legendary. Shenong activates, increasing production by 5 times. Obtains Demon Remains, legendary, 5. Decompose to obtain. While 12 farmers were busy working hard, the Empress reappeared, yawning. I'm so tired after practicing all night. Immediately afterwards, she quickly noticed that everyone was looking at her strangely, and then she froze. I've been practicing for 10 hours. How come it's still night? Yin seemed to understand something, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. To be precise, it took you 62 minutes from entering Tianyin Pavilion to leaving. The Empress is not a fool. Hearing Yin say this, his eyes glazed over for a moment. This is the power to change time. Jiang Chen was also very satisfied with the effect of time acceleration. It has the ability to accelerate time. The main fighting force of the territory can raise their skill and technique proficiency to the highest level in a very short time. Certainly, the consumption of spirit stones is also heartbreaking. Yinha and Hani, if you're interested, you can go and experience it for yourselves. I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep now. There are many more functions in the Blessed Land, and Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to explore them. However, Jiang Chen had just laid down on the bed when he received another notification from the Heavenly Tao. Hint: Empress's favorability +1. Current favorability 98 points. Tip: Yan's favorability +1. Current favorability is 96 points. Hint: Lihani's favorability +2. Current favorability points 90. Even a homebody like Lihani can't escape the temptation of 10 times the cultivation time. The next morning, as soon as Jiang Chen stepped out of the Lord's mansion, he saw a pillar of light rise into the sky from the east. Immediately afterwards, a notification from heaven sounded. Hint: Lord Lin Jian has moved out of the town. Chapter 71, First Gathering. The hidden dragon emerges from the abyss. Unlike advanced relocation orders, regular relocation orders do not allow you to select coordinates. In addition, the cooling time is long, so the price is not expensive. After using the regular relocation order, the territory will randomly relocate to another Open Dragon Kingdom town. But territory relocation means abandoning resource points that have already been occupied. Of course, if you're lucky, you might get the chance to start over, and it's even possible to encounter high-level wilderness units or buildings. But whatever the outcome, no one will easily relocate their territory. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen opened the town channel. Wei Ming, sigh. Some people have moved away after all. Huang Xian, the brothers who came back this morning brought the latest information. There are now more than 600 confirmed cherry blossom towns in our county. Huang Xian, Brother Wei, are you leaving? Wei Ming, go my ass. Have you forgotten the atrocities committed by the Sakura Kingdom in District 632? Dozens of small towns. They didn't even spare the entertainment lords and farming lords. Wei Ming, to be honest, I've also prepared a relocation order, But even if I leave, I'll have a grand battle with the Japanese devils before I go. Many lords of the Sakura Kingdom are skilled in the art of controlling demon spirits. So lords of the Dragon Kingdom like to call them devils. Huang Xian, Brother Wei is right. We can't just hand over the land of a county to the Japanese like this. We may not see anything in the short term, but in the long run, the battlefield of all races is all about resources and territory. Giving up the resources of a county town would naturally squeeze the living space of other Dragon Kingdom lords. This is also the main reason why the Qing dynasty royal family is criticized. Hint: Lord Wang Lanlan has moved out of the town. Hint: but Wei Ming's words seem to remind everyone of something terrible. Another dozen or so lords had moved away. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately issued an announcement. Hello everyone. As the town mayor, I hereby solemnly declare that we will never give up the territory of Qingyang County. Brothers who are willing to stay and stand with me through thick and thin, I welcome them with open arms. I will not stop those who want to leave, but please make your decision before today, because I will close the town's entry and exit permissions tomorrow. Everyone should know the cost of forced relocation. Let's all make a decision as soon as possible whether to stay or leave. Wei Ming, good. Boss Jiang is right. Based on these words, I will follow you from now on. Man, descendants of the immortal Qin, there are only those who die in battle, not deserters. Mu Qing Shuang, I am a soldier. Every inch of our land is bought with my blood. Tu Shan Ye, wherever Brother Jiang Chen is, Ye will be there too. Although Ye is a celestial fox, she is also a celestial fox who has entered the Dragon Clan. After a moment of silence, regional channels became lively and soon showed a trend of polarization. Excellent. Not an inch will be yielded. We will live and die with Qingyang County. Although I really want to stay, my family has been the only son in 8 generations. Thank you all for your understanding. Does anyone still have the relocation order? I have it. I'll only charge you 50% of the service fee. Don't your consciences hurt when your brothers profit from a war? That's all. As time went by, people gradually moved out of the town. Even Lin Mo and Li Muse, several powerful second-generation leaders, flew away silently without leaving a word. Wei Ming berated Lin Mo for several minutes on the town's channel because Lin Mo still owed him 100,000 spirit stones. The sun sets in the west. There are 403 lords remaining in the town. Jiang Chen didn't feel any regret at all. Although everyone has their reasons for moving away, this opportunity also serves as a chance to refine the town's lord. That's about it. Jiang Chen looked at the list of lords in the town, and then used his mayoral privileges to create a small group. Brothers who have already built the portal, welcome to visit my territory. Tu Shanya, what about the sisters? Evening. In Jiang Chen's territory, Jiang Chen sent all the overly conspicuous buildings, such as the Fountain of Life, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, and the Lighthouse, into the deeper space of his territory. Even the abundant spiritual energy from outside was sent by Jiang Chen into the spaces where Tianyin Pavilion and Zuixinlu were located. So apart from a few Tianyin disciples who were quite conspicuous, Jiang Chen's territory looked like an ordinary level 3 territory at the moment. The 6 lords, Man, and Chu Xia, Wei Ming, Tu Shanya, Mu Qing Shuang, and Huang Xian, along with Jiang Chen and the other 3, sat around a round table in the center of the territory. The round table was laden with delicious dishes, mostly seafood. Of course, to avoid shocking the world, Jiang Chen only provided a few epic quality dishes, while the rest were of excellent quality. This left everyone speechless. Even Man looked surprised. Although the 7 individuals varied in strength, they were considered the strongest fighting force in the town. Huang Xian took a gamble and secured 10th place in the troop strength rankings. Surprisingly, the reward chest contained a team of excellent troops called Shadow Knights, barely making him a member of the strong ranks. Tu Shan Ye is about 1.5 meters tall. In her own words, she is considered tall among the Heavenly Fox clan. The little fox had a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on its delicate face. If it weren't for its big, fluffy ears, it would have the air of a career woman. Now, she was sitting next to Jiang Chen, her equally fluffy tail wagging rapidly. This is a sign of excitement for the Celestial Fox clan. Delicious. So delicious. The little fox's mouth was dripping with oil as it ate. It would be even better if there was chicken. Huang Xian, from a small family, seemed a little nervous attending such a high-profile gathering for the first time, and cautiously said, "It's good that these guys moved away. This way, the resource points occupied by other lords in the town will double, and monster resources will be more abundant." Wei Ming sighed. "But what about the various town ranking competitions in the future? We only have half the number of players, which is a huge disadvantage. Jiang Chen is a hero." Tu Shan Yia swallowed the fish in her mouth. "With brother Jiang Chen around, we're not afraid of any ranking matches." Although the little fox was right, Jiang Chen still put a large piece of fish on her plate. "If you can't speak properly, then eat more. What does it mean that Jiang Chen can hold up half the sky?" Wei Ming patiently explained. "The town ranking competition tests the overall strength of a town. Just like the recent battle to break through the domain, no matter how strong Boss Jiang and Bossing E-Man are, they can only accumulate a few 100,000 points each. It's impossible for them to win a ranking in the town ranking competition by their own strength." Jiang Chen was helpless. "You can't exactly say that you earned over 3 million points all by yourself. It's one thing that we can't explain it, but it's also bad to leak the news in advance. Let's just take first place and let them fill in the blanks themselves. Anyway, these guys should be familiar with the process by now." Man nodded and said, "That is indeed a problem, but with Jiang Chen's current reputation, it shouldn't be difficult to recruit some people as long as an announcement is made within the Dragon Kingdom." As she spoke, she glanced at Jiang Chen. Although the high-level relocation order is expensive, it's nothing to some second-generation leaders of powerful families. Jiang Chen originally thought that, given Inmon's status, she would at least bring Meng Tian along for protection this time. But to my surprise, she came alone. This made Jiang Chen look at her with new respect. "Let's discuss the recruitment matter in due course." Jiang Chen smiled and said, "There are 2 other things I wanted to discuss with everyone here today, besides the fact that we'd like to meet. First, the town is named Long Yuan, which means a dragon emerging from the abyss and soaring into the sky. We would like to solicit everyone's suggestions. Secondly, there are the town government positions. While other official positions in the town don't offer as many bonuses as the town mayor, they still provide some individual increases." Man said directly, "I have no objection to the name, but I don't want the official title." Jiang Chen was not surprised at all. "Are you moving away?" Everyone was taken aback by what they heard. Man asked curiously, "How did you guess that?" Jiang Chen softly uttered 3 words, "Heroic position. You're quite clever." Man took out a high-level city relocation order and gestured to it. "I can do without any other enhancements, but I can't give up the +1 hero slot enhancement. So I guess I'll just have to go to another town and become the mayor. But don't worry, there happen to be a few descendants of that traitor Su Fu in Qingyang town, so I won't be leaving. We will continue to fight side by side in the future." And Chusha asked with some reluctance, "Has Sistering chosen which town she wants to go to?" "I've chosen it's 10,000. There just happens to be some lords descended from the immortal Qin in that small town." Jiang Chen smiled upon hearing this. "Then I wish you a safe journey, sir. As for the official positions, I'll assign them to Wei Ming. He'll be the town's sheriff." After assigning the official positions, Jiang Chen continued, "From now on, I'll have to trouble everyone to take good care of the town's management." And Chu Xia said, speechlessly, "I feel like you're going to be a hands-off manager." Jiang Chen, "Be more confident and remove seems sudden." Jiang Chen's expression shifted, then he smiled and said, "The second town has broken through the barrier." On the County Town channel. Note, Town 10148 has completed its domain breakthrough. Note, All lords in town 10148 have joined the County Town channel. Chapter 72, Martial Merit Lord. The money givers are here again. However, what surprised Jiang Chen was the second place to break through the domain was also Dragon Kingdom Town. It's important to know that the number of Dragon Kingdom towns in Xinjiang County is very low. The other party quickly sent a message. Hello, fellow townspeople of 10,086. I am Yiren, the mayor of 10,148 town. Hey, you change your name to Longyuan Town. A dragon emerging from the abyss. What a great name. Is Jiang Chen, the master who created the unique military unit here? And Chu Xiao looked at Jiang Chen and said in surprise, Yi Yiren seems to be that genius from the Yi family of Baihe. It should be. Jiang Chen nodded. I remember seeing this name in the provincial lord competition. Hello, Mayor Yi. I am Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen greeted him politely, then asked curiously, You guys broke through the domain so quickly. Did you give up on the town ranking matches? Yi Yiren said dejectedly. Boss Jiang Chen should be aware of the situation our Dragon Kingdom town faces in Xinjiang County. Many powerful lords plan to move away after collecting their rewards for breaking through the domain. And the most important reward in the town rankings, town luck, cannot be taken away. This explanation is reasonable. It would be a huge loss to delay breaking through to the next realm just for a reward you can't take with you. Moreover, the sooner you move, the sooner the relocation order will cool down, and if you are not satisfied, you can move again. What are Mayor Ye's plans? Yi Yiren said calmly. It's impossible to desert like this. Even if we can't win, we have to fight the Japanese devils in a grand and glorious battle. Jiang Chen nodded. This coincided with Wei Ming's idea. Another hour passed. The Heavenly Tao has indicated that the third town has successfully broken through the domain. Jiang Chen laughed when he saw it. It's another small town in the Dragon Kingdom. The town mayor's name is Xiao Wushang, and he's also from Baihe City. Yi Yiren exclaimed in surprise. Senior Wushang has also broken through the domain? Xiao Wushang cursed. Don't even mention it. These cowards are scared out of their wits by those damn Japanese devils. They're in such a hurry to break through the domain. Yi Yiren sighed. It seems that our Dragon Kingdom town is going to be completely wiped out in this town ranking competition. Xiao Wushang. The entire army will not be wiped out. Xiao Wushang. It is said that there is a descendant of the Ming dynasty in the town of 10,010. He is willing to spend a lot of money to keep the town's warlord, so there's a chance that he can enter the top 10. Man, you must be talking about Zhu Yeqing. As far as I know, he is a military lord and seems to also have the Imperial Guard. These words elicited varying reactions from the crowd. Xiao Wushang. So you're a big shot from the Immortal Qin winners. My apologies for not recognizing you. And Chu Xia, Wei Ming, and others were pleasantly surprised. After all, with such a strong reinforcement coming from within the county, their pressure will be somewhat reduced. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. A martial lord? This is an extremely rare lord faction. The martial lords take a different approach, focusing on enhancing the lord's personal combat power. Even the lord's heart is a talent that enhances one's self. Similar to for every 100 people added to the territory's population, the lord's physical strength increases by 1 point. Later on, the lords of military merit were all capable of tearing apart dragons with their bare hands. Of course, this is on the premise that they can survive to the later stages. In any case, those who have the courage to become military lords will surely achieve extraordinary things in the future, as long as they do not perish. Yi Yiren exclaimed in shock. An epic-level Imperial Guard? A martial lord? How can it not take first place in the town rankings? Xiao Wushang. It's too difficult. It is said that for this ranking competition, a royal family called Kagami Yasuchi Sakura went to great lengths to purchase high-level city relocation orders and invited 3 powerful warlords from other small towns in Sakura Kingdom that have not yet broken through the domain. They are all descendants of daimyo from the 6th heaven. Xiao Wushang. This is only town 10222. Other cherry blossom towns also have many strong individuals. After all, The base number is large. And Chuxia suddenly said, once all 100 towns break through to the next level, the town ranking competition will be over. If all the towns in the Dragon Kingdom break through to the next level within 2 days, they can sweep the top 10 spots. As a diplomat of Longyuan Town, and Chuxia is the only lord besides Jiang Chen who has no limit on the number of times she can speak. Yi Yiren, it's Chuxia. We've thought about what you said, but it's not very realistic. Our towns have a lot of strong people, while some weaker towns probably won't be able to break through the domain even in another week. And Chuxia thought about it and agreed. Even with Jiang Chen, Yin Man, and himself in their own town, the battle to break through the domain was still so difficult. The situation in other towns was even worse. In the end, all I could do was sigh helplessly. While enjoying the food, the group chatted with their fellow countrymen from the other 2 towns. Just as the event was about to end, 2 announcements were posted in succession. Announcement: Town 10111 has been added to the county chat channel. Announcement: Town 15123 has been added to the county chat channel. Wei Ming muttered, the Japanese devils still came. What a downer. 3 books, 46. Hashtag at UN% hashtag at percent. A town mayor from the Sakura country was babbling on and on in a string of gibberish, and it was unclear what he was saying. Xiao Wushang had a fiery temper. Stop using your Japanese language. This is a battlefield of all races. Either shut up or use the common language of all races. 3 books 46. Baka, how dare you slander the noble language of cherry blossoms, Dai. Shinichi Takeda. In less than a month, our great Sakura Empire will be able to occupy the entire county, and then the whole county will speak the Sakura language. Sanbin 46. Takeda-kun is right. We'll start unifying Qingyang County from the first place in this town ranking competition. Jiang Chen found the 2 seemingly arrogant, but actually insecure Japanese people rather tiresome. But he still persisted and continued watching. Xiao Wushang, don't be too smug, or you'll be proven wrong later. Shinichi Takeda. Yamamoto-kun, let's ignore these stubborn Chinese. How about we make a bet on which Lord's town will win first place in this town ranking competition? Sanbin 46. Yes, Takeda-kun, I'll go to the exchange and set up a betting platform right away. Shinichi Takeda. Chinese people, aren't you all so stubborn? If you have the guts, bet your own Chinese town will win. Xiao Wushang was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at his opponent. But he couldn't actually gamble on a number 1 spot in the small town of Dragon Kingdom. That's like throwing your own money down the drain. Yi Yiren advised, Senior Wushang, calm down. Be patriotic with reason. Xiao Wushang said angrily, I'm not going to stoop to their level. Soon. Hint. Town Lord 10111 has set up a betting pool at the exchange for level 46. Click to view rules. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Another lucky charm has appeared, and this time it's from Japan. This money will definitely taste better when spent. Moreover, this is a gambling operation at the county level. Even though betting is only allowed in towns that have broken through the domain, it still covers hundreds of towns. Actually, with Jiang Chen's current abilities, making money would be very easy if he were to go all out. Putting everything else aside, even just casually enhancing a legendary piece of equipment would bring in at least tens of millions of spirit stones. But Jiang Chen was always extremely cautious. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sold in Chuxia an epic hero token in the first place, and they wouldn't have had to use the caravan as a cover. After his long talk with City Lord Anluoxi that day, Jiang Chen became even more cautious. In Anluoxi's words, you're in the eye of the storm right now, so it's best to keep a low profile as much as possible. Therefore, compared to selling high-end items, Jiang Chen still prefers the legitimate income from gambling. Certainly, it's acceptable to reveal your strength appropriately, but there must be sufficient benefits. For example, the winner of this town ranking competition will have plus 50 to all attributes and plus 5 to the town's luck. Upon seeing that the Sakura Kingdom had opened betting, Yin Man joked, Yeah, Didn't you say Jiang Chen could hold out for half a day? Now that Japan has open betting, do you want to place a bet on Lonyuan Town? And Chu Xiao rolled her eyes at Ng Man. Sistering, don't bully Ye. To everyone's surprise, Tu Shan Ye retorted defiantly, I'm fine. I'll suppress you then. Jiang Chen quickly opened the betting table. Sure enough, 10,000 spirit stones were bet on Lonyuan Town. Jiang Chen cursed Ng Man inwardly for stirring up trouble. The little fox is going to take another cut of the betting money. Moreover, it seems that the little fox, for the sake of saving face, actually bet 10,000 spirit stones at once. Ng Man also saw the betting board and was taken aback at first, then said apologetically, I'm sorry, yeah, I was just joking with you. I'll pay for it. As he spoke, he directly transferred 10,000 spirit stones to Tu Shanye. Seeing that she hadn't suffered any losses, Tu Shanye immediately beamed with joy. Thank you, sistering. If we lose this time, it's on you. If we win, it's on both of us. Ha ha ha. Ng Man laughed loudly. Ye is so cute. Certainly. Both of them considered the 10,000 spirit stones as a waste. At this moment, 3 books 46. Ha ha. Ignorant people of the Dragon Kingdom. Someone actually bet 10,000 spirit stones on 10,086 Town. Oh, it's called Dragon Abyss Town now, right? Shinichi Takeda, Yamamoto Kuin. They dare to bet 10,000 spirit stones. Is there really anything they're confident about? Book 3, Chapter 46. What nonsense is Takeda Kuin spouting? Their success in breaking through the domain so early is purely by luck. Let alone first place. If Lonyuan Town even makes it into the top 10, I'll commit seppuku immediately. Chapter 73, The 8-9 Arcane Arts. The Outer Realm. The Anywhere Door is built. Upon hearing Yamamoto 40 Roku's words, Takeda Shinji quickly apologized. I spoke without thinking. Please forgive me, Mr. Yamamoto. The other 2 small towns in the Dragon Kingdom were also completely baffled. Xiao Wushang. Which big shot is putting this up? To dare put it up like this, do you really have some inside information? Ng Man immediately took the blame, saying no. There's no inside story. I placed the bet, and I made the wrong one. She didn't want these people to blindly follow the trend and lose money. Irin, so that's how it is. Sister Winter, please don't bet on the wrong thing again. This is just giving money to the Japanese devils. Seeing that the 2 believed her, Ng Man breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. Shinichi Takeda, Baka, you Chinese woman, I've tolerated you for too long. If you dare to speak disrespectfully again, don't blame me for using the punitive order against you. Irin, damn you little devils, do you think you're so great? If you have the guts, use the punitive order right now. Jiang Chen chuckled to himself. Both Mayor Irin and Mayor Xiao Wushang have fiery tempers. After a brief incident, the party came to a pleasant end. At least Jiang Chen was happy. Before leaving, Jiang Chen sent a batch of Zuixtional delicacies to everyone. These are the only local products I have in my territory. Consider them as payment for everyone's wages. In fact, what Jiang Chen took out was the working meal for the Tianyin disciples, a communal meal. After all, everyone's efforts will be needed to win the battle for the county seat. These delicacies have little effect on the disciples of Tianyin. However, for elite or even rare units, attributes can be slightly improved. Wei Ming was deeply moved and pounded his chest loudly. Don't worry, boss. I'll go through fire and water to ensure the security of the territory. Huang Xian felt like he was in a dream. Thank you, Boss Jiang. Thank you, Boss Jiang. Mu Qing took a deep breath. I'm just a lieutenant. I'm not qualified to represent the Jiangnan military region, so I can only thank you as a soldier. You all flatter me. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and took out the epic spear that the Empress had given him before the deep-sea decoy. Anyone interested in the item from the treasure chest we opened before? Boss Ng Man? Jiang Chen spoke the truth. Epic equipment dragon beard spear. Ng Man's eyes lit up. It's a pity the level is a bit low. It would be even better if it were level 20. How about 5 million spirit stones? Her battle-hardened armored troops were spearmen. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with the price. The deal was reached amicably between the two parties. In fact, Jiang Chen still has several epic equipment pieces that he obtained in the Battle of the Realm. However, since they are all above level 30, no one needs them at this stage. The portal's light flickered repeatedly. Jiang Chen watched the 6 figures disappear. Late at night, Jiang Chen sat on the bed in the Lord's mansion and drank down today's life essence in one gulp. Instantly, I felt completely refreshed and my mind became clear. He expects that after drinking 2 more bottles, his aptitude will advance to be level and his attributes will increase significantly again. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen took out a secret manual. Iron Shirt plus E and Body Refining Techniques. When cultivated to the highest level, one can become as tough as copper and as strong as iron. It was one of the cultivation techniques that we bought from the Tian family's caravan. While cultivation techniques can add extra attributes, they're not as direct as leveling up or wearing equipment. Even the immediate effect of skills is not as good as improving combat power. Furthermore, since Jiang Chen doesn't need to fight personally, he hasn't chosen a cultivation technique for himself. But now that they have broken through the domain, they have entered a more magnificent world and are about to go to war with the Lord of the Sakura Kingdom. Jiang Chen believes it is necessary to enhance self-protection capabilities. How to enhance self-protection capabilities? The obvious answer is to blindly focus on building up physical strength. This time, I won 110 million spirit stones from Yin Man. Although building the Fountain of Life and other miscellaneous items consumed most of his resources, Jiang Chen still had nearly 30 million spirit stones in his possession. He had already chosen his target for enhancement. Consume 20 million spirit stones. Select Enhancement Direction 8-8, 8-9 Arcane Technique Upper Part. The golden light dissipated, and a jade book appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. 8-9 Arcane Arts Upper Part. Grade A from the 2nd level of the Chan Sect's Protective Divine Art, the supreme body refining technique of all races. Reminder, this cultivation method is divided into 3 parts, upper, middle, and lower. Upon reaching the highest level, one can emulate the heavens and earth, achieving physical sainthood. However, this method cannot be practiced concurrently with other methods, and progress is slow. Only those with great perseverance, wisdom, and fortune can succeed. Cultivation involves risks. Proceed with caution upon entry. Jiang Chen had naturally heard of the renowned 8-9 arcane arts. If the upper part alone reaches the A-level cultivation technique, then the middle part must be S-level, which is the divine level, and the upper part has probably surpassed the divine level and reached the eternal level. As for the warning about great perseverance, great wisdom, and great fortune, Jiang Chen didn't even consider it. Why would a cheater worry about this? Study. The jade book disappeared. The Yin number is 8, the Yang number is 9, and the product of 8 and 9 is the largest number in Taoism. A profound and mysterious incantation was firmly imprinted in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen felt his physique being strengthened to an incredible degree, and couldn't help but let out a groan. 1 minute later, hint, your 8-9 arcane arts upper part has reached the beginner level. I'm so hungry. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was prepared. He took out several portions of the legendary meat and began to devour them with the water of life. Phew, that feels so much better. After finishing the meat for 5 people, Jiang Chen let out a satisfied burp before looking at his attributes. Jiang Chen, level 10. Attributes: Physique 248 plus 300, Spiritual Power 198, Divine Soul 142 plus 100, Capacity 221. Technique: 8-9 Arcane Arts Upper Part Beginner, Level A. Skills: none. Equipment: Ghost Armor. Combat Power Rating: 265 star. 300. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. The beginner level 8-9 arcane technique actually increases physique by 300 points. Keep in mind, he's only level 10. Judging from his attributes alone, he could absolutely tear apart a dragon of the same level. Angel Yan's divine body is also an A-level technique, but it grants plus 100 points to all attributes. In comparison, the 8-9 arcane arts, which focuses on cultivating physical strength, is naturally superior. This is only the first part. With such an abnormal effect, Jiang Chen had an urge to enhance another book and give it to the Empress. In that way, all Tianyin disciples can instantly master the skills and double their combat power. But after seeing that the 9th set of broadcast gymnastics, which was originally at the minor completion stage, had disappeared from his skill list, Jiang Chen immediately dismissed the idea. He finally understood the meaning of incompatible with other cultivation methods. Although the 8-9 arcane arts is powerful, its progress is slow, and the resources it requires are astronomical. I can't afford it. If the disciples of Tianyin learn this, they will probably never be able to advance any further in their lives, which would be equivalent to this type of soldier becoming useless. Jiang Chen, having obtained the new cultivation technique, treasured it like a priceless gem. Immediately begin practicing according to the general principles of the profound arts. A few minutes later, even breathing could be heard coming from the bedroom. The next day, Jiang Chen got up early and felt refreshed. I couldn't help but sigh. This 8-9 arcane technique is truly wondrous. The first thing I do after getting up is naturally to check the local news channel. Overnight, the number of towns that broke through the boundaries increased to 11. Apart from the 2 cherry blossom towns from last night, all the others were actually dragon towns. A look of realization flashed across Jiang Chen's eyes. This is definitely an order from the high-ranking officials of the Sakura Kingdom to delay the breakthrough of the formation in all towns, in order to buy more time for the seed towns to compete in the town ranking competition. As for the 2 who broke through the domain last night, they were probably instructed by Sakura's higher-ups to enter the county town first to gather intelligence. Certainly, no matter how the Sakura country coordinates its efforts, it will only be competing for second place. The only impact on Jiang Chen was that it delayed his winnings from the bet by a few days. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen inspected the town mayor's private building, the Anywhere door, which had been completed last night. Upgrade. Upgrade directly to level 3. Anywhere door, level 3. Function 1. Consume spirit stones to open a portal between any 2 coordinates within the town and within a 300-kilometer radius of the town. A maximum of 4 portals can exist at the same time. Function 2. Anywhere door can exist permanently, but maintaining Anywhere door requires consuming spirit stones. Function 3. The size of the any door can be adjusted. The larger it is, the more spirit stones it consumes. Function 2. The mayor can share the Anywhere door with other lords in the town or with his own heroes. The Anywhere door is also one of the mayor's privileges. Level 3 Anywhere door, extending 300 kilometers beyond the town's map. Jiang Chen left behind a portal for his own exclusive use. The other 3 routes are set to be shared by the town. Note, Jiang Chen has shared any door, click to use. After a brief moment of calm, the regional channel erupted in jubilation. Holy crap, 3 Anywhere doors. The mayor's awesome. My territory's teleportation portal isn't even finished yet, and the boss has already built the Anywhere door. Wei Ming, 3 Anywhere doors. This means that boss has at least upgraded the Anywhere door to level 2. How many empty crystals would that require? If those deserters knew yesterday that boss built the Anywhere door so quickly, they would be regretting it to death right now. Wah! I checked, and it's actually a budget-friendly sharing system. Long live the boss. Long live the boss. Brothers who are done using it, please release it quickly. Don't keep it occupied and affect other brothers' use. Seeing this, Jiang Chen smiled slightly and closed the town channel. We have the Anywhere door. Lords can instantly reach the leveling spots they want, saving a lot of time. Jiang Chen also opened the terrain map that came with the Anywhere door and began to examine it. Jiang Chen quickly chose his destination and said softly, "Generate an Anywhere door, 5 meters high." Hint: the two coordinates you selected are 400 kilometers apart. This consumes 4,000 spirit stones, and 400 spirit stones will be consumed every minute. Confirm? 4,000 spirit stones is a bargain for Jiang Chen. This is still due to the long distance and the large size of the portal. Confirm. Don't remind me again. Soon, a 5-meter-high portal unfolds in the center of the territory square. Through the anywhere door, you can see the vast, boundless grassland on the other side. Jiang Chen, slightly excited and full of vigor, said, "Empress Yin, honey, all the dragons, goddess warriors, 9 heaven saintess, heavenly sound, true disciple. Let's go. This lord will take you to the outer realms." Chapter 74, Dragon 9 Transforms. A win-win cooperation. Refined cooperare. The outer realm is a relative concept. For a lord who has just broken through to a new realm, the unknown map beyond the town is the outer realm. Exploring outer realms also means greater dangers and more opportunities. It is a favorite of warlords. For farming lords and entertainment lords, the map within the town, spanning hundreds of miles, is sufficient for early-stage upgrades and development. Moreover, the town is relatively safe. Even if a territory is targeted by a punishment order, allies can quickly provide support using teleportation arrays. It is located 300 kilometers away from Lonyuan town. On the boundless, vast grassland, a 5-meter-high portal suddenly appeared, shattering the timeless peace. The Empress took a step forward. The ignorant iron lion beast had just opened its blood-red maw when the Empress cleaved it in two with a single sword strike. Immediately afterwards, 9 heavenly saintesses and goddess warriors filed out, standing in rows on the left and right. Jiang Chen then strode out. The view from outside the town on the map is much farther than the view from the town itself on the map. Jiang Chen could see a kilometer away at a glance. Hint: you have discovered Windbreak Grassland. Iron Lion Beast. Jiang Chen looked at the corpse on the ground. Iron Lion Beast of level 35-45, with the Iron Lion Beast King reaching the highest quality of excellent. Not bad. Following Jiang Chen are all the true disciples of Tianyin in the territory, totaling 70. At last, Long Jiu's enormous body burst out of the light gate and soared into the sky. Jiang Chen began assigning teams. Yin and the giant dragon freely explore the map. The disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect will be divided into groups of 10, each led by a holy maiden of the 9 heavens. The goddess warriors are divided into 2 squads. 2 days ago, when Jiang Chen left the Breaking Domain battlefield, he still had 10 million energy left. With the energy gained over the past few days, the goddess warrior, 9 heaven saintess, and giant dragon have all reached level 13. Level 40 normal monsters have a combat power of around 140 stars, so this lineup is more than enough to handle them easily. According to the rules of the battlefield of all races, in regular large maps, killing monsters that are 10 levels or higher above you will grant you extra energy and drop rate bonuses. This is also one of the advantages of high-tier units. After assigning the teams, Jiang Chen emphasized one more thing. Everyone is free to move around. If you encounter any monsters of superior quality or higher, report their location immediately. But it's obvious. High-quality monsters are rare and hard to come by. Daily monster hunting is the norm for all lords. Jiang Chen had just finished speaking. Beep, beep, beep. It's a video of Enchuxia. I really don't know what I did to deserve this. After the call connected, Enchuxia complained. Upon arriving in Outland Hell, I encountered an epic earth bear, level 30. The Dwarf King is no match for him. Now this damned beast is relentlessly pursuing me and has already killed 2 of my long, bearded warriors. Can the mayor handle this? If not, I'll have to run back to town. Jiang Chen was speechless for a moment, then immediately said, "Give me the coordinates, and I'll send troops there immediately." Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The road was too narrow before. As long as you keep up with Enchuxia's pace, will you still act bosses? Take a moment to think. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Level up. Instantly reach level 20. A series of halos flashed by, and Long Jio's body continued to expand, soon becoming a colossal creature with a length of over 30 meters. A level 20 dragon with a combat power of 360 stars. Hint: your unit Dragon 9 has reached level 20, unlocking the skill Transformation. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction, then asked curiously, "Let me see Xiao Jio in human form." The others also looked at Long Jio with curiosity. Long Jio said somewhat awkwardly, "It's quite embarrassing with so many people watching. Could you please ask them to turn around, Lord?" Jiang Chen was both angry and amused. "Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and transform. We have a mission later." Long Shi comforted her from the side. "Ninth sister, you are a great beauty in the Dragon Clan. Even if you are ugly after transforming, you won't be too ugly." "Xiao Shi, thank you." Long Jio rolled his eyes at Long Shi. Then the enormous body seemed to transform into a ball of energy, rapidly shrinking until it finally took on a human form about 1.7 meters tall. Upon seeing Long Jio's high-class face after his transformation, Jiang Chen was instantly stunned. Chun Farong. After transforming, Long Jio had a head of neat black short hair, wore a short jacket on top, and a bodycon skirt on the bottom, with flesh-colored silk covering her long legs. That's exactly the image of Lung Cao from Hong Kong movies that Jiang Chen remembers. Good heavens, are the stereotypes in my mind really that influential? They can even affect a dragon's human form. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with Long Jio's transformed appearance, and even more satisfied with its attributes. After transforming, Long Jio's combat power remains unchanged at 360 stars. In other words, the overall attributes remain unchanged. The difference lies in her physique, spiritual power, and soul have all shrunk, making her only slightly better than a regular level 20 legendary unit. And the bearing capacity is no longer 0, but has reached 270 points. This also means that Long Jio can finally wear the equipment. Jiang Chen took out a high-quality courage armor. Consume 700,000 spirit stones. Select Enhancement Direction 6-6, level 20 Dragon Soul Armor. Final. Jiang Chen spent 4 million spirit stones. A top-tier epic set was custom enhanced for Long Jio. A level 20 top-tier epic set, in terms of its additional attributes alone, is no less than the Empress's Flowing Cloud set. Of course, its additional skills are much worse. Long Jio's combat power instantly reached 480 stars, and his physique reached a staggering 600 points. This is a dragon. Without top-tier equipment, the dragon form is far more powerful than the human form. If one possesses top-tier equipment, their human form's strength far surpasses that of their dragon form. So, it all comes down to money. Of course, before reaching a combat power of 10,000 stars, the human form cannot fly. At this moment, and Chu Xiao also sent her coordinates. Activate the Anywhere door. After greeting in Chu Xiao on the other side of the Anywhere door, Jiang Chen said to Long Jio, "Xiao Jio, I appoint you as the territory's special envoy. For the next period of time, you will be working alongside Lord and Chu Xia. If a monster appears that Lord and Chu Xia cannot deal with, then take action." Long Jio said crisply, "Yes, my lord." Soon, Jiang Chen clung to the Anywhere door, watching Long Jio brutally defeat the level 30 Earth Bear. And Chu Xia, standing to the side, looked completely dazed. After a long while, she suddenly realized this is the dragon from that day, level 20, transformed. Her name is Long Jio. You could just call her Xiao Jio. Jiang Chen nodded and smiled. There might be some risks in the outer realms. You always seem to encounter high-level bosses, so from now on, Xiao Jio will stay by your side. Don't worry, if you can handle a monster yourself, Xiao Jio won't take it from you. It can both kill the boss and reassure in Luoxi. It's a win-win situation. And Chu Xiao was deeply moved, but still quickly declined. Xiao Jio is your biggest trump card, isn't she? If you keep her by my side, what will happen to your safety? You created an exceptional military unit, and now you're famous far and wide. Japan, and even the United States are probably secretly eyeing you. Jiang Chen was very satisfied to hear Enchusha say that, not only because Enchusha is reasonable. This also proves that Man still has principles. At least she didn't tell her good friend Enchusha her trump card. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Whoosh whoosh. The remaining 11 giant dragons roared past above the anywhere door and appeared in Enchusha's field of vision. It's not just one dragon, Jiang Chen laughed at the dumbfounded Enchusha, but a whole team of dragons. Jiang Chen still underestimated the impact of a legendary unit. My God, 12 giant dragons. Enchusha instinctively clutched her chest, so excited she was almost incoherent. Is this the benefit of achieving the world-renowned reputation level? No wonder you were able to defeat Sister Ing and win the position of mayor. At this moment, Longzhou also dealt with the Earth Bear. I was pretty lucky. I got an epic scroll earthquake and a level 30 epic armor. Jiang Chen pointed to the enormous bear carcass and said, I won't stand on ceremony with the item rewards. I'll share half of the epic bear meat with you later. That should amount to 1,000 units. Jiang Chen felt a little embarrassed because he had taken too much benefit from it. Moreover, his legendary farmers not only produce 5 times the yield, but can also break down legendary ingredients beyond their current level. So, the 1,000 units given to Enchusha are less than 1/10 of the total. Even so, Enchusha still firmly shook her head. Without your support, I could only flee back to my territory in a sorry state, suffering even greater losses. How much you achieve depends on your ability. This is a win-win situation for us. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, All right then, I've made some of the finished epic-level delicacies, and I'll send some to you. Enchusha hesitated before nodding. Well, okay, but not too much. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly. You go ahead and do your work. I'm gonna go fight monsters too. Long Zhou jumped up and waved. Goodbye, Lord. Little Zhou will miss you. Enchusha watched with envy. Even if an ordinary lord obtains an epic unit, he still has to be fed and cared for. For example, her dwarf king, although he was quite diligent in his work, complained every day about wanting to drink. She gets upset if she's not given a drink. But now the dragon is almost a licking dragon, and Jiang Chen is still somewhat indifferent to it. This way, Jiang Chen just waved his hand to cancel the teleportation portal. Then he received a message from Yin, reporting to the Lord, a pack of ironback wolves, numbering approximately 1,000, has been discovered 10 kilometers to the southeast. Among them is a level 43 excellent wolf king. And there's a fine copper mine near the wolf pack. Upon hearing refined copper, Jiang Chen's face broke into a smile once again. Chapter 75. Advancement to Level 4. Breakthroughs across domains. Chérie Blossom arrive. After the initial excitement subsided, Jiang Chen couldn't help but mutter a complaint. Its constitution is so good, it works even through the anywhere door. Fine copper is an essential resource for upgrading a territory to Town Hall Level 4, and it is currently the only resource that Jiang Chen lacks. Under normal circumstances, it's difficult to obtain refined copper or resources within the town map unless you receive a boost from good fortune. In other words, if the town does not break through the boundaries, it will be difficult for the territory to advance to Level 4. What a great start! It seems I need to spend more time with them. I'll be right there. Jiang Chen gave an order, then called to the Empress and the others. Let's get to work. 10 minutes later. Boom! Jiang Chen unleashed a punch. The 3-meter-tall ironback wolf was instantly sent flying dozens of meters backward. When it landed on the ground, most of its skull had collapsed. After twitching a few times, it stopped moving. Haha, that was awesome. Jiang Chen laughed loudly. With my current abilities, it would be a real shame if I didn't become a military lord. However, Jiang Chen stopped after killing only a few monsters. It's said that fighting can be addictive, and he doesn't want to become a fighting maniac. After all, if you walk by the river often, you're bound to get your shoes wet. The great Ming war god of the sixth heaven serves as a cautionary tale. Soon, The entire wolf pack, including the Ironback Wolf King, was wiped out. He obtained a total of 360,000 energy points and more than 200 items, including treasure chests and equipment, which he then threw into the warehouse. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen opened his personal portal and threw dozens of high-quality wolf corpses back into his territory. Then, through the Anywhere door, he gave the order. From Farm 1 to Farm 4, you will immediately begin mining the refined copper ore here. The 4 men respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." Within Longyuan town, apart from Jiang Chen, no other lord can penetrate 300 kilometers into the outer realm. Any man might be able to. However, with her strength, entering a level 40 monster map would not only fail to improve her leveling efficiency, but could also lead to troop casualties. So for the next 2 days, Jiang Chen dominated the map all by himself, which was incredibly enjoyable. He successively wiped out large monster groups within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. 11 of them were of the excellent rank. Meanwhile, Long Jiu killed another epic level Golden Lion King on Enchuxia's side. Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel at his own foresight. These past 2 days, 2 important things happened. The first thing, 10,000 towns have broken through the boundaries. After saying goodbye to everyone, Ng Man used the advanced relocation order to fly away and successfully became the mayor of the 10,000 town. The second thing, another cherry blossom town breaks new ground. This is a perfectly normal thing. It can happen very quickly. The mayor of Sakura Town then posted the message on the county's local news channel. Fujiwara Tatsuya. Hello, Mr. Jiang Chen. The great Sakura Empire has always valued talent and hopes to become close friends with you. Money, beautiful women, status, you can name whatever you want. Jiang Chen's heart stirred, and he glanced at the private message. That's when he realized that this guy had sent him a lot of private messages, but he just never reads private messages from strangers. In response to this, Jiang Chen was too lazy to even comment. An ant can become friends with a dragon? Xiao Shang. Haha, Jiang Chen did a great job. Fujiwara Tatsuya probably never expected Jiang Chen to be so ruthless, not even leaving him any way out. So, in anger, he left behind 2 words. Arrogant. However, after this incident, Jiang Chen became increasingly cautious. After all, we should despise the enemy strategically, but take them seriously tactically. Soon, the day has come again when the Blue Star Channel opens. The tactics for farming monsters in Outland have now become routine. Even ordinary Tianyin disciples went to the level 30 Outer Realm to grind monsters. Jiang Chen then granted the Empress access to the Anywhere door and returned to his territory to enjoy a life of leisure. It was evening. Jiang Chen is currently diligently cultivating the 8-9 arcane arts. Just as I was about to fall asleep, I suddenly received a prompt from the Heavenly Tao. Note, you have upgraded your Lord's Mansion to level 4, unlocking the Swordsman's Hall building and increasing your territory area to 70,000 square meters. Note, the area of the deeper space within the Blessed Land has been expanded to 70,000 square meters. Finally upgraded to level 4. The area of the deep space of the Blessed Land is the same as the area of the external space. After upgrading to level 4, Jiang Chen's territory area instantly increased to 140,000 square meters, greatly alleviating Jiang Chen's land pressure. After all, epic buildings occupy a really large area. As for the 4 buildings that are unlocked, Swordsman Hall, you can recruit human swordsmen. After reaching level 4, ordinary lords can finally mass-produce elite troops. However, for Jiang Chen, it still wasn't even a worthless item. Suddenly, a piece of news from the county caught Jiang Chen's attention. Announcement: Town 10222 has been added to the county chat channel. 10,222? Jiang Chen instantly remembered what Xiao Wushang had said a few days ago. This cherry blossom town is home to a descendant of Emperor Jimmu, who has gathered several powerful warlords, making it the top seed town in the town ranking competition. Immediately afterwards, announcement: Town 10010 has successfully expanded its reach and joined the county town's chat channel. Zhu Yeqing. Greetings, brothers of the Dragon Kingdom. I am Zhu Yeqing, and I am willing to share life and death, advance and retreat together with you, my fellow countrymen of the Dragon Kingdom. It was that descendant of the Ming Emperor. Zhu Yeqing. Huh. Has someone already opened a betting pool for this town ranking competition? Ha! I happen to have a lot of confidence in my town, so I might as well bet 1 million spirit stones for fun. Announcement. 12158 town has successfully expanded its reach. It's another cherry blossom town. Less than 2 hours. More than 20 towns have completed the breakthrough. It seems that towns aiming for the rankings have started breaking through their limits. Of course, if they don't break through soon, they'll lose their ranking qualification if they fall outside the top 100. That means the rankings for the town's qualifying round will be announced as early as today, or at the latest tomorrow. At that time, I will have another large sum of spirit stones in my account. Just as Jiang Chen was considering how to spend the money, a message popped up on the county town social media channel. Yuichi Kamaya. Jiang Chen Jun, I heard you rejected my offer. Although it was a foolish decision, I am forgiving enough to give you another chance. Jiang Chen chuckled to himself. Yi Yiren retorted. Are all the lords of the Sakura Kingdom mangy dogs? So they can't understand human language? Yamamoto 46. Baka, how dare this Chinese woman disrespect His Majesty Shinichi? D. Yuichi Kami. Yamamoto Koen. How can you talk to a lady like that? Yamamoto 46. Yes. Mr. Shinichi is right. Ms. Yi, please accept my apology. When Shun Baiyu saw that Jiang Chen did not reply, he was not angry. In that case, I hope Jiang Chen can always be so tough. If I were you, I would immediately tuck my tail between my legs and flee Qingyang County. Huh. This guy is using reverse psychology to force me to stay in Qingyang Town. Are they about to take action? Jiang Chen finally showed a hint of interest. In the Longyuan Town Management Group, and Chusha asked with concern, Jiang Chen, did you see what Shunya Yuichi said on the county town channel? Jiang Chen said, you know my strength, don't worry. And Chusha, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. Wei Ming was a little nervous. Boss, if they issue a punitive order against you, remember to notify everyone immediately. Although we are not as strong as you, we can still do our part. After I returned to Earth today, the military region commander summoned me. Mu Qingxuang suddenly said, the commander's intention is for you to move out of Qingyang County immediately, and he even asked me to bring you a high-level relocation order. You created an exceptional unit, the value of which is incomparable to that of us ordinary warlords. Any of us can die, but you cannot. Jiang Chen was somewhat moved. Please help me convey to the commander that I appreciate his kindness. Tushan Ye's thinking remained unique. How about Brother Jiang Chen comes to my territory to lay low for a while? They definitely won't expect that. Jiang Chen chuckled and said, there's no need to be nervous. Even if Japan does something, it will definitely happen after the rankings for this town tournament are announced, and then... Pity. Before Jiang Chen could finish speaking, he was proven wrong. A Tianyin disciple responsible for guarding the territory quickly approached Jiang Chen. My lord, several humanoid stealth units have appeared outside the territory and have been marked by the lighthouse. Stealth units? Jiang Chen's spirits lifted, and he immediately gave the order. Pass on my order. Do not alert the enemy. Jiang Chen climbed onto the terrace of Zuixinlu and gazed into the distance in the direction pointed out by the Tianyin disciple. This is one of the functions of a blessed land. The deep space allows you to see the outside, but the outside cannot see the inside. Really, several gray, shadowy figures were scouting around the territory. Above each shadow's head is a large lamp, the mark of a lighthouse. Certainly, the lighthouse marker can only be seen by Jiang Chen and those authorized by Jiang Chen. They themselves are unaware of it. Interesting. A few minutes later, the shadows retreated. Soon, Hundreds of figures emerged from the edge of the fog of war, 1,300 meters away. The Pheasant Blade Squad, Kamakura Samurai, Star Slayers, and a squad of sword masters. Upon recognizing several units that clearly bore the distinctive characteristics of Japan, Jiang Chen's expression darkened. There is no notification of any foreign territories forcibly relocating into the town. In other words, there's only one possibility. They entered Dragon Origin Town through a teleportation array belonging to one of the lords within the town. 1 kilometer outside Jiang Chen's territory, a lord from the Sakura Kingdom laughed. Just as Lord Shenba predicted, Jiang Chen only has a dozen or so troops in his territory, and the outstanding troops he created are still being upgraded in the outer domain. Watanabe-kun, when you are 300 meters away from Jiang Chen's territory, immediately use the spatial sealing scroll to prevent him from using the teleportation array and the door to anywhere. TSK. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen's territory wouldn't even have a watchtower? Watanabe-kun said somewhat excitedly. It went even more smoothly than I expected. Originally, we only intended to destroy Jiang Chen's territory and teach him a lesson, but we didn't expect that Jiang Chen himself was also in the territory. Mr. Matsushita, if we can kill Jiang Chen, or even capture him alive and bring him back to Japan, we will surely be praised by Lord Kamaya and may even be regarded as his confidants. Matsushita nodded. However, the streetlights in Jiang Chen's territory are quite nice. I wonder if we can get the blueprints after destroying them. Chapter 76, A True Instant Kill. Eliminating traitors. Streetlights. Watanabe asked doubtfully. What streetlights? Matsushita-kun said to one of his Jonin subordinates. Describe the condition of that streetlight. Hi. The Jonin exclaimed in admiration. That streetlight is really bright. Listening to the Jonin's description, Watanabe frowned. Suddenly, a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. By the Emperor Jinmu above, it couldn't be. Matsushita asked curiously, what's wrong? At this moment, they have entered within 500 meters of the territory. Watanabe suddenly shouted, we might have been exposed. Quick, speed up the march, then immediately use the spatial sealing scroll to prevent Jiang Chen from escaping. Although Matsushita didn't understand why, he was still willing to trust his companion's judgment. But just then, a buzzing sound broke through the air. The group looked up. 20 missile-shaped objects burst through the fog of war and crashed down on them. Scattered. So thick and long, what kind of skill is that? The two were terrified and screamed. 1 second later, boom! 20 small mushroom clouds rose into the sky. This is a true instant kill. Having a vision gives you a head start. Only with range can there be truth. Hint, your unit, the Dwarf Rocket Troops, has killed Lord Watanabe Aiju, granting you 18,000 energy and 1 spatial seal scroll, rare. Hint, the Dwarf Rocket Launcher killed Matsushita Isuk. Hundreds of battle reports appeared instantly. About half of the units are those with cherry blossom characteristics. A spatial sealing scroll. These guys are pretty well prepared. Spatial block can prevent the use of spatial abilities such as teleportation portals and anyway portals. If combined with the silent scroll, it can be said to kill without leaving a trace. Of course, these 2 Sakura people space sealing scrolls are only of rare quality and can only seal off a space within a radius of several kilometers at most. The epic quality spatial sealing scroll that Jiang Chen obtained during the Battle of the Realms could instantly seal off a small town. The 632 District Massacre that Wei Ming mentioned earlier. The Sakura Kingdom used a legendary spatial sealing scroll to seal off an entire county in the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Chen addressed the 20 dwarf rocket pilots below. Mission accomplished. You guys go back and have a drink. It's over already? The 20 dwarf rocket pilots exchanged glances, seemingly still wanting more. To be honest, Jiang Chen was somewhat envious of the life of the dwarf rocket pilot. But since it doesn't have a normal attack, it's not suitable for leveling up. Watanabe Iki and Matsushita Isuk, two lords of the Sakura country. There's also a squad of epic units called Sword Masters. Sending this lineup to steal my base, Yuichi Kamiya is really giving me a lot of credit. What a pity about that epic unit. This group of Sword Masters was only level 18, roughly equivalent to level 40 lesser demons, and lacked defensive skills, so naturally they couldn't withstand such a dense bombardment from the dwarf RPG. He died a truly miserable death. More than 2 million energy points were instantly credited to my account. As expected, murder and arson bring wealth and power. Jiang Chen sighed, then frowned. However, there are actually traitors hiding in this town. As the town mayor, Jiang Chen's authority can influence the territory level. For example, which territory moves into or out of the town. However, the use of portals within a territory is the Lord's personal privacy. So, in the absence of any influx of foreign territory, there is only one possible explanation for this situation. These enemies enter Dragon Abyss Town through a teleportation array belonging to a traitor. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen sent several messages on the town channel. 2 lords from the Sakura Kingdom have just attacked my territory. Please remain vigilant. However, I have captured the 2 Sakura lords alive and am currently subjecting them to severe torture. I believe we will have results soon. 5 seconds later. Hint. Lord Wang Jinghao has forcibly relocated people from the town. Jiang Chen's lips curled up. Fortunately, this traitor's mental fortitude was lacking. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. But most lords reacted quickly. With the current level of the mayor's anywhere door, it's simply impossible to forcibly break into other towns. There is also no notification of forced relocation into the territory. So, Wang Jinghao's forced relocation from the town is because he has a guilty conscience. Wei Ming roared. I remember this guy. He's not far from my territory. I never expected him to be a damned traitor. And Chu Xia. The price of this forced relocation will be enough to give this guy a hard time. Mu Qingxuang's tone was cold. When I return to Blue Star next time, I will immediately report this matter to the military region. The rules of the battlefield of 10,000 races cannot punish him, but the military court of my Dragon Kingdom can. Tushan Ye was filled with righteous indignation. Like Jing Wei filling the sea, this traitor also has the surname Wang. He might even be related to that famous traitor surnamed Wang. I really want to fill the sea with him too. Jiang Chen exclaimed. Yeah, you're really good at history. Tushan Ye. Brother Jiang Chen has such good taste. You're the first person to praise Ye like this, unlike Su and the others. Even without the dwarf rocket pilots, these few hundred people posed no threat to Jiang Chen. There are also 10 towers of heavenly wrath in the deeper space. But after thinking about it, Jiang Chen still retrieves Zizishan and 10 Tianyin disciples from the outer realm map. In the realm of freedom, one can massage one's legs and shoulders. The true disciples of Tianyin are on a rotation break. After the town broke through the boundary, the death of a lord is no longer announced by the heavenly Tao. After all, a county town has nearly 1 million lords, and countless people die every day. So, the deaths of the 2 lords of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom caused no ripples except for Yuichi Kami, who sent them. Yuichi Kamiya had pale skin and a sinister look in his eyes. Standing at a full 1.7 meters tall, he was quite tall and imposing in Sakura Junior High School. He is currently entertaining 3 guests. He was a warlord from one of the 3 top daimyo families, Mori, Kazuaki, and Oda. Below, 12 elite troop types, the geishas, are dancing gracefully, their alluring figures sparking the imagination. Yuichi Kamiya elegantly raised his glass and said softly, The 3 of you are cowardly lords of the Dragon Kingdom. After being frightened by us, most of them have already moved out of Qingyang County on their own. Once we win first place in this town ranking competition, we can launch a blitzkrieg and completely take over Qingyang County within a month, thus enhancing the prestige of our great Sakura Empire. Oda Hirokazu left. Many domestic media outlets have already started reporting on this matter, which must be your family secretly creating momentum. Kamen Rider Yuichi did not deny it. If we can take over a county town in the battlefield of 10,000 races within a month, the three of your families will certainly be honored. That's for sure, Oda Hirokazu said seriously. However, the Dragon Kingdom has always been a land of outstanding people and resources. For example, Jiang Chen, with his self-created superior military unit, is probably no less powerful than us. Jiang Chen. Shinbayu tapped his head. That Jiang Chen may be strong, but he's not very bright. Oda Hirokazu, realizing something, exclaimed in shock. Could it be that Lord Kamaya has already made his move? Kamen Rider Yuichi said calmly. Perhaps tonight, the three of you will see Jiang Chen kneeling at our feet. Oda Hirokazu, his face full of admiration, raised his wine glass and said, Kamahachi's strategic planning and decisive victories are truly admirable. I admire you greatly. Let's drink to that. Before Shinichi could even pick up his glass. Hint. Your unit, Sword Master, has been killed by Jiang Chen. Hint. What? Chapter 77, 240 million Spirit Stones. A surprising 10th place. The sudden appearance of 12 Heavenly Path prompts was like a bolt from the blue. Shinichi Yamahachi jumped up. They might even spill a wine glass without realizing it. Bakayuru Watanabe just reported that Jiang Chen's territory is practically empty, with hardly any troops. How could their mission have failed? Just then, his vassal lord, Miyamoto Sawa, burst in, sweating profusely. Shin Hachi, the portraits of Watanabe and his companion have been deleted. Shinichi Yakuza shouted sternly. How'd they die? Miyamoto Sawa stammered. I don't know. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were dead. Not a single word has been sent back. Not really. Baka. Yuichi Kamaya was furious. Spit it out. Miyamoto glanced at the three daimyo descendants present and whispered. Watanabe-kun only sent back 4 words, thick and long. The atmosphere of the scene suddenly became strange. Yuichi Kamaya murmured, so thick and long. What did they do to Watanabe-kun? Oda Hirokazu and the other two exchanged a glance, their eyes full of amusement. As descendants of top daimyo of the Sixth Heaven, their relationship with Shinpachi Yuichi was more like a collaboration than a superior, subordinate one. Upon seeing this, Yuichi Kamaya was immediately enraged and embarrassed, and no longer cared about feeling sorry for Watanabe. What he found even harder to accept was, to ensure the mission went perfectly, he lent Watanabe a team of kendo masters. Even during the Battle of the Realm, his sword masters suffered only 4 casualties. But now, they've lost an entire squad. Yuichi Kamaya gritted his teeth and said, what a piece of trash. And Jiang Chen, he's dead. By the way, what was that dragon's internal informant called again? Miyamoto immediately said, Wang Zhenghao. Yuichi Kamaya asserted, I understand now. It must be that Wang Zhenghao and Jiang Chen colluded to set a trap, which led to Watanabe's mission failure. You go and contact the Mei agency immediately. No matter the cost, you must get rid of this traitor. Miyamoto Sawa, hi. After Miyamoto stepped down, Kagami Yuichi forced a smile and said, I never expected that a pawn that has been planted in the Dragon Kingdom for many years would betray the great Sakura Empire. I apologize for the embarrassing situation. Oda Hirokazu asked, but why did Watanabe-kun only send back 4 words? It must be a silencing scroll. Kamabe Yuichi said seriously. Watanabe and his companion possess a squad of epic-level troops and hundreds of superior-level troops. If it weren't for the silencing scroll, they definitely wouldn't have been unable to send back even a single useful message. Oda Hirokazu nodded, then changed the subject. The number of towns that have broken through the boundaries has reached 93. I believe the town ranking competition will be announced soon. As for the betting scheme established by Yamamoto 40 Roku, I wonder if any of you have participated? When the topic of town hall rankings came up, Yuichi Kamaya's mood improved somewhat. With the help of 3 strong individuals, our town has secured 2.9 million points. Taking first place in the rankings is a piece of cake. We should at least bet some, just to add to the excitement. Oda Hirokozu left. I don't care about spirit stones. However, after gaining 5 points of town luck, the town's high-quality resource points and wild monsters will inevitably explode. Your Majesty Shimba promised each of us 1/10 of the town's territory, so don't go back on your word. Kamaba Yuichi said seriously. Please rest assured, all 3 of you. 130 million. Jiang Chen looked at the amount of spirit stones in the gambling pool with excitement. 1. Shimba Town, 42.58 million. Odds, 3.24. 2. Yiming Town, 11.28 million. Odds, 12.23. 3. Among the top 10 bets, only one is from a small town in the Dragon Kingdom, namely Yiming Town, where Zhu Yeqing is located. The rest are all small towns in the land of cherry blossoms. The reason why Yiming Town was able to rise to second place is probably because there are more Dragon Kingdom towns that have broken through the domain. The only bet under Longyuan Town's name is the Little Fox's 10,000 spirit stones, with current odds as high as 13,000. To Jiang Chen's surprise, the town of 10,000, which an Yin man named Old Qin, also has a stake of 100,000 spirit stones. It's estimated that an Yin man placed the bet herself. I don't know if she was just betting for fun or if she had some hidden cards up her sleeve. At this moment, the number of towns that have broken through the boundaries has reached 96. The number of spirit stones in the gambling pool continues to increase. Jiang Chen predicted. Before the betting pool is locked, a large amount of betting funds will be injected. In the town channel, Wei Ming. Brothers, I've staked 1,000 spirit stones from Baiming Town as a way to support our compatriots. Huang Xian. Brother Wei is right. I also bet 500. After all, even if we lose, we can't lose face. We can't let the Japanese look down on us. Wei Ming. Haha. We've managed to pull off a big win with a small investment. Zhu Yeqing is so confident. What if he pulls off an upset? Half an hour later. Announcement. Town 10568 has been added to the county town chat channel. The 100th town in Qingyang County has finally broken through the boundaries. The exchange also sent a notification at the same time. Hint. The betting pool for this town ranked match will be locked in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Jiang Chen placed a bet of 990,000 spirit stones in the last 3 seconds below Longyuan Town. They just managed to raise a total of 1 million in bets. After all, even if you bet 10 million, you'll only earn a little over 1 million spirit stones. Although the risk is very, very small, it is still not impossible. Just as Jiang Chen had predicted, in the last few seconds, a huge amount of spirit stones instantly poured into the gambling pool, reaching a staggering 240 million. Jiang Chen couldn't help but rub his hands together excitedly. 240 million? What does that mean? It's worth noting that even if the blueprint for a level 3 Fountain of Life is enhanced with spirit stones, it only costs 178 million spirit stones. With this money, he can immediately enhance the materials, upgrading the Fountain of Life, Heavenly Sound Pavilion, and Drunken Immortal Pavilion to level 4. If used to enhance the set, we can fill in at least 20 more Flowing Cloud sets, or 60 more Dragon Soul sets. Quickly calming himself down, Jiang Chen looked at the locked betting table. 1 Shimba Town, 67.83 million. Odds, 3.53. 2 Hojo Town, 43.21 million. Odds, 5.55. 3 Yiming Town, 16.82 million. Odds, 14.28. 32 Longyuan Town, 1 million. Odds, 240. Hojo Town. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes when he saw the town suddenly surge to second place. The Hojo family is one of the largest families in the 5th heaven of Sakura Kingdom. He remembered that the bet placed in Baishio Town was only 12 million spirit stones. Now it seems the lord of the Hojo family was equally confident and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to win the 240 million bet. Beep, beep, beep. A friend sent me a message. As Jiang Chen expected, it was indeed a little fox. Tu Shan Ye, brother Jiang Chen, the stakes in our town have increased to 1 million. Did Ye miss out on another 100 million? Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Don't be greedy. Earning 1.2 million is not bad. Tu Shan Ye, I knew I was right. It really was brother Jiang Chen who placed the bet. Tu Shan Ye, but brother Jiang Chen, you've miscalculated. If I bet right, I can earn 2.4 million spirit stones. Jiang Chen, have you forgotten what you told your sistering? If you lose, it's on her. If you win, it's on both of yours. Jiang Chen, I'm just reminding you, you're welcome. Just then, above the fog of war, thousands of meters in the air, rows of gilded characters emerged from the void. The results of this town ranking competition are now being announced. Ranked 10th in the overall score of the Battle of the Realms, Town 11478, Reward, Town Mayor Watanabe Iki plus 10 to all attributes, Town Luck plus 1. This town doesn't even have a name yet? Jiang Chen was slightly surprised. But where have I seen the name Watanabe Iki before? Heaven quickly provided the answer to his question. Given that Mayor Watanabe Iki of Town 11478 has passed away, the mayor's attribute bonus has been canceled, and the town's luck has been increased by 1. Jiang Chen remained silent. He finally remembered that the name had appeared in his battle report. Jiang Chen roughly guessed the truth. This Watanabe Iki must also be a powerful warlord. Perhaps in order to establish a connection with Yuichi Kamaya, he immediately risked entering Longyuan town after breaking through the domain to ambush his territory. Before the town could even be named, he destroyed it. What heaven revealed next made Jiang Chen's eyes widen instantly. The attribute bonuses for Lord Watanabe Iki will be inherited by the mayor of the town that comes out on top in this town ranking competition. These two pieces of news came out. The entire county was in an uproar. Chapter 78, 3rd and 4th. The Frenzied Shanate. Watanabe Koen is dead. I remember he was still popping up on the county's local channel not long ago. Could it be that he went to the Outer Realms to level up and unfortunately ran into a high-level boss? The Lord of the Sakura Kingdom, who knew Watanabe Iki, was completely bewildered. They seemed unable to believe what they were seeing. Huang Xian used one of his few speaking opportunities. I finally made it into the top 10, but my attributes were inherited by someone else. It's hilarious. This statement instantly incurred the wrath of the lords of the Sakura Kingdom. Baka, people from the Dragon Country, don't gloat. Anyway, first place is still for my Sakura Country. So what are you so happy about? Huang Xian sneered. Our Dragon Kingdom has Yiming Town. Perhaps these attributes will be inherited by the great Zhu Yeqing. But he knew it too. Objectively speaking, Yiming Town seems less competitive than Shenba Town. Soon, the 9th place was announced. 9th place in the overall score of the Battle of Breaking Domains, Wudo Town, Reward. Mayor Wudo Sora plus 10 to all attributes, Town's Luck plus 1. The Lord of the Sakura Kingdom immediately erupted in cheers. Some lords couldn't help but shout out slogans. The Great Cherry Blossom Empire sweeps the top 10 spots. Long live. Dominate the Blue Star. Mudo Sora. The town's luck is indeed well-deserved. I just received a notification that an ordinary stone mine has mutated into an azure stone mine due to years of being washed by spiritual energy. These words once again drew cheers from all the lords of the Sakura Kingdom. The town's qualifying rounds only have 10 places. Therefore, the announcement of heavens will be slower. The interval is approximately 1 minute. 8th place, 7th place. The calls for the Sakura Lord grew louder, while the Dragon Kingdom Lord gradually faded into obscurity. Because from 10th to 5th place, all the towns in the Cherry Blossom Country are small towns. Although it was expected, but the facts are still quite disheartening. The only consolation was that Yin Mingjin, on whom all the lords of the Dragon Kingdom placed their high hopes, had not yet made an appearance. This at least left a glimmer of hope for the Dragon Kingdom's lord. At that moment, Shinichi Yakuza suddenly appeared. Miss Hojo, you've bet 30 million spirit stones of yourself. You seem quite confident in yourself. The mayor of Hojo Town is named Hojomai. Hojomai laughed and said, Kamahachi-sama, regardless of who wins first place, it's all for the sake of our great Sakura Empire. So why should we distinguish between us? It was obvious that she was a cautious person, and she spoke with utmost care. Yuichi Kamiya said boldly, "Ha, well said. In that case, let me compete with Miss Hojo for first place. Even if I lose to Miss Hojo, it will still be a legendary tale." The two chatted and laughed, as if they had already decided who would win. This made all the lords of the Dragon Kingdom grit their teeth. In a Longyuan town channel, damn it, those smug Japanese devils look so smug. It's infuriating. Wei Ming. If our town hadn't been tricked by the heavenly Tao with the strength of Boss Jiang and Boss Yin Man, how could they have been so arrogant? And Chu Xia, Sai, if I could do it all over again, I would rather give up the reward of plus 20 to all attributes. Tu Shanya, hee, if you have time to look at the betting odds, it might cheer you up. Although Jiang Chen staked 990,000 spirit stones from Longyuan Town. However, Longyuan Town ranks 32nd in the betting market. Most people only focus on the top 10 seeded players, and very few people turn the page to the next one. The little fox was able to discover it immediately because it had also bet 10,000 spirit stones on it. Pity, no one noticed the little fox's hint, because at that moment, the fourth place was announced. Fourth place in the overall score of the Battle of Breaking Domains. Shimba Town, reward. Town Mayor Shimba Yuichi plus 10 to all attributes. Town's luck plus 1. There was a moment of silence. Wei Ming, ha, that's hilarious. Huang Xian, ha, this guy's confident demeanor just now was really intimidating, but it turns out he's just a paper tiger. And Chu Xia, strange. Didn't they say they spent a lot of money to invite 3 top daimyo descendants? There was even a direct descendant of Oda Nobunaga. How could they be so weak? Huang Xian, I can't hold back anymore. I still have a few more chances to speak today. I'm going to go to the county level channel and confront him. Jiang Chen, since you're so nice to talk to, then say more. Hint, Lord Huang Xian has become the town's diplomat. On the county town channel, the lords of the Dragon Kingdom were greatly encouraged. Huang Xian and a few others with sharp tongues especially targeted Shinya Yui. Such a humiliating disgrace drove Yuichi Kamiya insane. Impossible. How could I possibly be fourth? Even if I lose to Ms. Hojo, I can still easily take second place. Even if Yen Mingjin really had some hidden trump card, I should still be in third place. The rewards for 4th place and 10th place are exactly the same. With his background, he was confident of making it into the top 10. In order to win first place, they spared no expense in inviting 3 descendants of a powerful daimyo. As a result, they gained nothing. This made him feel like an idiot. Why is it that nothing goes smoothly after breaking through the domain? The same applies to the sneak attack on Jiang Chen just now. As Yuichi Kamiya grew increasingly angry, he suddenly drew his sword and stabbed a geisha to death. The other 3 were startled. On the city wall of Yinming Town, ha, cough. Zhu Yeqing burst into laughter, then immediately began to cough violently. His face was somewhat pale. It wasn't in vain that I activated the 2nd star of 7-star Fate Point, allowing me to charge through several more waves of monsters. As long as we can suppress that Japanese devil Shinate, what's wrong with taking a few more days to recover? But Zhu Yeqing's smile slowly faded, replaced by suspicion and seriousness. Yinming Town and Baishio Town must be among the top 3, but which town is the other one? I already know the situation in Dragon Kingdom Town very well. So, in other words, there's a town hidden within Sakura Middle School that's even stronger than Kamiya Town. This is not good news. Just as Zhu Yeqing was lost in thought, the gilded characters for 4th place in the sky faded away. Then the 3rd place was announced. Upon seeing the large characters, Zhu Yeqing's face instantly turned ashen, and the light in her eyes dimmed. Third place in the overall score of the Battle of Breaking Realms. Yinming Town, reward. Town Mayor Zhu Yeqing plus 20 to all attributes. Town Fortune plus 2. Puff. He could no longer suppress his injuries and spat out a mouthful of blood. 5 points of luck. I can do without them. I can even give up 50 points of all attributes. But I, a descendant of the Ming dynasty, have actually been defeated by the kingdom of Sakura. This is a disgrace to the Zhu family. That's what Zhu Yeqing could think of. Other lords of the Dragon Kingdom could naturally think of this as well. It's over. The Japanese have taken the top 2 spots. Damn it. I bet 300 spirit stones on Yinming Town, and now I've lost everything. Hey bro upstairs, let's chat privately. I'll give you double how many spirit stones you lost, just so you can shut the hell up. Brother, please forgive me. I was an idiot. I didn't think before I spoke. It took Zhu Yeqing several breaths to finally muster the energy to post a message on the county's communication channel. I have failed to win first place, and I am ashamed to have let down my fellow countrymen in China. I will cover all losses incurred by everyone in the betting market. If your exchange level is 3 or higher, you can message me privately now. At this moment, one of the lords couldn't help but say, our boss Zhu used forbidden techniques to rack up more points, and we wonder how well his injuries are recovering now. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. It turns out that Zhu Yeqing used a forbidden technique, which is why he was able to overpower Shenya Yuqi. Zhu Yeqing is a good person. He's passionate, decisive, and responsible. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Zhu truly lives up to his reputation as a descendant of the Ming dynasty emperor. Leave the rest to us. Yi man rarely speaks out. Even in defeat, there is honor. Wei Ming joined in the fun, saying, Big Brother Zhu Yeqing, there's no need to blame yourself. We bet on you to be number 1 voluntarily. Consider my 1,000 spirit stones as feeding the dogs. Jiang Chen's face darkened. Chapter 79, First Place. I've never heard of anything so outrageous. Jiang Chen was already feeling quite excited. Who knew this guy would suddenly blurt out such a thing? This feud is now officially established. Tu Shan Ye said sympathetically, Brother Wei, you'd better pray for yourself. Wei Ming was completely bewildered. What's wrong? Isn't it politically correct for me to curse the Japanese? Tu Shan Ye, don't you really feel a chill down your spine? Wei Ming, that's strange. Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit true. Seeing the Dragon Kingdom united in their hatred of the enemy, the lords of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom felt a little envious. What the hell? The Dragon Kingdom was clearly utterly defeated, so why does it feel like they've won a battle? Just making the best of a bad situation. If momentum were useful, what would be the point of strength? Baka, listen up, you Chinese. Cry and beg our great Sakura Empire for mercy. That's what you should be doing now. Yuichi Kamaya has regained his senses. Of the top 2, one must be Hojo Town. And you, mayor of the other town, we all belong to the Sakura country, so there's no need to hide your identity anymore. Hojo Mai, Kamahachi is right. After all, we will have to cooperate sincerely in the future. Silence fell. A lord from the Dragon Kingdom suddenly said in a hopeful tone, Could it be a small town in our Dragon Kingdom? This speculation came out. Not only did they suffer ridicule from the lord of the Sakura Kingdom, even the lords of the Dragon Kingdom shook their heads. Someone sighed. Sigh. If Longyuan Town hadn't broken through to the realms so early, it really might have been possible. Just then, the second place has been announced. Second place in the overall score of the Battle of the Realms, Hojo Town, rewarded with Mayor Hojo Mai plus 30 to all attributes and plus 3 to town's luck. Now, even Hojo Mai couldn't remain calm. Who is this lord? We are all lords of Sakura country. Why are you making fun of us like this? Although the reward for second place is also good, but she had staked 30 million spirit stones on herself. Jiang Chen said leisurely, Do you know why no one answered you? Because the number one spot belongs to my Dragon Kingdom's small town, Dragon Abyss Town. With first place a certainty, Jiang Chen had no more worries. Hojo Mai was amused by her anger. I thought Jiang Chen, who created his own superior unit, was some kind of extraordinary person. Turns out he's just an overconfident madman. Yuichi Kamaya, I think you've gone mad. As far as I know, Longyuan Town barely managed to get 1 million points. Jiang Chen was no longer surprised that Yuichi Kamaya knew this detail. When the breakthrough points exceeded 1 million, there were still 19 lords left on the battlefield, and the traitorous Dragon Wang Zhenghao was one of them. Certainly, what happened after that is unknown. Yamamoto, 46. I once said that even if Longyuan Town doesn't need to be number 1, I'll commit seppuku immediately if it makes it into the top 10. Shinichi Takeda. Yamamoto-kun did say that, and I can vouch for that. Yamamoto, 40 Roku. Thank you, Takeda-kun. These words were spoken. This immediately drew praise from many cherry blossom lords. Jiang Chen's words just now caused an awkward silence in the Longyuan Town channel. A long time passed. Wei Ming, boss, you've bragged so much, it's hard for us to help you cover it up. The little fox was the most excited of all. Brother Jiang Chen is amazing. She was initially somewhat skeptical. Sudden, Yin Man, who rarely posts, suddenly popped up a single word on the county town channel. Grass. Jiang Chen almost spat out the life-giving water he had just drunk. This girl must have seen the bets placed in Longyuan Town. Knowing her as I do, and knowing me as well, she would naturally guess that it was me who placed the bet. And Chuxia asked in surprise. Although sistering is usually very bold, this is the first time I've ever seen her swear. What happened? Tushan Ye reminded everyone again. Ye already said that everyone should take a look at the betting odds when they have time. Soon. Wei Ming. Holy crap. Who bet 1 million spirit stones in our Longyuan Town? Wei Ming. I misspoke. It's 990,000. Ye had bet 10,000 before. Huang Xian. My God, could it be that the boss suppressed it? Everyone found it unbelievable. Mu Qing Shuang exclaimed excitedly. Does everyone remember that when we logged out that day, Mayor Jiang Chen, Miss Ing, and Chu Xia were still grinding? Did the three of them grind millions of points together? Jiang Chen's expression instantly became extremely strange. However, that seems to make sense. My wealth and Ing Iman's combined wealth might even exceed 10 billion. As for Mu Qing Shuang's words, a fleeting, unrealistic hope flickered in the eyes of everyone in the town. Could it be true? With just the efforts of 3 people, they managed to rack up the score and reach first place? Wei Ming suddenly realized what he had just said and quickly tried to salvage the situation. Boss, consider my 1,000 spirit stones a token of my respect to you. What they didn't know was, and Chuxia, one of the trios, was also dumbfounded. She went on a rampage for 14 waves. Judging from the timing, Ing Man should be around wave 25. In other words, if this is true, then Jiang Chen alone has accumulated at least nearly 2 million points. But then, and Chuxia then, thought of the fighting prowess that Long Jiu had displayed over the past few days. It doesn't seem so hard to accept. After all, I've never heard of a new lord clearing 30 waves of monsters in the Battle of the Realm. Nobody knows how many points the monsters after wave 30 will give. In Ancuxia's territory, this is absolutely outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. And Luashi was enjoying the food Jiang Chen sent her while watching the town's ranking competition. Hearing his daughter mutter to herself, he frowned and said, "No swearing allowed." "And what did you say was outrageous?" And Luashi's territory has been developing for over 20 years. Aside from daily leveling up, any major actions are measured in months. So he frequently used his level 3 administrator privileges to check on his daughter. And Chuxia hesitated for a moment. Our town might be going to be number 1. First place. And Luashi was taken aback, then shook her head and said, "Absolutely impossible. According to your previous description, if Longyuan Town wants to win first place, Jiang Chen needs to accumulate at least 2 million points by himself. I've never heard of anything so outrageous. At this moment, the sky was ablaze with golden light. The top-ranked player in the battle of breaking boundaries, Longyuan Town, will receive a reward of +50 to all attributes and +5 to the town's fortune. First place is very prestigious. Dozens of gilded characters illuminated half of the night sky. And Chuxia, having been mentally prepared, was the first to regain her composure. Then he spread his hands at the dumbfounded Enluashi. That's why it's really outrageous. Before Enluashi could say anything, this, and Chuxia suddenly gasped. Is this the effect of the town's good fortune? How terrifying. Chapter 80, A Terrifying Boost to Fortune. Dragon Vein advances. Hint, your refined iron ore has mutated into elemental iron ore. Hint, your crystal ore has mutated into a 5-color crystal ore. Hint, in an instant. 7 or 8 messages appeared in a row. One of the rare silver mines was actually upgraded directly into an excellent resource, mithril mine. This is an important building material after level 10. At this moment, Enluashi finally came to her senses. She murmured, "This doesn't make sense. Does it mean there are extra points for waves of monsters above wave 30? Even so, this cannot be explained by simply creating a superior troop type. Jiang Chen must have other trump cards up his sleeve." And Chuxia said excitedly, "Who cares? Jiang Chen is a freak anyway. Nothing he does is surprising." "Mom, you don't know my resource points just..." Listening to Chuxia's description, Enluashi temporarily put aside his doubts. Then, genuinely happy for his daughter, he said, "Under normal circumstances, excellent resources will only appear on maps around level 50. That's why no one ever brings high-quality blueprints from the main world during the beginner phase, because there aren't the corresponding building resources. Moreover, the resource points in the town do not need to be heavily guarded, which is equivalent to freeing up combat power and improving the efficiency of monster killing." At this moment, Enluashi was extremely grateful that she had chosen Jiang Chen as her ally. Certainly, there was one point she selectively ignored. Even with the blessing of good fortune, not everyone can possess high-quality resource points like Chuxia. After all, Chuxia didn't know that she was a child without a father. Just then, a ranger suddenly appeared and reported loudly. "Reporting to the Lord, the watchtower has just spotted an epic-level flying dragon. However, it did not attack the territory, but instead went around to the north." A flying dragon beast. And Chuxia was taken aback, then exclaimed, "Xiaojiu," out of respect for the legend, and Chuxia initially wanted to call her ninth sister. But how could Longjiu dare to agree? "Okay, Chuxia." The dashing Longjiu leaped from his territory, transforming into a colossal creature 30 meters long in midair. Then it roared and chased after the epic dragon beast. Looking at Longjiu's agile figure, Enluashi exclaimed in admiration. Legendary units are practically bug-like at this stage. Moreover, the equipment she wore in her human form was also extraordinary. It seemed to be a high-level set. But why is her name Longjiu? And Chu chuckled. Jiang Chen didn't tell anyone, not even her own mother, about the fact that he owned a team of giant dragons. To change the subject, she proudly said, "I'm not bad either, with a dwarf king, 2 Storm Guardians, and nearly 100 outstanding dwarf soldiers. The Storm Guardian is produced at a rate of 1 every 3 days, and Chuxia just recruited her second one today." Enluashi nodded in satisfaction and said, "In another 20 days or so, the Dwarven Palace will be able to recruit a Mountain King. According to the agreement with Jiang Chen, as long as we pay 5 million Spirit Stones, we will have priority in recruitment." At this point, Enluashi sighed. "Another 5 million Spirit Stones. Jiang Chen is almost draining your mother's savings." "What goes around comes around," and Chuxia encouraged. "With my daughter and I working together, we'll try to squeeze him dry in the future." Hee. Enluashi chuckled softly, then a glint of wisdom flashed in her eyes. "There's one more thing. You don't need to explain why the 3 of you work together to earn 2 million points. I believe Jiang Chen will appreciate it No explanation. After a moment's thought, and Chuxia understood her mother's intention. I see. Similar scenes played out in every territory of Lonyuan town. The town's radio station was filled with jubilation, as if it were Chinese New Year. My resource point has mutated. It's a rare resource. I finally have a rare resource. My Ironer mine was attacked by a Murloc leader, but I'm so happy. It's a rare level boss. It's so awesome to be able to fight high-level bosses without even leaving the town. Why does it feel like the drop rate has increased? It's not a feeling. Although there's no specific formula, it's generally accepted that luck can increase the drop rate. Haha, long live Boss Jiang. Long live Bossing. Long live Goddessin. I wonder how those lords who moved away will react when they find out about the changes in the town. I bet they'll regret it to the core. And throughout the entire Qingyang County, the Dragon Kingdom's lord's influence has greatly increased. Many lords who originally planned to leave after watching the spectacle also chose to stay in Qingyang County. At least for now, we are in a wait-and-see phase. If you can be a hero, who would want to be a deserter? Of course, the premise is that you're alive. Beep, beep, beep. A series of text message notifications. Jiang Chen glanced at it. It was actually a message from Man. Besides a team of legendary dragons, you must have other trump cards up your sleeve. If I'm not mistaken, this must be related to spirit stones. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been in such a hurry to ask me for that 100 million spirit stones and gambling money that day. It seems there's some truth to the outside speculation that your method of creating new units is pay to win. Of course, there are all sorts of ways to create your own troops, such as prayer, sacrifice, training, and technology. This is part of the charm of the battlefield of all races. Anyway, Xiao Jiang, you did a great job this time. Keep it up. Man rattled off a series of well-reasoned guesses, which Jiang Chen found fascinating. But when he saw the last sentence, his smile froze. What the heck is Xiao Jiang? I wanted to reply with, you're just an 18-year-old girl. Don't act all old and domineering. But after typing half of it, I silently deleted it. He's already cool enough. There's no need for him to expose Inmon's identity just for the sake of a momentary verbal advantage. If we were to attract the true dragon, Zheng, it would be like asking for trouble. I've lived 2 lifetimes. I won't stoop to the level of a little girl. Only Jiang Chen knows the true story of the Battle of the Realm. Certainly. And Chuxia and Man knew that it was all Jiang Chen's doing, but they only had a vague understanding of the rest. Jiang Chen was most pleased that none of them came forward to explain. This would reduce the attention the Sakura Kingdom would pay to him. Actually, even for a powerful figure in the 6th level of the Heavenly Realm, descending to Earth is a costly endeavor, and after descending, one is subject to various rules and restrictions. Therefore, even if Jiang Chen really racked up several million points in the Battle of Breaking Domains, it would still be far from enough to alarm the upper realm. But after all, the threat level is accumulated little by little, and quantitative changes will eventually lead to qualitative changes. It's best to be cautious. Sudden, a Heavenly Dao notification, audible only to Jiang Chen, rang out. Hint: the town's fortune has improved, unlocking the Dragon Vein evolution. Current evolution progress, 5%. Note: the amplification effect of the Dragon Vein has been increased. Hint: Dragon Vein unlocks new amplification effects. Huh? Jiang Chen laughed loudly. I should have realized it sooner. Dragon Veins are auspicious creatures, and naturally, they are closely related to fortune. At the same time, heaven provides guidance. The miniature dragon, formed from condensed spiritual energy, emerged from the ground, circled around Jiang Chen happily, and then affectionately nuzzled his cheek. Jiang Chen could clearly sense a joy emanating from Xiaolong. After teasing the Dragon Vein a few times, Jiang Chen checked the Dragon Vein special effects that he had just unlocked. Chapter 81, who just said they were going to commit seppuku? Effect 4. Increases the drop rate of all lords, heroes, and troop units in the town by 10%. When opening a treasure chest, the chance of triggering good fortune is doubled. Powerful. Jiang Chen could hardly contain the joy on his face. He still remembers when he topped the leaderboard. Everyone speculated whether the Lord's talent, green waters, and lush mountains had a hidden attribute that increased luck. I guess those guys were mostly just joking around at the time. Unexpectedly, it has now come true. However, you need to advance your talent to level B or higher and obtain the town's fortune. The Dragon Vein increases the drop rate of all units within the territory. In other words, it works not only in the town, but also in the outer realms. This is way more amazing than the luck of a small town. The odds of getting lucky were originally 1 in 10,000, but now they've increased to 2 in 10,000, which doesn't seem like a big improvement. However, the Dragon Vein is only of low grade, and its evolution level is only 5%. 5 points of luck, 5% evolution level. So, with 100 points of luck, does that mean the evolution level is 100%, and it advances to a mid-grade Dragon Vein? Unfortunately, even Jiang Chen, a top student, had never delved into this kind of advanced knowledge. I need more of the town's fortune, no matter what. Jiang Chen's mind raced. Currently, there are 2 main ways to obtain the town's fortune. The first is the heavenly Tao reward from the town's ranking competition, and the second is by plundering the fortune. But, currently, it seems that only the luck gambling order can be used to plunder luck. This is a high-end item. It's been almost 10 days since the server opened, and not a single item has dropped in the entire town. It's too early to think about these things now. Let's take a look at what we've gained. He pulled up the notification from the exchange. Hint. You have won first place in the town ranking tournament, breakthrough points, betting pool. Your bet amount was 990,000, accounting for 99% of the winnings, and you have won 238 million spirit stones. It's impossible for Jiang Chen not to be excited about nearly 240 million spirit stones. Most of these spirit stones came from the Lord of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, because the stakes placed in Yiming Town were only over 16 million. Therefore, Jiang Chenhua felt at ease. Certainly, if a lord from the Dragon Kingdom were to secretly bet on Sakura Town, Jiang Chen could only say he deserved it. There's so many places that require spirit stones. Unit souls, buildings, skill books, cultivation manuals. We need to think about it carefully. Sudden, the little fox sent a message. Tu Shan Ya. Wah. Half of the money he earned was taken away by sistering. Jiang Chen almost burst out laughing. But she still asked out of curiosity, does your sistering really need that little bit of money? Tu Shan Ya. She said she wasn't short of money, but it was money she won gambling from the Lord of the Sakura Kingdom, and it was exhilarating to spend it. Jiang Chen. Yiming Town. Huh? That was so satisfying. Cough, cough, cough. I thought Japan would steal the spotlight this time. But unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better. The least likely place, Lonyuan Town, suddenly emerged victorious and took first place. Zhu Yiqing burst into laughter again. The extreme emotional swings caused him to cough violently again. Startled, he quickly calmed himself down and used the secret techniques passed down by the Ming imperial family to suppress his injuries. Call. Zhu Yiqing took a deep breath. With the combined strength of the 3 of us, let's aim for the top spot. Truly a peerless genius who created an outstanding unit. As expected, the victor of the immortal Qin dynasty. Even that lord in Chuxia must have something extraordinary about her. With such an ally, the chances of victory for my Dragon Kingdom in Qingyang County have greatly increased. However, Zhu Yiqing sighed. After we wipe out the Japanese devils, these guys will be my biggest enemies in the fight for the county magistrate position. Beep, beep, beep. A video request notification sounded. Zhu Yiqing opened it and was stunned. Jiang Chen. Is this guy coming to see me now to show off his power? But, based on my brief observation, Jiang Chen doesn't seem to be that kind of person. After the video call connected, Zhu Yiqing mustered her spirits and said politely, "Congratulations to Brother Jiang Chen for winning first place. May you be blessed with good fortune from now on." I had heard of Brother Jiang Chen's great name before breaking through the domain, and seeing him today, I can confirm that his reputation is well-deserved. Jiang Chen sized up Zhu Yeqing for a moment and sighed. It seems that brother was right. Brother Zhu is indeed seriously injured. Zhu Yeqing's smile froze. Brother Jiang, you didn't come to see me just to make a fool of myself, did you? Of course not. Jiang Chen smiled and got straight to the point. I just happened to obtain a bottle of healing elixir during the Battle of the Realm. Brother Zhu, would you be interested? Note: Lord Jiang Chen has mailed you Water of Life 1. Out of his appreciation for Zhu Yeqing, Jiang Chen didn't even send her an illustrated guide first, but instead mailed her the actual item directly. Water of Life? Zhu Yeqing was taken aback. This name sounds familiar. Immediately afterwards, his eyes widened, and he immediately opened the exchange and took out a bright green crystal bottle. It truly is the Water of Life. Even a year after the server opens, it will still be a rare treasure. For lords and heroes at this stage, 1 dose of life potion is enough to fully restore their health and mana. Zhu Yeqing struggled to calm herself down and cupped her hands in greeting. This is indeed a life-saving medicine for me, and I am willing to pay 10 million spirit stones. Jiang Chen laughed and said, Brother Zhu is so generous. After all, it's just a one-time consumable item, and at this stage, 10 million spirit stones is a high price. Of course, under normal circumstances. Unless he's so poor he can't afford to eat, Jiang Chen wouldn't sell items like the Water of Life, which is a bit out of the ordinary. Selling too much can easily arouse suspicion from others. But Zhu Yeqing fought hard to win 3rd place, which can be considered as bringing glory to the Dragon Kingdom. In addition, having this guy in front can divert the attention of the Japanese nation. Jiang Chen then decided to make an exception. Thank you, Brother Jiang Chen. After the transaction was completed, Zhu Yeqing took a deep breath. But let me make this clear beforehand. I won't hold back in a battle for the county seat. Jiang Chen smiled and said, That's only right. Let's deal with this one thing at a time. After hanging up the video call, Zhu Yeqing hesitated for a long time, but in the end she still couldn't bear to drink it. Thanks to the royal elixir, my injuries will heal completely in a few more days. And this bottle of Water of Life is enough for me to activate the 3rd star of 7 stars of fate without dying. I can save it for when I encounter a powerful enemy next time. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen didn't know that. Otherwise, one would definitely marvel at how hard-working this guy is. Some are happy, some are sad. The Lord of the Sakura Kingdom was filled with despair and refused to believe it. By Amaterasu Amikami, this can't be real. Heaven must be joking, right? That's right. Heaven's will is quite humane. It's not surprising that it plays a joke on us. Meanwhile, the top 10 mayors of Sakura Country, including Hojo Mai, Kamaya Yuichi, and Mudo Sora, all fell silent. At this moment, Huang Xian suddenly asked, Who just said they were going to commit seppuku? These words were spoken. All the lords of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom were rendered speechless. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, You're a qualified diplomat. Hearing Jiang Chen's praise, Huang Xian seemed to be injected with adrenaline. I remember someone even came forward to vouch for me. Right, Shinichi Takeda? Shinichi Takeda. Baka? This has nothing to do with me. I know nothing about it. Huang Xian. Screenshot. Click to view. So, is this what Ghost said? This guy was relentless in his pursuit of the truth, which greatly pleased the Dragon Kingdom's lord. Xiao Wushang. Brother Huang, well done. Yamamoto 46. Come out here. Where is your Bushido spirit? Yi Irin hit the nail on the head. They are obsequious to the strong and ruthless to the weak. That is their Bushido spirit. Now, even the lord of the Sakura Kingdom couldn't stand it anymore. Yuichi Kamaya. Yamamoto Koen, I hope you will not tarnish the honor of my great Sakura Empire. Chapter 82 Advancement to Legendary 3-Star. Crystal Castle. On my ass. Yamamoto 40, Roku, gritted his teeth. You son of a bitch, Yuichi Kamaya. So it wasn't you who died. At this moment, his vassal lord, a young boy from the Sakura Kingdom, came running up and respectfully presented him with a small dachi. Lord Yamamoto, I think this is exactly what you need right now. the boy said excitedly. If you don't mind, I'd like to be your second. This is my first time, so please forgive me if I'm clumsy. Snap! Yamamoto, 46, slapped the ignorant fellow away and roared. Baka, are you blind? The Chinese won this victory by cheating. How can that count? The boy was stunned by the slap. But you. No buts. Yamamoto, 46, said seriously. I'm not afraid of death. But if I die like this without knowing why, it will be a loss for the entire great Sakura Empire. Do you understand? More than an hour passed. The county town channel gradually quieted down. The number of towns that have broken through the boundaries has reached 148, and the number of towns in the Sakura Kingdom is gradually increasing. The story of Jiang Chen, Ing Man, and Shusha working together to score 2 million points has become increasingly exaggerated. Some even came up with the nickname 3 Heroes of Long Yuan. Now, it was already midnight. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, then waved his hand to open a portal. In the past few days, the Empress led her team deep into the Outer Realms and just discovered a map called Crystal Valley. Based on Jiang Chen's experience, the simpler the monster map, the easier it is for monsters to establish territories. Any territory belonging to a foreign race represents immense wealth. He has ordered the exploration to be accelerated. So at this moment, on the other side of the Anywhere door, Cynthia and her fellow goddess warriors were still clearing out a squad of crystal wolves under the moonlight. What a model worker! He deserves a reward. With a sigh, Jiang Chen said, all goddess warriors, assemble in the territory. The goddess warrior is one of only 2 ultimate unit types under his command. With money, upgrading is naturally a priority. Its priority is even above the 3 legendary heroes. Cynthia dealt with the enemy in front of her and shouted, Yes, my lord. Take advantage of this time. Jiang Chen took out a bunch of ordinary soldier souls. Strengthen the soul of epic units. 10 minutes later, 12 goddess warriors stood in a row in front of Jiang Chen. Cynthia and Giselle, the 2 leaders, are already level 20, while the other goddess warriors are level 15. Looking at the epic hero soul in Jiang Chen's hand, Cynthia and Giselle exchanged a glance, both able to see the surprise in each other's eyes. However, they still underestimated Jiang Chen's capabilities. Note, consuming 1 epic unit soul and 137,800 energy, your unit Cynthia star rating has been increased to epic 4-star. The energy required to upgrade 3-star and 4-star epic units is completely different. Heaven will not give anyone the opportunity to exploit loopholes. Therefore, if units of level 1 or above want to be upgraded or even advanced to a higher rank, they must make up for this energy difference. After consuming 4 epic unit souls, Cynthia successfully advanced to legendary 1-star. But Jiang Chen still didn't stop. He took out a legendary soul of a special unit and solemnly said, Cynthia, pay attention to your attribute ratios. Report any abnormalities immediately. Legendary 2-star. Legendary 3-star. Cynthia's momentum continued to rise, and the immense pressure seemed to raise the temperature within 10 meters by several degrees. After reaching 3 stars, she hunched over slightly and gritted her teeth, saying, Lord, if I upgrade my stars again, I'm afraid I won't be able to maintain my current attribute ratio. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Excellent. This has far exceeded my expectations. As Cynthia continues to level up, her stats will continue to increase dramatically. However, the added attributes will lean towards spiritual power and soul. If the goddess warrior cannot maintain her ultimate attributes, she will become as mediocre as a dragon. Then this unit type will be rendered useless. Jiang Chen looked at his first legendary 3-star extreme unit. Cynthia. Race, Goddess Warrior. Level, 20. Quality, Golden Legend Starster. Attributes, Physique, 900 plus 180. Spiritual Power, 270. Divine Soul, 270. Capacity, 360. Combat Power, 495-star. Skills, Thunderous Body, Gun Master, Thunderous Projection. My signature equipment, Thunder Divine Spear, Thunder Divine Armor. As expected, my physique has surpassed 1,000. Judging from her stats, Cynthia is not as good as Long Geo when he's wearing a full set. However, her physique officially broke through 1,000 points, far surpassing that of Angel Yin, who was at the same level. Even against a fully equipped Long Geo, he could easily take on several opponents at once. This is the ultimate soldier class. Soon, Jiang Chen upgraded all the goddess warriors to legendary 3 stars. The transition from epic to legend is a hurdle. Strengthening the legendary unit soul now costs a whopping 2 million spirit stones. Not only that, the quality was upgraded directly from epic 3-star to legendary 3-star, and the energy consumed was terrifying. Therefore, Jiang Chen consumed a total of 55 million spirit stones and 14.75 million energy. Seeing that most of the energy had vanished in an instant, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The next day, Jiang Chen got up on time, but just as he was about to stretch, he was startled by the figure in front of his bed. "Damn it, Yin, what are you doing?" Angel Yin pulled up a chair and sat on the edge of the bed, resting her chin on her hand and staring at herself lazily. Jiang Chen was naturally relieved that Yan's favorability rating had already reached over 95. But it's fortunate that it happened during the day, given how suddenly it appeared. Yin, who had been staring intently at Jiang Chen's sleeping face, was startled and quickly lowered her head to hide the panic in her eyes. "I'm sorry, my lord, but you said that if we made any discoveries in Crystal Valley, we would report to you immediately." Jiang Chen was jolted awake. Could there really be a Crystal Clan territory? Yin had regained her composure and exclaimed in admiration, "My lord, your foresight is truly astute. There really is a crystal castle in that valley. However, the monster is at least level 40 or higher, and it also has ranged attack and control skills. As you instructed, I did not approach. You did the right thing," Jiang Chen said solemnly. "Although the fountain of life can revive you, we cannot lose our reverence for death. We must not lose our reverence for death." Yin pondered the words repeatedly, finding them increasingly intriguing. He then rose and bowed, saying, "My lord, your wisdom is truly admirable." Certainly, if Yin knew that Jiang Chen was only distressed about the 2.7 million energy points required to revive her in full, I wonder if she would have drawn her sword on the spot. Just then, Jiang Chen was drawn to a message on the town's news channel. "Anchuxia, good news. A Hall of Reputation has spawned outside my territory. Here are the coordinates. Those who want to redeem, it should hurry up." Upon seeing the words Hall of Fame, Jiang Chen immediately perked up. Chu Xia's physique is simply amazing. After sighing, Jiang Chen jumped out of bed, hurriedly put on his clothes, and waved his hand to open the anywhere door. "Yin, I have to go out for a bit. We'll discuss Crystal Valley when I get back. The Hall of Reputation exists for an unpredictable period of time. In other words, it could disappear at any time." "Yes, my lord." Chapter 83, Reputation Exchange. Initiate a luck bet. The Hall of Reputation is a 10-meter high, hundreds of square meter, all-white building. Jiang Chen only discovered after stepping out of the anywhere door that not only Anchuxia, the little fox, and Wei Ming were there, but even Yin Man had returned. Quite a full house. Brother Jiang Chen is here too. Seeing Jiang Chen appear from the anywhere door, the little fox looked delighted and said, "Didn't you exchange all your reputation points for excellent treasure chests?" "That was just a beautiful misunderstanding." Jiang Chen smiled and said, "There are still some." Then he said to Yin Man, "Is the big shot here to freeload on the construction?" "How strange. I feel like Chu Xia always gets all sorts of good things." Yin Man complained, then said, "Although my reputation isn't as high as yours, since I've run into this, I might as well come and see." Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Welcome back home anytime, sir." Yin Man instantly broke into a genuine smile. "If it weren't for the sake of the third hero, I wouldn't be able to bear leaving everyone." After a brief chat, Jiang Chen immediately opened the exchange list in the Hall of Reputation. 1 spirit stones, 100 per point of reputation. Inventory, unlimited. 2 medium-grade spirit stones, 1 per point of reputation. Inventory, unlimited. 3 fine treasure chest, 1 per point of reputation. Inventory, 1,000. 4 legendary halls, 1,000 people, 1,000 faces. Moreover, each person has their own exclusive redemption list. The only similarity is that the exchange lists are both very rich, far exceeding the caravans that Jiang Chen triggered before. Jiang Chen quickly flipped through the pages, a smile slowly appearing in his eyes. 112 wheat seeds, 10 bags per point of reputation. Inventory, 100. 113 pumpkin seeds, 10 bags per point of reputation. Inventory, 100. Seeds of dozens of grains, vegetables, and fruits. Anyway, it's very cheap. Jiang Chen exchanged some of each kind. 235 silent scroll. Find 1 scroll for every 10 reputation points. Inventory, 10. 236 space seal scroll. Find 1 scroll for every 10 reputation points. Inventory, 10. This is a 2-piece set for killing and looting on the battlefield of all races, a favorite of bloodthirsty lords. Jiang Chen naturally took them all. Of course, there are also higher quality scrolls, but Jiang Chen has enhancement functions, so there's no need to choose a high-quality one when there's a low-quality one available. Immediately afterwards, 278. High-voltage power grid, blueprint 1 blueprint for every 10 reputation. Inventory, 100. 308. Tower of Spirit, blueprint 1 blueprint for every 50 reputation points. Inventory, 10. It's a good product. The main advantage is the good enhancement list. Sudden, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. 588. Luck betting token. 1 token can be exchanged for every 300 reputation points. Inventory, 2. Yesterday, I was still thinking about how to plunder luck. I unlocked the Hall of Reputation today. Although they were a bit pricey, Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment before buying them all. Anyway, we'll need this in the future. The legendary hero's soul. 10,000 reputation points. Why don't you just rob it? Yin Man suddenly exclaimed in surprise, then resolutely closed the exchange list. I need to accumulate reputation points. Once I have enough, I can help Sister Meng advance to legendary rank. As Jiang Chen and his group were exchanging items with great interest, inside a private room decorated with cherry blossoms. Besides Yuichi Kami and 3 others, there were also 3 women from Japan. The 3 women looked exactly alike, and one of them was my Hojo. Yuichi Kamiya said in a deep voice. I see. The 3 Hojo ladies were born using a bloodline secret technique. I am completely convinced of my defeat. Hojo Mai smiled reservedly and said, when Lord Shinpachi invited us here, did he investigate the background of Lonyuan town? We got some leads. Shinichi Yakuza solemnly said, there is a dwarf palace in Lonyuan town, which currently belongs to Inchuxia. The epic unit building, dwarf palace? The 3 Hojo sisters exchanged glances, each seeing disbelief in the other's eyes. How could such a high-level outdoor structure spawn in a beginner's town? If the 3 of you knew that the Mountain King could be recruited from that dwarven palace, you would probably be even more shocked. As he spoke, a picture popped up on Shinichi Yamahachi's screen. King of the Hills. Hojo Mai almost jumped up excitedly. Quick, let's gather our army and slaughter Dragon Abyss Town. Then the 2 of us can share this dwarf palace. Yuichi Kamiya sighed. Lonyuan Town is too far away from us, and the current level of the Anywhere door is far from sufficient. Moreover, Lonyuan Town is very strong. Unless we gather several powerful towns and use the challenge letter together, even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. It's not worth suffering such a heavy loss for a mere Lonyuan town. Hojo Mai frowned, but the town's luck will increase the production of field troop buildings. The longer it drags on, the greater Lonyuan town's advantage will be. That's what I wanted to say today. As he spoke, Shinichi Yakushi smiled and took out a golden token, which was engraved with auspicious patterns such as dragons, unicorns, and phoenixes. A luck bet token. A glint of greed flashed in Hojo Mai's eyes. Kamahachi, name your price. I'll take this token. If she obtains this luck gambling token, she can plunder luck from Lonyuan town. As for failure, the gamble of fate is a contest between towns, not a battle fought by one person. She wasn't confident in dealing with Zhu Yeqing's Yiming town. According to their intelligence, most of the lords of Lonyuan town had already fled, leaving only about 400 people. With 1,000 people against 400, even if the three sisters didn't make a move, there was no reason for them to lose. Yuichi Kamaya laughed and said, Hojo town already has 3 points of luck, while my Shinichi town only has 1. So this time, Miss Hojo, please get it to me, haha. Shinichi laughed loudly. Start the luck betting event. Choose Dragon Abyss Town. The token transformed into a golden beam of light and shot into the sky. One end of the golden light transformed into an inverted golden bowl, enveloping the entire town, while the other end flew eastward. Ojo meis expression d'arcend. It turns out that the main reason for inviting them here was not to discuss important matters, but to show off. What a bastard. But he actually managed to plunder the Dragon Kingdom's fortune this time. Although Hojo Mai was unwilling, she couldn't help but be envious of Kami Yayuchi's good fortune. The Hall of Reputation will remain for 10 minutes. Countdown, 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Several people who were looking through the redemption list received a notification at the same time. The little fox muttered a complaint. How could it be so fast? Jiang Chen, chuckled lightly, not even turning his head, and said, Does speed have any impact on you? You talk as if you have any reputation. The little fox was so angry that its face turned red, and Chu Xiao rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen. Why are you just like sistering? Both of you like to bully, yeah. The little fox rolled her eyes and said softly, Brother Jiang Chen, if you keep being so straight and manly, you'll soon find 8 boyfriends. Jiang Chen's face stiffened. That little fox has a really sharp tongue. Just then, Wei Ming pointed to the sky and asked doubtfully, What's that? Everyone looked up. A golden light appeared in the western sky. 1 second, it was only the size of a bowl, and the next second it became the size of a wash basin. And Chu Xiao's eyes widened in shock. Oh no, this is... Jiang Chen continued. A gamble on fate. Only. And Chu Xiao was panicked. Unlike during the War of Breaking the Realm, Lonyuan town now only has 400 people. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect someone to bring me good fortune so quickly. If he initiated it, I really can't guarantee a win. However, as the passive party, they have the right to choose the subject of the betting. Soon, the golden light, like an inverted golden bowl, enveloped Lonyuan town, while its tail connected to the distant Shinba town. At the same time, a line of large golden characters appeared in the sky. Shinba town initiates a gamble on destiny against Lonyuan town. This gamble on destiny was initiated by Shinba town, with Lonyuan town selecting the betting items. Currently available subjects: troop combat strength, agricultural index, resource acquisition. Select countdown, 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Looking at the 3 options for betting on luck, Jiang Chen knew this was a sure thing. Chapter 84 Choice. At the crossroads, planting space. According to the rules of the luck betting, the party taking the initiative decides whether to gamble and how much to bet. While the passive party cannot refuse, they can choose what to bet on. 3 randomly selected betting options are available, and the passive party can choose any one of them. In Jiang Chen's view, apart from the combat strength of the troops, which was somewhat difficult, the other 2 were a sure thing. But it's obvious. The lords of Lonyuan town didn't think so. We only have 400 people. We can't possibly beat their 1,000 people no matter what we gamble on. Damn it. How could something like a luck betting token appear so quickly? We only got 5 luck points yesterday. Jiang Chen immediately said, Now that things have come to this, let's all share our thoughts. The crowd finally calmed down. You absolutely cannot gamble on troop strength, because this tests the total combat strength of the troop stats of the 2 towns, and there is no room for shortcuts. How about we choose to gamble on resources? After all, with the blessing of luck, the quality of our resources is higher than theirs. No, our Lord's strength is less than half that of the other side. Besides, the other side is a small town blessed with good fortune. Wei Ming suddenly said, "It just so happens that we can exchange for high-quality seeds and even spirit fields in the Hall of Reputation. If we choose the agricultural index, do we still have a glimmer of hope?" Huang Xian immediately chimed in. "Brother Wei is right. I still have a few dozen reputation points left. I'll head over right away. I have prestige too." Wei Ming, everyone hurry up. The Hall of Fame can only last for a few more minutes. And Chu Xia, my territory has a mid-grade spirit stone mine, which I can distribute to everyone to nourish their farmland. Goddessin is so generous, but we can't take it for free. We must exchange it at the market rate. In order to preserve the town's fortune, everyone immediately rallied their spirits. Soon, the anywhere doors appeared and disappeared. Lords with prestige began to appear and started exchanging for seeds of superior quality or higher. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with everyone's choices, and he also preferred the agricultural index. In that case, let's follow everyone's wishes and choose the agricultural index. Lonyuan Town confirmed subject, agricultural index. Soon, another line of large golden characters appeared. Shimba Town confirms bet, 3 points of town luck. The performance-based agreement has been reached. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Then his expression turned strange. Overdrawing 2 points of luck is probably the limit for this town right now. As the initiator of the fortune bet, one has the right to appropriately overdraw the fortune of their town. But I never expected Yuichi Kamaya to be so brave. Thinking about the consequences of having a negative luck value, Jiang Chen silently mourned for him for 3 seconds. The moment the bet was made, the announcement was immediately displayed on the county town's communication channel. Announcement: Shimba Town and Lonyuan Town begin a luck-based betting competition. Subject: Agricultural Index, View Rules. Bet: 3 points of town luck. Settlement time: 12 o'clock noon, 5 days from now. Almost simultaneously, Yuichi Kamaya posted a purchase notice. Lords of the Great Sakura Empire, Kamaya Town is buying all farmland, spirit fields, and high-quality seeds. Mudo Sora. A gamble with fate? Lord Shinichi is truly lucky. However, there are only 400 people in Lonyuan Town. Why make such a fuss? Shinya Yuchi. There's a saying in China, even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. It's clear that despite having an absolute advantage, Yuichi Kamaya is being very cautious. Zhu Yeqing shouted angrily, "Shinpachi Yuichi, if you have the guts, come my Yiming Town." Is this how a descendant of the divine, martial, heavenly emperor bullies the weak? In the Dragon Kingdom town, Yinming and Laoqin are the only 2 towns that are almost full. Yuichi Kamaya said calmly, "There's a saying in your dragon country, lions will pick on the weak." Huang Xian quipped, "You only know lions, right?" Ing Yi Man suddenly said, "Given Su Fu's character, how can we expect his descendants to be noble?" Shun Baiyu was furious. "My ancestor was a figure who was on par with Qin Shi Huang. What right do you have to criticize him?" Xiao Wushang, Yi Iren. All the lords of the Dragon Kingdom were very anxious. Although Lonyuan Town has 5 points of luck, it can't withstand this kind of disruption. Unfortunately, this is the rule of heaven, and no one can change it. Ing Yi Man said, "Jiang Chen, grant me relocation permission. I currently have 1 advanced relocation token. I will immediately have a farming lord with a D-level talent relocate there." Other lords of the Dragon Kingdom also generously donated money. Jiang Chen immediately said, "Thank you all for your kindness. If you have spirit seeds, spirit fields, or high-quality recruitment orders, my Lonyuan Town will buy them at a high price. However, relocating territories is too costly, so there's no need for that." Zhu Yeqing. "Damn it, I'm offering an exorbitant price to buy the luck betting order. If you have any, please DM me." Even the Lord of the Sakura Kingdom can DM me. I promise I won't leak your personal information. Sudden. Yamamoto 46, who hadn't posted anything all day, suddenly shouted. In a last town ranking competition, Longyuan Town only managed to win first place by cheating. But this time, it's a battle of true skill. If Longyuan Town can still win, I'll commit seppuku immediately. This immediately drew a barrage of criticism. Almost instantly, the gamble between the two towns' fortunes became the focal point of the competition between the Dragon Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Only, in this single day, the number of towns in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom broke through the domain, reaching 400, and the resources they gathered were naturally incomparable to those of Dragon Abyss Town. Fortunately, news soon spread that the Hall of Reputation had been created in Longyuan Town. This finally gave the lords of the Dragon Kingdom a glimmer of hope, however slim it may be. A few minutes later, the Hall of Reputation turned into a phantom and slowly disappeared. Jiang Chen used these few minutes to exchange for some more farmland blueprints, skill books, and cultivation manuals. A total of 2,120 reputation points were consumed. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen addressed the lords present. If I gain it, I am fortunate. If I lose it, it is my fate. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Just do your best. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen couldn't say that Longyuan Town had already secured victory, because Yamamoto, who was about to commit seppuku, just opened a betting pool again. Jiang Chen thought he could take advantage of this opportunity to make another killing in this territory, since money was flowing out of the country like water. Don't worry, Boss Jiang Chen, we will do our best. I have several teams of skilled farmers, and I've now transferred them all back to my territory to manage the farmland. Even if the result is really unsatisfactory, we can't let the Japanese win too easily. Nearly 100 lords in Longyuan Town encouraged each other, and then opened the anywhere door one after another to leave. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with his gains from this Hall of Fame event. Good luck in early summer. Try your best to reach the Hall of Legends. And Chu Xiao pouted. You really dare to think that way. I trust you. Jiang Chen patted in Chu Xiao's shoulder heavily, then opened the anywhere door and left. When they returned to the territory, Yin was still there. Jiang Chen calculated the time and said, I have some urgent business to attend to. I'll go see the Crystal Castle later. Yin pointed to the sky. Is it related to the luck-based betting game that just started? That's right. How confident are you, my lord? Jiang Chen had nothing to hide from his most loyal subordinates. Perfect. Jiang Chen smiled and then extended his hand to shake hands. Divide planting spaces. Deep within the territory, a space of over 1,000 square meters was instantly created. There are many factors that influence the agricultural index of a small town. But the most important thing is the growth and harvesting of crops. From Farm 1 to Farm 4, follow me. Jiang Chen, accompanied by several legendary farmers, stepped into the deeper space. Seeds mostly spawn in outdoor buildings such as the Pumpkin Hut and Halfling Tavern. On the second day after the server opened, Jiang Chen had tried to buy it in the town channel. However, due to the abundance of high-quality ingredients and the fact that crop growth takes time and results are slow, the project was shelved. I happen to have money now. Unfortunately, Shimba Town started a gamble on luck. Jiang Chen decided to take this opportunity to start planting. In the newly created planting space, Jiang Chen said softly, activate 10x time flow. Adjust the planting space to the maximum spiritual energy concentration, 100 times the standard spiritual energy concentration. Chapter 85, The Mad Farmland. The Crystal Mother. Moment. Dense spiritual mist filled the entire space. Immediately afterwards, consuming 2 million spirit stones to enhance the supreme spirit field. Consuming 1 million spirit stones to enhance Dragon Tooth Rice Seed. Consuming 1.2 million spirit stones to strengthen the Moon Soul Fruit Tree. More than 30 million spirit stones were scattered. Jiang Chen enhanced 10 top-quality spirit fields that were comparable to epic buildings, along with corresponding epic spirit seeds. This includes dragon tooth rice, which is considered a top-grade item even among epic spirit creatures. Logically speaking, the growth of Longya rice requires a trace of the aura of a divine dragon, and the dragon vein of the territory just happened to meet this condition. It was a pleasant surprise. The dragon tooth rice we had just opened was almost gone. Next, we need to strengthen our construction resources. A standard farmland has an area of 100 square meters and requires 2,000 units of building materials. Jiang Chen spent most of the day working in the planting space, and finally the 10 spirit fields were built and planted. This made several legendary farmers dance with excitement. Naomi reported loudly, "My lord, with top-grade spirit fields and such a high concentration of spiritual energy, these spiritual creatures will mature in 40 days. 40 days? Jiang Chen frowned. According to the rules of the battlefield of all races, the ripening time for ordinary crops is approximately 3-5 days. Of course, the higher the quality of the plant, the longer its growth cycle. Talent bonuses, farmland quality, spiritual energy concentration, and spiritual spring irrigation can all accelerate the maturation time. Despite such a favorable environment, and with the legendary care of farmers, it still takes 40 days to ripen. No wonder everyone says that the growth cycle of epic spirits is measured in years. This also demonstrates the preciousness of epic artifacts. Adjust to 17 times the time flow rate. With a time flow rate 17 times faster, it takes 5 days in the outside world and 85 days in the planting space, allowing for exactly 2 harvests to mature. Although it consumed nearly 10 million spirit stones. But this bet cannot be lost. After all, we can make it back through the betting pool. After finishing all of this, Jiang Chen glanced at the agricultural index of Longyuan Town, 12250. This is a privilege reserved for the town mayor. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Chen remembered that before this, the town's agricultural index was only slightly over 1,000. This was only planted recently. That afternoon is located nearly 500 kilometers away from Longyuan Town. Under the protection of 3 heroes, 12 goddess warriors, and 99 heaven saintess, Jiang Chen ventured deep into Crystal Valley. Boom! Giselle thrust her spear forward, and the air itself seemed to explode with a roar. The spear tip struck the forehead of a 6-meter-long crystal fox leader. But strangely, it didn't penetrate even a fraction of an inch. The crystal fox seemed to have been struck by a giant hammer. Its body was instantly covered in cracks, and then it burst into countless crystal chips. The crystal fox leader is a level 42 rare monster with a combat power of 320 stars, comparable to a normal level 20 dragon. However, it was still no match for the legendary 3-star goddess warrior. To lift light things as if they were heavy, this is an even more sophisticated technique than lifting heavy things as if they were light. The sudden burst of fighting power from the goddess warrior even impressed Angel Yen. Cynthia and Giselle are now on par with me. Jiang Chen objectively stated, there are still some limitations. They can't fly, and their skills are far inferior to yours. The Empress asked curiously, "My lord, I'm afraid our group of 20-odd people won't be able to take down that crystal castle. Will they? It's very difficult." Jiang Chen shook his head and said, "Based on Yan's description, even if the entire territory were to mobilize, it would still be very difficult. Most importantly, this place is nearly 500 kilometers away from the town, which is beyond the range of a level 4 anywhere door, so we can't maintain our position using the Fountain of Life. Since I'm just killing time anyway, I thought I'd come and take a look." The group chatted casually as they delved deeper into the subject. Along the way, the number of crystal foxes, crystal spiders, crystal wolves, and other crystal creatures increased. There was even a sky-covering cluster of crystals, and the Empress, together with the 9 heaven saintess, used the Great Sumeru sword technique to barely block it. The density of these monsters is a bit ridiculous. A look of anticipation flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Could there be a crystal mother residing in this crystal castle? A few hours later, following Yan's directions, The group finally appeared a kilometer away from the Crystal Castle. Looking at the location of the castle, Jiang Chen subconsciously frowned. Yin, take me to the heavens. Yes, my lord. Angel, Yin hugged Jiang Chen from behind and slowly flew into the sky. The Empress was still worried, so she activated the cloud ring to protect herself on both sides. Jiang Chen doesn't have many flying units under his command. The Crystal Castle is located halfway up the mountain, which in itself makes the siege more difficult. Crystal Nest, Crystal Cave. This is the territory of the Crystal Clan at Town Hall Level 9. In the 9th territory, the troop level cap has reached 50. Sudden, the main castle of the Crystal Castle rippled like water. A beautiful female face, tens of meters in diameter, slowly appeared and then spoke. Human, why do you invade my territory? Mother of Crystal. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and clapped his hands, saying, I knew it. Angel Yan's fighting spirits surged. My lord, these sisters look very strong. Jiang Chen turned his head and said, Why does your tone sound a bit like Liang Bing's? Angel Yan was astonished. You know King Apocalypse? The Empress asked from the side. Is the Crystal Mother very difficult to defeat? It's very strong. Jiang Chen thought for a moment. Within the Crystal Mine, it is practically immortal, and it never leaves the Crystal Mine. The higher the quality and the higher the yield of the Crystal Mine, the stronger it becomes. So difficult to deal with. The Empress frowned, then asked curiously, But why do you seem so happy? Jiang Chen smiled and said, It's called the Mother of Crystals because it has an abnormal passive skill called crystal animation, which can continuously animate crystals within a certain range into Crystal Clan. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen added, Somewhat similar to the Starry Sky Zerg's queen, except the Crystal Clan is not as aggressive. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the Empress's eyes lit up. We're surrounded by crystals, which means that as long as we don't exceed the activation rate of the Crystal Mother, we won't need to search for monsters anymore. That's right. Jiang Chen nodded, then loudly addressed the Crystal Mother. You go about your business. We'll just wander around the neighborhood. There was one thing Jiang Chen didn't mention. The territory where the Crystal Mother resides usually features the epic unit, the Crystal Maiden. Despite being only of epic quality, the Crystal Maiden skills are so powerful that her cost-effectiveness is comparable to that of other elite units. His strength is still somewhat weak. Once I upgrade to level 5, maybe I could talk to the Crystal Mother and get some. Upgrading troops, increasing troop star ratings, and building territories are all major energy consumers. Because there isn't enough energy, Jiang Chen has only upgraded the Fountain of Life to level 4, while Zuixinlu and Tianyinj are only at level 3. As for the 10 top-quality spirit fields that were just built, they have only been upgraded to level 1. Therefore, the appearance of the Crystal Mother put Jiang Chen in a great mood. Certainly, the monsters here are already level 45 or higher. For ordinary people to receive the true teachings of the Heavenly Sound Sect is to commit suicide. The Empress also had to lead the disciples of Tianyin. Therefore, Jiang Chen only left Angel Yin, Li Hani, Goddess Warrior, and 9 Heaven Saints on the outskirts to endlessly grind monsters. 2 days passed quickly. Everything in the territory proceeded smoothly as planned. Angel Yin led the team to have a great time grinding in Crystal Valley, and their energy acquisition efficiency increased several times over. Another piece of good news is that the Crystal Maiden has indeed appeared in the Crystal Castle. They just didn't make a move. Before we knew it, the day for the Blue Star channel to open had arrived once again. Noon, and Chuxia sent a video. After the call connected, and Chuxia said, Jiang Chen, you haven't been back to Blue Star for a long time, have you? Jiang Chen laughed and said, My parents are both dead. I have no sister and no house, so I'll be all alone when I go back to Blue Star. Oh well. And Chuxia didn't press the matter, and then said solemnly, Did you see the screenshot that Yuichi Shinichi posted in the County Town channel? Jiang Chen nodded. This guy isn't a fool. He even knows how to use open strategies to subdue the enemy without fighting. Just now, Shenba Town released a screenshot of its current agricultural index. Agricultural Index 54238. They also stated that they would update it once every day at noon. And Xuxia said, the agricultural index has reached 50,000 in just 2 days. After the first batch of crops ripens, it will probably skyrocket again. This situation is not good for us. If everyone farms, it will inevitably affect the town's development. Jiang Chen laughed. If we give up now, he can easily win this gamble on fate. And Xuxia nodded. I know, but with Shenzhou 8 doing this, many lords in the town channel have been asking about the current agricultural index of Longyuan town. At this point, Xuxia gritted her teeth and said, so what I mean is, you should keep track of our town's agricultural index yourself, and don't tell anyone, including me. We will go all out. Even if we lose, we absolutely cannot let the Japanese win so easily. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Don't worry. After hanging up Xuxia's video, Jiang Chen's heart stirred, and he chuckled softly. What a coincidence! The first batch of spiritual creatures has just matured. I wonder what the town's agricultural index will be after I harvest this batch of epic spirit items. With that, Jiang Chen stepped into the planting space. Chapter 86, A Tenfold Difference. The Madness of Spirit and Flesh. In the planting space, the first thing that catches the eye is the dense rice paddies of dragon teeth. Although it is still 3 feet 3 inches long, it is noticeably fuller and brighter in color than the ones from the treasure chest. Perhaps the treasure chest contained dried rice back then. Jiang Chen made a sarcastic remark, then gave the order. Harvest! At Jiang Chen's command, a blue light emanated from the hands of Nong Yi and the others, enveloping the farmland. Immediately afterwards, the pleasing prompts from heaven continued to arrive. Gathering dragon tooth rice grants Shenong's effect, increasing yield by 5 times. You obtain 5 dragon tooth rice. You have obtained moon soul fruit. Shenong's effects are activated, increasing yield by 5 times and quality by 1. You have also obtained 5 mutant moon soul fruits, legendary. Collection. 5 minutes later, Jiang Chen looked at his harvest with satisfaction. According to legend, this is due to an increase in the number of farmers. Even the lowest yield of Longya rice has 1,100 grains. The high-yield moon soul fruit yielded over 6,000 fruits. All spirit items have a portion that can be upgraded to legendary quality. Now the territory's menu is even more diverse, and heroes and main combat units can once again receive a boost to their attributes. Jiang Chen flipped his hand and took out a mutated moon soul fruit. After swallowing a few mouthfuls, Jiang Chen felt a sweet taste between his lips and teeth, and his mind became clear. Hint: you consumed a mutated moon soul fruit. Your spirit power increased by 10. This is simply a divine artifact for magic users. It should be noted that Jiang Chen consumes life source essence daily, and his current aptitude has reached grade B, comparable to an epic hero. The fact that it could improve him so much speaks volumes about its powerful effects. As he pondered this, Jiang Chen took out another azure nether fruit. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen let out a burp, only then remembering that he still needed to check the agricultural index. Open the town panel. Although he was absolutely confident in himself, Jiang Chen was still stunned when he saw the absurd agricultural index. Agricultural Index 525380. Even after 2 days of busy work by thousands of lords in Shenba Town, the agricultural index only skyrocketed to a little over 50,000. Although it hasn't been harvested yet, the harvest will probably only amount to a few 100,000. A tenfold difference. Moreover, Jiang Chen can plant a second crop. Jiang Chen sighed. Did I overestimate the enemy or underestimate myself? After ordering Nong Yi to continue planting, Jiang Chen stepped out of the deep space. The moment I stepped onto the town square, a portal opened in the center of the territory. Immediately afterwards, a dozen or so disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect dragged the massive corpse of the Earth Dragon back to their territory. All of them were elite level. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, the disciples of Tianyin quickly bowed and then returned to the outer realm before the portal closed. Upon seeing this, the two legendary farmers immediately stepped forward and began to break it down. Batch after batch of spirit and flesh were continuously piled into the warehouse. Looking at the scene before him, Jiang Chen fell into thought. 10 top-quality farmlands, even with a 5-fold time acceleration, would be enough to supply the daily food needs of the territory's main combat personnel. What's more, the Empress is still hunting. There's no need to stockpile so many rare or even high-quality ingredients. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen opened the exchange and selected a large number of rare ingredients to put on the market. The sales area covers the entire county. Certainly, prices cannot be applied equally to everyone. On the county town's news channel at this moment, because of the screenshot that Yuichi Kamaya just posted, all the lords of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom were still in a state of excitement. Even many of the mayors of Sakura Town who had achieved rankings in the town's ranking competitions began to emerge. Mudo Sora flattered. You raised the agricultural index to over 50,000 points in just 2 days. You are truly a role model for us all. Shinichi Takeda. First of all, congratulations to Lord Kamaya for gaining 3 more points of luck, making him the luckiest person in the prefecture. Hojo Mai was practically dying of jealousy. I'd pay an astronomical price for a luck betting token. DM me if you have one. Yuichi Kamaya said modestly. I also owe a great deal to everyone's strong support. Immediately afterwards, Yuichi Kamaya continued. Unfortunately, everyone can see the truth clearly, but only Lonyuan Town is still stubbornly clinging to its delusions. Huang Xian angrily said, Shinba, don't be too smug. Lonyuan Town has created so many miracles, it will definitely do it again this time. Shinyuchi said calmly, stop dreaming. Jiang Chen is still tightly guarding the agricultural index of Lonyuan Town and dares not make it public. He's just making a fuss. You know this better than I do. Several lords of Lonyuan Town were indignant and spoke out in response, but it was quickly overwhelmed by the lord of the Sakura Kingdom. Even Yin Man and Zhu Yeqing fell silent. 50,000 points. Even if the two towns of Laoqin and Yinming are fully occupied, their chances of winning are probably only 30%. There's no way around it. There are just too many small towns in Japan. The energy unleashed when the agricultural resources of hundreds of towns are concentrated in one small town is simply terrifying. Yamamoto Tsukasa also became active again. I hope everyone will participate in this betting round. After the last seppuku incident, even many lords of the Sakura Kingdom were somewhat unfriendly to Yamamoto 46. Mudo Sora sarcastically remarked, What's there to gamble on? Everyone's betting on the 8 immortals to win, but even if you win, you won't earn many spirit stones. Seeing this, Jiang Chen frowned. It has to be said, most of the lords of the Sakura Kingdom shared the same idea as Mudo Sora. Everyone is a winner, so whose spirit stones are we going to win? As a result, even with hundreds of thousands of lords combined, the total amount of spirit stones in the betting pool over 2 days was only a few million. The amount of spirit stones wagered in Yolongawan Town was just over 10,000, and it was confirmed that exactly 10,000 of them were wagered by the little fox. This can't go on. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen immediately dialed Huang Xian's video call. Huang Xian asked excitedly, Boss, what are your orders? Brother Huang, don't be so polite. You can do this and that, but please keep it a secret. Huang Xian was puzzled for a moment. Then his eyes flashed with a dazzling light. Boss, is there still hope for our town in this bet? Anyway, there's no loss. Jiang Chen didn't explain much, but emphasized again, note, it must be kept secret. Huang Xian said excitedly. All right, boss, just you wait and see. As it turns out, Huang Xian is indeed a qualified diplomat. She's at least more outgoing than in Chuxia. On the county town channel, Huang Xian sarcastically remarked, If you're feeling guilty, just admit it. You all acted like Shinba Town had the game in the bag just now, but now that we're in the game, you're all turning into cowards. I think we should stop calling it Shinba Town and start calling it Turtle Town instead. Mudo Sora. You idiot. All you do is talk the talk. I just don't want any trouble. Yamamoto, 46. Gentlemen, we can't let the Dragon Kingdom people see this. I'll bet 100,000 spirit stones. After all, Yamamoto was the one who opened the betting pool, and if the stake were too low, he would lose face. Under Huang Xian's secret instigation, with the strong support of Yamamoto, Shiroku, the number of spirit stones in the betting pool was increasing at a visible rate. This made Jiang Chen even more satisfied with Huang Xian. Sudden, a lord from the land of cherry blossoms exclaimed, "Oh my God, everyone look at the exchange. Jiang Chen from Longhua just listed 500,000 units of high-quality spirit meat and another 50,000 units of rare-quality spirit meat. For the hundreds of thousands of lords in the county, 500,000 units is not a lot. It's terrifying that all of them can be listed by a single lord." Shinichi Takeda angrily retorted, "Baka! The Dragon Kingdom Lord only needs 10 spirit stones to buy a unit of premium spirit meat. Why should I pay 10 times that price?" Jiang Chen's prices weren't high. Premium spirit meat costs 10 spirit stones, while rare spirit meat costs 100 spirit stones, which is roughly a little more than half the market price. The reason they're cheaper is partly because they can be sold quickly, and partly because they can quickly enhance the strength of the Dragon Kingdom's lords. Certainly, if the Lord of the Sakura Kingdom were to purchase it, the price would be 10 times higher. The lords of the Dragon Kingdom cheered with joy. Long live Jiang Chen! Evening Inman and Zhu Yeqing purchased some rare quality spiritual flesh. A lord from the Dragon Kingdom suddenly said, Why is there a purchase limit for Jiang Chen? I want to buy more." Before Jiang Chen could speak, Zhu Yeqing explained, "Brother Jiang Chen is selling it so cheaply entirely to help us all. But if there were no purchase restrictions, some people would inevitably be greedy and act as middlemen to make a profit, reselling it to the Lord of the Sakura Kingdom." Jiang Chen nodded. This was exactly what he was worried about. There's no need for everyone to rush to grab it. There will be another batch of spirit meat available tomorrow. Zhu Yeqing. Shinichi. Damn it, so much spirit flesh must be a harvest from the battle of breaking the domain. Less than an hour. All of the spiritual meats that were put on the shelves were sold out immediately. At that very moment, suddenly, one golden announcement after another appeared on the County Towns channel. Chapter 87 Slaughter Points. Advancement to Level 5. The Ethereal Technique. Announcement. The second town ranking competition in Qingyang Town is now open. The rules are as follows. Ranking criteria. Kill points. Click to view rules. The number 1 town grants the mayor a plus 50 bonus to all attributes and a plus 5 bonus to the town's luck. The second ranked town grants the mayor a plus 30 bonus to all attributes and a plus 3 bonus to the town's luck. The third ranked town has its mayor's entire attribute increased by 20 and the town's luck increased by 2. Towns ranked 4th 10th. Mayor receives plus 10 to all attributes. Town's luck increases by 1. Settlement time, 10 days from now at noon. The points list will be refreshed daily at noon. The town rankings have started again. The announcement of the second town rankings instantly overshadowed the hype surrounding the luck-based betting. After all, they're just spectators in the luck-based gamble, but they can participate in the ranking matches themselves. Ingyin Man. Finally, the second town ranking match has arrived. Zhu Yeqing. Kill points. Just what I wanted. Hojo Mai. Finally, I can gain luck again. But why does it have to take so long? 10 days. The area of a county town map is much larger than that of a small town map. Generally speaking, the town will only begin to encounter other town lords after the mayor builds a level 5 portal. Only then will there be true endless war and spectacular events. But now, the town has just broken through to the next level, and the lords can't do much besides gathering resources and fighting monsters. Many warmongers were itching to get back to work. Yi Irin said dejectedly, "Although our town has more people than Lonyuan Town, there are only 700 people. If we were in the top 100, we could still compete, but unfortunately, we only ranked 10th again this time. Ingin Man, upgrade to Town Hall level 6 as soon as possible, build the embassy, and then you can form an alliance. I'll take you flying then. Yiren, thank you, boss Ingin Man. Ingin Man, call me sister. Yiren, okay sistering. Soon, someone exclaimed. Holy crap, killing other lords, heroes, and units will earn you 10 times the points of killing wild monsters. Upon hearing this, everyone was startled. This is forcing us to kill each other. Perhaps it's because our town is too murderous. It said that the Heavenly Tao will formulate the rules for the town ranking competition based on the specific circumstances of each county. And now it seems that's indeed the case. In a short time, some people had a fierce look in their eyes. Some people panicked. Those lords who focused on farming and entertainment, in particular, were all in a state of fear. Yiren immediately said, "Don't panic, everyone. Your territories are all at a low level right now. As long as you stay in the town, you're basically safe." Safety. Hojo Mai's words were dripping with murderous intent. A price to buy the challenge letter and the high-level subjugation order. Kill points. Jiang Chen looked at the newly appeared battle report. Your unit, Cynthia, has killed the Crystal Spider leader, Elite, gaining 840 energy, 100 spirit stones, and 90 kill points. Really? The battle report now includes a kill points reward. A level 45 elite monster only provides 90 points, which is not bad. However, just like troop combat strength, kill points are also a weakness of Longyuan Town. After all, killing requires the cooperation of the enemy. Unlike agricultural indices and resource acquisition, which can be developed in isolation, as long as you have enough spirit stones, it's easy to multiply your points tenfold. Fortunately, we discovered the Mother of Crystals, which allows us to farm monsters without limit. However, the Anywhere door must be upgraded to level 5 before it can directly reach the Crystal Castle. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen immediately posted a message on the town's channel. Brothers, I'm offering a high price for the coordinates of a sulfur mine. Wei Ming, sulfurore? Holy crap, is the boss planning to upgrade to Town Hall 5? I haven't even found any copper or for Town Hall 4. Tushan, yeah. Brother Jiang Chen, can ye lick a bit of the refined copper or from the 4th book? Sulfur or is an essential resource for upgrading to Town Hall level 5. The request to purchase sulfur or essentially reveals Jiang Chen's current territory level. But now, in order to quickly travel back and forth to Crystal Valley to farm monsters, we can't worry about that anymore. Pity. A full 10 minutes passed, and no one provided any clues about the sulfur mine. Left with no other option, Jiang Chen could only contact Enchuxia, who had just returned from Blue Star. In early summer, take Xiao Jio to explore the outer regions more often, especially the advanced maps. Enchuxia naturally saw Jiang Chen's purchase request and rolled her eyes at him upon hearing it. So you're treating me like a treasure hunter? Even so, but Enchuxia still set off with Long Jiao. In order to expand the search area and ensure Enchuxia's safety, Jiang Chen sent 5 giant dragons to follow Enchuxia. One day later, Jiang Chen was carefully reviewing the enhancement lists of various low-level cultivation manuals. He wanted to find a suitable advanced cultivation technique for the Tianyin Pavilion. Sudden, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The ethereal technique, this is good. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, Enchuxia sent a communication request. After the call connected, Enchuxia said, with a strange expression, "If Enluashi weren't my biological mother, I'd really wonder if I have some kind of special constitution. The problem isn't with your mom, it's with your dad. That's not right either. You don't have a father." Jiang Chen smiled. "Found it." Enchuxia nodded. "These are the coordinates of the sulfur mine. But the monsters there are a bit too high level, so I didn't let Long Jiao make a move rashly." Jiang Chen nodded. "You did the right thing. By the way, I still have some of the epic bear meat from last time. I'll mail some to you right away. Please check your mail. We can't let people work for free." Soon, Jiang Chen cleared out a group of fiery rhinoceroses guarding the sulfur mine. Then they transferred all 8 legendary farmers who were unemployed to mine. Another day has passed. Note, you have upgraded your lord's mansion to level 5, unlocking the Archer's Hall building and increasing your territory area to 120,000 square meters. Note, the area of the deeper space within the Blessed Land has been expanded to 120,000 square meters. The 5th building, the Archer's Hall, is also an elite unit building. After the 5th volume, there's another change that can be considered hidden, namely the exchange. Once the exchange reaches level 5, a new feature, listing, will be unlocked. In other words, if Jiang Chen makes a foolish mistake, he can sell his shares in the territory. Of course, you can buy it. A flash of light. The Anywhere door has been upgraded to level 5. The teleportation range has been expanded to within 500 kilometers of the town, and Crystal Valley is located right on the edge of this range. A portal to any other world was created in an instant. One side of the territory connects to the Fountain of Life, while the other side leads to Crystal Valley. As luck would have it, just a few dozen meters away from the Anywhere door, 3 goddess warriors were fighting monsters. Where are Amanda, Cynthia, and the others? Amanda turned around, paused for a moment, then cheered. The Fountain of Life? Long live the Lord! The light of the Fountain of Life has radiated through the Anywhere door, creating a fan-shaped area in the Crystal Valley. In other words, heroes and units will no longer need to return to their territories to enjoy the bonuses from the Fountain of Life. Soon, all high-end combat forces, including the Empress, are concentrated in Crystal Valley. Jiang Chen began to make arrangements. From now on, this Anywhere door will be open 24/7. Remember to use your skills when fighting monsters. All Tianyin disciples who have reached level 20 will enter Crystal Valley to grind. Upon hearing this, the Empress frowned and said, "Wouldn't it be a bit dangerous for a level 20 heavenly sound true person to come to Crystal Valley to grind monsters?" "Won't." Jiang Chen handed over a cultivation manual. "Empress, you should learn this first. Piao Ju, rank A, the sect's most treasured technique of the Piao immortal sect. When cultivated to the highest level, one's immortal traces become ethereal. More exercises are not necessarily better. Most powerful cultivation techniques are difficult to be compatible with other cultivation techniques. For example, Jiang Chen's 8-9 arcane skill and 9th set of broadcast gymnastics. Although the heavenly sound technique is only a C-level technique, it is perfectly suited to the physique of heavenly sound disciples. If one can cultivate it to the highest level, the additional attributes will be considerable. It's a real pity that they followed in the footsteps of radio calisthenics. Therefore, Jiang Chen has been searching for an A-level cultivation technique that is highly compatible and suits the fighting style of the Tianyin disciples. Based on the detailed description of the technique, the Misty technique is basically consistent. Moreover, the enhancement fee is only 10 million spirit stones. The Empress was overjoyed when she saw the description of the Misty technique. Hint: Empress's favorability +1, current favorability 99. It's 99, just 1 point away. Once the favorability rating reaches 100, a whole new world will open up for you. Chapter 88, Terrifying Monster Grinding Speed. The luck bet announced. The attribute boosts after mastering the Piao Ju are Physique +100, Spiritual Power +100, Divine Soul +60, and Capacity +60. Both being a level cultivation techniques, the Misty technique is slightly inferior to the Divine Body and the 8-9 Mysterious technique. However, this also greatly increased the combat power of the Tianyin True Disciples. Currently, the number of True Disciples of Tianyin in Jiang Chen's territory has reached 190. After acquiring the sect's skill, Ethereal Technique, Jiang Chen immediately ordered the Tianyin True Disciple, who had reached level 20, to enter Crystal Valley. 10 minutes later, 9 kills of Heavenly Sound. Chief Disciple Li Yin unleashed her ultimate move, defeating a level 45 Crystal Fox in seconds and gaining 45 kill points. After dealing with 4 or 5 Crystal Foxes, Li Yin exhausted her spiritual energy and immediately returned to the fountain of life to replenish it. 1 minute later, Li Yin was back to full health and mana and charged into the monster horde once more. And with the support of the fountain of life, the disciples of Tianyin can use their skills without restraint, turning into killing machines. Even goddess warriors and 9 heavenly saintesses cannot be stingy with their spiritual power when they encounter a difficult opponent. Jiang Chen estimated, "My current efficiency in acquiring kill points is comparable to that of hundreds of ordinary warlords combined. As the number of level 20 Tianyin disciples increases, this efficiency will become even higher." In the blink of an eye, another day has passed. The day has finally come for the settlement of the agricultural index gamble. Jiang Chen's planting area has just completed its second harvest, and the agricultural index has reached 1.14 million. Judging from this figure, the lords of Longyuan town are also working very hard. 11:40 a.m. Jiang Chen looked at the betting table. 1 Shenba town, 82.8 million spirit stones. 2 Longyuan town, 150,000 spirit stones. Although Huang Xian's promotional efforts have been remarkably effective in the past few days, but it seems that some people have noticed something unusual. Fortunately, no matter how unusual the situation was, no one believed that Longyuan town would win. The agricultural index released by Shenba town yesterday surged again, reaching 160,000. Beep, beep, beep. A private message notification popped up. Jiang Chen glanced at it. It was sent by Huang Xian. "Boss, the betting market will close in 10 minutes. Can I place a small bet at the last minute?" Considering Huang Xian's indispensable contribution. In addition, Huang Xian is very sensible and reasonable. Jiang Chen immediately replied, "Of course. If you have 100,000, then bet 100,000. This can be considered a bonus for Huang Xian." Huang Xian said excitedly, "Thank you so much, boss. I only have 80,000 spirit stones left. I'll bet them all this time." Jiang Chen, "Okay." 10 minutes passed quickly. The final few seconds before the betting pool was locked. Jiang Chen bet 10 million directly. In this way, about 1% will be given to Huang Xian as a reward for his hard work, which is about 800,000 to 900,000 spirit stones. Upon seeing the locked betting table, Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned. 1 Shenba town, 83.8 million spirit stones. 2 Longyuan town, 11.34 million spirit stones. Besides the bet between him and Huang Xian, there were probably an additional 1.1 million spirit stones. Could it be Yi again? Wrong. Based on his understanding of the little fox, she shouldn't have that much courage. He soon had his answer. On the county town channel, "Yin man, I had a feeling that Huang Xian was acting strange these past few days, and I was right. I should have bet more. Damn, it was her." Others who sensed something was wrong might at most bet a few dozen or 100 spirit stones for fun. But this girl is not short of money. Just then, the little fox popped up. 2 Shan Yi. Yi only bet 100,000. What a huge loss. All right, the case is solved. He won 10 million. Iman won 1 million. And Zaya Holy won 100,000. The sudden influx of gambling funds in Longyuan town gave the town's lords a glimmer of hope. It's obvious that Jiang Chen must have placed the bet, since only Jiang Chen knows the details of Longyuan town. Boss Jiang Chen has bet so much, which proves he's very confident. Great. I thought our town was doomed to lose. Wei Ming. Even so, everyone should prepare for the worst. The agricultural index released by Shenba town yesterday reached 160,000, and it will definitely exceed 200,000 today. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "If we win this bet, it will all be thanks to everyone. I will personally fund the distribution of 100 units of rare quality ingredients to each brother in the town as a bonus." The town has a population of over 400, which together amount to 40,000 units of rare ingredients. For Jiang Chen, who is known as a legendary farmer, this was nothing. But for ordinary lords, it was a windfall. Many people immediately spoke up. What are you saying, Boss Jiang Chen? You're taking a huge risk by betting 10 million spirit stones. That's right, and towns blessed with good fortune all have entry fees. But our boss has never charged us any, and even the anywhere door is shared with us at a fair price. If we take your share of the profits, we be ungrateful. That's right, that's right. Shimba Town only has 1 point of luck, and they still charge each person a monthly entry fee of 1,000 spirit stones. This is absolutely not a compliment. Being a town mayor is a lucrative job, and many ordinary towns even collect a small amount of spirit stones as public funds for daily expenses and rewards for warlords. Not to mention small towns with a boost in luck. Now that Jiang Chen has made money through risky means, they naturally have no right to ask for a share of the profits. And the stakes changed suddenly. This also caused a stir within the county. The lords of the Sakura Kingdom, who had already placed their bets, were immediately thrown into a frenzy. Fortunately, Yuichi Shinichi suddenly stepped in and managed to stabilize the situation. Do you think our town's agricultural index is still stuck at 160,000 as it was yesterday? I'm not afraid to tell you. Just yesterday, I used the Luban axe to accelerate the ripening of the spirit fields in more than 20 farming territories in Shimba Town. Mudo Sora exclaimed. This must have used every Luban axe. Lord Shinpachi is truly a man of great courage. Shinichi Takeda. Jiang Chen is very cunning. He has been keeping the agricultural index of Longyuan Town a secret and refusing to release it. If it weren't for Lord Shimba's caution, it would have been easy for him to explode in the ass. Hojo Mai. Haha. Shinichi Town has overdrawn 2 points of the town's luck. Lord Shinichi simply can't afford to lose. But, despite his confident words, Shinichi Yuichi, Jiang Chen's actions still put him under tremendous pressure. This proves that the agricultural index of Longyuan Town has reached at least 180,000. But as Hojo Mai said, he couldn't afford to lose, and he didn't even dare to imagine the consequences of losing. Now that things have come to this, we have no choice but to grit our teeth and bear it. 10 minutes pass quickly. 12 o'clock sharp. The golden light that enveloped the entire town lit up. All the lords of Longyuan Town and Shimba Town looked up, watching this moment that would determine the fate of their towns. Jiang Chen was no exception. Golden characters quickly coalesced in the sky above the town. The luck bet has ended. Your town has won. Your town's luck has increased by 3, bringing your current luck to 8 points. The gamble of fate has come to an end. After a moment of silence, all the lords of Longyuan Town cheered loudly. The entire town was engulfed in a frenzy of excitement. We won. We actually won. Long live the mayor. Another resource point of mine has been upgraded. Oh my god, I just triggered a special event. A rare hero has come to join me. At the same time, a crack appeared on the top of the golden bowl that was upside down above the town, and countless golden rays poured in. The gamble on fortune is like 2 funnels connected in the middle, each over one of the 2 towns. This golden light is the fortune drawn from Shimba Town and injected into Longyuan Town. At the same time, Jiang Chen also received a notification from the exchange. Hint: you have correctly predicted the winner in the luck bet and have won 83.9 million spirit stones. After deducting the initial investment, Jiang Chen earned another 73.9 million spirit stones. Jiang Chen immediately fulfilled his promise. Immediately, 100 units of rare spirit meat were mailed to each lord of Dragon Abyss Town through the exchange. Note: profit sharing. This drew another round of cheers. Jiang Chen had thought it through very clearly. As the overall strength of Longyuan Town improved, his position as town mayor naturally rose accordingly. Not to mention the ongoing town killing points ranking tournament. If he weren't afraid of being too high profile, Jiang Chen would have liked to find an opportunity to send out a batch of spiritual items of exceptional quality. Jiang Chen wasn't worried at all about these lords leaving Longyuan Town once they became powerful. They chose to stay and fight side by side during the most difficult times. Only a madman would leave the thriving Longyuan Town, which is now supported by road transport. This shows how everyone united and worked hard to cultivate the land during this gamble on fate. Sudden, swoosh, the dragon vein, which had been dormant deep within Jiang Chen's territory, reappeared, swimming merrily around Jiang Chen with even more lively eyes. Hint: the town's fortune has improved. The dragon vein's evolution has reached 8%. Note: dragon vein amplification effect increased. Chapter 89: Reap what you sow. A deal. Just as I expected, it increases the drop rate of territory units by 16%. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with the effects of the evolved dragon vein. He looked at the 2 luck betting tokens lying in his warehouse. A gamble on luck, truly a double harvest of luck and spirit stones. However, the thought that the second town qualifying rounds had already begun, Jiang Chen forcibly suppressed the urge to use the betting token. I'll wait a few more days until the results of this town ranking competition are in. Then I'll choose the Cherry Blossom Town with the highest luck to use. That way, it will be more cost-effective. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen said in the Longyuan Town channel, "Let's all work hard and strive for a good ranking in this town ranking competition." The words had barely left his mouth. "Don't worry, boss. I've been working my butt off these past few days. Let's take first place again." Long live Longyuan Town. A true case of 1 call and 100 responses. The results of the fortune betting were also simultaneously announced on the county-level channel. Despite Jiang Chen's 10 million bet, the Lords of the Dragon Kingdom still felt a strong sense of unreality. Then came ecstasy. Regardless of the method used by Longyuan Town, the fact that China defeated Japan again under almost impossible circumstances is a huge boost to the morale of the weakened China. Yiren, great. This increases our chances of winning the battle for Qingyang County even further. Ingyi man. Shimba Town's luck value has dropped to a negative value. I can't help but be happy just thinking about it. Zhu Yeqing. Longyuan Town is leading the way. How can we lag behind? Fellow countrymen of the Dragon Kingdom, let's cheer each other on in the upcoming town ranking competition. Although it sounded a bit childish, Zhu Yeqing's words instantly drew cheers from everyone. Compared to the bustling Dragon Kingdom, the situation was rather bleak for all the lords of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Shimba Town has the spiritual fields and seeds of hundreds of our towns. Its agricultural index is over 200,000. How could it lose? Could it be that a high-quality wild spiritual creature has appeared in Longyuan Town? It is said that when Longyuan Town was in the novice stage, the heavenly Tao once rewarded it with an epic treasure chest. Could it be that Jiang Chen opened a legendary quality farming item with an epic treasure chest? If it's true, then Jiang Chen is truly someone blessed by Amaterasu. One guess after another came out of the mouth of the Lord of the Sakura Kingdom. While ordinary Cherry Blossom lords were merely shocked. In Shimba Town, there was already widespread devastation. The gamble on fortune has ended. Your town has failed. Town fortune has decreased by 3 points, and your current town fortune is 2 points. Watching helplessly as the town's fortune was stripped away, turning into a life of poverty and despair, the lords of Shimba Town were devastated. A sinkhole suddenly appeared in my territory and swallowed my crystal mine. His luck is already negative. How dare Kamen Rider Yuichi charge a monthly town residency fee of 1,000 spirit stones? That's right, refund. Still in that Japanese-style private room, Shinya looked dazed. Through the nearly chaotic local channel, he has already tasted the bitter fruit of negative luck. The 3 descendants of the daimyo did not look much better. Oda Hirokazu said with a gloomy face, "Kamahachi must take full responsibility for this loss." Another descendant of a daimyo, Mori Hachuro, chimed in, "That's right, Lord Shinichi. How could you be so impulsive as to overdraw your luck?" Upon hearing this, Yuichi Kamaya forced himself to calm down and said with a gloomy expression, "When I chose to overdraw the town's fortune, none of the 3 objected. Oda Hirokazu shneret. This is not a problem we should be considering." All we know is that Mr. Shimba promised us that we would win first place in the town rankings and receive 5 points of luck. But look at Shimba Town now. It's not even as good as an ordinary town, let alone having 5 points of luck. I simply cannot imagine a reason to stay here. Seeing that Oda Hirokazu's words implied he intended to leave, Kami Yakuza Yuichi quickly shouted, "Lord Oda, although the current situation is not optimistic, as long as we can win first place in this killing ranking competition, we can rise again. And now, only if we work together can we have this hope." Oda Hirokazu stopped in his tracks and fell into deep thought. It must be said that Shinichi Yamashita's words make sense. Things have come to this. The four of them would benefit from being together, but would suffer from being separated. All right, then I'll trust Shinichi one more time. Yuichi Kamiya breathed a sigh of relief and then opened the newly released kill leaderboard. The kill leaderboard is updated daily at 12 o'clock noon. They had been completely focused on the gamble of luck, but now they finally had the time to check the town's kill rankings. Seeing that Kamiya Town's kill points were still ranked third, Yuichi Kamiya finally showed a relieved smile. Sudden, Yuichi Kami's eyes were always fixed. He rubbed his eyes, making sure he wasn't seeing things, and then shouted, "How come the kill points in Lonyuan Town have increased so quickly? Yesterday it was outside the top 100, and today it's risen to 45th? Upon hearing what Yuichi Kamiya said, the other three immediately noticed the ranking of Lonyuan Town. 45 people. Although this ranking is far from threatening Shimba Town, Lonyuan Town's improvement is too fast. Oda Hirokazu gritted his teeth and said, "This Lonyuan Town is simply eerie. Sir Shinba, could your information be wrong? Is their town really only about 400 people? Even if Inchuxiao possesses an epic-level wilderness unit building, she is still all alone." Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on Mori Hachiro's face. Could it be that Jiang Chen has already deduced the Heavenly Sound disciple's military seal? Rumor has it that he created his own troops entirely through pay-to-win tactics. And after these two gambles, he has already amassed over 300 million spirit stones. This guess was immediately accepted by all. Oda Hirokazu said with a gloomy expression, "If that's the case, then we're in trouble. Heaven knows how many Heavenly Sound disciples' weapon tokens he produces." After a long silence, a cruel glint appeared on Yuichi Kami's face. "Everyone, let's upgrade our books as soon as possible. If the Anywhere door can be upgraded to level 5, perhaps we will have a chance to discover the nearby Dragon Kingdom Town. You should know that killing other lords and their hero units grants 10 times the kill points." Oda Hirokazu's eyes lit up, and he laughed loudly. "Haha, Mr. Shinate, your insight is brilliant. 45th place. Yesterday's optimizations to the Crystal Valley development. In a single day, his kill ranking jumped from outside the top 100 to 45th. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with this. Now, the gamble on fate has been settled. The monster hunting operation is now on track. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, then stepped into the portal leading to Crystal Valley. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen arrived outside the Crystal Castle, escorted by a group of powerful individuals. "Your Excellency, Mother of Crystal, I wish to make a deal with you." Chapter 90 Crystal Maiden, a tribute edit. A few seconds later, ripples spread across the Crystal Castle like water, transforming into the gentle face of the Crystal Mother. "Human Lord, you allow your subordinates to slaughter my people, and now you actually want to make a deal with me?" The Crystal Mother's questioning had no effect on Jiang Chen, because he knew that, like the Starry Sky insects, the Crystal Clan were also emotionally detached. The only difference is that the Crystal Clan prefers to guard their own crystal mines and poses almost no threat to other races. Jiang Chen didn't waste any words. He simply flipped his hand and took out a blue crystal. Aquamarine. The Mother of Crystal let out a gasp of surprise. According to the rules of the battlefield of all races, building resources are not tradable. This also applies to the native lords of the battlefield of all races. However, the quality of aquamarine is as high as epic. This level of material is not only limited to construction. For the Crystal Clan, it is also a resource for recruiting troops and even food. The only difference is that the resources acquired through trade lose their building attributes. For the Mother of Crystal, that was enough. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Can we talk now?" The Crystal Mother, though detached in emotion, was nonetheless intelligent. Human, desire Crystal Clan troops? Good. What type of unit do you want? The Crystal Maiden. Several days ago, Yin had already seen the Crystal Maiden in the Crystal Castle. Absolutely impossible. The Crystal Mother's tone left no room for doubt. Every Crystal Maiden is my daughter. I wouldn't trade them for any amount of aquamarine. Jiang Chen was taken aback by the Crystal Mother's resolute decision. After a second of stunned silence, he suddenly realized, "You have to pay extra, right?" As he spoke, he flipped his hand and took out a milky white, luminous crystal. Holy crystal! An intense longing flashed in the Crystal Mother's eyes. For her, legendary quality crystals are not only delicious food, but when accumulated to a certain extent, they can also help her evolve and advance in star level. How do you want to change it? Final. After some haggling, the two parties finally agreed on a price. Jiang Chen exchanged 20 units of Holy Crystal for a Crystal Maiden's crystal embryo. For Jiang Chen, the Crystal Castle has only two greatest values. First, the Crystal Mother's passive skill, Crystal Animation, creates a monster farming paradise. The second is the Crystal Virgo. As for the Crystal Mother herself, although she has good combat power, she is a homebody, which makes her secondary. After returning to the territory, Jiang Chen looked at the 12 crystal embryos laid out in front of him. Besides the military token, the crystal embryo is one of the unique recruitment items of the Crystal Clan, limited by the production of Mother Crystal. In the first batch of transactions, Jiang Chen barely managed to assemble a small team. Crystal embryo, plus when used, it can summon a Crystal Maiden, epic. As expected, the crystal embryo can also be strengthened. Fortunately, the enhanced crystal embryo still recruits Crystal Maidens, not those big, dumb crystal dragons. Normally speaking, the legendary Crystal Maiden can only be evolved from the soul of a unit, making her an extremely rare existence. Even Jiang Chen, a top student, had never heard of any ancestor lord possessing the legendary Crystal Maiden. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't know what attributes it would have after being enhanced. Let's strengthen one character first to test the waters. Consume 3 million Spirit Stones. Select Enhancement Direction 1. Legendary Crystal Embryo, Crystal Maiden. After the light faded, a golden crystal embryo appeared, and Jiang Chen did not hesitate. Recruit. Click, click. The crystalline matrix flows and rises upright. She quickly transformed into a crystal creature in the form of a young girl. The battlefield of myriad races has already bestowed upon her initial memories. Greetings, Lord. Concise and to the point. It perfectly matches the cool and aloof personality of the Crystal Clan. However, precisely because the Crystal Clan has a pure heart, their initial loyalty is as high as 90 points. Of course, it is also extremely difficult to improve because they rarely have feelings of gratitude or admiration. The Crystal Maiden is only about 1.6 meters tall and has a slender and graceful figure. Aside from being made entirely of crystal, it possesses all the typical feminine characteristics. Yes, it's somewhat similar to the transformation form of White Queen in Jiang Chen's previous life in Marvel. Judging by appearance alone, she is identical to the epic-level Crystal Maiden. The existing skills remain unchanged, and a new transformation technique has been added for the legendary level. After Chen saw the skill clearly, his eyes instantly flashed with dazzling light. Wait, the transformation technique. Isn't that one of the Crystal Mother's signature skills? Jiang Chen glanced at the remaining energy, then waved his hand. Upgrade. A series of halos rose up, and the Crystal Maiden instantly leveled up to level 20. Jiang Chen looked at her attributes. Crystal Maiden. Race crystal. Level 20. Quality golden legend star. Attributes: physique 240, spiritual power 240, divine soul 240, capacity 240. Combat power 240 stars. Skills: crystal assimilation, crystal transformation, crystal ray, crystal storm, transformation technique. Crystal Virgo's initial attributes are as mediocre as can be. Moreover, their combat strength without equipment is only considered low among legendary units. However, the Crystal Maiden is one of the few units that can have its attributes edited. The key lies in the skill crystal assimilation. Jiang Chen took out an ordinary crystal. Consumes 10,000 spirit stones. Enhancement direction 7-6. Golden obsidian crystal. Golden radiance crystal is known as one of the hardest materials under the divine. Let's try absorbing it. There wasn't much experience left by his predecessors, so Jiang Chen had to try everything little by little. The Crystal Maiden took the golden crystal from Jiang Chen's hand, a rare hint of emotion flashing in her eyes. Yes, my lord. Crystal assimilation. The golden crystal instantly turned into liquid and merged into the Crystal Maiden's body. Her originally colorless and crystalline body also shimmered with a faint golden hue that was visible to the naked eye. Let's look at her attributes. Physique 265, spiritual power 240, divine soul 240, capacity 230. Ha ha! Jiang Chen burst into laughter. Reduces carrying capacity by 10 points and increases physical strength by 25 points. That's right. Crystals are the equipment of the Crystal Virgo. Moreover, as long as there is still load-bearing capacity, there is no limit. At this stage, even if a regular lord obtains the Crystal Maiden, they can only feed her with fine or rare quality crystals. However, the ratio of the converted attributes carried by assimilating such low-grade crystals may be less than 1-to-1. The legendary golden crystal not only achieves an attribute conversion ratio of 2.5-to-1, but can also be completely converted into a single physical attribute. Soon, dozens of golden radiance crystals were absorbed by the Crystal Maiden. At this moment, she appeared as if she were cast from obsidian. If she stood there motionless, even the most exquisite work of art would be no more than this. Her attributes have changed to physique 880, spiritual power 240, divine soul 240, capacity 0. Truly worthy of being called attribute editor, Jiang Chen exclaimed in admiration. Crystal assimilation is just one of Crystal Virgo's 3 powerful skills. The other 3 skills are equally powerful. However, it needs to be verified in actual combat. Jiang Chen was also curious about how strong the legendary Crystal Maiden would be after her power was unleashed. Do it as soon as you think of it. Jiang Chen immediately opened the second portal. Soon, Jiang Chen temporarily recalled Fan Yin Tian and Zai Tian as guards. Then, accompanied by the Crystal Maiden whom she had just named Crystal One, she appeared 500 kilometers away from the town. The desolate highlands are also a virgin land that has never been developed by any lord. It is a gathering place for orcs and trolls. The group had just stepped out of the portal. A dozen or so trolls, each over 3 meters tall, charged forward, howling as they brandished spike clubs. Chapter 91: Powerful Combat Force. The Mind Control Tower. Jiang Chen said softly. Jingyi, eliminate the enemy in front of you as quickly as possible. Yes, my lord. Crystal transformation. Jingyi's 2 slender arms suddenly extended, transforming into 3-meter-long, palm-width, and paper-thin golden blades. Sizzle. A barely perceptible sound of wind breaking through the air rang out. A level 48 troll froze in place, and a line of blood stretched from the top of his head to his crotch. 3 seconds later, puff! The troll's entire body collapsed, its foul-smelling blood and organs spilling all over the ground. Who would have thought that the seemingly noble and extraordinary Crystal Virgo was actually a cold-blooded killing machine? Even Zai gasped in astonishment. What a sharp weapon, Jiang Chen explained. My order just now is to eliminate the enemy quickly, and when facing a weak enemy, the sharper the weapon, the faster the killing efficiency. However, extreme sharpness means the weapon is flimsy, sacrificing its durability attribute. If it weren't for the golden obsidian material, the blade that Crystal One conjured would have broken long ago. At this point, Jiang Chen changed his order. Jingyi, a blunt weapon. Jingyi's left hand instantly transformed into a 2-meter-tall spike club. Heaven knows how such a weapon, several times her own size, could be conjured from that petite body. Boom! The golden spiked club slammed down, instantly turning the unfortunate troll into a pile of minced meat. Jiang Chen continued. Spell attack. Jing wave her hand. More than a dozen crystal rays, each as thick as a wrist, shot out. The troll's hit areas immediately began to crystallize, though the process was slowed considerably. Unfortunately, Jingyi's main attribute is physical strength. If it were Divine Soul, each ray could probably kill a troll. Next, that is a skill unique to the legendary Crystal Maiden. Use the transformation technique to transform into a blood crystal bat. The words had barely left his mouth. Jingyi's body rapidly fused together like a candle, and after reshaping, it transformed into a crystal bat with a wingspan of 10 meters, soaring into the sky. Transformation technique. Transform into another crystal clan. Attributes remain unchanged after transformation, but the user gains the skills of the transformed crystal clan. Current transformation templates: Crystal Spider, Crystal Fox, Crystal Wolf, Blood Crystal Bat. Note: consuming other Crystal Clan members will grant you a new transformation template. It's conceivable. The ever-changing Crystal Virgo will be capable of anything, from soaring through the skies to diving into the seas, adding countless possibilities to Jiang Chen's tactics. All right, come back now. At Jiang Chen's command, the blood crystal bats swooped down and began to shrink rapidly at a distance of 10 meters from the ground, transforming into human form and landing on the ground. The gods of Brahma and the gods of freedom were completely dumbfounded. This is truly amazing. Jiang Chen sighed. This is the kind of unit I want, although I've been spending money like water during this period. But Jiang Chen still has 180 million spirit stones in his possession. Strengthening a legendary military talisman only costs 10 million spirit stones. If Jiang Chen wanted, he could immediately recruit hundreds of legendary soldiers. However, ordinary legendary units do not have leadership bonuses, do not have ultimate attributes, and their growth potential is already fixed. If we recruit a legendary unit that's even less cost-effective than a dragon, then we might as well train ordinary Tianyin disciples. After all, the disciples of Tianyin possess bonuses such as Empress's Command, Great Sumru's Sword Style, and Ethereal Technique. With the upgrade cost of a single Excellence Star, they can unleash combat power, second only to ordinary epic units. After Jiang Chen confirmed the Crystal Maiden's power, mass promotions began, and after trying it, Jiang Chen had 6 of the Crystal Maidens absorb the Heavenly Soul Crystal, transforming their primary attribute into Divine Souls, thus becoming Crystal Maidens with magical abilities. Naturally, Jiang Chen's energy was running out again. The remaining 11 Crystal Maidens only reached level 10. After adding the Crystal Maiden to the monster-slaying army, Jiang Chen returned to his territory. Upon returning to his territory, he went directly to the Enlightenment Chamber of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, changed the time flow to 10 times, and began cultivating the 8-9 arcane art. Through this period of exploration, Jiang Chen has also figured out some of the tricks of the trade. Furthermore, with his aptitude improved to be level, he no longer feels drowsy during cultivation as he did at the beginning. I don't know how much time passed. Thump, thump, thump. The Heavenly Tao's notification sounded, prompting Jiang Chen to exit his cultivation state. That voice is because he needed to cultivate. Jiang Chen had already blocked most of the Heavenly Tao's prompts. Is someone selling bait? Jiang Chen immediately opened the message. The message was sent by a stranger named Gao Yu. Judging from the profile picture, She's a cute girl with delicate features. Brother Jiang Chen, I just came across a goblin shop and got a blood bait. I heard you're buying it. Jiang Chen's spirits lifted. Since breaking through the domain, he has started to buy decoys of various attributes at high prices, since he can enhance them into ultimate decoys. However, there are too many nouveaux riches in the county. He raised the price, and the wealthy man raised the price too. Since the start of the special town kill ranking tournament, various bait items have been sold at exorbitant prices. Jiang Chen's family fortune is far less than Inman's, and even less than that of the others. But I never expected it. Someone actually chose to sell him the bait. Although somewhat surprised, Jiang Chen still asked curiously, Lord Gaoyue, why don't you sell to Yin Man and Zhu Yeqing? Gao Yu said, I really want to join Lonyuan Town and fight the Japanese devils with my brothers. Of course, I also want to enhance the fortune of Lonyuan Town. That much is undeniable. Jiang Chen asked calmly, Do you have a high-level city relocation order? Gao Yu, I have one. Don't laugh at me. I was originally planning to use it to run away at any time. Jiang Chen readily agreed. All right, I agree. Of course, I will still purchase this blood bait at the price I promised before. Gao Yu seemed very happy. Thank you, boss. No, from now on I'll call you Boss Jiang. Jiang Chen said, You're too kind. Once we join Lonyuan Town, we'll be comrades in arms. After granting Gao Yu permission to move in, Jiang Chen fell in a deep thought. The reason why Lord Gaoyue requested to enter Lonyuan Town is perfectly reasonable. He even frankly admitted that he did so for the sake of Lonyuan Town's fortune. Even intuitively, Jiang Chen didn't sense anything was wrong. But what is most likely to deceive a person is intuition. As a qualified lord, Jiang Chen naturally knew how to question. At this moment, a notification also appeared in the Lonyuan Town channel. Hint: Lord Gaoyue has moved into the territory. Jiang Chen, having invited someone, naturally couldn't leave without saying, Welcome Lord Gaoyue to become a part of Lonyuan Town. Although most lords felt confused, but since Jiang Chen had already spoken, the welcoming atmosphere was still very enthusiastic. Gao Yu is also very well behaved. I'm new here, so please forgive me if I do anything wrong. Beep beep beep. And Chu Xiao sent a video. After the call connected, and Chu Xiao immediately asked Jiang Chen, What is the background of this Lord Gaoyue? There was nothing to hide, so Jiang Chen recounted what had happened. And Chu Xiao didn't notice anything unusual either, but still said, It should be fine, but I'll still have my mom send someone to investigate next time I return to Earth. Jiang Chen smiled and said, All right, but I'll have to trouble the city lord again. And Chu Xiao said, Why are you being so polite? After hanging up the video call, Jiang Chen sighed and said, Your family background is no secret. If Gao Yu really has a problem, it's probably something that Lorden wouldn't be able to find out. Therefore, it's better to rely on yourself than on others. Speaking of which, Jiang Chen immediately took out a blueprint. It was one of the blueprints I exchanged in the Hall of Reputation a few days ago, the Tower of Spirit. Consume 8 million spirit stones. Select Enhancement Direction 3-6, Mind Control Tower. Chapter 92, Revealing the Truth. Enslavement. In the Hall of Reputation, Jiang Chen exchanged for many good items. Jiang Chen simply didn't rush to build some buildings that weren't currently essential. For example, the mind control towers of today. Soon, a square base and a tower over 10 meters high have been completed. 5 antennas glowing purple stand atop the tower, giving it a high-tech look. The mind control tower. Level 0. Function 1. Allows units within the territory to speak the truth. Takes effect upon active use. Function 2. Enslaves 1 unit, 0/1, on a psychological level. Takes effect upon active use. Of course, enslavement also depends on the level and rank of the target. After all, an epic level building cannot enslave a myth. Each level that the mind control tower upgrades grants 1 additional enslave slot. A level 0 mind control tower is sufficient for now. Having mastered how to use the mind control tower, Jiang Chen waved his hand and sent it into the deep space of his territory. Over the next few days, Longyuan Town is developing step by step and steadily improving. With Crystal Valley as a monster hunting paradise, Jiang Chen's energy acquisition speed increased several times over. The initial batch of 300 Tianyin disciples were all eventually promoted to Tianyin true disciples. Of these, 54 have already reached level 20 and joined a monster hunting army in Crystal Valley. Jiang Chen's monster killing speed continued to grow like a snowball. The kill points ranking in Longyuan Town is also steadily improving every day. Besides, Jiang Chen dispatched the Crystal Maiden, who transformed into a blood crystal bat, to continue exploring into the distance. After all, there might be other towns 500 kilometers away. There's a trick to exploring small towns. That means exploring in the direction of decreasing monster level. Using this technique, Crystal Maiden actually discovered the whereabouts of other town lords in a level 30 map. Unfortunately, after repeated confirmation, it turned out to be a small town in the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Chen did not act rashly. After confirming the coordinates of the town, he sent the Crystal Maiden back. The only thing left in that town was the legend of a 10-meter-long blood crystal bat boss. It's midday again. The kill leaderboard has been updated again. 1. Old Qin Town. Points, 52.38 million. 2. Hojo Town. Points, 51.52 million. 3. Shenzhou 8 Town. Points, 42.11 million. 10. Longyuan Town. Points, 33.8 million. I was 15th yesterday, and I've finally made it into the top 10 today. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. In just a few days, Longyuan Town jumped from outside the top 100 to the top 10. At least half of it was Jiang Chen's doing, and 1/10 was in Chuxia's doing. Of course, other towns also showed their unique strengths, although Yin Man did not seek allies like Shinyi Yuichi did. However, the original descendants of the Qin family in Lao Qin Town received her generous support. Various rare and exceptional hero tokens and military tallies were scattered as if they were free. It is said that she has moved all the entrances to the battlefields of the myriad races of these old Qin lords to a certain altar between the two realms in Longzhou. This offline studio is now on the right track. As expected, after 6 days of effort, Lao Qin Town surpassed Bei, Tiao Town's chrysanthemum and temporarily took first place. Only Yiming Town, which was initially highly anticipated, only ranked 8th. There was no other way. The strongest fighting force in Yinming Town was Zhu Yeqing, the martial lord. But how many monsters could he kill all by himself, even if he worked day and night? Longyuan Town suddenly surged into the top 10. This immediately sparked cheers in the Longyuan Town channel. 10th place. If we can maintain our 10th place, our town will gain a bit more luck. Mu Qingxuang. With our current momentum, we can definitely compete for a top 3 finish. Wei Ming. Ha, that's right. Shima Town only has 10 million more points than us. There's still 4 days left. Let's do our best, brothers. The entire town of Longyuan was filled with fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Wu Tongkong, who had just been pushed down to 11th place by Longyuan Town, gritted his teeth and cursed Longyuan Town for cheating in the county channel. In response to this situation, naturally, diplomat Huang Xian stepped in to confront them. There's still 4 full days until the kill points are tallied. Aim to reach level 6 within the next few days, and then use that blood bait. At my current rate of growth, with some effort, I still have a good chance of defeating the old Qin Town's chrysanthemum. Just then, Enchuxia sent a video request. In the video, Enchuxia, despite her weathered appearance, still wore a bright smile. Jiang Chen, the gem mine you want has been found. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Gemstone is an essential resource for upgrading to Town Hall level 6. These past 2 days, Enchuxia has had the Dwarf King lead the team to fight monsters. She herself, accompanied by 6 giant dragons, roamed the outland maps above level 40. Finally, a gem mine was found. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen said seriously, "Early summer, you must be exhausted these past few days. "I've mailed you some things to help you recover." And Chu Xiao was taken aback, then saw the exchange's notification and exclaimed softly, "A top-grade epic spirit item, dragon tooth rice?" Then, as if she had just thought of something, she exclaimed in surprise, "After the last gamble on fate, rumors spread that you obtained farming treasures like the time-space farm, and now it seems it's true." Jiang Chen neither admitted nor denied it. "So, eat as much as you want. The effects of the Blessed Land are far superior to those of a regular time farm. It's not like it's a pig." And Chu Xiao rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen, then said in a sweet, coquettish voice, "Mayor, is there anything else you need? Please let me know if you do." Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Come to my territory tonight." Caught off guard, and Chu Xiao's face flushed red. "You?" To everyone's surprise, Jiang Chen continued, "It's been a long time since we've all gotten together, so let's take this opportunity to celebrate making it into the top 10. How about 6 o'clock? Hey, what's wrong with you?" And Chu Xia glared at Jiang Chen and said fiercely, "It's all right, I'm going back to Earth." Beep, beep, beep. Beep. Jiang Chen chuckled, and then sent a message to the newly arrived Lord Gaoyue. "To celebrate our territory making it into the top 10, I'm inviting the town's core members to a party tonight. Gao Yu is a newcomer. Would you like to come and meet everyone?" These past few days, Gao Yu did not show any abnormalities. Moreover, she is beautiful and well-behaved and is quite popular in Lonyuan town. But without verification, Jiang Chen was still uneasy. Gao Yu seemed very happy. "Thank you, Boss Jiang. I'll definitely be there." Jiang Chen, "Then let's go for 5:40. Gao Yu, "Okay." Today marks the opening of the Blue Star Channel once again. These second-generation leaders, including Chu Xia, have returned to Lan to replenish their ranks with fresh blood. Even ordinary lords would return home to let their family and friends know they were safe. So the town channel suddenly became deserted. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had gotten used to it and went into the Enlightenment Room to continue his arduous cultivation of the 8-9 arcane arts. A few hours later, after Jiang Chen ensured that anything beyond the current scope of the territory had been sent into the deeper space, he granted teleportation access to the Gaoyue territory. Soon, a flash of light, with her delicate features, petite yet fiery figure, Gaoyue appeared in the center of the territory. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Welcome, welcome. The others will be here soon." A hint of shyness flashed in Gaoyu's eyes. No rush. It's rare to have this opportunity to be alone with Boss Jiang." Jiang Chen casually asked, "Where are you from? Is your real name Gaoyu?" Jiang Chen keenly noticed that the hair clip on Takahashi Mizuki's head emitted a faint bluish light. This is a prop for mental protection. Jiang Chen only used the truth revealed function. Therefore, Gaoyu wanted to lie. Chapter 93. Distributing Military Command Seals. The real war begins. Pity. The level of the mind control tower is too high. It operates subtly and imperceptibly. Gaoyu didn't even notice. Instead of sitting down, she put her hands behind her back, leaned forward to accentuate her breasts, and said coquettishly, "No, that's not true. Her real name is Takahashi Mizuki. She's the head of the second section of the Plum Blossom Agency in Sakura Country. She's been infiltrating the Kamikawa Taka family for over 10 years. The sound stopped abruptly. Takazuki. She shouldn't be called Takahashi Mizuki. A hint of disbelief flashed in her eyes. You, Jiang Chen said, "What's wrong? Keep talking." Without the slightest hesitation, Takahashi Mizuki immediately lunged at Jiang Chen. "Go to hell." Almost simultaneously, Jiang Chen said softly, "Slavery." The azure light, visible only to Jiang Chen, instantly descended upon Takahashi Mizuki's head. In the blink of an eye, the mind control tower issued a notification. The goal of enslavement has been achieved. There was no struggle, no lag. Before the ferocious expression on Takahashi Mizuki's face had even faded, she suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud and shouted, "Master, please forgive my rudeness." Mizuki Takahashi is not a master. Under the close-range manipulation of epic-level buildings, There is practically no power to resist. Get up, Jiang Chen instructed. From now on, do not show any abnormality in front of outsiders. All right, Boss Jiang. Takahashi Mizuki instantly switched into her role, her face full of disgust. The most despicable and vile race in the world, the Sakura Kingdom, dares to oppose the Great Dragon Kingdom. They should be wiped off the blue star. Although Jiang Chen remained outwardly calm, he was secretly astonished. Enslavement does not turn a person into an idiot, but rather alters a person's fundamental understanding. The mindset that Jiang Chen instilled in Takahashi Mizuki was naturally to fight against the cherry blossoms and to be loyal to him. But I didn't expect it to be so effective. Jiang Chen frowned and said, Takahashi Mizuki, your current identity is still useful. Don't give yourself away when you're in private with Sakura too. As the head of the second section of the May Agency, Takahashi Mizuki is an invaluable pawn. Takahashi Mizuki quickly agreed. Don't worry, boss. But could you call me Takazuki in private? Because the name of the cherry blossom people disgusts me. Jiang Chen was speechless. This is almost too effective. Now tell me, who sent you? And what is your purpose? Okay. Mizuki Takahashi revealed everything. It's that little bitch Hojo Mai. Be civilized. All right. It was that woman, Hojo Mai, who contacted the May Agency. She even said that you, boss, like someone with a baby face and big breasts like me. According to Hojo Mai's description, Jiang Chen confirmed Hojo Mai's purpose. It's nothing more than gaining his trust, spying on his secrets, and even assassinating him at a crucial moment. It's basically in line with his previous guess. Except for one thing. Jiang Chen frowned and said, Who said I only like people like you? This Takahashi Mizuki hesitated for a moment, then said, According to the intelligence from the May Agency, boss, every time you win spirit stones, you bring 2 Shanye along, and 2 Shanye is exactly my type. As he spoke, Mizuki Takahashi compared her height and bust size. Jiang Chen wanted to explain, but upon closer reflection, it seems that by sheer coincidence, the little fox always ended up making money with him. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and said, Go back and report to Hojo Mai that the girl is only one aspect. Another is that to gain my trust, she must provide a monster of any attribute as bait. Takahashi Mizuki nodded repeatedly, yes. Soon, in Chuxia, Wei Ming, Tu Shanye, Mu Qingxuang, and Huang Xian arrived one after another. Upon seeing Takahashi Mizuki, the group was only slightly surprised and did not ask any further questions. It was obvious that in Chuxia was still holding a grudge against Jiang Chen for teasing her at noon, but she still leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear and whispered, It's already been investigated. This Lord Gaoyue is a native of Shenhe, so there shouldn't be any problems. Jiang Chen nodded, his words carrying a double meaning. Then I'm relieved. Same as last time. Jiang Chen took out the epic delicacies to entertain everyone. Before the meal was served, Jiang Chen waved his hand, and dozens of military tokens appeared on the table. It has both superior and rare qualities. These are all drops I made while exploring Outland. If anyone needs them, please share them. Seeing everyone stunned, Jiang Chen smiled and said, As everyone knows, I have disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect, so I don't need these. He just wanted to find an opportunity to improve the skills of these key members. If it weren't so ostentatious, he would have given each person an epic military token. Huang Xian hesitated and said, I've already benefited greatly from following the boss, so I can't keep taking his things for free. I'll buy them with money. Others also agreed. Jiang Chen generously said, Just a little something will do. If you don't have the money, you can pay on credit. Wei Ming smiled wryly. I'm probably the poorest person here now. These military tokens are too precious. If all else fails, I'll just have to wait until I upgrade to Town Hall Level 5 and use the shares of my territory to pay off the debt. The little fox's thought process was still unique. Yes, let's use shares. If Brother Jiang Chen takes control of my territory, then he will definitely fully support my development. That's what you call vision. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. Jiang Chen, your movement with the troop splitting talisman just now already showed some of Sister Ying's charm. And Chu Xiao made a joke, then said seriously, I have the Dwarven Royal Palace, so I don't need these military tokens. After several rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, everyone left one after another. However, Takahashi Mizuki quickly sent another video request. Boss, important news. Explain. Just now, the ninjas under Mudo Town's command have discovered the approximate location of a small town in the Dragon Kingdom, and they may begin their attack in the next day or the day after. Jiang Chen's face darkened. After a town breaks through a domain, the coordinates displayed for each lord will be centered on their own town, so no one knows the location of other towns. Jiang Chen was also unsure which town Mudo Sora was targeting. But what if the Sakura Kingdom suddenly uses the spatial sealing scroll? Even he or Ing E-Man couldn't get there to provide support via the teleportation array. After all, although the Dragon Kingdom is in a weak position, it still has hundreds of towns. It's impossible to guard against. Report any new intelligence immediately. No wars without death. Jiang Chen could only do his best. The next day, 2 more Cherry Blossom spies have moved into Longyuan Town using the Wind Bait and Dark Bait respectively. Jiang Chen upgraded the Mind Control Tower to level 2 and easily took it down with the help of Takahashi Mizuki. According to Mizuki Takahashi, all of Sakura Country's top spies and CO Prefecture have abandoned the darkness and turned to the light. Surprisingly, for the next period of time, Qingyang County was calm and peaceful, until the morning of 2 days later. Just as Jiang Chen had finished mining gems and was about to upgrade to level 6, a piece of news instantly ignited the Qingyang County. Xiao Wushang, fellow countrymen of the Dragon Kingdom, my town has been sealed off. Upon hearing this, everyone was startled. They all knew what this meant. The real war has begun. Chapter 94. Killing points delivered to your doorstep. Advancement to level 6. This isn't a mock exam. People can really die here. Brothers, we must strengthen our cultivation levels outside of town. When someone is prepared to attack someone unprepared, it's impossible to guard against them. The 2 countries were sworn enemies, and it just so happened that a town killing points ranking competition was being held. For a time, everyone felt insecure. At this moment, Mudo Sora chimed in. Ha ha ha, Xiao Wushang. So what I just sealed off was your Eternal Night Town. Weren't you very active? Now you're scared. Xiao Wushang remained unfazed. What am I afraid of? Although Yongye Town only has 600 people, if you, Muting Kong, want to wipe us out, you'll have to be skinned alive. Mudo Sora sneered. You think it's just our little town? Let me tell you, this time Lord Kamaya has sent a large force to support us. With the 2 of our towns joining forces, what can you possibly do to stop us? These words plunged the already low morale of the Lord of Eternal Night Town into another slump. Shimba Town, ranked 4th on the kill list? He's finished. Spatial seal, there's no way he can escape. Wah, I knew that Blood Crystal Bat was strange a few days ago, but none of you paid any attention to me. What's there to be afraid of? When we die, we'll die with our heads held high. Let's fight the Japanese devils. The lords of the Sakura Kingdom were filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Hojomai went even further, shouting, Baka! Mutu Sora, if you hand over Eternal Night Town to me, I can immediately surpass Ing E-Man and regain the number 1 kill ranking. Jiang Chen was stunned when he saw this. Blood Crystal Bat? It can't be such a coincidence. Jiang Chen immediately contacted the Lord he had just met to confirm the appearance of the Blood Crystal Bat and the terrain around Eternal Night Town. The final decision has been basically made. Xiao Wushang's Eternal Night Town was the same Dragon Kingdom town that the Blood Crystal Bats had explored a few days ago. This made Jiang Chen overjoyed, even setting aside the kill points that are handed to you. Jiang Chen couldn't just stand by and watch his fellow countrymen be slaughtered right under his nose. At this moment, Xiao Wushang calmly said, My fellow countrymen, the Japanese have already entered the town. Even if it's only for a little over 10 days, I am very honored to be able to fight alongside my brothers. The indifference of a dying statement carries a tragic undertone of facing death with unwavering resolve. The Dragon Kingdom Lord felt a lump in his throat. Mudo Sora, however, adopted a condescending attitude of a victor. Lord of Eternal Night Town, listen up. I'm only after kill points this time. If you surrender your heroes and troops and give up resistance, I might spare your lives if I'm in a good mood. Xiao Wushang, Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, I would rather die standing than live on my knees. Jiang Chen immediately said, Brothers of Yongye Town, hold on. I'm trying to find a way to support you. Jiang Chen spoke the truth. This drew a sarcastic remark from the Lord of the Sakura Kingdom. Mudo Sora sneered, Support? I'm already outside Eternal Night Town. What support do you have? This time, I'm going to live stream the massacre of Eternal Night Town. Immediately afterwards, a message appeared on the County Town's channel. Lord Mudasora has set up a live stream. Mudasora is so arrogant. This left the Lords of the Dragon Kingdom both angry and helpless. Jiang Chen opened the live stream and found that the perspective was indeed outside a small town. That's good. I can keep track of his movements at all times. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen dialed Xiao Wushang's video call. After a brief exchange, Xiao Wushang was initially delighted, then quickly said, Brother Jiang Chen has created an outstanding military unit, and his future achievements are limitless. We are not worth your risking your life. Jiang Chen said, Don't worry, Brother Xia. I know what I'm doing. What Eternal Night Town needs to do is to buy as much time as possible. Time was of the essence, and before Xiao Wushang could say anything more, Jiang Chen abruptly ended the video call. Then he gave the order. Upgrade your Lord's Mansion to level 6. Complete immediately. Hint. You have upgraded to a level 6 Lord's Mansion. Unlocking the embassy building in your territory area has increased to 180,000 square meters. He had no time to pay attention to the newly unlocked buildings and the surge in territory size. Upgrade to level 6 Anywhere Door. The Anywhere Door has been upgraded again, allowing Jiang Chen to travel 100 kilometers less. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen issued an order through the Lord's Heart. All heroes and epic units of level 20 and above assemble in the territory immediately. When Jiang Chen assembled his troops, sudden, in the county town channel, a town mayor from the Cherry Blossom country suddenly said, Baka, my town is under lockdown too. Ng E-Man, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly appeared. I was planning to prepare for another day. Mudo Sora, if you dare to kill one person from my Dragon Kingdom, I will kill 10 people from your Sakura Kingdom. This could be considered a hostage exchange. Jiang Chen shook his head. It's not surprising that Ng E-Man, who possesses the epic flying unit Iron Eagle Warrior, can explore other towns. But Ng E-Man was so eager to save the hundreds of Dragon Kingdom lords in Yongye Town that she overlooked the true nature of the Sakura people. Really? Mudo Sora said coldly. Kill me if you want. No need for further words. The sealed-off mayor of Sakura Town immediately shouted, No, Lord Mutu, she's trying to kill me. Old Qin Town is number 1 in kill points. We can't withstand her. Mudo Sora, Baka, it is your honor to die on the battlefield. Ng E-Man was at her wit's end. Brothers of Yongye Town, I'm sorry, I can't save you. But I swear in the name of the first emperor's descendants that I will make Mudo and Shunba pay for their crimes and blood. Xiao Wushang, haha, thank you so much, sistering. With your words, we can die in peace. Xiao Wushang was in his early 20s, tall, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a square face. At this moment, he is leading his heroes and troops at full speed. Meanwhile, the town of Yongye was already in complete chaos. Should we escape to the outskirts of town? Try to escape out of town? The teleportation points leading out of town have probably been blocked by the Japanese long ago. Wow, I don't want to die. I'm my parents' only child. How heartbroken they would be if I died. I should have listened to them. and moved away from this town sooner. They were not soldiers. In fact, the vast majority of them were students who were becoming lord for the first time and were full of enthusiasm. Sudden, someone exclaimed. Li Jie's images turned black and white. He's dead. This caused even greater panic. Xiao Wushang and several town officials immediately stepped in to maintain order. Have you all forgotten the massacre in District 632? Don't expect the Japanese to let you go after you surrender. Brothers now, immediately, abandon your territories and peasants, and lead your heroic units to the Evernight Mountains to assemble. The Japanese used several superior scrolls in a combined ban, and the ban only lasts for 1 day. The Eternal Night Mountains are easy to defend and difficult to attack. As long as we can hold out for 1 day, everyone can use the Anywhere door to escape. Although his private chat with Jiang Chen had just given Xiao Wu a glimmer of hope, he was still heartbroken. It was just a sliver of hope. Well, Xiao Wushang sighed. Even if, as Jiang Chen said, the two towns are adjacent, the towns are at least 700 or 800 kilometers apart. Unlike Wuding Town and Shimba Town, Longyuan Town had not been planning this for a long time. Even in the most optimistic scenario, with Jiang Chen's Anywhere door already at level 5, the remaining hundreds of kilometers of travel time would probably still take half a day. Not to mention, Jiang Chen also needs to spend time gathering warlords. Our town only has 4 elite units. Can they hold out for most of the day? Xiao Wushang naturally had no idea. Jiang Chen had no intention of gathering the other warlords in the town. Instead, they attacked on their own, and it flew over. 10 times the kill points. In a ruined territory, Muto Sora burst into laughter. Indeed, killing other lords is the fastest way to gain points. Mori Hachuro, representing Shinhachi Town, fiddled with the blueprints he had just acquired and chuckled. Yoshi, thanks to the blessings of Amaterasu, I just destroyed this arrow tower and not only gained resources, but also a blueprint. Accompanying the two were dozens of lords, hundreds of heroes, and thousands of troops. At this moment, a demonic Onmyoji suddenly reported, My lord, we have just detected the presence of many living beings moving towards the center of the town. Muto Sora frowned. They still want to struggle? It seems they want to gather together to fight us. That place must be a dangerous location. What a problem. It's always thinking about how to survive. Mori Hachiro sneered. But this is fine too. It saves us the trouble of searching everywhere. We can wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Muto Sora nodded, then issued the order in the hastily initiated war group. Surround the Dragon Kingdom people in the center of the town. 1 hour later, near a teleportation point outside Eternal Night Town, several lords from the Sakura Kingdom were guarding the teleportation point with their subordinates. On the one hand, it's about being vigilant. On the other hand, it's about preventing any escapees from leaving the town. The group chatted while watching Muto Sora's live stream. What bad luck. Such a great opportunity, and we've been assigned to guard the teleportation point. Ono-kun, I heard that your uncle participated in the Holy War in District 632. Is that true? Of course it's true. My uncle told me that the female lord of the Dragon Kingdom has the fiercest temper. It's unclear what they were talking about, but they burst into a lewd laugh. Sudden, one of them suddenly pointed into the distance and said, Ono-kun, do you see a figure over there? Several people looked over. A simply dressed figure appeared at the edge of the mist. As the figure slowly approached, the group began to drool. Even though she's wearing a mask, her figure is absolutely stunning. Could it be a hero or soldier lost by some lord of a dragon kingdom? A glint of greed flashed in Ono-kun's eyes, and he licked his lips, saying, Shall I try to persuade them to surrender? As he spoke, he took a few steps forward. Now, the two sides were only a few dozen meters apart. Lihani looked at the 3 lewd men in front of her with disgust in her eyes. The sword of no life was drawn instantly. Chapter 95 Silence in the Town. The slaughter begins. With Jiang Chen's instructions given beforehand, and coupled with her dislike for the others, Lihani showed no mercy in this attack. The The sword energy of lifelessness grew against the wind, instantly transforming into a length of hundreds of meters. In an instant, the air fell silent. Ah! Ono-kun's face was deathly pale. He made a drowning sound, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He was not a reckless person. In fact, he had been on guard, but he never expected the enemy to be so monstrous. Logically speaking, the more condensed the sword energy, the greater its power. However, Lihani's control over sword energy had reached its peak. Even with the sword energy diluted to several hundred meters, it was enough to instantly kill these elite heroes and troops who were generally around level 20. Thump! Ono's body was severed from his chest. Immediately afterwards, the sounds of people falling to the ground with thuds filled the air. 3 lords, along with several heroes and hundreds of soldiers, were killed by Lihani with a single sword strike. Soon, 12 giant dragons and 12 blood crystal bats, carrying the goddess warriors, the 9 heaven saintess, 20 dwarf rocket launchers, and dozens of heavenly sound true disciples, landed in front of the teleportation point. Once you reach level 20, the dragon can carry 6 people, while the crystal bat can carry 2 people. The Empress and Angel Yin can fly on their own. Jiang Chen leaped off Long Jio's back and said to Lihani, "Well done. Keep clearing the teleportation points in the other 3 directions." Lian Yu Nudda. "Yes, my lord." Among his subordinates, Lihani was the least noticeable, yet he possessed the ability to instantly kill hundreds of people. From the perspective of external regions, the town is less than 1 kilometer in diameter and is connected to the outside world by a series of teleportation points. The battlefield of myriad races is itself composed of many spaces. The most common scenario is that each town is a self-contained space, with an initial internal area of approximately several hundred kilometers in radius. It is said that once a town's fortune exceeds a certain value, its internal space will expand, and its resources will increase. Open Muto Sora's livestream. It was discovered that the 2 sides had already begun a standoff in the Evernight Mountains. Meanwhile, the lords of the Sakura Kingdom were frantically sending out barges of comments. "Lord Muto, hurry up and kill them. What are you waiting for? Ha! I've prepared the fine wine, just waiting for this carnage to add to the festivities. Let the people of the Dragon Kingdom know what happens when they oppose my great Sakura Empire." Jiang Chen glanced at it a few times, then took out a gray scroll and tore it open. Mute. The epic silencing scroll cast a great glow over the entire town and a radius of 1 kilometer around it. Space was blocked, and people were silenced. From now on, no one in Eternal Night Town could shout until they were hoarse, and no one would answer. Muto Sora's live stream has been closed. There's no signal at all. Muto Sora naturally couldn't do a live stream. The sudden turn of events enraged the lords of the Sakura Kingdom, who returned to the County Town channel and began to hurl insults. Muto Sora, either don't do the live stream at all, or at least finish it. Stopping updates at this time? Mr. Muto definitely wants to start charging. I'll accept being charged, but at least broadcast it. Certainly, all of this is no longer Jiang Chen's concern. Leave 4 Crystal Maidens to guard the teleportation point. The rest of the Crystal Maidens will clear the way. Inside the teleportation point, there were also several Sakura lords stationed. That's strange. Why is my communication not working? They were still in a brief state of shock from the complete communication blackout. A flash of light, a blood crystal bat, resembling a work of art, flew out from the teleportation point. Now, even the slow-witted among them knew something was wrong. What kind of monster is this? Quickly, notify Mr. Muto. But it was too late. The blood crystal bat flicked its wings slightly. Crystal storm. Countless foot-long crystal blades appeared instantly, spinning rapidly. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, all creatures that stood in the way of the crystal blade were like meat grinders, their flesh and blood flying everywhere, creating a hellish scene within a radius of tens of meters. While the magic-based Crystal Maiden's single-target attack isn't as strong as the physical-based one, it's incredibly useful for clearing out mobs. When Jiang Chen entered, the battle was already over. The blood crystal bat spoke human language. My lord, there's a large amount of life energy reaction about 100 kilometers to the southeast. This is the blood crystal bat's signature skill, sonic detection. It could detect energy reactions and topography, making it very practical. Jiang Chen nodded. Speed up a march. The Evernight Mountains. Hundreds of thousands of troops are facing off. The mountain is home to over 600 lords and more than 200,000 soldiers belonging to the Dragon Kingdom. The area below the mountain is home to over 1,000 lords of the Sakura Kingdom, with only 100,000 troops. Despite the seemingly small difference in numbers, the Dragon Kingdom even appears to have the advantage. However, the Sakura Kingdom had gathered most of the warlords from 2 of the top 10 towns in Xinjiang County. These 100,000 troops were at least elite quality, and there were even countless rare and superior troops. Muto Sora and Mori Hachiro even each have a team of epic-level units called Sword Masters. The combat capabilities of the two sides differ by at least 5 times. Xiao Wushang, what's your decision? Muto Sora was full of vigor. I've said it before, I'm only here for kill points and energy. If you obediently offer up your heroes and troops, you might survive. Xiao Wushang's voice immediately came through. We're discussing this. What's the rush? Muto Sora snorted coldly. It's been 10 minutes already. My patience has its limits. Mori Hachiro scoffed. You're not trying to stall for time, are you? How naive. The reason they didn't attack immediately was that they wanted to take Eternal Night Town without bloodshed. After all, there will be casualties in any battle. Sudden, Muto Sora was taken aback. Why did my live stream stop? After several unsuccessful attempts to restart, he finally realized what had happened and was filled with shock and anger. Damn it! Who used the silencing scroll on Eternal Night Town? A 3-day ban? This is an epic level ban scroll? Mori Hachiro shouted. Mr. Muto, the Dragon Kingdom Lord on the mountain, is clearly stalling for time. Now that this has happened, whether they are bluffing or have real reinforcements, we should launch an attack immediately to avoid being attacked from both sides. Muto nodded and immediately ordered a general offensive. Kamakura Sarai and heavily armored pheasant swordsmen led the way, followed by star viewers, Onmyoji, Tokugawa archers, and other troop types. A sword master could be vaguely seen moving among them. The battle erupted instantly. On the mountain peak, a pretty female lord exclaimed excitedly. Our town is silenced. There's no need for Muto Sora to do anything unnecessary. So what Brother Wushang said was true. There really are reinforcements. Xiao Wushang, however, was not so optimistic because he had more to think about. If it really is Jiang Chen who arrives, that must be an extremely fast flying unit. How many flying units are there? Facing the 100,000 elite troops of the Sakura Kingdom, it was a drop in the ocean. But he couldn't show this worry. Instead, he said in a deep voice, Hold on, reinforcements are on their way. What we need to do is buy time. The crowd shouted, Yes. The fighting spirit of Yongya Town has been rekindled. Pity. The enemy consists of 2 small towns that rank among the top 10 in Xinjiang County. Ayajutsu. Every time a sword master drew and sheathed his sword, dozens of militiamen were decapitated. Only ranged units can make the Sakura lords somewhat wary. 20 minutes later, the mountains were littered with corpses. Although the Dragon Kingdom's army had a superior position and an absolute geographical advantage, the disparity in strength between the two sides was simply too great. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom has advanced hundreds of meters upwards, continuously shrinking the living space of the Dragon Kingdom's lords. The female lord shouted, Brother Wushang, we can't hold on much longer. The other 3 sides are cliffs, leaving no room to retreat, which is why it is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Before Xiao Wushang could speak, a boy next to me suddenly pointed to a low peak on the left and shouted, Look, what's that? The Eternal Night mountain range stretches for dozens of miles, and they were only on the main peak. On a low peak a few hundred meters away from them, 20 dwarf soldiers appeared out of nowhere. They carried rocket launchers with a caliber of 300 millimeters, muzzles pointing skyward, and huge spiritual energy projectiles, 7 or 8 meters long, gradually took shape. Xiao Wushang exclaimed in surprise. These are dwarf rocket troopers? Dwarf rocket troopers can only be advanced using the soul of a troop. How come Brother Jiang Chen has so many? Also, how do they get up there? Countless questions flooded Xiao Wushang's mind, but they all eventually turned into the joy of surviving a disaster. At this moment, Jiang Chen's figure slowly emerged from behind the mountain peak. He waved to Xiao Wushang, then pointed to the densest area of the cherry blossom army below. Because of the angle, it wasn't until 20 rockets were launched that the lords of the Sakura Kingdom became aware of the situation. By Amaterasu Amikami, what is that? Are these shells from a technology-based unit? No. These are dwarf rocket launchers. How can there be so many dwarf rocket launchers? Get out of the way. Mori Hachiro looked up at a cannonball falling directly towards him, and his mind became unusually active. As one of the 3 daimyo descendants invited by Yuichi Kamiya, he suddenly remembered that when Yuichi Kamiya sent Watanabe to ambush Jiang Chen, the 4 words Watanabe sent back before his death were thick and long. They even speculated at the time whether Watanabe had been violated by Jiang Chen in a beastly manner. The truth has finally come out, but it was too late. Boom, boom, boom. He was completely engulfed by the horrific explosion. Chapter 96, A Living Target. The Dragon is Born. On the County Town channel. The Lord of the Sakura Kingdom is still resentful about Muto Sora shutting down the live stream. Immediately afterwards, the Dragon Kingdom lords soon discovered that all the lords in Eternal Night Town had lost contact, and messages in both regional channels and private chats seemed to have vanished without a trace. There is only one explanation. Yi Irin said with grief and indignation, Muto Sora has silenced the entire Eternal Night Town. This beast must be doing something inhumane, just like the 632 district massacre back then. According to the tacit understanding among the nations of Earth, while fighting between nations is not prohibited in the battlefield of 10,000 races, certain actions will still be condemned. For example, brutal torture and murder. For example, certain misdeeds committed against female lords. Now that the town of Eternal Night is silenced, it's hard not to have bad associations. After all, these are things that the lords of the Sakura Kingdom love to do. Man roared, repay kindness with kindness, and repay evil with justice. Lord of Old Qin Town, slaughter the Japanese devils in this small town before you to pay tribute to the heroic spirits of our compatriots in Yongya Town. All the lords of Old Qin Town were united in their hatred of the enemy. Yes, the Sakura Kingdom lord she had banned immediately begged for mercy, saying, Lady Man, this was all done by Muda Kong. It has nothing to do with me. But why would Man care about all that? Just as she was wreaking havoc in this cherry blossom town. A lord from the Sakura Kingdom suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Lord Mori's profile picture has gone black. Not just Mori-kun, but Nishio Fujita. Oh my god, dozens of lords in our Kamiya town have died instantly. What happened? This news stunned even Man, who had transformed into a killing machine. What exactly happened in Eternal Night Town? Why did so many of the lords of the invading Sakura Kingdom suddenly die? Could it be that they suddenly encountered a powerful monster? Does Eternal Night Town not have items like Gates of Hell or Undead Bone Plague that result in mutual destruction? Everyone speculated. This ban is driving me crazy, Zhu Yeqing said in a deep voice. In a little over 2 hours, today's kill points will be updated, and then we'll be able to see some clues. If it really was a last-ditch counterattack in Eternal Night Town, then their kill ranking will definitely skyrocket. If not, then it proves that these invaders encountered other powerful enemies. Hint: your dwarf rocket launcher killed Mori Hachiro. You gained 40,000 energy and 9,600 kill points. Hint: your dwarf rocket launcher killed the Onmyoji. You gained 22,000 energy and 3,320 kill points. Hint: your Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile as he looked at the tens of thousands of battle reports that appeared in an instant. A single artillery barrage wiped out tens of thousands of units from the Sakura Kingdom, including hundreds of lords. The man named Mori Hachiro appears to be one of the descendants of a daimyo, whom Kami Yakuchi invited at a high price. Gained 7 million energy and 2.1 million points. As expected of a 10x kill point system, as long as I wipe out this army below, I can get more than 20 million points. Jiang Chen sighed. If it weren't for the fact that dwarf rocket launchers can't farm monsters on a daily basis, we should really make more teams. The reason for bringing along the dwarf rocket launcher was because I had discussed the battlefield terrain with Xiao Wushang before we came. Just now, Jiang Chen consumed 4 million energy to upgrade all the dwarf rocketeers to level 25. Using the Blood Crystal Bat's acoustic detection capabilities, Jiang Chen quickly located the mountain peak. This hilltop is perfect for firing artillery. The Lord of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom below is a sitting duck. Moreover, the slope behind the hill is gentle enough for the dwarf rocket launcher to climb to the top silently. Most importantly, there's only one 100-meter wide ridge leading to the summit, with mountain streams on both sides. If the Cherry Blossom army wanted to attack, it could only crowd densely on the mountain ridge. Up to this point, everything is perfect. After achieving a decisive victory, the dwarf rocket launchers didn't stop. Instead, each of them took out a bottle of the water of life and gulped it down. Then they prepared for the next shot. A sudden change. This stunned both sides in the battle. Call. Even though they were hundreds or thousands of meters apart, the violent airflow from the explosion made the clothes of the people on the mountaintop flutter wildly. The girl next to Xiao Wushang could fit an egg in her mouth. What kind of unit is this? It's too powerful. Xiao Wushang, with his rich experience, looked at the hordes of dead and wounded cherry blossom soldiers below and sighed. These are elite dwarf rocket troopers. Judging from their power just now, they must have used overload and exhausted all their spiritual energy. The girl asked doubtfully, exhausted spiritual energy? Brother Wushang, do you mean they only have enough power for one more attack? That's right. Xiao Wushang nodded. Moreover, it took the right timing, the right location, and the right people to create that kind of destructive effect. The girl tugged at Xiao Wushang's sleeve and pointed to the low peak in the distance. So what are they doing now? Xiao Wushang turned his head and saw that the second projectile of the dwarf rocket launcher was almost complete. He froze for a moment, then gasped in shock. A potion to replenish spiritual energy? Or a potion that instantly restores hundreds of points of spiritual energy? Xiao Wushang forced himself to calm down, then solemnly addressed the Lord of Eternal Night Town beside him. This medicine is absolutely priceless at this stage. Brother Jiang Chen really went to great lengths to save us. We will forever remember this kindness. Everyone nodded emphatically. Only when you are on the verge of death do you realize how precious life is. Although the potion that replenishes spiritual energy is extremely precious, Xiao Wushang would not think of such a treasure as the water of life just because of it. Therefore, Jiang Chen used it without any scruples. Bakayuru Mudo Sora escaped unscathed, but he was tumbling around like a gourd, looking utterly disheveled. How can there be so many dwarf rocket launchers? He looked at the spot where Mori Hachiro had been standing 100 meters away. The ground was now littered with mangled flesh, and there was no trace of his remains. Mudo Sora's vassal Lord swallowed hard. Lord Mudo, the enemy is at a great disadvantage. They are on higher ground. Should we retreat from the mountains first? Snap! Mudo Sora slapped him. Baka! As the lord of the great Sakura Empire, there's only death in battle, no desertion. Certainly. The reason he was so brave was because he knew that the dwarf rocket launcher, after being overloaded, only had one shot left. The younger brother's eyes showed admiration. Hi, Lord Mudo is right. Then he pointed to the trajectory of the second volley of shells that had just taken off and traced a beautiful arc. It is my honor to die alongside Lord Mudo. Before he could finish speaking, Mudo Sora screamed. How could he recover his spiritual power so quickly? Quickly, get out of the mountains. After saying that, he bravely took the lead, then turned and ran away. Boom, boom, boom. The second round of bombing took away nearly 10,000 Japanese soldiers. There was no need for Muto Sora to give the order. All the lords of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom ordered their subordinates to evacuate in order to escape this situation where they could only passively take a beating. If a few more rounds of bombing come, they probably won't even see the enemy's face before their entire army is wiped out. Muto Sora escaped death once again, and as he ran wildly down the mountain, he let out a furious roar of resentment. Damn it! If I had flying units, would a few dwarf rocket pilots be so arrogant? Fortunately, the enemy doesn't have any flying units either. Jiang Chen looked at the fleeing Cherry Blossom army with some regret. If the Japanese soldiers are really stubborn and stand here to let him bombard them, then he won't need to deploy other troops. Anyway, the Fountain of Life has already been upgraded to level 5, greatly increasing its production, so the few bottles consumed by the dwarf rocket launchers won't make a difference. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from Xiao Wuxian. Brother Jiang Chen, the Japanese have escaped. Should we give them a good beating while they're down? This is the amplification magic of a wind mage. Xiao Wuxian didn't know Jiang Chen's background, so he couldn't make up his mind. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, his voice echoing through the valley. To avoid friendly fire, the brothers in Eternal Night Town should just stand by and watch. Leave the enemy to me. How to avoid accidental injury. Before Xiao Wuxian could understand what Jiang Chen meant, Jiang Chen had already said softly, "Xiao Jiao, it's your turn to appear." Long Jiu strode forward with her long, black stocking legs and exclaimed excitedly, "Yes, my lord." Then it leaped off the cliff, its body growing larger in the wind, instantly transforming into a ferocious beast tens of meters long. The Lord of Eternal Night Town on the mountaintop went mad at the sight of the suddenly appearing behemoth. A dragon. Legendary unit, dragon. Boss Jiang Chen is really awesome. Although dragons are at the bottom of the pack in Jiang Chen's territory. But in the eyes of ordinary lords, let alone legendary units, even the worst epic units are treated like ancestors. That's not all. Long Jiao raised his head and let out a loud dragon roar. Behind a low peak, 100 meters away from the main peak, another giant dragon revealed itself. Longshore landed on the low peak, its massive body putting a strain on the peak. The mountainside cracked inch by inch, and huge rocks rolled down into the deep ravine. Then she pushed off with all her might, and like an arrow released from a bow, she roared towards the Cherry Blossom army. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. Behind every low peak, a giant dragon rises. The lords of Eternal Night Town were so shocked they were speechless. Jiang Chen smiled upon seeing this. Putting aside its combat power, the dragon's appearance is truly intimidating. Chapter 97 Immortals Drink. Annihilate them all. Under Long Jiao's command, the 12 giant dragons moved nimbly, sometimes in a straight line, sometimes in a V shape, and finally split into 2 rows. There was no way around it. For a dragon of that size, a single row would be too wide. At a height of tens of meters above the ground, they simultaneously raised their necks slightly and then exhaled a burst of black flame. Accompanied by screams, the Cherry Blossom army that fell behind was continuously engulfed by black flames. Muto Sora screamed, "Ranged units, focus fire. All Sword Masters, unleash your full power with the Aikiri slash and cut these damned dragons down." Astrology, yin-yang techniques, and arrows all rose into the sky. Occasionally, 100-meter-long sword aura can be seen rising into the air, creating wounds on the dragon's belly. Dragons are not invincible. At the same level, 4-5 Sword Masters can slay a dragon. But the Sword Masters roared in anger. Damn it, judging by their size. These should be level 20 dragons, but how come their defense is so high? Immortals Drink. Increases attributes by 50% for 10 minutes. With the help of Epic Spirit Rice, Jiang Chen finally brewed the specialty wine of drunken immortal pavilion. Certainly, in the battlefield of myriad races, the effect descriptions of all items are set to their maximum effect by default. For example, Immortal's drink is an epic spirit wine, while Drunken Immortal Pavilion is currently level 3. Therefore, the Immortal's drink can only be most effective against epic creatures below level 20. The effect on legendary dragons is approximately a 30% increase in all attributes. Moreover, after the effects of the immortal drink wear off, there will be a period of weakness. 30 seconds later, the 12 giant dragons, braving countless attacks, plowed a fiery trench 700 or 800 meters long through the cherry blossom army before rising into the sky. The fragile Sakura archers and mages among them were almost wiped out. Jiang Chen instantly generated over 20,000 more battle reports. Call. Longy took a breath. She was riddled with arrows, her flesh mangled and bloody, and even half of her left wing had been severed, making her fly crookedly. Despite wincing in pain, Long Yi laughed loudly. Ha ha, it's not just lung capacity. The breath control that the Lord taught us is equally useful. And chest resonance. Everyone should practice that well. Long Jiao added a sentence, then said crisply, everyone, quickly drink the water of life to recover from your injuries and restore your spiritual power. Then, while the Immortal's drink is still effective, spray it again. Otherwise, those guys waiting outside the valley will beat us to it. Although we are veterans of this territory, we are not strong enough, so we must have a good work attitude in order to gain the Lord's favor. The power and duration of the dragon's dark breath are related to the amount of spiritual energy it produces. A sudden, forceful spit, while powerful, can also cause more than half of the damage to overflow. It's far less cost-effective than a steady, long-term approach. The dragon's ferocity finally broke the Lord of the Sakura Kingdom. Logically speaking, if it comes to a head-on confrontation, even 100 level 20 dragons cannot withstand an elite army of 100,000. But these 12 giant dragons in front of us are quite sinister. Normally, the higher the rank of a unit, the higher its intelligence and the more it values its life. It's a mystery how these dragons were trained. Not only are their attributes far superior, but they are also fearless in the face of death. They naturally didn't know that with the fountain of life as a safety net, who would be afraid of death? At this moment, Jiang Chen rode Long Jiao and chased after them. On the mountaintop, the lords of Eternal Night Town were all captivated by what they saw. The girl exclaimed excitedly, Brother Wushang, let's go too, and help boss Jiang Chen kill the enemy. Before Xiao Wushang could speak, a giant dragon landed on the ridge in front of them. Gentlemen, I am Long Wu. I will now convey our Lord's message. The casualties in Eternal Night Town have been heavy. The remaining battles will be left to Long Yuan Town. Xiao Wushang immediately said, Understood. Please convey to Boss Jiang Chen that we will await good news at the mountaintop. Xiao Wushang dared not be negligent toward a legendary creature. The boy asked, puzzled, Why won't Boss Jiang Chen let us make a move? Xiao Wushang smiled bitterly. These are all kill points. If we make a move now, we'll be stealing the monsters. Kill points. The boy was taken aback, then exclaimed, Brother Wushang means that Long Yuan Town is going to take this opportunity to break into the top 3 of the kill ranking. Long Yuan Town has already entered the top 10. If it wants to go further, its goal can only be the top 3. Entering the top 10 with 400 lords is already unbelievable to everyone. If they can really make it into the top 3, that would be an absolute miracle. Xiao Wushang nodded. If I'm not mistaken, there are other lords from Long Yuan Town lying in ambush down the mountain. Mudo Sora led his team out of the outer space of the Eternal Night Mountains in one go, and then said fiercely, Damn Jiang Chen. So his trump card was a team of legendary dragons. No wonder he won first place in the battle of breaking domains. Many Sakura lords overheard Jiang Chen and Xiao Wushang's conversation. If we hadn't been caught off guard, And if we hadn't been in such a confined space, a small squad of dragons would have just been giving me experience points and materials. Damn it. Nearly half of our 100,000 elite troops have been lost here. The younger brother said, Lord Mudo, we'd better run. Snap. What are you trying to escape for? Mudo Sora slapped his underling and roared angrily. Those 12 dragons are already severely injured. If they dare to show up again, I'll skin them alive. The words had barely left his mouth. 11 giant dragons lined up in a row and reappeared on the horizon. What does it look like it's injured? How is this possible? Although the slap in the face came so quickly, Mudo Sora still yielded after a moment's consideration. Continue the retreat. These dragons are so strange. They're practically unkillable. It can happen very quickly. 100 figures, led by the Empress and Angel Yin, blocked their path. If possible, Jiang Chen naturally didn't want to reveal too many of his trump cards. So just now in the mountains, he only let the dragon make a move. After all, there were more than 600 lords of the Dragon Kingdom present. Even if none of them were dragon traders, the news that he owned a team of giant dragons would spread throughout Qingyang County the next day. Now that only the Lord of the Sakura Kingdom is present, Jiang Chen has no more scruples. Because the dead don't reveal secrets. Mudo Sora, however, felt that he had been slighted. You think you can stop me with just 100 men? Although they suffered heavy losses, they still had more than 60,000 troops left. Moreover, most of the remaining ones are high-quality, high-level hero units. But soon, all the surviving Sakura lords witnessed a scene that they would never forget. No nonsense. The Angel Yin stood high above, her thunderous sword pointing lightly. The power of thunder. Boundless thunder descended. Mudo Sora was targeted by Hiko and instantly turned into a charred mess, following in the footsteps of Mori Hachiro. This marked the beginning of the massacre. Sword Chi of no life. Moonlit evening and flowery morning. Cloud Swort Technique. Skyblade Strike. Thunderbody. 9 kills of heavenly sound. The troops that the Sakura Lord usually prides himself on are being slaughtered en masse in the face of powerful attacks that cover areas of tens or hundreds of meters. When Giselle effortlessly shot and killed a level 25 swordsman, the invaders finally despaired. The server has only been open for less than a month. How could Jiang Chen be so strong? That female warrior type can probably only be countered by his summoning Shikigami. Compared to these types of troops, dragons are simply insignificant. This news must be spread. Even if it takes all the power of the Sakura Kingdom, even if it means summoning the great beings from the upper realms, we must kill Jiang Chen. Otherwise, Jiang Chen will surely become the gravedigger of our Sakura Kingdom. No wonder Jiang Chen silenced the entire Eternal Night town. He didn't want his strength to be exposed. Split up and escape. Have a ninja squad escape invisibly. At this moment, the dragon caught up with them. Jiang Chen stood on Long Jio's back and sneered. Invisibility. For magic-based crystal maidens have transformed into blood crystal bats, traversing the void within a radius of dozens of miles. With the blood crystal bat's detection capabilities, not even an ant could escape, let alone a ninja. To ensure everything went perfectly, Jiang Chen even spent over 6 million units of energy to upgrade Crystal 7 to level 30. With over 1,600 points of Divine Soul power activating the sonic detection, even a level 20 legendary unit skilled in stealth has nowhere to hide. Half an hour later, a 15-meter-long blood crystal bat flew in front of Jiang Chen and spoke in human language. My lord, I have been monitoring the area within 100 miles at all times and have confirmed that the invading enemy has been annihilated. Jiang Chen said with satisfaction. Good. After waiting for more than an hour, Jiang Chen finally returned to the mountaintop. I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting. Many thanks to boss Jiang Chen and the brothers of Longyuan Town for coming to our aid from afar, Xiao Wushang said, bowing respectfully as he thought Jiang Chen had only driven back the enemy. He then exclaimed, we have a good chance of being in the top 3 of Longyuan Town's kill list today. Jiang Chen was also curious about the kill list. In a short period of time, just now, he gained 23 million kill points. The kill rankings will be updated in 10 minutes. I wonder what rank I can get with so many points. Chapter 98, you kill one of my people. I'll slaughter your entire town. Jiang Chen and Xiao Wushang weren't the only ones curious. All the lords were curious, but what they were curious about was what exactly had happened in Eternal Night Town. The towns of Shimba and Mudo were on the verge of collapse as they watched one black icon after another turn in their town. Lord Mudo Sora is dead too. They're both dead. What happened? It must be a tool for mutual destruction. Bakayuru, launch a holy war and make the people of the Dragon Kingdom pay for their blood debts. Sizzle, ignoring the Sakura Lord's pleas for mercy, Ng Eman killed him with a single sword strike. Upon seeing this, Meng Tian said, Your Highness, the lords of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom in this town have been mostly wiped out. Good. Ng Eman was already somewhat bloodthirsty. Each time she returns to Earth, she brings with her 5, 7, or 8 epic troop tokens, and now she commands hundreds of epic troops. What she has now sealed off is just an ordinary small town in the Cherry Blossom country. How could it possibly withstand her mad revenge? If you want to blame someone, blame Mudo Sora. Ng Man spoke calmly to the corpse. Then her expression turned grave. This is just interest. Fellow citizens of Eternal Night Town, I will soon kill Kagami, Yuichi, and Mudo Sora to avenge you. Let's check the time. The kill leaderboard will be updated soon. Ng Man opened the County Town channel, but after only a few glances, she froze. That descendant of the Mori clan's daimyo is dead? Mudo Sora is dead too. She exclaimed excitedly. Could it be that Yongye Town is playing dumb to catch Mudo Sora off guard? A few minutes later, kill points have been updated as scheduled. Before she could even turn the page to check her points in Eternal Night Town, her eyes widened in shock. 1. Old Sheen Town. Points, 89.23 million. 2. Longyuan Town. Points, 82.23 million. 3. Hojo Town. Points, 72.15 million. I remember Longyuan Town only had 51 million points yesterday. Ng Man immediately guessed the truth and laughed loudly. So Jiang Chen wasn't joking just now. Longyuan Town is actually adjacent to Yongye Town. With the dragon speed, it could catch Lord Sakura off guard. However, Ng Man then frowned. I wonder if this guy's dragon was damaged? Moreover, after this battle, the fact that he possesses a legendary unit will probably no longer be able to be hidden, and it will inevitably attract the attention of those special agencies in Japan. In Longyuan Town, all the lords are waiting for the kill points to refresh. They had considered that Longyuan Town might have 1 or even 2 more people admitted. But when the kill points were actually refreshed, it brought such a big surprise that Longyuan Town jumped straight to second place. After the initial shock, all the lords erupted in thunderous cheers. Second place. How do we only get second place? If we can maintain our position in the top 3, the luck of our Longyuan Town will exceed 10 points. With over 10 points of luck, I wonder if the town map will expand. Many of them are intelligent. More than 30 million points were gained in one day. It must be because our Longyuan Town supported Yongye Town. That's strange. When did they send out the troops? I didn't receive any news about it. And Shuxia immediately stepped forward. Gentlemen, only a few of us town officials and some more lords are involved in this matter. This is to prevent the news from leaking out and to allow the Sakura Kingdom to prepare. Everyone suddenly realized what was happening and expressed their understanding. And Shuxia continued. From now on, please refrain from discussing matters related to military operations in the group chat. If you have any questions, please contact me privately. This was Jiang Chen's arrangement before his departure. Certainly, and Shuxia didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so powerful, actually racking up 20 million kill points all by himself. Immediately afterwards, and Shuxia immediately said in the Longyuan Town Management Group, Jiang Chen has already been in the eye of the storm since he created his own military unit. After this incident, he will probably become a thorn in the side of Japan. Everyone understands the principle that the tallest tree in the forest will be felled by the wind, so we should help him share some of the pressure. Wei Ming exclaimed in surprise. Did boss really go to support Yongye Town all by himself? Mu Qing Shuang, whatever your plans are, Chuxia, just let me know. Tu Shan Ye understood. Wah, I lost a lot of soldiers this time in the aid of Yongye Town. And Chuxia. Haha. Ye is so smart. Soon, the news that more than a dozen top warlord from Longyuan Town were coming to the aid of Yongye Town spread like wildfire. Beep beep beep. Mizuki Takahashi looked at the video request with a hint of disgust on her face. But she answered anyway. Shinhachi, I know what you want to ask. After the call connected, she instantly regained her composure, and then, following Jiang Chen's instructions before leaving, said with a heavy expression. Jiang Chen left the town early this morning, and some warlords also left one after another. Now it seems that they must have been the ones supporting Eternal Night Town. Shinichi Yakuza's eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and said, Ms. Takahashi, why didn't you provide feedback on such important information sooner? With the loss of most of its warlords, Shenba Town has essentially lost its qualification to contend for supremacy in Xinjiang County. Mizuki Takahashi said unhappily, Jiang Chen is a lord. Isn't it normal for him to go out to fight monsters early in the morning? Who would have thought he went to support Eternal Night Town? Yuichi Kamaya was left speechless after being rebuked. What Mizuki Takahashi said makes perfect sense. Seeing this, Takahashi Maigetsu stopped provoking him and instead said cautiously, However, I also found out an important piece of information. What news? Jiang Chen might possess dragons. A legendary unit of dragons. What? Kamitsuichi almost jumped up, and after a long while he murmured, Now everything makes sense. The jealousy on his face was impossible to hide. Damn it, it must be the benefit of prestige. How come Jiang Chen, a lord from a commoner background, has such good luck? With a serious expression, Mizuki Takahashi suggested, Lord Kamaya, Jiang Chen is too terrifying. For the sake of our great Sakura Empire, I suggest that we carry out the decapitation plan against Jiang Chen as soon as possible. A decapitation plan? That's right. Takahashi Mizuki said, We'll use all of Sakura Country's top-tier combat power in Xinjiang County and choose a dark and windy night to infiltrate Longyuan Town. My territory can serve as an inside agent. Shinichi Yamahachi pondered for a moment. We will carefully consider Miss Mizuki's suggestion. However, the server has only been open for a short time, and the Shikigami lords are probably not yet able to nurture powerful Shikigami. Mizuki Takahashi nodded. I'm just proposing a feasible solution. The final decision is up to you and Ms. Hojo. Snap! Shinichi Yakuza bowed deeply. Thank you for your hard work this time, Miss Mizuki. We will get back to you as soon as possible. After hanging up the video call, Mizuki Takahashi revealed a malicious smile. You cherry blossom dogs. This time we will wipe you all out in one fell swoop. Looking at the kill points rankings, Xiao Wushang sighed. What a pity. If it weren't for bossing E-Man also slaughtering Sakura Town, Longyuan Town would probably have already taken first place. Jiang Chen hadn't expected E-Man to be so fierce. Fortunately, he still has 3 baits that could trigger a beast tide. However, relying on just a few baits doesn't seem very reliable. Jiang Chen leaned close to Xiao Wushang's ear and whispered, Brother Xia, do you know the location of Muting Town? An expression of disbelief instantly appeared in Xiao Wushang's eyes. Soon, Jiang Chen left with satisfaction under the respectful gaze of all the lords of Nevernight Town. Xiao Wushang naturally didn't know the exact location of Muting Town, but he provided a useful piece of information. 500 kilometers to the southwest, the monster's level begins to decrease. According to the rules of the battlefield of all races, there is a high probability that a town exists in that direction. After leaving Evernight Town, Jiang Chen headed straight for the southwest. He lined up the blood crystal bats and turned on maximum detection power. A few hours later, Jiang Chen stood on Long Jiu's back, looking at the cherry blossom town in front of him with satisfaction. Instead of taking action, he turned on the county town channel. Just now, Muting Town launched an invasion, and lordly Jiev Nevernight Town was killed. A blood debt must be repaid with blood. You kill one of my people, and I will slaughter an entire town of yours. These words silenced the county's local TV channel. Chapter 99. The Harvest. The cherry blossoms submit. Having established a legitimate reason for his attack, Jiang Chen immediately took out 2 epic scrolls. Space Seal. Mute. The entire town of Mudo was instantly cut off from the outside world. Hani, go and clear out the cherry blossom lords near the town. Li Hani. Yes, my lord. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen divided the team into 12 squads, each consisting of a giant dragon and a blood crystal bat. Kill. In Mudo Town, leave no lord, hero, or soldier alive. The lords of Mudo Town suddenly discovered that the teleportation portal was malfunctioning and communications were cut off, causing a moment of panic. Based on Jiang Chen's words, they instantly realized that Jiang Chen had come to their doorstep. Now they don't want war, but they can't avoid it. Not to mention that Mudo Sora took away most of the warlords of Mudo Town. Even a small town at full strength could not withstand Jiang Chen's attack. Soon, throughout Mudo Town, the cries of the Sakura Lord before his death, his pleas for mercy, his curses, and his threats can be heard everywhere. Lord Jiang Chen, spare my life. I am just a farming lord. I am innocent. What Mudo Sora did has nothing to do with me. You bastard, Jiang Chen, you actually slaughtered civilians. Do you want to become a bloodthirsty lord that everyone hates? I'm going to report you to the Blue Star United Council. The Empire will avenge us. Jiang Chen, however, remained unfazed, his killing intent boiling. Innocent, when Mudo Sora sent his army to attack Eternal Night Town, why didn't you stand up? On one hand, they comfortably enjoy the benefits of the massacre in Mudo Town, while on the other hand, they keep saying that they are innocent. Where's your face? The lords of Mudo Town finally witnessed Jiang Chen's terrifying power. They tried desperately to get the message out, but unfortunately, all the teleportation points were heavily blocked by Jiang Chen's troops. Even a lord with a life-saving building like the Crystal will have nowhere to hide from Crystal 7's powerful detection capabilities. Only after Jiang Chen had ensured that all life in the entire town was extinguished late at night did he leave satisfied. By the time they returned to their territory, it was already past midnight. Jiang Chen briefly tallied up the day's gains. Energy 94 million, kill points 32 million, and other items and equipment worth hundreds of thousands. Regarding the use of over 90 million units of energy, Jiang Chen quickly calculated and then began the upgrade. Consuming 12 million energy, Angel Yin leveled up directly from level 20 to level 30, becoming the strongest combatant in the territory. Then, another 74 million energy was consumed to upgrade all the remaining Heavenly Sound True instructions to level 20. The scoring efficiency in Crystal Valley has almost doubled again. Besides, what pleased Jiang Chen the most was the various architectural blueprints he obtained after destroying the territory of the Sakura Kingdom. There are hundreds of arrow towers alone. There are countless other strange and unusual blueprints. It's too late today. Jiang Chen put them all into the warehouse at once, planning to organize them slowly when he had time later. The next day at noon, kill points have been refreshed again. 1 Long Yuan Town. Points, 104.32 million. 2. Lao Chin Town. Points, 103.13 million. 3. Hojo Town. Points, 83.66 million. 4. This guy really slaughtered Muting Town. I like it. Ing Yi Man looked at the killing points of Long Yuan Town. However, there's still one day before the killing ranking competition ends, and having only 1 million more points than me is probably not enough. The Sakura Lords quickly calculated Jiang Chen's kill points according to the rules and concluded that Muting Town had basically become a dead town. Jiang Chen is even more ruthless than Ing Yi Man. Hojo Mai shouted, Jiang Chen, how could you slaughter unarmed civilians? Yuichi Kamaya, butcher, executioner, war criminal. Jiang Chen should be sent to an international military tribunal. The Lord of the Dragon Kingdom refused to accept this. Zhu Yeqing, there are no war criminals, only heroes. Huang Xian, unarmed? Do you have any shame? Yi Yiren, who started the war? Who said they wanted to wipe out the town of Never Sleeps? Yuichi Kamaya retorted, you're making baseless accusations. Everyone can see that Mudo-kun was just joking. He had no intention of killing anyone. The Dragon Kingdom Lord who died was probably killed because of his rebellion. Enough. These shameless remarks enraged Jiang Chen. I don't know the location of your town yet, but what about in 10 days or so? I'm telling you this now. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on Dragon Kingdom Town should think about what will happen to Wu Tang Town. Both Hojo Mai and Kamaya Yuichi remain silent. With continued exploration, it is estimated that in another 10 days or so, the relative locations of all the towns will be clear. Now, Yi Man seems to have an endless supply of epic units. Zhu Yeqing is a powerful martial arts lord, and Jiang Chen has actually created a team of legendary units. If these people teamed up to launch a surprise attack on any of their towns, they would likely be in grave danger. Considering that Takahashi Mizuki had already gained Jiang Chen's trust, they could easily carry out a decapitation plan against Jiang Chen, so there was no need to fight to the death. Yuichi Kamaya immediately backed down. Jiang Qinjun, please calm down. This operation was entirely the work of that bastard Mudo Sora. The speed at which he changed his expression left Jiang Chen in awe. However, this is also the result that Jiang Chen is willing to see. He wasn't afraid of a real war, but of the tens of thousands of Dragon Kingdom lords in Xinjiang County. Less than 1 in 100 would survive. Even if he becomes the county magistrate, he will be a commander without any troops. How can he compete with other counties? Once I win the position of county magistrate, I will gain access to any door in the entire county. At that time, I can kill whomever I want and save whomever I want. Certainly, he guessed that the Lord of the Sakura Kingdom had the same idea. A small-scale war ended in a complete victory for the Dragon Kingdom. More than 2,000 Sakura lords were killed, greatly boosting the morale of the Dragon Kingdom lords. Most importantly, Longyuan Town's strength and swift actions deterred the Sakura Kingdom's lord from making any rash moves. This caused Longyuan Town to instantly surpass Laoqin Town and Yinming Town in popularity. Beep beep beep. Tushan Ye suddenly sent a video. After the call connected, the little fox said with a bitter face, Brother Jiang Chen, look at the betting odds for the kill ranking tournament. The bets in our Longyuan Town have already exceeded 10 million spirit stones. Jiang Chen immediately opened the betting table. The second town rankings will be settled tomorrow. Many lords have also begun placing large-scale bets based on their current points and the overall strength of each town. Yi Man remains the most popular choice, with bets exceeding 30 million spirit stones. In the past day, the battles in Longyuan Town have been so fierce that many lords have begun to take notice of it. Jiang Chen spread his hands and said, Yeah, if you want to make money, you'll have to bet more. Tushan Ye bit her lip, but Sister Ku Ying's scoring speed seems to be faster than our Longyuan Town. We're only a little over 1 million points behind now. It's so frustrating. It turns out the little fox came to sound out what was going on. Jiang Chen upgraded all of Tianyin True Instructions to level 20 last night, nearly doubling his scoring speed. He also has 3 ultimate baits that can trigger 3 beast tides. Yi Man has no chance of overtaking him. Of course, these things cannot be said. Jiang Chen suggested with a smile, Yeah, you can bet on both sides, and then you can earn your own money. Wouldn't that be great? Tushan Ye rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen. Ye is going back to draw lots. Whoever she draws, she'll be the one to bet on. Drawing lots? Looking at the video call that had ended, Jiang Chen was both amused and exasperated. Given the little fox's luck, she's probably going to make a profit again this time. Just when everyone, including Jiang Chen, thought that the first place in the killing ranking competition would be decided between Laoqin Town and Lonyuan Town, Ng Man suddenly returned to Lonyuan Town. Upon seeing Jiang Chen and Xia, Ng Man's expression turned ugly as she said, "The Sakura people are really perverted. They'd even kill their own people for the sake of kill points ranking." Jiang Chen was taken aback. Killing their own people? Chapter 100, The Money-Giving Boy, The Blood-Soaked Holy Grail. Seeing this, Ng Man explained to the two of them. Several lords of Sakura Town surrendered their heroes and troops to the warlords of Hojo Town to kill. With this explanation, Jiang Chen and Xia immediately understood. This is equivalent to Hojo Town spending money to buy the territories of all the lords in these several towns. Those Sakura lords who lost their heroes and troops can rebuild their forces or withdraw from the server with money and wait to enter the new server next year. With this money, even though it's a year's delay, it might be enough to buy a high-quality lord's heart. Hojo might really went all out. Even if most of these towns are undeveloped territories, they would still cost at least hundreds of millions of spirit stones. Everyone says the Japanese are cold-blooded by nature, and now I've seen it for myself. And Xia said coldly, "Heroes and soldiers are not just data. They are living, breathing lives, partners who fight alongside you. How can you just stand by and watch them be sent to be slaughtered by others?" Belch, not far away, the dwarf king Greeny hiccuped and then gave Xia a thumbs up. "Your Excellency is right," Jiang Chen praised. "Greeny is getting more and more energetic. Several small towns, thousands of lords, even if they are all ordinary soldiers, each of them can provide tens of thousands of kill points on average." Ng Man said helplessly, "The gap between Hojo Town and us is currently only 20 million points." Ng Man is not sure of money, but she couldn't do such a thing. And Xia also sighed. Indeed, people without principles are more suited to the battlefield of all races. Ng Man snorted coldly and said, "Starting with Su Fu, they could no longer be considered pure humans. If it weren't for the protection of other races, His Majesty the First Emperor of the Third Heaven would have wiped them out long ago." Jiang Chen suddenly asked a crucial question. "Does the big boss know that Hojo Town has purchased several towns?" Ng Man said, "Based on the current intelligence, there are at least 3. If Hojo Mai wants to be on the safe side, she will buy at most 4. After all, each town costs an astronomical amount of spirit stones." Jiang Chen naturally believed that the intelligence of the Zulong family was far superior to that of the Yin family. So after hearing what Ng Man said, Jiang Chen immediately felt reassured. The first place in the kill ranking tournament gets 5 points of town luck. Ng Man said unwillingly, "If it weren't for the safety of our fellow countrymen, I would really like to find 2 Japanese towns and have a good fight. The Japanese have traders, and we have traders from Japan." Jiang Chen nodded. Although Ng Man is carefree and sometimes even bossy, she is kind-hearted. "Even if we come in first place in Hojo Town, there's no need to worry." As he spoke, Jiang Chen took out a betting token and waved it in front of the 2 women. "We'll be using it tomorrow anyway, and the target is basically Hojo Town. A luck-based bet." Ng Man exclaimed with delight. "How about 100 million spirit stones? I knew it would turn out like this." Most items can be transferred through the main world, such as military tokens, hero tokens, equipment, and potions. However, luck is closely linked to the battlefield of all races, and it becomes ineffective once it leaves the battlefield of all races. Jiang Chen chuckled and said, "The fortune of Baishio Town is mine now. However, if there are any more gambling tokens, I will definitely sell them to the big boss first." "Are you sure you can do it?" Ng Man asked suspiciously. "As the initiator, we don't have the right to choose the subjects. If we get stuck with subjects like resource gathering or troop combat strength, Lonyuan Town will be at a huge disadvantage. It's okay, I can still decide on the bets. If I'm not sure, I'll just bet smaller." At this point, Jiang Chen suddenly became serious and said, "There's something more important. Right now, our 2 towns are the favorites for first place. If we let Hojo Mai secretly boost her score, she will definitely bet on us in the betting market and make a fortune. Therefore, we must publicize Hojo Mai's behavior so that all the lords in the prefecture will bet on her, thus diluting her betting odds. Ing Man nodded repeatedly as she listened. You've thought of everything. We can't stop her from winning first place, but we absolutely cannot let her earn any more spirit stones. I'll take care of this right away. Ing Man left in a hurry, and before leaving, she said with a hint of resentment, think about the betting agreement again. The price is negotiable. Jiang Chen smiled without saying a word. He's no longer the country bumpkin who couldn't resist 100 million spirit stones. Besides, if you want to make money from it, territory upgrade tokens, hero souls, troop souls, legendary equipment, legendary spirit items. There's so many things you can sell. After returning to the territory, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Although the Japanese are despicable, they're truly a money-giving force. Originally, this betting operation wasn't going to make much money, but unexpectedly, Hojo Mai provided this unexpected assist. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen issued the order through the Lord's heart. All heroes and units, return to your territory immediately. Then he flipped his hand, and a drop of blood like prop appeared in his hand. It was the blood bait brought by Mizuki Takahashi. Consume 3 million spirit stones. Choose enhancement direction 4, ultimate blood bait. 10 minutes later, the main fighting force of the territory is in place. Heroes, Angel Yin, level 30, Empress, level 20, Lihani, level 20. 12 goddess warriors, level 20. 9 heavenly saintesses, level 20. 12 crystal maidens, 1 level 30, 11 level 20. 1 mountain king, level 20. 300 true disciples of Tianyin, level 20. Level 20 dwarf rocketeer, level 25. Jiang Chen tossed it gently. This ultimate blood soul dissipated into the air. 1 kilometer outside the territory, thick blood mist seeped from the void, churning below the mountain, a truly terrifying sight. Immediately afterwards, a vampire prince stepped out from the blood mist. She had exquisite features and an innate nobility. She was tall and voluptuous, with a pair of golden wings that could spread 10 meters behind her, which shimmered gently. This is the vampire's semi-transformed state. Across 1,000 meters of void, the vampire prince stared at Jiang Chen for a moment before licking his bright red lips. I am Catherine Revno, a vampire princess, a strong and handsome human lord. Become my servant, and I will give you the ultimate pleasure. Then he waved his hand gently. Countless orange, purple, and blue bats swarmed out of the blood mist. Catherine Revono. Race, vampire. Level, 35. Quality, golden legend, star. Combat power, 1082 star. Skill. This vampire princess is a legendary 2-star hero, but unfortunately she is not a hero, and her strength is even weaker than that of the Abyss Lord Abisto. If we disregard her escape, Angel Yin could handle it herself. The monsters summoned by the 6 monster tides are all between level 30 and 35. But the strength of Jiang Chen's territory has increased several times compared to before. So even without the Fountain of Life, it's a sure win. Quickly finish this. Clear out these ultimate baits as soon as possible. Then return to Crystal Valley immediately. Also, be careful not to let this guy get away. At Jiang Chen's command, all the heroes and troops in the territory united in their hatred of the enemy. Yes, my lord. The Empress stared at Catherine Ravono, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Damn vampires! How dare they flirt with the lord? Jiang Chen was happily grinding through the ultimate monster wave. Ing Man has already spread the news about Baishio Town through her own channels. This left the lords of the Dragon Kingdom in disbelief. To slaughter their own kind, soldiers and heroes, for the sake of town ranking matches? This is inhumane. The 3rd page of the Lord's Guide to Managing Subordinates published by the People's Education Press states, treat heroes and troops as partners who fight side by side. But now, Partners are being treated as casual sacrifices. My first hero is already my wife. Wei Ming, damn, you've already reached 100 favorability points? Bro, you're awesome. I've been feeding and taking good care of my Iowa, and she only has 93 favorability points. Well, I only discovered this recently. My wife has masochistic tendencies. Wei Ming, what the Dragon Kingdom Lord found unbelievable. The Sakura Kingdom Lord took for granted. While praising Hojo Town, they also began to place bets in support. Ms. Hojo actually came up with such a brilliant idea. It's truly admirable. We can't help you physically, but we can support Ms. Hojo financially. Well said. I'll bet 1,000 spirit stones. In just 1 hour, the bets placed in Baishio Town exceeded 50 million spirit stones, surpassing those in Laoqin Town. It is estimated that there will be another big wave before the betting market is locked up. Hojo Town. Bakiyaru, do you think I'm using your bets to support me? Hoyomai was furious. Damn it, the news leaked. If we just hold on for one more day, we can make a fortune. Where's the spirit of contract among these guys? Did they sign the confidentiality agreement for nothing? Hojo Yui said softly. There's nothing we can do. We don't have that many silencing scrolls or spatial sealing scrolls. After all, it involves thousands of lords, and it's inevitable that there will be traitors among them. Sai, Ojo Misigid. The only way to make money now is to increase the bets. Your hero Yin has killed Catherine Revono, legendary 2-star, gaining 4.55 million experience, 400,000 spirit stones, 1 blood grail, legendary, and 900,000 kill points. As soon as the battle began, Catherine Revono sensed the power of the human territory before her. Pity. The Crystal Maiden of the French system is no pushover with her crystal ray. Before she could escape, the 6 Crystal Maidens of the magic system launched a volley of hundreds of crystal rays, nearly turning Catherine Revono into a crystal statue. The poor vampire prince's wings were covered in a layer of crystals, and he almost fell from the sky, let alone escaped. As a result, he was easily killed by Yin. To Jiang Chen's satisfaction, the princess actually dropped a special legendary item. Chapter 101 Legendary Unit Buildings. The second town ranking tournament announcement. Jiang Chen flipped his hand and took out a dark red wine glass, then gently tapped it a few times. Ding, ding, ding. It resembles gold, but is not gold. It resembles jade, but is not jade. Blood Grail. Absorbs and stores the essence of creatures of superior quality or higher to summon vampire units. The level of summoned units cannot exceed the summoner's level. The number cannot exceed 12, and the highest quality is legendary. Duration, 1 hour. Stocked essence, 0. Note, the higher the level and quality of the summoned unit, the more essence blood it consumes. That means I can summon up to 12 vampire princes of the same rank. This is really good stuff. The advantage of the Blood Grail is that it does not require energy or occupy territory or population. It only requires essence and blood. For an ordinary lord, even if he saves up for a year, he probably wouldn't have enough blood power to summon a vampire prince. But for Jiang Chen, essence blood was the least valuable thing. With a wave of his hand, countless drops of exceptional demonic blood flew out and merged into the Blood Holy Grail. During the Battle of the Realm, Jiang Chen killed countless demons, and with a legendary 5-fold increase in gathering power from the farmers, he didn't even bother to count how much essence blood material he had. A single drop of exceptional quality blood is just enough to provide the Holy Grail with 1 point of inventory. After Jiang Chen consumed all the superior quality demon blood essence, the Holy Grail's blood essence reserves reached 28,328 points. Summoning a level 20 vampire prince only requires 600 points of essence blood. Even if it only lasts for 1 hour, the Blood Grail is far more valuable than ordinary legendary equipment. Moreover, if Yin uses it, she can summon a level 30 vampire prince. Jiang Chen studied the techniques of the Blood Holy Grail. The powerful figures from the territory also managed to eliminate this wave of vampires without any major incidents. With one vampire prince, 3 epic vampire dukes, hundreds of vampire marquises, and thousands of mid to low-ranking vampires, Jiang Chen earned a total of 8 million kill points. It was not much different from Jiang Chen's previous calculations. Based on this calculation, 3 decoys can generate at least 20 million kill points. And Crystal Valley can also rack up nearly 20 million kill points in a single day. Added together, that's 40 million. In other words, even if Beijiao Town buys 4 towns to boost his score, Jiang Chen still has a 20 million point lead. It's basically safe, apart from the holy grail of blood. A vampire duke actually dropped a military token. It's still a troop token that's bound to a troop type. Epic military talisman, plus after use. You can recruit 12 vampire dukes. Recruitment items that are bound to a specific troop type are rare, and this troop token can also be enhanced. Unfortunately, even the legendary vampire prince has rather mediocre attributes. If the Crystal Maiden unit weren't available, Jiang Chen might have given it a second thought. Perhaps after we conquer Earth, we can recruit some of them as an honor guard. Consume 4 million spirit stones. Select enhancement direction for ultimate wind bait. More than an hour later, Jiang Chen used up all 3 baits. The wind bait recruits monsters from the wind elemental plane, led by a legendary wind giant, which only dropped 1 ordinary legendary item. Dark bait is more effective. It actually attracted a terrifying monarch from the dark dimension, who is also a legendary 2-star hero. This generous and terrifying monarch directly contributed a legendary hero token and a high-grade divine soul book to Jiang Chen. This saves another 10 million spirit stones, which is just enough to recruit a 4th hero after reaching level 7. As for the Book of Divine Souls, it was naturally still used by Jiang Chen himself. Everything's alright here in the territory. To make things safer in the ranking matches, Jiang Chen said to the group of powerful individuals, "Let's all work overtime tonight and play games all night in Crystal Valley." If an ordinary lord dared to exploit legendary troops like this, their loyalty would probably drop by 10 or 20 points immediately. But given Jiang Chen's prestige, they wouldn't utter a single complaint even if they were die. "Yes, my lord." After everyone left, Jiang Chen opened the Tianyin Pavilion interface and continued recruiting Tianyin disciples. Each recruited disciple was immediately promoted to level 20 by Jiang Chen and then sent to the trial tower to advance to become a true disciple of the Heavenly Sound sect. The first batch of 300 Tianyin disciples have all reached level 20, which can be considered as mastery. It's time to expand the army. After careful calculation, Jiang Chen concluded that using a level 20 Tianyin true transmission to farm monsters in the county town map was the most cost-effective method. And so, Jiang Chen lay on the rocking chair in the center of the territory, advancing his cultivation to become a Tianyin disciple while reviewing the various blueprints he had acquired the previous day. 2 hours passed quickly. Sudden, just as Jiang Chen was looking at the enhancement list of a blueprint, he suddenly stood up. Legendary unit building. Swimming pool, plus an entertainment building that can slightly increase the happiness of the residents. This unassuming blueprint surprisingly led to the appearance of a legendary troop building in the upgrade list. There are still 2. Strengthening Direction 7-8. Angel Rebirth Pool. Consumes 200 million spirit stones. Strengthening Direction 7-9. Yaoqi. High-quality replica. Consumes 250 million spirit stones. In addition, there are other impressive epic-level entertainment buildings, such as Huaqing Pool and Wine Pool. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Jiang Chen sighed. Angel Yin has 8 B-level command bonus against angels, so choosing the Angel Reincarnation Pool is inevitable. It's just that these 200 million spirit stones. Generally speaking, the price of troop building blueprints is higher than that of other types, but I didn't expect it to be this much higher. The initial enhancement of the Fountain of Life cost only 100 million spirit stones. This does not include the cost of strengthening building resources. These days, he's been advancing his crystal maiden cultivation and strengthening various scrolls. And now, he only has 110 million spirit stones left. I hope the betting odds will give me a surprise tomorrow. Fortunately, Tianyin Pavilion is now fully capable of meeting the current needs for monster hunting and combat. Jiang Chen's need for the angel reincarnation pool is not yet very urgent. The next day at noon, through Iman's information channels, Jiang Chen confirmed that Hojo Mai had ultimately racked up 4 kill points in Sakura Town. It must be said that my Hojo is quite charismatic. Yesterday, the difference between Hojo Town and Ryuan Town was only 20 million kill points. Logically speaking, she only needed to clear 3 towns to take first place. As a result, Hojo Mai once again went all out, even when hunting rabbits, and managed to clear 4 towns. Pity. No matter how cautious she was, there was still a huge gap between her and Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen chose to trust Iman's information. In the last few seconds before the betting pool was locked, he placed a bet of 100 million in Longyuan Town, almost going all in. After the betting pool was locked, Jiang Chen looked at the final amount in the pool and smiled with satisfaction. The money for the angel reincarnation pool is finally secured. 1 Hojo Town, 453 million, odds 1.39. 2 Longyuan Town, 122 million, odds 5.17. 3 Old Qin Town, 0.56 billion, odds 10.95. Because the Heavenly Tao updates the killing points daily, Shinba Town, which was originally ranked 4th, has been crippled by Jiang Chen. Therefore, only 3 towns were bet on in the betting pool. Thanks to Iman's promotion, the gambling funds in Hojo Town reached 453 million yen. Including Jiang Chen's bet of 100 million, the total amount of spirit stones in the betting pool is 631 million. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of 100 million yuan in bets in Longyuan Town, everyone immediately thought of Jiang Chen. Iman asked incredulously, "Don't tell me you have another trump card up your sleeve?" Zhu Yeqing asked curiously, "Wasn't there a ceasefire? Did Brother Jiang Chen secretly wipe out a few more Sakura towns yesterday?" Even in Chuxia, who knew many of Jiang Chen's secrets, couldn't imagine any way Jiang Chen could turn the tables. Wei Ming was incredibly envious. "I've really made up my mind this time. From now on, no matter what I bet on, I'll blindly bet on the boss." Mu Qingxuang was speechless. "You've said that so many times already," Wei Ming said painfully, "but I'm not a brainless person. Reason always wins in my eyes." Tu Shanyi, you call me brainless again. All the lords of the Sakura Kingdom panicked. Jiang Chen is really strange. In this situation, how dare you bet 100 million spirit stones? Hojo Mai was also somewhat flustered. She seemed to be trying to calm the troops down, or perhaps she was trying to reassure herself. "Don't panic, everyone. According to our intelligence, Longyuan Town has not launched an attack on any other towns." Hojo Mai was quite confident about this. Whether it's the information sent back by Mizuki Takahashi or information obtained through other channels, it's enough to prove this point. The Lord of the Sakura Kingdom finally managed to calm down. They would rather believe Jiang Chen was insane than believe that he truly had the victory in his grasp. The arduous 10-minute wait passed quickly. The rankings for the second town-level competition in Qingyang County are now being announced. Golden characters appeared in the sky. This time, it seems that because the kill points ranking is refreshed daily, the Heavenly Tao does not announce it's starting from the last place. Instead, all the rankings were announced instantly. Ranked first in kill points, Longyuan Town with 146.23 million kill points. Reward: Town Mayor Jiang Chen receives +50 to all attributes and +5 to the town's fortune. Second place in kill points, Hojo Town, 124.56 million kill points. Reward: Mayor Hojo Mai +30 to all attributes, town's luck +3. Third place in kill points, Old Qin Town, 113.11 million kill points. Reward: Town Mayor Yi Man plus 20 to all attributes. Town's luck plus 2. Ninth place in kill points, Mudo Town, 53.38 million kill points. Reward. Mayor Mudo Sora plus 10 to all attributes. Town's luck plus 1. Given that Mayor Mudo Sora of Mudo Town has passed away, his attribute bonuses will be inherited by Mayor Jiang Chen, who ranked first in this town ranking competition. Jiang Chen. This scene feels somewhat familiar. Chapter 102 Powerful Attributes. Spatial Expansion. Jiang Chen was speechless. Golden light, representing rewards of luck and attributes, fell from the void. Jiang Chen's attributes increased by 60 points again. He felt his body swelling, his spiritual energy abundant, and his mind clear. Jiang Chen's strength surged again, making it difficult for him to suppress his aura. He looked at his own attributes. Jiang Chen. Level 20. Attributes. Physique 458, plus 300. Spiritual power 385. Divine soul 310, plus 100. Capacity 335. Technique 8-9 Arcane Arts Upper Part Beginner, Level A. Qualification B. Equipment. Ghost Armor, Sea King's Boots. Combat Power Rating 472 star. These are hardly the attributes of a B rank lord. Its stats are even higher than those of a regular legendary hero. Immediately afterwards, a series of notification sounds rang out. Hint. The town's fortune has improved. The Dragon Vein's evolution level has reached 13%. Note, the amplification effect of the Dragon Vein has been increased. Hint, you have won first place in the town ranking kill points betting odds. Your bet amount was 100 million, accounting for 82% of the winnings, and you have won 517 million spirit stones. Now we have the spirit stones from the angel reincarnation pool. Jiang Chen sighed. But this money is getting harder and harder to earn. In the Longyuan town channel, despite being prepared, all the lords still indulged in revelry. Incredible! We really came in first place. Our town already has 13 luck points. Sulfurmine. My ranger discovered a fine copper mine near my territory. Now, I don't need to go to Outland. I can upgrade to Town Hall Level 4. However, the changes go far beyond these. Mu Qingxuang suddenly exclaimed, "The original coordinates of my crystal mine were 278, 356, but now they've changed to 282, 361. Mu Qingxuang was a few years older than Enchusha and the others, so she was always calm and composed. Such a sudden loss of composure reveals the immense shock he must have felt. Wei Ming exclaimed, "My God, the town is expanding." Now, even the most oblivious person would realize what was happening. Haha, I remember a few days ago someone was speculating whether the town space would expand after the luck exceeded 10 points, and it actually came true. Spatial expansion is invisible, inaudible, and imperceptible. It can only be perceived through changes in coordinates. That's great. If the space within the town reaches a radius of 1,000 miles, we won't need to go to the outer realms to upgrade, and we can be self-sufficient in resources. Jiang Chen was also pleasantly surprised by this. Soon, spatial expansion has stopped. Jiang Chen opened the map that came with the Anywhere door and found that the diameter of Longyuan town had increased by about 100 kilometers. It is said that some powerful lords who have existed for thousands of years have been constantly plundering the fortune of the town, and have even expanded the town space to tens of thousands of kilometers, which includes mountains, lakes, deserts, and oceans, forming a world of its own. On the county town channel, Zhu Yeqing. Ha ha ha. Longyuan town is awesome. This time, my Yiming town is completely convinced. Yi Man, however, was both surprised and reproachful. No wonder you asked me to publicize the score farming incident in Baishio town. So you were already thinking about how to make money back then, weren't you? Jiang Chen replied with a smile. This is to prevent the news from leaking out. These are just a few small things, nothing special. Please don't mind them, big shot. As he spoke, Jiang Chen sent 3 pieces of level 30-35 epic equipment that he didn't need to man through the exchange. Although Jiang Chen is a little cunning, he is still clear about his gratitude and grudges. Without the Zulong family's intelligence network, he wouldn't dare to gamble like that, and might not even know anything about Hojo Town. Yin Man certainly didn't lack a few epic equipment pieces, but Jiang Chen's attitude pleased her. Haha, we're all compatriots from the Dragon Kingdom. Why are you being so polite with me? After saying that, he returned 10 million spirit stones to Jiang Chen at the market price. Jiang Chen. Everyone was completely baffled by the conversation between the two. Tu Shan, Ye exclaimed. Are you guys conducting a shady deal right under our noses? After the initial surprise, Xiao Wushang speculated, over 40 million kill points in one day. Could it be that a secret realm has been discovered in Longyuan Town? Or perhaps a monster secret realm? Yi Yiden, why? No way, there are very few secret realms on the counter map. The epic silent scroll is effective for 3 days, and Eternal Night Town is still under silence. It's estimated that Xiao Wushang went to the outer realm specifically to make a statement. Huang Xian asked, where are the lords of the Sakura Kingdom? They were all so confident just now. Why are they all silent now? Wei Ming, hee, at least this proves they still have some shame. They even know pain after being hit. No matter how Huang Xian provoked them, the Sakura Lord remained silent. Even Hojo Mai was the same. Perhaps she knew that whatever she said at that moment would only bring her humiliation. After watching for a while, Jiang Chen closed the regional channel. Just then, a portal to any location opened. 3 heroes and hundreds of soldiers filed out of the anywhere door. For a time, the town was filled with beautiful women, a sight to behold. Just to be on the safe side, Jiang Chen had them run Crystal Valley for over 30 hours straight, and now they all looked travel-worn and exhausted. Everyone deserves credit for winning first place in this ranking competition. Zuik Shinlu has prepared legendary delicacies and fruits. In addition, you're free to do whatever you want for the rest of the day. You can rest if you want, or you can cultivate if you want. All the cultivation rooms in Tianyin have been set to 10 times the normal time. Cheers immediately resounded throughout the town. Generally speaking, the legendary delicacies and fruits of the territory are only available to powerful troops such as the 9 Heavens Holy Maiden and Goddess Warriors, in addition to the Lord and heroes. Ordinary disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect rarely have the opportunity to taste them. After everyone dispersed, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and sent a message to Wei Ming. Brother Wei, if you have time, please come to my territory. Wei Ming immediately replied, coming right away. Soon, Wei Ming, sporting dark circles under his eyes, stepped out of the teleportation portal and asked with some doubt, did the boss want to see me about something? Jiang Chen sized up Wei Ming a few times and sighed. Brother Wei, you've worked hard these past few days. Wei Ming chuckled. To be honest, I've only been sleeping 4 hours a day these past few days because I've been grinding monsters. I was just about to catch up on some sleep when I received the boss's summons. Jiang Chen nodded. Wei Ming's hero is of rare quality, making it difficult to handle unexpected situations, so he naturally cannot be a completely hands-off manager like I am. This is also the norm for ordinary lords. Jiang Chen took out a military tally and handed it over. Brother Wei, are you interested in this military tally? After taking the military token, Wei Ming was stunned after just one glance. An epic military token, and one that's bound to the Vampire Duke troop type? After a period of observation and covert testing by the Mind Control Tower, the key members can be completely trusted. For Jiang Chen, I don't even want this military token, so I might as well convert it into town's fighting force as soon as possible. Moreover, improving the strength of these individuals as soon as possible will also help alleviate the attention he received from the Sakura Kingdom. Jiang Chen made his choice of Wei Ming after careful consideration. Although the little fox was extremely intelligent and completely devoted to him, he was only 10 years old and had a somewhat unruly personality. Mu Qing Shuang is a soldier. Jiang Chen respects soldiers, but the military is a behemoth, so it's best to be cautious. It took Wei Ming a good 10 seconds to react. After confirming that Jiang Chen wasn't joking, he smiled wryly. This is too valuable. I'm afraid our Wei family can't afford that much money. Jiang Chen had anticipated this and smiled. I doubt you'd accept it if I gave it to you. So how about this? Consider this military tally alone. Once your territory develops, and you can easily make money, you can pay me back in installments. Wei Ming's lips moved, and finally he gritted his teeth and said, Boss, I've already reached level 5. I'll upgrade the exchange to level 5 and then transfer 51% of my territory to you. Although my territory wouldn't even be worth a single epic military token if sold, from this day forward, I, Wei Ming, will follow you wholeheartedly. Jiang Chen was taken aback. In all honesty, he truly had no such intention. They wouldn't even consider a share of an ordinary territory. However, from Wei Ming's perspective, working against him might not be a bad thing. So Jiang Chen said nonchalantly, All right, Brother Wei, don't worry, I won't interfere with your territory management. Soon, the two completed the equity transfer. Jiang Chen said, Brother Wei, since you're already here, why not take some local specialties back with you? After watching Wei Ming walk into the teleportation array, Jiang Chen took out a luck betting token and tossed it lightly. Choose your betting target, Hozhou Town. Chapter 103. Don't use your brain. Resource Secret Realm. The betting order instantly transformed into a golden beam of light that shot into the sky. A golden funnel enveloped Longyuan Town, while the other end flew towards the distant Baixiu Town. A strange phenomenon that suddenly appeared. This instantly roused many lords in Longyuan Town who were preparing to catch up on their sleep. Having just experienced it not long ago, they naturally recognized what it was. A gamble on fate. And it was even initiated by their own small town. As for the target, everyone immediately thought of Hozhou Town, which had won second place in the town rankings twice and had 6 points of town luck. Wei Ming, who had just returned to his territory and recruited 12 vampire dukes, was trembling with excitement when he saw the strange phenomenon of a gamble on fate. He instantly got goosebumps and said, trembling, This is insane. In this gamble of luck, the passive party can choose the subjects. What if options like resource gathering or troop strength appear? However, upon further reflection, Wei Ming's eyes filled with anticipation. Although we can't choose the subject, we can choose the betting points. If we're confident of winning, we can take all 6 points of luck in Hozhou Town in one fell swoop. Wei Ming's guess was correct. Jiang Chen chose to initiate the bet in order to capture all 6 points of luck in Baixiu Town. In Hozhou Town, the atmosphere was a bit strange. Ordinary lords are all right. After all, being second in Hozhou Town also grants 3 points of luck, increasing Hozhou Town's luck value to 6 points, which occasionally leads to cheers from the town's lords. However, the enraged Hozhou sisters nearly demolished Hozhou Mai's lord's mansion. Longyuan Town, D. Once I become a county magistrate, I will definitely mobilize a large army to slaughter Longyuan Town, leaving no one alive. Buying points in the town and placing bets nearly emptied the three sisters' savings. If they want to develop rapidly in the future, they can only choose to seek help from their families and then suffer the disdain of their peers. Aujourd'hui, soudain li chuted. You may stop smashing things. This is my lord's manor. The two sisters then stopped and regained their senses. Just as the three had calmed down, a golden light shot down from the horizon, transforming into several lines of large characters above the town. A gamble on fate? Hozhou Mai said in disbelief. Has Jiang Chen gone mad? He actually dared to initiate a gamble on destiny. Logically speaking, Hozhou Mai shouldn't have reacted this way. This gamble on fate is something Hozhou Town has been eagerly anticipating for a long time. However, Longyuan Town's recent victories were so formidable that Hozhou Mai felt inexplicably uneasy. A small town that was once full of people is now actually afraid of Longyuan Town, a town with only 400 people. This is outrageous. Ha ha ha! Yui Hojo suddenly exclaimed. Quickly look at the betting terms. It seems even Amaterasu is blessing our Hojo town. Lonyuan town has initiated a gamble on destiny against Baishio town. This fortune-telling contest was initiated by Lonyuan town, so the betting items will be selected by Baishio town. Optional subjects: kill points, resource gathering, troop combat strength. Select countdown, 9 minutes and 50 seconds. After seeing the options for the betting subject, Hojo Mai breathed a sigh of relief. I can't gamble with kill points anymore. I suspect a monster secret realm has suddenly been discovered in Dragon Abyss Town. That's how you can get so many kill points in a single day. As for resource acquisition and troop combat strength, we have a very high chance of winning. What suggestions do you two sisters have? Hojo Mai immediately said. Lonyuan Town has 13 points of town luck, and its resource quality is even higher than our town. So I suggest choosing troop combat strength. Hojo Yui objected. No, the troop combat strength is all about who can produce more low-level troops. This will have a huge impact on the town's development. Besides, although Lonyuan Town only has a little over 400 people, it can still get first place in kill points, so it must have quite a few powerful troops. Both of their analyses made a lot of sense. I agree with Yui's point of view. After a moment's hesitation, Hojo Mai made the final decision. At the current rate of development in the county, the battle for county magistrate will probably be triggered in less than 20 days. We can't afford to release useless soldiers at this time and lose more than we gain. 2 votes to 1 vote. Select the betting subject and gather resources. After choosing the betting option, Hojo Mai said regretfully, "It's a pity that Lonyuan Town has encountered such a weakness, so the bet will definitely be the minimum of 1 point of luck." Hojo Yui laughed and said, 1 point is fine, since it's free. 3 seconds later, Hojo Township confirms subject, resource collection. Lonyuan Town confirms the bet, 6 points of town fortune. The performance-based agreement has been reached. Settlement time, 12 o'clock noon, 3 days from now. Resource points, click to view, are updated in real time. The 3 Hojo sisters all gaped open. 6 points of luck? Lonyuan Town actually chose the maximum bet within the rules? Is it really necessary to be so aggressive? Could it be that besides a monster's lair, there's another resource-rich secret realm in Lonyuan Town? No matter what trump cards Lonyuan Town has, Baishio Town has no way out. Hojo Mai muttered to herself, then suddenly started issuing orders frantically in the town's communication channel. All lords, recruit farmers with all your might, and mine every resource point in the town, from rare quality stones to ordinary stones that are no longer needed, at full capacity. Also, those who had treasure chests, open them. Looking at the constantly fluctuating resource points, Jiang Chen said regretfully, "Unfortunately, resource points are refreshed in real time. We can't run betting now." Jiang Chen remembered that the resource rankings during his early days as a beginner were the same. According to the rules of the luck betting, the initiator can overdraw their own town's luck to a negative value, but cannot force the passive party's town's luck to a negative value. In other words, the luck betting order poses no threat to a town with 0 luck. That is precisely why good fortune is so precious. Otherwise, Jiang Chen could have directly chosen to gamble against Wuding Town, which he had wiped out, and then overdrawn 1 billion points of luck, so that Lonyuan Town could instantly become a world of its own. A talent like Yuichi Shinichi, who is both incompetent and loves to play, turning his town's luck into a negative value, is someone you might not see again for many years. But, fortunately, Hojo Town did not choose troop combat strength. If Jiang Chen were to choose troop-type combat power, he would have no choice but to upgrade Tianyin Pavilion to the maximum level and then frantically produce Tianyin disciples. Thanks to the bonuses from the 2 techniques, Misty Technique and Heavenly Sound Technique, a level 1 Heavenly Sound disciple's combat power reaches 100 stars. After the performance-based agreement was established, Jiang Chen immediately posted a message on the town's channel. "Brothers, you've all seen the announcement about the luck bet, right? For the next 3 days, everyone will be mining resources at full speed. Although reason tells the lords of Lonyuan Town that Lonyuan Town cannot compete with a fully staffed Baishio Town in resource gathering. After all, Baishio Town also has its own luck. But in Wei Ming's words, you can't use your brain in this situation. Just do what the boss tells you to do, and you can't go wrong. At the same time, the county-level channel also posted the betting rules. Zhu Yeqing was uncharacteristically playful. Reason tells me that Lonyuan Town is bound to lose. But now I dare not say anything because I'm afraid of being proven wrong. Ingyin Man, haha, blindly trusting Lonyuan Town is the right thing to do. But if you're willing to bet 6 points of luck, does that mean Lonyuan Town has really discovered a resource secret realm? Jiang Chen simply smiled at this, but offered no explanation. Where are these resource-rich hidden realms? He doesn't need it. He had already verified this during the town's first resource collection ranking event. Enhanced high-level resources also counted as points. He happened to be planning to build an angel reincarnation pool and also needed to enhance a large number of legendary resources. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, Enchuxia suddenly sent a video call request. After the video call connected, Enchuxia looked strange and hesitated to speak. What's wrong? Say something. Enchuxia. After this spatial expansion, a secret realm entrance suddenly appeared in the Dwarf Mountains. It should be a resource secret realm. Do you want to take a look? Jiang Chen. Chapter 104 The Three Idiots of Hojo. Yeah, is very big. A few minutes later, in the Dwarf Mountains, just a few kilometers from the Dwarf Royal Palace, a light gate several meters high seemed to be embedded in the cliff face. Looking at the entrance to the secret realm before him, Jiang Chen was filled with mixed emotions, which ultimately boiled down to just 2 words. Awesome. And Enchuxia explained, I've already done a preliminary exploration. This is a solo resource dungeon, and the guardians of the dungeon are dwarves. The difficulty shouldn't be too high. Compared to regular maps, the secret realm has many advantages. First, secret realms are usually guarded by bosses, and these bosses tend to have low intelligence. Secondly, in addition to energy and spirit stones, monsters in secret realms will have fixed additional outputs, or the monsters will be more densely packed. The so-called monster secret realm, resource secret realm, energy secret realm, spirit stone secret realm, troops secret realm, food secret realm, etc., are all artificial names given based on the extra output of the secret realm. For example, the troops secret realm will produce troop tokens of various qualities. The additional output of the resource realm is various resources. Therefore, every secret realm is extremely precious. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said to Enchuxia, Wait for me a moment. I'll go and check out the difficulty of the secret realm. Only Lord-level units can lead their subordinates into the secret realm. This time, Jiang Chen only brought the 9 Heaven Saintess and the Giant Dragon. However, since Enchuxia was able to conduct a preliminary exploration, Jiang Chen's lineup should be safe. Scene change. Jiang Chen and his troops appeared in an underground mine. Oil lamps hung on the rock walls on both sides of the mine, barely illuminating the passageway. Not far away, several dwarf miners were chiseling away at the top of the mine shaft. This is a single-player instance. Each lord who enters the instance will enter a similar, yet relatively independent, mirror space. Looking at the level 25 dwarf miner in front of him, Jiang Chen didn't waste any words. Kill. Your unit, Brahma, has killed the dwarf miner. You have gained 25 energy, 3 spirit stones, and 5 iron oregon. It really is a resource-rich secret realm. Enchuxia is truly a lucky charm. The value of a resource-rich hidden gem goes far beyond simply winning a resource bet. For ordinary lords, if they have a stable source of high-level resources, they can build high-level buildings ahead of time. The 9 Heaven Saintess and the humanoid dragon advanced with unstoppable momentum. Jiang Chen explored the area quite thoroughly, so it took the group 10 minutes to reach the deepest part of the mine. This is a domed underground plaza with a radius of 100 meters. Hundreds of monsters gathered together, while the boss patrolled the center. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up when he saw the boss. In addition to the level 30 mountain guardians, there were 2 long-beard warriors and a dozen or so dwarven throwers. A small, single-player dungeon, yet the boss is of exceptional quality. This is great value for money. Soon, your unit, Long Geo, has killed a mountain guardian. You have gained 30,000 energy, 2,800 spirit stones, 40 mithril ore, and 40 mica. You have completed the exploration of the secret realm. Immediately afterwards, a portal appeared in the center of the plaza. Information about the secret realm was also presented to Jiang Chen. Dwarven Mine. Each person can explore up to 5 times per day. Without overdrawing the lifespan of the secret realm, the daily exploration limit is 1,000 times. This number of visitors is acceptable. Just like tourist attractions, secret realms also have a maximum capacity. Exceeding this capacity may cause the space to collapse. Jiang Chen roughly calculated the resource harvest. 98 units of excellent resources, 250 units of rare resources, 730 units of fine resources, and 2,800 units of common resources. For each great improvement in resource quality, the resource points increase approximately tenfold. Therefore, the resources obtained from this exploration of the secret realm contributed approximately 130,000 resource points to Longyuan Town. The resource bet will be settled after 3 days, which means there is a 4-day span. This secret realm can provide an additional 500 million resource points to Longyuan Town. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. If I do the math, even without my intervention, Longyuan Town has a 50% chance of winning. Soon, a portal shot out, and Jiang Chen led his troops out of the secret realm. And Chu Xiao exclaimed in surprise, "You're so fast." That sounds a bit awkward. Jiang Chen banished the inexplicable thoughts from his mind, explained the situation of the secret realm to Chu Xia, and then patted her shoulder solemnly, saying, "Chu Xia, such an important task as choosing a lord to raid a secret realm. I'm afraid only you can handle it." And Chu Xia rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen. "I knew it. You're going to be a hands-off manager again." Jiang Chen laughed and said, "Do you think I'm idle all day long? Actually, that's just your misconception." And Chu Xia pursed her lips, but did not continue to refute. "Is there a charge for defeating bosses in dungeons?" Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, "The resources and energy gains from the secret realm are substantial, so you can collect some, such as a few dozen spirit stones each time. Since you discovered the secret realm, consider these entrance fees as your salary." "No, let's keep it as public funds for the town." And Chu Xia immediately shook her head, then said seriously, "If we organize town lords to farm the secret realm on a large scale, this secret realm will no longer be a secret." Jiang Chen said indifferently, "The Dwarf Palace, this epic troop building, has already made Longyuan Town guilty of possessing a treasure. So what's coming will come sooner or later. Don't worry, leave this to me." According to the real-time intelligence Jiang Chen obtained from Takahashi Mizuki, the Sakura Kingdom has begun planning to send Qingyang County's top combat forces to launch a night raid on Longyuan Town and carry out a decapitation operation against him. Certainly, in Jiang Chen's view, these people who came were just there to deliver vegetables. On the resource ranking list, Hojo Town was originally far ahead. Suddenly, Longyuan Town seemed to have taken some kind of gamble, and within an hour, it had overtaken Longyuan Town in points. It stunned everyone in the county. Soon, news of the discovery of a resource-rich secret realm within Longyuan Town quickly spread throughout Qingyang County. The Dragon Kingdom's lord was overjoyed. Ing Man couldn't help but exclaim, "I really have a silver tongue. I just said it offhand." Ironically, the resource collection betting item was chosen by Hojo Town itself. The Hojo sisters instantly became the laughingstock of the entire prefecture. Even many lords of the Sakura Kingdom affectionately call them the Hojo Three Fools. This drove the Hojo sisters almost mad. It is said that the three almost had a falling out, because Hojo Mei had suggested choosing unit combat strength. Certainly, Hojo Town did not give up. The next morning, resource points. Longyuan Town, 350 million. Hojo Town, 290 million. Jiang Chen's territory. The round table was still laden with a sumptuous feast. Yin Man praised without reservation. Jiang Chen, the food in your territory is really good. Jiang Chen said honestly, it's all cafeteria food, so let's just make do with what we have. You're just bragging. Yin Man rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen, then began to share the intelligence she had just obtained with the key members of Longyuan Town. Hojo Town has gone mad. They put all the resource points back into mining, whether they were useful or not. Even an ordinary stone mine in the outer regions is heavily guarded, and the farmers work in 2 shifts. No wonder Hojo Town is so competitive in terms of resource points. Mu Qingshuang exclaimed. Hojo Town's actions have seriously affected troop and hero upgrades. These past 2 days, and Chusha arranged for the warlords to complete the secret realm as early as possible each day. Hojo Town also showed great resilience, managing to catch up in points again in the latter half of last night by working 2 shifts. No, having completed today's dungeon run in Longyuan Town, they currently lead by 60 million points, but this gap is rapidly narrowing as time goes on. There's nothing we can do. It's just that your town mayor is so ruthless. Yin Man spread her hands and glanced at Jiang Chen. 6 points of town fortune. If Baishio Town loses, it's like going back to square one. Wei Ming immediately said, we have to fight to the death too. Even if it affects the upgrading of our troops and heroes, we're willing to do it. After all, we're 12 points short of luck. Besides, we can't always rely on our leader. The others nodded in agreement. Even the little fox looked determined and clenched its little fist. Brother Jiang Chen, we don't need your resources or points, so just focus on leveling up. You always carried us before. This time, we'll carry you. Jiang Chen was overjoyed and gently rubbed the little fox's head. Ye has grown up. The little fox straightened its back defiantly. Ye has always been big. Chapter 105, Feeling Despair. Recruiting angels. There's another way. And Chu Xia suddenly said, that means putting the dwarven mine under overload. Although it might cause the dungeon to collapse prematurely, it's better than affecting everyone's leveling up. Mu Qingshuang said with heartache, this is a precious secret realm. Not only are there abundant high-level resources, but there's also a lot of energy. And Chu Xiao looked blank. Precious? As everyone was expressing their opinions, Jiang Chen suddenly spoke up. I'll think about this and give you an answer later. Everyone immediately shut up. Whatever decision Jiang Chen makes, they will fully support him. After the group left, Jiang Chen waved his hand, creating a deep space. He stepped inside and took out the swimming pool blueprint. Consume 200 million spirit stones. Select Enhancement Direction 7-8. Angel Reincarnation Pool. Although the individual combat power of the Heavenly Sound True Inheritance is not as good as that of the Angel, its cost-effectiveness is higher and its potential is greater. Therefore, Jiang Chen is not in a hurry for the Angel Reincarnation Pool. Jiang Chen's original plan was to make Baishio Town pay a huge price before experiencing despair. This would weaken Hojo Town's strength to some extent, and it was also a bit of his wicked humor. But if it comes at the cost of delaying the Lord's upgrade in Longyuan Town, then it would be a losing proposition. Angel Rebirth Pool, a troop building that can recruit angels, archangels, angels of power, angels of strength, and angels of authority. Materials required: 3,000 Holy Spirit Stones, Legendary, 1,000 Star Moon Gold, Legendary, 1,000 Soul Nourishing Divine Wood, Legendary. After playing with it for a while, Jiang Chen took out an ordinary stone and began to enhance it. Consume 14,000 Spirit Stones. Select Enhancement Direction. After strengthening, the resource points of Longyuan Town increased by 100,000 points instantly. Jiang Chen continued to strengthen his skills. Soon, The anomaly in the points attracted the attention of those who were interested. What's going on? How did the points in Longyuan Town suddenly increase by 100 million? Damn, has Longyuan Town chosen to overdraw the lifespan of that resource-rich secret realm? Immediately afterwards, 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. Everyone was stunned into silence. In just over an hour, Longyuan Town's points surged by more than 500 million, reaching 860 million. Zhu Yeqing exclaimed in shock. Could the rumors be wrong? And the secret manual in Longyuan Town is actually a medium-sized resource secret realm. Otherwise, even if the lifespan of the secret realm were exhausted, it wouldn't be possible to generate so many resources. Longyuan Town Management Group. The few members of the Longyuan Town Management team who had just left were also full of questions. Huang Xian, I think I'm seeing things. Wei Ming, I just ordered the upgrade to be abandoned and all units to garrison the outer domain resource points. Tu Shanye, I was planning to bring brother Jiang Chen with me this time, but I didn't get the chance. Even Chu Xiao was shocked. She knew the size of that secret realm, and that even if she farmed it to the limit, it would be impossible to farm so many resources. Hozhou Town. The Lord's Manor, which had just been tidied up, was once again in a mess. Hozhou Mai was destroying everything in her sight, as if she were in a frenzy. Baka, you're dead, you bastard. Kill, kill, kill. Raise Longyuan Town to the ground and tear Jiang Chen to pieces. No matter how much Hozhou Mai cursed, she couldn't change the fact that Hozhou Town had already been defeated. With a gap of 500 million, Baishio Town has no hope unless the resource points of Longyuan Town stop increasing. After a long while, she forced herself to calm down and then sent a message to Yuichi Kamaya. Sir Shenba, Jiang Chen cannot be allowed to live. I believe that the Dragon Slayer plan should be put on the agenda as soon as possible, although the timing is not yet fully right. But she had reached her limit. Complete it immediately. Notification. You have consumed 144,000 spirit stones to complete the construction of the Angel Reincarnation Pool. The Angel Reincarnation Pool takes a whopping 10 days to build, so Jiang Chen simply bought it instantly. After the light faded, a white jade pool with a diameter of several tens of meters appeared in front of Jiang Chen. The milky white pool water shimmered with a sacred light. In the center of the pool stands a statue of a female angel with 6 outstretched wings and her left leg slightly bent, as if she could take off at any moment. Angel Reincarnation Pool. Quality, legendary. Type, barracks. Area, 1,000 square meters. Recruitable units. Angels, archangels, principal angels, epic, virtues, power angels, dominions, legendary. Current troop types, 0. Building feature 1. All angels are recruited with equipment, and the power of the equipment increases with the angel's level. Correspondingly, you will also need to expend more energy to acquire it. Building feature 2. Angels who die can retain their memories and be resurrected in the angel rebirth pool, but their level will be reset to 0 after resurrection. Building feature 3. When recruiting, you can choose the gender of the angel. As a powerful race-born with at least epic quality, Jiang Chen naturally knew all about the angels. Because angels come with their own equipment, upgrading them consumes about 1.5 times the energy of a dragon. Whether exchanging energy for equipment is a loss or a gain is a matter of opinion. As for the resurrection feature, the only difference between this and recruiting again is that the angel's memories are preserved. It can't compare to the effects of the fountain of life. In the battlefield of all races, angels have many branches. The Angel Reincarnation Pool comes from Paradise Mountain and is considered one of the more orthodox angel recruitment buildings. Angels, archangels, and principalities are the lower 3 tiers of angels, corresponding to epic quality, and possess 2 wings. Energies, virtuous angels, and archangels are the middle 3 rank angels, corresponding to legendary quality, and possess 4 wings. Legendary angels are the strongest units that can be recruited from the Angel Reincarnation Pool. Above them, the six-winged seraphim, cherubim, and thoraxes are mythical creatures that cannot be recruited directly and can only be evolved from legendary angels. As for Angel Yen, according to the classification of angels in the Battle of 10,000 Races, they belong to the non-mainstream category. Jiang Chen naturally looked down on the lower three tiers of epic angels. The attributes of the legendary angels in the middle three tiers are not much different. The difference lies in their skills. Exujiai's skills are mostly magic-based. The Angel of Strength has mostly physical skills. As for the Archangels, their skills are mostly support-oriented, and they possess rich tactical knowledge, making them natural leaders. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen gave the order, recruiting 12 virtues, 12 powers, and 2 archangels, all female. Since he can choose his gender, Jiang Chen would have to be out of his mind to choose male. Even if they don't do anything, they're still pleasing to the eye. The divine radiance in the angel rebirth pool surged. 10 minutes later, a hazy figure emerged from the pool and gradually floated in midair. She had long, flowing blonde hair and a beautiful face. The armor she wore clung tightly to her exquisite curves, and she held a long sword in her hands, pressing it against her chest. 2 pairs of pure white wings fluttered gently and unconsciously behind her. "My lord, Evie Archangel sends her greetings." The newborn angel suddenly opened her watery eyes and gave Jiang Chen a slight bow. "My tributes." Before Jiang Chen could speak, Eve suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Your territory actually possesses an angelic hero? An 8B rank ruler at that." Jiang Chen nodded. "I'll introduce you to him later." Then open Eve's properties panel. Chapter 106, Another Rural Town. Resource Betting Settlement. Eve. Race, Angels. Level 1. Quality, Golden Legend, Star. Attributes, Physique 17, Command +5, Equipment +12, Spirit Power 20, Command +7, Equipment +12, Divine Soul 17, Command +5, Equipment +12, Capacity 12, Command +4, Equipment 12. Equipment, Holy Set. Combat Power, 28 star. Skills, Holy Flame, Holy Judgment, Holy Persuasion. Not bad. Jiang Chen was fairly satisfied with Eve's attributes. Angels, like dragons, are a race born at the pinnacle. Such a race has both obvious advantages and disadvantages. Those who are born strong naturally have less potential for development. Unlike humans, who are inherently weak, those who can reach legendary quality will inevitably be stronger than these naturally born races, such as the Nine Heavens Holy Maiden. Fortunately, the angel comes with its own equipment and has Yansby level command bonus, so its combat power at level 1 is as high as 28 stars, which is almost the same as the original Fan Tian. Overall, among flying units, the angel is far more cost-effective than the dragon. Soon, the recruitment of the first 2 powerful angels and the first archangel has been completed. The Angel of Power skills are Holy Strike, Angel's Sword, and Heavenly Guardian. The archangel's skills are Divine Scepter, Mind Link, and Damage Link. It's worth mentioning the archangel's skills. Holy Scepter. Their special talents give them a keen insight into the battlefield situation and make it easy for them to make the right tactical decisions. Mind Link links the minds of multiple angel units together, allowing commands to be issued instantly. Damage Link transfers damage received by one angel to other angels as appropriate. While these 3 skills cannot improve the angel's attributes, in team battles, they can at least increase the angel team's combat power by 30%. Hathaway, Heloise. Jiang Chen called out the names of the 2 angels. Each of you will lead a team of 6 Exujiais and 6 Virtuosos, and then go to Crystal Valley to fight monsters. With that, Jiang Chen waved his hand, raising all 26 angels to level 13, consuming 11 million energy. The energy required for an angel's upgrade is several times that of the heavenly sound true disciple, and this is all the energy he has left. Given their angelic attributes and the command abilities of the archangel, Crystal Valley poses little threat to them. In Crystal Valley, Yan's figure suddenly landed in front of the Anywhere door. Just now, while exploring the unknown map, she made a major discovery and was about to report it to Jiang Chen in person. But before she could step into the Anywhere door, her expression changed. One after another, figures exuding a sacred aura emerged from the Anywhere door. Angel! Yin was stunned. Then a possibility occurred to him, and he said incredulously, "My lord, why are you recruiting so many angels all at once? Could it be a troop building?" The angels also saw Yin. The Archangel Hathaway, as their representative, stepped forward and gave a slight bow, saying, "You must be Lord Yin. We are angels from Heavenly Mountain. Thank you for your amplification of our rule." Although one is a technological angel and the other a magical angel, they're both angels after all, and Yin immediately felt a strong sense of kinship. "I come from the heavenly court of Merlot. Come, let me introduce you to this place." What pleased Yin the most was, Jiang Chen recruits only female angels. Because of the education she received from a young age, she developed an extreme aversion to male angels. "My lord is so thoughtful." Hint, Yin thinks you are very considerate. Favorability +1, current level 97. Intimate. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Then he thought of Angel Yan's background setting and couldn't help but laugh and cry. Honestly, he didn't think that much about it. "I just find female angels more pleasing to the eye." Soon, Angel Yin returned to her territory. "My lord, a goblin territory has been discovered 300 kilometers south of Crystal Valley." Goblin territory? Jiang Chen's spirits lifted. As the strongest individual unit in the territory, Angel Yin is also capable of flight. Jiang Chen assigned her the main task of exploring advanced maps. Several days later, as expected, there was another significant achievement. "Tell me the specifics." Yin nodded and began to describe. "The south is a continuous mountain range, giant eagles, steam cannons, rivers." Upon hearing the word river, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He possesses a legendary shipyard blueprint. However, docks can only be built near waterways, so this blueprint has been gathering dust in the warehouse. But Jiang Chen considered the terrain Yin had just described, and after assessing his own combat strength, he said softly, "Wait 2 more days." Yin shouted, "Yes, my lord." 2 days later, above a continuous mountain range, hundreds of giant eagles on the mountain peaks are frantically attacking the intruders who dared to invade their airspace. Angel's sword. Puff. Suddenly, a sword beam several meters long emanated from Avril's longsword, severing one of the wings of the giant eagle on the opposite mountain peak. The giant eagle that had lost a wing could no longer maintain its balance and crashed heavily onto the cliff hundreds of meters below, shattering into pieces. Divine exhortation. With a flick of her longsword, Exugiai Eve unleashed a beam of holy light upon the head of a giant mountain eagle. After a moment of struggle, it immediately turned its claws and fangs toward its own kind. Holy flame. Immediately afterwards, Eve was enveloped in divine flames, which clung to the bodies of several mountain eagles, burning steadfastly amidst their agonizing cries. Similar scenes played out across the battlefield, although the mountain eagles are generally at level 45 or higher. However, they are still no match for the powerful legendary units. Jiang Chen stood on Long Jio's back, very satisfied with the fighting power displayed by the angel. What I'm most satisfied with is the command ability of the 2 archangels. After all, the archangel can issue dozens of commands instantly through the mental link, making him even better at micromanagement than Jiang Chen, the academic genius. Soon, hundreds of giant eagles on the mountain peaks were all wiped out. It was almost noon. After Long Jio crossed a towering peak over 1,000 meters high, the view suddenly opened up before him. A surging river appeared before everyone. The river flows from west to east, several kilometers wide, surging and roaring, with several steam warships tens of meters long sailing on its surface. A territory with a diameter of nearly 1,000 meters sits on a high ground by the river. This is a typical steampunk-style territory, with various buildings standing tall and gleaming with a metallic sheen. Steam-powered airships frequently took off and landed on the territory square, and squads of steam-powered mechs entered and exited the city gates, creating a scene of extraordinary prosperity. Soon, Jiang Chen then determined that this was a 10-level elven territory, one level higher than Crystal Castle. Just then, a burst of jubilation erupted in the Longyuan town channel. Ha! The gamble on luck has finally been settled. Our town's luck has turned around at 7 p.m. Ah! The town space has expanded once again. Jiang Chen opened the county town channel. Announcement. Longyuan town has won its luck bet against Baishio town, gaining +6 luck points, currently at 19. 2 days ago, after Jiang Chen made his move, Beiqiao town had already given up on this gamble on destiny. Therefore, no one was surprised by this result. But Zhu Yeqing still exclaimed, 19 points of town fortune. Brother Jiang, you've monopolized most of the town's fortune by yourself. The two town ranking matches combined earned a total of 34 points of luck points from the Heavenly Dao. Currently, Longyuan town holds 19 points, Yiming town holds 2 points, Laoqin town holds 2 points, and the rest are divided among several powerful towns in the Sakura Kingdom. Mayor Shirada Oraheim of Sakura Town said indignantly, "Umph. Once my great Sakura Empire seizes the position of county mayor, it will instantly mobilize a large army to destroy Longyuan Town. No matter how much luck we have, it will all be in vain." His town, Shirada, is also one of the most powerful towns in the land of cherry blossoms. Like Wutong Town, both the breakthrough points and kill points are in the top 10, and it now has 2 points of town luck. Yiren said, "Are you dreaming? You've lost everything you've gambled in Japan these past few times, and you still think you can win the position of county magistrate?" Shirada Orishida sneered, "The county magistrate election is usually about who has more and stronger supporters, not the brute force of a small town. You Chinese just wash your necks and wait to die." Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen sent a message. Luck betting order, click to view. This is an illustration of the luck betting order. Xiao Wushang exclaimed in surprise. Big boss Jiang Chen actually has a luck gambling token. Haha, why not clear out the luck of Beitian Town and stop him from being so arrogant? After a moment of silence. Note, Shirada Ori retracted a message. Note, Shirada Ori retracted a message. Shirada Oraheim respectfully said, Jiang Chen Kun, I misspoke after drinking. Please forgive my rudeness. Chapter 107. Complete Annihilation. A technological feat. Such a sudden shift from arrogance to obsequiousness immediately drew a chorus of boos. Ing Yi Man immediately replied, "Sell it to me." Although Ing Yi Man, as a powerful figure, rarely acts cute, Jiang Chen still said, "Everyone, upgrade to Town Hall Level 6 as soon as possible, and then build the embassy." Yi Iren exclaimed in surprise. "Choose an alliance bet?" Ing Yi Man said, "Haha, there are several towns in the Sakura Kingdom with a luck level of 2. It is indeed more cost-effective to form an alliance first, and then gamble. I will pay for the gambling token." Jiang Chen really liked this nouveau riche. Shirada Osamu said bitterly, "You people of the Dragon Kingdom are extremely wicked." The county town channel has been shut down. Jiang Chen began to ponder the goblin territory before him. He directed his troops to land on a shallow beach 2 kilometers from the territory. The goblin territory must have advanced detection structures, which is why they were discovered as soon as they appeared. Sharp alarms blared incessantly as squads of towering mechs ascended the city walls. Immediately afterwards, a somewhat sarcastic voice rang out. "Humans? Angels? Dragons? Whoever you are, leave the territory of the great Gruta now, and I, being merciful, will forgive and forget." Why is it always the same old excuse? Jiang Chen made a comment. The city defense weapons developed by the goblins have a much longer range than the dwarven rocket launchers, so Jiang Chen simply abandoned the dwarven rocket launchers for this expedition. Jiang Chen did not act rashly, but instead said to the crystal maiden beside him, "Transform into a crystal ant and infiltrate the city." Crystal ant is one of the new transformation templates that Crystal Virgo has acquired recently. Jing replied, "Yes, Lord." Immediately afterwards, the 12 crystal maidens quickly transformed into oversized ants, then burrowed into the ground and disappeared. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen waved his hand. "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." Angels and dragons soared into the sky. Ground troops also launched their attacks, leaving only Zizai to guard Jiang Chen's side. A sudden commotion erupted in the territory ahead, and countless crystal blades could be vaguely seen flying around. The Goblin Lord Grutu's furious voice rang out again. "Damn it, shameless humans, is sneak attacks all you can do?" Taking advantage of the chaos within the city, the troops have already entered the defensive perimeter of the Goblin territory. Instantly, defensive structures, warships, ranged units, and shells of all calibers rain down on the group. Defensive buildings are far more lethal than hero units of the same level. Not to mention that the Goblin territory in front of us is level 10. Some attacks are ones that even the goddess warriors are unwilling to take head-on. Puff! All of a disciple of the Heavenly Sound Sect's escape routes were sealed off. The void barrier of the Great Suru sword style only lasted for a moment before it was cut in half by a bladed chariot. If it weren't for the Fountain of Life, and if it weren't for the need to build a shipyard here, Jiang Chen wouldn't have acted so recklessly. Half a minute later, Jiang Chen lost several disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect and finally brought his army to the city gates. Thunder Battle Body. Cynthia, already level 25, unleashed her thunderous power, leaping over the city wall several meters high, and then piercing through the 4-meter-high elite mech's cockpit with a single shot. "Human, your opponent is me." With a roar, the golden mech, only 3 meters tall, crashed into Cynthia. Clang! Cynthia took a few steps back, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. "That's more like it." The outstanding hero, Goblin Slayer, managed to hold his own against Cynthia despite having a level advantage of 52. The dragon circled in the air, spewing out mouthfuls of black flames into its territory. 12 powerful angels also entered the city and wreaked havoc. The weaker disciples of Tianyin followed closely behind, leaping onto the city wall one by one. For Jiang Chen, although the disciples of Tianyin Temple were dying from time to time, victory in battle was only a matter of time. Even then, a sudden change occurred. Click, click. The Lord's mansion in the Goblin territory rapidly transformed and reassembled like a sophisticated instrument, soon becoming a giant mech tens of meters tall. Goblin Guardian. Gazing at the giant robot before him, Jiang Chen felt a pang of regret. What a pity, it's only epic quality. Goblin Guardians. Race, Goblin. Level, 54. Quality, Orange Epic, Star. Combat Power, 1758 star. Skill. Humans, prepare to die. Grutu's voice came from among the Goblin Guardians. The giant sword, tens of meters long, slashed down, its target being Long Jiao, who was happily breathing fire and earth. Despite its enormous size, the Goblin Guardian moved with surprising agility, and it looked as if Long Jiao was about to be cleaved in two. For the Lord. To demonstrate his loyalty, Long Jiao loudly proclaimed his dying slogan. Clang! The 5-foot-long lightning blade steadily caught the Goblin Guardian's attack. Yan's attributes are slightly worse, but both Wormhole Defense Barrier and Thunder Power are perfect A-level skills. Your opponent is me. Having finally encountered a worthy opponent, Yan's Chinibyu, adolescent delusions of grandeur, spirit instantly ignited. Seeing that he was not dead, Long Jiao flapped his wings and fled. Yan, although I knew I wouldn't die, you saved my life again. Grutu's angry voice rang out. Powerful angel hero, why would you serve a lowly human lord? If you are willing to join my territory, the position of Lady of the City awaits you. These words disgusted Yan and touched a raw nerve. Her body emanated terrifying lightning power. D. The Goblin territory has 4 heroes, each with a strength roughly equivalent to that of the Goddess Warrior. There are 12 Goddess Warriors alone, not to mention powerful units like the Crystal Maiden and the 9 Heaven Saints. Soon, apart from the Goblin Guardians, all other Goblin units in the territory have been slaughtered. Yin felt embarrassed. She gulped down a bottle of immortal drink, and her attributes increased dramatically. Boom! Before Yin could make a move, the Goblin Guardian's massive body suddenly knelt on the ground, creating an extremely imposing scene. Honorable human lord, I am willing to surrender and become your vassal. With his men slaughtered, he had long considered surrendering. Now that his opponent was on drugs, he dared not play the hero. Angel Yin roared, "You're arrogant at first and obsequious at second, utterly lacking in the dignity of a strong person. You're just as shameless as the Japanese." After going on several expeditions with Jiang Chen, Yin also came to know the true nature of the Sakura people. But Yin could not make such a decision on her own. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's voice came immediately. "Kill!" Upon hearing this, the Goblin Guardian leaped to his feet and rushed toward the riverbank, seemingly believing that he could escape by jumping into the river. But the Crystal Virgin was already prepared. Hundreds of crystal rays struck the Goblin Guardian's massive body, making it difficult for him to move. At the same time, a giant energy sword nearly 100 meters long had already formed above his head. No, the Goblin Guardian was cleaved in two by the strike of the Skyblade. The terrifying energy melted the metal at the cut, which fell to the ground with a sizzling sound. The Grutu inside was instantly vaporized, leaving not a trace. Jiang Chen had already reached the city wall when the battle report of killing Grutu surprised him. "Your hero Yin has slain the Goblin Lord Grutu. Epic. You have gained 2.16 million energy, 300,000 spirit stones, 1 epic chest, and 1 epic technology crystal. A technological marvel?" Chapter 108 Divine Body Upgrade. Ghost Mothership. Epic technological crystal, plus a powerful crystal containing boundless knowledge. Permanently increases the territory's research speed by 30% upon use. Only one of this type of crystal can be used per territory. Technological advancements are invaluable treasures for tech-based lords like the Mechs, Protoss, and Logicians. Jiang Chen's territory doesn't have any technology-related buildings, so that's not what he's concerned about. But if Jiang Chen remembers correctly, Yin once said that technological advancements could accelerate the cultivation of her divine body. However, at present, technological crystals are extremely rare, and they usually only drop after killing a technology-based lord. Consuming 19 million spirit stones to enhance the legendary technological crystal. A burst of rich golden light flashed, and the technological crystal was instantly upgraded to legendary quality. Then, Jiang Chen gently tossed it to Yin. After Yin recognized the item in his hand, he said solemnly, "Thank you, Lord." Although the divine body technique is rated as an A-level skill, it is entirely a product of technology. Yin had just condensed her divine body when Jiang Chen summoned her to the battlefield of myriad races, so her divine body was only at the entry level. If absorbed directly, the knowledge contained in technological achievements will vary from person to person. Or rather, it fills in whatever you lack. After quickly absorbing this technological crystal, Yan's body suddenly emitted a nebula-like radiance, making her entire body appear both real and illusory. A full minute passed. All the radiance was once again drawn into Yan's body. She opened her eyes and exclaimed in delight, "My divine body has reached mastery." Jiang Chen never expected that a single technological crystal could upgrade an A-level cultivation technique. Thinking back to my own 8-9 arcane arts, it's true that there's no harm without comparison. He immediately checked Yan's attributes. The beginner-level divine body grants plus 100 to all attributes, which can be increased to plus 300 to all attributes once you reach the proficiency level. This instantly boosted Yan's combat power by 200 stars, allowing her to firmly establish herself as the strongest in the territory with her legendary 1-star quality. After a minor incident, Jiang Chen then looked at the heavenly Dao prompt he had just received. Unclaimed wilderness territory detected. Occupy/destroy? Occupy. There are no restrictions on occupying wilderness territories. If you have the ability, you can occupy 1,000 or 10,000 without anyone bothering you. However, territories that lose their independence do not provide the Lord with additional population limits. They can only be used to build defensive structures. Instead, they had to divide their forces to guard the area. The main purposes of choosing to occupy wilderness territories are either for their strategic position or for special buildings within them, such as troop buildings. Jiang Chen naturally falls into the former category. Fortunately, the territory has a fairly complete defense system, with dozens of bladed vehicles, combat bunkers, and scattering towers, so there is no need to send too many troops to guard it. This goblin territory is built along the water, with a natural harbor to the south. A steamship dock has already been built there. However, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't be interested in something that was merely rare. Destroy. You destroyed an 8th level steam dock, gaining 1,000 rare metals, 500 rare wood, 500 rare stone, and 1 steam dock blueprint. They've actually released the blueprints. Destroying buildings has a certain chance of yielding blueprints, but the probability varies from person to person. Having just won the bet and gained another 6 points of luck, the territory's dragon vein has been strengthened once again, increasing the drop rate of territory troops by 38%. This must have also affected the probability of obtaining the blueprints. Jiang Chen didn't think much of it and put it directly into his backpack. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen took out the blueprint for the dark dock that the ghost Leviathan had dropped and tossed it lightly. Put up. In the past 2 days, Jiang Chen has made thorough preparations and has already strengthened all the materials for building the shipyard. Complete immediately. A huge dock with a radius of 100 meters was built in an instant. Jiang Chen immediately looked at the attributes of this legendary building. Dark dock. Level 0. Quality legendary. Type dock. Area 12,000 square meters. Buildable ships. Ghost mothership. Legendary. Ghost destroyer. Epic. Ghost frigate. Excellent. Current ships. 0. Jiang Chen did not hesitate. Build a ghost mothership. Another material worth millions of spirit stones has disappeared. The dock also made a rumbling sound. Evening. A beam of light shone from the dock and landed on the rushing river. After the light faded, a black ship, 200 meters long and 60 meters wide, suddenly appeared. Jiang Chen immediately opened its properties. Ghost mothership. Quality legendary star. Level 0. Weapons. Main gun. Energy level 1500. 1. Secondary gun. Energy level 600. 24. Ghost fighter 48. Armor. 1,200. Maximum speed. 80 knots. Energy. 10,000/10,000. Feature 1. As a legendary ship, the Ghost Mothership has a ship spirit captain and does not require crew to operate. Feature 2. Can activate a shield with a maximum energy level of 2,000. Characteristic 3. Can dive to the deep sea, but requires continuous energy consumption. Characteristic 4. The ship enters a stealth state, which requires continuous energy consumption. 1,200 points of armor, 2,000 level energy shield. Not bad, not bad. This is only a level 0 Ghost Mothership. And the name Ghost. It should be because it possesses stealth and deep diving capabilities, and its size refers to its scale, not the energy properties of the warship. In short, Jiang Chen was very satisfied with the attributes of the Ghost Mothership. Of course, when the cannons roar, gold pours in. Legendary warships are incredibly powerful, but they also consume enormous amounts of energy. Besides natural recovery, only high-grade or better spirit stones can recharge it. Ordinary lords simply couldn't afford to support them. Let's go. Let's get on the boat and take a look. As soon as they stepped onto the deck, a holographic figure suddenly appeared in front of them. "My lord, Captain Xiaomei of the Ghost Mothership greets you." Jiang Chen was taken aback. Xiaomei, the female captain. This young female captain wore a shirt and jacket, leather boots, and a decorative rapier slenderly draped over her waist, exuding a wild and untamed aura. If she also wore an eye patch, she would definitely be a female pirate. Reporting to the Lord, "I am the ship's spirit, and I can transform into any form you desire." Xiaomei glanced at the beautiful women surrounding Jiang Chen and smiled. "After initial observation, I think this image and name better suit your aesthetic. Of course, if you prefer a burly man, I can also become De Zhuang." "No, I don't want Da Zhuang." Jiang Chen immediately rejected the suggestion. "It's fine as it is." Xiaomei gave an elegant bow and said, "As you wish." The following time, Jiang Chen visited the Ghost Mothership. "The more I look at it, the more satisfied I become. In addition to its combat attributes, it also has all the living facilities such as a restaurant and bedrooms, making it a mobile castle on the sea." Half an hour later, Jiang Chen said to Archangel Hathaway, "You will lead a team of angels and sail down with the Ghost Mothership to explore the waters below. A river of this size must have a wide body of water downstream, and it is very likely that it is even an ocean. Angels, as a flying unit, are better suited for naval warfare." After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen added, "If we reach a level 60 monster map, let's stop exploring and return immediately. Maps above level 60 are already somewhat dangerous for angels at this point." Hathaway and Xiaomei replied in unison, "Yes, sir. Exploring the map is naturally something to be done by your subordinates." As for himself, he naturally waited until his subordinates had cleared a safe zone before taking the girls out to sea. 7 books will unlock the tailor shop. I'll try to get some bikini patterns then. After watching the massive Ghost Mothership sail downstream, Jiang Chen returned to Longyuan town via the teleportation array in the Goblin territory. Exploring the waters was mainly for map exploration, so Jiang Chen didn't rush to upgrade the Ghost Mothership, nor did he build a second one. The level of a warship cannot exceed the level of the shipyard, and upgrading the shipyard is quite expensive. Pity. Plans can't keep up with changes. Jiang Chen's idea was quickly overturned by what happened next. Chapter 109. The Methods of Competing for County Magistrate Position. Shikigami Lord. The next day, Jiang Chen was enjoying breakfast. Several prompts from the heavenly Tao made him pause. Notification. Your Ghost Mothership has left the county area. Hint. Your Ghost Mothership has spotted Sunset Bay. They've already left the jurisdiction of Qingyang County so quickly. Jiang Chen was first surprised, then happily said, "Beyond Qingyang County, there is indeed the ocean. Ha! The resources at sea are no less than those on land, and no one is competing with me for them. They're all mine." Immediately afterwards, a combat notification appeared. Your unit eve-killed a sea serpent monster, gaining 52 energy, 10 spirit stones, and 4 votes. Vote. Jiang Chen was taken aback when he saw those 2 words. Redeem your reward. Soon, a card with a gold edge appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. Ballot. Cast your vote for your preferred county magistrate candidate. Event not yet open. Jiang Chen was speechless at first, then frowned. This time, the county magistrate election actually requires vote buying. The most common battle for county magistrate position is a chaotic free for all on the battle map. Despite facing enemies 100 or 1,000 times greater, Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. If it were an election, the number of lords in the Dragon Kingdom is already very small. Moreover, the county magistrate's privileges far exceed those of the town mayor, and Yin Man and Zhu Yeqing have no obligation to support him unconditionally. Of course, the lords of the Sakura Kingdom are not a monolithic entity. It's easy to imagine that the situation will inevitably become a battleground for numerous powerful forces. However, Jiang Chen quickly calmed down. Currently, it seems that only monsters on the map outside the county town drop ballots. I possess legendary warships, legendary units, and the added bonus of Dragon Vein drop rates. Most importantly, The county magistrate election won't start for at least 10 days, so I have a huge lead. So what if I can't get votes? I'll just vote for myself. At this moment, another battle report appeared. Your unit Avril has killed a sea serpent monster, gaining 57 energy, 10 spirit stones, and 6 votes. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The monster's level has increased by 5, and the number of ballots it drops has increased from 4 to 6. As battle reports kept popping up, Jiang Chen quickly figured out the pattern. Haha, I get it. For every 5 levels a normal monster gains, it will drop an additional ballot. And this is also affected by the increased drop rate from the dragon vein. The same key point is, Jiang Chen immediately took action. While strengthening resources and continuing to build the Ghost Mothership, he also recruited angels. Upgrade. Jiang Chen consumed 2.1 million energy points to level up the newly recruited Angel of Power to level 20, and then exclaimed, I'm still lacking energy. These past few days, although Jiang Chen obtained another light bait and gained nearly 10 million energy, the energy required for an angel's upgrade is terrifying, second only to that of a legendary hero. I really miss the days when we harvested cherry blossoms with a 100,000-strong elite army in Eternal Night Town. While Jiang Chen was busy building the ship, Takahashi Mizuki suddenly received a communication request from Shinichi Yamahachi. Miss Takahashi, Jiang Chen has created an exceptional troop type, which is renowned throughout the world. It has already attracted the loyalty of a squad of giant dragons, making it a major threat to our great Sakura Empire. Shinichi Yamahachi bowed slightly. We have decided to take Ms. Takahashi's suggestion and launch a night raid on Longyuan Town tonight to kill Jiang Chen. That's great. Takahashi Mizuki made no attempt to hide her joy. What kind of lineup does the Empire plan to deploy? Jiang Chen does have a team of dragons, so we must not underestimate him. Yuichi Shinichi confidently stated. Please rest assured, Miss Gao Xiao. I personally led this operation, which brought together 20 squads of epic units and hundreds of squads of excellent units, all of which were level 25 or above. Moreover, we have also received strong support from the military, and 20 Shikigami lords will also participate in the battle. As long as Miss Gao Xiao helps us open the portal to Jiang Chen's territory, no matter how strong Jiang Chen is, he will surely die. Mizuki Takahashi frowned and said, Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. I always feel that Jiang Chen has some hidden cards up his sleeve, so I don't think this lineup can be foolproof. After a moment of contemplation, Shinichi Yuichi said, Hold on. Soon. Shinichi Yamahachi again. The military has adopted Ms. Takahashi's suggestion and agreed to deploy 40 Shikigami lords. Although Mizuki Takahashi still felt it wasn't enough, she also knew how difficult it was to cultivate a Shikigami lord. 40 men are practically all the Sakura army has up its sleeve in Qingyang County. Jiang Chen, who was strengthening his resources, received a message from Takahashi Mizuki immediately. Good. You did a great job. Jiang Chen was lamenting not long ago that he didn't have enough energy. Then a group of people dressed as cherry blossoms came to deliver the food. Putting everything else aside, just the 40 Shikigami lords alone, even if they're not at their full form, each of them can provide at least millions of energy. Mizuki Takahashi nodded excitedly. Let's wipe out all the cherry blossom dogs. Late at night, what was once an inconspicuous cherry blossom area has now been transformed into a living hell. Why are you killing us? You are not our lord. You are a demon. Why is this happening? A cherry blossom lord with a mourning band on his head was filled with fanaticism, wielding a katana and frantically hacking at his heroes, troops, and peasants. 2 elite heroes, hundreds of elite troops, and thousands of peasants stared wide-eyed, seemingly unable to believe that they would be killed by their usually kind lord. Unfortunately, they were infected and are now paralyzed, forced to await death in fear. Blood and chi surged, and the soul roared. After the young man killed the last man, he shouted, Great Inagami, I have exchanged the blood and souls of my comrades for your arrival. Shikigami Lords, one of the most extreme lord factions, and also a special type of lord in the Sakura Kingdom, founded by Emperor Jimmu of the Sakura Kingdom, Su Fu. It is said that Su Fu could not bear the wrath of Qin Shi Huang and had to sign a contract with the evil spirits of the spirit world, which led to the later creation of the Shikigami Lords. The principle behind the Shikigami Lord is to personally kill those close to you, using boundless resentment and blood to summon evil spirits. The stronger the person you kill, and the closer your relationship with them, the better the effect. If one's parents are sacrificed to the heavens, they can instantly gain boundless magical power. In the battlefield of all races, the higher the favorability and loyalty of a unit, the better the effect. To become a Shikigami Lord, one must not only have extremely high qualifications, but also be ruthless and inhumane. Therefore, even within the Sakura army, Shikigami Lords are extremely precious. Soon, a phantom claw suddenly landed on the edge of the magic circle. Immediately afterwards, a huge, vicious dog-like evil spirit struggled to emerge from within. It inhaled the blood and resentment that filled the air into its belly, then leaped into the air towards the cherry blossom youth and merged with him. After merging with the evil spirit, the cherry blossom youth's body swelled up to 4 meters tall before stopping, with sharp teeth and claws growing out and his spine arching. It looks exactly like a vicious human dog. Such powerful strength. He clearly still retains some rationality. It's a pity that the target developed too quickly, leaving us no time to develop into our full form. Otherwise, I would be even stronger. After saying that, step into the portal. Chapter 1:10, A Formidable Foe. That's all. A similar scene. It was happening simultaneously in dozens of cherry blossom-covered areas. And at this moment, the territory of Shinichi Yakuba has already gathered dozens of powerful warlords and thousands of mid to high-level troops. To prevent Jiang Chen from escaping on the giant dragon, there were even hundreds of flying units, such as dragons and griffins. Soon, one after another, the Shikigami Lords appeared, each with a ferocious expression and an astonishing aura, even drawing the attention of the epic level sword masters. Shinichi Yuichi complimented the cherry blossom scented youth beside him. Lord Koizumi, thank you very much for the military strong support this time. With so many Shikigami Lords in command, Jiang Chen is doomed. Shiro Koizumi was a major in the Japanese military. Born in Qingyang County, he became the temporary commander of the Shikigami Lord. Every time the Shikigami Lord makes a move, he kills all of his subordinates. It is said that powerful Shikigami Lords have endured for years or even decades, and the power they unleash in a single day can be comparable to that of mythology. The Shikigami Lords were originally a gift from His Majesty Emperor Jimmu to our great Sakura Empire. This time, the Kamaya family and the Hojo family have joined forces, and our military naturally cannot sit idly by. At this point, Shiro Koizumi said with some regret, "It's a pity that the server has only been open for a little over 20 days. Their hero units are too weak. The strongest ones are only equivalent to 1-star legendary units." Shinichi Yamahachi also understood this principle. Please convey the gratitude of the Kami Yagi family to General Koizumi. Shiro Koizumi nodded. General Koizumi was his grandfather, the general of the 632nd District Anti-Dragon War Zone. Everyone's here. Let's set off as soon as possible, or the evil spirits will corrupt the Shikigami Lord's sanity. Kamen Rider Yuichi's expression hardened, and he began to contact his vassal lord, Miyamoto. A short while later, Miyamoto stepped out of the teleportation array and said respectfully, "Your Excellencies, I have met with Ms. Takahashi and ordered the Onmyoji to conduct life detection within a 30-kilometer radius, confirming that everything on the other side is normal." Upon seeing this, Shiro Koizumi exclaimed, "Kamahachi is truly meticulous." Shinichi Yakuza humbly replied, "There's a saying in China, better safe than sorry." After confirming safety, Shinichi Yuichi took the lead and stepped into the teleportation array. The territory at midnight is utterly silent. Mizuki Takahashi said happily, "Welcome, Mr. Shin Hachi, Mr. Koizumi." Shiro Koizumi sighed. Who could have imagined that Longyuan town, this peaceful and tranquil paradise, would soon become a bloody slaughterhouse? The art of speaking. The entire army of the Sakura Kingdom has passed through the teleportation array, making the territory somewhat crowded. Mizuki Takahashi asked, "Is everyone here?" "It's all done." Kagami nodded. "Please begin, Ms. Takahashi." Mizuki Takahashi first waved her hand to shut down the teleportation array, then smiled and said, "Please wait a moment." As she spoke, Mizuki Takahashi tore open a scroll that had been used to censor speech. A silencing scroll. Shinpachi Yuichi was taken aback. "Isn't it a bit early to use it now? Jiang Chen's territory is the real battlefield." "A battlefield?" Takahashi Mizuki clapped her hands excitedly. "Haha, this is the battlefield." Koizumi Shiro had a bad feeling and tried to walk back to the portal, only to find it closed. He immediately questioned, "Ms. Takahashi, what are you doing?" Just then, 4 giant portals opened from the 4 directions of the territory: east, south, west, and north. Angels, dragons, mountain kings, crystal maidens, and other formidable human units surged forth, surrounding the territory. A dragon, an angel? Shinichi Yamahachi's face was filled with shock and anger. Jiang Chen actually has such a powerful unit? "Baka!" Koizumi Shiro roared. "Takahashi Mizuki, have you gone mad? How dare you betray the Empire? Do you know the consequences of doing this? Your family, and even your clan, will be subjected to the Empire's most severe punishment." "For the Dragon Kingdom," Takahashi Mizuki shouted. "To be able to sacrifice oneself for the Dragon Kingdom is the greatest honor for the Takahashi family. Those who are unwilling to sacrifice themselves for the Dragon Kingdom deserve to die." Looking at the fanatical Takahashi Mizuki, Kamaya Yuichi stammered, "This is weird. This is really weird." Puff! Koizumi Shiro suddenly struck, beheading Takahashi Mizuki with a single blow, then pointed his blood-stained katana forward. "He only has a squad of angels and a squad of dragons. He's no match for us. Shikigami Lord, begin the slaughter." At this time, the 4 doors have been closed. Looking at the enemy's formation, Yuichi Kami breathed a sigh of relief and shouted, "That's right. Jiang Chen is too arrogant." Koizumi Shiro shouted, "Kamahachi-sama, this is the enemy's home turf. To prevent Jiang Chen from requesting backup or escaping using the anywhere door, immediately seal off the space." "Thank you for the reminder, Lord Koizumi." Kamitsu Yuichi immediately took out a spatial sealing scroll. "Sead," Shiro Koizumi praised. "Well done." Shinbayu laughed loudly. Jiang Chen got to where he is today by luck, but he is still a country bumpkin from a commoner background. He has no idea how powerful the Shikigami Lord is. The two looked on with anticipation, waiting for the Shikigami Lord's performance. But then they witnessed a scene they would never forget. A lizard Shikigami Lord with legendary 1-star strength collided with a human female warrior, radiating lightning in a straightforward manner. Puff! Its protective scales, comparable to those of a dragon, were pierced through by a single spear thrust, as if made of paper. That's not all. Cynthia flicked her spear, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that instantly shattered the lizard Shikigami Lord's body into pieces, splattering blood and flesh everywhere, leaving him utterly dead. GAA. Shinichi Yamahachi halted his forward momentum. Impossible. This is one of the most powerful Shikigami Lords. Koizumi Shiro loudly rallied the troops. This must be Jiang Chen's heroine. She's all alone, so don't be afraid. No sooner had she finished speaking than Giselle instantly killed another Shikigami Lord. Kanaba Yuichi. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. Angels and dragons still circled in the sky, slaughtering dragons and griffins. The powerful and terrifying Shikigami Lords were slaughtered one by one. A legendary unit, yet another legendary unit. Yuichi Shinichi's madness. and it's a legendary unit even more powerful than a dragon. Swordmaster. Coordinate with the Shikigami lords to surround and kill these female warriors. Pity. While the Nine Heaven Saintess is slightly inferior to the Goddess Warrior, she is far superior to ordinary legendary units. Zaishin's small face was serious as he softly rebuked. 9 kills of heavenly sound. 9 sharp sword energies pierced through the forehead, heart, and groin of a Shikigami lord, leaving deep wounds. Although the heavenly sound 9 kills is only AC level skill, Zaishin has mastered it to perfection, and its power is no less than that of a newly learned A-level skill. The battles of the heavenly sound true teachings are not as violent as those of the goddess warriors, but are ethereal and agile, striking directly at the vital points. Even a random disciple of the heavenly sound sect, with various enhancements, is no weaker than an ordinary Shikigami lord. The sky hundreds of meters away. Jiang Chen put away the spatial sealing scroll he was about to use. Although the battlefield was within the territory of Lonyuan town, in order to prevent them from having fixed-point teleportation items, such as Return Scroll, Jiang Chen decided to seal off this area first. But unexpectedly, Yuichi Kamaya beat him to it. Your unit Cynthia killed the Lord with the well cover, gaining 1.89 million energy. Your unit, Brahma Heaven, has killed the Sword Master, gaining 260,000 energy. He stood with his hands behind his back on Long Jio's back, looking at the battle reports and sighing. The Shikigami Lord is truly a wondrous existence. From an energy perspective alone, slaughtering an ordinary territory, including the Lord, would only yield around 100,000 energy points. For Jiang Chen, the speed at which he gained energy from slaughtering the town was no faster than that from Crystal Valley. However, after fusing with evil spirits, the Shikigami Lord becomes an experience booster that can instantly provide millions of energy. This is really a great product. Of the 3 heroes, only Lihani, holding the whooshing sword, stood gracefully beside Jiang Chen, watching the battle below. The Empress and Angel Yin flew on either side of Long Jio, looking somewhat disinterested. I was woken up in the middle of the night, told that a powerful enemy had invaded. The Empress yawned, somewhat bored. That's all. Jiang Chen laughed and said, Don't worry, you still have tasks to complete later. Chapter 111, Total Control. Hearing Jiang Chen say this, the two of them finally became somewhat interested. Then the Empress said helplessly, Why is it that every time the goddess warrior makes a move, people mistake her for me? Jiang Chen comforted him. This proves you have a great reputation. The Empress gave Jiang Chen a charmingly disdainful look. Since the Empress's favorability rating reached 99 points, she has become increasingly alluring when no one else is around. Almost 7 books already. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Most buildings will receive a significant upgrade when they reach levels 7, 12, 18, 25, and so on. For example, once the Lord's Mansion reaches level 7, you can recruit a 4th hero. I wonder what new special effects Tianyin Pavilion will produce after reaching level 7. Will this cause the Empress's favorability rating to jump directly to 100 points? While Jiang Chen was lost in thought, Lihani asked weakly, Lord, why don't we save Lord Gaoyue? It seems the little girl has been holding back for a long time. When Lihani was summoned, she had just finished her training and descended the mountain. In terms of temperament, she was not yet the seasoned snow moon sword immortal. Jiang Chen said solemnly, There will always be sacrifices in battle. Certainly, the reality is that after today, even the most idiotic person in Japan will know that Takahashi Mizuki is in trouble. Therefore, this piece is no longer useful. She was an evil female spy from the Sakura Kingdom, and her death was not a pity. It would even free up 1 spot in the mind control tower. Moreover, Jiang Chen has already found a new person to take control of the situation. Jiang Chen's power quickly and completely destroyed the Sakura Kingdom. We can't win at all. Everyone split up and run. No, those blood crystal bats are too fast. There's no way we can escape. I was bewitched by Shenzhou 8. Please, Jiang Chen, spare my life. As a defeated lord, my family will definitely pay a huge ransom for me. You idiot, are you still dreaming? We've seen Jiang Chen's strength, and he definitely won't let us leave alive. Pity. Whether they want to escape, surrender, or fight to the death, the outcome will not change. But what puzzled them was that Jiang Chen's troops seemed to deliberately avoid attacking them, the lords. Over time, one by one, the masters of swordsmanship have fallen. Not to mention the ordinary, but outstanding soldiers like the Kamakura samurai. If it weren't for Shiro Koizumi throwing out a powerful defensive item at the crucial moment, the battle would have been over long ago. 10 minutes later, corpses littered the land, both inside and outside. Jiang Chen looked at the dozens of lonely lords and said with a smile, "Welcome to Longyuan Town. Are you satisfied with this welcome ceremony?" Jiang Chen did not kill them immediately, as if he saw a glimmer of hope for their survival. With a thud, Kagami Yuichi knelt down, holding the katana in his hands, and bowed respectfully, saying, "Jiang Chen, your strength has earned my respect. I finally understand why Miss Mizuki abandoned darkness for light. I'm also willing to pledge my loyalty to you." Shiro Koizumi roared, "Kamihachi, I misjudged you. Fearless in the face of death, truly a soldier." Then, turning to Cynthia, he said, "Kill them. Slow." Without giving Cynthia a chance, Shiro Koizumi knelt down with a thud and said coldly, "My grandfather is General Masaharu Koizumi. If you kill me, it will surely provoke my grandfather's mad revenge." Jiang Chen had never seen anyone threaten someone while kneeling before him before. Jiang Chen ignored the two and casually selected 3 Sakura lords. "Take all 3 of them back to the territory first. I want to interrogate them in batches. There's no way we can spare anyone alive. However, it would be a disservice to their status not to exploit them before they die." The silent scroll used by Mizuki Takahashi was of excellent quality, while the space seal scroll used by Yuichi Kamiya was only of rare quality. Therefore, even after leaving the area sealed off by the spatial barrier, these 2 cherry blossom lords are still unable to communicate with the outside world. Jiang Chen opened the portal and led the 3 back to his territory. As soon as they stepped into the territory, the blue light of the mind control tower fell on the heads of the 3 cherry blossom lords. Jiang Chen has already upgraded the mind control tower to level 4. In addition to the other 2 female agents from a May agency, there are 3 more spots available. The 3 Sakura lords were instantly subdued and wept in repentance. "Master, we know we were wrong. It's good that you admit your mistakes." Jiang Chen laughed. "Hand over all your assets first, and then atone with your deaths." The 3 were moved to tears. "Yes, master." Then, the 3 of them immediately began transferring money to Jiang Chen, including all the food, equipment, military tokens, and blueprints in the warehouse. After doing all this, the 3 men bowed respectfully to Jiang Chen, then drew their katana and severed their own necks. The control unit of the mind control tower has changed to 2/5. 3 people, 6 million spirit stones, not bad. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although the 3 of them were not from a prestigious family, their families were at least comparable to the Shinha Lin family and were quite wealthy. Bring 3 more people over. The second group of 3 arrived soon after. Upon seeing the corpses on the ground, before they could even react, they were taking control of the mind control tower. That's all. Dozens of powerful warlords handed over all their possessions one by one before meeting their demise. Ironically, these guys thought Jiang Chen was really going to interrogate them in batches, so not one of them resisted. In the end, only Yuichi Kami and Shiro Koizumi remained. The couple's wealth gave Jiang Chen a huge surprise. There are 60 million spirit stones and 15 million spirit stones, respectively. These are just the spirit stones brought into the battlefield of myriad races. If Yuichi Shinichi were allowed to return to Earth to raise funds, this number could increase at least tenfold. However, that would have been too risky, so Jiang Chen abandoned the idea. After all, The mind control tower is only a level 4 epic building. The Kamiya family is one of the most powerful families in Japan. There are countless experts who can easily break free from Kamiya Yuichi's mental control. Jiang Chen seized a total of 150 million spirit stones from dozens of cherry blossom lords, bringing his total spirit stone holdings to 360 million. What a kind person! Jiang Chen sighed. He planned to build a large number of ghost motherships, which was exactly when he was short of money. And its energy content is as high as 98 million. Almost reached 100 million. It's even more powerful than the 100,000 cherry blossom troops in Eternal Night Town. With this energy, Jiang Chen could instantly recruit 4 teams of level 20 finished angels. Jiang Chen didn't rush to digest this gain, but instead said to Shun Baiyu, "Contact Hojo Mai and tell her your mission is complete, then." Shinichi Yakuza respectfully said, "Yes, master." Hojo Town. It was already late at night, but Hojo Mai was wide awake, pacing anxiously back and forth in her territory, waiting for news from Kami Yayuchi. Sudden, a video call request was initiated. After the connection was established, Yuichi Shinpachi looked delighted. "Hojo Koji, I have fulfilled my mission. Jiang Chen has been killed by me." The background of the video is Kamiya Town, and Yuichi Kamiya is standing next to Shiro Koizumi with a happy expression. "Very good." Hojo Mai clapped her hands in high spirits, and then gave a slight bow. "Your Excellencies have worked hard. The great Sakura Empire will forever remember your achievements." Yuichi Kamiya laughed. Although Hojo Town did not send anyone to this operation, she mediated and did her best to make it happen. So Miss Hojo should rightfully have a share of the spoils. As he spoke, he sent several illustrations to Hojo Mai. Legendary equipment, and 3 pieces at that. "Shimba protects Idao. Open a portal, and we'll head over there right away and have a proper celebration." Although it felt a little strange, Hojo Mai had long been blinded by greed. Moreover, since she was on her own territory, she had nothing to fear. Soon, Shinichi and Yuichi stepped out of the teleportation portal. Several slender figures followed behind her. Just as Hojo Mai was about to ask a question, Kamiya Yuichi tore open a scroll that censored speech. "Shin 8, what are you going to do?" She realized something was wrong, but before she could do anything, boom! A terrifying burst of spiritual power erupted from Yan's body. The shock caused all the hero units within the Hojo territory to instinctively take a step back. Taking advantage of this opening, the Empress activated Cloud Shadow, instantly traversing dozens of meters of void, easily killing 2 sword masters, and then carrying Hojo Mai away. The Empress's figure disappeared behind the teleportation portal before everyone realized what had happened. Damn it, put down the Lord, kill them, and rescue the Lord. It's clear that Hojo Mai is skilled at managing her subordinates. All the hero units were united in their hatred of the enemy. But before they could make a move, Hojo Mai reappeared. "Stop!" She stopped her heroes and soldiers, and said to Shunya and Yuichi, "Thank you both so much for helping me understand the meaning of life again." "Commit," Yuichi solemnly said. "Let's get Miss Yui and Miss May to come to their senses and turn back from their misguided ways as soon as possible." "That's only right." Hojo Mai nodded and murmured, "My 2 younger sisters, I'll guide you on the right path now." A few minutes later, the 3 Hojo sisters knelt in a row in front of Jiang Chen. Chapter 1, 12 Turmoil. Advancement to Book 7. Tianyin Branch. Mei and Yui's eyes sparkled. "That is the light of faith. If it weren't for my sister, we would still be fooled by those cherry blossom dogs." Hojo Yui clenched her fist and declared firmly, "For my master, for the Dragon Kingdom." Mei Yui, "For our master, for the Dragon Kingdom." Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. The operation we just took was a little risky. As a lord, Hojo Mai can close the territory portal at any time. It's not dangerous at all. However, if Hojo Mai is more assertive, then the Empress and her companions will likely face some difficulties in returning to Longyuan Town. However, in her panic, Hojo Mai completely forgot about this, allowing Jiang Chen's plan to proceed smoothly. Certainly, although risky, the rewards are enormous. The strongest lord of the Sakura Kingdom in Qingyang County has become his own spy. As for Shinichi and Yuichi, they're no longer fit to live. Their deaths, giving up their spots, are the best outcome. Without my orders, the three of you can continue developing your territories as usual. Also, each of you should find a reason not to return to Earth again. Ojume no dead solemnly. We understand. The Hojo family still has many strong members, and they could easily control us again. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. He did not continue to use the Hojo sisters to launch surprise attacks on other mayors of Sakura country. The three sisters are now more valuable to him than killing hundreds of Sakura lords, based solely on intelligence. The next morning, Lord in no way from our town has fallen. He was a warlord who commanded several squads of exceptional troops. Please accept my condolences. Unexpected things always happen on the battlefield of all races. Baka, Lord Okishima from our town, is also dead. Did they team up to fight the boss last night? One warlord after another was found dead by the lords of their own towns, causing quite a stir in Qingyang County. But that's all there is to it. After all, for the sake of secrecy, only a few high-ranking members of Sakura knew about this night raid, apart from the person involved. Such a shameful thing would naturally not be publicized by those in the know. However, a few administrators in Longyuan town noticed something amiss because the newly arrived Lord Gaoyue had also died. However, Jiang Chen didn't explain, and they wisely refrained from asking further questions. Only Yi Man sent a few words. Awesome. Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel at the power of the immortal Qin Winner's intelligence network. Of course, she could only get clues from Japan. She couldn't possibly know the details of the battle, because all those who experienced the battlefield last night, except for Jiang Chen, are dead. For the next period of time, Qingyang County is calm and peaceful. This day, Jiang Chen was listening to Hojo Mai's report. Master, this matter has caused a sensation and outrage among the Sakura military headquarters, the Plum Agency, and dozens of lords and family heads. But the biggest problem troubling them is what exactly happened in Longyuan town. Was it Takahashi Mizuki who betrayed you? Or did Takahashi Mizuki never gain your trust in the first place and was framed by you? And what losses did Longyuan town suffer by killing 40 Shikigami lords? Fortunately, the people of Longyuan town are now united, making it increasingly difficult for the Sakura Kingdom to gather intelligence. Therefore, before the county magistrate election, Sakura country should not have the ability, nor dare to make any rash moves. At this point, Hojo Mai said with a look of admiration, "For the people of Sakura, Longyuan town is like a bottomless pit. No matter how many go in, they all die." Hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a sense of relief. After all, there's no such thing as being a thief for 1,000 days, but not being able to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. If Japan stays in Japan, he can shift his focus to more important overseas markets. If I can successfully obtain the position of county magistrate, I can completely eliminate all the lords of the Sakura Kingdom. After Hojo Mai finished her report, Jiang Chen instructed her, "Very good. Report back immediately if there is any news." "Yes," Hojo Mai replied respectfully. "By the way, I found the 2 blueprints you requested. I wonder if they meet your requirements." Note: Lord Hojo Mai has mailed you the blueprint Summer Coolness via the exchange. Note: Lord Hojo Mai has mailed you the blueprint Pink Temptation via the exchange. Jiang Chen glanced at the design and was quite satisfied. Well done. Since the server opened, he has been killing and setting fires everywhere every few days, and Jiang Chen has almost forgotten that he is an entertainment lord. What does it mean to be an entertainment lord? It means you need to be entertained. I've really been neglecting my duties these days. Another day has passed. Note: you have reached level 7 Lord's Mansion, unlocking the building's Knight's Hall and Tailor's Shop, and increasing your territory area to 250,000 square meters. You have also unlocked a new hero slot, bringing your current hero count to March 4th. Finally, 7 books. After reaching level 7, ordinary lords can finally recruit rare troops in bulk. For example, the Dwarf Lord's long, bearded warrior, the Elf Lord's sharpshooter, and the Deep Sea Lord's tiger shark warrior, etc. As a human lord, he is naturally a heavy cavalryman. Rare units are the highest quality units that can be recruited from buildings within a territory. For even more advanced troop buildings, you'll have to find a way to obtain the blueprint yourself. Similarly, even ordinary blacksmith shops and tailor shops, which are part of the territory, produce the highest quality equipment without any special enhancements. Upgrading buildings is simply a matter of increasing the level of forge equipment. After handing the 2 blueprints, Summer Coolness and Bonus Temptation, Jiang Chen opened the territory panel. His gaze swept over the standard attributes. Then he looked at the building section. Currently, the special buildings in Jiang Chen's territory include Fountain of Life, Heavenly Sound Pavilion, Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Angel Reincarnation Pool, Lighthouse, Mind Control Tower, Tower of Heavenly Wrath, Dark Dock, and Mysterious Hut. All the buildings are practical. However, due to limited funds, Jiang Chen ultimately only chose to upgrade 2 of them. Note, your Fountain of Life building has been upgraded to level 7, and its functionality has been enhanced. Jiang Chen immediately looked at the attributes of the level 7 Fountain of Life. The Fountain of Life Legend. 1 units within 30 meters of the Fountain of Life can quickly recover from injuries, replenish spiritual power, and repair their souls. 2 level 7 Fountain of Life. Each unit can be resurrected 10 times per day. 3 without damaging the foundation of the Fountain of Life. It can produce a fixed 2 bottles of life source liquid and 30 bottles of life water every day. 2 bottles of life essence every day. Although no new special effects have been generated, Jiang Chen's biggest concern right now is the life essence. In comparison, even 30 bottles of the water of life a day is secondary. So, a level 12 building gets you 3 bottles a day, and a level 18 building gets you 4 bottles a day. He felt that if he consumed another dozen or so bottles of life essence, his aptitude would be raised to a level corresponding to a legendary hero. It now appears that this goal can be achieved before he becomes the county magistrate. Moreover, Jiang Chen discovered that the life essence had a miraculous effect on his cultivation of the 8-9 arcane technique. Jiang Chen continued to upgrade Tianyin Pavilion. Note, your building, Tianyin Pavilion, has been upgraded to level 7, unlocking the building Tianyin Branch and the function Sect Luck. Jiang Chen's spirits lifted. Something new has come out. Tianyin Pavilion. Quality, Epic. Expand. Sect Skill, Misty Technique, Ahonka, Evenly Sound Technique, Ahonksi. Sect Skills, Great Sumeru Sword Style, Rank A, Heavenly Sound 9 kills, Rank C. Sect Buildings, Enlightenment Room 60, Spirit Gathering Room 60, Energy Gathering Room 60, Trial Tower 1, Tianyin Branch 0. Sect Luck, 11220. Jiang Chen first opened the description of the new building. Tianyin Branch, a troop building that can recruit 1 branch master, an outstanding hero, and 1 Tianyin disciple, an outstanding troop. Creating the building blueprint requires 10,000 points of sect luck. This building can only be used by female human lords. A unit-specific building? And it even comes with its own heroes. Jiang Chen sighed. They actually guessed right. Chapter 113 Elf Heroes. Second place, Mountain King. Since his global announcement of creating his own superior unit, various forces have been trying to establish connections with him. Even the Jiangnan military region repeatedly tried to curry favor with Mu Qingxuan. The goal was to have the right of first refusal after he deduced the military tally or building blueprints. But Jiang Chen knew his own family situation. The so-called self-created troop types are all because of the Empress. He can't even produce military tokens, let alone building blueprints. So he hadn't taken this matter to heart at all before. But unexpectedly, it has now come true. Certainly, as a superior troop building, the Tianyin branch does not have a trial tower, and all those recruited are always ordinary Tianyin disciples. Jiang Chen calmed himself down and continued reading the description of sect luck. Sect luck: all Tianyin disciples, including branch disciples, can generate sect luck daily. Sect luck can be used for Tianyin true inheritance advancement, cultivation technique upgrades, and skill upgrades. Current sect luck: 11220/11220. Call. Jiang Chen let out a soft breath. Tianyin Pavilion always brings surprises. 200 points of sect luck can advance the Heavenly Sound True Instruction to Epic 2-star. 500 points of luck can upgrade the Misty Technique from beginner to proficient. That's incredible. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. Of course, from a long-term perspective, we should first promote the Tianyin branch. The only thing that made Jiang Chen secretly complain: the fact that the Tianyin branch can only be built by female human lords greatly limits its promotion. Create one blueprint for the Tianyin branch. Hint: please select the sect's martial arts techniques and skills from the Tianyin branch. This is acceptable. Half of the Tianyin disciples' combat power comes from the sect's techniques and skills. If this can be configured, then we can simply use the full version ourselves and the stripped-down version for takeout. Select all skills and techniques. Jiang Chen naturally intended to use the first few blueprints for his own people to enhance the strength of Longyuan Town. Note: you have obtained a blueprint for the construction of the Tianyin branch, but you have lost 10,000 points of sect luck. Unfortunately, as a division, the drawing does not have a reinforcing plus sign. Who should receive it first? There are currently 3 candidates for the town: Enchuxia, Tu Shanye, and Mu Qingshuan. In terms of contributions and relationships to the town, Enchuxia is undoubtedly the most deserving, but Enchuxia already has a dwarf palace. Suddenly, Jiang Chen received a notification from the Heavenly Dao. Upgrade: Lord Enchuxia has transferred 5 million spirit stones to you through the exchange. Looking at the prompt, Jiang Chen said incredulously, "Seriously? I just finished making these drawings, and they've already transferred the money. Could it be that surveillance cameras have been installed on the territory?" Jiang Chen subconsciously looked up. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, Enchuxia's video call came in. After the call connected, Enchuxia asked nervously, "It was agreed that I would pay 5 million spirit stones for priority recruitment rights to the king of the Dwarf Palace Hills." It turns out it was the king of the hills money. Jiang Chen immediately remembered that there was such a thing, but he said with doubt, "I remember that the king of the hill respawns every month. There should still be a few days left. Hey, how long has it been since you paid any attention to the Dwarf Palace?" And Enchuxia complained. "Even though it's in the wild, it's still an epic level troop building. Can't you at least show some respect?" Under Yan's command, the strength of any angel under Jiang Chen's command surpasses that of the king of the hill. Now that the Mountain King is being given to Jiang Chen for free, Jiang Chen is too lazy to recruit him, let alone have time to deal with the Dwarf Palace. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, then suddenly realized it must be the blessing of the town's fortune. The town's fortune can even enhance wild monsters, so enhancing outdoor buildings is naturally a piece of cake. "Don't worry, I keep my word," Jiang Chen said magnanimously. "The newly spawned Mountain King is yours." If Jiang Chen hadn't been afraid of arousing Enchuxia's suspicion, he wouldn't have accepted the money. Enchuxia cheered. "Thank you, Jiang Chen, you're so kind." Looking at Enchuxia's flushed face, Jiang Chen finally made a decision. "I sent you a blueprint. See if you can build it." The Dwarf Royal Palace has limited production capacity, and Enchuxia only has about 60 soldiers of the excellent rank or above under her command. Besides, he and the family are now considered business partners. The most important point: other lords might not be able to gather all the resources needed to build superior troop structures. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he hung up the call immediately. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's expression shifted, a helpless look appearing on his face. He then waved his hand to lift the restrictions on the tavern. An elven bard immediately emerged from the tavern, approached Jiang Chen with a hopeful expression and said, "My lord, I'm here again. I've finally been waiting for your seventh book. If you don't mind, I'm willing to be your hero and never betray you." Seemingly afraid that Jiang Chen wouldn't agree, the handsome elf patted his chest and said, "I possess a B-level skill called Windwalker, and I have dual control over marksman and hunter. Perhaps I will be able to advance to an epic hero soon." These days, because Jiang Chen's reputation is famous throughout the world, his tavern is frequently visited by mid-level heroes. The handsome elf named Orlando has been here several times already. He first arrived in the territory shortly after he had become famous throughout the world. The second time was after the town broke through the barrier. As soon as he arrived, this guy cried and begged to stay and be a hero. However, Jiang Chen doesn't even care about epic heroes, so naturally he won't choose him. He declined, citing that the hero slots were already filled. But to my surprise, this guy was persistent. He had just upgraded to level 7 when he reappeared in his tavern right on time. It should be noted that because Jiang Chen doesn't need a tavern to attract heroes, his tavern is still only level 0 and is dilapidated. Jiang Chen guessed that the reason this guy was so persistent was perhaps because he had sensed the scent of the fountain of life. "Orlando, I already have a hero's order," Jiang Chen said helplessly. "If you don't mind, I can introduce you to my friend. I'm sure you'll be highly regarded by him." Jiang Chen was referring to Huang Xian. Orlando said, feeling wronged. "You must dislike me because I'm not a woman." Jiang Chen suppressed the urge to throw a punch and took a deep breath. 9 years of compulsory education saved you. Article 72 of the textbook Customs and Traditions of the Battlefield of 10,000 Races, published by People's Education Press states, unless absolutely necessary, do not easily offend the natives, especially native heroes. They might just be the heir to a kingdom or the holy son of a celestial sect. Seeing that Jiang Chen's mind was made up, Orlando could only sigh. Perhaps only a hero above the epic level. No, a heroine above the epic level is worthy of you. An elegant gift from Orlando. "My lord, we will meet again." After saying that, he walked straight into the tavern. Note: neutral hero Orlando has left the territory. Wild heroes can see partial information about nearby lords and choose to appear in the tavern. Certainly, without the lord's permission, the activities of a wild hero are limited to the tavern. Looking at the prompt, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. What a hassle! Orlando's words before leaving gave Jiang Chen an 80% chance that the guy must have sensed the aura of the fountain of life. Fortunately, while the elves' arrogance is annoying, it also makes them more principled, preventing wars from breaking out easily. Let's put Orlando aside for now. Jiang Chen took out the legendary hero token dropped by the terrifying monarch hero that day. Recruit. Nkuxia's territory. Under the guise of accompanying his daughter on a transaction, Luoshi once again came to Nkuxia's territory to freeload. He's thoughtful, capable, principled, and handsome. Luoshi already knew about the successful deal with the King of the Hill and was increasingly satisfied with Jiang Chen, jokingly saying, "The only problem that isn't really a problem is that there are too many beautiful women around me." Generally speaking, if Luoshi joked like that, Nkuxia would have pounced on him long ago. But when she looked up, she found her beloved daughter standing there, her eyes filled with disbelief. "What's wrong?" Nkuxia turned her head, her expression strange, and said, "If my eyes aren't deceiving me, Jiang Chen has already deduced the architectural blueprints for the Tianyin disciples." Chapter 114, The Fourth Hero. Empress's favorability rating, 100 points. These words startled Luoshi, who then abruptly stood up. "What did you say?" Nkuxia took out the blueprints for the Tianyin branch and set the attributes to be visible to all. "Mom, you see for yourself." A moment later, Luoshi murmured, "Normally, the process of deriving the military token from the type of military unit should be measured in years. It's not surprising that it would take several years to reverse engineer the unit buildings. But how could Jiang Chen be so fast? He's recently earned hundreds of millions of spirit stones. And Chuxia said, pursing her lips. And he does everything very quickly. And Luoshi exclaimed in amazement. His ability to spend money on in-game purchases is truly incredible. And this troop building is called Tianyin Branch. Does Jiang Chen also have a headquarters? And Chuxia joked, Mom, I feel like all the times you've been shocked over the years don't even come close to what you've done in the past month. Yes. And Luoshi exclaimed, the last time I was this shocked was when I found out I was pregnant with you. This statement contained a lot of information, and Chuxia was shocked. And Luoshi realized that what she said was inappropriate and quickly changed the subject. Quick, check if we have enough resources. I wonder if this superior unit is stronger or weaker than the regular superior unit. Sea Sound Stone, Blue Rain Gold. And Chuxia looked at her inventory and said happily, I have enough resources. Soon, the Tianyin branch, covering several hundred square meters and a few sizes smaller than the Tianyin Pavilion, was formed. When they saw the sect's skills, the mother and daughter fell silent again. An exceptional unit with its own A-level cultivation techniques and A-level skills. Its value is already no less than that of an ordinary epic unit. The first Tianyin disciple was recruited. The two were numb when they saw the combat power of those 90-something stars. And Luoshi solemnly said, the value of the Tianyin branch far exceeds that of the Dwarf Royal Palace. Upgrade to level 7 as soon as possible, and then recruit a branch leader. And Chuxia tentatively said, Mom, we can't just take these precious blueprints for nothing, can we? I can't just take it for free. I'll go get the money right now. And Luoshi stood up, looking conflicted. If this keeps up, Jiang Chen is going to drain me dry. And Chuxia, however, held in Luoshi's hand and said, if it's really difficult, then use me to pay off the debt. Jiang Chen smiled as he watched the hero emerge from the Gate of Light. Finally, a magic base class. The heroine in front of us is holding a staff that is as tall as a person. Judging from the appearance of the staff, it could be used as a melee weapon. Although she wore a loose mage's robe, it couldn't hide her exaggerated curves at all. Instead, it added to her mysterious allure. In terms of physique alone, this female hero is undoubtedly the most visually striking. Her face is also exceptionally exquisite, perfectly blending the styles of innocence and allure. As for her name, Gianna Proudmoore. That name sounds familiar. Jiang Chen looked at her attributes. Jaina Proudmoore, Legendary Star. Level 1. Favorability, 75. Attributes, Physique 10, Spiritual Power 32, plus 180. Divine Soul 35, plus 180. Capacity 10. Equipment, Aghanim Staff. Technique, Power of Order Beginner, Rank A. Skills, Frost will Beginner, Rank A. Flame will Beginner, Rank A. Arcane will Beginner, Rank A. Teleportation Beginner, Rank B. Blizzard Beginner, Rank B. Heroic Command, Human Mage, Rank A. Warship, Rank B. Combat Strength, 111 star. She really is the Admiral's daughter. Jaina has very strong attributes. Their techniques and skills are also very strong. What impressed Jiang Chen the most was the dozens of magical skills in her skill bar. As for Will of Frost, Will of Flame, and Will of Mathematics, they are the same as Lihani's Will of Swordsmanship in that they can passively enhance the effects of the corresponding attribute magic. Moreover, Jiang Chen had just formed a navy and summoned Jaina, a hero who commands a B-class warship. Jaina's power is beyond question. The only problem is I don't know which era Jaina is in front of me at this moment. Jaina opened her eyes, looking confused. I just became a disciple of Master Antonidas, and I've already been summoned here. Could it be that I've practiced my summoning technique incorrectly? Material plane, etheric plane, elemental plane, astral plane, but the battlefield of myriad races before us is probably something even the teacher has never heard of. The world is indeed vast and wondrous. Level, attributes, what strange power of rules. And there are humans, elves, dwarves, orcs here too. Then, She looked at Jiang Chen curiously. You are my lord? Seeing that Jaina seemed naive and easily fooled, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. Thankfully, it was the early Jaina, not the later Holy Mother Jaina. Although he is somewhat naive and weak-willed, his guidance would be a great help. Jiang Chen stepped forward, smiling as he pulled out a skill book. Jaina, I have a spell book here. See if it's suitable for you to learn. Jaina instinctively reached out, then exclaimed in surprise. Meteor Hell, legendary magic? I'm afraid my abilities aren't up to the task. No, in the battlefield of 10,000 races, as long as you have a skill book, you can learn it. As Jiang Chen watched his favorability rating rise rapidly, a smile crept onto his face. They were really easy to fool. Meteor Hell was a contribution of the Abyss Lord during the War of Breaking the Realm. After a moment of excitement, Jaina said with some melancholy, I don't know if I'll ever be able to return to the material plane and see my father again. Please spare your father. Jiang Chen mentally scoffed, then casually launched into a string of nonsense. Of course, provided you work hard to improve your skills. Jaina nodded emphatically. Yes, rest assured, my lord. The Proudmoore family has no shortage of determination and perseverance. She felt that her master, who gave her a spell book upon their first meeting, was very kind. What's more, he's so handsome. Just then, Jiang Chen suddenly received a notification from the Heavenly Tao. Upgrade. The first branch of Tianyin Pavilion has been completed. You have brought glory to Tianyin Pavilion. Empress's favorability +1. Current favorability 100 points. Hint. Reach 100% affinity to unlock new features. Click to view. No need to check. Jiang Chen also knew about the function of reaching 100 points of favorability or loyalty. First and foremost, they will never betray you. Secondly, they can follow the Lord back to their main world. At this point, the Lord's will becomes their will and will not affect the main world. Finally, there's that one thing everyone knows and understands. Regarding that last little thing, it's not that you can't get it if you don't reach 100 points. However, changing one's relationship with subordinates when the favorability rating is less than 100 points may bring unpredictable risks. My lord, what are you thinking about? A small, fair hand waved in front of her, and Jaina said weakly, Your smile is a little scary. Jiang Chen immediately stopped smiling and waved his hand, saying, Upgrade. Dozens of upgrade halos flashed, and Jaina instantly leveled up to level 30, consuming 12 million energy. This was specially reserved by Jiang Chen for the fourth hero. If the fourth hero is strong, level him up to 30, otherwise, continue recruiting angels. As it turns out, Jaina perfectly met expectations. Jiang Chen, pulling Jaina, who was still in a daze due to her sudden increase in strength, headed towards the teleportation array. Come on, I have a task for you. Jaina snapped out of her daze and exclaimed in amazement. My lord, you are so strong. In the Goblin territory. Just then, a new ghost mothership was launched. After briefly explaining the situation in the open sea, Jiang Chen said, Jaina, your task now is to vote as many times as possible. Jiang Chen handed over command of the outer sea to Jaina. Then, he gave Jaina 10 bottles of water of life to use as potions to restore her spiritual power. Jaina was suddenly entrusted with an important task and was initially nervous, but quickly regained her composure. Please rest assured, my lord, Jaina will certainly not let you down. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Some people are born leaders. Soon, Jiang Chen watched as the 11th ghost mothership, carrying Jaina and a squad of angels, sailed downstream, and couldn't help but sigh. The Empress is in Crystal Valley, and Jaina is in the open sea. I can finally have a vacation again. Beep, beep, beep. Just returned to the territory. Ying Man then made a video call request, her face full of hope. Jiang Chen, Irun, and Wu Shang have already set up embassies. Should we form an alliance? Chapter 115 Alliance bête. We've been eavesdropped on. Are there 6 books yet? Although it was almost 10 days later than Jiang Chen's time, it was still very fast. Jiang Chen readily agreed. Okay. Ying Man, should you initiate it? Or Should I? You initiate the activity. Yi Man rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen. All you care about is money. Soon, a message suddenly appeared on the county's communication channel. The towns of Laoqin, Longyuan, Yinming, Yongyi, and Yinyu have formed an alliance called the Dragon Alliance. After a moment of silence, Baka, how come these town mayors in China have reached level 6 so quickly? Level 6 is nothing special. I'm at level 6 too. If I'm not mistaken, Ms. Hojo is at level 6 as well. I'm afraid they might start a gamble on destiny, or even a gamble between the alliances. Upon hearing this, some people became anxious. Sharada Oraheim, Jiang Chen Kuan, let's talk this out. China and Japan are friendly neighbors. This kind of gamble on luck isn't the solution. Shinichi Takeda, Lord Sharada, 3 of their 5 towns are down to half their original population. Even if Longyuan Town and Laoqin Town are strong, what are you afraid of when they have Yinyu Town and Yongya Town as burdens? Yamamoto, 46. That's right. Your groveling is a disgrace to my great Sakura Empire. Sharada, Oraheim, Baka, can't you see we only have 4 towns? And Yamamoto, you coward, why haven't you committed seppuku yet? Shinichi Takeda hadn't even reacted yet. Why 4? It's a gamble on the alliance's luck. The number of towns on both sides must be the same. At this moment, the Dragon Alliance has initiated a gamble on destiny, with the targets being Sharada Town, Mudo Town, and more. Jiang Chen selected 5 towns in one go. It happens to be all the towns in the Sakura Kingdom that have 2 points of luck. Shinichi Takeda finally realized what was happening. Baka, you actually included Mudo Town in the betting target? What about the honor of you Chinese people? The other Cherry Blossom lords also realized what was going on. Mudo Town has been completely slaughtered by that butcher Jiang Chen, and it's now a dead zone. That's equivalent to 5 against 4. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are treacherous and cunning, and their hearts are extremely wicked. Jiang Chen, did someone just say I'm a butcher? Although both sides were trying to avoid war at this time, Jiang Chen's words silenced the Sakura Lord instantly, and he dared not utter another word. According to the betting rules, the active party can choose the target of the bet and the size of the bet. Generally speaking, a town that can gain luck points is bound to be quite powerful. That is indeed the case. Without Mudo Town, Jiang Chen wouldn't have been confident of winning the bet while carrying 2 burdens. Lord Yi Man has mailed you 100 million spirit stones from the exchange. Jiang Chen accepted the money without any qualms. Although Jiang Chen also gained 2 points of luck by choosing to gamble alone, it was still equivalent to Jiang Chen carrying several small towns with him. That's not. Lord Zhu Yeqing mailed you 20 million spirit stones from the exchange. P.S. Thanks, brother Jiang Chen, for helping me get started. Jiang Chen thought for a moment. He sent it back to him with a note. The winner has already paid for the betting token. If Brother Zhu wants to give it to her, then give it to her. Although Jiang Chen likes money, but this principle still applies. Soon, the opposing 5 towns have determined the subject of the bet, military strength. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "This is practically delivered right to our doorstep." Then, without hesitation, I chose to bet 2 points of luck. The performance-based agreement has been reached. Subject, combat strength of military branches. Bet, 2 points of luck for each town. Settlement time, 12 o'clock noon, 3 days from now. In the newly created Dragon Alliance channel, Yi Man sneered. They're trying to force us to use trash soldiers, but they're probably going to be disappointed. A lord named by Xiaotian from Laoqin Town said, Sister gave me an epic military token, 10 excellent military tokens, and dozens of feet of rare military tokens. The fact that Yi Man treated him so well suggests that he must be a descendant of the Qin people. Furthermore, given that his surname is Bai, he might be a descendant of Lord Wuan. And Xu Xiao had just built an excellent unit building and was full of confidence. This time I'm going to mass-produce 10,000 units. The Tianyin disciples, with their high cost-effectiveness, could definitely become a main force even if given to Enluashi, a warlord who has been developing for over 20 years. Therefore, Enchuxia can confidently mass-produce troops, and no matter how many troops she produces, she does not need to disband them after the bet ends. We could just upgrade slowly, since the town map is getting bigger and bigger anyway. This is also why Jiang Chen just sighed. Japan has been incredibly generous to him. They've given him money when he needed it and energy when he needed it. Just as Jiang Chen wanted to vigorously develop the Tianyin branch, the Sakura Kingdom chose to gamble on troop combat strength. The other towns also expressed their gratitude to Jiang Chen. Yi Iran. Thank you so much, Jiang Chen, for carrying me. Jiang Chen immediately said, to clarify, the money for the betting token came from your sister Ing, Xiao Wushang. Then thank you to all the big shots. After all, neither Iran's nor my town is full, and we've been holding you back. Zhu Yeqing said, we are all compatriots of the Dragon Kingdom. There's no need to be so polite. Late at night, inside the private room of Zuixinlu, Jiang Chen and the Empress sat on the terrace, drinking and chatting. The gods of Brahma and the gods of freedom were attending to them. The Empress picked up a cup of celestial wine. Her pretty face flushed and said, thank you, Lord, for making Tianyin Pavilion so prosperous. I'll toast you again. This must be the 30th cup already. Jiang Chen and the Empress clinked glasses and drank it all in one gulp. The Empress, already somewhat drunk, rested her chin on her hand and said, I just realized that the Lord has such a high alcohol tolerance. Jiang Chen's physique is already approaching 4 figures. How could he get drunk so easily? He said seriously, if you want to do something strange to me, I will cooperate completely. You don't have to get me drunk. The Empress lowered her head in a rare display of shyness. Huh? The atmosphere had already reached this point, and Jiang Chen laughed loudly, pulling the Empress into his arms amidst her sweet exclamation. Brahma immediately covered the eyes of the Deva of freedom. You're too young. You're not allowed to look. But she herself didn't even blink. Jiang Chen naturally had no penchant for public performances. He picked up the Empress, took a step, and disappeared into the private room. Sister Fan Yinshin, please let me go. Zizishan struggled to break free from those annoying hands and cried out in alarm. Where are they? Where are the Lord and the Empress? Brahma said regretfully, they should have gone back to the Lord's manor by now. Zizishan exclaimed excitedly. How about we go and cause some trouble in the bridal chamber? Oh dear! Before the little girl could finish speaking, Fan Tian tapped her on the head. What kind of nonsense is going on in your little head? Suno. It should be said that it will be a very, very long time later. The Empress lay languidly in Jiang Chen's arms, saying the same thing as Jaina. My lord, you are so strong. She originally thought she would win decisively with her strength, but she never expected to suffer a crushing defeat in the end. Jiang Chen said unhappily, is it just that you're strong? These words instantly ignited the Empress's fighting spirit. She turned over. Sir, I think we should go for best 2 out of 3. No, best 3 out of 5. The next morning, Jiang Chen felt relieved and refreshed. Looking to the side, he found the Empress still fast asleep, looking exhausted. Luckily, I chose the 8-9 arcane arts. Jiang Chen felt fortunate, but also a sense of urgency arose within him. The cultivation of the 8-9 arcane arts cannot be neglected. We must take it a step further to ensure that we are absolutely certain of success. As is customary, Jiang Chen first checked the battle report. One of the battle reports immediately caught his attention. Your hero Jaina has slain the Hydra, Epic Star, gaining 1.18 million energy, 150,000 spirit stones, 1 epic chest, and 920 votes. A level 56 epic monster can actually drop nearly 1,000 votes. Jiang Chen sighed, then looked at the number of votes he currently had, 165,852. It's getting a bit excessive. However, upon further reflection, he now has a total of 11 ghost motherships hunting in the open sea, and with the added bonus from the Dragon Vein, this number is not surprising. After tucking the blanket around the Empress, Jiang Chen got up alone. A level 7 Lord's mansion is already a luxurious 3-story building. The third floor was naturally reserved for Jiang Chen. The second floor was allocated to several heroes, and the first floor served as a reception room. Jiang Chen had just come down to the second floor when he saw Yin push open the bedroom door. "Yin, good morning," Jiang Chen greeted him, then asked curiously, "You seem a little listless." Yin laughed dryly. "It's nothing. I'm just a little tired from exploring the map these past few days." Before Jiang Chen could say anything more, Yin quickly said, "If there are no further instructions from the Lord, I will continue exploring the map." After saying that, he spread his wings and flew out of the Lord's mansion in a flash. Squeak! Lihani also walked out of the bedroom while yawning. "Good morning, my lord." Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Lihani's expression became somewhat flustered. "I need to go grind monsters in Crystal Valley, gotta go." After saying that, he hurried downstairs. Jiang Chen stared at Lihani's retreating figure and said incredulously, "Those two, were they eavesdropping last night?" Coo. At this moment, Jiang Chen's stomach also began to protest. "Fine, I'll listen then. I used up a lot of energy yesterday. I need to replenish it first." With that thought in mind, Jiang Chen took a step forward and entered the private room. Dragon tooth rice porridge, legendary fruit platter, seafood feast. A hearty breakfast has already been prepared. While eating, Jiang Chen opened several channels to spy on the screen. It was just something to pass the time, but a message from a lord made his gaze sharpen. Chapter 116. Information leaked. Victory in the bet. Second Division. I know the details of this county mayoral election now. Vote. Click to view. The message was sent by a female lord from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. "Ha! I've acquired a top-tier naval vessel, and the ocean happens to be just 500 kilometers away from this town. I was planning to explore the resources at sea, but I never expected that after killing just a few dozen monsters, this thing would drop." Posting such a message on the county-level news channel shows that this female lord is clearly not thinking straight. A moment later, Shirada Osamu angrily retorted, "Baka! How could you publish such important news directly on the county town's news channel?" Shinichi Takeda. "This is a leak of the military secrets of my great Sakura Empire. It should be brought to a military court." Yamamoto 40 Roku. "If I were you, I would commit seppuku immediately. Sakura Lady is clearly just a casual player. She didn't think that far ahead and just wanted to show off." He panicked instantly after being reprimanded by a group of big shots. "Hey, I know I was wrong. I'll retract the message now." This infuriated the mayors of Sakura Town. "Damn it, what's the point of retracting the message now? If you had told me this news secretly just now, I could have seized the opportunity and secretly gone overseas to grind monsters. But one stone stirs up 1,000 waves." This news caused a sensation in Xingyang Town. "Damn, I thought the county magistrate election would be a chaotic battle on a war map. I didn't expect it to be an election, or only see monsters capable of generating votes. This time when I return to Earth, I must buy a warship. Wah, even a basic warship would probably cost several thousand spirit stones. I can't afford it. Haha. Thanks to the blessings of Amaterasu, the population of our great Sakura Empire is more than 10 times that of the Dragon Kingdom. If there were an election, the position of county magistrate would undoubtedly belong to our Sakura Kingdom." Huang Xian sarcastically remarked. "How many times has Amaterasu blessed you? But what good are you if you're so useless?" Wei Ming. "Don't forget, in 2 days, the few towns in your Sakura area that have 2 points of luck will also have their luck completely plundered by us." Baka. "People from China, don't be so arrogant. The outcome of this gamble on fate is still undecided. Ordinary Cherry Blossom lords only dared not be rude to Jiang Chen and Ing Man, but they had the same restraint towards other Dragon Kingdom lords. So the two sides started arguing again. Inside the private room with the highest tier, Jiang Chen calmly put down his chopsticks and bowl. He knew that he might not be the only one who had accidentally discovered the secret of the votes and that some people might have already started secretly manipulating the system, just like him. However, this cherry blossom lord is simply brainless. Now all the lords know the importance of the vote. Even if they don't want to run for county magistrate, a single vote can definitely fetch a hefty price, allowing them to make a fortune from this opportunity. An increase in the total number of votes means that Jiang Chen's share of the votes is diluted. Fortunately, based on the female lord's words, the chances of ordinary lords winning votes are not high. It's easy to imagine that warship and shipyard blueprints will soon become hot commodities. Pity, Jiang Chen's side. Like troop recruitment, the activation of warships is also a process of increasing entropy, which is irreversible unless a special sealing item is obtained. Otherwise, I could sell the ships and make money. Ghost motherships cannot be sold, but ordinary warships will definitely fetch a high price. Moreover, he also has the blueprints for a steamship dock. 2 days later at noon, this luck bet has ended. Your town's Dragon Alliance has won. Your town's luck increases by 2, bringing its current luck to 21 points. Dragon Alliance 5 versus 4. With the addition of powerful lords like Jiang Chen, Yin Man, and Enchuxia, who could take on 100 men single-handedly, the Dragon Alliance easily won the bet. A line of large golden characters appears on the dome of Longyuan Town. Countless golden rays of fortune flowed into the town. Longyuan Town space has expanded once again. The dragon vein of Jiang Chen's territory manifested, its body becoming even more solid, and it swam happily around Jiang Chen. At the same time, the same applies to Laoqin Town, Yinming Town, Yongyi Town, and Yinyu Town. The news also appeared on the county's local news channel. All the lords of the Dragon Kingdom were jubilant. Zhu Yeqing exclaimed, counting all the small town ranking matches and luck-based bets, this is probably the only time there haven't been any upsets. Huang Xian proudly declared, because our leader didn't side with the underdogs. After watching the screen for a while, Jiang Chen closed the chat channel. Then opened the Tianyin Pavilion attributes and look at the sex fortune. Sekt lak, 10,512. Finally, it's over 10,000 again. Let's gamble on this luck. Jiang Chen also built a large number of residential houses to increase the population limit, and then created 2,000 ordinary Tianyin disciples. Now the town space is constantly expanding, and since there are few lords in Longyuan Town to begin with, the per capita area is quite abundant, not to mention Jiang Chen, the town mayor. Let these Tianyin disciples slowly grind monsters near the territory. There's not much danger. At the same time, Enchuxia's Tianyin branch also frantically increased its troop numbers. The sect fortune of Tianyin Pavilion has surprisingly broken through 10,000 points again within a few days. Jiang Chen suppressed the urge to upgrade his troops and continued to expand the Tianyin branch. Create the blueprints for the Tianyin branch and inherit all its techniques and skills. At his command, another blueprint of the Tianyin branch appeared in Jiang Chen's hands. He sent a message to the little fox. Yeah, come here for a second. Soon, the little fox emerged from the portal and hopped over to Jiang Chen's side. Brother Jiang Chen, are you looking for Yaya? Jiang Chen handed over the blueprints. After seeing the blueprints Jiang Chen handed over, the little fox exclaimed excitedly, Brother Jiang Chen, you deduced the blueprints for troop buildings so quickly? The little fox's ears turned completely pink, and its fluffy tail swayed rapidly behind it. This is a sign of extreme excitement among the Celestial Fox clan. A long time passed. The little fox forced herself to calm down, pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, and suddenly realized. No wonder Brother Jiang Chen asked me to go to Sister Chu Xia's resource point to collect Sea Soundstone a few days ago. If I'm not mistaken, Sister Chu Xia has already built the Tianyin branch, right? The little fox was very clever, and Jiang Chen didn't explain further, simply smiling. You saw the message in the group chat just now, right? I reckon your sister will definitely spend a lot of money to buy votes. This time, we'll try to get a few high-quality warships for our round trip to Earth, so we can sell tickets for profit. The little fox raised her head and nodded solemnly. You won't sell it for money. Because Ye wants to give it all to brother Jiang Chen. What a good child. Jiang Chen rubbed the little fox's head. That's fine too. Anyway, Ye is a little rich girl now. Uh-huh. The little fox nodded and then said, this blueprint is too valuable. Yeah, let's exchange it for 51% of the territory's shares. The little fox said this because it didn't yet know how precious the blueprints in its hands were. Jiang Chen didn't care about Wei Ming's precedent, saying, whatever. After the transaction was completed, the little fox couldn't wait to go back and build its own superior unit building. But after taking a few steps, she walked back to Jiang Chen's side with a suspicious look on her face. Then, under Jiang Chen's equally doubtful gaze, she pressed her forehead against Jiang Chen's chest. Jiang Chen's first reaction was that the little fox wanted to throw itself into his arms. He hadn't even uttered the word no punishment yet. Then they saw the little fox stretch out its paws and start from the top of its head, gesturing towards Jiang Chen. The little fox raised its head and realized that it barely reached Jiang Chen's chest. It asked in confusion, Brother Jiang Chen, have you grown again recently? Jiang Chen's expression froze. After all, he was only 18 years old and had been practicing the supreme 8-9 arcane arts, so he had indeed grown taller in the past 2 weeks. But the word development always feels a bit strange. After the little fox left, the notification sounded soon after the completion of the second Tianyin branch. The Empress immediately sent a message through the Lord's heart. My Lord is so kind. I will serve you well when I get back tonight. These past few days, the two have become quite engrossed in their relationship and are getting very close. After all, they're all strong individuals, and their recovery speed is fast. If all else fails, there's always the water of life. So, apart from the first day, the Empress's spirits have been getting better and better these past few days, and she looks radiant. In contrast, Angel Yin and Li Hani are becoming increasingly listless, with Li Hani even developing dark circles under her eyes. Jiang Chen looked at the message sent by the Empress, thought for a moment, and replied, Let Fanny and Tian take charge of the monster hunting in Crystal Valley. You will come with me to see tomorrow. These days, the Ghost Mothership has explored a relatively safe area in the open sea. As the outer seas are an important part of the future strategy, Jiang Chen felt it was necessary for him to personally make the trip. Jaina just happened to be in some trouble and needed the support of a powerful figure. As for the county town, with the Hojo sisters acting as inside agents in the Sakura country, Jiang Chen could keep every little thing from them. Therefore, Jiang Chen can go out and have fun without any worries. Late at night, in the luxurious bedroom of the Lord's mansion, after the fierce battle, Jiang Chen reached out and made a grasping motion, and a ball of golden energy appeared in his hand. Realizing what Jiang Chen was about to do, the Empress quickly said, Master, let's save the sex fortune for developing branch offices. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Chen then gently pressed his hand on her forehead. Chapter 1:17 A Miscalculation. Arriving at the outer sea. Note, consuming 500 points of sect luck, the Empress's ethereal technique has reached proficiency. Note, consuming 2,000 points of sect luck, the Empress's ethereal technique has reached mastery. The Empress quickly composed herself and adjusted to her suddenly increased strength. Jiang Chen, meanwhile, admired the Empress's beautiful figure and her drastically increased attributes. Even if it's not outstanding among grade techniques, the attribute boosts after mastering the ethereal technique are physique plus 600, spiritual power plus 600, divine soul plus 360, and capacity plus 360. Compared to the beginner level, the additional attributes have increased by more than 6 times. If he could achieve a minor success rate, the additional attributes would be even more terrifying. Unfortunately, the sex fortune required is something Jiang Chen cannot afford at present. After a while, the Empress finally adapted to her suddenly increased strength. Her first action was to roll over and pin Jiang Chen beneath her, licking her lips as she said, My lord, I will let you experience the power of a master-level ethereal technique. The next morning, Jiang Chen got out of bed, somewhat annoyed, and said, "What a miscalculation." They were so focused on improving the Empress's strength before setting sail that they forgot about this crucial point. Jiang Chen devoured breakfast for several people like a whirlwind, and then drank a bottle of life essence before he was fully revived. Instead of heading out to sea, Jiang Chen first went to Crystal Valley. Sensing Jiang Chen's arrival, the crystal castle rippled like water, and the crystal mother's beautiful face appeared. "Lord Jiang Chen, your growth rate is astonishing." Although the crystal clan was indifferent, Jiang Chen still saw a hint of surprise on the crystal mother's face. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, "You flatter me. I have come here to exchange for the second batch of crystal maiden crystal embryos. If the mother of crystal were to produce crystal maidens at full capacity, the output would be approximately 1 crystal embryo per day." Jiang Chen decided to gather a small team to exchange for the items together. The mother of crystal nodded first, then said softly, "Lord Jiang Chen, I have a request, but I don't know if I should say it." Jiang Chen frowned and said, "The unreasonable request you're referring to, you wouldn't happen to be the legendary Crystal Maiden, would you? The Crystal Maiden frequently farms monsters here, and her ascension to legendary status is something that cannot be hidden from the Crystal Mother." The Crystal Mother was surprised that Jiang Chen guessed her intention so quickly. "You can exchange 1 legendary crystal embryo for 12 ordinary crystal embryos." Jiang Chen shook his head. "You must be joking." The mother of crystal continued to raise the price. 24 pieces. Jiang Chen hadn't expected the crystal mother to be so persistent. After thinking for a moment, he said directly, 136, that's my bottom line. It wasn't that Jiang Chen was deliberately making things difficult for the crystal mother, nor was it because he was afraid of the crystal mother's growing strength. It's simply because reinforced crystal embryos are more expensive. The mother of crystal remained silent for a long time before calmly saying, "Deal." Immediately afterwards, 12 blood crystal bats rose from the crystal castle, flew to Jiang Chen, and placed the crystal embryo down. After the transaction was completed, Jiang Chen immediately used the Anywhere door and the teleportation gate to arrive at the Goblin territory. At the port, the first ghost mothership recruited by Jiang Chen was already docked. Upon seeing Jiang Chen appear, 2 teams of angels flew out and lined up on the left and right. The image of the ship spirit Xiaomei also appeared on the deck. "My lord, it is an honor to be your vehicle." Accompanying Jiang Chen were a group of angels, the Empress, Yin, Zizaishan, Longjio, and 24 disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect. Jiang Chen stood at the bow of the boat and said softly, "Let's set off." "Yes, my lord." The massive warships sailed downstream. Jiang Chen quickly discovered it. This body of water, called the River of Tears, is quite rich in monster resources. A few minutes later, dozens of mermaid warriors, freshwater nagas, river monsters, and other monsters surrounded the ship, and some even began to climb up the hull. Chief Disciple Li Yinjiao shouted, "Sisters, defend the warship." "Yes." The 24 disciples of Tianyin Temple can handle these ordinary monsters. Jiang Chen then returned to the spacious deck and took out the crystal embryos, arranging them in a row, consuming 3 million spirit stones to enhance the legendary crystal embryo. After upgrading all 12 crystal maidens to legendary level, Jiang Chen's assets dropped below 100 million again. In other words, if it weren't for the 100 million spirit stones that E-Man had recently transferred, Jiang Chen would have gone bankrupt. The Ghost Mothership's hull is over 10 meters high, offering a wide field of vision. Jiang Chen leaned back in a rocking chair, enjoying the morning breeze, looking at the nearby river and the distant mountains, feeling more relaxed than ever before. He began to consider the current economic situation of his territory. The daily output of delicacies from the Level 7 Drunken Immortal Pavilion can generate millions of spirit stones in profit. Trash equipment, military tokens, and blueprints can sell for hundreds of thousands every day. Although the watered-down life-giving water is much less effective, we can finally sell it with confidence, which will bring in another source of income. The story of diluting the water of life started with Lihani's dark circles under her eyes. Lihani is not yet 20 years old and is also a girl who loves beauty. To get rid of her dark circles, she came up with the idea of using the water of life as an eye cream. She felt it was too wasteful to use it directly, so she had a sudden inspiration and used some water. This addition of water, however small, instantly broke through the limitations of conventional thinking. After testing, even after being diluted 1,000 times with water, the water of life still rivals rare quality potions, enough for ordinary troops to recover their spiritual power and injuries. Now, not only has the utilization rate of the water of life increased significantly, but it can also finally be sold as a local specialty. Certainly, compared to the upcoming battle for county magistrate, this is all small change. In this county magistrate election, I will only offer betting odds. I will not campaign for votes or buy votes. By then, no one should be able to pressure me anymore. At my current vote-buying speed, I can definitely make a fortune. The morning sunlight was warm and gentle. Long Jiao transformed into his true form, lay on the deck, and comfortably squinted his eyes. What made Long Jiao happiest was not the bright sunshine, but that the Lord hadn't even brought the goddess warriors with him on this voyage, but had brought him along. What does this mean? This shows Xiao Jiao's status in the Lord's heart, although it is a mount. But in the Lord's words, a big boss's driver is equivalent to a middle-level manager, isn't he? Even lords don't usually get a chance to ride dragons. A tremor was felt. Jiang Chen immediately opened his eyes and found himself covered with a blanket, while the sun was already setting in the west. He then realized that he had actually fallen asleep. This made him feel a pang of frustration. Sun-deck bikini. All that's missing is a bikini. Never mind, let's talk about it tomorrow. Seeing that Jiang Chen had been woken up, the Empress was immediately annoyed and said, "Our mothership has just entered the sea when it encountered an excellent class 6-armed Naga, level 59, and has already gone to hunt it down. They've already entered the sea so quickly." Jiang Chen stood up and found that, as expected, there was an endless sea of salt water ahead. The Empress laughed. With many powerful individuals on board, we can quickly clear out monsters, and naturally, the journey will be fast too. Jiang Chen nodded and then gave the order. Bring the mothership to a safe stop. Then I started contacting Jaina. Soon, a magic circle suddenly appeared on the deck, and Jaina stepped out of it, immediately performing a noble lady's curtsy. "Good day, my lord." "Empress, Yin, I am Jaina. It's a pleasure to meet you." The Empress exclaimed in amazement as she watched the magic circle slowly dissipate. "So this is magic? How amazing!" Yan's eyes were also full of inquiry. The ingenuity of this teleportation ability is no less than that of the wormhole system, and it seems to have a longer teleportation distance. "My specialty is the power of order." Jaina laughed. "With my current capabilities, I can only teleport a distance of a few hundred kilometers. Of course, in this sea area, several hundred kilometers is more than enough." Once Jaina arrived at the open sea, she immediately divided up the combat zone for the 11 ghost motherships. She herself not only serves as the fleet's tactical commander, but also, when powerful monsters appear, can immediately use teleportation to bring the angel army to support any mothership. A few days ago, that epic 9-headed monster was killed instantly by her, with 2 squads of angels focusing their fire on it. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiang Chen said, "Jaina, tell everyone about the trouble you're in." Chapter 118, Annihilating the Hydra's Lair. "Yes." Jaina nodded, then solemnly addressed the crowd. "The target is a small island. Not only does it contain the Hydra's nest, an epic quality unit building, but it also has a sea lighthouse that can increase the movement speed of warships. If we can capture it, our combat efficiency will increase by at least 20%. However, the island's guardians are a group of Hydras, and their leader is a legendary level being with a combat power of 3,400 stars. That's why I consulted the Lord. I just didn't expect that the Lord would personally lead the support team. If we exclude Enchuxia's influence, this is the first legendary boss Jiang Chen encountered in the wilderness map. With a combat power of 3,400 stars, facing a level 20 angel would be an instant death. Even a level 30 physical damage crystal maiden couldn't withstand more than a few hits. Yin immediately stood up and said, "My lord, Yin is willing to be the vanguard." These days, Yin listens to music every night and has long been pent up with energy that has nowhere to go. Jiang Chen glanced at his energy reserves. He had gained over 10 million energy points in one day. Upgrade. A series of halos flashed by. Yin Ji and the Empress both leveled up to level 35. The Empress has higher stats, while Yin has stronger skills. Both of them can barely withstand the boss. With meat, this battle will be much easier. Soon, Jiang Chen mobilized his entire army, and the group finally arrived at the island that Jaina had mentioned. The island is no more than 10 kilometers in circumference. The lighthouse stands prominently in the center of the small island. The Hydra's nest is a large, writhing ball of flesh, hundreds of meters in diameter, clinging to the edge of the small island. A colossal Hydra is lying on the beach sunbathing, but it's an epic-level monster. Jaina added, "There are at least 2 epic grade ones, and at least a dozen superior grade ones." Jiang Chen nodded, then quickly laid out the tactics. Once the battle begins, Empress Yin will hold off the big boss. The rest of you clear out the smaller monsters. Concentrate fire from the mothership and blast that epic-level Hydra to smithereens. Including the 11 ship spirits, everyone shouted, "Yes, Lord!" Boom, boom. Under Jaina's command, the main guns of the Ghost Mothership have reached a power level of 2,600. 11 enormous beams of light shot out, causing the seawater directly below to evaporate into plumes of mist, which swept across the sea surface for several kilometers before accurately hitting their target. The epic Hydra basking in the sun let out a painful howl, its massive body instantly riddled with holes. Your Ghost Mothership has slain the Hydra, Epic Star, gaining 1.2 million energy, 160,000 spirit stones, 1 epic token, and 980 votes. Jiang Chen subconsciously rubbed his hands together. That's true romance for men. It's important to know that because upgrading the Dark Dock and Ghost Mothership is too costly, all warships are currently only at level 2, equivalent to a level 15 unit. If all the warships were upgraded to the current maximum level of 7, a single salvo would probably be enough to bring down even a legendary Hydra. This salvo instantly stirred up a hornet's nest. 9 enormous heads, exuding immense pressure, slowly rose from the sea, their necks stretching for tens of meters behind them. Judging from the proportions, the body below is probably over 100 meters in size. Jiang Chen also saw the monster's information. Cordra, race, amphibian, level 56, quality, golden legend star, combat power, 3428 star, skill. She's actually from a prestigious family. The DRA are a prestigious family within Hydra, with notable powerful members including the Hydra and others. The 9 heads of Codra spoke the universal language of all races. Insignificant humans. How dare you hurt our beautiful wife? Although he knew that different races had different aesthetic standards, Jiang Chen still subconsciously glanced at the 9-headed Hydra monster riddled with holes. As Jiang Chen expected, the 9 heads started arguing first. Humans deserve to die. I'll cut them to pieces. No, no, no. Humans still taste better roasted. I want that dragon, and nobody can take it from me. Fortunately, the 9 heads finally reached a consensus and made a strange cry together. Suddenly, countless snake heads emerged from the sea. At first glance, there are 2 epic-level creatures, more than a dozen excellent-level creatures, and over 100 rare-level creatures. Fortunately, Jiang Chen doesn't have trypophobia. Kill all the intruders. Cordra cut through the waves, its speed even exceeding that of the Ghost mothership by 50%. Boom, boom. The secondary guns continued to fire. The Empress, and hundreds of angels and hundreds of ghost fighters all took off. A great battle broke out instantly. Even a rare great Hydra has a combat power of 700 or 800 stars, and a four-winged angel can barely hold it back. Empress Kazuhiko, on the other hand, went straight to meet Cordra. Boom! Yin activated the wormhole defense barrier and crashed into the head of light of Hydra. The immense impact caused the head of light to lean back, bringing its body to a stop. Angel. D. 9 types of magic, each with a different attribute, spewed from the mouth of a different snake. In an instant, an area of several hundred meters in radius was submerged by frost, flames, lightning, and venom, turning it into an energy dead zone. Cloud Swart Technique. While Yin was drawing fire, the Empress gave a soft shout. A white sword aura, tens of meters long, shot out and struck the head of light in the neck. A wound 1 meter deep and 10 meters long appeared instantly. Unfortunately, this wound was insignificant compared to Hydra's massive body. The leader of light roared, "Damn it! Why am I always the one who gets hurt?" Immediately afterwards, a beam of light shone down, and the wound was instantly healed. The leader of the flames turned around and scolded, "You only have a scratch. Why waste your spiritual energy to heal it? Can't you just bear with it?" The leader of light turned around and retorted angrily, "When you get injured later, don't expect me to heal you." The Empress, annoyed by the sight of the 9 heads, shouted, "Is this a mental attack from Hydra?" Yan's figure flashed out from the energy storm, and he poured a bottle of water of life into his mouth. What a terrifying magical attack. Multiple elemental spells can actually amplify each other through vibration. I almost didn't make it through, although it was somewhat difficult. But Empress Yin managed to keep the Hydra at bay. The other battlefields, however, were much easier. After several seconds of chanting, Jaina waved her hand. The realm of extreme cold. The temperature plummeted in the sea area within a radius of nearly 1 kilometer, and frost spread rapidly as far as the eye could see. The 20-odd Hydras within were all greatly slowed down, becoming targets for the warships, ghost fighters, and angels. In particular, the main guns of the Ghost mothership can kill a rare Hydra with each shot. Of course, the drawbacks are also obvious. If spirit stones are used to replenish the supply, each shot would cost tens of thousands of spirit stones. This is because Jiang Chen can enhance high-grade spirit stones. Long Jiao carried Jiang Chen and Zizai, flying hundreds of meters in the air. Jiang Chen heard the constant sound of battle reports. Most of the notifications were kills, with occasional casualties on Jiang Chen's side, which was within Jiang Chen's acceptable range. At this moment, Zizai beside him said with an envious look, "I really envy the angel sisters for being able to fly. It must be so convenient for fighting at sea." What was said without malice may have been taken to heart by the listener. These words stirred something within Jiang Chen. Although flying skills are valuable, with Jiang Chen's current influence, it wouldn't be difficult for him to obtain a copy. However, considering that the disciples of Tianyin already have enough techniques and skills, the Great Suru sword style alone, and a level skill, is enough for many true disciples of Tianyin to study for a lifetime. Try to do too much at once would only lead to getting nothing done. In addition, the previous battles were all on land, and flying skills also require the consumption of spiritual power. Therefore, Jiang Chen did not specifically seek out flying skills. But the situation is different now. Naval battles are becoming more frequent, and the ability Sect Luck has been unlocked, which can be used to improve the skill level of Tianyin disciples. Therefore, it is worth considering the demand of the Heavenly One. Jiang Chen was pondering this. The battle below is nearing its end. The sea surface within a 10-kilometer radius was already a crimson red, with hundreds of Hydra corpses floating scattered around. The strong smell of blood even attracted many sea monsters from the vicinity. Jaina has already gone to support Yin and the Empress. The ice crystals that covered Codra's entire body were Jaina's handiwork. Seeing that the angel squad was about to surround and kill Cordra, Jiang Chen immediately stopped them. Angel squad, retreat. With Cordra's magical power, a large number of level 20 angels would definitely die. Ghost mothership approaching. Fire main guns at maximum power. Boom boom. The main cannon, with an energy level of 2,600, could not possibly inflict a fatal wound on Cordra, but each shot would still splatter blood and flesh across its body. The head of light continuously showers down rays of light to heal itself. A few minutes later, the leader of light suddenly shouted, "I can't take it anymore. My spiritual energy is completely depleted." The leader of the poisonous ones shouted, "We can't beat them. These two little brats seem to have inexhaustible spiritual power. Let's run." The Thunder King roared in fury. "The Dela clan only knows how to die in battle, not desert. I will shatter the darkness with thunder." The Dark Lord. "Thunder? You know I hate that line the most. Want to fight?" The nine heads started arguing again. Chapter 119, The Legendary Figurehead. Soaring through the clouds. Of the nine heads, half wanted to dive into the deep sea to escape, while the other half wanted to continue fighting. It actually froze in place, its massive body still. "Yin, prepare for the heavenly blade strike." Jiang Chen's voice came through. "I have the utmost contempt for deserters. I'll cut off the heads of those who try to escape first." Jiang Chen already had countermeasures in place to address the possibility of the enemy escaping. Jaina and Crystal Maiden's control abilities are ready to be unleashed. Moreover, the Ghost Mothership can also be submerged for pursuit. Of course, it would be better if Cordra didn't run away, as it would save Jiang Chen a lot of effort. 100-meter-long energy blade slashed down. Sizzle plop. The leader of the deadly poisons, who was trying to escape, was cut down by a single sword strike and fell into the sea, creating a huge splash. The leader of Thunder said coldly, "This is what happens when you try to desert." A few minutes later, a golden battle report appeared. "Your hero Yin has killed Cordra, legendary star, gaining 12.1 million energy, 1.5 million spirit stones, 1 Hydra figurehead, legendary, and 6,800 votes." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. It wasn't because of the 6,800 votes, but because of the figurehead. It's a legendary figurehead. This is a special piece of equipment, just like the Holy Grail of blood. Jiang Chen immediately looked at its attributes. Hydra figurehead, legend. Effect 1. Can reduce the attributes of surrounding monsters by up to 30%. The effect is affected by the level and quality of the warship, as well as the level and quality of the monsters. Effect 2. Actively use the repel skill to make monsters that approach the warship flee in panic. Effect 3. Increases the warship's speed by 50%. Effect 4. Increases hull sturdiness by 30%. Effect 5. Automatically repairs damaged hulls, doubles energy recovery speed. Good attributes. Jiang Chen waved his hand at the mothership he had named Ghost One. Equipment. The ship's spirit, Xiao Mei, immediately appeared and said happily, "Thank you, Lord." Jiang Chen nodded. Like Long Jiu, Xiao Mei will be his car from now on. Although the battle was fierce, it only lasted for a dozen minutes. The 5 angels who died in battle have been resurrected in the territory. 6 members of the Tianyin True disciple also died in battle, but the life imprints of the Tianyin True disciple who followed Jiang Chen had all been incorporated into the dark dimension by Yin and were directly resurrected on the spot. Jaina organized people to clean up the battlefield, and Jiang Chen, accompanied by Empress Yin, landed on the island. Hint: a Hydra nest, a wild unit building, has been discovered. Ignore, destroy, occupy it. Occupied. Hydra's lair. Production: Legendary Hydra, 1 Hydra/30 days. Epic Hydra, 1 Hydra/3 days. Superior Hydra, 1 Hydra/day. Rare Hydra, 1 Hydra/day. Inventory: Legendary Hydra 1, Epic Hydra 2. With the ability to recruit legendary units, the value of this Hydra's lair is no less than that of the Dwarf Royal Palace. But after thinking about it, Jiang Chen decided to give up on the recruitment. Kodra appeared powerful just now, but in reality, it was all due to his level. At the same level, any one of Jiang Chen's angels could take on both of them by themselves. Next up is the lighthouse at sea. Occupy, see lighthouse. Effect 1. Under the light of the lighthouse, the movement speed of our warships is increased by 20%. Effect 2. Under the lighthouse's illumination, our warship's vision range increases by 100%. Effect 3. Under the light of the lighthouse, enemy warships have nowhere to hide. Note, effective range is 200 kilometers. For Jiang Chen, although the lighthouse's effective range was only 200 kilometers, its value exceeded that of the Hydra's lair. This was also one of his main purposes for going to the open sea. Increased visibility and speed mean increased speed in vote rigging. Besides the two buildings, over 100 resource points were discovered on the island. Surprisingly, there was even an epic quality resource point among them. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh that he was possessed by Chuxia. After cleaning up the battlefield, it was already safely dark. Jiang Chen told Jaina to continue leading the team to kill monsters, and then opened the Dragon Alliance channel. Buying 2 flying skill books at a high price, any kind of cultivation, magic, or the technology skill book is fine. Brothers who have them, please DM me. A response came quickly. Note, Xiao Wushang has mailed you the skill book Wings of Wind, won via the exchange. Before Jiang Chen could speak, Xiao Wushang immediately sent a private message. Brother Jiang Chen, please don't mention money. Last time you saved hundreds of people in my Yongya town. If we're talking about money, our town couldn't afford it even if we sold everything we own. Jiang Chen didn't insist. Thank you, Brother Xia. Let me send you some local specialties from my territory. After saying that, I sent a batch of food over. Xiao Wushang said helplessly. All right. Ying Man suddenly chimed in. Jiang Chen, did you buy the flying skill to prepare for going to the outer seas to garner votes? It's not surprising that she could think of that. Although Jiang Chen has a giant dragon, being able to fly himself would at least provide him with some protection. Jiang Chen nodded. More or less. Ying Man, I have a manual on the cloud soaring technique, which is a simplified version of one of the 36 heavenly gang techniques, cloud riding and mist riding. Would you like to learn more about it? Jiang Chen opened the skill encyclopedia and discovered that the cloud soaring technique was actually a B-level skill. A B grade item corresponds to an epic item, and it even has a flying skill, so it's quite valuable. Jiang Chen's original intention was to just get a useless skill, since it could be enhanced anyway. But just as he was about to refuse, he looked at the plus after the cloud soaring technique. It's like riding the clouds. The 36 Heavenly Dipper techniques are all top-tier A-level skills. It is said that when cultivated to the highest level, they can directly lead to mythology. Jiang Chen said, This skill book, the big shot prepared it for himself, right? Ying Man said magnanimously. That's right, but I still have some at home. I'll just get another one when I go back to Blue Star next time. I'm just afraid you might accidentally die at sea. All right. Since things have come to this point, Jiang Chen smiled and said, In that case, I'll send you some local specialties too. After saying that, he mailed 100 grains of dragon tooth rice to Ying Man through the exchange. Ying Man said magnanimously, No need, damn it. The reason for choosing Longya rice. This is because Jiang Chen already knows that Ying Man possesses the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, and that the dragon tooth rice contains a trace of divine dragon aura. For Ying Man, this was a way of catering to her preferences. Jiang Chen's guess was correct. Ying Man immediately sent a private message. You really did get the time-space farm. Do you still have dragon tooth rice? Name your price. With the resources of the Xianqin Ying family, there would naturally be no shortage of dragon tooth rice. However, Ying Man had too many things to bring back to Blue Star each time she returned, so food naturally had to be placed last in the priority list. Jiang Chen laughed and said, I do have some left. I'll definitely contact the big boss when I need money. Ying Man said regretfully, Then I can only pray that you go bankrupt soon. At this moment, Yi Iren suddenly said in the Dragon Alliance channel, Everyone, I have just confirmed that the coastline is more than 600 kilometers south of Misty Rain Town. My anywhere door can take me there. If any fellow countryman wants to go out to sea to vote, he can go through my territory. Zhu Yeqing said, "Haha, that's great. We were looking for the Dragon Kingdom town by the sea during the day, and I didn't expect it to be Misty Rain Town. I'll pay double for the anywhere door." Yiren quickly said, "No way. All the anywhere doors are free. Our Misty Rain Town has already benefited greatly, and this is all we can do for the Dragon Alliance." Other lords of Misty Rain Town also expressed their support, and for a time, everyone was united in their determination. Yin Man. In that case, the Lord of Qin Town, will travel to the outer sea via Yinyu Town tomorrow. I'll have to trouble you, Yiren. Yiren. Okay, sistering. Any time is fine. Seeing this, Jiang Chen closed the chat interface and looked at the enhancement list of the 2 skill books he had just acquired. Of course, the main one is Wind Wings. Jiang Chen quickly selected his target. Consume 12 million spirit stones. Select Enhancement Direction 4-8. Wings of the Wind God. Consume 14 million spirit stones. Select Enhancement Direction 1. Ride the Clouds. The captain's bedroom on the Ghost Mothership has a dark color scheme, but it is still luxurious. After the battle, Jiang Chen handed the Wings of the Wind God to the Empress. In this way, all Tianyin disciples gained another skill. If the favorability cap weren't only 100 points, the Empress's favorability would definitely be skyrocketing right now. Certainly, Jiang Chen did not come away empty-handed. The Empress finally put on the summer cool clothes that she had initially resisted. At the same time, on deck, Zizishan and Longjiu argued about who was closer to the Lord. Zizishan proudly declared, "Ninth sister, I am the Lord's maid, bodyguard, and masseuse." But Longjiu only said one sentence, which left Zizishan speechless. "I am ridden by the Lord every day." Suddenly, Zizishan was stunned. Wings of the Wind God. Immediately afterwards, she tried to mobilize her spiritual power, and the wind element kept gathering, eventually condensing into a pair of miniature cyan wings behind her. The little girl fanned herself curiously twice. "Wow!" she shot out instantly. "Haha, I can fly now." "Thank you, Lord." Seeing this, Longjiu grimaced, then pushed off the deck and soared into the sky. "Little Zizai, let's see who's faster." The ship's spirit, Xiao Mei, suddenly appeared and shouted towards the sky. "Xiao Jiu, how many times have I told you? Push against me gently when you take off. Don't you have any idea how much you weigh?" The next day, Jiang Chen stood on the deck. Study. The jade scroll that seemed to float on clouds disappeared. When the heart and spirit unite, heaven and earth naturally follow, and all impurities dissipate. The profound technique was instantly imprinted on Jiang Chen's soul. Hint: your soaring through the clouds skill has reached the beginner level. Jiang Chen's mind raced. A soft cloud appeared beneath Jiang Chen's feet. Chapter 120 County Magistrate Election Rules. Another small town, ranking competition. Jiang Chen bent down and touched it, finding it soft and tender like dough. Stepping onto the cloud, Jiang Chen gave the order. "Get out of here." The scenery rushed past, and the mothership quickly became a tiny, leaving only Yin and the Empress's exclamations. Such speed. What amazed Jiang Chen the most was, aside from a little inertia, he felt no wind resistance. It was as if the space above the clouds was completely isolated from the outside world. A thought crossed my mind. The cloud formation seemed to have a life of its own, rapidly writhing and enveloping Jiang Chen completely. With Jiang Chen's current soul strength, the cloud's defense can withstand a full force attack from a level 20 Angel's Sword. It's fast and has defensive capabilities. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with the legendary 36 Heavenly Dipper techniques. Of course, the downside of soaring through the clouds is that it consumes too much spiritual energy, but fortunately Jiang Chen has the water of life. Jiang Chen slowed down, and Yin and the Empress quickly caught up. Yin exclaimed, "Such speed! What amazing skill!" Jiang Chen laughed loudly, Of course, this is the essence passed down from our ancestors in the Dragon Kingdom. Not long after, Long Jiao and Zizaishan also anxiously caught up. Seeing that Jiang Chen had learned to fly, Long Jiao was visibly downcast. Jiang Chen found it quite amusing. Is he afraid of losing his job? He landed on Long Jiao's back and patted him gently. Let's go. Flying by yourself is nowhere as comfortable as riding Xiao Jiao. With his job secured, Long Jiao's worries turned to joy as he said, "All right, Lord." Several days later, Jiang Chen lay on the sun lounger, enjoying the massage service from Zizaishan. He was only wearing a pair of shorts, revealing his marble, sculpted muscles. Several daring Tianyin disciples also curiously changed into summer-cool outfits, which looked quite pleasing to the eye. If other new lords saw this scene, they would be green with envy. While they worked diligently, leading their teams to fight monsters every day, afraid of being left behind by others, Jiang Chen was already enjoying a luxurious and decadent retirement life. But Jiang Chen sighed. The mothership is great in every way, except it's missing a swimming pool. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, a notification sounded from the heavenly Tao. Jiang Chen's spirits lifted. The notifications he had set were all important messages. He immediately opened the county town channel, and line after line of golden announcements appeared. Qingyang County has reached 100 town mayors in 7 towns, and the county mayor election has begun. Rules. At 12 o'clock noon today, each territory can open a portal to the outer sea. When killing sea creatures level 40 and above, in addition to the normal energy and item rewards, you will also receive votes, which are non-tradable. The 100 mayors currently holding 7 or more territories are candidates. Click to view. The candidate receiving the most votes will be elected county head. Settlement time. The vote rankings, click to view, are updated in real time. Settlement will be completed tomorrow at 12 o'clock noon. Note, Qingyang County is located on the coast and is constantly attacked by marine life. Therefore, only those who have earned the approval of brave warriors are qualified to become the county magistrate. The event only lasts 1 day. Not bad. Looking at the Heavenly Tao announcement, Jiang Chen was in a great mood. Moreover, the county magistrate election was triggered earlier than I expected. At this point in time, the number of lords capable of entering the outer seas to manipulate votes is extremely small. As for the setting that only the mayors of the top 100 towns are eligible to run for election, it is similar to the setting during the War of Breaking the Domain. The discussion also became quite heated on the county's local news channel. Most of them were complaining. How come so fast? I only have 5 books. Sigh. Only level 40 and above marine creatures drop votes, while my troops are mostly only level 25. I'm thinking of giving up. The brother upstairs is really wise. My strength is about the same as yours. Last time I returned to Earth, I bought a basic warship, but as soon as I set sail, my entire army was wiped out, and I lost everything. That's right. Although votes are valuable, everyone should act according to their means. If your territory doesn't have strong flying or ranged units, then give up. Certainly, some powerful warlords also gained the upper hand. Xiao Wushang. I have 160 votes. I will cast them for boss Jiang Chen as soon as the event starts to repay the life-saving grace of the Eternal Night Mountains. Hey, I've collected 108 votes in the last 2 days, each worth 1,000 spirit stones. No cheating. If you're interested in running for county magistrate, please message me privately. The vast majority of lords vote for others in order to sell their positions. Although ballots cannot be traded, screenshots can be taken after voting. Even many candidates have given up running. After all, there can only be one county magistrate, so why not take this opportunity to make a fortune? But the next message left everyone dumbfounded. The 3rd town ranking competition in Qingyang County has been triggered. The rules are as follows. Ranking based on number of votes received in the county mayor election campaign. The mayor who receives the most votes gains plus 80 to all attributes, and their town's fortune increases by plus 8. The mayor who came in 2nd place in the votes receives a plus 50 bonus to all attributes, and a +5 bonus to the town's fortune. The mayor who ranked third in votes receives a +30 bonus to all attributes and a +3 bonus to the town's fortune. Mayors ranked 4th 10th in votes receive a +20 bonus to all attributes and a +2 bonus to the town's fortune. Mayors ranked 11th 20th in votes receive +10 to all attributes and +1 to the town's fortune. This rule was announced. The entire county was in an uproar. They actually merged the town ranking competition with the county mayor election. Damn, now we have no choice but to fight. Haha. So, does that mean my votes are going to be more valuable? Shirata or Rishida? Shirata Town is offering high prices for votes. Didn't Lord Shirata, just now, intend to sell votes? Shirata or Rishida? My chances of running for prefectural mayor are slim, but I should be able to get into the top 10. Only those who have tasted the sweetness know how fragrant the town's fortune is. There is indeed only one county magistrate, but there are 20 spots in the town ranking competition. Previously, all the fortune of Baitian Town had been lost to Jiang Chen, so naturally they would not give up the opportunity to regain their fortune. With the strength and wealth of the Shirata family, if they put in their best effort, they still have a good chance of making it into the top 10. Not only Shirata or Rishida, but many other mayors of Sakura Town who originally planned to give up their candidacy have expressed their willingness to buy votes at high prices. Within the Dragon Alliance, Iran, it's actually combined with the third town ranking competition. Our Dragon Kingdom only has less than 100 towns, which is a huge disadvantage. Now, the top 20 will probably be dominated by the Sakura Kingdom again. Xiao Wushang. I think this is a good thing for us, because this way, the lords of the Sakura Kingdom will not be able to unite. Yiren suddenly realized, that's right. If the votes held by the lord of the Sakura Kingdom are distributed among a dozen or so people, our chances of winning the county magistrate position will greatly increase. Suddenly, a lord from the Dragon Kingdom spoke up timidly. In that case, shouldn't we first reach a consensus and decide who to choose? Chapter 121, Noble Character. Manipulating the whole situation. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, because there are 3 big shots in the Dragon Alliance. Yin Man and Zhu Yeqing are both legitimate descendants of the royal family, and Xianqin and Mingyu enjoy a very high reputation among the people. Although Jiang Chen has long been confirmed to be of commoner origin, his achievements in the past month have been too remarkable, and he has saved the lives of hundreds of Dragon Kingdom lords with the help of the legendary dragon. Choosing between 2 options is truly a difficult decision. A moment later, Zhu Yeqing said, at this very moment, the Dragon Kingdom should be united in its efforts. I hereby announce my withdrawal from the race for the position of county magistrate. Yiren exclaimed, Your Excellency is truly a man of noble character and integrity. I admire you greatly. This means that Zhu Yeqing not only gave up the position of county magistrate, but also gave up the attribute and luck reward for being in the top 20. Even Jiang Chen admired him, because he knew he couldn't be so selfless. Jiang Chen laughed and said, Everyone, sell your votes to Boss Yin Man. I'm not going to compete with my meager resources. In the end, elections are mostly about money. How can they compete with the evils of capital? Even in terms of reputation, Yin Man had slaughtered a small town called Cherry Blossom Town and was quite popular among the Dragon Kingdom lords in Xinjiang County. Aside from loyal confidants like in Chuxia and Little Fox who would vote for him, most other Dragon Kingdom lords would still choose whoever offered the highest price. Anyway, he already had more than 7 votes in his hands, so victory was assured. After the Tianyin disciples acquired flying skills, he built another mothership and transferred all the flying units in the territory overseas. With the addition of the Sea Lighthouse, Jiang Chen's monster-killing efficiency doubled again. Jiang Chen's noble character once again drew cheers. Iman's feelings were extremely complicated. Why does it make it seem like you're not considering the bigger picture? However, she also stated quite frankly, Thank you both for your help. I really want to run for the position of county magistrate. I promise that all the votes of my fellow countrymen will be purchased at the highest price. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen received a notification from the exchange. Note: Yi Man has sent you 100 million spirit stones through the exchange. Yi Man quickly sent a private message. Jiang Chen, this is compensation for you and Xiao Zhu. After I become the county magistrate, you two can discuss and decide on the positions of county lieutenant and county assistant. Looks like this girl is shy. Jiang Chen immediately replied, a gentleman loves talent, but he acquires it in a proper way. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen transferred the money back. Isn't it better to win spirit stones honestly and fairly? Moreover, it's likely that Yi Man will be so angered by him tomorrow that her bloodline will evolve again. If she takes more spirit stones, she might lead a large army to attack. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen sent out a message in the county town. Such a grand occasion is rare. I've opened a betting platform at the exchange, where people will bet on who will become the county magistrate. Welcome to place your bets. The Dragon Alliance is the backbone of all the Dragon Kingdom lords in Qingyang County. After the Dragon Alliance made its decision, coupled with Inman's generous spending, all the lords of the Dragon Kingdom united as one. Go all out to vote and support boss Yi Man. My grandfather was a victim of the June 32 massacre. I don't want spirit stones. I just want to drive the Japanese devils out of Qingyang County. That's right. Seize the position of county magistrate and drive the Japanese out of Qingyang County. On the epic warship God's Might, it's fine that Jiang Chen gave up the competition for county magistrate. Yi Man said with a strange expression. Now he doesn't even want money. Has this guy changed his ways? Meng Tian smiled and said from the side, anyone who talks about patriotism without discussing interests is just being a scoundrel. To put it bluntly, elections are all about burning money. Jiang Chen should know this very well. So it's better to do a good deed and leave behind a good story. However, Jiang Chen is truly remarkable for his decisiveness and shrewdness in acquiring wealth. Yi Man felt that something was wrong, but the facts were right in front of her. Okay, I don't want to think about Jiang Chen anymore. Sister Meng, what do you think our chances of winning are this time? Meng Tian pondered for a moment and said, although Qingyang County has 1 million lords, only about 10,000 of them have the ability to go overseas to vote. Including our old Qin town, the lords of the Dragon Kingdom probably make up 1/10 of the total. With your highness's support, the naval combat capabilities of the 200 warlords in Old Qin Town far surpass those of ordinary lords. With the support of Yinming Town and Longyuan Town, as long as Sakura Country remains as disorganized as it is now, we have a great chance of winning. Actually, Meng Tian still harbored an unrealistic idea. That is, Jiang Chen will create another miracle. Compared to His Highness's bloodline evolution, even the position of county magistrate has to take a back seat. But she also knew that it was impossible. Yi Man listened, nodding repeatedly, then said regretfully, it's a pity that the 100 Battles Armored Army is not good at naval warfare. If we had known about the rules of heaven earlier, we would have brought in more Iron Eagle warriors. 7 stars destiny points. 3rd star, Zhu Yeqing pressed heavily on her Shunsong acupoint. As if a switch had been flipped, Zhu Yeqing's muscles bulged instantly. The veins on his face looked like grotesque earthworms, and his aura increased several times over. It can only last for 10 breaths. That's enough. With a gentle flap of her wings, Zhu Yeqing's figure instantly traversed hundreds of meters of empty space. Mountains and rivers under the bright moon. Boom! A golden fist imprint, about an acre in size, was unleashed. Within the fist imprint, the vast rivers and mountains stretch for thousands of miles, and the bright moon hangs high in the sky. The level 49 epic monster, the 6-armed Naga, looked shocked. She couldn't understand why a level 30 human would suddenly become so powerful, and hurriedly gathered a magic shield to defend herself. Boom! It's blocked. Before she could even catch her breath, one punch after another followed. After dozens of punches, puff! The powerful level 49 epic Naga turned into a cloud of blood mist. His figure flashed. Zhu Yeqing returned to the ship. Although he immediately dispersed the 7 stars of fate, his face was instantly covered with a deathly ashen color. Thump thump. After drinking a bottle of the water of life, Zhu Yeqing was finally pulled back from the brink of death, and her complexion returned to normal. Phew, that was so much fun. Zhu Yeqing looked at the empty bottle in her hand. Unfortunately, there is only one bottle of the water of life. Immediately afterwards, he looked at the battle report and said with satisfaction, 412 votes, not bad for going back. Let's go, keep casting votes, and give our full support to Sister Ing to win the county magistrate position. The Imperial Guards, their eyes filled with reverence, replied loudly, Yes, young master. Seeing the Dragon Kingdom so united, the lords of the Sakura Kingdom are in a bit of a predicament. So they openly began plotting on the county town's TV channel. Shinichi Takeda. Gentlemen, the people of China have united as one. If we compete with each other for the top 20, I'm afraid the position of county magistrate will really be taken by the people of China. Shirada Orishida. That's true, but who's willing to give up their attributes and the town's luck? Yamamoto, 40 Roku. I suggest that Ms. Hojo might take the lead in coordinating the votes in the Sakura country. Seeing this, Jiang Chen almost wondered if he had already taken control of the guy and then forgotten about it. Shirada Orishida. Yamamoto-kun, you've finally shown some intelligence for once. Hojo Mai then calmly stepped forward. Since you all trust me, I will take charge of the voting in Sakura country, ensuring that while I win the prefectural mayor's position, I also maximize your interests. Mayor who intends to compete for a ranking, please send me a screenshot of your Spirit Stone interface so I can see your financial resources. Rest assured, I will absolutely keep this a secret. Chapter 122, This is tomorrow's ranking. Diaoyu Island. Hojo Mai is reporting to Jiang Chen. Master, as you instructed, I have already allocated the votes from the Sakura country. I will report to you immediately if there are any changes. Jiang Chen nodded. He's not the kind of person who does things his own way and has no friends, so he still plans to give his second place to Old Qin Town. Since there are no more luck betting orders, the luck rewards should naturally be given to our own people. But Hojo might pause for a moment before frowning and saying, After all, the Sakura Kingdom has too many votes. In order not to arouse their suspicion, the Sakura Kingdom will still occupy the majority of the top 20 lords in the vote. It's all right. Jiang Chen was more concerned about another issue. Have you figured out the resources of those Sakura lords? About all figured out. Hojo Mai immediately sent over a ledger. This is the portfolio of all the Sakura lords who intend to compete for the town rankings. I made a record of it. Please take a look. Jiang Chen glanced at the ledger. The table lists 34 mayors of Sakura Town. The one with the most wealth is a man named Sakurai Shuichi, who has a staggering 28 million spirit stones. Even the less wealthy lords have several million. They are naturally no match for the top tier, such as Zhu Yeqing and Shinya Yuchi. But he is almost the only remaining wealthy household among the Sakura lords. You did a great job. Jiang Chen praised generously. Report any new developments immediately. Hojo Mai nodded respectfully, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Master, are you sure you don't need me to secretly work on things for Longyuan Town? Although I will be exposed, it shouldn't be difficult to secure a top 10 ranking for Longyuan Town. It's very easy to use. Before the settlement, you can simply order your subordinate Sakura Lord to surrender to Longyuan Town, at most adding the word confidential. Need not, Jiang Chen said calmly. All you need to do is manipulate the votes in Japan. It's not that I'm afraid of Hojo Mai being exposed. According to Jiang Chen's plan, the Hojo sisters will inevitably be exposed after the county magistrate is elected tomorrow. Jiang Chen refused simply because it was unnecessary, since his votes had already exceeded 7 figures. After hanging up the video call, Jiang Chen asked his chief disciple, Li Yin, to fetch paper and pen. then slowly write down a few lines. 1. Lonyuan Town, 1 million plus votes. 2. Laoqin Town, 500,000 plus votes. When he got to the third place, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and then continued writing. 3. Yiming Town. Soon, Jiang Chen listed the top 20 rankings on a piece of paper. He got up and walked to the side of the ship, gently flicking the paper in his hand. This is the ranking of the heavenly Tao tomorrow. No wonder so many people love power. The feeling of being in control is just so exhilarating. Jiang Chen let go of his hand. The thin sheet of paper that would determine the future fate of Qingyang County fell to the ground in the wind. Donghai City. Luoshi welcomed a distinguished guest. General Xia, have you condescended to do this for the election of the county magistrate of Qingyang County? Xia Jie was one of the bigwigs in the Jiangnan military region. He was tall and, despite his full head of silver hair, was remarkably vigorous and had a booming voice. We all know that the county magistrate can extend his access to the entire county map. He's practically invincible. If Longhua fails to win the county magistrate's seat, then all the efforts these children have made in Qingyang County will have been in vain. It's not just me. All the old guys in the military region are watching tomorrow's outcome closely. After all, this is a county town. And Luoshi understood and said seriously, General, rest assured, I have mobilized the resources of Donghai City to provide the new lord of Qingyang County with naval troops and warships. As you know, my only beloved daughter is also in Qingyang County. Speaking of which, she said with some emotion, furthermore, the Lord of Jiangnan Province has decided to forego the rewards from the town ranking competition and fully support the girl who won in Longzhou to become the county magistrate. Xia Jie also sighed. I've heard about it too. These kids are all very sensible, especially Jiang Chen, who comes from a humble background. His sense of the bigger picture is something that even we old folks admire. Changing the subject, Xia Jie continued. There's one more thing. Just now, a county called Takama Prefecture has elected its county head, and the Sakura country won due to its numerical advantage. Luoshi was startled and immediately asked, what about the Dragon Kingdom lord in the county town? Xia Jie said, fortunately, before the Sakura Kingdom used the spatial restriction, most of the Dragon Kingdom lords had already used the relocation order to leave. And Chuxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. All the old districts, and even the fresh blood from the upper realm, come from the new districts year after year. Therefore, these new lords are all the future flowers of the Dragon Kingdom. Immediately afterward, Luoshi's heart stirred. You're telling me all this, does that mean Desan County and Qingyang County are in the same prefecture? That's right, Xia Jie said. This information was obtained by a lord from the military region who risked his life to go to the state capital. Luoshi quickly asked, what's the name of the state? This is first-hand information. The sooner she knows, the sooner her precious daughter can be prepared. Jiaowao Island. Xia Jie said heavily. It could also be called Jiaowao Island. And Chuxia suddenly initiated a video conference with the management of Lonyuan Town. Although Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised, he immediately connected. After everyone was present, and Chuxia smiled and said, does everyone have warships used for vote buying? I brought back 3 unactivated warships this time. After a brief warm-up, and Chuxia began to share the information she had just learned. Jiaowao Island? Jiang Chen repeated the name softly. What's wrong, Jiang Chen? And Chuxia asked suspiciously from the other end of the video call. Have you heard of this name before? Jiang Chen snapped out of his daze and smiled. No, Chuxia, please continue. He just felt that it was somewhat similar to the name of an island from his previous life. And Chuxia nodded and continued. Based on the information currently available, Jiaowao Prefecture, where Qingyang County is located, is a giant island situated between the Dragon Kingdom District and the Cherry Blossom District. There are 32 counties in Jiaowao Prefecture. Besides the lords of Japan, there are at least lords from Japan, South Korea, and India, but the exact proportions are unknown. Every year after the new district begins, All major factions will work hard to gather intelligence so that they can quickly draw up a map of the new area. Speaking of which, they were able to obtain this information so quickly thanks to Enchuxia. What I didn't expect was that Qingyang County is not only located on the coast, but also on a giant island. For newcomers, this environment has both advantages and disadvantages. If you have high-quality warships and troops skilled in naval warfare, the development speed of the marine environment will far exceed that of the inland environment, and vice versa. Jiang Chen, of course, is the former. And Enchuxia continued, I believe this news will be widely known soon. Everyone should take this opportunity to stock up on naval units, warships, and items. Prices will definitely go up after a while. If Sister Ing can win the position of county magistrate this time, we can form a fleet to explore the vast and boundless seas. And Enchuxia's eyes were full of longing. The little fox asked, but what if Sister Ing loses the election? And Enchuxia sighed and said, then we have no choice but to give up Qingyang County. The little fox said somewhat aggrievedly, if you ask me, Brother Jiang Chen should be the spokesperson for the Dragon Kingdom. It's a pity that Brother Jiang Chen is so selfless and gave it to Sister Ing. Wei Ming and Huang Xian echoed this sentiment. A few days ago, Jiang Chen pushed the Wind God's Wings sex skill to the two Tianyin branches. Following Wei Ming, Jiang Chen also handed over the epic military token dropped by the epic level Hydra monster to Huang Xian. These men were already staunch confidants, so naturally they felt indignant on Jiang Chen's behalf. Jiang Chen is truly showing the spirit of sacrificing the individual for the greater good. And Enchuxia glanced at Jiang Chen and sighed. It is said that the Jiangnan military region has just designated Jiang Chen as a model of patriotic education and has already started promoting him on a small scale. If the effect is good, he will be included in textbooks. Jiang Chen was extremely annoyed and quickly retorted, no way. I don't have such high moral standards. You can't hold me hostage. Let the military region promote Zhu Yeqing instead. Goodness, this is practically a case of praising someone to death. I wonder if I'll be cyberbullied afternoon tomorrow. Chapter 123, Spirit Stones. Luck? Attributes, I want them all. Wei Ming said admiringly. Our leader has sacrificed so much for us and for the Dragon Kingdom. Yet he doesn't take credit, isn't arrogant, and doesn't ask for anything in return. He's truly admirable. Mu Qingxuang cheered. Not taking credit, not being arrogant, and not seeking reward, that's the three-nosed spirit. I'll report this to the military region immediately and try to make the three-nosed spirit Jiang Chen's propaganda slogan. These people even came up with promotional slogans? Jiang Chen was speechless. I'm not saying anything more. I'm going to go vote. Now, the little fox seemed to understand something and said, at a time like this, he's still thinking about getting votes for Sister Ing? I can understand Brother Jiang Chen a little better now. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Chen hung up the video call immediately. The vote-buying operation is in full swing. With tens of thousands of lords concentrated in the coastal area of Qingyang County, and powerful lords like an Man possessing more than one warship, encounters were inevitable. Since they were already enemies, the monster-stealing operation immediately turned into a mutual attack. Jiang Chen immediately ordered the 10 lords from Longyuan town to form a fleet. Although it is less efficient, it is safer. As for the key members, they're either epic-level units or disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect. It's good enough if they don't bully others. Jiang Qinyuan is in a level 55-60 map, so it's really difficult for him to encounter other lords. Late that night, as Jiang Chen enjoyed the sea breeze on the deck, he opened the real-time updated vote list. 1 Hojo Town, 303366. 3 Laoqing Town, 230420. 2 Sakurai Town, 60158. 4. Looking at the top 20 on the list, Jiang Chen smiled with satisfaction. The overt scheme of the Sakura country is to secure the position of prefectural governor for Hojo Mai, while other towns with fewer votes have no support. They are ranked according to their strength, and it would be enough if they could make it into the top 20. In the eyes of the Lord of the Sakura Kingdom, Their plan was proceeding with exceptional ease. In Jiang Chen's view, his plan was progressing much more smoothly. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen opened the betting platform on the exchange. 1 Hozhou Town, 38.32 million. 2 Laoqing Town, 9.8 million. Ballots cannot be traded. You can only receive money after voting by providing a screenshot. Therefore, it is impossible for all the votes distributed among tens of thousands of lords to be cast at the last minute. What if you vote for the wrong person, or even get bribed by your rival? Therefore, the current situation is quite clear. Hozhou Town has a better chance of winning. Laoqing Town has a slightly lower chance, and the other towns have already been eliminated. So much so that in the betting odds, there were only 2 small towns. There are only over 40 million in bets left. I believe there will be another significant price increase before the betting market closes tomorrow. Beep, beep, beep. It was a video request from Man. Jiang Chen, those Japanese devils are too cunning. That Hozhou might actually plan the distribution of votes. After the call connected, Man stood on the deck, grabbing her hair in a disheveled manner, and said in distress, "Our Qing town still has 30,000 votes left, and even with Xiaozhu's votes, it's only 40,000. But according to my intelligence, Baixiu town also has some trump cards up its sleeve." Jiang Chen immediately reassured Man, "Don't worry, I'll make up for the missing votes." Man's eyes lit up. "You didn't cast your vote either?" Jiang Chen said confidently, "I can't say much, but I guarantee you'll surpass Hozhou Town." To giving Man confidence, Jiang Chen zoomed out a bit, revealing half of the ghost mothership's hull. Man was taken aback. So big. Although size cannot absolutely represent quality. Legendary warships, a few meters long, and rare warships hundreds of meters long, are all available. But after all, it was just an outlier. This isn't some legendary warship, is it? Man joked, then said seriously, "If you're really sure, then I'll place my bet. It'll also raise the odds for Japan." Jiang Chen meant it this way. "Let's bet more. 100 million is not too little. 1 billion is not too much." Certainly, the main purpose of encouraging Man to place bets was to use her funds to inflate the odds for Sakura country. No matter how much Man bets this time, he intends to return it all. "I believe you." Man nodded emphatically, then asked with some suspicion, "Why aren't you betting this time?" Jiang Chen spread his hands. "I'm out of money." But Man was taken aback. "You've spent all those hundreds of millions of spirit stones?" Jiang Chen told the truth. "There are still tens of millions left." Man immediately asked with interest, "Everyone says that you created your own troops entirely by spending money. You haven't already reversed things and created troop tokens, or even troop buildings, have you?" Jiang Chen exclaimed, "It seems you haven't visited the early summer territory in a long time." Man was taken aback, then said, "Wait a minute." Soon, Man reappeared on camera, saying incredulously, "You actually managed to reverse engineer the troop-type buildings. So, if I gave you another billion spirit stones, could you create your own epic troop type?" Epic units are definitely a mainstay even in the upper realm. Jiang Chen laughed and said, "Why don't you give me 10 billion spirit stones and see?" This earned Man another eye roll. Man happily closed the video. Jiang Chen was equally happy. He gazed at the bright moonlight over the sea and whispered, "Return to the territory." The ship's spirit, Xiaomei, spoke respectfully. "Yes, my lord." The next day at noon, the betting odds will be locked at 11:50. The deadline for the election is 12 o'clock. Current time, 11:45. The number of votes for Hozhou Town has reached 410,000, a full 70,000 more than that for Laoqing Town. Man asked Jiang Chen more than once that morning if he was really confident, and naturally received affirmative answers each time. So Man gritted her teeth and arranged for people to place small bets of 500 million spirit stones in Laoqing Town in batches, which once raised the odds of the Sakura Kingdom to over 5. Naturally, the lords of the Sakura Kingdom went crazy as well. Even considering that Laoqin town still had trump cards up its sleeve, it couldn't stop their greed. Moreover, judging from the news coming from Hojo town, Ms. Hojo seems to have the victory in her grasp, and it appears that she also has quite a few votes in her hands. As a result, both the second-generation leaders of Japan and ordinary citizens began to place bets without thinking. The stakes placed in Hojo town instantly reached 756 million spirit stones. What made Jiang Chen both laugh and cry was, another 1,000 spirit stones have been wagered in Longyuan town. Jiang Chen immediately asked in the Longyuan town channel, "Yeah, did you bet 1,000 spirit stones?" The little fox looked completely innocent. "No, I don't want to be called brainless again." Wei Ming said awkwardly, "Boss, I was the one who placed the bet." Jiang Chen remained silent. Mu Qing said helplessly, "Your mindless pressure came at the worst possible time." And Chu Xiao was speechless. "If you don't have Yi's luck, don't try to bet mindlessly like Yi." The little fox was on the verge of tears. "I'm not betting anymore, so please stop blaming me, okay?" Wei Ming was extremely embarrassed by what the others said, and quickly begged for forgiveness, saying, "Sisters are right to scold me. I was just playing around. Just playing around." The little fox suddenly changed the subject. "Anyway, whether I bet or not, people will say I'm brainless, so I'll bet 1,000 spirit stones for fun. I won't be short of money." And Chu Xia sighed, "I forgot that Yi is a little rich girl now." Jiang Chen was speechless when he saw that another 1,000 spirit stones had appeared under Longyuan town. Certainly, he also knew that the others were using this method to relieve their stress. After all, the moment that would determine the fate of Qingyang County was fast approaching. 5 minutes passed quickly. In the last few seconds, Jiang Chen bet 10 million spirit stones from Longyuan town. The reason for suppressing so much is not to intentionally dilute the ratio of Wei Ming and Little Fox. Rather, they feared that other lords might suppress the less popular options. However, Jiang Chen was overthinking it. After the betting pool is locked, 1 Hojo town, 796 million spirit stones. 2 Old Qin town, 517 million spirit stones. 3 Longyuan town, 10,002,000 spirit stones. Besides Jiang Chen's 10 million spirit stones, only Wei Ming and the little fox, who were just playing around, each received 1,000 spirit stones. Once you have the spirit stones in hand, Jiang Chen had no time to pay attention to the reactions of the crowd, and did not even hesitate for a moment. He led the powerful figures of his territory and stepped into the teleportation portal. The opposite end is Hojo town. That's right. Jiang Chen wanted more than just spirit stones and luck. He also wanted attributes. Chapter 124, A Complete Crackdown. Jiang Chen, you old bastard. Hojo town. The territory square was bustling with activity. Invited by the Hojo sisters, 29 of the top 100 lords of Sakura country, including by Tianji, Shinichi Takeda, and Shuichi Sakurai, gathered in Hojo town. Of the 34 people on the list, only 5 were absent. Logically speaking, even lords belonging to the same faction will be extremely cautious when entering another's territory. However, Hojo Mai is about to become the county magistrate of Qingyang County. It's never good to miss a meal hosted by your boss. Of course, they were all accompanied by their most powerful heroes and several squads of troops. Hojo Mai, about to complete Jiang Chen's mission, said excitedly, "Ladies and gentlemen, after today, Qingyang County will usher in a brand new chapter." Shirata Orishida shouted, "Cheers to the great Sakura Empire." Shinichi Takeda also said, "Thanks to Ms. Hojo, we were able to obtain the greatest benefit at the lowest cost this time. Cheers to Ms. Hojo." Everyone echoed this sentiment. A whole morning, they also let their guard down. Hojo Mai subtly pursed her lips. Just then, the betting odds were locked. Shinichi Mutu, who had staked a considerable amount of spirit stones, immediately noticed the anomaly and exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, why is someone betting 10 million on Longyuan town?" Shirata Orishida suddenly stood up and shouted, "Ms. Hojo, what are you doing? It turns out that Hojo had already torn open a silencing scroll, silencing the entire prefecture. What am I supposed to do? Hojo sneered. You bunch of cherry blossom dogs, dedicate everything to my great master. No one could believe their ears. How could the words Sakura go actually come out of the Hojo family? Before they could even react, the territory teleportation array flashed repeatedly. Jiang Chen, accompanied by the Empress, Yin, Lihani, the goddess warrior, the nine heaven saintess, and a humanoid dragon, stepped out of the teleportation array. Jiang Chen, Sakurai Shuichi was stunned. The Hojo family would actually collude with China? As the rulers of the Tokugawa shogunate, the Hojo family held a position in Japan almost equivalent to that of the Li family of the Tang dynasty or the Zhou family of the Ming dynasty in China. The absurd scene before my eyes was as outrageous as Zhu Yeqing betraying the Dragon Kingdom. Hojo shouted with fervor, "For my master! For the Dragon Kingdom!" After looking around, Jiang Chen said with satisfaction, "It's noon now, so I'll see you all on your way." Shraddha Oraheim shouted from his high place, "Gentlemen, Jiang Chen only has 12 dragons. As long as we escape the Forbidden Zone, we can expose the crimes of the Hojo family and join forces with the Lord of Hojo Town to kill them." Immediately, followers gathered. It could happen very quickly. They were devastated to discover that their prized high-level troops were being slaughtered by Jiang Chen. Without the Hojo sisters lifting a finger, the war was over in less than a minute. Then, Jiang Chen carried the loudest shouter, Shiratori, back to his territory. A beam of blue light instantly landed on Shirada Iori's head. Shirada Arishida immediately said respectfully, "Master, before I die, please allow me to hand over all my possessions." For this operation, Jiang Chen specially upgraded the mind control tower to level 5, gaining an extra control slot. "Hurry up, I'm in a rush." Yes. A few minutes later, all 29 mayors of Sakura Town paid the money before setting off. However, Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment regarding what to do with the Hojo sisters. Unless a Japanese person is an idiot, they will soon suspect the three sisters. Even if it's just suspicion, the three sisters will inevitably be sent back to Earth for investigation. It can be said that the three have essentially lost their spy attributes. Let's keep it for now. Anyway, we don't have any better targets right now. Moreover, all three sisters possess the heart of a lord of excellent quality, and their troops are at least of excellent quality. Their overall strength is no less than Zhu Yeqing's, so they would be good at assisting her. In this operation, Jiang Chen gained another 120 million spirit stones from Lord Sakura. Of course, the biggest gain wasn't spirit stones, but rather attributes. After a simple yet fulfilling busy period, Jiang Chen opened the chat channel again. Many people have also discovered the extra 10 million spirit stones wagered in Longyuan Town. Naturally, Jiang Chen was the first person they thought of. In the Dragon Alliance channel, and Chu Xiao exclaimed incredulously, "Jiang Chen, it can't be you again, can it?" Wei Ming exclaimed excitedly, "It must be the boss, ha ha ha." The little fox regretted her actions. "I should have continued being so reckless. This time I really missed out on a fortune." Several minutes passed before Yin Man finally spoke. "Jiang Chen, you old bastard. I wonder if it just went through a bloodline evolution." Zhu Yeqing was also speechless. Is this considered a reenactment? The scene before me was all too familiar. If it were someone else, they would definitely think this person is crazy. Jiang Chen was the one who did such an outrageous thing, and they actually believed him without thinking. However, this time it's gone a bit too far. Jiang Chen immediately said, "I kept this from you all in order to achieve better results. Also, I will return all of Yin Man's spirit stones later." Hearing Jiang Chen's confirmation, everyone's last doubts were dispelled. Yin Man angrily retorted, "Do I need those 2 coins? Yet you lied to me." Jiang Chen was not happy about this. Even though you are a big shot, you can't just make baseless accusations. Think about it carefully. Did I lie to you? As he spoke, he cast 100,000 votes at Lao Chin Town. Moment. The votes for Liaoqing Town immediately surpassed those for Baishio Town. Ying Man was stunned. She carefully recalled what Jiang Chen had said yesterday, and it seemed that it was indeed to make Liaoqing Town's votes surpass those of Beiqiao Town, rather than to make Liaoqing Town take first place. But looking at it yesterday, these two sentences meant the same thing. Zhu Yeqing quickly smoothed things over. Sister Ying, calm down. Although Brother Jiang Chen is a bit old-fashioned, he did it for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom after all. Xiao Wushang quickly added, that's right. In this way, our Dragon Kingdom will not only win the county magistrate position, but also take first and second place. Ying Man was unable to refute. Moreover, after calming down, she realized that if Jiang Chen could win first place without campaigning, whether he concealed it or not would have no impact on the result. Without Jiang Chen, she probably wouldn't even be as good as Beiqiao Town. Yi Yiren suddenly asked, Brother Jiang Chen, you cast 100,000 votes for Old Qing Town. Do you have enough votes left? 100,000? Jiang Chen laughed. And who said that China can only take first and second place? Watch me carry you guys. Before anyone could understand what he meant, Jiang Chen once again cast 500,000 votes, which landed on Yinming Town. Yinming Town ranks second only to Liaoqing Town, pushing Baishio Town to third place. Overseas, the exceptional warship Dreadnought floats quietly on the sea. Zhu Yeqing stood on the deck, seemingly frozen in place, her face blank. This is absolutely outrageous. I didn't do anything, and I came in second place. But then his already wide eyes almost popped out. There's more. Suddenly, 100,000 more votes were cast for both Eternal Night Town and Misty Rain Town, propelling them into the top 10. Goodness, how many votes does he still have? The words had barely left his mouth. The towns that were originally in the top 10 in the vote all moved down one place. 1 Lonyuan Town, 666666. It's at the top of the list. Zhu Yeqing swayed for a moment, then instinctively grabbed the gunwale to steady herself. This is outrageous. Including the votes cast for a few small towns, one person rigged over 1 million votes. This is so damn fake. He couldn't even match what our ancestors achieved at that age. Zhu Yeqing suddenly had a jolt. A man of such great fortune as Brother Jiang Chen must become a friend, or even family. I remember my third uncle's cousin is exceptionally beautiful and incredibly talented. I must introduce her to Jiang Chen. Thinking of this, Zhu Yeqing sighed. Brother Jiang Chen, the gift you gave me is beyond measure in terms of spirit stones, so I can only use my sister to pay off my debt. Jiang Chen looked at the more than 700,000 votes remaining in his backpack and gave up on voting. The rewards are the same for 4th to 10th place. 4 Evernight Town and Misty Rain Town, 100,000 votes are enough. As for Yan Mingjin, it was entirely out of admiration for Zhu Yeqing. He originally planned to cast 1 million votes for Lonyuan Town. But now that I think about it, it wasn't necessary because the top 4 were all under his control. Therefore, he chose the auspicious number 6 6s over 6 8s. It's all done. Are you all satisfied? Chapter 125. Where did this monster come from? Jiang Chen's operation took less than 10 seconds. This left nearly 1 million lords in Qingyang County speechless with shock. The once bustling county town channel, Longming Channel, and Lonyuan Town Channel instantly fell silent. Several tens of seconds passed. Yi Yiren said with difficulty, more than 1 million votes. But that's all there is to it. Because besides, holy crap, she couldn't find any other words to describe her feelings at that moment. The shock was so great that she even forgot to thank Jiang Chen for bringing her Misty Rain Town into the top 10. Fortunately, she didn't know that Jiang Chen was holding back. Otherwise, she probably would have fainted by now. Zhu Yeqing sighed. I'm afraid Brother Jiang Chen started rigging the votes a long time ago. Ying Man guessed. Even if you refreshed it in advance, it wouldn't be enough. The warships you showed me yesterday definitely weren't just one. Ying Man finally admitted it. Besides, Jiang Chen not only helped her retain second place, but also helped her bloodline evolve. She really has nothing to complain about. Some are happy, while others are sad. The Lord of the Sakura Kingdom has gone mad again. Just now it was because of excitement, but this time it's because of fear. The switch between heaven and hell takes only a minute. What just happened? How did Hojo Town go from 4th place to just a few seconds in such a short time? By Amaterasu Amakami. This can't be real. I bet 2,000 spirit stones. Mayor, what should we do? A lord in Baitian Town was looking for a leader, but after calling him for a long time, there was no response. He was completely dumbfounded when he opened the list of lords in the town. Why is Lord Shirata, Orishita's image black? Oh my god, Lord Shirata is dead. Holy crap, our town mayor is dead too. He was perfectly fine just 10 minutes ago. Everyone was so caught up in the excitement that no one had time to pay attention to the list of town lords. This reminder led more and more lords to open their town lists and discover that their town mayors had died sometime earlier. What happened? Is the end of the world coming? It must be Jiang Chen. It's that cunning old fox Jiang Chen who did it. But how did he do that? Does he possess curse magic? Huang Xian. Haha, well done, boss. But why did you kill so many mayors of Sakura Town at this critical juncture? The little fox reacted the fastest. Attributes. Ha ha ha. Brother Jiang Chen is after attributes. Many people immediately realized what was happening, instinctively clutching their chests, and simultaneously having this thought in their minds. Where did this Jiang Chen come from? This monster. Those who didn't realize what was happening were still asking, what attribute? Yi Irin groaned. Have you forgotten the attribute bonuses for the deceased mayors during the first 2 town ranking matches? Ing Inmon's eyes were practically red with envy as she said, nearly 200 points in all attributes. Zhu Yeqing said blankly, if I had this, I could tear a dragon apart with my bare hand without even needing the 7-star fate point. Now, even the slowest person would understand. It's okay if you don't understand. Because it was already noon, the appointment of a county magistrate naturally brings prestige. The entire sky was bathed in golden light, even overshadowing the sun's brilliance. Lines of large golden characters appeared in the sky. County mayor election results. Jiang Chen, mayor of Lonyuan Town, was elected county mayor of Qingyang County. Authority level increased. This is the people's choice. Please assist your beloved county magistrate in defending the county seat and resisting foreign enemies. Seeing this, many of the Dragon Kingdom lords couldn't help but complain. Heavenly Tao, are you talking nonsense? You call this the people's choice? This is clearly Jiang Chen's own choice. Exactly. Have you ever seen any people elect Jiang Chen as their leader? The rankings for the 3rd town competition in Qingyang County are now being announced. The announcements are still ongoing. Similarly, because the ballots are updated in real time. Therefore, the Heavenly Tao immediately announced the rankings of all towns. First place in the vote rankings, Lonyuan Town, with 666,666 votes. Reward. Town Mayor Jiang Chen receives plus 80 to all attributes and plus 8 to the town's fortune. Second place in the vote rankings, Old Qin Town, with 512,860 votes. Reward. Town Mayor Ng Man plus 50 to all attributes. Town Luck plus 5. Third place in the vote rankings, Yinming Town, 500,000 votes. Reward. Town Mayor Zhu Yeqing plus 30 to all attributes, plus 3 to town's luck. Fourth place in the vote rankings, Hojo Town, 472,235 votes. Reward. Mayor Hojo my 20 to all attributes, plus 2 to town's luck. Vote ranking. The sky was filled with the ranking matches in the small town until the 20th place was reached. This isn't over yet. Soon, more than a dozen messages appeared. Given that Mayor Sakurai Shuichi, who ranked 5th in the vote, has passed away, his attribute bonuses will be inherited by Mayor Jiang Chen, who ranked 1st in this town ranking competition. Given that Mayor Shirata Oraheim, who ranked 8th in the vote, is already dead, Zhu Yeqing looked at the prompts and murmured, like a demon lord descended from heaven. He's truly a god of war on earth. Brother Jiang Chen is a master strategist. He's got everything. The county magistrate's seat, fortune, spirit stones, attributes. He won't let a single one slip by. Just when I think I've figured him out, I always suddenly realize that I've underestimated him by a large margin. There was one thing he didn't say. The plan to have my cousin seduce Jiang Chen needs to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Yin Man was completely convinced and added, "Is this guy a gluttonous beast?" Yiren said with a smug look, "The most amazing thing is that even though Boss Jiang Chen is eating meat, he still manages to make sure I, who's just drinking soup, am full." As for Longyuan Town, spatial expansion, dragon vein evolution, resource mutation, monster advancement. A series of changes drove everyone in Longyuan Town into a frenzy, with chants of long-live Jiang Chen. Truly, when one person attains enlightenment, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Ha! Now our dragon kingdom has finally gained a foothold in Qingyang County. I am so glad that I defied all opposition and stayed in Longyuan Town with my passion. I wonder what expressions those people who moved away have now. Haha, what other expression can he have? Regret. If you want to settle down in Longyuan Town now, you must first pay the boss 10,000 spirit stones. 10,000 spirit stones? Is a household registration in Longyuan Town really that worthless? Centered on Jiang Chen, beams of golden light descended one after another. The body swells, the mind is clear, and spiritual energy surges. Jiang Chen's momentum continued to rise. Given the current map area, population, and resource density of Longyuan Town, its per capita resources are probably dozens of times greater than those of an average small town. Jiang Chen sighed. Before he could even look at the county magistrate's privileges that he had just unlocked, his expression suddenly changed. He immediately took out a bottle of life essence and gulped it down. He had a premonition that he was about to break through. After the life essence is ingested, Jiang Chen immediately received a notification from the Heavenly Tao. Note, your aptitude has been upgraded to Grade A. Compensation attributes are as follows. Physique plus 180, spiritual power plus 180, divine soul plus 215, capacity plus 172. From epic to legend, it's a transformative leap. The sudden surge in all attributes made Jiang Chen feel hot all over. But he didn't stop. He took out another bottle of life essence and drank it down. The 8-9 arcane technique, it's time to break through. Jiang Chen began cultivating as if nothing had happened. But his incredible maneuvering in those short 10 minutes left all the bigwigs who were following the results of the Qingyang County mayoral election dumbfounded. Chapter 126 Qin, Shi, Huang, Ing Zheng, Berserker Attribute, Jiangnan Military Region. Command Post. Why hasn't the message come back yet? An impatient general suddenly couldn't contain himself and stood up, saying, "I can't wait any longer. I have to go to the intelligence department myself." Just then, an intelligence officer suddenly burst into the command post. Report. The results of the Qingyang County Magistrate election are in. Our Dragon Kingdom has won the position of magistrate. However, but he was only halfway through his sentence when he was drowned out by a burst of cheers. Even the most senior and prudent generals showed expressions of joy on their faces. Several young generals excitedly pumped their fists. Only Xia Jie noticed the intelligence officer's hesitation. But what? Stop beating around the bush and give me a full account of what happened. The intelligence officer felt wronged, but still dutifully replied. The one who obtained the position of county magistrate was not that lording Jia of Xianxin, but Jiang Chen. As the intelligence officer continued his presentation, the generals exchanged bewildered glances. Not only did he take first place, but he also led 3 towns into the top 10. What kind of monster is this kid? Xia Jie simply didn't know how to describe it. Suddenly, he said to an old friend beside him, "Old Su, I remember you've already been promoting Jiang Chen as a role model among the new recruits, haven't you?" Old Su's expression changed, and he quickly stood up and said, "Excuse me for a moment. Donghai City. and Luoshi stared blankly at the intelligence report in her hand. My mind was filled with the question, how did he do that? Even if there really was an epic warship, it wouldn't be possible to generate 1,000,000 votes. Could it be that Jiang Chen has created another high-quality warship, or has he discovered an outdoor shipyard structure? After the initial shock, all that remained for Luoshi was a headache. How many times have I told him to keep a low profile? Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. After today, even more big shots will surely turn their attention to him. This is definitely not a good thing, is it? Thinking of this, she immediately used her administrator status to enter the battlefield of all races. Certainly, what Luoshi didn't know was the powerful figures Jiang Chen had alarmed this time far exceeded her expectations. The third heaven, a magnificent palace, stretches for tens of thousands of miles, towering into the clouds. Countless celestial soldiers, radiating powerful auras, tread the void, patrolling day and night. This palace is located in the center of Xianyang Town, hence the name Xianyang Palace. Although Xianyang Town is called a town, after thousands of years of plundering of fortune, coupled with the suppression by the top fortune artifact, 9 Cauldrons, the space within Xianyang Town has long since reached millions of miles in radius. As for the sphere of influence radiating from Xianyang Town, it is unknown how many billions of miles it extends. And at this moment, the one who controlled this paradise was not in a very good mood. Meng Tian and Bai Tsong have been lords for thousands of years, yet they can't even defeat a little kid. Accompanied by a majestic voice, the space within the jade scenery immortal palace seemed to freeze. Ing Zheng, dressed in the blackbird imperial robes, stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes like lightning, gazing at the white-faced, beardless middle-aged lord below. While stronger organisms tend to produce stronger offspring, the difficulty of producing offspring also increases accordingly. This is a law that all life must follow. Therefore, although Ing Zheng was always busy every time he returned to Blue Star, Ing Inmon's youngest brother was already over 1,000 years old. This is truly a case of having a daughter late in life. How could I not cherish her? Zhao Gao knelt on the ground, and upon hearing this, he immediately felt the same way. This Jiang Chen is a commoner of the first rank, yet he has repeatedly deceived His Highness and even refused His Highness's offer to recruit him as a vassal lord. His crimes are heinous. This servant suggests that we immediately send someone to arrest him and avenge His Highness. Snort, Ing Zheng said coldly. And then what? You're going to kill such a genius. Also, do you want Xiao Shurjio's identity to be exposed? The middle-aged lord immediately cowed out. Your Majesty is wise. It was this servant who failed to consider the matter. Certainly, he was merely using his own dullness to highlight his master's wisdom. There always needs to be someone around a leader to flatter him, right? A full minute passed before Ing Zheng's voice came again. The battle of the myriad races prodigies in the new district should be starting around this time, right? That brat Jiang Chen dared to bully my daughter. Although he's despicable, he did manage to get Xiao Shurjio's bloodline evolution rate to reach 0.12% within a month. It was a lucky accident. Doesn't he like money? Send someone to secretly contact him and buy the position of County Magistrate of Qingyang County for Xiao Shurjio. Zhao Gao immediately said, Please rest assured, Your Majesty, this servant will take care of it immediately. After Zhao Gao left, Ing Zheng's figure also turned into light and disappeared. It turns out that this was just a fragment of a divine soul. Qingyang County is too dangerous. A mayor of Sakura Town screamed. All units within the territory prepare to relocate from Qingyang County in 1 minute. He was one of the 34 people on the Sakura list, but he declined Hojo Mai's invitation because he disliked socializing. I never expected to survive. The warriors under his command exclaimed in alarm. Lord Ball is still out at sea, and he probably won't be back for a while. Ball was his hero, but he immediately said, No, thank you, warrior. 1 minute later, a golden beam of light shot into the sky. This mayor, who was once ranked among the top 100 towns, abandoned the town's development after only a month and fled Qingyang County in a panic. Similar scenes are constantly playing out in Sakura Lord. Call. Jiang Chen let out a soft breath, feeling the violent power within his body. They said it would take several years to go from beginner to expert, but it doesn't seem that difficult at all. With the continuous attribute bonuses and countless life essences, Jiang Chen's 8-9 arcane technique actually broke through in less than a month. If the powerful figures of the Chan sect in the second heaven were to see this, they would surely exclaim in amazement at the miracle. The additional attributes after reaching the proficiency level of the 8-9 arcane arts are Physique plus 900, Spirit plus 300. Jiang Chen's panel changed to Level 20. Attributes: Physique 878 plus 900, Spiritual Power 805, Divine Soul 780 plus 300, Capacity 725. Technique: 8-9 Arcane Arts Proficient, Level A. Qualification: A. Combat Power Rating: 1047 star. These level 20 attributes are simply, even novels wouldn't dare to write something like this. 10 minutes ago, his physique was only a little over 700 points, but now it has reached over 1,700 points, far exceeding that of goddess warriors of the same level. Jiang Chen threw a light punch. Rumble. Without using any skills or exerting any force, the air currents in the space in front of him, covering dozens of square meters, suddenly surged, sending sand and stones flying. If an ordinary monster were in that situation, it would be torn to pieces. Even the Empress, who was protecting Jiang Chen, was stunned. Master, how could your physique have increased so much? Jiang Chen glanced at the Empress and softly uttered 8 words. Revenge for wrongs, avenge for grudges. The Empress blushed, as if she had thought of something. After getting used to the surge in power, Jiang Chen looked at the announcement he hadn't had time to read earlier. Announcement: Qingyang County Magistrate elected. Join State Government Channel. County magistrates and county officials have unlimited speaking rights. Town mayors and small town officials are limited to 10 messages per person per day, and ordinary lords have no speaking rights. Without strength, there is no right to speak. It's unequal, but it's fair. Jiang Chen immediately opened the newly appeared prefectural government channel in the chat channels and then asked in surprise. 7 counties have already elected county heads. The trigger condition for the selection of county magistrate is that 7 out of 100 town magistrates have obtained their official titles. This at least shows that while the first 6 counties may not have the strongest individuals, their overall strength is quite high. To Jiang Chen's surprise, besides Qingyang County, there was another county in the Dragon Kingdom. With too many messages on the state government channel, Jiang Chen used the filtering function to select information from several county magistrates. Zhao Lingshan. Hello, brothers from the Dragon Kingdom. Is County Chief Ho Song or County Chief Jiang Chen here? Do you have time to chat? Later song, County? Chapter 1, 27 Tactics? That's something only the weak consider. This is clearly a later changed county name, and given that the county head surname is Zhao, his background is quite obvious. After the Song Dynasty royal family was destroyed by alien races in the 6th heaven, the Dragon Kingdom would have been interrupted in the 6th heaven if it weren't for Zhu Yuanzhang's strong rise to power later. Andrew. Mr. Jiang Chen, it's a pleasure to meet you. The door of my free will is always open to you, and you are welcome to visit the Lighthouse Country. Free will, one of the largest lord groups in the Lighthouse Nation, said to control the territories of the Lighthouse Nation's lords. Toyotomi Hidaichi. Jiang Chen Kun. Although we are enemies, you are a worthy opponent. I long for a fair duel with you, without heroes or troop types, just a duel between lords. I hope you will not disappoint me. Judging from a name, he should be a descendant of Toyotomi Hideyoshi, a top daimyo of the 6th heaven. Inviting himself to a duel is a sign that he intends to kill himself. Damn it, what does your disappointment have to do with me? Legion AI. Your Excellency Jiang Chen, after careful investigation, We have confirmed that your ancestors migrated from South Korea to China. South Korea welcomes you to acknowledge your ancestry. Jiang Chen was too lazy to even complain. But am I already that famous? Whether you're an enemy or a friend, you should still show courtesy. Jiang Chen greeted everyone. Hello, everyone. I am Jiang Chen, the county magistrate of Longyuan County. County Magistrate Ling Shan, you are welcome to visit Longyuan County when you have time. As he spoke, Jiang Chen used his authority as county magistrate to change the name of Qingyang County to Longyuan County. There are still many things to deal with in Longyuan County, so I didn't spend too much energy on the state government channel. Jiang Chen opened the county town channel and, using his county magistrate privileges, posted a county town announcement. I hereby declare that from this moment forward, Qingyang County is the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. All Sakura lords must leave Qingyang County within half an hour, or they will be killed without mercy. In a short time, the Dragon Kingdom lord erupted in thunderous cheers. Meanwhile, the lords of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom were filled with lamentations. Wow, I have a field-based flying unit building. I don't want to leave. I didn't expect the Empire to lose, so I didn't prepare a city relocation order at all. We outnumber the Chinese by more than 10 times. Whichever town Jiang Chen attacks, we will immediately provide support. But what if Jiang Chen uses the spatial sealing scroll? Baka, where do you get so many space sealing scrolls? That's right. To seal off the town, you need an epic scroll or several excellent scrolls. As Jiang Chen expected, among the millions of Sakura lords, some fled in panic. Others advocated fighting to the death, and still others expressed their willingness to join the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Chen ignored all of this and left only half an hour, which was already a consideration for the impact on public opinion. Next, Jiang Chen activated his county magistrate privileges. There are 4 permissions that Jiang Chen cares about. 1. The any door permissions have been expanded to the entire county and can be shared with the mayors of other towns. 2. Household registration management. 3. Hero and troop attribute bonus of 10%. 4. You can relocate any territory within the county town to a specific location, but you must obtain the other party's consent. Jiang Chen glanced at other permissions such as county naming, construction speed, data collection speed, and the appointment and removal of officials. He opened the Anywhere door, which came with a terrain map. The location of all the towns was marked on it. With the Household Registration Management permission, you can see the number of lords, their names, status, etc. in each town. I thought about it. Jiang Chen temporarily shared the Anywhere door access with several town mayors of the Dragon Alliance. This way, they can kill whomever they want and save whomever they want. The hero and troop attribute bonus is 10%, which goes without saying. The territorial fixed point migration is more interesting. As the county magistrate, he could not only relocate his own territory, but also relocate the territories of others, of course, with their consent. This is equivalent to a high-level relocation order within a county town that requires no resources. With this authority, the Dragon Kingdom Lord can occupy uninhabited towns, such as Muting Town. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen posted on the Longyuan Town channel. Brothers, because the town has expanded again, I need to redistribute everyone's territory. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen opened the town map and began to operate it. You have requested to relocate Lord Wei Ming to 789, 1235, awaiting confirmation. Lord Wei Ming accepts your relocation plan. You have requested to relocate Lord Shan Yue to... Jiang Chen conquered the entire Longyuan town, so naturally no one objected. Soon, Jiang Chen cleared out a 300-kilometer diameter, no-man's land centered on his own territory. After several expansions, the diameter of Longyuan town has reached more than 700 kilometers, which means that Jiang Chen will now have 20% of the land and resources of Longyuan town by himself. Now that we can recruit a few thousand more Tianyin disciples, we'll have a place to grind monsters daily. Seizing resources and territory is an inevitable path for every powerful lord. Half an hour passed quickly. Jiang Chen opened the household registration information for Qingyang County and discovered that there were actually 520,000 lords in Qingyang County. The number of lords in the Dragon Kingdom is only tens of thousands. In other words, there were still over 400,000 Sakura lords who hadn't left. So Jiang Chen stopped being polite. He immediately called a Dragon Alliance video conference. I will share the locations and populations of all the towns with everyone. From now on, you can freely hunt down the Cherry Blossom Lord. Mu Qingshuang hesitated and said, "Won't doing this escalate the situation and cause negative public opinion? After all, she's in the military, so she has more to consider." Ng Yiman shouted, "What are you afraid of? We've already declared war." Back when such a terrible incident happened in District 632, the Blue Star United Council didn't utter a single word, and it all just fizzled out. Upon hearing about District 632, Mu Qingshuang's gaze hardened, and she said to Jiang Chen, "Boss, you should plan the tactics. Which town should we seal off first?" "Tactics?" Jiang Chen laughed. "That's something only the weak need to think about." "So impressive," Ng Yiman exclaimed enviously. 1,000,000 spirit stones. For now on, let me say that. 2 minutes later, 5,000 kilometers away, Jiang Chen looked at the cherry blossom town in front of him and sent a message in the county town channel. "Listen up, lords of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Didn't you say that whichever town I attack, you will support that town? I'm right outside Suzuki Town. Come and help me." Chapter 128, Sweeping Through the County Town. Forced relocation. Upon hearing this, the mayor of Suzuki Town panicked. "We need backup." Some radical Sakura lords responded. "Lord Suzuki, open a portal for me. I'm coming right now." "Baka, that Chinese guy is too arrogant. Is he going to have a final battle?" There are also many calm and collected individuals among the lords of the Sakura Kingdom. "What if Jiang Chen seals off the town if we all go to help? We won't be able to leave then." The gap in authority and ability cannot be bridged by calmness. Do you have any other ideas? If we don't provide support, Jiang Chen can use his authority as county magistrate to take them down one by one. In that case, we might as well just move away now. This is an open conspiracy. A dozen minutes later, Jiang Chen estimated that there were at least several thousand, or even tens of thousands, of warlords who came to provide support. They're really working together. If the Sakura lords don't gather together, he'll really be in a bit of a predicament. For ordinary people, killing common lords can be quite profitable. For Jiang Chen, whether it's farming monsters in Crystal Valley or overseas, the efficiency far exceeds that of ordinary lords. Jiang Chen reached out and tore open a scroll. Space blockade. Jiang Chen really did forbid it. Mute. After using the silencing scroll again, Jiang Chen said coldly, "Cynthia, you will lead the goddess warriors to guard the town's teleportation point. Empress Hien, you will each lead the Tianyin disciples and the angels into the town. I want this town to be completely wiped out." Empress Kazuhiko said loudly, "Yes, my lord." Lihani, clutching her sword, asked urgently, "What about me? You come with me." In order to deal with emergencies, Jiang Chen did not choose to enter the restricted area himself. Apart from Jiang Chen, the encirclement and suppression of the others also went very smoothly. The only thing that Jiang Chen was somewhat dissatisfied with was, he thought that since he had done Zhu Yeqing such a big favor, this guy should at least give him 100 million spirit stones as a token of gratitude. 100 million is not too much. 10 million is not too little. But to everyone's surprise, this guy just said, "From now on, we'll all be family." This made Jiang Chen sigh. Even descendants of the Ming emperors are playing dirty tricks. The mountain is as bright as the moon. Zhu Yeqing threw a punch. More than a dozen Ronin turned into a bloody mist. Haha, that's great. Besides Zhu Yeqing, there were dozens of epic-level Imperial Guards, reaping the benefits of the cherry blossom territory before them. Zhu Yeqing downed the potion in one gulp, feeling her spiritual energy rapidly recovering, and exclaimed, "The snow moon eyes produced in Brother Jiang Chen's territory are truly excellent." Not only can they restore spiritual power, but they can also refresh the mind. Because it was a medicine created by Li Hani to treat her dark circles, Jiang Chen simply named it Snow Moon Eyes. Soon, the Imperial Guardsman respectfully replied, "Young master, the enemy has been completely annihilated." Zhu Yeqing selected Destroy for the territory, and then said, "Next target, the Cherry Blossom territory 30 kilometers to the southeast." The Imperial Guards immediately replied. According to the pulse tracing technique, the aura of that territory has disappeared, indicating that it has likely moved away from the county town. Zhu Yeqing sneered. "A bunch of scoundrels. Why did they have to come knocking on our door?" Great Sumeru sword style. 9 kills of heavenly sound. Tu Shanyi's fluffy tail wagged rapidly, clearly showing how excited she was. Incredible. The Tianyin disciples forming the Sumeru battle formation are truly incredible. Under the command of the Tianyin branch leader, hundreds of Tianyin disciples formed a battle formation and easily defeated the coalition of more than a dozen lords without suffering any losses. Although he was just an ordinary lord. However, her Tianyin disciple was only level 20 and hadn't even used the Wind God's Wing skill. I've made up my mind. From now on, I will only recruit Brother Jiang Chen's Tianyin disciples. I won't trade them even if you give me an epic unit. Similar scenes keep playing out. All the lords of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom were suffering terribly. Support? As soon as there are a lot of people, Jiang Chen will immediately fly over to the Forbidden Town, and then everyone in the town will vanish as if they have evaporated from the face of the earth. No support? They could only watch as the target town was slaughtered. As for retaliating in kind, attacking a small town in Lonyuan Town. Feel sorry. The journey from Sakura Town to Dragon Kingdom Town could take several hours, while Dragon Kingdom reinforcements could arrive in just 1 second. This war is unwinnable. The battle had barely begun when the lords of the Sakura Kingdom collapsed. "Gentlemen, I'll be leaving now. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." "Damn it, what are you afraid of? There's so many of us. Even if Jiang Chen kills them all, it'll take him a month." "All right, then let Jiang Chen kill you first." "Well," Jiang Chen replied while flipping through the household registration records. "Sakuraji Town. Huh? I'll be there in 1 minute." The words fell. Sakuraji Town, which originally had more than 300 lords, was completely wiped out in 1 minute. 330,000, 180,000, 50,000. A few hours later, the number of lords in the Sakura Kingdom has dwindled to less than 1,000, and these are the ones who truly refuse to leave, even at the cost of their lives. Jiang Chen didn't hold back and directly issued a kill order. Night falls. Jiang Chen looked at the clean and tidy household registration records with satisfaction and posted an announcement on the Lonyuan County channel. "The Cherry Blossom Lords have been completely wiped out. We have won." A wave of jubilation swept through the area. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and called a video conference. "Is there anyone willing to be the county magistrate?" Although the county magistrate held immense power, possessing authority over matters such as territorial migration and household registration management, it was a demanding and mentally taxing job. Jiang Chen didn't want to tie in Chuxia, this lucky star, to county government affairs. Ying Yiman immediately raised her hand. "I want to be the county magistrate." Jiang Chen glared at her. "I was referring to the county magistrate. The main bonuses for a county lieutenant are troop type and hero attributes. However, this girl didn't suggest buying the county magistrate's position, so it seems she's learned her lesson." Announcement. Lord Ying Yiman has been appointed as the county commandant of Lonyuan County. Yiren suddenly said, "If Brother Jiang Chen trusts me, then let me give the position of county magistrate." "Of course I trust you," Jiang Chen said immediately. "From now on, I'll have to work hard for you, Yiren. I have a blueprint for a military building here. Consider it your salary. If no one is willing to be the county magistrate, he will have no choice but to hire a professional manager from a headhunting firm at a high salary to manage the county." Just as Yiren was about to refuse, she exclaimed, "Damn it, Seeing this, Jiang Chen smiled slightly. The Tianyin branch still needs to increase its promotion. In recent days, Tianyin Pavilion has accumulated tens of thousands of points of sect luck. If all of them are used to improve the Empress's cultivation technique, the Empress's strength will instantly surpass Yan's. Announcement: Lord Yiren has been appointed as the Assistant Magistrate of Lonyuan County. In Yiman, there are over 900 abandoned towns that need to be taken over. Yiren will be very busy now. Xiao Wushang exclaimed. A few dozen people can take over a small town. The resources per capita are truly terrifying. Jiang Chen laughed. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. After all, we defeated 10 times our number of people. Night. Jiang Chen had just enjoyed a sumptuous dinner at Zuixinlu and a massage at Zizaishan when he was drawn to a notification. Hint: Lord Zhang Hao has forcibly relocated to Lonyuan County. Hint: Lord Zhang Hao has forcibly moved into Lonyuan Town. Holy crap! Jiang Chen exclaimed in surprise. Where did this formidable person come from? After using a regular relocation order, you can only randomly relocate to a town that has opened relocation permissions. Only a high-level relocation order can force a relocation. The cost of forced relocation is that the level of buildings in the territory will be reduced by at least one level, and the units in the territory will also suffer significant attribute penalties. The most crucial point is, even if you move in, it won't make a difference. Although the county magistrate cannot expel you, he can destroy you. Could it be that this guy is after me? Jiang Chen guessed correctly. The lord named Zhang Hao immediately contacted Jiang Chen and got straight to the point. Greetings, Lord Jiang Chen. I am Zhang Hao, representing the Ying family of Xianqin. I am here on behalf of Miss Ying Yiman. Jiang Chen's mind raced. This has alarmed Ying Yiman's parents. But what do you mean by coming here for the sake of winning Yiman? Could it be that Ying Zheng misunderstood something? Then what follows is the scene of the woman's family trying to break up the couple. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. In this situation, the woman's family will usually provide a sum of money to get rid of the man. This is free money. Chapter 129, The Descents of Will. The Temple of Destiny. 1 minute later, Zhang Hao stepped out of the teleportation array, glanced at the Tianyin Pavilion standing in the center of the territory, and sighed. This must be the unit building you reverse-engineered. It is indeed magnificent. The existence of the Tianyin branch is no secret. It would seem too fake for Jiang Chen's territory not to have a Tianyin Pavilion. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Hao said respectfully, I am merely a vessel. Please wait a moment. As he spoke, Zhang Hao set up a simple array. A mysterious aura emanated from Zhang Hao. Descent. Jiang Chen straightened his back instantly. There are many kinds of descent. What we are seeing now is simply the most basic and least costly manifestation of will. The arrival was completed quickly. Zhang Hao glanced at Jiang Chen's territory a few times, then looked at Jiang Chen and said indifferently, Young man, do you know that you are about to face a great calamity? Jiang Chen thought to himself, just as I expected. However, such a clumsy method of intimidation is not the style of an emperor. On second thought, given Ying Zheng's status, it would be normal for him to delegate such matters to his subordinates. Jiang Chen smiled and asked, May I ask how I should address you, senior? My surname is Zhao. Zhang Hao repeated himself when he saw that he hadn't intimidated Jiang Chen. Young man, do you know that you're about to face a terrible disaster? A name immediately popped into Jiang Chen's mind. Senior, which realm and district are you from? Would you like to have something to eat first? Zhao Gao was speechless. Why is this young man not playing by the rules? This isn't the first time he's come. Most people would have knelt and kowtowed long ago upon seeing a powerful being from the upper realm who could command their will. Unless the request is particularly unreasonable, it's just a matter of giving an order. Moreover, he also represented the winners of the immortal Qin dynasty. But Jiang Chen in front of him showed no fear whatsoever and even questioned him about his origins. Young man, do you know? Jiang Chen quickly said, You're facing a major disaster, aren't you? I understand. Senior Zhao, how much money can you offer? Although dissatisfied with Jiang Chen's attitude, Zhao Gao secretly praised Jiang Chen for guessing his purpose. 1 billion spiritual stones. Zhao Gao offered a ridiculously low price. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh that the winners of Xianqin were all tycoons. Make a deal. Anyway, it's all free, Zhao Gao said with satisfaction. The young man knows how to seize the moment. Please rest assured, Lord Zhao, I, Jiang Chen, keep my word. Jiang Chen patted his chest and solemnly promised. Although that girling Yin man is always pestering me, I guarantee that as long as the spirit stones are in place, I will definitely keep my distance from her in the future. Wait. Zhao Gao became increasingly suspicious as he listened, and angrily rebuked. What nonsense are you spouting? Did I guess wrong? Jiang Chen looked directly at Zhao Gao. Then what are you talking about, senior? Zhao Gao didn't know whether Jiang Chen was telling the truth or not. He sneered. Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Be careful, or you'll lose your head. Please enlighten me, senior. Zhao Gao looked down at her and said, 1 billion spirit stones, and you will give up your position as county magistrate to Miss Yin Man. Turn right after you leave. Jiang Chen cupped his hands in greeting. 1 billion spirit stones. Would you like to consider Hosong County next door? Even if Lonyuan County were in a great position right now, it would cost more than this. Seeing Zhao Gao's uncertain expression, which suggested he might raise the price, Jiang Chen said calmly, Senior, there's no need to say anything more. I will not sell Lonyuan County. The county magistrate has a 10% bonus to all attributes, which cannot be bought with spirit stones. Moreover, only the county magistrate will be qualified to advance further and compete for the position of prefect. The increase in the prefect's rank far surpasses that of the county magistrate. There are countless ways for Jiang Chen to make money if he's willing, and he can't give up the great opportunity he's finally achieved. Zhao Gao took a deep breath. You probably don't know my identity, Jiang Chen said. Why don't you tell me in detail what your identity is? Zhao Gao was so angry he almost couldn't catch his breath. Damn, if I could say that, I'd scare you to death. In the end, Zhao Gao did not retaliate, because it was Ying Zheng's order. Just before leaving, he said in a neither soft nor hard way, Young man, don't speak so definitively. It's good to leave yourself a way out. After Zhao Gao's willpower dissipated, Zhang Hao snapped back to reality. He was clearly somewhat dejected and forced a smile, saying, Lord Jiang Chen, I'll be leaving now. I may have to come and bother you again in a few days. Jiang Chen frowned as he watched Zhang Hao step into the teleportation portal. Judging from Zhao Gao's hesitant and fearful demeanor, the purchase of the county magistrate must have been ordered by Ying Zheng. It seems he's worried about his daughter. As for whether Xianqin would send down celestial soldiers to punish him, Jiang Chen was not worried at all. They didn't mention Xianqin's face, because that would expose Ying Inman's identity. Moreover, even if the celestial soldiers really descend, they will still be subject to the rules of heaven. Given Jiang Chen's current strength, it's not certain who will destroy whom. However, by then, Jiang Chen's trump card will be completely exposed. Now, the fear is that Zhao Gao will stop at nothing to achieve his goals and resort to underhanded tactics. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen immediately opened the county town interface. Soon, a county-level announcement appeared. Announcement. Lord Ying Iman has been dismissed from her position as county magistrate. Ying Iman's video request came in quickly. In the video, the little girl looks like a lion with its mane standing on end. Jiang Chen, are you kidding me? Either don't give me the position of county magistrate in the first place, or you dismiss me after giving it to me. Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? But Jiang Chen, with an even more ferocious expression, pointed at Ying Iman's nose and began to curse. You cunning Ying Iman, I thought you were upright and honest, but I never expected you to be such a scheming old hag. You think you can scare me by hiring someone surnamed Zhao? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Never underestimate a young man's potential. Don't think that the immortal Qin winners are so powerful. Even if your ancestor Jiang came, he wouldn't make me submit. Ying Man was stunned by the barrage of criticism. What, someone surnamed Zhao? However, she quickly realized something. Her expression turned somewhat unpleasant, and she gritted her teeth and said, I'll go check. The next morning, Ying Man, accompanied by Zhao Gao who had returned, personally visited to apologize. Zhao Gao was completely different from yesterday. He bowed and apologized, saying that he had acted on his own initiative yesterday, and that it had nothing to do with the master and young lady. To express my apology, Ying Man also shared an important message for free. EC, Free Will, Temple of Destiny. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Since Ying Man was so sincere, Jiang Chen generously forgave them and reinstated Ying Man's official position. However, only Zhao Gao himself probably knows what he was really thinking. Jiang Chen didn't care. Anyway, Ying Man is there to protect us. After dealing with matters concerning Xianqin, Jiang Chen arrived at the Goblin territory. Dark Dock upgrade. Now that it has been determined that Jiaoyu Island is a huge island, now that we have the money, we naturally want to focus all our efforts on developing the Navy. Not to mention, they had just received news from the Temple of Destiny. Buildings will gain new features at levels 3, 7, and 12. I wonder what new features Dark Dock will gain. Chapter 1, 30 Full Promotion, Curse. Note, once Dark Dock reaches level 3, all warships will have the rope gun equipped. Not bad, not bad. Once fired, the rope gun can lock the warship and the target together, making it the most important control equipment in naval warfare. If you encounter a troublesome monster like the Hydra again, a dozen rope guns will shoot out, making it difficult for it to move, let alone run away. Continue upgrading. Thousands more units of resources have evaporated. Note, once Dark Dock reaches level 7, the Ghost Mothership unlocks the building capacity feature. Haha! Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. I never expected to unlock this feature. Building support. As the name suggests, he can now construct buildings on the mothership. Jiang Chen's dream of a deck pool bikini has finally been fulfilled with the last pool. Of course, the swimming pool is secondary. Build a portal. Complete immediately. A portal appeared at the bow of the ship. The portal is a built-in structure of the territory and does not require blueprints. With the portal, Jiang Chen could travel between his territory and the warship at any time. From now on, there's no need to worry about consuming spiritual energy anymore, as you can always return to the fountain of life in your territory to replenish it. Jiang Chen glanced at the energy, then waved his hand. Upgrade. Instantly reach level 5. After consuming 78.39 million energy, Ghost 1 has reached level 5. A Tier 5 warship is equivalent to a Tier 30 unit. Upgrading a legendary warship consumes 5 to 6 times more energy than upgrading a legendary hero. Jiang Chen can gain more than 20 million energy points every day. A ghost warship depleted most of the energy Jiang Chen had accumulated over the past few days. Fortunately, it was great value for money. After the dazzling upgrade, Aura faded. Ghost 1 is about 1/3 larger, and its main attribute have changed. Quality, Legendary, Star, Level 5. Weapons, Main Gun, Energy Level 2500, 1, Secondary Gun, Energy Level 1000, 24, Shield, Energy Level 3000, Ghost Fighter 60. Armor, 2000. Maximum Speed, 120 knots. Energy, 60,000/60,000. Characteristic, with a main gun of 2,500 energy, even half of the level 30 legendary heroes can't withstand a single shot. The number of ghost fighters has increased to 60, and their combat power is no weaker than that of the Griffin of the same class. Most importantly, the ghost fighter does not occupy territory population. This is truly an invincible warship. Jiang Chen sighed. Then I upgraded Angel Reincarnation Pool and Drunken Immortal Pavilion to level 7. The level 7 Angel Rebirth Pool grants the Archangel a new skill, Resurrection, which can revive a unit that has just died. Although not as good as Yan's Dark Dimension Imprint, it still greatly enhances the Archangel's support capabilities. Once the Drunken Immortal Pavilion is upgraded to level 7, the special effect Home of Culinary Arts will be unlocked, which allows you to train high-quality chefs. With more chefs, production naturally increases, which brings in another source of income. Just then, the Empress suddenly let out a delicate shout. "Master, watch out!" Jiang Chen also sensed the anomaly. He turned his head and saw a blurry, unseen figure appear out of thin air and lunge at him. The Empress unleashed terrifying spiritual power, standing in front of Jiang Chen. To her shock, the dark figure seemed to be in a different time and space from her, passing directly over her body and then disappearing into Jiang Chen's body. Warning: Lord Nanami Junichiro has cast the Black Death Curse on you. Achoo! Jiang Chen sneezed. Note: the Black Death Curse has been removed. What the hell? Desan County. Several people knelt facing each other, their expressions somber. On the altar to the side, the Cherry Blossom Lord lay dead. Tokuyama Prefecture Magistrate Toyotomi Hidaichi's face was filled with grief. Lord Nanami, who cursed Jiang Chen with his life, is a hero of our great Sakura Empire. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen has no sense of honor whatsoever. I have repeatedly provoked him into a life or death duel on the state channel, but he seems not to see it at all. The plump female Sakura Lord beside him said coldly, Jiang Chen cruelly murdered members of the Kamaya, Mori, Koizumi, and Oda families, and also used despicable means to control 3 eldest daughters of the Hojo family. He deserves to be executed by slow slicing. Dying under a curse is too good for him. Toyotomi Hidaichi sighed. Jiang Chen has received Heavenly Dao rewards multiple times, and his physique has definitely exceeded 300 points, possibly even reaching 400 points. The stronger the physique, the stronger the resistance to curses. Otherwise, Lord Nanami would not have needed to risk his life to activate the curse. A man with a mustache shouted, Lord Nanami is the most powerful sorcerer in Jiaoao Prefecture of my Sakura Kingdom. Jiang Chen is doomed. The others also shouted loudly. Finally, I have avenged my brother. In remembrance of the spirit of the Cherry Blossom Lord of Qingyang County. Sir, are you all right? The Empress touched Jiang Chen repeatedly, almost bursting into tears. Fine. Jiang Chen rubbed his itchy nose, looking puzzled. Nanami? If I remember correctly, the Nanami family is one of the most powerful sorcery lord families in Sakura country. But this curse is too weak. Could it be that this Nanami Junichiro just wants to say hello to me? Wrong. Jiang Chen quickly realized that he possessed nearly 2,000 points of physical strength. Among these old, underhanded tricks, assassination in dreams relies on the soul, while curse-based killing relies on the body. Perhaps it's not that the curse is too weak, but that I am too strong. Although it looks like a farce, but this incident served as a wake-up call for Jiang Chen. He's not afraid of curses, but what about the others? For example, people like Enchusha and Little Fox. Should we? I just thought of this. Beep, beep, beep. Enchusha sent a video request. After the connection was established, not only Enchusha was on the other end, but also City Lord and Loashi. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Lord City Lord, it's been a long time. Seeing that Jiang Chen was unharmed, and Loashi breathed a sigh of relief, then said with a solemn expression, Jiang Chen, we have just learned that there's a direct descendant of the Nanami family in Sakura County, Fukuoka Prefecture. You are now a thorn in the side of the Japanese nation, and I'm afraid they will cast a spell on you. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment and said, Could this genius from the Nanami family be named Nanami Junichiro? And Loashi was taken aback, then sighed. It seems you have your own sources of information. I was overthinking it. Jiang Chen immediately said seriously, I only just found out by chance. Thank you for the reminder, Lord City Lord. This was just an accident. Jiang Chen still needs information about Loashi. Moreover, since it was a kind reminder, I should naturally appreciate it. And Loashi's face showed a look of relief. Jiang Chen noticed the weariness in Luoshi's eyes and said, "The city lord doesn't look too well." And Chu Xiao pouted and said, "Isn't it all for making money?" Making money? Jiang Chen was taken aback, and then received a notification. Note: Lord Chu Xiao has mailed you 20 million spirit stones through the exchange. This is the money from the Tianyin branch. The price of a regular excellent troop building blueprint is around several million spirit stones, but the Tianyin disciples' cost-effectiveness is too high, even higher than that of an epic troop. So I'll price it at 20 million spirit stones. And Luoshi joked, "To raise this 20 million, I've already started selling off my assets." For a powerful lord like Luoshi, who has been developing for over 20 years, making money is naturally much easier than for a new lord. But she has many more places to spend money. For example, opening a portal to the outer battlefield might require 1 million spirit stones. The main problem is that Jiang Chen has brought out so many good things during this period that he has already squeezed Luoshi dry. It can be derived. Both mother and daughter are the type who don't like to take advantage of others. Although the Tianyin branch is good, 20 million spirit stones is already considered a high price. Jiang Chen did not refuse. "In that case, I'll accept the money." And Luoshi sighed. "Jiang Chen, no matter how good your things are, I can't afford them." And Chu Xiao also stated firmly, "I absolutely will not buy it." Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, "I'm sending you something. Take a look first and then comment." Chapter 131. What do you say, Lord Jiang Chen? A moment later, the in-family mother and daughter were dumbfounded. Life source matter? Life source matter that can enhance aptitude. If the curse had been directed at Chu Xia, she would have been severely injured, if not killed. The 8-9 arcane arts cannot be mastered overnight. A bottle of life essence no longer has such a significant effect on him, but it can transform others completely. Jiang Chen asked with a smile, "Do you need anything?" And Luoshi took a deep breath and said, "I'm going to get the money right now." In that instant, Luoshi thought of many things. Jiang Chen was able to produce the life source essence, proving that he had at least drunk one bottle. In addition, with the heavenly Tao's reward attributes, one is generally not afraid of curses. But she was a smart woman. She saw through it, but didn't say anything. And Chu Xia held her mother's hand and said, "Mom, if you keep buying these, I'll soon become a freeloader." And Luoshi gently stroked her daughter's hair and comforted her softly. "In Mom's heart, you've always been a freeloader." 3 days later, it was still beside that altar. This time, however, there were a few more county heads. Bang! Toyotomi Hidaichi slammed his fist on the table in anger. It's not just that Jiang Chen isn't dead, he's supposedly still alive and kicking. The fat woman said, "It must be because this kid happens to possess a treasure that can resist curses. That must be it." These words were spoken. Everyone wore expressions of frustration. Could it be that Jiang Chen is truly not destined to die? By Amaterasu Amakami. Why are you protecting a Chinese person? If Amaterasu Amakami likes Jiang Chen, then please take him away. Snap, snap, snap. Toyotomi Hidaichi clapped his hands and said, "All right, everyone. We have now entered 27 county towns in the prefecture. It is said that the Chinese military has offered high prices to several counties in the country, including Lighthouse, South Korea, and North Korea. Everyone should think about how to deal with this. As for Jiang Chen, no matter how strong he is, he's still just one person. Let's put him aside for now." In Jiang Chen's territory, the core members of the Dragon Alliance are gathered together. This was also the first time Jiang Chen had met Zhu Yeqing and Yi Erin in person. After exchanging pleasantries, Mu Qing shared the Jiangnan military region's decision with everyone. A moment later, Ying Man frowned and said, "It's one thing to unite with the Northern Bear Country, but why also unite with the Lighthouse Country and South Korea?" Mu Qing patiently explained. Of the county magistrates in Jiaoao Prefecture, those from Japan account for about 50%, those from China account for 30%, and those from other countries account for 20% in total. The current situation is much better than when we first broke through the domain, But as you know, the larger the scale of the war, the more insignificant the power of an individual becomes. Moreover, our Longyuan County currently only has tens of thousands of lords. This time, the authorities have paid a huge price to win over these counties. Jiang Chen didn't care about this. I am willing to obey the military region's arrangements in this matter. As long as these counties don't cause any trouble, he won't bother with them. Mu Qing breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Jiang Chen had agreed. Could boss Jiang Chen participate in the alliance's video conference later? Jiang Chen saw no need to be different. Of course, Win. You can go in now. Good. Soon. Jiang Chen opened the video conferencing channel, enlarged the screen, and set it to be visible to everyone. There are currently only 3 people in the channel, all of whom are county magistrates from the Dragon Kingdom, including Zhao Lingshan, the county magistrate from the later Song dynasty. Upon seeing Jiang Chen log on, Zhao Lingshan immediately greeted him warmly. Brother Jiang, you remain silent until you speak. Then your words are astonishing. According to the latest rankings from the Heavenly Mystery Hall, Brother Jiang's self-created troop type, Heavenly Sound Disciple, has risen to 58th place in the rankings of outstanding troop types in the Blue Star region. The Heavenly Secrets Palace is the largest intelligence organization on Earth, and it always likes to create rankings. 58th. Jiang Chen was taken aback. How could it be so low? Zhao Lingshan was speechless. This is a ranking of all the self-created outstanding military units that have existed on the entire planet for countless millennia. Zhu Yeqing leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear and whispered something. Brother Jiang Chen, ranking 58th is already amazing. Even my ancestor Zhu Di's self-created outstanding troop type, the Doyen 3 Guards, only ranked 72nd. Jiang Chen smiled but didn't say anything. It seems the Heavenly Mystery Hall's intelligence is lagging behind. At least they don't know about the wings of the Wind God. Otherwise, the disciples of Tianyin could definitely rank in the top 30 or even higher. At this moment, Zhao Lingshan continued. I heard that Brother Jiang has already deduced the blueprints for troop building. I wonder if you could sell me a few. Sure, but you'll have to wait in line first. Jiang Chen smiled. If County Magistrate Lingshan is in a hurry, she can exchange the cup of wine skill book for it. We'll trade 1 for 1. A cup of wine is the signature skill of the Song Dynasty royal family. It is of high quality, B grade, and can weaken the target hero's command effect, making it very useful. Zhao Lingshan said regretfully, the skill of drinking wine is extremely precious, and I am not even qualified to learn it myself. Ying Man leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear and whispered, she's lying. Jiang Chen was speechless. It seems the winners had thoroughly investigated the situation at Jiaoyu Island long ago. Soon, Representatives Andre from the United States, AP from India, Lee Young AE from South Korea, and Alexei from North Korea entered the meeting one after another. Andre is a descendant of one of the 12 directors of the Free Will Council. Apu's ancestor was named Au, a powerful lord whom my father often praised. Unfortunately, Au's descendants were disappointing. Li Jin AI is from the Li family of South Korea. You know the Li family, right? They're the ones who always claim that the Shengtang Li family is a branch of their family. Alexei is a descendant of Saint Peter, who is one of the most powerful domain lords in our seventh heaven. Ying Man possessed top-notch intelligence and voluntarily took on the role of interpreter. The military representative from the Dragon Kingdom was a middle-aged colonel named Li Feng, who reportedly gave up his territory in the old district, which had been developed for over 20 years, in order to take charge of the new district. Li Feng shouted, just as we said before, if we can seize Jiaoao Prefecture this time, the prefectural government's territory will be in a prime position. As Li Feng continued to make promises, Jiang Chen's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Ying Man said in a deep voice, in this way, wouldn't we have to give up most of the benefits of seizing the state capital to these few counties? Wouldn't that allow the lords of these countries to enjoy even greater privileges than our Dragon Kingdom's lords? Currently, there are 9 islands in Longwa County, Jiaoyu Prefecture, while the other 4 countries combined only have 6. Mu Qingxuang said helplessly, "If we unite, we can still get half of the benefits, but if these counties side with Japan, we will lose the entire prefecture. Who told us to be born in the front-line war zone?" Several county towns are waiting for the right price to go. At this moment, Li Feng has already stated all the terms. Andre from Keilang County suddenly laughed and said, "Lord Li Feng's conditions are very sincere, but there's one more thing to add." Li Feng said in a deep voice, "Mr. Andre, please speak." Andre rose, gave a graceful bow, and then said, "We all know that Mr. Jiang Chen won the position of County Magistrate of Qingyang County by electing himself. Oh, sorry, it should be called Longyuan County now. There is widespread speculation that Lord Jiang Chen has seized control of the highly productive epic-level shipyard. Now that we are allies, we should naturally be honest with each other and share resources. What do you say, Your Excellency Jiang Chen?" Chapter 132, A Clever Resolution. Lord Killpoints. These words were spoken. The expressions on everyone's faces varied. The people of Longyuan County were naturally filled with righteous indignation. The little fox was so angry that its tail stood on end. That scoundrel, he's putting Brother Jiang Chen on the hot seat. Liang Ae and Oppo immediately chimed in, suggesting that the treasures from the Tianyin branch and time-space farm should also be shared. Alexei was somewhat better off. He was willing to buy at market price. Even many county magistrates from the Dragon Kingdom had their eyes gleaming. They naturally hoped to divide up the good stuff in Jiang Chen's hands. Fortunately, those who could become county magistrates were somewhat shrewd and didn't speak up to help. They simply remained silent. Jiang Chen took in everyone's expressions, leaned back to find a comfortable position, and said, "Mr. Andre, you can sit down and talk. There's no need to be so respectful to me." After saying that, Jiang Chen ignored Andre's stiff expression and asked Li Feng directly, "What does the commander mean?" Li Feng immediately shouted, "Personal property is sacred and inviolable. Brother Jiang Chen, don't worry. With the military region here, no one can morally blackmail you." As the temporary head of the war zone, Li Feng naturally obtained first-hand information about Jiang Chen. From the moment Jiang Chen was born until he recently won the position of county magistrate, all the information was carefully analyzed by a dedicated team. The final conclusion was that Jiang Chen felt a sense of belonging to the Dragon Kingdom, but he was definitely not a hot-blooded young man who would sacrifice himself for the Dragon Kingdom with just a few words of deception. Rather, he was a cunning old fox. Moreover, Jiang Chen not only possesses great fortune, but is also an absolute genius with many imaginative and unconventional ideas. In particular, the idea of creating Pinduoduo has reportedly been approved by the highest-ranking research institute in the Dragon Kingdom, and they will soon be able to create an unkillable unit. If such a genius is forced into becoming a bloodthirsty lord, or even a hostile force, then there will be no way to even cry. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with Li Feng's attitude. Therefore, Jiang Chen gave the military region face and adopted a relatively gentle approach to resolve the issue. "I heard that a Temple of Destiny has been discovered in Keilang Town. Why don't we share it as well? The town's fortune is fundamental to the territory's development, especially given that Jiang Chen also possesses a dragon vein. But Jiang Chen no longer had the betting token. Therefore, this Temple of Fortune is the only source of fortune at present. Unfortunately, even with the winner's intelligence, they were unable to obtain the exact coordinates of this Temple of Destiny from the town of Keilang. All that is known is that the guardian monster of the Temple of Destiny is too strong, and Keilang Town has not yet made a move." As soon as Jiang Chen said this, everyone's attention turned to Andre. "This is the Temple of Destiny." Andre's expression changed drastically. "How do you know about the Temple of Destiny?" Jiang Chen didn't explain, and continued, "How about this? I'll use an epic warship to buy the coordinates of the Temple of Destiny. Then everyone can compete for it based on their own abilities. Okay." Andre snorted coldly and said nothing more. Li Feng gave Jiang Chen a big thumbs up at his heart. This solution is brilliant. If you ask me to bring out something good, does that mean you have to bring out something good too? Although there were some twists and turns. However, Li Feng remained resolute in his stance on Jiang Chen's matter and finally reached an agreement with these counties. Li Feng said, "Please rest assured, as long as we can seize control of Jiaoao Prefecture, our Dragon Kingdom will absolutely fulfill its promises." He was just about to announce the end of the meeting. Zhao Lingshan suddenly shouted, "Look, the county-level ranking competition has been triggered." Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately opened the state government channel. An announcement has been pinned to the top. Announcement: the first county-level ranking competition is now open. The rules are as follows. Ranking details. Lord Kill Points. Click to view rules. The top-ranked county grants the county magistrate plus 100 to all attributes. All residents plus 40 to all attributes. The county magistrate's town plus 10 to its fortune, and all other towns plus 2 to their fortune. The second-ranked county grants the county magistrate plus 50 to all attributes. All residents plus 20 to all attributes. The county magistrate's town plus 5 to its fortune, and all other towns plus 1 to their fortune. The third-ranked county town grants the county magistrate a plus 30 bonus to all attributes. All residents a plus 10 bonus to all attributes. And a town where the magistrate resides a plus 3 luck bonus. Counties ranked 4th, 10th. County magistrates all attributes plus 20. County residents all attributes plus 5. County magistrates town's fortune plus 2. Settlement time. 12 o'clock noon, 15 days from now. The points list will be refreshed daily at noon. Finally, the first county-level ranked match has been triggered. Ying Yi Man looked at Zhu Yeqing. "Little Zhu, Lord level slaughter, that's your forte." As the name suggests, only the Lord can earn points by personally killing monsters. Zhu Yeqing was initially delighted, but then sighed. "I'm confident I can take on 1,000 ordinary lords, but our county only has tens of thousands of people, while other counties have at least hundreds of thousands." These words were spoken. Everyone present looked grim. Even Jiang Chen frowned. As a top student, Jiang Chen naturally knew the rules of the county-level ranking competition, but even so, he could not leave the Sakura Kingdom Lord in the county. If the ranking criteria are resource points or agricultural index, Jiang Chen is almost certain to win as long as he's willing to spend the money. But it's specifically kill points and Lord Kill Points at that. At this moment, Wei Ming suggested, "According to the rules, the kill points double for every 5 levels higher than the monster you kill. There are quite a few strong people in our town, especially the big shot Zhu Yeqing. Should we try to get into the top 10? And Chu Xia objected, saying, "Leaving aside farming lords and entertainment lords, even warlords rarely fight monsters themselves. If we suddenly make them fight, many lords will probably perish." Jiang Chen, however, keenly grasped a key piece of information. Does killing monsters 5 levels higher double your kill points? He immediately checked the points rules and found that it was indeed the case. With the 8-9 arcane arts, attribute books, legendary spiritual items, and heavenly Dao rewards, Jiang Chen's combat power far exceeds his level, making him most adept at killing monsters of higher levels. He thought for a moment and said, "Points are refreshed daily. Let's have the brothers from Longyuan County try their best for a day first, and then check our rankings again tomorrow at noon. If we have a chance, we'll compete for it. But Chu Xia is right. Safety first." Jiang Chen wanted to give it a try. "If I go all out, how many points can I earn a day?" Jiang Chen made the final decision, and everyone else nodded in agreement. Zhu Yeqing said, "With my current strength, I can kill ordinary monsters that are at least 25 levels higher than me." Jiang Chen immediately instructed, "Then you should kill monsters that are 20 levels higher than your level. Otherwise, you'll be in danger if you encounter a boss." "I know." Zhu Yeqing nodded emphatically. "If there is any hope of making it into the top 10, I will immediately invite some of my brothers and sisters from the Zhu family to move here. Most of them are military lords." Ying Yi Man exclaimed, "Everyone says that the Ming domain has many war gods, and it truly lives up to its reputation." After everyone reached a consensus, Yiren immediately posted the Dragon Alliance's decision on the Longyuan County channel. The sudden triggering of the Lord Kill ranking tournament elicited varying reactions from the county magistrates in the live stream. Lord Kill points. Zhao Lingshan said, seemingly a little frustrated. After driving out the Sakura Lord, the Dragon Kingdom Lord in Hosong County only has 600,000 left. We have no advantage. Another county magistrate from the Dragon Kingdom, Chao Ziqing, said, according to the rules, while the number of people is important, the main thing is which county has more martial merit lords. After all, martial merit lords can kill monsters of higher levels. Andre laughed and said, Mr. Chao is right. Even Longyuan County, with only tens of thousands of people, is not without hope of making it into the top 10. Although Andre's tone was sincere, but anyone with a brain knows this is a joke. Jiang Chen wasn't angry. We're just giving it a try. We'll see everyone's scores tomorrow. If the difference is too big, Longyuan County will give up on this county-level ranking competition. After exiting the video, Jiang Chen complained to Ying Man, Hey boss, when are we going to get the coordinates for that Temple of Destiny? Ying Man sighed helplessly. There's nothing we can do. Only Andre and a few trusted men know the coordinates. However, that Temple of Destiny is in a level 55 monster area. Even if we knew the coordinates, with our current level, we probably wouldn't be able to go there to defeat it. Zhu Yeqing said, Brother Jiang Chen, if there's nothing else, I'll go back and grind some monsters, etc. Jiang Chen suddenly thought of something and called out to the others. Equipment can also enhance a lord's combat power. I have some equipment here. See if you can use it. Even if you can't, you can go back and distribute it to the other lords in the town. As he spoke, Jiang Chen opened several of his equipment warehouses. At first, no one paid much attention. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's warehouse, gasps of surprise erupted from all sides. Holy crap! How come there's so much equipment? How many people did you rob? There's still so much excellent equipment. Not counting the equipment Jiang Chen obtained during his exploration, the Sakura lords he controlled alone comprised most of the top lords in the entire county. The visual impact of having all the wealth of these lords piled up together is unimaginable. These are all the ones that the disciples of Tianyin left behind. After everyone dispersed, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and then mailed another bottle of the water of life to Zhu Yeqing. He was genuinely afraid that this guy was pushing himself too hard and might kill himself. Next, Jiang Chen didn't rush to kill monsters, but instead started looking through his trashy set of equipment and skill books. A dozen minutes later, Jiang Chen said softly, consuming 20 million spirit stones to enhance Origin Divine Fist Upper, consuming 4 million spirit stones to enhance the 7-star Immortal Armor, consuming 4 million spirit stones to enhance. Chapter 133, The Terrifying Origin God Fist. Time to grind. To do something well, you must first have the right tools. Jiang Chen spent nearly 40 million spirit stones to enhance himself with a set of level 20 legendary equipment and a legendary skill. Like the 8-9 arcane arts, the Origin Divine Fist is legendary in its upper part alone and is the signature technique of the 9 pure supreme heaven. If it weren't for this qualifying round, Jiang Chen would never have been so extravagant. Wouldn't it be better to use 40 million spirit stones to build 2 more ghost motherships? Because killing monsters above his level grants a points bonus, Jiang Chen did not level up and remained at level 20. Even so, after equipping the gear, Jiang Chen's combat power instantly surged to 1450 stars, and his physique exceeded 2,400 points. He strode into the portal and appeared on Ghost 1. At this moment, Ghost 1 is in a level 60C area, where hundreds of elite warbodes are frantically attacking the uninvited guest in front of it. The Empress was organizing the battle against the enemy when she saw Jiang Chen and immediately stood guard in front of him. Sir, what brings you here? This is a level 60 monster zone. It's very dangerous. Hey, you look quite dashing in that outfit. Jiang Chen laughed and said, I'll try out my new skill. New skill? The Empress was momentarily stunned. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and aimed a punch at the area with the highest concentration of monsters. Rumble. Whether it was her imagination or not, the Empress seemed to feel a booming sound in her ears, and the massive ghost one suddenly sank more than an inch. Immediately afterwards, a fist-shaped imprint grew in the wind, quickly expanding to the size of several acres. Puff, puff, puff. The dozens of frigate birds in front of the fist imprint exploded into clouds of blood mist without even struggling. The fist imprint traveled several hundred meters before gradually fading away. Yet, a black mark remained in the void, with faint spatial bubbles visible, as if the world were flickering. You killed the frigate bird elite, gaining 1468 energy, 180 spirit stones, 3072 lord kill points, and 1 excellent treasure chest. You killed. A level 60 monster has a base score of 6 points. For every 5 levels higher than the monster's level, the score doubles. Jiang Chen killed a monster 40 levels higher than his opponent. For elite quality monsters, the score doubles again. Although he knew the scoring rules, Jiang Chen still burst into laughter upon seeing the terrifying number of points. Jiang Chen began to assess his own combat strength. Elite quality level 60 monsters have a combat power between 700 and 800 stars, and it takes several of Jiang Chen's troops to kill one. Jiang Chen killed dozens of animals with a single punch, and it seems the damage was still overflowing. That's incredible. Jiang Chen looked at his fist. No wonder Zhu Yeqing likes being a military lord. It's really cool. This is merely the entry-level origin god fist. If one could reach the minor mastery, perfection, or even the ultimate realm, what kind of power would it possess? The only drawback is that it consumes too much spiritual energy. After the punch, the hundreds of frigate birds that were still besieging the mothership let out a series of piercing screams and fled in all directions. Everyone on the warship was stunned by this punch. This was immediately followed by cheers. Long live the Lord! Invincible! Invincible! The Empress's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "My lord, how did your attributes increase so much again? And this fist technique is so domineering." Suddenly, a notification from heaven sounded. Note: out of respect for the strong, Angel Yan's favorability increases by 1, currently at 98 points. Immediately afterwards, Angel Yan landed on the deck, looking incredulous. "Are you really the Lord?" The ship's spirit, Xiao Mei, also appeared, looking resentful, and said, "Lord, you almost trampled Xiao Mei just now." "Ha ha!" Jiang Chen laughed loudly. "Xiao Mei, head to the level 70 monster map immediately." Xiao Mei was startled. "Wouldn't that be a bit risky?" "No problem." Jiang Chen thought for a moment and added, "as long as we don't encounter any legendary monsters." A level 70 epic monster has a combat power of about 4,500 stars, which shouldn't be too difficult to deal with given the current lineup on the ship. Moreover, Jiang Chen still has energy. If he really encounters a legendary monster, he can simply temporarily upgrade Ghost 1 to level 7 and escape. With just one strike, I gained over 100,000 points. Plus, I still have a few baits in hand, so it seems like taking first place isn't out of the question. Soon, Ghost 1 fought its way to the level 70 monster zone. Even ordinary level 70 monsters have a combat power of 1,000 stars. Apart from the Empress and Kazuhiko, even ordinary angels dare not easily leave the mothership's protective shield. Heavenly Pivot Sword Chi. Jiang Chen stood atop the mast, braving the wind, and gently swung the 7-star immortal sword. A sword aura of extreme concentration shot out, slicing an elite tiger shark warrior 100 meters away in two. This is one of the sword energies that comes with the 7-star set. Although it is not as terrifying as the Origin God Fist, it is superior in that it saves spiritual energy. You killed a Tiger Shark Warrior, Elite, gaining 1880 energy, 180 Spirit Stones, 14336 Lord Kill Points, and 1 excellent treasure chest. The energy didn't increase much, but the points multiplied several times over again. Not bad, not bad. Swish, swish, swish. Jiang Chen unleashed dozens more sword energies, slaying all the visible tiger shark warriors. Another hundreds of thousands of points were added to his account. Jiang Chen downed a bottle of Snow Moon Eyes and said softly, "Xiao Mei, patrol this area." "Yes, my lord." Jiang Chen handled the situation with ease, but for safety reasons, he did not go any further. While searching for the monster, Jiang Chen opened the Longyuan County channel. Haha, finally kill a monster, and a level 25 one at that. 2 points earned. Wow, bro, you're already level 30. Sigh, I only have an F level aptitude. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. After all, ordinary people still make up the majority. Back then, his E-level qualification was considered genius, even at Donghai No. 3 middle school. Some people questioned, our county only has tens of thousands of people. Is it worth it for us to risk our lives to personally fight monsters? And Xuxia immediately explained, killing monsters above your level earns a lot of points. Our town has many strong individuals, like the powerful Zhu Yeqing, who can kill monsters 25 levels higher. Let's all work together today and see just how far we can go. Zhu Yeqing. That's right, I can get hundreds of points for every monster I kill. As far as Jiang Chen knew, Zhu Yeqing had leveled up to 40 and then went to the level 60 monster map alone, without even bringing any guards, because going to the level 60 map with level 30 epic troops would be suicide. After all, the strongest fighting force of military lord is always himself. It was only thanks to Jiang Chen's life-giving water that Zhu Yeqing survived. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to be so reckless. The little fox suddenly said, Brother Jiang Chen has obtained so many heavenly Dao attribute rewards, he must be able to kill monsters 20 levels higher than him. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, then closed the chat channel. I've worked on it. To be fair, this is the first time Jiang Chen has worked this hard since the server opened. It's fair to say that aside from eating and sleeping, all their time is spent grinding monsters. The next day at noon, Jiang Chen stretched and then opened the Lord Kill Points ranking. In 10 minutes, the Lord Kill Points will be updated for the first time. Jiang Chen also wanted to see how effective his day-long grind would be. Chapter 134 Things have gone too far. The Longyuan County channel is starting to get lively. One lord said, I earned over 8,000 points today. I don't know if I've let my brothers down. Although it was in Versailles, it still drew a lot of 666 comments. Wow, you must have killed at least 1,000 monsters. Haha, I'm not a big shot. It's just that I've loved fighting and swordsmanship since I was a kid, plus the equipment that Boss Zhu Yeqing gave me is awesome. Some people commented with concern. Is the guy heading to a high-level map? He must be careful. Thanks for your concern, brother. A scene of harmony. Xiao Wushang said, if we calculate it this way, our county's points should reach at least 80 million. Yi Iren, not only that, there are so many big shots in our town. Wei Ming, if we can make into the top 15 this time, we can compete for the ranking rewards. Beep, beep, beep. And Xuxia sent a video request. Hey, Jiang Chen, you're still at sea? After seeing Jiang Chen's background, and Xuxia was taken aback, then asked mysteriously, Jiang Chen, guess how many points I earned? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, 600,000. And Xuxia boasted, haha, it's over 800,000. Jiang Chen exclaimed, looks like you worked the night shift yesterday. And Xuxia consumed the life source essence, reaching AC level aptitude. After completing her attributes, she was equivalent to an outstanding hero. With the added attribute bonuses from top-tier equipment, it's now easy to defeat monsters 15 levels higher, and even those 20 levels higher can be managed with a little caution. Let's give it our all on the first day, and let's give our brothers in Longyuan County more confidence. And Xuxia yawned, then asked curiously, how many points did you accumulate? With so many attribute bonuses, killing monsters 25 levels higher shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Me? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, more than 100 million. This earned him a roll of his eyes from Xuxia. You're so unserious. The two chatted casually, and Xuxia suddenly said, The points are about to be refreshed. You could tell the little girl was a bit nervous. Doziokloki Sharpi. Lord Kill points are refreshed as scheduled. Jiang Chen was stunned when he saw the result. This is outrageous. 1. Longyuan County, 268 million. 2. Kaling County, 242 million. 3. Desan County, 225 million. 4. Weixian County, 221 million. 5. On the County Town channel. Huangxian, someone tell me what happened. Wei Ming, let me tell you, we're number 1 in Longyuan County. Huangxian, someone asked. Boss Iran, you just said many bosses. How many exactly? Yi Iran was also dumbfounded. But as the county magistrate's second in command, he naturally couldn't panic at this moment, and could only offer a forced explanation. Ha! My Longyuan County is full of hidden talents. Otherwise, how could we defeat a lord from the Sakura Kingdom who outnumbers us tenfold? She made up her mind. She would have a good talk with Jiang Chen later. Yi Iran's words were ambiguous, but the effect was very good. Wow, there are probably at least 100 powerful players here who can kill monsters 20 levels higher than us. So, the big shots had this all planned out in advance. If we can win first place, our whole town will be blessed. Don't be too happy yet. This is only the first day. That's right. Brothers, we need to keep up the good work. We can't let the big shots down. In an instant, their momentum surged. Ying Yinman and Zhu Yeqing remained silent. They probably knew how much wealth Longyuan County had, and they both thought of Jiang Chen at the same time. The little fox suddenly said, Ha! I've earned 1 million points. Am I proud of myself? Jiang Chen exclaimed. Ye is so smart and thoughtful. Based on his understanding of the little fox, scoring 10,000 points would be the absolute maximum. Clearly, the little fox has already begun its work of confusing the public. In fact, Jiang Chen earned approximately 140 million points in one day. He wanted to see how much of a gap there was between Longyuan County and other counties after he went all out. But unexpectedly, he stormed into first place. At this moment, and Chusha on the other end of the video finally came to her senses and subconsciously rubbed her eyes. After confirming that he wasn't seeing things, he suddenly looked up at Jiang Chen and said incredulously, You 100 million? You're not kidding. Jiang Chen said solemnly, Director, and please do a good job of strategic deception. But 100 million points, that's like killing monsters several levels higher. And Chusha finally accepted the fact, and then exclaimed, Ye reacts faster than me. We're not the only dark horses. Jiang Chen looked at the second-place team. I remember Kaling County only had 400,000 lords, but now they've taken second place, even surpassing Desan County. They're our biggest rival. Desan County was the first county magistrate to be elected in Jiaoao Prefecture, but now it has been suppressed by Kaling County. And Chusha nodded and said, Many lords in the Lighthouse country use nanotechnology to enhance their bodies. Although it will limit their future growth, their initial explosive power is really strong. And at this time, Kaling County, which Jiang Chen called a dark horse, is also in chaos. On the Kaling County channel, about a quarter of the lords in our Kaling County have undergone nanotechnology modifications, yet we still lost to Longyuan County, which only has tens of thousands of people. I've heard that the Zhu family of the Ming domain has a military lord in Longyuan County. Even the strongest martial lord can only have a few million points each. That depends on how strong the martial lord is. After all, the points will double for every 5 levels higher you kill a monster. If you can kill a monster 30 levels higher, each monster will be worth nearly 1,000 points. Don't forget about Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has received Heavenly Dao rewards multiple times, which amount to hundreds of points in all attributes. Andre listened to everyone's analysis, his expression turning grim. He was making fun of Longyuan County yesterday, and today he got a good slap in the face. Damn Jiang Chen, damn Longyuan County. That's 10 points of town luck and 100 points of all attributes. Lord killing is a specialty of our Beacon Nation. If we miss out on first place this time, with only 400,000 people in Kalang County, we may never have another chance. After thinking for a moment, Andre immediately delivered a passionate speech on the county's local channel. My friends, whatever the reason, Dragon Abyss Town has become our formidable rival. To secure first place, let's all start grinding from now on. Immediately afterwards, Andre then posted a recruitment notice on the state government channel. Kalang County is offering a high-salary recruitment of a martial merit lord. I'm also offering a high-level city relocation order. If you're interested, please send me a private message with a screenshot of your stats. Thank you. Toyotomi Hidaichi suddenly appeared. Toyotomi Hidaichi. Ryujin Town must have used a powerful item, such as a magic scroll, to temporarily surge to first place. I believe that with nano enhancement, Corinne County will ultimately be the winner. Andre felt pleased to hear this and politely said, "Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Toyotomi." To everyone's surprise, Toyotomi Hidaichi continued, "If I were Jiang Chen, I would gladly give you first place. After all, you are allies." This is an attempt to sow discord. Although he knew that Toyotomi Hidaichi had ill intentions, these words struck a chord with Andre. Unfortunately, not everyone is as reasonable as Lord Toyotomi. Watching the conversation between the two, Colonel Li Feng, who had been silently observing, looked rather displeased. This guy, he just formed an alliance with my Dragon Kingdom, and he's already flirting with the Sakura Kingdom. Chapter 135, Comprehensive Upgrade. Huaqing Pool. People in the United States have always only cared about their own interests and have no integrity whatsoever. The adjutant beside him said in an unfriendly tone. I think he said that on purpose, so we could hear it, trying to raise the price. However, Longyuan Town only has tens of thousands of lords, so how did they manage to rack up such a high score? I bet it's related to Jiang Chen again, Li Feng said after a moment of silence. Does Lieutenant Mu Qing have any inside information? The adjutant sighed and said, Lieutenant Mu said that some information is a secret of Longyuan Town, and as a member of Longyuan Town, she cannot disclose it. As for the matter of the Lord's points, she really doesn't know anything about it. All right, Li Feng Siga. I'll go to Kalang Town. Although that brat Andre is despicable, we still have to try and win him over. Soon, Li Feng stormed back to his territory, cursing as he went. What an insatiable fellow. He actually wants us to step in and force Longyuan County to give up competing for first place in this county ranking competition. The adjutant, upon hearing this, exclaimed in disbelief, "Isn't his method far too despicable?" Li Feng said with a grim face, "Those who are not of our kind will surely have different intentions. Andre is not cooperating in good faith at all. We must prepare for the worst." Jiang Chen peeked at the screen for a while, then closed the chat channel and sent a message to the little fox. "Yeah, come to my territory for a moment. I'll give you a reward." Soon, the little fox emerged from the portal, hopping and skipping to Jiang Chen's side, looking on expectantly. "Brother Jiang Chen, what reward are you going to give me? Open your mouth." The little fox tilted its head back and obediently opened its mouth. Jiang Chen poured a bottle of life essence into it. Soon, the little fox's face was flushed and fine beads of sweat appeared on its forehead. "Brother Jiang Chen, it's a little hot." Then, she twitched her nose and said with a look of disgust, "Everyone says that fragrant sweat smells good, but why does my sweat smell so bad?" Jiang Chen took a step back without making a sound. The smell of cleansing the body and washing the marrow is indeed unpleasant. Suddenly, the little fox exclaimed in delight. My aptitude has reached level D. Oh my God, level C." A bottle of life essence instantly doubled the little fox's attributes. Moreover, with the increased carrying capacity, one can wear more powerful equipment, and combat power can be tripled. "Go back and take a shower." Jiang Chen didn't elaborate further, only saying, "Then hurry up and rack up points. Don't be lazy." I watched the little fox walk into the portal. Jiang Chen then contacted Wei Ming and Huang Xian separately. Unlike his interactions with the little fox, Jiang Chen didn't interact with Wei Ming and Huang Xian. Instead, he simply tossed the drink over and said, "Drink it," then quickly rack up points. This made Jiang Chen wonder, could it be that the information from Japan was correct and he really was a pervert? The two were extremely grateful, especially Huang Xian, who comes from a small family. Because he followed Jiang Chen, he not only became a powerful figure in Lonyuan County, but also a genius with C-level aptitude. A C-level qualification. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that only 1 in a million can be obtained. As a result, Huang Xian insisted on giving Jiang Chen 70% of the territory's shares, and Wei Ming followed suit. Jiang Chen didn't care and accepted all offers. Having spent so much time together, and with the occasional use of the mind control tower to detect lies, Jiang Chen confirmed that the group were all people who kept their mouths shut. Jiang Chen sighed as he watched Wei Ming leave. Now, I can at least kill a few hundred fewer monsters every day. As for Mu Qingxuang, her identity was too special, so Jiang Chen decided to observe her further. It would be even better if Xiao Zhu could recruit a few more military lords. The lords with military merit all have lord talents, such as Lone Star and one-man standalone. Even if one's initial aptitude is not high, as the territory develops, the attribute bonuses for the lord will increase. For example, Zhu Yeqing, although her aptitude is only D-level, her attributes are now no weaker than those of a 2-star epic hero of the same level. In Yanming Town, 6 golden beams of light fell from the sky in succession. This is a sign of territorial influx. However, in the past few days, Yi Yiren used her authority as the county magistrate to relocate the territories of various towns in Lonyuan County multiple times. So even if the nearby lords saw it, they did not pay much attention to it. They were unaware, of course, that these lords were not lords of Lonyuan County, but rather had been relocated from outside the region using advanced relocation orders, some even from the heart of the Dragon Kingdom. Soon, 6 lords arrived in Zhu Yeqing's territory. The group of people were clearly acquaintances. A spirited young woman boldly asked Zhu Yeqing, "Brother Xia Kingzi, I heard you're going to introduce me to a boyfriend?" Cough, cough, cough. Zhu Yeqing coughed lightly. Xian, let's put this matter aside for now. We'll talk about it after you perform well in the Lord Killing Points competition. Zhu Yeshuan was displeased. Does that make it sound like I'm not good enough for other people? Well, Zhu Yeqing hesitated. It's really hard to say. Zhu Yeshuan was so angry that she ground her teeth. Zhu Yeqing didn't know how to explain it either. The recent surge in kill points had been incredibly impactful for him. Although Tu Shanye immediately jumped out to claim that she had earned 1 million points, Zhu Yeqing was skeptical of this. Because he was wearing an epic set and was desperately trying to get points, he only managed to get 4 million points in a day. Zhu Yeqing had a premonition. This is probably Jiang Chen's doing again. As everyone knows, Jiang Chen's lord talent is green waters and lush mountains, making him a perfect entertaining lord. Over such a long period of time, Jiang Chen has not only done all the work of a warlord and a farming lord, but now he has even taken on the work of a military merit lord. Does this leave any way for others to survive? Anyway, everyone should focus on getting high scores first. I'll introduce Brother Jiang Chen to everyone when I have the chance. 1 day later, the points have been refreshed again. 1. Lonyuan County, 563 million. 2. Koling County, 555 million. It's clear that Koling County has gone to great lengths, managing to narrow the gap to within 10 million. It's said that Andre has also recruited several military lords. Jiang Chen, however, breathed a sigh of relief, because he was lazy today and skipped 3 hours of online playtime. Zhu Yeqing recruited 6 members of the Zhu family's direct lineage, all of whom were powerful military lords. Ying Man went even further, recruiting more than a dozen martial arts lords in one go. Although they were not as numerous as the Zhu siblings, they were still comparable to Enchuxia and others. Furthermore, the lords of Lonyuan County saw a glimmer of hope for victory and they work day and night, neglecting sleep and meals. Finally, I can take a break. Jiang Chen stretched comfortably. He already has 7 different types of bait, which will allow him to trigger another beast tide and farm another wave of monsters. At this moment, Yin Man suddenly said in the management group, "We've been working so hard, but it seems like our points haven't increased much. Is someone slacking off?" Jiang Chen was slacking off because he was focusing on strengthening resources. Complete immediately. Jiang Chen waved his hand. The building under construction on the deck of Ghost One was completed in an instant. The construction of Huaqing Pool is complete, consuming 43,200 spirit stones. The epic building Huaqing Pool is an enhanced version of the swimming pool. The Huaqing Pool, a Class 0 pool, is 40 meters long and 30 meters wide, with swirling mist above it. It's more than enough to sit on the deck of Ghost One. Jiang Chen built Huaqing Pool not just for entertainment. He opened the panel of Huaqing Pool. Chapter 136, Upgrade to Town Hall Level 8. Insane True Production. Huaqing Pool. Quality, Epic. Area, 1,200 square meters. Functions, calms the mind and spirit, relieves fatigue, restores spiritual energy, self-purifies, temperature adaptive, water bath. More than a dozen benefits. If it were open to the public, it would probably be fully booked immediately. Great. It can even purify itself. At least we don't need to change the water. Jiang Chen said softly. Changing clothes. As the light shimmered, Jiang Chen concealed his 7-star suit, leaving only a pair of shorts, and then slowly walked into Huaqing Pool, reclining on a dragon bed carved from the finest warm jade. Phew, that feels good. He took a deep breath, the moist air entering his lungs, making him feel refreshed. The greatest benefit of Huaqing Pool is its ability to calm the mind and relieve fatigue. The fountain of life can heal injuries and restore spiritual power, but it cannot alleviate mental fatigue. Water bath. Jiang Chen gave the order. The pool was filled with swirling currents, as if countless gentle forces were kneading Jiang Chen's entire body, causing him to let out a comfortable groan. Extreme relaxation quickly brought Jiang Chen into a state of clarity. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen opened his eyes and felt that the fatigue from working overtime for the past 2 days had been swept away. Both his physical and mental state had recovered to their best. Half an hour is more effective than several hours of deep sleep. In other words, if I want, I can spend only 1/10 of my time resting each day and use the extra time to cultivate, kill monsters, and strengthen myself. That's great. I'll build one of my territories sometime. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with the effect of Huaqing Pool and shouted a greeting. Empress Yin, this pool is quite nice. The Empress skillfully changed into summer cool attire and slowly entered the pool. Then she lay down beside Jiang Chen, revealing half of her shoulder, and said softly, Master really knows how to enjoy life. Jiang Chen said proudly, Master not only knows how to enjoy himself, but he'll also make you enjoy yourself. With that, he launched a water bath attack on the Empress. Yin looked at Huaqing Pool and was clearly very tempted. But the summer coolness was just too refreshing, and she hesitated for a moment. Yin, do you have some dirty thoughts in your mind? Jiang Chen asked suspiciously. We're comrades in arms. Taking a bath together is just to fight better. 1 minute later, Jiang Chen secretly praised. Yin has a really good figure. Yin sensed Jiang Chen's evil gaze, glared at him, then turned away, leaving Jiang Chen with only his beautiful back. Sudden, a portal standing at the bow of the ship flashed with light, and Jaina appeared. Since all the ghost motherships built portals, Jaina has stopped using teleportation spells. As the commander of the naval fleet, Jaina was very dedicated and regularly traveled to Jiang Chen's flagship to report to Jiang Chen in person. My lord, just as Jaina was about to speak, she saw the 3 of them soaking in the water. She paused for a moment, then let out a cheer. Without Jiang Chen even asking, she immediately changed into her pink outfit and jumped into the water with a splash. A fleeting glimpse was enough to make Jiang Chen marveled at how Jaina's figure was indeed the best among them all. Beside Hua Qing Pool, accompanied by beautiful women, it's as comfortable as it gets. It would be even better if we didn't have to grind monsters. Damn Heavenly Tao, why does it have to create this ranking of Lord's kills? After a brief chat with Jaina about work, Jiang Chen flew out of Hua Qing Pool on clouds and continued grinding monsters. Jaina exclaimed in amazement. When did you become so diligent, Lord? In that case, Empress sister, Yin's sister, I'm going back to grind monsters too. Evening. Jiang Chen returned to his territory, opened the territory interface, and said softly, "Build an 8th level Lord's mansion. Complete immediately." Note, you have upgraded your Lord's mansion to level 8, unlocking the apothecary building, and your territory area has increased to 330,000 square meters. Rumble. The territory has expanded once again. Looking at the densely packed, row-like buildings of the territory, Jiang Chen sighed. Finally, there's a place to continue building houses. After 7 books, upgrading requires not only specific resources, but also that other buildings reach a certain level. With so many legendary and epic buildings in Jiang Chen's territory, he naturally didn't have the time or energy to upgrade the materials for ordinary buildings. He simply relied on resources gathered from his territory to naturally advance to Town Hall level 8. After level 8, the unlocked apothecary building is also a common item and can only concoct rare potions at most. The maximum level for troop types has reached 45. Build 500 houses. Complete immediately. Recruiting 5,000 Tianyin disciples. Jiang Chen gave the order. On the newly expanded territory, 500 houses were built in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the Heavenly Sound Pavilion in the deep space also began to operate with a rumbling sound. A level 0 Tianyin disciple appeared soon after. The Tianyin disciple, in charge of guiding him, immediately stepped forward to give instructions. Then, the newly appeared Tianyin disciple bowed to Jiang Chen and flew away from the territory to go outside the territory to grind monsters. The monsters in the town map will also upgrade over time. Although they cannot compare to the level and quality of monsters from other realms, they can still meet the needs of ordinary farming lords and entertainment lords. Jiang Chen alone occupies 20% of Lonyuan town, nearly 100,000 square kilometers of land, which would be described as vast and sparsely populated, with abundant resources. Therefore, in recent days, Jiang Chen has recruited several thousand more ordinary Tianyin disciples, reaching the population limit. Now that the population cap has been raised again, we can finally recruit again. With the 2 major cultivation techniques, Piao Ju and Tianyin Ju, plus several powerful skills, ordinary Tianyin disciples can have a combat power of 100 stars at level 1, and can even easily kill ordinary monsters of level 20. The daily experience gained by thousands of Tianyin disciples has long surpassed that of Crystal Valley, the monster hunting paradise. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. Kalang County is constantly recruiting military lords, and the daily kill points are increasing compared to the previous day. However, apart from strengthening the necessary resources, Jiang Chen spent most of his time grinding monsters. As a result, the gap between the two is widened, and the kill points were refreshed again at noon, with Lonyuan County now leading by as much as 200 million points. These days, the number of level 1 Tianyin disciples has surged, providing Jiang Chen with hundreds of millions of energy every day. Jiang Chen also began to try upgrading to higher tier units. After consuming 22 million and 10 million energy respectively, Cynthia and Long Jiu not only saw their attributes skyrocket after reaching level 40, but also unlocked new skills. It's still a powerful skill. Chapter 137 Black Hole. Barrier. Temple of Destiny. Cynthia. Race, Goddess Warrior. Level, 40. Quality, Golden Legend Star Starster. Attributes, Physique 3600 plus 720. Spiritual Power 1080. Divine Soul 1080. Capacity 1440. Combat Strength 1980 star. Skills: Thunderous Body, Gun Master, Thunderous Projection, Thunder Step. The new skill, Thunder Step, allows the goddess warrior to instantly increase her speed several times over and even step into the void, essentially enabling her to fly briefly. The Black Dragon's new skills are even more powerful. Long Jiu. Race, Dragon. Level, 40. Quality, Golden Legend star. Attributes: Physique 2080, Spiritual Power 1760, Divine Soul 1920, Capacity 0. Combat Power 1440 stars. Skills: Dark Breath, Magic Dragon Scales, Heart of Fury, Manflight, Black Hole. After testing the power of the black hole, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Now, Xiao Jiu can finally stand tall and be a dragon. Black holes are naturally not comparable to the all-consuming black holes in the physical sense. However, even angels of the same level cannot easily break free within a few hundred meters, and it has a powerful damage effect against low-level monsters. However, the Crystal Maiden, on whom Jiang Chen had placed high hopes, did not acquire any new skills. All 500 Heavenly Sound True Disciples and 156 angels have been upgraded to level 25. The remaining ghost motherships were all upgraded to level 4. Beep beep beep. Someone invited me to a video conference. Jiang Chen glanced at it and saw that it was Mu Qing. He immediately clicked agree and joined the meeting. After everyone was present, Mu Qing said solemnly, "Everyone, Andre has shared the coordinates of the Temple of Destiny with the military region." And Chuxia frowned and said, "Is he really that kind?" "He certainly wouldn't be that kind." Mu Qing shook her head, then shared a photo and said, "Look everyone, the guardian monster of the Temple of Destiny is a legendary sea dragon at level 54. Kalang County launched a campaign yesterday, but suffered heavy losses. If they rely solely on the strength of one county, it will probably take at least another half a month to complete the campaign. In half a month, the temple's coordinates might be discovered in other counties as well. We might as well put it out now and sell it for a good price." A level 54 legendary monster? Apart from Yin Man and Jiang Chen, everyone else gasped in shock, and Chuxia hesitated and said, "This is too difficult for us new lords." Yin Man nodded and said, "It is indeed somewhat dangerous. Without an epic warship, it's best not to participate. By the way, Xiao Mu, what are the rules for the distribution of the temple's fortune?" Yin Man called him Little Mu very smoothly, calling him that every time. But in reality, Mu Qing is already 24 years old. Mu Qing said, "Sister Ying, that temple is allocated according to combat contributions. That's more reasonable." Yin Man nodded, then said to Jiang Chen, "Did you hear that? Luck will be allocated according to contribution. Now your fleet should be fully mobilized. Let us see what you've got." Jiang Chen smiled, then asked the question that concerned him most. "Do you have the coordinates of the Temple of Destiny?" Mu Qing shook her head. "Andre means that after the candidates are selected, he will personally lead us there." Jiang Chen frowned. If he had the coordinates, he could clear the Temple of Destiny all by himself. The level 54 legendary sea dragon was slightly inferior to the Hydra he had slain. Moreover, Jiang Chen had another question in his mind. Could this be a trap? For example, Andre secretly allied with the Sakura Kingdom to take this opportunity to trap and wipe out the Dragon Kingdom's powerful figures. Although the two sides are currently in an alliance, it is not impossible. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen said, "Let me know when you're going to make the move." Faced with Jiang Chen's absolute strength, even if there were any conspiracies, they would all be in vain. Yin Man immediately said, "I'll participate too." Zhu Yeqing readily agreed. "Count me in. When it comes to luck, nobody wants to miss out." Yin Man frowned and said, "Little Zhu, your worship is only of excellent quality, isn't it?" Zhu Yeqing quickly replied, "Although I don't have an epic warship, I have 6 brothers and sisters. They are all powerful martial lords, and the strength of all 7 of us is above that of a level 40 epic hero. Jiang Chen exclaimed. These are the Calabash brothers. That's all. The three participants selected by Longyuan County are Jiang Chen, Ng Man, and Zhu Yeqing. After the meeting ended, Jiang Chen sent a message to Jiana just to be on the safe side. Jaina, lead your team to the East Sea and await orders. Be careful to conceal your movements and don't let the other lords discover you. Although the exact coordinates are unknown. However, the Temple of Destiny must be located in the sea area outside Keilang County. Another day passed. A nearshore area outside the East China Sea. Dozens of massive warships, the worst of which are of exceptional quality, are already docked here. A 200-meter-wide portal suddenly opened on the sea surface, and the massive hull of the Ghost One slowly sailed out. Behind them was Ng Man's Shenwei, followed immediately by Zhu Yeqing's Wudai. After arriving, the three also joined the temporary channel organized by Li Feng. Looking at the Ghost One, which was several times larger than her own warship, Zhao Lingshan exclaimed, "So this is Brother Jiang Chen's warship? Judging by its size, it has probably reached level 7 or even level 8. Chao Ziqing said, "Although size is only one of the standards for measuring the combat power of a warship, Brother Jiang Chen's warship looks extraordinary. No wonder he was able to win the votes of an entire county by himself." "Oomph." Ng Man snorted coldly. "Each lord can only send one warship. Whose idea was this? Are they afraid Jiang Chen will steal contribution points?" This was the requirement they received before they arrived, clearly intended to limit lords like Jiang Chen, who possessed a large number of warships. Of course, Ng Man herself was unaware of an epic warship. Li Feng immediately said, "This is Andre's request, but the military region will give Jiang Chen some compensation." Jiang Chen laughed and said, "Commander Li, you're too kind. I'm just a newbie, and I'm only here to have a taste of the good stuff with all of you big shots." To be honest, Jiang Chen felt that Colonel Li Feng was somewhat aggrieved. As the person in charge of Jiao prefecture affairs on the surface, he had to be mindful of the attitudes of these lord families. There was no way around it. The lord families were growing stronger day by day, and the military region's weakness was nothing new. If these lord families of Jiao prefecture were to unite, they could instantly overwhelm the military region's power. Chao Ziqing suddenly said, "I have a feeling that Andre has ill intentions. His sudden sharing of the Temple of Luck is another way of restricting Brother Jiang Chen's strength." Zhao Lingshan nodded. "Everyone, use whatever reconnaissance methods you have. With our capabilities, if we take precautions in advance, we shouldn't be in any danger." They naturally didn't know. 11 enormous ghost motherships were hovering in the deep sea, 1,000 meters below them. Hundreds of ghost fighter jets have already dispersed over a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Just then, another portal opens on the sea. Several enormous warships emerge from it. "Ha ha ha!" Andre's voice came through. "I'm so sorry to have kept you all waiting." Li Feng immediately said, "There's no time to lose. Please lead the way, Mr. Andre." Andre readily agreed. "Good." Several warships from Keilang Town took the lead. The Dragon Kingdom Alliance followed suit. 2 hours later, the fleet seemed to suddenly pass through an invisible barrier. Jiang Chen felt a sudden enlightenment, as if his eyes had been opened. So, it was a hidden barrier. No wonder even with the winner's information channels, there was no progress. Looking at the majestic temple suspended hundreds of meters above the sea, Jiang Chen sighed. If Andre hadn't taken the initiative to lead the way, finding such a temple in the vast East China Sea by sheer chance would have taken forever. Chapter 138, Showing His Edge. A cup of wine. The field of vision within the barrier is very wide. The Temple of Destiny is about 10,000 meters away from the fleet, hovering hundreds of meters above the sea level, slowly rotating like a planet. Golden rays occasionally fell from the temple, attracting countless marine creatures to swim below. There were thousands of monsters within sight alone, not to mention the countless glimpses of scales and claws that occasionally surfaced beneath the sea. At the same time, Jiang Chen also received a notification. Hint: you have discovered the Temple of Destiny. Hint: the Temple of Destiny has been occupied by the evil Sea Dragon clan. Successfully drive away or annihilate the monsters before you, and you will receive corresponding rewards based on your contribution. Note: drawn by auspicious forces, this sea area will continue to attract sea monsters until the Sea Dragon King is defeated. Looking at the last note, Jiang Chen's first thought was monster slaying paradise. But then I thought, the Sea Dragon King is different from the Buddhist Crystal Mother. He probably wouldn't let him farm monsters in peace. The others also heard the heavenly Tao's prompting. The Sea Dragon King? Chao Ziqing's tone was unfriendly. Mr. Andre, you never said the boss here was a hero unit. Andre laughed. Isn't this even better? With everyone's strength, killing a legendary hero unit won't be difficult. Seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately asked Jaina, haven't you noticed anything unusual yet? Jaina reported, my lord, no enemies have been detected within 100 kilometers of the barrier. Jiang Chen frowned. Could it be that I've been too suspicious and Andre is genuinely cooperating? Yingyin Man, Chao Ziqing, Zhao Lingshan, and others also did not find anything unusual. Li Feng temporarily set aside his doubts and said loudly, then everyone should act quickly and decisively. The divine might, the ghost, the hurricane. After Li Feng briefly explained the tactics, including Jiang Chen's Ghost One, more than a dozen epic warships led the way, with other warships following behind as they approached the temple. Above each warship, hundreds of military units took off. Looking around, Jiang Chen saw that the thousands of people taking off were all epic-level flying units, and he even saw hundreds of two-winged angels. This doesn't even include the ranged and melee units remaining on the warships. The elite fighting force gathered from millions of lords was something even Jiang Chen could not ignore. The commotion immediately attracted the monster's attention. Chant! The roars of dragons rose and fell in waves. Countless sea monsters swarmed toward the fleet. Ha ha, brothers and sisters, kill them all. Zhu Yeqing laughed loudly, sprouted wings on his back, and soared into the air. With a move called Mountains and Rivers Bright Moon, he smashed the head of a rare grade sea serpent. Zhu Yeshuan also stepped up without hesitation. Iron Horse and Icy River, a cyan sword aura, tens of meters long, shot out from her hand, covering everything in its path with extreme cold and frost. Click, click. Several sea serpents were swept across by the sword energy, and they were like frozen iron bars, breaking in half and spewing out countless bloody ice shards. Seeing this, Li Feng sighed softly. The Ming Dynasty royal family has produced many heroes. If only the Ming Dynasty, not the Qing Dynasty, were to rule the seventh heaven. Jiang Chen couldn't help but take a second look at the spirited young woman. Iron Horse and Icy River. Judging by its power, it has probably reached the minor stage of mastery. The people Xiao Zhu recruited this time are quite good. He then immediately gave the order. Heavenly Sound True Disciple, make your move. Yes. Jiang Chen brought 300 disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect with him on Ghost One, while the rest were on the mothership in the deep sea, ready to be teleported over whenever needed. The ascent of the Heavenly Sound True transmission immediately attracted everyone's attention. They all knew about Jiang Chen's creation of an exceptional troop type, and now they could finally witness its combat power firsthand. Strictly speaking, this was the first battle fought by the true disciples of Tianyin in front of outsiders. Yingyin Man was all right. After all, she had already learned about the background of ordinary Tianyin disciples from Chuxia. But Zhao Lingshan and the others all looked at each other with strange expressions. Jiang Chen's self-created Heavenly Sound disciples are actually flying units. Weren't the disciples of Tianyin supposed to be ranged units? How did they become flying units? Long-range flying units, what about them? But they use swords. Some people figured out the trick. It's not a flying unit. It's a flying skill. Judging by its speed and agility, it's at least AB level skill. The group of bigwigs started discussing it heatedly, and soon someone noticed something even more amiss. Zhao Lingshan asked doubtfully, "Why do I feel that these units are no weaker than my epic units?" Chao Ziqing's eyes suddenly widened. It's been more than a month since Brother Jiang Chen created his own superior unit. Could it be another breakthrough? Creating an epic unit, Zhao Lingshan. But we haven't received any announcement from heaven. Chao Ziqing. Perhaps it's a semi-finished product. The true disciples of Tianyin are indistinguishable from the real disciples of Tianyin from their appearance. So they all thought they were seeing a level 40 or so excellent unit. If they knew that the unit in front of them was only level 25, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets. Li Feng's eyes lit up, and he murmured, "Genius, a peerless genius." At the same time, he felt extremely fortunate. Fortunately, I didn't offend Jiang Chen because of Andre's matter. Although Jiao Prefecture is a strategic location, if Jiang Chen can truly create his own epic unit, the value of the entire Jiao Prefecture probably cannot compare to that of Jiang Chen alone. This matter must be reported to the generals immediately. It will be best to recruit Jiang Chen into our Jiangnan military region. As Colonel Li Feng was pondering this, Jiang Chen suddenly received a prompt from the Heavenly Tao. "Note, Lord Zhao Lingshan has mailed you the skill book, A Cup of Wine, through the exchange. P.S. Brother Jiang Chen, please exchange it for a Heavenly Sound Branch blueprint. This skill is a family secret, which was previously concealed. Please forgive me, Brother Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Having witnessed the power of the Tianyin disciples, the girl was finally moved. A glass of wine, although it's only a B-rank skill, it's a rare find that money can't buy. Jiang Chen flipped his hand and took out the skill book from the exchange. Looking at the plus sign on it, he immediately said, "Enhance." He immediately upgraded the newly acquired wine glass skill book to a level. A glass of wine, grade A. Effect 1. Absorbs the command effect of enemy heroes and partially transfers it to a designated friendly hero. Effect 2. Protects the allied hero's command from the effects of weakening skills. Note, only Lord units can learn this skill. The skill effect and duration are affected by the soul attributes of both sides. Huh? Jiang Chen laughed as he looked at the enhanced skills. It can not only weaken the enemy hero's command, but also strengthen the command of your own heroes. Although the description only indicates a partial conversion, it's still incredibly powerful. Study. The skill book transformed into a stream of light and merged into Jiang Chen's body. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen created a blueprint for the Tianyin branch and sent it to Zhao Lingshan. He had originally planned to vigorously promote the Tianyin branch, so now he naturally had no choice but to break his promise. Beep, beep, beep. Yingyi Man suddenly sent a video call request. "Can you sell me a blueprint of the Tianyin branch?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. "You don't need to, do you? Yingyi Man's troops are all epic level units, and all of them are epic level units with B-level command. Sister Ming just reminded me that if you're using it to farm low-level monsters, the Tianyin disciple is practically a divine weapon," Yingyi Man said with a hint of annoyance. "I should have thought of that sooner." Jiang Chen understood, but still asked curiously, "But does your old Qin town have enough space for you to farm monsters?" Using a large number of low-tier troops to farm monsters and support a small number of high-tier troops is a classic way to raise an army. That's exactly what Jiang Chen is doing now. The disciples of Tianyin are born with 100-star combat power, making them undoubtedly the best choice. Of course, the premise is that there must be enough safe space in the town. That is, there must be enough town luck. Old Qin Town is still lacking. It's just 10 points of luck. Yingyi Man rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen. This time, the Temple of Luck is distributing luck according to combat contributions. Maybe after today, Old Qin Town will have enough luck. Seeing Yingyi Man's confident demeanor, Jiang Chen didn't refute her. "Okay, I'll send you the blueprints right away." The transaction was completed quickly, and Jiang Chen received another 20 million spirit stones. It's no wonder Yingyi Man was so confident. With the combined boosts of her lord's talent and heroic command, Her Iron Eagle warriors were indeed ridiculously strong, quickly becoming the most dazzling figures on the battlefield. Pity, all that brilliance paled in comparison after the dragon made its move. Seeing that the monsters had gathered almost completely, Jiang Chen said softly, "Little Jiao, it's your turn. Long Jiao has just acquired a new skill and is itching to use it." "Yes, just you wait and see, my lord." The 12 giant dragons leaped up and quickly transformed into a colossal creature 50 meters long. Because of the powerful skill, Black Hole, Jiang Chen spent over 100 million energy points to upgrade all 11 other dragons to level 40. Anyway, everyone already knows that he has a giant dragon, which is a presentable combat power. The sudden appearance of the giant dragon instantly attracted the attention of Zhao Lingshan, Chao Ziqing, Li Feng, and others. Everyone knows that Jiang Chen possesses a giant dragon, but few have witnessed the dragon's actual combat power. Even though they were mentally prepared, what happened next still stunned them. Long Jiao flew to the area above the most densely populated sea of monsters and gently flapped his wings. Black Hole. Chapter 139, Fear from the Deep Sea. An easy slaying. A black hole, 10 meters in diameter, suddenly appeared on the sea surface below. Centered on the black hole, the space within hundreds of meters emanated distorted fluctuations. Dozens of monsters on the edge of the black hole, their bodies cracked and howling in pain. They struggled desperately, but to no avail. It was as if a pair of invisible giant hands were kneading the entire space. In less than 3 seconds, these dozens of monsters were torn to pieces. The effective range of a black hole is several hundred meters. The monsters further away swam desperately, trying to get away from the black hole. However, under the pull of the black hole, apart from a few minor bosses that have reached the excellent level, the other monsters can only watch in horror as their bodies are continuously drawn to the center of the black hole. Long Jiao's power has drawn everyone's attention. The legendary dragon, seen today, is truly terrifying. This is a black hole? Unlocking the black hole skill at this level. It seems Brother Jiang Chen's dragon team must possess noble blood. I'm so envious. Brother Jiang Chen is truly blessed with great fortune. No wonder he was able to overpower numerous lord families and become the county magistrate. First came the world-renowned reputation, then the dragon came to join them truly. One step ahead leads to every step ahead. At this moment, the other 11 dragons also released black holes in succession. Countless low-level monsters were torn apart, turning the area within several kilometers into a dead zone, and even the sea was dyed red. The scene was breathtaking. This guy stole the spotlight again. Ying Man gritted her teeth, her resentment tinged with helplessness. This guy is insane. I feel like I'm the commoner, and he's some rich kid. When Jiang Chen heard the words noble bloodline, he almost burst out laughing. When Long Jiao and the others were first recruited, they didn't even have names. Where did their noble bloodline come from? However, all 12 dragons are veterans and contributors to Jiang Chen's territory. Even if they become Jiang Chen's pets in the future, Jiang Chen will take good care of them. So ever since Jiang Chen started creating the planning space, these foodies have been constantly acquiring legendary spiritual items, especially Lanya rice. Dragon Tooth rice contains a trace of the aura of a divine dragon. The dragon is a mythical creature, on par with the 5-color Dragon King. For dragons, Dragon Tooth rice is a highly nourishing food. This allowed them to unlock the black hole skill at level 40, although this was just Jiang Chen's guess. It was pretty close to the truth. The Empress, who had spent the most time with the dragons, was also happy for Long Jiao. This skill is pretty good. Little Jiao can finally hold her head high. Jiang Chen leaned forward, resting on the gunwale, and frowned as he said, "It's such a waste. They didn't even leave behind the body." Jiang Chen has only shown the tip of the iceberg of his strength. This shocked all the lords present. On the epic warship Hurricane, Andre looked at Jiang Chen, who was stealing the spotlight, and his eyes turned red with jealousy. Epic warships, legendary dragons of noble lineage, and a self-created unit that appears to have advanced to epic level. Damn it! Why are these things in the hands of commoner? What? I'm one of the heirs of free will, and all of this should be mine. Edmund, the county lieutenant of Corling County, whispered. Andre, should we make our move now? Andre forced himself to calm down and whispered in return. No, Edmund, we must wait a little longer. The Sea Dragon King hasn't appeared yet. Let's wait until they're both exhausted. Edmund nodded, then asked curiously, That's strange. It's been so long, and we haven't seen a single epic level monster, let alone the Sea Dragon King. It wasn't like this last time we came. As soon as he finished speaking, a sea dragon, tens of meters long, leaped out of the sea. It was a level 55 epic monster. The sudden appearance of the epic sea dragon instantly put everyone on edge. Any lord present could kill this boss. However, it will take some effort to kill someone without taking any damage. Li Feng shouted, Miss Ling Shan, please handle this epic sea dragon. Zhao Lingshan immediately nodded and said, Don't worry, sir. But then she asked, puzzled, Something's not right with this sea dragon. Chao Ziqing also said, It doesn't seem to have any intention of attacking. As soon as the epic sea dragon leaped out of the water, it immediately swam rapidly in the opposite direction of the fleet. Damn, it looks like it's trying to escape. Sudden, the epic sea let out a mournful cry and began to struggle violently. No matter how much it struggled, its body sank little by little until it disappeared, leaving behind only a patch of seawater stained red with blood. Everyone felt a chill rush to their heads. Even Andre and his group, who had visited once before, were no exception. What's underwater? Beneath the surface of the sea, unseen by most, the rope spear, several meters long, pierced the sea dragon's massive body. Thick chains extended from the rope spear into the deep sea, where 3 enormous black shadows could be vaguely seen. That's 5 epic monsters already, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. But where is that legendary Sea Dragon King? The words had barely left his mouth. An invisible wave, seemingly familiar, suddenly emanated and instantly covered the entire battlefield. This is the deep sea. He remembered that this deep sea realm had appeared on the Ghost Leviathan before. Immediately afterwards, a massive figure, hundreds of meters long, gradually appeared on the sea surface. So, it's the water source technique. Luckily, this Sea Dragon King doesn't seem to be very intelligent. If it hadn't activated its deep sea domain, I really wouldn't have been able to detect it. The sudden appearance of the Sea Dragon King also served as a wake-up call for Jiang Chen. Reconnaissance ability is currently my weakness. It's okay against weaker enemies, but if I face a stealthy enemy of the same or even stronger level, I'll definitely suffer. Once you get back, improve your reconnaissance skill as soon as possible. The Sea Dragon King is also a hero unit, and Jiang Chen immediately used the skill he had just acquired. A glass of wine. A beam of azure light descended upon the head of the Sea Dragon King. Note, your use of cup of wine reduces the Sea Dragon King's heroic domination effect by 40%. Please select an amplified hero. The Empress. Note, the Empress's hero command effect is increased by 10%. Excellent. The effect of the cup of wine skill is related to the soul attributes of both parties. Even if Jiang Chen's attributes are strong, he certainly cannot compare with a legendary monster of level 50 or above. Jiang Chen was already very satisfied with the results achieved. This seemed to anger the Sea Dragon King. It immediately swam its massive body and rushed towards Jiang Chen. The appearance of a legendary monster has put everyone on edge. Li Feng shouted, The Sea Dragon King is too strong. Everyone get ready. He had only shouted half of it. Sing! The Dragon King of the Sea suddenly let out a long, painful roar, his entire body thrashing wildly in the sea. The area beneath him a sea of blood. Chao Ziqing shuddered and shouted, Damn it! Here we go again. A level 54 legendary monster, or even a hero unit. How astonishing must its power be? Unfortunately, below him were more than a dozen legendary motherships. The barbs of the rope gun gripped the Sea Dragon King's body tightly, dragging it little by little into the deep sea. A dozen seconds later, the Sea Dragon King's body completely disappeared. Glug glug. After a few huge splashes of water rose on the sea surface, it returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. The unknown is the most terrifying thing. The bizarre scene before them drove all the lords present into a frenzy. This is too eerie. What kind of ghosts are lurking in the sea? No wonder we only saw that one epic boss. Could it be that the level 54 Sea Dragon King is just a minor boss? And there are even bigger monsters in the ocean. Could it be a powerful marine creature that's just passing by? Will this guy attack us? Wah, I have thalassophobia. Li Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, hurry up and clear out the remaining monsters. Once we get the luck reward, we'll immediately withdraw from the barrier surrounding the Temple of Luck." Only Yi Man looked in Jiang Chen's direction, her face full of suspicion. No, it's not related to this guy again. But then, several more questions arose in my mind. If it really is related to Jiang Chen, could it be a submarine-type naval vessel? What kind of warship could drag a level 54 legendary hero unit down with it? Jiang Chen didn't care what these guys thought. That legendary Sea Dragon King has already been beaten to death by Angel Yin, Crystal Maiden, and Goddess Warrior. Although naval warfare is not their forte, their current strength is more than double what it was when they fought the Hydra. In just 1 minute, Jiang Chen was already happily taking stock of the Sea Dragon King's spoils. Jaina suddenly sent a message. "My lord, a large fleet has suddenly appeared outside the barrier. They seem to have appeared out of thin air, and it looks like they're coming for you. Please forgive my oversight." "It's all right." Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally appeared. Although he didn't know how they concealed their whereabouts, Jiang Chen was fearless as long as they were open enemies. I'll say it again. Faced with absolute power, all schemes and tricks are nothing but rubbish. Chapter 140 Mirage. The coolest guy. 1 minute ago, on the Hurricane, Andre was cursing and swearing. Damn it, we originally intended for this legendary sea dragon to weaken both of them, but we never expected such a turn of events. What kind of monster is underwater? Edmund immediately said, "There aren't many monsters left. If we don't act soon, the luck rewards in the temple might be taken by the Chinese. Although the plan has changed, with the ambush from the Sakura Kingdom, we can still wipe out this elite force from the Dragon Kingdom in one fell swoop. There's an old saying in China, the arrow is on the string and must be released. This is the only way now." Andre nodded. "I'll inform Mutakiku right away." Then, he offered a feeble explanation. "We, the Free Will faction, place the greatest emphasis on the spirit of contracts. If Jiang Chen hadn't gone too far this time, we wouldn't have betrayed our allies." Edmund wholeheartedly agreed. "Understand, Jiang Chen is really despicable. Not only does he refuse to hand over the treasure in his hand, but he also dares to compete with our Kailane County for first place in the county ranking competition. He disregarded the interests of his allies first. In comparison, the people from Sakura seem to be more sincere." After sending the message, Andre and Edmund immediately arrived at a hidden teleportation portal. "Let's go back to our territory. This space is about to be sealed off." If Jiang Chen were here, he would discover that the Hurricane is actually a warship with the function of building support. "We're just businessmen. Let the Japanese handle the fighting." Andre looked around and said regretfully, "What a pity for such a warship." Edmund laughed. "There's nothing to regret. The Sakura people promised to give us a mirage." At this point, he sighed. No one expected that the Sakura people would release so many mirages in Jiaoao Island. A hint of pleasure appeared on Andre's face. The Sakura people's struggle for the prefecture is only one aspect. Another aspect is probably related to Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen is quite strong, he doesn't know how to keep a low profile. He's definitely going to die this time. Edmund hesitated for a moment and said, Should we tell Mudo Kiku about that mysterious being in the deep sea? After thinking for a moment, Andre laughed and said, "Forget it. It's better to avoid trouble. Anyway, our mission is just to lure them into a trap." Jiang Chen looked at the footage transmitted back by the ghost fighter and exclaimed in admiration. So many mirages, that's quite a feat. It is said that the mirage emitted by the mirage can not only provide perfect invisibility, but also has the ability to seal space and silence speech. Seeing it today, it is indeed true to its reputation. No wonder they were able to evade the detection of the blood crystal bats and ghost fighters. They didn't even detect anything about the immortal Qin Ing family beforehand. In the picture, 10 kilometers away from the barrier of the Temple of Destiny, thick white fog suddenly rose from the previously empty sea surface. White fog instantly spread across the entire sea area spanning tens of kilometers. Immediately afterwards, countless warships of varying sizes emerged from the white mist, some only a dozen meters long, others over 200 meters. The warships surrounded the Temple of Fortune in layers. Occasionally, one can see towering ships over 100 meters long, constantly belching out white mist. This is a mirage. Of course, the real mirage is the most prestigious mythical warship in the third heaven. The mirage before us is merely a replica created by Su Fu based on the original mirage, and its level is epic. The invisibility of mirages is not just visual. It involves very complex spatial technologies. Looking at the endless warships on the screen, Jiang Chen sighed. The number of enemies is unexpectedly large. Just to be on the safe side, Jiang Chen waved his hand. Several beams of light flashed across the deep sea, and all the ghost motherships were upgraded to level 5. Kucho's more than 200 million units of energy vanished instantly. After the upgrade was complete, Jiang Chen looked at the mirage in the image and chuckled softly. I bet that girling man is going to be so angry she'll curse her mother again." Jiang Chen guessed correctly. Such a commotion immediately prompted other reconnaissance ships to send back messages. Moreover, it was soon discovered. The entire sea area has been sealed off. A mirage. Ing Man gritted her teeth and said, "Su Fu, that damned traitor." In the face of this situation, only a few lords were able to remain calm, while most were in a state of panic. We're surrounded. Judging by the enemy's numbers, there are probably tens of thousands of warships. No matter how strong our warships are, they can't possibly be a match for tens of thousands of warships. I've always said that the people of the Beacon of the United States cannot be trusted. You're just being wise after the event. If you were really sure Andre had something wrong with him, you wouldn't have come today. Is he crazy? He ambushed us. Isn't he afraid we'll use him as a sacrifice? Where's Andre? Get out here right now. Li Feng never let his guard down against Andre, so when arranging the formation, he placed Andre's hurricane in the center under the guise of protection. "Oh no," Chao Zicheng exclaimed. "Andre must have abandoned the hurricane and left using spatial artifacts or a portal." He immediately ordered his troops to break through the hurricane's shields. Sure enough, the hurricane was completely empty. Zhao Lingshan exclaimed incredulously. He actually abandoned an epic-level warship? Since he's willing to give up an epic-class warship, the benefits he gains must be even greater, Chao Zicheng said with a stern face. Not to mention the benefits promised by the people of Japan. If we all die, he will be the lord with the greatest contribution to the battle in the Temple of Destiny. He will receive a massive reward of destiny. Moreover, after losing 3 pillars, Longyuan County can no longer compete with him for first place in this county ranking competition. That's killing 3 birds with 1 stone. We took every precaution, Li Feng sighed, but we never expected that the Sakura Kingdom would deploy so many mirages in Jiaoao Prefecture. Even as a replica, the price of the mirage far exceeds that of a regular epic warship. The Mirage Beast cores needed to build the Mirage Tower are extremely rare and expensive because the Mirage Beast itself is a rare and precious marine monster. At least among the millions of lords in Jiao Prefecture, no one has been heard of encountering a mirage beast in the past month. Most importantly, these warships built by a certain lord must first be sealed into an inactive state using a sealing item of the same quality before they can be transferred to the new area through the main world. For example, if Jiang Chen wants to trade his ghost mothership to Enchuxia, he would need a legendary sealing item. At this moment, a female voice, sounding like a duck's quack, came from the Sakura battleship. Listen up, lords of the Dragon Kingdom. You are surrounded. Surrender now, and I will give you the treatment due to prisoners of war in accordance with the manhwa Convention. If we resist stubbornly, we will only face death. Zhu Yeqing looked constipated and said, "This is Mudo Kiku, the magistrate of Fukuoka Prefecture. She's a fat, dead pig. I clicked on her profile picture out of curiosity last time and almost made me sick. The sea area where the Temple of Destiny is located is far beyond the reach of the county magistrate's anywhere door. They were all high-level warships, and they have been sailing for 2 hours. Therefore, these low-level warships must have been lying in ambush here a long time ago. And the only place that can do this is Fuchuan County, which is adjacent to Keilang County." Jiang Chen teased. "Everyone says that the martial lord is fearless, but you're scared like this by just one Muda Kiku. Little Zhu, you can't handle this either. There are only so many county magistrates." Jiang Chen has also clicked on Muta Kiku's profile picture, and it is indeed top-notch. But he had barely finished speaking. Muta Kiku's voice came again. "Jiang Chunjun, I have admired you for a long time. If you're willing to spend the night with me, we could discuss anything." Jiang Chen's smile froze instantly. Ying Yi Man solemnly suggested, "Jiang Chen, our lives depend on you. Are you willing to make a sacrifice?" Zhu Yeqing immediately chimed in. "Sister Ying is absolutely right. With Brother John's personality, he can definitely live off a woman." Jiang Chen, seeing that Jiang Chen had stopped moving, Ying Yi Man continued to comfort him. "Cheer up. This at least proves that you are the most handsome guy among us. Otherwise, why wouldn't she go to Xiaozhu?" Zhu Yeqing sighed. "So being too handsome can also bring some sadness." Listening to the two of them singing in unison, Chao Ziqing smiled wryly. "Brothers and sisters, what time is it? You're still in a mood for jokes." Chapter 141, A Decisive Strike. One of the lords asked timidly, "What do we do now?" Jiang Chen remained silent. He was disgusted, but he also wanted to see how these people would choose. Li Feng suddenly said, "This time, we're likely facing a 9 out of 10 chance of survival. If you still have energy, try your best to upgrade the warships." Then we formed a spearhead formation and broke through to the south. This was my oversight. I will act as the blade to buy time for everyone. Seeing this, Jiang Chen nodded to himself. Li Feng was at least somewhat responsible. "Sir, there's no need to blame yourself. Who could have imagined that the other side would have so many mirages?" Zhao Lingshan offered a word of comfort, then said slowly, "Don't even think about surrendering. Not to mention whether the people of Japan are trustworthy. Even if you manage to survive today, you'll probably never be able to face anyone in your next life." Even Zhao Lingshan, a woman, said so. The expressions of all the Dragon Kingdom lords present became resolute. They no longer conserved their energy. Flashes of light appeared, and all the warships upgraded once again. Ying Yi Man upgraded Shunwei to level 7 in one go, making it comparable in size to Jiang Chen's Ghost One. Soon, Li Feng gave the order. Dozens of warships formed a sharp, spear-like formation and charged toward the encirclement of the Sakura Kingdom. Mudo Kiku's unrestrained laughter rang out. "Since you're courting death, then pass on my order. Kill them all, leave no one alive, except for little Jiang Chen. Vomit," the Empress asked with concern. "Oh dear, my lord, what's wrong?" But the smile in her eyes betrayed her. Snap! Jiang Chen slapped the Empress hard on the thickest part of her body. "How dare you laugh at your master?" Although most of the warships in Fukuoka Prefecture were of low quality, there were simply too many of them. At Mudo Kiku's command, all the low-tier warships charged forward recklessly, quickly entering the main gun range of the Dragon Kingdom warships. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the Cherry Blossom warships were sunk, but there was no joy on anyone's face. These cannon fodder are just there to drain our energy and spiritual power. Ng Yi-man shouted. They deserve to die. Chao Ziqing said, but if we don't attack, these cannon fodder will inevitably launch a suicidal charge against us. They were caught in a dilemma. The only one I'm not worried about is Jiang Chen. He was currently riding the clouds and flying hundreds of meters above the fleet. Although the number of enemies was somewhat beyond his expectations, he was full of confidence. Even if he were to lose, he could always sink to the deep sea and leave. However, Jiang Chen did not rush to make a move, but waited for the distance between the two sides to close. 1 minute later, Jiang Chen estimated the distance between them and then waved his hand, shooting out a beam of azure light. A glass of wine. This time, he randomly chose a cherry blossom hero within range. Note, your use of a cup of wine reduces the enemy hero Miva's domination effect by 100%. Please select a hero to amplify your power. Jaina. Note, Jaina's heroic domination effect is increased by 40%. Seeing the prompt, Jiang Chen smiled. This skill is really useful. Jaina was originally a B rank commander of warships, but after the effect was increased by 40%, it instantly surpassed a typical A rank commander. All Ghost motherships experienced a significant attribute boost once again. Jiang Chen assessed the Mirage's defensive capabilities and then instructed Jaina. Jaina, go all out against her in a 3-on-1 situation and destroy the 4 Mirages directly in front of us first. The Mirage's ability to hide is too troublesome. We must deal with it first. This time, Jiang Chen didn't plan to hide it anymore, since everyone already knew he had an epic fleet. Jaina, yes, my lord, etc. Jiang Chen suddenly shouted, then pointed straight ahead. Take down that flagship first, it's absolutely disgusting. He was at a high vantage point, with a wide field of vision. I accidentally saw something I shouldn't have seen. Damn, this Kiku Mudo profile picture is definitely photoshopped. Jaina didn't know why Jiang Chen was suddenly so angry, but she still said, yes, my lord. 11 enormous ships, which had been submerged in the deep sea, quietly surfaced. After all, shooting at point-blank range is more powerful. On the flagship ship Fuchuan of Fuchuan County. Ha! A fat, greasy woman with a face full of fat laughed loudly. This is practically a gift delivered to our doorstep. It was worth the 2 days of lying in ambush. In order to wipe out this group of elite Chinese troops, the higher-ups specially approved 12 Mirage ships for Fuchuan County. This is a Mirage. I still remember how envious Toyotomi Hidaichi was when he heard about it a few days ago. A handsome young man with a pale face and an elegant bow tie standing next to her quickly chimed in. My dear, this means that the higher-ups have finally recognized your potential, and perhaps they will soon recommend you to become the prefect of Jiaoao Prefecture. Everyone knows that Mudo Kiku was able to get this opportunity entirely because Fukuoka Prefecture is geographically closest to the Temple of Fortune, allowing him to silently ambush his army there. But the boy had a pleasant voice. This piqued Mudo Kiku's interest, and she called out, Come on, little darling, pulling the boy over. Although the boy's steps were already unsteady, he still greeted everyone with a smile and cooperated fully. This is what Jiang Chen just witnessed. Sudden, a commotion broke out. Mudo Kiku, his mood disturbed, angrily shouted, Baka Yuru, what's all this noise about? A hero exclaimed in terror. My lord, a massive energy reaction has been detected coming from below us. Rumble. Before he could finish speaking, the entire warship began to tremble violently. Attacked, energy shield 82%, 53%, 28%. Energy shield destroyed, ship attacked, hull damaged, cabin damaged, deck damaged. A piercing alarm sounded. No. Mudo Kiku had just let out a roar. A 10-meter thick beam of energy pierced through the deck, instantly engulfing her and the people around her before shooting straight into the sky. There were 3 such terrifying beams of energy. In addition, nearly 100 secondary energy cannons fired randomly. This epic warship was like a human body hit by a Gatling gun, instantly riddled with holes and splinters flying everywhere. Hint: your ghost mothership has defeated Lord Mutu Kiku, gaining 60,000 energy. Hint: your ghost mothership destroyed the Fukuoka warship, gaining 6 million energy, 200 diamond wood, 200 icy iron. Ha! Upon seeing the prompt, Jiang Chen burst into laughter. It wasn't just about killing that fat woman to vent my anger, but also about experience. A warship provides almost 10 times the energy of a hero of the same quality. Besides the Fukuoka, 3 other Mirage ships followed in the same footsteps. Including the heroes on the warship, the previous salvo brought Jiang Chen 30 million energy. In addition, destroying warships can yield a small amount of materials for building warships, and these are all epic materials. Jiang Chen continued to issue orders. Ghost Mothership, recharge immediately. Once the main guns have cooled down, destroy the 4 Mirage ships in the west. As long as all the Mirages can be destroyed, this Cherry Blossom fleet will have no chance of escaping. Jaina: yes, my lord. The reason they were able to achieve such great results was entirely due to the stealth capabilities of the Ghost Mothership. This invisibility is not just invisibility in the optical sense. It can also resist detection by most technologies. Although the power of the energy cannons would be weakened by the seawater, the 3 Ghost Motherships were currently positioned 100 meters below the Fukuoka. For warships that are hundreds of meters long, this is tantamount to point-blank shooting. Now, the wreckage of the Fukuoka is sinking to the seabed at a visible speed. The sudden turn of events stunned both sides, especially the lords of the Dragon Kingdom who were already prepared for a desperate fight. Chapter 142, I'm tired of saying the word envy. Holy crap, that's the Japanese flagship. That fat woman Muto just died like that. I remember, the Fukuoka just raised its shield, right? To be able to destroy an epic warship with its shield raised in an instant, what kind of power is that? Haha, great. The Japanese leader is dead. We're saved. That just now? It looked a bit like a ship-mounted energy cannon. Could it be one of our submarines? Everyone was shocked, excited, but even more so doubtful. What exactly is helping them? Did Commander Li Feng have a backup plan? Only Ying Yiman immediately thought of Jiang Chen and exclaimed in surprise, Jiang Chen, it was you who did it, wasn't it? Jiang Chen had just completed a new round of tactical deployment with Jaina, and upon hearing this, he calmly replied, that's right, it's me. So Brother Jiang's warship actually has deep-sea diving capabilities, and it's been following us all along. Zhu Yeqing exclaimed. In other words, it was Brother Jiang who just destroyed that legendary sea dragon. Upon hearing this, Chao Ziqing and the others were shocked, but also overjoyed at having survived the disaster. Brother Jiang is awesome. Ha ha ha. Although I'm not afraid of death, it's better not to die. Damn, I just sent my suicide note back. Rumors have it that Brother Jiang Chen has a naval fleet, and seeing it today, I can confirm it lives up to its reputation. I didn't expect it to be a submarine-type naval vessel. Zhao Lingshan silently calculated for a long time before saying doubtfully, even a Tier 7 epic battleship couldn't possibly have such powerful main guns, right? After all, the target is an epic battleship with all its defenses activated. Chao Ziqing said, what if we shoot at point-blank range? If I'm not mistaken, Brother Jiang Chen's warship must also have stealth capabilities. These words were spoken. Everyone's eyes were red with envy, and then a tremor ran through their hearts. With its immense power, coupled with deep-sea diving and stealth capabilities, the shipborne energy cannon is practically a maritime killer. If they were to be hit a few times out of the blue, no one could withstand it. While everyone was thinking about going back to develop a high-quality detection skill, they also included Jiang Chen in the list of people they shouldn't mess with. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was their ally at this time. Zhu Yeqing sighed. I should have known this would happen after seeing what happened to that legendary sea dragon. Haha, most people wouldn't think of that. Chao Ziqing composed himself and laughed. Submarine-type warships are rare, and most of them are small ships. Who would have thought that battleships could also go submersible? Everyone was smart enough to quickly and accurately imagine the situation in the strait. They just imagined the mothership as a battleship. Jiang Chen didn't refute this, but simply added, I have a naval hero. Chao Ziqing sighed. I'm so tired of saying the word envy. Colonel Li Feng was the most excited. What if all these elites of the Dragon Kingdom perish here? He is a sinner of the Dragon Kingdom. You could say that. Jiang Chen saved the battle at Jiaoyou Prefecture. We must report today's events to the leader immediately. Jiang Chen is more than just a talented person. It's not too much to spend a great deal to win over such a powerful person, even if it means appointing him as a general. Rumble. Another loud explosion brought Colonel Li Feng back to reality. He looked up. Two mirages to the west emitted soaring energy, causing exquisite pavilions to crumble and destroying an epic warship worth 9 figures in an instant, its wreckage slowly sinking into the deep sea. The Sakura fleet was already in complete disarray. The panicked cries of the Cherry Blossom Lord could be heard from several kilometers away. Quickly, where are the magicians, On My OG, and star viewers? Are they all just sitting around doing nothing? Report the enemy's location to me right now. Sir, the enemy is underwater and in a stealthy state. We can't detect them at all. A bunch of useless idiots. Go and ask Lord Muto for instructions. Lord Muto was killed in the first attack. Damn it, I am Miyamoto Kuma, and I am temporarily in command of the fleet. Issue my order to drop depth charges and cover the entire sea area. Your Excellency is wise. Also, all the mirages have become invisible. Soon, splash. Countless depth charges were dropped into the sea and slowly sank. The remaining 8 mirages began releasing mirage gas. The invisibility of a mirage is not visual invisibility, but rather the creation of a space of its own. If it manages to become invisible, Jiang Chen will be powerless to stop it with his current abilities. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was prepared. Give up? Good. Saves me from firing 2 volleys. Jiang Chen chuckled and said, Jaina, lock up these mirages for me first. As for those depth charges, Jiang Chen didn't even consider them a threat. Most of the warships of the Sakura Kingdom are of low quality and are designed for area of effect attacks. Dozens of depth charges are nothing more than a tickle to the Ghost Mothership's defensive capabilities. Yes, Jaina's voice came through, followed by admiration. So, my lord had foreseen this all along. I admire you. Jiang Chen laughed and said, This is called micromanagement. Jaina, you should spend more time communicating with the archangels. They are all tactical masters. Jaina, yes, my lord. Whoosh! 8 rope guns were fired, accurately hitting the ship's hull before the Mirage could complete its stealth. The Mirage successfully concealed itself, but the rope gun remained firmly locked onto it. From a distance, one would be surprised to find that the thick runic chains, glowing with spiritual light, are connected at one end to the Ghost Mothership, while the other end disappears into thin air near the sea surface. If it weren't for its taut, straight shape, it would look like a rope floating in water. Jiang Chen laughed and said, As expected, the space formed by the epic Mirage cannot cut through the rope gun chains of the legendary warship. The encounter with the Mirage threw the lords of the Sakura Kingdom into a panic. After all, the Mirage was their last resort. Miyamoto Yuichi, who temporarily took over command, gritted his teeth and said, Baka, ignore those underwater ghosts. All troops charge. All flying units, take off. If we can kill the dozens of Dragon Kingdom lords on the sea, we will be heroes of the great Sakura Empire. After saying that, Miyamoto Yu took to the air, leaving his epic warship and landing on a finely crafted warship that was only a few dozen meters long. He wasn't stupid. He knew that the epic warship would inevitably become the enemy's target. You know what? Given the current situation facing Japan, Miyamoto, you made the most correct choice. All the Sakura warships regrouped and began to surround the Dragon Kingdom and its allies. Jiang Chen set upon seeing this. We'll deal with those Mirage ships later. Let's deal with these small fry first. Although the Ghost Mothership was towing a Mirage, it only limited its speed. Its other attack methods were unaffected. Dozens of energy beams shot out from beneath the sea surface from time to time, destroying warships one after another. Even the energy shield of an exceptional warship can be easily penetrated by the main guns of the Ghost Mothership. However, the Sakura Kingdom has far too many warships, and its flying units are so numerous they blot out the sky. One of Chao Zicheng's Silver Moon priest heroes, who possessed the precision talent, instantly provided the exact number: 885,229, nearly 1 million Air Force personnel. However, with strong reinforcements, the dozens of lords of the Dragon Kingdom gained confidence, and the battle reached a fever pitch. Thousands of epic flying units took to the skies. Wait a minute, everyone, I'm going to sell some first. Jiang Chen's voice echoed across the battlefield, and then he waved his hand. Upgrade. 12 enormous halos rose up. It consumed 82.68 million energy, and all dragons were upgraded to level 45, which is also the maximum level for Town Hall 8. This also exhausted all the energy gained from slaying countless sea dragons and destroying epic warships. Long Jiao has never been as glorious as he is today. For our lord, for the Dragon Kingdom. She let out a long, excited cry, and then led 11 giant dragons to meet the million-strong aerial army of cherry blossoms. Black Hole. The Black Hole can kill elites and rare sea dragons of level 55 and above in one hit, let alone deal with these ordinary Japanese soldiers. Amidst the terrified screams of the Cherry Blossom Lord, heroes, and troops, countless flying units were crushed into dust by space. In an instant, 12 death zones with radiation extending hundreds of meters appeared in the sky. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "The Qing soldiers' skills are truly divine." Certainly, the 12 dragons were having a tough time, even though they were currently at level 45. Countless ranged attacks rained down on the dragon's massive body, including attacks from superior and epic units. The 12 giant dragons were instantly torn apart. Their scales burst open, and blood splattered everywhere. Yi Man was heartbroken. Jiang Chen, quickly tell Long Jiao and the others to retreat. If this continues, there will be casualties. Due to the rules of the battlefield of all races, the highest quality the new lord can bring into the new server is only epic. Yi Man had been eyeing Jiang Chen's giant dragon for a long time. The others looked in Jiang Chen's direction with admiration. Brother Jiang Chen actually let the giant dragon go up to sell it. I oldly admire his selfless spirit from the bottom of my heart. The fact that even legendary soldiers can fight so fearlessly shows that Brother Jiang Chen has excellent management skills. Did you hear what that dragon shouted just now? For the Dragon Kingdom. Even though they are dragons, if we win this time, their necks should be covered with medals. How about we let them obtain Chinese citizenship? Chapter 143, An Epic Battle. Each displays their unique skills. The Black Hole is an indiscriminate attack skill. As long as the Black Hole is not withdrawn, the Lords of the Dragon Kingdom dare not send their troops forward. What they didn't know was that the dragons were so fearless not only because of their loyalty, but more importantly because they had the Fountain of Life to back them up. Jiang Chen's decision to have the dragon sell the energy was merely an opportunity to harvest some energy. That's it. In just a short while, Jiang Chen's battle log was filled with tens of thousands of battle reports. It contributed over 80 million units of energy to Jiang Chen once again. In less than 10 seconds, the battered and bruised dragon finally gave out and crashed into the sea. Her black hole could not be sustained and immediately dissipated. Little 10, Long Jiu let out a mournful cry, then shouted, Retreat. The Cherry Blossom Lords almost unanimously shouted slogans like "Kill the dragons" and "We can't let them escape like this." This wave of black holes reduced their million-strong army by nearly 1/20th. They hated dragons to the core. Man shouted, "Iron Eagle warriors, heed my command. Rescue the dragon." The others immediately ordered their troops to rush forward and protect the dragons behind them. Looking at the blood-soaked dragon, Li Feng's eyes filled with tears. Brother Jiang Chen is truly a peerless hero. The dragon's fearlessness united the entire dragon kingdom in a shared hatred of the enemy. A chaotic battle erupted instantly. This is a real battle. Compared to the great battle before him, Jiang Chen's previous battles were nothing more than children playing house. On the sea, various energy beams, cannonballs, ballistae, arrows, and magic spells flew wildly. The airspace over the surrounding area, spanning tens of kilometers, was almost entirely filled with Air Force units. On one side are thousands of epic units, and on the other side are millions of flying units, with only a few high-tier units mixed in. Countless soldiers are killed every moment. Winged people, griffins, dragon eagles, flying dragons, angels, demons, limbs and severed bodies of all races fell like raindrops. One of Zhao Lingshan's 2 winged angels, who had just killed dozens of rare-level winged people, was struck by the Yin-Yang Master's life-stripping technique. He was instantly weakened and then pierced by dozens of crossbow bolts, his blood spilling across the sky. Even Jiang Chen's true teachings of the Heavenly Sound sect occasionally perish. The 7th child of the Zhu family was besieged by dozens of epic-level demons and was on the verge of being defeated. Zhu Yeqing suddenly pressed hard on his Shinsong acupoint. 7 stars destiny points. 3rd star. The other 6 were horrified. Xiao Qingziyu. They knew this was Zhu Yeqing's killing move. Once the 3rd star was activated, Zhu Yeqing would be either dead or crippled. Boom! With a massive fist imprint, an epic-level demon instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Boom, boom, boom. In less than 10 breaths, Zhu Yeqing transformed into a killing god, slaying dozens of great demons and shocking everyone present. But soon, Zhu Yeqing's momentum plummeted. "Brother Xiao Qingzi, I will avenge you." Zhu Yeshuan's eyes showed sadness, but she had only spoken half of what happened next when her eyes widened in disbelief. Zhu Yeqing pulled out a pool of emerald green liquid and finished speaking. Then, his exhausted body was revitalized, and he laughed loudly, saying, "Haha, don't look at me. Everyone continue." The other 6 children, while pleasantly surprised, were also curious and went up to ask what kind of medicine they had just taken, how much it cost, and if there was any more. Zhu Yeqing quickly said that they would talk about it after the fight. Besides Zhu Yeqing, Yingman's performance also impressed Jiang Chen. He rode the wind, and deep within his eyes rose earth-yellow vertical pupils, clearly indicating that he had activated the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. She exuded a powerful aura that made the dragons opposite her tremble. In just a short while, she had already killed several epic-level dragons. While guarding Man, Meng Tian earnestly advised, "Your Highness, activating your bloodline in such a public place might attract the attention of the Sakura Kingdom. Right now, the Sakura Kingdom's attention is all focused on Jiang Chen. Isn't that a good thing?" Achoo! Jiang Chen sneezed and asked doubtfully, "Has someone cursed me again?" He unleashed a 7-star sword chi, slaying a great demon that had sneaked up to his side. Then, looking at the war scene that only appears in legends, I felt my heart and soul stirred. This is true romance for men. He took a few deep breaths before suppressing the urge to unleash an Origin God Fist. He didn't send out powerful units like angels, goddess warriors, or 9 heavenly maidens, nor did he even deploy ghost fighters. We've already revealed enough of our strength today. If he were to shatter the void with a single Origin God Fist, or expose the angel army, it would likely not be long before the Sakura Kingdom sent powerful beings from the upper realm to surround and kill him. At that time, I'll probably have to reveal at least half of my trump cards to kill the powerful being from the upper realm. Then the upper realm sends out even stronger beings until a vicious cycle begins. We've already won this battle. Jiang Chen assessed the battlefield situation and made a judgment instantly. Besides, I've done enough today. Jiang Chen's judgment was absolutely correct. Under the overwhelming firepower of the 12 ghost motherships, all of the Sakura Kingdom's superior class and above warships were sunk in less than 20 minutes. The battle is still raging, but not everyone can bear the feeling of having the sword of Damocles always hanging over their head, especially the lords of those rare class warships. They knew that their turn was next. Let's stop fighting. If we continue, we'll face a 9 out of 10 chance of death, regardless of who wins or loses. That's right. They participated in the encirclement and suppression for the commissions from the military and the royal family. What use is money if the people are dead? Baka, where's the Mirage? Quickly, take us invisible and get away. Stop with the Mirage. They're locked onto by the Dragon Kingdom and don't even dare to show themselves. If you want to live, run. In their haste to escape, the lords of the Sakura Kingdom no longer cared about their heroes and troops. They even ordered their warships, heroes, and troops to buy them time, while they themselves fled for their lives on the fastest warships. No matter how much Miyamoto Kuma mobilized, encouraged, or even threatened them in the fleet channel, the number of Sakura lords who fled continued to increase. We have been abandoned by our lord. The abandoned heroes and troops instantly lost all fighting spirit. Some followed their lords to flee, some betrayed them directly, and only a small number of those with high loyalty were quickly annihilated. We've won. The Japanese no longer have any high-quality warships. Let's pursue them and kill as many as we can. Yes, chase after them. We have to get revenge. Damn it, 2 squads of my epic units have been wiped out. Despite the victory, the Dragon Kingdom also suffered heavy losses this time. Nearly half of the thousands of epic units were killed or wounded. 8 of the superior class warships were sunk, but fortunately, Li Feng had the foresight to transfer the lords of these warships to the epic class warships in advance, which prevented any lords from being killed. Including Ing Man, a group of Dragon Kingdom lords pursued the fleeing Cherry Blossom Lord with murderous intent. Master, 48 members of the Heavenly Sound True disciple who died in battle have been resurrected at the Fountain of Life. Jiang Chen nodded as he listened to the Empress's report. Only 48 people died, all thanks to the powerful Great Sumeru sword formation. Although the gains were enormous, Jiang Chen also suffered significant losses. The energy consumed in reviving the true disciples of Tianyin is only one aspect. The other biggest expense is money. When the cannons roar, gold pours in. Don't be fooled by how easily he wiped out the fireworks fleet. The ghost motherships, stealth, diving, energy cannons, and protective shields all require energy. In such a high-intensity battle, the mothership's natural regeneration speed is far from enough. It relies entirely on burning massive amounts of spirit stones to sustain it. The damn thing is, only high-grade spirit stones can replenish the energy of legendary warships. After some calculation, even if all the high-grade spirit stones were obtained by Jiang Chen through enhancement, it still consumed nearly 50 million spirit stones. If it were any other lord, this battle would cost at least hundreds of millions of high-grade spirit stones. Unless you're a tycoon, you can't afford to operate a legendary warship. At this moment, Jaina suddenly asked, "My lord, what should we do with these 8 mirages that we've locked onto? They're hiding in the mirage space and won't come out. We can't just keep waiting like this." Mirages are truly amazing things. Even Jiang Chen was somewhat envious. Unfortunately, he didn't have any sealing items. Chapter 144, A Clumsy Method. Sealing Talisman. Finally obtaining the Mirage. Jiang Chen recalled the information about the Mirage Tower in his mind and immediately gave the order. Tow these 8 mirages and dive into the deep sea. The deeper the better. Jaina was taken aback. The deeper we dive, the more energy the mothership will consume. Jiang Chen laughed and said, "A harsh environment will increase the burden on the barrier of the mirage space, and will also increase the energy consumption of the mirage, much more than our protective shield. This is the advantage of top students." Jaina understood. This is a battle of attrition. Although it's a clumsy method, it's also the most effective one. To prevent the Lord in the Mirage from asking other lords for help, Jiang Chen threw out a rare quality silencing scroll, silencing the surrounding sea area for several kilometers. He didn't want to wear down the entire Japanese nation. In a separate space formed by Mirage, chaos had broken out on the Mirage. "Baka, it's been over 20 minutes, and you still haven't cut the rope gun's chain?" "No, my lord. The chains are protected by powerful runes and can repair themselves. Unless we can deplete their energy or unleash an attack beyond the rune's protection, these chains are simply too strong," the lord roared. "Bakayuru, the Mirage space, viewed from the inside out, is like being inside a glass dome, allowing a clear view of the outside world. At this moment, the war outside is nearing its end. These useless fools, they were actually defeated by dozens of Dragon Kingdom lords. What do we do now? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Even if we don't go out, Jiang Chen can't do anything to us. With the Mirage's energy reserves, we can hold out for 3 to 5 days without any problem. Perhaps someone will come to rescue us soon." The words had barely left his mouth. The scenery outside the Mirage changed instantly, and the entire Mirage space was pulled underwater, and the surrounding light quickly became dim. Jiang Chen is pulling us into the deep sea. This is bad. The energy consumption to maintain the Mirage space is increasing. Quickly, ask other lords for help. We need mid-grade or higher spirit stones. Even if not for us, we must protect Mirage Tower. Baka, we've been banned. Evil Chinese. Let's surrender. You're muted. How do I surrender? We are prisoners of war. The Chinese have violated the Moon Weiwa Convention by doing this, and they will be subject to a military court. Half an hour later, the Mirage's energy was finally exhausted. The Mirage space emitted a crisp bang, and seawater poured in. No. 10,000 meters below the surface of the ocean, amidst desperate howls, lords, heroes, and soldiers alike were all crushed to death by the immense pressure. The Mirage was instantly destroyed and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. Hint: your ghost mothership destroyed the Mirage. Epic, gaining 5 million energy. Seeing the prompt, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was very costly, it was effective at least. One by one, Mirages were dragged to the deep sea and destroyed by Jiang Chen. It must be said that some Mirages have very abundant energy reserves. A full hour passed, and there were still 3 Mirages standing firm. Jiang Chen was so angry he wanted to grind his teeth. This is all money. Just as Jiang Chen was considering whether to issue another silencing scroll, the divine might returned, and Ng Inmon's laughter came from inside. We've wiped out hundreds more Sakura warships. Awesome. Jiang Chen, why aren't you chasing after the Sakura fleet? Jiang Chen didn't hide anything. Am I just playing with the Japanese Devil's Mirage? Ng Man clearly also possessed the naval combat skills of AB-level commander. The Shunwei was incredibly fast, and in the time it took to speak, it had already arrived 100 meters away from the Ghost One. Upon hearing the word Mirage, Ng Inmon's eyes lit up. "Where are the Mirages you captured? Can you let me seal 2 of them?" Jiang Qinshin's eyes lit up. "You have sealing artifacts?" Ng Man nodded. "Last time I returned to Blue Star, I brought back 2 epic-level sealing talismans." Jiang Chen immediately said, "One person, one ship." Ng Man rolled her eyes and said, "Either you call me sister, or you'll need another set of architectural blueprints for the Tianyin branch. An epic-level sealing item, extremely valuable." Jiang Chen readily agreed. "Deal." Ng Man looked on with anticipation, but then Jiang Chen mailed her a blueprint of the Tianyin branch. Anyway, Jiang Chen wanted to promote the Tianyin branch vigorously. If he wasn't afraid of causing misunderstandings, he would have given away dozens of blueprints for free. Ing Man used her hands to cover the tent and looked around, saying, "Hey, where's the mirage you captured? We need to think of a way to force the Japanese soldiers out of there." Just then, hint, your ghost mothership destroyed the mirage. Epic, gaining 5 million energy. Jiang Chen's expression changed, and he quickly ordered, "Jaina, drag the remaining 2 mirages up." Goodness, there were 3 just now. Now there are only 2 left. Soon, 2 mirage spaces enveloped the mirage and brought it to the surface of the sea, and Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ing Man immediately understood what was going on and exclaimed, "Wow, young man, you've got money now. You're actually starting to compete with Mirage in terms of resources." Jiang Chen ignored Ing Man's teasing, instead soaring into the air and beckoning to the Mirage space. The Mirage space instantly opened up with a gap 1 meter in diameter, revealing the pale face of the Cherry Blossom Lord inside. "Lord Jiang Chen, we are willing to surrender. We only beg you to spare our lives." Clearly, his recent encounter at a depth of 10,000 meters had given him quite a fright. Jiang Chen nodded. "Hand over the mirage, and I promise I won't kill you." "Lord Jiang Chen, the Chinese language is profound and complex. You may not kill me, but you will have someone else kill me, or even control me to commit suicide, won't you?" Jiang Chen remained silent, because that's really what he thinks. The Cherry Blossom girl knelt down with a thud. "Please promise to let me return to my territory safely. I swear in the name of Amaterasu that I will immediately leave the region and never be an enemy of the Dragon Kingdom again. I have elderly parents and young children to support. Please, if you do not agree, I will have no choice but to destroy this mirage immediately. As a lord, one has the ability to destroy one's own ships." Jiang Chen frowned. Is this considered a threat? Although the other party threatened him while kneeling, Jiang Chen was still somewhat displeased. However, this Cherry Blossom Lord was truly a clever man, knowing that his own life was insignificant compared to the mirage. Sure enough, Ing Man advised, "Forget about Jiang Chen. A few lords can't cause any trouble." Jiang Chen said nonchalantly, "All right." This Cherry Blossom Lord was also quite pragmatic. He didn't even dare to force Jiang Chen to swear an oath. He immediately dispersed the mirage space and respectfully said, "Please, sirs, take over the mirage." Soon, all the lords and soldiers belonging to the Sakura Kingdom on the mirage dispersed. Ing Man took out a talisman and tossed it lightly. Seal. The talisman swelled in the wind, instantly growing to hundreds of meters in size, completely enveloping the mirage. Immediately afterwards, the mirage shrank rapidly, eventually transforming into a miniature model about 1 foot square, which fell into Ing Man's hands. With the success of the first ship, the second one was quickly sealed away. Sealed warships, units, and heroes can be traded. However, when recruiting again, the level will be reset to 0. This is how Ing Man's epic units came about. As agreed, Jiang Chen received one of the ships. Jiang Chen smiled as he looked at the plus sign behind the mirage. It can indeed be upgraded into a legendary mirage. He didn't rush to strengthen himself, because the others were also returning one after another. Li Feng laughed loudly. Haha, this time it's all thanks to brother Jiang Chen's chivalrous help. By the way, how's that giant dragon under your command? He was referring to Long Shi, who had fallen into the sea. Jiang Chen said, "Thankfully, Xiao Shi has been saved." After Long Shi fell into the water, he was immediately rescued by Jaina and taken to the underwater ghost mothership. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and genuine smiles appeared on their faces. Zhao Lingshan said, "Although we suffered considerable losses this time, the losses in Japan were even greater. More than a dozen Mirage ships are enough to make even the top royal families in Japan feel the pinch for a while." Chao Ziqing said, "After all, this is the outer sea of Keilang County. To avoid any unforeseen complications, let's quickly deal with the remaining guardian monsters of the Temple of Destiny and obtain the Destiny reward." Everyone nodded in agreement. They quickly returned to the barrier containing the Temple of Destiny. Since the Sea Dragon King has been killed by Jiang Chen, the guardian monsters of the Temple of Destiny will no longer automatically regenerate. The group quickly cleared out the remaining thousands of monsters. Even the epic warship Hurricane, left behind by Andre, has been transformed into Jiang Chen's energy and resources. After killing the last sea monster, suddenly, the Temple of Destiny burst forth with dazzling golden light. Chapter 145, A Madman's Luck. Notification. Your fleet has successfully wiped out the evil Sea Dragon clan. Your contribution is 82%, and your town has gained 28 units of luck. Hint. Your contribution value is the highest, granting you ownership of the Temple of Destiny. Do you wish to claim it? Occupied. Jiang Chen opened the interface of the Temple of Destiny. Temple of Fortune. After being occupied, it can provide 1 point of fortune value to the town where the Lord is located each month. Jiang Chen couldn't help but show a look of joy on his face. Unexpectedly, this Temple of Fortune has accumulated quite a lot of fortune points. Jiang Chen was not surprised at all that his contribution exceeded 80%. After all, he single-handedly killed several epic monsters and one legendary monster, and the black hole wiped out a large group of ordinary monsters. As for the 1 point of luck value per month, Jiang Chen didn't care much. After all, the server has only been open for less than 2 months, and he has already gained 57 points of luck. At the same time, all lords in Longyuan Town received a notification. Lord Jiang Chen has occupied the Temple of Destiny, increasing Longyuan Town's destiny by 28 points, bringing the town's current destiny to 57 points. Everyone was stunned. What did they hear? 28 points of luck. Despite winning so many town ranking matches and so many luck-based bets, Longyuan Town has only gained a total of 29 points of luck. But their town mayor went out and pulled off a heist and gained 28 points of luck. The surge in fortune caused a rumbling sound to reverberate throughout the entire Longyuan Town. Spatial expansion, resource mutation, monster evolution. In the Longyuan Town channel, and Chuxia and the other key figures in the town were all right, since they already knew that Jiang Chen had gone to conquer the Temple of Destiny, but they just didn't expect the gains to be so great. But everyone else went crazy. Long live the boss. An exceptional level boss. Haha, an exceptional level Murloc leader killed one of my entire unit. I'm going to hunt it down right now, and hopefully it'll drop an exceptional level unit token. Damn it, another one's gone mad. Holy crap. Judging from the coordinates, the town's spatial dimensions have almost doubled. Its diameter is now over 1,000 kilometers. And Chuxia excitedly sent Jiang Chen a message. Jiang Chen, the dwarf palace can recruit mountain kings again. The production of mountain kings has been reduced to 14 days. Then, sounding somewhat aggrieved, she added, My family is out of money. My mom hasn't even raised enough for the life essence from last time. Jiang Chen smiled and replied, It's okay. I'll pay you back slowly. Huang Xian said excitedly, Brothers, we enjoy the resources, monsters, and drop rates of Longyuan Town entirely thanks to our leader's efforts. I suggest we give half of Longyuan Town to him, so he could develop rapidly. The amazing thing is, this sycophantic behavior of using other people's money did not arouse the resentment of the lords of Longyuan Town. On the contrary, it aroused a chorus of agreement. Yes, let's give the territory to the boss. Haha, boss, develop the business quickly, so we can also get a share of the profits. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately replied, Brothers, my current town map is sufficient for now. Let me know if you need it. I just finished speaking. Jiang Chen's heart stirred. A scene suddenly popped into Jiang Chen's mind. The dragon vein of the territory burst forth from the earth in an instant, swimming merrily in the sky above the territory. The last time I saw the little dragon, it was only 6 meters long, but this time it has grown to 10 meters and is beginning to show its ferocity. Not only that, the little dragon was already so lifelike that its scales, claws, and horns shimmered with a faint luster. It circled its territory once, but did not find Jiang Chen. A hint of human-like disappointment flashed in its eyes, and then it burrowed underground again. At the same time, Jiang Chen also heard a notification in his ear. Hint: the town's fortune has improved. The dragon vein's evolution level is 57%. Note: the amplification effect of the dragon vein has been increased. Hint: dragon vein evolution level exceeds 50%. Unlock new amplification effects. Another new amplification effect has been unlocked. Jiang Chen opened the dragon vein panel. Low-grade dragon vein. Effect 1. Gathers spiritual energy, producing 570,000 spirit stones daily. Effect 2. High-quality resources are more likely to appear near your territory. Effect 3. The land is blessed with outstanding people, making it easier for you to recruit high-quality farmers and soldiers. Effect 4. Increases the drop rate of town lords, heroes, and troop units by 114%. When opening a treasure chest, the chance of triggering good fortune is increased by 5 times. Effect 5. The growth cycle of animals and plants within the territory is halved, with a 10% chance of mutation, and the quality is upgraded by 1 level, not exceeding legendary quality. That's great. Jiang Chen's lips curled up. Shortening the time is equivalent to doubling the output, and with the increase from the legendary farmers, the chance of spirit creatures advancing to the next level has reached 20%. In other words, out of every 1,000 dragon tooth rice grains produced, 200 can be upgraded to legendary quality. The series of pleasant surprises put Jiang Chen in a great mood. But the other lords were not so happy. On Colonel Li Feng's warship, Ying Man looked at Jiang Chen. My contribution is 3.1%, and I gained 1 point of luck. You won't gain more than 20 points of luck, right? Jiang Chen smiled and said, just lucky, just lucky. Originally, everyone could share the luck equally, with each person receiving 1-2 points, making the long journey worthwhile. But now, luck cannot be divided in 2. So apart from Jiang Chen, only the top 7 lords in terms of contribution will each receive 1 point of luck. Chao Ziqing sighed and said solemnly, Brother Jiang Chen won the fortune through his own abilities, and I am completely convinced. Moreover, Brother Jiang Chen saved everyone's lives. The others nodded in agreement. But then, by calculating the percentages, everyone discovered that Andre had also gained a bit of luck. That bastard got off too easy. Everyone, including Jiang Chen, was very unhappy. Jiang Chen looked at Ying Man. Is there a direct route to Keilang County? Ying Man was not one to shy away from trouble, and her eyes lit up when she heard this. You want Jiang Chen? Do you dare to go? Ying Man nodded excitedly. Of course I dare. Li Feng immediately advised, this is too risky. Andre controls the Anywhere door in Keilang County. We are fighting on foreign soil, which is equivalent to making enemies of hundreds of thousands of lords in a county. Jiang Chen snapped out 2 scrolls, which are the 2-piece set for murder and robbery. We'll launch a surprise attack, impose a no-fly zone and a censorship regime, kill Andre, and then leave. He was already very familiar with this process. Ying Man added, my inside man happens to be in Keilang town, only about 200 kilometers from Andre's territory. With caution, it's entirely feasible. This piqued the interest of the others as well. All right, Zhu Yeqing, fearless as ever, clapped his hands and laughed. A gentleman takes revenge in a moment. If I don't kill this bastard, I'll feel like I have a fishbone stuck in my throat. You guys in Longyuan County are all crazy, Chao Ziqing muttered, then added, we're in the open sea now, and it'll take us at least a few hours to get back to our territory. By then, that bastard will probably be fully prepared. Jiang Chen smiled and said, everyone, follow me. Soon. Ha, portal! Zhu Yeqing exclaimed. I didn't expect Brother Zhang's warship to have a building-carrying function. Chao Ziqing exclaimed with delight. So, as long as we leave this no-fly zone, we can immediately teleport to Keilang town and swiftly eliminate that traitor Andre. Zhao Lingshan gritted her teeth. Count me in. Jiang Chen looked at Ying Man. tell me the portal number inside Keilang Town. Actually, whether it's killing or controlling Andre, Jiang Chen alone is enough. He doesn't even need to bring any hero units. With a single, all-out punch, Andre's territory would probably be gone. This is also the source of Jiang Chen's confidence to risk entering Keilang County. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen doesn't have the same connections as Yi Man. If he tries to enter Keilang County through conventional means, it will probably take him several days and nights. Soon, the portal on Jiang Chen's warship flickered. The menacing group disappeared from the deck. Li Feng remarked, "Young people really have so much energy." Chapter 146. Too late to apologize. An unexpected surprise. Keilang County, Keilang Town. Notification. Your fleet has successfully annihilated the evil Sea Dragon clan. Your contribution is 1.6%, and you have received a luck reward of 1. Upon seeing the prompt, Andre jumped up in a rage. Snap! The exquisite, glowing wine glass shattered into pieces in its struggle with the ground. Damn it, I only gained a little bit of luck. This was completely different from what Andre had expected. According to his plan, the people of the Dragon Kingdom were all wiped out, while he monopolized all the fortune of the Temple of Fortune. Japan is utterly useless. A dozen mirages and tens of thousands of warships, and they can't even take down a few dozen warships. More than half an hour ago, news of Japan's defeat in the war began to arrive. According to his understanding, even if he suffered another defeat, at most he would only be severely weakened after wiping out the Dragon Kingdom. Based on the rewards distributed by the Temple of Fortune, the Dragon Kingdom Lord is basically unharmed. Edmund, standing nearby, was also furious. They even made us build a Temple of Destiny. If it weren't for the county-level ranking competition, Keilang County could have taken down the Temple of Fortune, but the casualties would have been much greater, and they would have missed out on first place in the county-level ranking competition. I was hoping to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but unexpectedly, he lost both his wife and his army. As expected, it's Jiang Chen again. Battle reports from the front continued to arrive. Edmund suddenly shouted, "Damn it, so that's how it is." His naval fleet actually possesses deep-sea diving and stealth capabilities, and its battleships have the most powerful shipborne firepower. Andre slumped into a chair, his face grim, and said, "With such an invincible fleet, wouldn't Jiang Chen become the overlord of the seas?" Edmund nodded and said, "We have completely offended Jiang Chen, and we will probably have to be wary of him when we go to sea in the future. Furthermore, if a traitor appears in our town and allows the Dragon Kingdom to enter, our lives may not be guaranteed. After all, Jiang Chen's dragon has unlocked the black hole. It's just too powerful." Andre said unhappily upon hearing this. This time, not only did the Dragon Kingdom suffer no real damage, but it also gained a huge advantage. The great enemy of Japan, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, has already caused the Dragon Kingdom a great deal of trouble. I don't believe they would dare to be enemies with our free will. Back then, the incident where our Lighthouse Kingdom's lord humiliated a female lord from the Dragon Kingdom in District 632 caused quite a stir, but Qingyu didn't dare utter a single word, and it all fizzled out in the end. At worst, I'll personally apologize and give the Dragon Kingdom a way out, okay? It would be best if you could personally step in and ease the tension." Edmund breathed a sigh of relief, then said, "I'm not worried about the others, but I'm afraid Jiang Chen won't play by the rules." Andre said somewhat reluctantly, "I understand. Let's talk about this tomorrow." The words had barely left his mouth when his expression suddenly changed, and he jumped to his feet. Spatial restriction and a silencing ban. Damn it, there's a spy in this town. Edmund was also shocked. Could it be that the Chinese have arrived so quickly? A hint of panic finally flashed across Andre's face. Impossible. Those guys are still at the Temple of Destiny. How could they have reached the town so quickly? Edmund spoke rapidly. Whether it's the Dragon Kingdom or not, we should take cover first. But it was too late. They had just escaped 10 kilometers from their territory under the protection of heroic troops. The figures of 12 giant dragons had already appeared on the horizon. Besides Jiang Chen, there are thousands of epic flying units and more than a dozen lords. It really is these guys. How dare they? A wise man doesn't suffer a loss he can avoid. Realizing he had nowhere to escape, Andre forced a smile, suppressing his humiliation, and said, "Gentlemen, there has indeed been some unpleasantness between us. However, starting today, my Keilang County will fully support the Dragon Kingdom in its quest to become the prefect of Jiaoao Prefecture. Furthermore, on behalf of Keilang County, I am forfeiting this county seat competition." The last sentence was said to Jiang Chen, this hothead. Chao Ziqing sneered. "Now you know fear? You should have thought this day would come when you betrayed us." Andre quickly said, "My great-grandfather was one of the 12 founders of free will. I believe that even the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom would not want to be enemies with free will, right? How about I personally contribute 100 million spirit stones as a way to calm your nerves?" Everyone frowned. It must be said that although Andre used both soft and hard tactics, what he said made some sense. Because the Qing dynasty's royal family is gradually declining, the only strategy that the major military regions of the Dragon Kingdom can employ in the Seventh Heaven is to befriend distant states while attacking nearby ones. Seeing this, Andre smiled smugly, but he didn't say anything to provoke the Dragon Kingdom lords at this moment. Jiang Chen suddenly said, "Looks like you're very rich." Andre said elegantly, "As we all know, the one thing we free wills have no shortage of is money." Jiang Chen smiled sincerely and said softly, "Knock out the 2 lords and take them away. Kill all the other hero units." Andre was stunned, then shouted, "Jiang Chen, do you know what you're doing? How dare you attack us? Free will never let you get away with this." Edmund added from the side, "Yes, Mr. Jiang Chen, I'm afraid even the Dragon Kingdom won't be able to protect you then. The beat the little one, and the old one comes tactic?" Jiang Chen chuckled. "This is classic." At this moment, the 12 giant dragons and the true disciples of Tianyin had already made their move, so Yin Man and Zhu Yeqing stopped wasting words. It has to be said, free will is really rich. Andre alone possesses over 300 epic units, most of which are nanobots. Nano fighters possess terrifying physiques and self-healing abilities. They are a self-created unit of free will and the source of free will's confidence in challenging the major royal families. Unfortunately, their enemy was much stronger. After several minutes of fierce fighting, Andre and the other man were knocked unconscious one by Long Yi, who had transformed into human form. Yi Man asked in surprise, "Why not just kill them? There's no need to leave them alive." Jiang Chen smiled and said, "I'd like to know more about the fact that free will has plenty of money." Yi Man rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen, then said, "This is Keilang County's territory after all. We should leave as soon as possible." Soon, the group then returned to Ghost One via the teleportation array provided by their inside contact. The process went incredibly smoothly. Some lords in Coling Town found their areas under a no-fly zone and a mute system, causing a disturbance. No matter how wildly imaginative they could never have imagined that in such a short time, their county magistrate and county constable would become prisoners. Immediately afterwards, the Dragon Kingdom members returned to their respective warships, while Jiang Chen couldn't wait to lead the 2 prisoners back to his territory. 2 beams of blue light instantly enveloped Andre and Edmund's heads. To Jiang Chen's surprise, a golden light shield suddenly appeared on Andre's body, protecting Andre's soul. Another mental protection item. It looks much more advanced than the one Takahashi Mizuki had back then. No wonder she is the direct heir of the Keilang family. Jiang Chen exclaimed in surprise, then adjusted the mind control tower to its maximum power. 10 seconds later, the 2 slowly awoke, knelt down with a thud, and wept bitterly, saying, "Master, we deserve to die. The mind control tower has not been upgraded." Jiang Chen let the 2 agents who came with Takahashi Mizuki accidentally perish while fighting monsters, thus freeing up a spot. In any case, these two had already lost their value. Therefore, the only people regularly enslaved by the mind control tower are the Hojo sisters. Jiang Chen nodded. Let's tell you how much money you have first. Andre flattered. Master, my myriad race's battlefield account has 680 million spirit stones. If I were to return to the main world, I could raise 5 billion spirit stones in a short time. Wow, they're so rich. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Although Edmund's family background was somewhat inferior, he still possessed 230 million spirit stones. Originally, I just wanted to settle old scores and kill this bastard. Unexpectedly, he gained nearly 1 billion spirit stones. What a stroke of good luck. Including the winnings from the last bet, Jiang Chen's territory account now has as many as 1.3 billion spirit stones. It's a pity we can't let them return to the main world. Jiang Chen felt a pang of regret. The new district allows for one round trip to the main world every 3 days. So apart from Jiang Chen, who has no ties to the main world, all lords will only bring enough spirit stones to enter the battlefield of all races. After squeezing all the spirit stones, items, and equipment from the two, Jiang Chen sent them on their way. To Jiang Chen's surprise, Andre still has 2 epic nano warrior talismans that he hasn't had time to recruit yet. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, and then simply handed the keys to Wei Ming and Huang Xian. Sudden, Jiang Chen slapped his forehead. Almost forgot, we haven't even tallied up the Sea Dragon King's loot yet. This trip to the Temple of Destiny was incredibly fruitful, so much so that Jiang Chen could overlook the loot from a legendary boss. Soon, Jiang Chen pulled out his previous battle log. Chapter 147, he actually refused. Your unit Cynthia has defeated the Sea Dragon King Igor, legendary 1-star hero, gaining 13.5 million experience, 800,000 spirit stones, and 1 legendary hero soul. Legend of the Hero's Soul. This is something Jiang Chen has never been willing to spend money to enhance. If sold to Yin Man, it could probably yield a profit of 1 billion spirit stones. Looking at the legendary hero's soul in his hand, Jiang Chen hesitated, a rare occurrence for him. Let's wait a bit longer. Selling legendary hero souls now would prove I possess at least one, or even several, legendary heroes. That a bit too conspicuous. After a moment, Jiang Chen sighed. Anyway, I have enough spirit stones to last me a while. Let's talk about it after we get the position of Lord of the Palace. Jiang Chen quickly recalled information about several heroes, then spoke to Yin through the Lord's heart. Yin, go back to the territory. Soon, Angel Yin stepped out of the teleportation array and caught the hero's soul that Jiang Chen threw to her. She was taken aback at first, then suddenly realized Cynthia stole the Sea Dragon King's head, but she didn't expect that in the end it would benefit me. Are you so sure it was dropped by the Sea Dragon King? Jiang Chen asked curiously, smiling as he countered. Why couldn't it be something I enhanced? Yin didn't think too much about it and said directly, I've discussed it with the Empress and Han Yi. If the Lord was willing to spend money to strengthen the legendary hero's soul, he would have done so long ago. Jiang Chen's smile froze, and he said irritably, You lot are actually talking badly about me behind my back? Yin quickly explained, What we meant was that Lord is a shrewd and calculating person. We were praising you. All right, it would have been better not to explain at all. When applied to men, being thrifty is not a compliment. Note, your hero Yan has used the legendary hero soul, increasing her star rating to legendary 2 stars. Looking at Yan's attributes, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. With a 30% increase in basic attributes, it once again surpasses the Empress and becomes the strongest force in the territory. Although the county of Kailang is leaderless after Andre's death, we cannot let our guard down. So next, we still have to keep grinding monsters to make sure we get first place in the county ranking competition. Jiang Chen prayed in his heart. I hope we never have to trigger a Lord Kill ranking system again. Then, he stepped into the portal and returned to Ghost One to continue his monster hunting adventure. Jiang Chen knew very well. This unprecedented battle will soon cause a huge uproar in Jiao Prefecture, and even throughout the Dragon Kingdom. After all, a battle involving tens of thousands of warships and millions of troops is already quite large, let alone taking place in a new district. And the death of Andre will only stir up more unrest. It could even trigger negotiations between the high-level officials of the two countries in the seventh heaven. Jiang Chen no longer harbored any illusions about Qingyu. He just hoped it wouldn't be a hindrance. Jiang Chen was curious about the military region's attitude. Jiangnan Provincial Military Region. It was still that same conference room. The dozens of generals were initially curious about what could be so urgent, but when they picked up the intelligence on the table, their eyes widened in disbelief and horror spread across their faces. Even throughout the conference room, there were hissing sounds of breathing. Several minutes later, seeing that everyone had almost finished digesting, Xia Jie then spoke. Although it's hard to believe, the information you all have has been confirmed from multiple sources. Let's all share our thoughts. A middle-aged major general frowned and said, Jiang Chen's current achievements are practically on par with Emperor Ming back then, but this kid is a bit too. The phrase overjoyed is easy to say but hard to hear, so he swallowed it back. But everyone present was a seasoned veteran, and they immediately understood what he meant. Indeed, there are some. Another lieutenant general nodded in agreement. Jiang Chen not only exposed his full strength in public, but also incited these young people to kill the descendants of the free Wukoling family. We were the victims, but now we've become the perpetrators. Certainly, more people hold opposing views. To avenge wrongs and settle scores is the spirit of our Dragon Kingdom. Since when did our military region have to consider those political things? Amidst the ongoing debate, Old Su, who had previously insisted on making Jiang Chen a role model, spoke up. How about we give Jiang Chen a proper warning, and then help him withstand the pressure from his free will? Old Su, Xia Jie suddenly stood up and said calmly, our military region doesn't do that kind of muddling through. You should know that Jiang Chen essentially saved the battle situation in Jiao Prefecture this time. Old Su asked, so what do you mean? Xia Jie softly uttered two words, appoint him as general. These words drew another collective gasp. Immediately afterwards, many people's eyes lit up. Although it's a bit outrageous that he was appointed general at the age of 18. But no young man could resist such a glorious moment. So this essentially tied Jiang Chen to the military region. As expected, experience matters. Appointed as a general, and Luoshi looked at the message in her hand, a moment of disorientation flashing in her eyes. And Luoshi, who was always proud, actually felt frustrated. An 18-year-old major general. After a long while, and Luoshi finally came to her senses and sighed. Back in the day, with my talent and a bit of luck, I overcame all obstacles and rose to the position of county magistrate. Now that I've become the lord of the city, I can say I've achieved great success. But I never expected that Jiang Chen would cover the distance that took me 20 years to travel in less than 2 months. Immediately afterwards, and Luoshi was caught in a happy dilemma. We just managed to scrape together enough money for the life essence. And now the Mountain King has appeared in the Dwarf Palace. How about we just use Chu Xia to pay off the debt? Anyway, that brat seems pretty willing. The news reached Jiang Chen the next day. Appointment as general? Jiang Chen exclaimed in surprise. You officers are truly courageous. Mu Qingshuang smiled and said, from now on, the county magistrate will be my direct superior. Mu Qingshuang felt a sense of relief. She no longer had to be caught in the middle between Jiang Chen and the military region. But to everyone's surprise, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and then said, thank you for your kind offer, officers, but Major General, no need for that. Then, he rubbed a few fingers together. Qingshuang, could you ask me if the military region wants to thank me, and if they could convert my Major General rank into spirit stones? Jiang Chen had thought it through very clearly. Major General sounds prestigious, with considerable power, but also means bearing corresponding obligations. If his superiors give him some orders, and cause any conflict that would be undesirable. Most importantly, the competition for the position of prefect depends entirely on merit. Even without the support of the military region, he was confident that he could stand out. It was just a matter of how many of his trump cards he would reveal. Jiang Chen refused decisively, but Mu Qingxuang was momentarily dazed. He actually refused. Also, what's with converting it into spirit stones? Chapter 148, Honorary Major General, Lord Kill, ranking announced. Soon, Mu Qingxuang then reported Jiang Chen's choice to the military region. The military leaders found Jiang Chen's decision hard to believe, and another heated discussion broke out. An hour later, Mu Qingxuang contacted Jiang Chen again with the military region's decision. The officers have decided to grant you the honorary rank of Major General. You will not be required to assume any military obligations, but of course, your rights are limited. As for the promise of converting it into spirit stones, that's just talk. The Jiangnan military region is probably even poorer than Jiangchen is now. This can be seen from the fact that Lieutenant Mu Qingxuang only started as an elite hero. Jiang Chen readily agreed this time. All right, thank you very much, officers. Mu Qingxuang also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Sir, from now on I'm one of your soldiers. Jiang Chen laughed and said, Don't worry, you'll definitely not be shortchanged if you follow me. As he spoke, Jiang Chen handed Mu Qingxuang 3 blueprints for the construction of the Tianyin branch. One is for you. Please give the other 2 to the military region and express my gratitude. Note that only female lords can build the Tianyin branch. If you don't have enough resources, there are resource points for sea sound stone and blue rain gold in early summer. Mu Qingxuang shouted loudly. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. After cutting off Mu Qingxuang's communication, Jiang Chen opened the Tianyin pavilion. Sektlak, 138,830. Currently, 6 Tianyin branches have been completed. Including the disciples of the Tianyin branch, Jiang Chen can obtain more than 30,000 luck points every day, and it is still growing like a snowball. With 130,000 sec fortune points, he could immediately upgrade the Empress's ethereal technique to minor mastery if he wanted, but that would be too extravagant. After we win the county-level ranking competition, we'll carefully consider how to allocate our luck. And that Hydra's lair in the open sea, it should also be given an owner. Thinking about it this way, there are quite a lot of things to do. The news that Jiang Chen had been awarded the title of Honorary Major General was quickly announced. Wei Ming exclaimed in amazement. Although he is only an honorary Major General and does not hold military power, this is still the first time in the Jiangnan military region that such a title has been given. Huang Xian said with some dissatisfaction, The military region is too stingy. With a strength like our leaders, he should be a regular Major General. Wei Ming offered a comforting remark. That's already pretty awesome. Those who knew the inside story, including in Chuxia and Mu Qingxuang, were speechless. It's not that the military region wouldn't give it to him. It's that Jiang Chen didn't want it. A few days passed quickly. The day of the first county-level ranking competition finally arrived. During this period, all the lords worked hard to accumulate kill points. Jiang Chen simply invited the key members of Longyuan County to his territory half an hour early, as a way of celebrating Longyuan County winning first place. In addition to the original 7 people from Longyuan Town, there are 10 more people. Xiao Wushang of Yongya Town, Yi Yiren of Misty Rain Town, Bai Xiaodian from Laoqin Town. Bai Xiaodian is a lively, round-faced girl with 2 dimples when she smiles. She has now become Ying Yinmon's top assistant. In addition, there's the 7th son of the Zhu family from Yiming Town. Zhu Yeshuan, visiting Jiang Chen's territory for the first time, looked around and said with some disappointment, The number 1 person in Jiao Ao Prefecture. I thought Jiang Chen's territory was a blessed land. Now it looks quite ordinary. Zhu Yeqing immediately said, Aside from the disciples of Tianyin, Brother Jiang Chen's main strength lies at sea. And didn't you sense that Brother Jiang Chen's territory has abundant spiritual energy? That's true, Zhu Yeshuan said. However, this level of spiritual energy concentration can be achieved using mid-grade or higher spirit stones. Zhu Yeshuan was instantly shocked when she saw the food in Jiang Chen's territory. Epic spirits, my god, and legendary spirit flesh too. Jiang Chen explained with a smile. Everyone has worked hard these past few days grinding for points, especially the few for Mingyu. This is the loot from that legendary Sea Dragon King, so it's good to nourish everyone. Zhu Yeshuan's feelings for Jiang Chen immediately increased. After all, legendary spiritual flesh can increase attributes, and it is a treasure in anyone's hands. There are not many lords as magnanimous as Jiang Chen. Is this the county magistrate's way of rewarding the troops? I guess so, Jiang Chen said generously. Everyone, don't be shy, eat your fill. Everyone started eating. The little fox beside Jiang Chen suddenly sighed and put down the food in its hand. And Chusha asked curiously, Yaya has no appetite? The little fox drooped its tail and ears, looking dejected, and said, Everyone knows that the first-place winner in Longyuan County won't make any money in this ranking competition. Jiang Chen joked, If you can't make money, even dragon meat doesn't taste good anymore, right? Why don't you give your share to Xiaozhu? Look, Xiaozhu has almost finished his own. As he spoke, he reached for the large plate of sea dragon meat in front of the little fox. Ah, smed didishu. The little fox quickly reached out to protect the food, then looked at Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang Chen, next time there's a ranking competition, could you control the pace a bit? Like in the county magistrate selection competition, make a comeback at the last moment, so we can keep making money. You really think I can control the score? Jiang Chen glared at the little fox. Then, waving your hand, a picture pops up. I recently discovered a Hydra lair. Are you all interested in the units below epic rank within? Everyone immediately put down their food, showing interest. Another epic field unit building. And just like the Dwarven Palace in early summer, you can recruit legendary units. Not only that, Hydra is a naval combat unit. Ing Man immediately said, I want the legendary Hydra. Name your price. Jiang Chen chuckled inwardly, but on the surface he pretended to hesitate and said, Well, that's a legendary unit. I was planning to recruit it myself. Ing Man waved her fist and said, The Mountain King is also a legendary unit, and you still sold it, didn't you? Logically speaking, with Ing Man's strength and intelligence capabilities, killing the legendary monster should not be difficult. That is indeed the case. Since the server opened, she has killed 3 legendary monsters. But Ing Man was also unlucky. Not to mention top-tier items like Territory Advancement Token, Hero Soul, and Soldier Token, she didn't even get any Soldier Souls. All she got were equipment. Therefore, Ing Man does not have a single legendary unit under her command to this day. And Chusha quickly smoothed things over, sistering, How about I let you recruit the next Mountain King? No need, no need. Ing Man quickly refused, then said to Jiang Chen, The King of the Hills is 5 million each, and I'll bid 20 million for each legendary Hydra. Jiang Chen was overjoyed, but a forced expression appeared on his face. For the sake of our long-standing friendship, all right. That's very kind of you, Ing Man exclaimed with delight, raising her glass. I'll toast you. Ing Man excitedly drank 3 cups in a row. Legendary units are finally coming. Everyone chatted and laughed. It was soon noon. Announcement. The rankings for the first county-level qualifying competition in Jiaoyou Prefecture are now being released. Ranked first in Lord Kill points, Longyuan County, with 4.852 billion points. Rewards. County Chief Jiang Chen receives plus 100 to all attributes. All county residents receive plus 40 to all attributes. Longyuan Town receives plus 10 to its fortune, and other towns receive plus 2 to their fortune. Second place in Lord Kill points, Colin County, 4.378 billion points. Chapter 149. Gathering of Destiny, Battlefield of Glory. Because the points are refreshed daily, the Heavenly Tao still releases all rankings at once. As expected, Longyuan County won first place. In fact, When the points were updated yesterday at noon, Kalang County had already given up the fight for first place. Rumble. Another 10 points of luck, and Lonyuan Town's luck instantly reached 67 points. With the blessing of good fortune, the town space expands once again. Unlike in the past, this time, not only Jiang Chen, but all tens of thousands of lords in Lonyuan County received attribute rewards, with each person gaining 40 points to all their attributes. Above Lonyuan County, countless golden rays shone down, each one landing on the head of a lord. Although victory was virtually assured, all the lords of Lonyuan Town still erupted in thunderous cheers. 40 points in all attributes, that's awesome. 40-star combat power. I have an F rank aptitude, and at level 30 with no equipment, my combat power is only 80 stars. This is a 50% increase. Our town is finally blessed with good fortune. Back then, the cherry blossom towns in our Lonyuan County fought tooth and nail for just 2 points of luck. Now all of our towns have 2 points of luck. Long live the county magistrate. Long live the martial lords. Long live Lonyuan County. I would go through fire and water for Lonyuan County without hesitation. Jiang Chen also showed a satisfied smile. 40 points to all attributes will greatly increase the survivability of all lords in Lonyuan County. Moreover, Lonyuan County has a population of less than 50,000. The resources enjoyed by each person are more than 10 times those of an ordinary county town. With both factors combined, the development speed of the Lord of Lonyuan County can definitely far exceed that of other counties. The seventh child of the Zhu family was overjoyed. Zhu Yeshuan said, "This trip was definitely worthwhile. Brother Jiang Chen, let me toast you too. For a military lord, lord attributes are far more important than hero attributes and troop attributes. You're already calling me brother?" Zhu Yeqing complained. "Xiao Xian, you're a typical, whoever feeds me will be my mother type. Do you remember how hard it was to get you to call me brother when you were little?" Suddenly, Yi Iren had an idea and excitedly suggested, "County magistrate, our county is vast and sparsely populated, making it perfect for qi gathering." "Iren, what a great idea." Yi Man was also eager to try. "If we really want to gather fortune, I'll immediately go and acquire fortune betting tokens." Everyone else's eyes lit up as well. Qi Yun convergence is also known as peaceful betting. Take Lonyuan County as an example. Each town has at least 2 points of luck. 500 towns could form an alliance and gamble against another 500 towns, then choose 2 points of luck as the stake. In this way, each of the 500 victorious towns gains 4 points of luck. After several such victories, many towns can accumulate more than 10 points of luck. It seems simple. However, the conditions are extremely stringent. First, you need to get into the top 2 in the county-level ranking competition so that all the towns in the county will receive good fortune. Secondly, the number of lords in a county should be small enough. At least half of the towns should be able to accommodate all the lords in the county after the convergence of fortune. These 2 conditions are completely contradictory. With a small number of participants, it's impossible to win a place in the county-level ranking competition. Lonyuan County is an exception. Everyone turned their attention to Jiang Chen, waiting for him to make the final decision. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "Generally speaking, whether it's the Lord ranking tournament, the town ranking tournament, or the county ranking tournament, there will be 3 rounds. We'll wait until after the 3 ranking tournaments before choosing to aggregate our luck." The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Jiang Chen means that he wants to win first place in the county-level ranking competition twice more. Yi Man said speechlessly, "You're so confident, but our town only has 50,000 people." Jiang Chen's tone revealed strong confidence. When the Lord Kill ranking tournament was first announced, didn't everyone think it was impossible? And what happened? The little fox shouted, "Don't you ever learn? You just blindly trust brother Jiang Chen." On the state government channel, Chao Ziqing exclaimed, "In less than 2 months since the opening of Lonyuan County, the town's fortune has been raised to 67 points. below the third level of heaven. At this age, the only person who could achieve this is probably His Majesty, the first emperor, who built upon a legacy of 6 generations. Ng Man emphasized, Jiang Chen is not bad. He is indeed only slightly inferior to His Majesty, the first emperor. This made Jiang Chen chuckle to himself. At this moment, Ng Man was just like any little girl who idolizes her father. The county magistrates from the Dragon Kingdom offered their congratulations one by one, while the county magistrates from other countries reacted differently. AP said sourly, Longyuan County is really lucky. It already has so many martial merit lords, and it just so happens to have Lord Killing points. Legion AI remarked with admiration, Lord Jiang Chen is so outstanding. It seems he has completely inherited the excellent genes of our South Korean country. The two were just venting their frustrations, and Jiang Chen didn't bother with them. But Toyotomi Hidaichi suddenly said, if the Dragon Kingdom hadn't broken its promise and cruelly murdered Lord Andre, Kaling County might not have lost. This is how the Dragon Kingdom treats its allies. That's a really hurtful thing to say. Chao Zicheng was furious. Toyotomi Hidaichi, our Dragon Kingdom has already held a press conference to explain what happened. It was Andre who colluded with your Sakura Kingdom and violated the contract first. So stop trying to sow discord here. Toyotomi Hidaichi sneered. That's just your Dragon Kingdom side of the story. Jiang Chen's decision to have his fleet secretly follow them clearly shows he has ulterior motives. Poor Mr. Andre. Although he saw through Jiang Chen's conspiracy and escaped back to his territory, he still couldn't avoid being poisoned. Furthermore, if you weren't already planning to take action against Mr. Andre, why would you have planted spies in Kaling County? You know what? Although Toyotomi Hidaichi distorted the truth, he was able to present his arguments logically and convincingly. This drew a barrage of curses from the lords of the Dragon Kingdom. That Toyotomi Hidaichi is truly a talent. Jiang Chen turned to Ng Man and asked, do you have an inside man in Tokuyama Town? Ng Man remained silent. It turns out Jiang Chen is addicted to stealing people's homes. No, even if I did, it wouldn't work. After Andre's death, all the counties made detailed contingency plans. If a town is found to be under a censorship or airspace ban, the million lords in the county will probably swarm there instantly, and then we will be in danger. At this point, Ng Man changed the subject. Unless, Jiang Chen continued, unless you possess a legendary spatial sealing scroll that can seal off the entire county. Ng Man nodded. That's right. After the entire county is sealed off, the county magistrate will lose the home field advantage of the anywhere door, and everyone will be on the same starting line. Jiang Chen could naturally enhance the legendary spatial sealing scroll. However, if the entire county were to be sealed off, it would probably take Jiang Chen 8 to 10 days just to get there. After all, a county town spans tens of thousands of miles. After seeing everyone off, Jiang Chen stretched and said, after grinding monsters for half a month, I can finally take a break. But he had barely finished speaking. On the state government channel, which was still open, gold announcements appeared again. Announcement. A fortuitous opportunity has arrived. The Glory Battlefield Secret Realm has opened in Jiaoao Island. Click to view the rules. This Glory Battleground has lords from 28 states, including humans, gods, demons, and machines, who have qualified to participate. Battlefield points can be redeemed for rewards. Lords ranked within the top 1,000 in points will receive a battle name. The number 1 spot is the Golden Battle Name. Ranks 210 are Silver Tier Battle Names. Items 11-100 are Bronze Battle Names. Numbers 101, 1000 are Black Iron Battle Names. Warning. Death in the Glory Battlefield is a real death. Glory Battlefield? A secret realm of opportunity. It's a massive secret realm of opportunity spanning more than 10 races, 28 states, and hundreds of millions of lords. Jiang Chen's heart pounded. After reading the rules of the Glory Battlefield, Jiang Chen frowned. Each lord can only bring a limited number of heroes and troop types, and these are tied to the lord's level. Chapter 150, Candidates. Mass promotions. Terrifying increase. At the same time as the announcement from heaven, a golden portal also appeared in Jiang Chen's territory square, which was the entrance to the Glory Battlefield. The Glory Battlefield will open tomorrow at 12 noon. In other words, everyone has one day to prepare. According to the rules, each lord can voluntarily choose whether to enter the Glory Battlefield, but can only bring a number of units equal to their own level. Jiang Chen at level 20 can lead 20 soldiers and heroes. This secluded realm of opportunity spans 10 races. This also includes races like the gods, which rank among the top 100 of all races, making the situation extremely precarious. It's worth noting that in last year's ranking of all races, the human race only ranked 5,825th, placing them in the lower middle range. This is still the ranking of the entire human race. Besides the Blue Star civilization, the human race also has many other technological civilizations, such as the cultivation civilization. Not to mention the gods. Even the demons and machines rank far above the humans. A secluded and unexpected opportunity. This sparked lively discussions across various chat channels. Battle name. A battle name that can increase attributes by a percentage. How wonderful it would be if I could be among the top 1,000 and earn a battle title. Brother, wake up. With a powerful race like the gods around, I'm afraid only you royal descendants have a chance to compete for the top 1,000. Sigh, I thought we wouldn't come into contact with other races until at least the battle of the 10,000 races, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Brothers, you need to think carefully about this glory battlefield. If you enter the glory battlefield and encounter a god lord, you may not survive. In a Longyuan County Management Group, Jiang Chen temporarily set up a video conference. And Chu Xia said, although the glory battlefield is a tremendous opportunity, it is also fraught with danger. What are everyone's plans? Ha ha ha. Zhu Yeqing was still full of energy, even though he had been grinding monsters for more than 10 days. It is said that most of the gods are military lords. With such a good opportunity, I naturally want to learn from them. Yin Man said succinctly, as a descendant of the first emperor, how can we back down when faced with difficulties? Wei Ming, full of confidence, said, haha, count me in. He had consumed a bottle of life essence and possessed 2 epic units, making him extremely confident. Tu Shanyi exclaimed excitedly, our Tianhu clan's Nanli prefecture has been selected for this glory battlefield. So Ye wants to participate too. And Chu Xiao was moved by the emotions of the crowd. Since that's the case, then I'll risk my life to accompany you. That's a bit of an exaggeration. And Chu Xia now possesses a dwarf king, 2 legendary hill kings, 23 epic storm guardians, and numerous Tianyin disciples, making her second only to Yin Man in strength. Yin Man suddenly asked, where's the county magistrate? Why hasn't he made a sound? Jiang Chen laughed and said, since everyone's participating, I'll join in the fun too. However, battle name is something that can only be obtained by chance, and it is one of the few things that Jiang Chen cannot obtain through enhancement. The golden battle name of the first place winner is something you might miss this time, but who knows when you'll encounter it again. I never thought that someone as cautious as me would have a day of adventure. Although Jiang Chen is very strong, he would still be in some danger if surrounded by hundreds of divine sons of the divine race. Wei Ming flattered, with the combat power of the bosses, 12 giant dragons, you can definitely get into the top 1,000 and win the battle title. Yin Man said, then you're underestimating Jiang Chen. He might have some hidden cards up his sleeve. He might just make a name for himself this time and break into the top 100. Huang Xian said, Sistering, please don't put too much pressure on our leader. This time, our opponents are all lords of powerful races, such as the God race, the Demon race, and the Machine race. Mu Qingxuang said regretfully, if the glory battlefield were a naval battle, with Boss's invincible fleet, we would definitely be able to enter the top 100. After being awarded the title of Honorary Major General, Jiang Chen corrected Mu Qingxuang's use of the term commander or chief, so Mu Qingxuang started calling him boss, along with everyone else. Only the little fox protested. What do you mean, top 100? Brother Jiang Chen is going to be number 1. Ing Yi Man couldn't help but tease the little fox. Yeah, is being brainless again. The little fox felt a little guilty and said stiffly, even if Brother Jiang Chen doesn't get first place, getting into the top 10 is no problem. Everyone just smiled wryly. Even if they had great confidence in Jiang Chen, they dared not hope that he would make it into the top 10. Ing Yiman's goal is only to be in the top 100. Finally, among the key personnel from Lonyuan County, all except Yi Iren and Mu Qingxuang chose to participate. Closed chat history. Now that I've decided to enter the battlefield of glory, my goal is naturally the gold rank of first place. What if I achieve it? Thinking of the bonus from the golden battle name, Jiang Chen was immediately filled with motivation and said softly, "Upgrade." The county-level ranking competition has ended, and Jiang Chen no longer needs to suppress his level. With 25 consecutive halos flashing by, Jiang Chen went from level 20 to the current maximum level of 45, consuming 37 million energy. After the upgrade, Jiang Chen looked at his attributes. Jiang Chen, level 45. Attributes: Physique 3728 plus 900, Spiritual Power 3770, Divine Soul 3560 plus 300, Capacity 2240. Technique: 8-9 Arcane Arts Proficient, Level A. Skills: Origin Divine Fist Beginner, Rank A. Cloud Riding Beginner, Rank A. Cup of Wine Beginner, Rank A. Qualification: A. Equipment: 7-star set. Combat Power Rating: 3606 star. 3,600 stars of combat power. 4,600 star physiques. The sudden surge in base attributes even diluted the attribute amplification ratio of the 8-9 arcane arts. This is because the 7-star set is only a level 20 legendary equipment. If Jiang Chen wore level 40 legendary equipment, his combat power would increase by several hundred stars. Call! Jiang Chen exhaled softly, causing the air within a 10-meter radius to churn. This is because Jiang Chen's strength has suddenly increased dramatically, and he is not yet able to perfectly control his power. It is said that some terrifying deep-sea monsters cause small-scale ocean tides with each breath. Although Jiang Chen is far from reaching that level, he has already begun to develop his own. A good 10 minutes or so passed. Jiang Chen finally managed to control his power. Next, it's time to determine who will enter the glory battlefield. Level 45 can carry 45 people. All 4 heroes should naturally be brought along. As for the troops, Jiang Chen had too many powerful troops under his command, and he spent a long time considering before deciding on the candidates. Besides the Goddess Warrior and the 9 Heaven Saintess who are required, there are 20 more slots available. I currently have 580 million energy, so I'll prioritize the 12 dragons that have already reached level 45. There are still 8 slots available, including 2 archangels for support, plus 6 crystal virgins. In reality, angels are significantly stronger than dragons at the same level, but angels are generally only level 25, and Jiang Chen simply doesn't have enough energy to upgrade them. After the candidate is selected, Jiang Chen began to promote people in batches. The 580 million energy accumulated over the past few days has been completely used up. Except for the level 45 dragon, all other selected units have been upgraded to level 40. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen opened the Tianyin Pavilion interface again. Sekt Lak, 331,850. 330,000 units of luck. The free heaven technique has been upgraded, and the Great Sumeru sword style has also been upgraded. Note: consuming 500 points of sect luck, the ethereal technique of the free heaven sect has reached proficiency. Note: consuming 2,000 points of sect luck, the ethereal technique of the free heaven sect has reached mastery. Note: consuming 20,000 points of sect luck, the ethereal technique of the Free Heaven sect has reached minor success. Note: consuming 500 points of sect luck, the Great Sumeru sword style of the Free Heaven sect has reached proficiency. Hint: in the end, Jiang Chen consumed 320,000 sect luck points. The Empress and the Nine Heaven Saintess have both reached the minor mastery level in the ethereal technique, and have reached the mastery level in the Great Sumeru sword style. The attribute boosts after reaching the minor completion stage of the Piamiao Ju are Physique plus 1,200, Spiritual Power plus 1,200, Divine Soul plus 720, and Capacity plus 720. It's so great to have a sect. I really envy the disciples of Tianyin Pavilion to have such a good lord like me. Chapter 151 Conspiracy. The First Emperor's Attention. Entering the battlefield, Jiang Chen himself even had the idea of joining the Tianyin Pavilion. Shaking his head to clear his mind of the strange thoughts, Jiang Chen took out a piece of blank equipment. Enhanced the nebula armor. Consuming 150 million spirit stones, Jiang Chen enhanced 2 epic sets for the Nine Heaven Saintess and a humanoid dragon, a level 40 nebula set and a level 45 dragon blood set. After her level, skills, and equipment were all upgraded, the Nine Heaven Saintess's combat power instantly reached a terrifying 2,800 stars, and her panel combat power even surpassed that of a legendary 3-star goddess warrior. With my current strength, I can't guarantee I'll get the gold battle name, but I can definitely protect myself. Jiang Chen's frantic increase in strength instantly attracted the attention of many powerful figures in the territory. Several beams of light flashed by. Yin, the Empress, and Jaina emerged from the portal one after another. Even Li Hani, a homebody, came out of the enlightenment room. The Empress hurriedly asked, "My lord, has something happened?" Jiang Chen nodded and briefly recounted the situation to the heroes. "I've already experienced the power of demons," Yin said, a glint of fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. "So the gods are even stronger than demons." Jaina licked her lips. "I've never heard of races like the gods or the machine races before. I'd love to see them for myself." Even Li Hani raised his head slightly and said, "My sword art has reached the minor perfection, with a 3.2 times increase in sword art power. I wonder if there is any god who can withstand my undying sword." Seeing the hero's arrogant demeanor, Jiang Chen immediately said, "I can't say for sure how strong this enemy is, so you must not let your guard down." The women then replied, "Yes." Next, Jiang Chen then thought of the people in Longyuan County. There's basically no need to worry about in Chuxia's foundation, and Wei Ming and Huang Xian each have 2 epic troop types. So it turns out that the little fox only has the Tianyin branch and lacks high in-combat power. The little fox was silly, cute, and obedient, and Jiang Chen didn't want anything to happen to her. Jiang Chen flipped through his inventory, and his eyes quickly lit up. That's it. He immediately mailed a piece of equipment to the little fox. A note: "Take this equipment first. It might save your life in the battlefield of glory at a crucial moment." Soon, the little fox replied, "Legendary equipment, and it's a special summoning equipment. But if such powerful equipment is given to Yiya, what will Brother Jiang Chen do?" "Jiang Chen, just use it. I know what I'm doing." The little fox, being the simple-minded type, didn't ask any more questions. "Thank you, Brother Jiang Chen. If I meet my heavenly fox sisters in the glory battlefield, I'll definitely introduce you to them. Don't worry, the youngest Su Su is 9 years old and will be an adult next year." Jiang Chen replied with a single word: punishment. Desan County. More than a dozen county heads from Sakura Prefecture gathered together again. "Gentlemen, in this glory battlefield, a lord can only bring a maximum of a few dozen heroes and troops, and Jiang Chen is no exception." A glint of excitement flashed in Toyotomi Hideyoshi's eyes, and he gestured wildly, saying, "Without territory, an invincible fleet, or a large number of Tianyin disciples, Jiang Chen only has 12 giant dragons that are still troublesome. Therefore, this glory battlefield is the best opportunity for us to kill Jiang Chen." The mustachioed Sakura county magistrate, standing to the side, asked with a hint of doubt. According to the rules, after entering the glory battlefield, we will randomly appear in any corner of the bottom level. Although I am reluctant to admit it, Jiang Chen is no longer just a genius, but a strong person. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he is the #1 strong person in Jiao Prefecture. Even if Jiang Chen can only bring a few dozen soldiers, he is still no match for any lord in our Sakura kingdom. Anyone who encounters Jiang Chen will only be easy prey. Toyotomi Hidaichi patiently explained. Tokugawa-kun, I just looked up information about the glory battlefield. In large-scale opportunity realms like the glory battlefield, you can use points to locate the position of a certain lord. We can definitely use this feature to get together first. If we have enough glory points, we can even exchange them for items like the dimensional lock to lock Jiang Chen right next to us. The mustachioed brother Tokugawa said. But this will inevitably affect the points we, the Sakura lords, can obtain. Toyotomi Hidaichi sneered. Excuse my bluntness. Although the cherry blossom lords of Jiao Prefecture number in the tens of millions, there are no more than 100 who are qualified to compete for the battle name. Moreover, the military has also dispatched a Shikigami lord for this operation. Tokugawa was finally persuaded and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, with the support of the Shikigami lord, Jiang Chen's dragon is no longer a threat. At this moment, a handsome-looking mayor of Sakura Prefecture suddenly said, I'll take care of organizing the killing of Jiang Chen. For this, I'm willing to give up the competition for the battle name. Feng Chenxiu said solemnly. I admire Hojo-kun's noble character and integrity. Toyotomi Hidaichi knew that Hideaki Hojo, who was also from the Hojo family, had long coveted his 3 cousins, but he didn't know what kind of spell Jiang Chen had cast on the 3 Hojo sisters to make them so devoted to him. I bet the 3 sisters have been tortured by Jiang Chen 100 times over. Therefore, Hideaki Hojo hated Jiang Chen to the core. Hideaki Hojo gritted his teeth and said, Please rest assured, everyone, this battlefield of glory will be Jiang Chen's death day. The Third Heaven. Xianyang Palace. The Protoss. Ingzheng looked at the intelligence report in his hand and stood up abruptly. Little 19 is actually on the same battlefield of glory as the gods. I made a mistake with 18 earlier. The gods are the greatest enemy of humanity, the greatest enemy of Earth, and also the greatest enemy of the immortal Qin. To resist the gods, Ingzheng even went so far as to consume most of the resources of the immortal Qin dynasty to build the divine-level defensive structure, the Wall of Return to the Void, and sent his most trusted eldest son to guard it. Now that his precious daughter has been facing off against the gods so quickly, Ingzheng, the old father, is very worried. Zhao Gao flattered. The divine race's talent is generally far superior to that of the human race. How can your highness, with your precious body, easily take such a risk? Please, your majesty, issue an edict to prevent your highness from entering the glory battlefield. After a silence lasting more than 10 seconds, Ingzheng finally spoke. When I returned to Earth last time, Ah Fong played a song for me, and one of the lyrics was very good. How can you see a rainbow without going through wind and rain? No one could succeed easily. My daughter, Ingzheng's daughter, is not a flower in a greenhouse. If Xiao Shurjiu really perishes on this path, then it is her destiny. Your Majesty is wise, Zhao Gao readily complimented. The young prince is incredibly talented and blessed with great fortune. He may be able to enter the top 10 in the honor battlefield points and obtain a silver battle title. Snort. Looking at Zhao Gao, who was prostrating himself below, Ingzheng suddenly said in a cold voice, Stop flattering me. It's already quite an achievement for Xiao Shurjiu to even make it into the top 100 against the gods. And what happened last time I asked you to buy the county magistrate position for Xiao Shurjiu? You couldn't even handle such a small matter. Zhao Gao, his face filled with panic, said, Your Majesty, It's all because Jiang Chen is ungrateful. He actually used the young prince as a shield. He deserves to die. All right, all right. Ingzheng waved his hand in annoyance. You may leave. Yes, etc. His Majesty. If Jiang Chen can truly break into the top 100 in the final scores of the Battle of Honor, report this to me immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. It wasn't until he had traveled over 1,000 kilometers from the Jade View Immortal Palace and returned to his own residence that Zhao Gao revealed his shock and anger. I never expected that Jiang Chen would actually catch His Majesty's eye just because of those 12 giant dragons. His expression quickly shifted from shock and anger to sinister malice. A mere commoner dares to demand an apology from me. I can't do anything to you now, but once the young prince completes the battle against heaven and enters the upper realm, let's see who can protect you. At that time, I will make you wish you were dead. Noon next day, the portal to the battlefield of glory transformed into a spatial vortex. Jiang Chen handed over the daily defense of the territory to his chief disciple, Li Yin, and then said softly, "The following individuals have been confirmed to enter the glory battlefield: Empress, Yin, Li Hani, Jaina, and Goddess Warrior, entering the glory battlefield." The words fell. The spatial vortex immediately expanded outwards, enveloping everyone. Then it suddenly contracted inward, and the figures of Jiang Chen and the other 46 people were instantly stretched into long strips by the space before disappearing into the portal. Chapter 152, Terrifying Score Grinding Speed. First encounter with the gods. You have entered the first level of the glory battlefield. Killing monsters on the battlefield earns you glory points, which can be redeemed for battlefield rewards. Once you accumulate 1 million glory points, you can enter the second-tier battlefield and unlock the second-tier exchange list. Slaying other lords will grant you 1/10 of their glory points. The glory battlefield will be open for 3 days. Rankings will be determined by cumulative points at 12 o'clock noon after 3 days. You can leave the glory battlefield at any time when you're not in combat, but if you leave the glory battlefield prematurely, you will forfeit the battle name rewards. Current number of lords in the glory battlefield: 1,852,392. When Jiang Chen stepped on a solid ground again, he found himself in a gray battlefield, and a notification sound came to his ears. Meanwhile, the number of players on the battlefield jumped rapidly, instantly surpassing 2 million. The sky here is only about a kilometer high, which is very oppressive. The land is desolate, with scattered bones, broken armor, and rusty weapons all around. A dozen kilometers away, a white pillar of light stretched into the sky, which should be the portal to the second level of the battlefield that the heavenly Tao had indicated. Jiang Chen first opened the glory points redemption list. Level 40 excellent equipment requires 40 points. The glory set? A rare set of equipment with decent stats. It costs 2,000 points in total, so the price-performance ratio is acceptable. As expected, it can locate other lords. It costs 100 glory points, which isn't too expensive. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen licked his lips. Killing other lords grants 1/10 of their glory points, forcing races to fight each other. Even among members of the same race, killing is unavoidable. In the glory battlefield rankings, skill plays a major role, but a bit of luck also applies. For example, two people of equal strength might have vastly different experiences. One might encounter bosses repeatedly, while the other might only be able to deal with minor enemies. For example, a lord ranked higher than oneself in points might unexpectedly perish. So, killing other lords to gain glory points is entirely beneficial to Jiang Chen. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen said to Jing Qi, "Scan the surrounding terrain and monsters." Yes. In an instant, Jing Qi transformed into a 20-meter-long crystal bat and soared into the sky. Jiang Chen opened the chat channel. The little fox said, "Why does this place feel so eerie?" And Chu Xia immediately said, "Yeah, don't be afraid. I'll locate you later, and if you're not too far away, we'll meet up." Having the trump card Jiang Chen gave her, the little fox naturally didn't want to trouble others. Sisterin, you don't need to worry about me. You should quickly accumulate glory points and strive to enter the second battlefield and obtain a battle name. Yi Man said, there are now more than 3 million lords. The diameter of the first level of the glory battlefield is probably tens of thousands of kilometers. It will be very difficult for them to converge. Wei Ming asked curiously, that's strange. I remember that there were less than 100 lords in our Lonyuan County who decided to participate in the glory battlefield. If that's the case, there are probably only about 10,000 lords in the entire Diaoyou prefecture. There are 20 prefectures in total, so why are there so many lords participating? Irin, a spectator offstage, chimed in, it seems they're mostly lords of the gods, machines, or demons. You'd better watch out. Sudden, Zhu Yeqing said in a deep voice, I've encountered a god lord. Everyone was startled and suggested that they avoid conflict if possible, since none of them had any points to spare and killing the other side would not bring any benefit. Even Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. Zhu Yeqing smiled faintly and said, too late. This guy seems to be convinced that he has me cornered. It's not a matter of whether I want to have a conflict or not. Just then, Jing Qi suddenly said, Lord, the detection within a radius of 100 kilometers has been completed, and 18 life forms suspected to be those of a lord have been detected. Jiang Chen nodded. What about the recent monsters? Jing Qi said, right beneath our feet. The harmony had just ended. Puff! A skeletal arm suddenly burst from the ground and grabbed at Jiang Chen's ankle. As expected, it's an undead creature. Jiang Chen remained calm and stomped down heavily. Boom! The owner of that blind arm was, of course, dead beyond dead. This isn't the end of the story. The ground cracked instantly like a spider web, and everyone felt that the ground within a radius of tens of meters had sunk by more than an inch. You killed a skeleton warrior, elite, gaining 400 energy, 50 spirit stones, 8 glory points, and 1 bone sword. Fine. You killed the skeleton archer, elite. Hundreds of battle reports instantly appeared in the battle log, suggesting that all the undead creatures underground in this area had been killed by Jiang Chen's kick. Jiang Chen also gained over 1,000 glory points in one go. Jaina's eyes sparkled with admiration. Lord, you're so strong. And at this time, the battle on Zhu Yeqing's side has also come to a conclusion. The opponent was just an ordinary god, and I've already dealt with them. Too bad, I didn't get any points. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Huang Xian, wow, you're awesome. Looks like the gods aren't so great after all. Zhu Yeqing quickly said, everyone must not let our guard down. We are all elites of the human race, while the other side may just be an entertainment lord of the gods. Little Fox, at Jiang Chen brother, someone looks down on the entertainment lord. Zhu Yeqing was sweating profusely. Jiang Chen smiled, then closed the chat channel and said to everyone, Jing Qi, continue probing and keep track of the monster horde's location. The rest of you, split up and hunt them down. Yes, to improve monster killing efficiency, Jiang Chen divided the team into 10 groups, each no more than 10 kilometers apart. He himself was accompanied by Zizai, Rinxing Longjio, and Cynthia. In any case, given the strength of the local powerhouses, dealing with these monsters, which are at most rare, wouldn't pose any danger. Giselle, there are 300 skeletal monsters 7 kilometers away in a direction 30 degrees south of north. Your Majesty, please proceed another 5 kilometers. Hundreds of ghouls have just emerged from the ground, led by a rare grade ghoul leader. Crystal 7's information was constantly being synchronized in the territory channel. Although he didn't encounter any powerful boss monsters, Jiang Chen managed to rack up over 10,000 points in just a few minutes thanks to the Crystal Maiden's efficient radar and her formidable strength. The efficiency is terrifying. Fortunately, the undead creatures on the glory battlefield seemed endless, and Jiang Chen killed them quickly and cleared them out fast. According to his understanding, there won't be any overly powerful bosses on the first floor. So Jiang Chen was too lazy to change locations and simply occupied the map within 100 miles to farm points endlessly. During this time, Jiang Chen spent some points to locate the positions of the people in Lanyuan County. They discovered that only Zhu Yeshuan and Wei Ming were relatively close, less than 1,000 kilometers away. The others were much farther away. 20 minutes later, I never expected to encounter a god, Lord, so soon. Jiang Chen looked at the Lord who was facing him from afar and sighed. It seems that the participation rate of the god lords is indeed far greater than that of the human race. Jiang Chen had seen countless images or photos of the gods, but this was the first time he had seen a living being. The opposing god was 3 meters tall, his body covered in dark bone armor, and he carried a giant sword. Surprisingly, although this god had a ferocious appearance, he exuded a mysterious and noble aura, as if he were a celestial noble who ruled over all races. To Jiang Chen's dismay, this Protoss Lord also commands a squad of rare human archers. Since it was his first time seeing the gods, Jiang Chen couldn't help but take a closer look. And this god race lord also seemed to be sizing up Jiang Chen. He was initially somewhat cautious. After confirming Jiang Chen's race and discovering that Jiang Chen only had 3 soldiers with him, the god lord instantly exuded an aura of dominance over the world. Human slave, kneel down now. Chapter 153, Instant Kill. The little fox's shining moment. Jiang Chen wasn't angry. He simply said calmly, "This is your divine race's innate skill, divine might and vastness, right?" It said that it works even better when combined with an imposing expression and tone. This bit of divine power was completely negligible to Jiang Chen and his companions. Quite a lot. Unfortunately, the outcome won't change in the slightest. Although his skills have been seen through, the God Lord remained unconcerned, simply saying, "Remember, the one who killed you was the great god, Lord Gaiman. I hope your glory points will satisfy me." He waved his hand lightly, and dozens of rare Protoss units, the Zealots, wielding twin swords, charged forward. Meanwhile, the human archers, disregarding any sense of kinship, began to draw their bows and knock arrows in Jiang Chen's direction. "Kill me." Jiang Chen shook his head. This Protoss lord entered the battlefield with rare units. He might actually be a playful lord. After a brief moment of curiosity, Jiang Chen had already lost interest in the god race lord before him. "Cynthia, finish this quickly." "Yes, my lord." Cynthia nodded, and then her body crackled with electricity. Thunderstep. The principle behind Thunderstep is very simple. It's about using the power of thunder to strike yourself out of the ground. A bolt of lightning flashed across 100 meters of empty space, and Cynthia instantly appeared in front of the God Lord. "You?" The Protoss Lord looked horrified. He didn't want to fight back, but the moment he raised his sword arm half an inch, Cynthia struck him in the forehead with a spear. Boom! The enormous head was instantly smashed to pieces. Cynthia showed no sign of stopping, continuing to slaughter the Protoss Lord's troops, including the human archers. Hint: you have killed Lord Gaiman, a god, gaining 180,000 energy and 341 glory points. Looking at his harvest, Jiang Chen sighed. For a god race lord who is merely engaged in farming or even entertainment to possess such strength, it is no wonder that this race is ranked among the top 100 in the list of all races. Judging from the energy gained, this god lord's combat strength is roughly at the level of a level 40 outstanding hero, comparable to Enchusha, who consumed the life essence. But the god lord in front of her was just a minor god, while Enchusha was an elite among the human race, 1 in a million. The differences between the two ethnic groups are obvious. Indeed, the strength of a territory largely depends on its heroes and troops. However, a powerful lord can greatly accelerate early development, just like a military lord like Zhu Yeqing. Furthermore, the units unlocked after upgrading the Protoss territory are more powerful than those of the Terran. For example, at Town Hall level 7, the common human territory will unlock the heavy cavalry, and the Protoss territory will also unlock the Zealot. Although both are rare unit types, the Zealots have a combat power rating that is 1.2 to 1.4 times that of the heavy cavalry. With all these differences accumulating, it won't be long before the gap between the two clans' lords becomes vast. In a short while, Cynthia then wiped out all the enemies. Jiang Chen composed himself. Let's move on to the next monster horde. There is no distinction between day and night in the battlefield of glory. 10 hours passed quickly, but the sky remained overcast. Thousands of kilometers away from Jiang Chen, two Tushan Fox clan girls, who had been separated for a long time, were jumping and skipping excitedly. Yeah. Hong Hong, I've finally found you. The little fox didn't have access to the chat channel in Nanli Prefecture, where the Celestial Fox clan lived, so it couldn't locate itself. Its encounter with its own kind this time was entirely due to incredible luck. Besides Tushan Hong Hong, there are dozens of Tianhu clan girls, all of whom Tushan Hong Hong gathered together through location tracking during this period. Yeah, how are you doing over there? Yeah, how are you? How's the town? Does it have any luck points? Yeah, you haven't been back for so long. You haven't fallen for a human man, have you? They surrounded the little fox in the center, chattering and asking questions incessantly, making quite a scene. Tushan Hong Hong is already 14 years old. Although she is petite, she has the air of a mature woman. After her initial excitement subsided, she grabbed the little fox's ear and gently scolded it. In order to get you back to Nanli Prefecture, the clan chief specially prepared a high-level relocation order for you. But not only have you not moved back for so long, you haven't told the clan about the situation in the territory either. Do you know how worried everyone is about you? Ouch. Let go, Hong Hong. The little fox quickly apologized. It's my fault. I met so many friends here. The human brothers and sisters are so kind to me. Tushan Hong Hong was relieved, then said with a helpless expression, And yeah, you're always so reckless. You dare to enter the glory battlefield with just a rare hero? Do you even know that there are evil and powerful races like the gods and demons in this glory battlefield? The little fox's eyes darted around, and she said with a fawning expression, Good Hong Hong, now that I've met you, you protect me. Seeing the little fox's pitiful appearance, Tushan Hong Hong instantly felt a strong urge to protect it. Don't worry, Iya. We've gathered dozens of sisters and thousands of troops, and I even have 2 teams of elite troops. Even if we score fewer points together, it will ensure your safety. The youngest member, Tushan Susu, proudly declared, Yeah, you have no idea. We scared off several lords of the gods and demons along the way. Wow, Hong Hong actually has an exceptional unit. She even scared away the lords of the gods and demons. The little fox exclaimed with admiration. Hong Hong is amazing. The little fox's exclamation made Tushan Hong Hong's tail wag, but she humbly replied, It's what I should do after all. I'm your big sister. But no one noticed the cunning in the little fox's eyes. As everyone knows, the reason it's called the ranking of 10,000 races is because the list only ranks 10,000 races. Smaller races like the Celestial Fox clan don't even qualify for the list. Of course, the Celestial Fox clan possesses illusionary talents as a means of survival. The little fox naturally wouldn't use illusion magic to conceal its whereabouts, but instead swaggered along. It's easy to imagine that the lords of powerful races would see the little fox, a lone member of the Celestial Fox clan, as easy prey. The result was naturally that the little fox received both energy and points. The little fox has killed no fewer than 10 alien lords along the way. Tushan Hong Hong finally noticed the little fox's Tianyin disciple. Yeah, your human soldiers look quite spirited. Giggle. The little fox let out a joyful laugh. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm coming clean, just as she was about to introduce her powerful units, which ranked 12th among the elite units on Earth, to her sisters. A soft laugh suddenly rang out. A fox girl, she looks so delicious. A soft laugh rang out. So, are all your people now? Tushan Hong Hong's expression changed, and she shouted, Who is it? Get out here. Space ripples like water. A demonic figure appeared in midair. He was only the height of an ordinary human, with wings gently flapping on his back and a demonic scimitar hanging across his waist. Behind him, dozens of great demon heroes and troops also floated. Looking at the enemy before her, Tu Shan Hong Hong's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. A great demon lord who wields the power of space. Tu Shan Hong Hong gritted her teeth and said, "Your Excellency, this demon is indeed very strong, but there are dozens of us. Fighting you will only result in mutual destruction." "Yeah, a lose-lose situation?" The demon lord chuckled, ignoring Tu Shan Hong Hong, and turned to look at the little fox. "One amazing celestial fox clan. I can feel the rich life force within you. Have you consumed some spiritual creature? Perhaps by consuming you, I can ascend to the throne." These words caused Tu Shan Hong Hong's expression to change once again. Regardless of whether they are dark races, demon races, or undead races, the monarch represents the legendary rank, which is equivalent to the A-level aptitude of humans. If the demon lord before them wasn't just bluffing, then he was only one step away from becoming a legend. How could I be so unlucky as to run into such a demonic rookie lord? "Donji," she immediately said to the little fox. "Yeah, use your illusion magic to escape right away, and we'll try our best to buy you some time." The little fox was also facing such a formidable enemy for the first time, and instinctively took a step back. However, she immediately remembered the trump card Jiang Chen had given her, and immediately bared her little tiger teeth and shouted, "Who will eat whom is still uncertain. I hope your glory points will satisfy me." She loudly ordered the Tianyin disciples to prepare the great Suru sword formation, while secretly pinching a blood-red wine cup in her hand. Chapter 154, Could it be that Yaya has hooked up with a rich man? The demon lord was taken aback. Then he burst into laughter, even bending over with laughter. "Huh, one adorable fox. If it weren't for the fact that you can't take other creatures back from the glory battlefield, I would really like to take you back to the abyss world and keep you as a pet." Tu Shan Hong Hong also looked anxious and whispered quickly in the little fox's ear, "Yeah, stop talking. Quickly use illusion magic to escape, and abandon the hero units too. As long as you break free from combat lock-on, you can leave the glory battlefield." Upon hearing this, the little fox patted its chest, which was completely disproportionate to its petite figure, and said in a show of force, "Don't worry, Hong Hong. The only use for this demon is to help me rank up." Tu Shan Hong Hong was speechless. These words enraged the demon nobleman before him, a bloodthirsty glint appearing in his crimson eyes. "This fox is so stupid. I'm afraid I'll become stupid too if I eat it." Without further ado, he gave instructions to his heroic units. "Kill everyone except that cunning fox." "Yes, my lord." A hero's body rippled with spatial energy, and his figure slowly disappeared from the spot. Meanwhile, other demonic units transformed into streaks of black shadow, approaching the Sky Fox Clan's battle formation. Space travel. Tu Shan Gong screamed. His hero is also a demon who has mastered the power of space. Everyone, form a defensive formation. She had already decided that if the battle formation collapsed, she would have to have her sisters use illusion magic to escape separately, and whoever could escape would be the one to go. The demon lord sneered. "It's useless. In the face of absolute power, any tactic is futile." He had been sending people to track the Celestial Fox clan group for a long time, so he naturally knew the strength of their target. The reason he only took action now was that he discovered the Celestial Fox clan in front of him was gathering other Celestial Fox lords. Moreover, the longer the time goes on, the more points this group of Celestial Foxes will gain. There are now dozens of lords, just the right number. These dozens of lords should contribute at least 100,000 glory points to me. Thump! A familiar voice rang out. He remembered hearing this sound when he practiced spatial travel and bumped into spatial barriers. He stared intently, then froze in surprise. How is that possible? He saw his most powerful demon hero standing in front of the heavenly fox battle formation, clutching his head and looking completely bewildered. A defensive sword formation emerged from the void, firmly protecting the members of the Heavenly Fox clan in the center. Before anyone knew it, 30 Tianyin disciples had occupied all directions. The demon lord was knowledgeable and experienced. What a powerful sword formation! And it's a spatial defensive sword formation. Could it be the ultimate technique of some immortal sect of the human race? The description of the great Sumeru sword style is when practiced to the highest level, one can create a domain with a single sword strike, so blocking half-baked spatial traversal is naturally no problem. Tushan Honghong felt her entire head buzzing. Yeah, could this be an epic unit? Space travel isn't a level skill. How could it be blocked like this? Where did Yaya get such a powerful unit? Could it be that she's hooked up with a rich guy after not seeing him for 2 months? Besides, she quickly recalled the little fox's seemingly harmless appearance and said angrily, "You little rascal! Were you just playing a trick on me?" The other celestial fox girls also snapped out of their shock and burst into cheers. "Yaya is too strong. We're saved. Long live Yaya." Seeing everyone's reactions, the little fox felt as if it had drunk an ice-cold soda on a sweltering summer day. It was incredibly refreshing. No wonder Brother Jiang Chen likes to show off so much. However, after each time Jiang Chen showed off, he always had a calm expression, as if he had done something insignificant. The little fox recalled Jiang Chen's performance each time he topped the list and tried hard to suppress the upturned corners of his mouth, saying calmly, "It's just a small epic demon, sisters. No need to make a fuss." Tushan Honghong circled behind the little fox, grabbed its tail, which was already sticking up in the air, and nodded, saying, "There's really nothing to be surprised about. But what's wrong with that tail?" The demon lord, realizing he was being ignored, roared in anger. "Don't get too cocky, foxes. Do you think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in the defensive sword formation? Break this turtle shell. Kill, kill, kill. Leave no one alive." A fierce battle erupted instantly. This demon lord certainly has reason to be proud, as all of his heroes and units are of epic quality. Boom, boom, boom. Hellfire, demonic sighs, relentlessly bombarded the great Sumeru sword formation. The great Sumeru sword formation rippled, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Tushan on shooted. All charm, weakness, control, and ranged attacks. Focus fire on one great demon. Just as the great demon was about to ascend, it was instantly struck by dozens of debuffs, its speed greatly reduced. Then it was overwhelmed by hundreds of arrows and spells, and died instantly. Even the strongest epic units can't withstand the combined fire of hundreds of rare and exceptional units. The little fox also seized the opportunity and let out a sweet shout. 9 kills of heavenly sound. Besides the 30 Tianyin disciples maintaining the sword formation, the remaining Tianyin disciples, along with an outstanding hero branch master, unleashed a burst of energy with hundreds of sharp sword energies instantly enveloping the space dozens of meters in front of them. The 9 kills of Tianyin is primarily an offensive skill, a specialty of Tianyin disciples. Most are at the mastery level, and its full power is even greater than that of ordinary B-level skills. An unlucky epic hero was instantly shredded to pieces. If this continues, the outcome is truly unpredictable. My hero, the Demon Lord, was furious at the instant loss of an epic hero. If I fail to gain a title this time, even if you die 10,000 times, you will not be able to atone for your sins. As it turns out, the Demon Lord was not exaggerating. His figure vanished into thin air. When it reappeared, it was already above the sword formation. Boom! The demonic scimitar slashed down heavily. Then, without giving the enemy a chance to lock on, its figure vanished into the void once more. After a single strike, it flees thousands of miles away. This is what makes the great demon, who wields the power of space, so troublesome. The sword formation crumbled inch by inch at the spot attacked by this demon lord. It wasn't until the Tianyin branch master struck with his sword that the gap was filled. She shouted, "My lord, if this attack continues a few more times, the sword formation will collapse." The demon lord's voice rang out. "Ha ha ha, you weak ants tremble. Be afraid," Tushan Honghong loudly suggested. "If we shrink the defensive perimeter and abandon heroes and troops, can we hold out for a little longer?" It is possible, but seeing the panicked expressions on her sisters' faces, the little fox reluctantly raised the blood grail. "I was originally thinking of saving some money for brother Jiang Chen. Summoning a level 45 vampire prince requires 3,000 points of blood power." Chapter 155 Evolution. Dimensional Lock. Points delivered to your doorstep. Amidst the shocked gazes of both sides, a terrifying power of blood surged forth, coalescing into a human form just 3 seconds later. "My esteemed lord, I am willing to wipe out the formidable enemy before you." The vampire prince first gave the little fox a graceful bow, then spread his pair of dark golden wings and took off. "Feast!" With a grab of the void, the vampire prince instantly froze an unfortunate great demon in mid-air. Then, his body seemed to burst like a water pipe, gushing out countless streams of black blood, which eventually coalesced into a black blood sphere. Touch of blood. The blood transformed into a fishing net woven from countless blood threads, enveloping another great demon who couldn't dodge in time. "No!" With a gentle squeeze, the vampire prince tightened the net, instantly slicing the great demon into countless pieces of flesh. With a single, decisive move, he effortlessly dispatched 2 epic demons, stunning the entire audience. The demon lord said in disbelief, "How could a mere celestial fox clan like you possibly possess such a treasure?" Tushan Honghong exclaimed excitedly. "Ye has really hooked up with a rich guy." The demon lord roared, "All heroes, follow me and surround and kill this vampire prince." "It's useless. In the face of absolute strength, any tactic is futile." The little fox returned the demon lord's words verbatim. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the figure of yet another vampire prince materialized. The arrival of 2 level 45 legendary units instantly turned the tide of the battle. The Blood Grail can summon 12 vampire princes at the same time. However, in order to conserve resources, the little fox did not continue summoning, even though the Blood Grail still contained over 90,000 units of blood power. Soon, 7 more epic-level demons were killed. The Demon Lord immediately declared, "I will repay this humiliation tenfold, and the entire Heavenly Fox clan will be wiped out because of it." The prey had become the hunter, causing him to suffer heavy losses. If he continues to fight, his hopes of gaining fame in battle may truly be slim. After saying this, the Demon Lord vanished into the void, and the troops scattered and fled. The little fox shouted, "We can't let him escape." It would be a huge loss if this guy escaped after costing 6,000 points of blood power. A vampire prince said elegantly, "Please rest assured, my lord." With his strength, although he couldn't pull the Demon Lord out of the spatial rift, he could vaguely sense the other party's location. So just follow along. Spatial travel isn't a level skill, but it consumes a great deal of spiritual energy. The disciples of Tianyin also unfurled their wings of the wind god, transforming into streaks of light as they soared into the sky to hunt down the other demons. Tushan Honghong was speechless. "It can actually fly?" Tushan Su seemed to have thought of something and said incredulously, Your class of soldiers wouldn't happen to be the Tianyin disciple that's been making headlines lately, would it?" The other fox girl's eyes also lit up. Yeah. Do you know that big shot Jiang Chen?" The little fox sighed. "It all started with our first collaboration to scam someone." As the little fox continued her story, the eyes of the other celestial fox girls grew brighter and brighter. Of course, the little fox knew very well what it should say and what it shouldn't say. Such a precious treasure as the source of life is something that must never be spoken of, even if it means being beaten to death. Tushan Hong Hong said enviously, "What incredible luck." Tushan Su Su asked expectantly, "Yu, could you help me buy a blueprint of the Tianyin branch?" The little fox scoffed, "You're 2 coins." However, seeing Tushan Su Su's disappointed look, the little fox continued, "I've saved up several million spirit stones these days. If the sisters pool their money together, I'll go find brother Jiang Chen and help Su Su buy a blueprint." The foxes cheered. Soon, the little fox received a notification. Hint, your summoned unit, the Vampire Prince, has killed Lord Balberg Monroe, demon, gaining 2.85 million energy and 31,328 glory points. Huh, finally killed that demon lord. Monroe? That surname sounds familiar. Oh well, never mind. So many battlefield points. The little fox excitedly shouted and yelled, then suddenly frowned and covered its bottom with its hand. "That's strange. My tail hurts a little." Tushan Hong Hong asked with concern. "Was it standing up for too long just now?" "It should be." Tushan Su Su nodded, explaining innocently, "The tail is originally soft, but Yu insisted on making it hard and stand up, so of course it will hurt after a while." Sudden, the little fox's tail suddenly popped open, startling everyone. They looked closely and discovered that the little fox's tail had split into 3 from the base, with 3 large, white tails swaying unconsciously. Three tails? Tushan Hong Hong covered her mouth in surprise. "Yeah, what have you been eating lately?" Tushan Su Su grabbed a handful and exclaimed enviously, "The quality of this fur is really good." Jiang Chen looked at his glory points. Finally reached 1 million. After grinding monsters for 10 consecutive hours, plus the help of more than a dozen clueless alien lords who delivered themselves to his doorstep, Jiang Chen finally met the requirements to enter the second-level battlefield. According to the military region's estimate, as long as they can enter the second level within 3 days, they have a great chance of entering the top 1,000 and obtaining a battle name. Jiang Chen reached this standard within 10 hours, which is incredibly fast. But the rankings in the Glory Battlefield will only be announced at the end of the game, so now is not the time to slack off. Moreover, with each level you advance, the quality of the monsters will improve, and the rewards will be even greater. Jiang Chen dared not delay and immediately issued the command through the Lord's heart. "Everyone, assemble at the portal." Soon, everyone arrived in front of this towering pillar of light. "You have met the requirements to enter the second level of the Glory Battlefield. Do you wish to enter?" Just as he was about to choose yes, a blue chain emerged from the void and wrapped around his waist. Jiang Chen was startled and instinctively wanted to dodge, but then gave up, because he had already recognized it. Warning, Lord Kawaguchi has used dimensional chains on you. The struggle begins. A weak, pulling force came from his waist, as if trying to pull him into the void before him. Dimensional chain. After use, it can pierce through dimensional space and lock onto a lord you can recognize. Whether it comes to you or you go to him depends on who is stronger. The dimensional lock is priced at 200,000 points. As long as you can visualize the other person's image and information in your mind, you can be locked in with them. Unfortunately, it only works in the Glory Battlefield. Jiang Chen could also exchange for it, but it wasn't worth wasting 200,000 points as there was no Sakura Lord. Through the Void Rift, Jiang Chen could vaguely see thousands of figures gathered together on the other side. Sensing the power emanating from his waist, roughly equivalent to 1,400 points of physique, Jiang Chen exclaimed in admiration. A physique comparable to a level 42 or 43 legendary unit, he is undoubtedly a Shikigami Lord. Even Zhu Yeqing, a military lord, would probably be drawn away by the other party. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen's physique was as high as 4,600 points, and he could pull the other party over with just a flick of his finger. Jiang Chen did not rush to make a move, but first located the location of this Sakura Lord. 3,000 kilometers. The distance is acceptable. Although it was just a fleeting glimpse, I saw at least dozens of Sakura Lords on the other side. Since these points are practically handed to us, Let's just collect them, and then we can enter the second level later. Jiang Chen followed the pull from the dimensional lock, stepped inside, and left only one sentence. Jaina is coming to pick me up later. The location is